a dark, damp cave. A torch was stuck into the stone wall, its flickering light filling the cave with a dim, yellowish glow. The strong stench of blood assaulted the man's sense of smell, and he gradually regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a group of primitive women surrounding him. These women covered their private parts with rough animal hides, and each of them held a crude stone weapon. Su Yu's gaze slowly moved, landing on the enormous stone cauldron before him. A raging fire burned beneath the cauldron, the air thick with heat, and the women's eyes held a chilling undercurrent. He quickly realized a terrifying thought. They might want to cook him and eat him. A fear that spread from the bottom of his heart instantly enveloped him. Su Yu was originally a geological prospector, but his plane crashed during an aerial photography mission. When he regained consciousness, he found himself transported to a primitive tribe 5,000 years ago. Even more absurdly, this primitive tribe consisted only of women. Faced with this situation, Su Yu felt a surge of despair. Just as he was in despair, a cold and unfamiliar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. The host's living environment has been detected to be extremely harsh. The Navigator exclusive daily reconnaissance system has been activated. Immediately afterwards, a semi-transparent blue virtual interface appeared before Su Yu's eyes, visible only to him. The interface was simple and had a strong sense of technology. Su Yu was surprised to find that the system could generate a panoramic data map of the surrounding area every day, accurately marking the distribution of all survival resources and potential danger locations. With the advent of this system, the fear and despair that had been building up in his heart were gradually dispelled. He re-examined the primitive women around him, their faces filled with wariness and curiosity, and a bold plan quietly took shape in his mind. Since escape is impossible, Su Yu decides to take the initiative. He plans to leverage the advantages granted by the system to gradually take control of the tribe, conquering them and rising to power in this primitive world. Reconnaissance. Su Yu silently ordered in his mind. Command confirmed. Daily reconnaissance initiated. Scan range. Radius 1,000 meters. Generating 3D data map. The next second, a three-dimensional data map centered on Su Yu and composed of countless blue light dots instantly unfolded in his mind. The data map clearly shows the terrain, landforms, mountains, and rivers. Even more impressive is that the map is marked with colored dots and text annotations. Green dots, safe supplies; blue dots, water sources; yellow dots, common organisms; red dots, dangerous organisms. Su Yu's gaze was quickly drawn to a dense cluster of green lights not far from the cave. Name: black-spotted poisonous mushroom. Information: extremely poisonous. Death occurs within 30 seconds of ingestion. The toxins decompose when heated to 300 degrees Celsius. Small amounts may be consumed, slightly enhancing nerve reaction speed. He gasped. The people in the tribe definitely didn't know this thing was edible. Su Yu continued to scan the data map, and soon he spotted a faint green dot under a rock wall on the west side of the valley. Name: rock salt mine information. Unrefined natural salt or containing impurities, which can be purified through dissolution and filtration. Salt is an essential substance for life activities. Salt. A thought flashed through Su Yu's mind, and he immediately thought of the bland meat broth they usually drank. This tribe didn't have salt at all. His heart suddenly raced, and his blood seemed to boil. Any one of these pieces of information could change his current situation. He suppressed his overwhelming joy and continued examining the map. Soon, his breath caught in his throat again. Near a pool of water about 700 meters from a cave, he saw a huge red dot emitting a strong red light. The annotations on the data chart sent chills down his spine. Name: adult saber-toothed tiger. Status: hungry, frenzied. Danger level: extremely lethal. Host: please stay away immediately. Su Yu instantly understood why Yin Tong and the others had returned empty-handed today, and some of them were even injured. They must have encountered this huge creature. That's his value. He can not only find food they can't find, but he can also help them avoid deadly dangers. This information cannot be kept secret. He must let them know. But here's the problem. How should he say it? The language barrier became the biggest obstacle. He paced anxiously inside the cave, glancing outside. He saw that the women were still demoralized, and even the usually aloof clan leader, Yin Shi, had a frosty expression on her face. Only Yue, still kindly glancing at him every now and then, her eyes filled with worry. That's it. He'd start with her. She was the only person in this tribe who had ever shown Suyu any kindness. He took a deep breath and made his decision. He walked to the cave entrance, coughed a few times in the direction of Yueying, and successfully attracted her attention. Amidst the bewildered gazes of Yueying and the surrounding female warriors, Suyu first pointed to their empty hands, then to his own stomach, feigning extreme hunger. Then he turned around abruptly, raised his hand, and pointed with all his might towards the west side of the tribe. That was where the salt mine was located. Yueying tilted her head, clearly not fully understanding his sign language. Just as Suyu was about to gesture again, a cold and sharp gaze, like a tangible blade, suddenly locked onto him. It was Yinshi. She had stood up at some point and was staring intently at Suyu, her deep eyes filled with scrutiny and suspicion. She approached step by step, her powerful aura making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Yinshi stopped in front of him, looked in the direction he was pointing, and then slowly spoke, her voice calm and firm. "What did you discover?" Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. What did she just say? No, that's not right. It wasn't a language he could understand. It was still that kind of short, primitive language. But in that instant, through her tone of voice, her lip movements, and her sharp, piercing eyes, he almost instinctively understood what she meant. This woman is frighteningly intelligent. She was able to accurately determine what he had discovered based on his seemingly chaotic and illogical pointing gesture, instead of mistakenly thinking that he was rambling incoherently due to hunger. Cold sweat trickled down Suyu's forehead again. Facing such a shrewd tribal chief, any pretense or deception could have fatal consequences. Suyu's heart sank. He'd take the gamble. It was all or nothing. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well go for the big shot. He forced down his pounding heartbeat and nodded heavily, meeting Yunshi's icy gaze. Immediately afterwards, he began the most difficult performance of his life, a cross-species pantomime. He first stuck out his tongue and made a licking motion, his face showing an expression of enjoyment and satisfaction, as if he had just tasted a delicacy. Then he pointed to the murky soup bubbling in the stone cauldron at the cave entrance, shook his head violently, and showed obvious disgust and an expression that said, "This stuff is completely inedible." Finally, he pointed firmly to the western stone wall again, making a go and take back gesture with his hand. His meaning was clear. There was something in that direction that could make the food taste even better. Inside the cave, the women around were all stunned, clearly unable to understand Suyu's gesturing wildly actions. The red-haired female warrior, Yin Tong, even curled her lip, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt for the idea that this idiot is starving. Only Yunshi stood motionless, her deep eyes fixed on Suyu, as if analyzing the meaning behind his every move. An eerie silence fell over the cave, broken only by the soft crackling of the campfire. Time ticked by. Cold sweat beaded on Suyu's forehead, his heart pounding. The performance was over. Now, it was time to await fate's judgment. Finally, Yinshi moved. She slowly turned around, looked at Yin Tong, who was looking impatient, and gave the order in an unquestionable tone. "Yin Tong, take the people and go with him." Yin Tong froze, as if she couldn't believe her ears. She pointed at Suyu, then at herself, her face filled with protest. But under the pressure of Yunshi's icy gaze, she finally lowered her head and squeezed out a syllable of submission through gritted teeth. She casually picked 2 female warriors from the hunting party, then walked up to Suyu and untied the vines binding his feet. The way she looked at Suyu was like looking at a con man about to be exposed, full of disdain and warning. Suyu understood that if the place he took them to didn't contain the things he had acted out, this woman, who was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, would not hesitate for even a second before snapping his neck. But he couldn't worry about that now. He had won the first step. He suppressed the dizziness brought on by hunger and, escorted by 3 women, headed towards the salt mine marked on the system map. Throughout the journey, Yin Tong was extremely impatient, occasionally shoving him and urging him to hurry up. Suyu gritted his teeth and endured it, really wanting to teach her a lesson about respecting technical talent. But his current physical strength was too poor, so he could only tolerate it for the time being. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a secluded rock wall on the west side of the valley. This was it. It was a grayish-white rock wall, eroded by rainwater year after year, with a layer of fine crystals adhering to its surface like frost. Suyu stopped and excitedly pointed to the rock face. Yin Tong and the other 2 female warriors looked in the direction he was pointing, but their expressions were filled with confusion and disdain. To them, wasn't it just a pile of broken rocks? Yin Tong's patience seemed to have reached its limit. She stepped forward, grabbed Su Yu's collar, stared at him with eyes that seemed to spit fire, and let out a suppressed but extremely threatening growl. "Don't rush," Su Yu roared inwardly. "The moment to witness a miracle hasn't arrived yet." He struggled to break free from her hand, recklessly lunging towards the rock wall, scraping off some grayish-white crystalline powder with his fingertips. The moment they returned to the cave, all eyes in the entire tribe immediately turned to them. Most people's eyes were filled with undisguised suspicion, even a hint of schadenfreude. Clearly, they were waiting to see Su Yu torn to shreds by the enraged Yin Tong. Chieftain Yunshi remained expressionless as she sat by the campfire, but her slightly narrowed eyes betrayed the quiet scrutiny and contemplation she was undergoing. Yin Tong was clearly also holding back her anger. Without saying a word, she walked directly to the huge stone cauldron that was bubbling, and in full view of everyone, scooped up a bowl of boiling, murky meat soup. Then, she walked straight up to Su Yu, shoved the ceramic bowl into his hand, her expression cold, and gestured with her chin toward the pile of grayish-white, broken stones he had brought back. The meaning behind his actions and eyes couldn't be clearer. "Didn't you say this thing makes food taste better? Fine, you demonstrate. If it doesn't work, this bowl of soup will be your last meal before you're executed." Su Yu suppressed his excitement and accepted the scalding hot ceramic bowl with both hands. Even though he was trembling slightly from hunger, he forced himself to remain steady, because he knew that from this moment on, every move he made would determine his future fate and status. He carefully pinched up a small pinch of salt powder, took a deep breath, and slowly sprinkled it into the bowl. With a soft sizzle, the salt dissolved quickly upon contact with the water, as if absorbed into the entire broth. So you didn't drink it immediately. Instead, he dipped his fingertip into the broth and tasted it. Instantly, a long-lost, almost indescribable, delicious flavor exploded on his taste buds. This was the taste. He forcibly suppressed the urge to drink the entire bowl of soup in one gulp, and carrying the earthenware bowl, he walked step by step toward the aloof female clan leader who held the power of life and death over him. In the deathly silence, Su Yu handed the bowl to Yunshi. Yunshi's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds, her eyes so sharp they seemed to see right through him. Finally, she took the bowl, but instead of drinking it immediately, she imitated him, dipping her fingertip in a drop of soup and gently putting it into her mouth. Time seemed to freeze. Su Yu clearly saw that for the first time. A change in expression appeared on Yunshi's icy face. A hint of shock and disbelief flashed across her eyes. Although she quickly regained her composure, this brief change spoke volumes. She didn't speak, but simply handed the bowl to the older woman beside her, who appeared to be a tribal elder. The elder took a sip of the soup, and then seemed to be struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, his hand shook, and he almost dropped the earthenware bowl. Her originally cloudy eyes widened, staring blankly at the bowl, then at Su Yu. Her mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg, but she couldn't utter a single word. This scene finally ignited the tribe. "Gua! Voila!" The crowd instantly stirred, all eyes focused on Su Yu, as if looking at a monster that had suddenly transformed into a miracle. Yin Tong couldn't hold back any longer. She snatched the bowl from the elder's hand and took a sip herself. The next second, this fiery and fierce female warrior froze on the spot, not even putting down the bowl. She remained in the position of drinking soup for a full 10 seconds before suddenly looking up at Su Yu. For the first time, her eyes revealed genuine shock, a shock so profound it defied all reason. She seemed to stammer something to Yunshi. Then, at Su Yu's signal, everyone was allowed a small amount of salt, which they carefully added to their soup. Inside the cave, a magical spectacle unfolded in an instant. The wild women who had initially been hostile towards Su Yu were now, after drinking the salted meat soup, some were moved to tears, some danced with joy, and some even licked the bowls clean. For these people who had never tasted seasonings before and had long struggled to make ends meet, this flavor was nothing short of a miracle. The way they looked at Su Yu completely changed. If the previous gazes held a hint of curiosity, as if he were a novel toy, now they were filled with naked awe. Yes, genuine awe. Su Yu even saw several elderly women kneeling on the ground, their hands clasped together, muttering incantations as if in prayer. He knew his opportunity had arrived. Salt was merely the first step. It was enough to temporarily elevate his status, but far from sufficient. He had to demonstrate a greater, truly irreplaceable value. Language. He had to break down the language barrier. Only through communication could the knowledge hidden in his mind truly become a force to be reckoned with. So he took a deep breath and made an even bolder decision. He walked to the pile of rock salt that served as evidence, and under the reverent gaze of the crowd, he dipped his finger in the salt powder and put it in his mouth. Then he cleared his throat and, with all his might, uttered his first clear syllable since arriving in this world, salt. The sound wasn't loud, but it resonated like thunder in the cave. The entire audience was stunned. Compared to the shock they felt upon tasting the salt, the expressions on their faces were 100 times more exaggerated. They had always thought Suyu was some kind of unspeakable beast, but now he was actually uttering a sound they had never heard before, clear, distinct, well-structured, and directional. The gentle girl, Yueying, gasped in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. Suyu ignored their reactions and repeated himself. Pointing to the stone, he looked into their eyes and said, word by word, salt. This time, everyone heard it clearly. It was no longer a meaningless roar, but a single word, a name representing that magical white powder. Boom! The entire tribe erupted in jubilation. They looked at Suyu as if he were a god who could name all things, the embodiment of civilization. Suyu had succeeded. He had demonstrated the power of civilization to them in the simplest, most direct, and most awe-inspiring way. Just as everyone was immersed in shock and awe, that familiar, cold, and oppressive gaze fell upon Suyu once more. It was Yinshi. She had recovered from her initial shock and was now gazing at him with an incredibly complex expression. That expression contained not only surprise and wariness, but also a deep longing. She slowly stood up and walked step by step to Suyu. Her aura was so strong that it seemed to freeze the air. She pointed to the rock salt in front of Suyu, then to herself, her lips moving slightly as if trying to imitate his pronunciation, but she couldn't quite get it right. Finally, she looked up into Suyu's eyes and, in a hoarse and slightly trembling voice, uttered the first real request he had received since coming into this world. Say it again. Chapter 6 Clan Chief, Yunshi's Warning. Uselessness means death. Yunshi's voice held a hint of awe she herself was unaware of. Say it again. Suyu immediately understood that she was confirming, not giving an order. He secretly rejoiced. His extensive research into human micro-expressions and body language from his previous life had come in very handy. Her jaw was clenched, and her pupils were slightly constricted, details indicating that her heart was in turmoil. She was trying to confirm whether Suyu truly possessed some kind of mysterious power or whether he was a god they couldn't comprehend. For Suyu, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Salt was merely a stepping stone. The key to truly building trust lay in language and communication. He calmly pointed again to the rock salt on the ground, uttering the word clearly and distinctly, salt. This time, Yunshi watched very intently, slightly moving her lips and trying to imitate the pronunciation. Although her accent was still heavy, it was already quite accurate, demonstrating an amazing ability to imitate. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. This woman was too clever. Dealing with a clever tribal leader is far more difficult than dealing with a group of ordinary savages. Yunshi was clearly amazed by her own ability to imitate, and tried again, this time almost perfectly pronouncing salt. She was stunned for a moment, and the atmosphere in the entire cave exploded. The tribespeople who had gathered around shouted the newly learned word excitedly, as if they had mastered some kind of sacred incantation. Salt! Salt! Everyone was mesmerized, imitating the word over and over again, as excited as children learning to speak. The way they looked at Suyu had completely changed. No longer did they see him as prey or an outsider, but as some kind of legendary prophet. Just as this fervor reached its peak, Yunshi suddenly waved her hand. With just a simple command, the entire cave fell silent instantly. Even the most excited Yin Tong immediately shut his mouth, becoming unusually quiet. Suyu realized that the woman's dominance was far greater than he had imagined. Then, Yunshi ignored the others, turned to look at Suyu, and winked at the two female warriors behind her. This time, the two female warriors stepped forward, their movements much gentler, as if they were inviting him rather than dragging him. Suyu did not resist, letting them lead him away from the main cave. But he wasn't taken back to the damp little stone chamber. Instead, he was taken to a new place. It was a larger, drier, and brighter independent cave, lined with thick layers of dry grass, and had a bed made of animal hide. This treatment was more like that of a VIP than a prisoner. Not long after, Yue entered with a bowl of food, her face filled with respect and adoration. The bowl contained a large piece of roasted, perfectly seared meat, along with familiar red berries. Suyu ate heartily without any ceremony. This was his first truly satisfying meal since his transmigration. After he finished, the light at the cave entrance dimmed. She entered alone, unarmed, yet her aura remained imposing. As she approached, Suyu could even feel a cold and primal sense of oppression. He instinctively became alert. This woman wasn't so easily fooled. She wasn't there to see the outcome, but to lay her cards on the table. Yunshi stood silently before him, her expression cold and stern, half her face hidden in shadow, the other half bathed in firelight. After a long while, she finally moved. She pointed a finger at the rock salt and repeated the word, "Salt." Then, she pointed at Suyu, her eyes suddenly turning sharp, and uttered a string of words he couldn't understand. But Suyu understood what she meant. She was asking, "What else do you have?" In that instant, his whole body tensed up. Yunshi's every action today was, in fact, an extremely calm test. She was willing to treat him better, but on the condition that he continuously demonstrate value. She wasn't communicating. She was warning him. Suyu realized that if he disappointed her, he might immediately go from being a divine messenger to a discarded pawn. He met her gaze and slowly nodded. Then, he drew a pictographic symbol on the ground. It was the shape of a bow. Yunshi frowned, clearly bewildered by the symbol and not understanding what it meant. Suyu didn't rush to explain. He pointed to the stone spears in the women's hands outside the cave and made a gesture of throwing a spear forcefully, but with limited distance. Then he mimed drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, making a whoosh sound to simulate releasing an arrow. After doing this, he calmly gazed at Yunshi. After a brief silence, her expression finally changed. Her breath hitched for a moment, as if she understood. She looked at the character Bao, then at Suyu, her eyes filled with shock. Her expression was even more exaggerated than when she first tasted salt. She stood there in silence for a long time, so long that Suyu almost thought she wouldn't speak again. Finally, she sighed softly, as if she had made some important decision. She turned to leave, but stopped just as she reached the cave entrance, turning back to look at Suyu. In the firelight, her profile was as hard as an ice sculpture, and her voice was chillingly cold. "You'd better stay useful." After saying that, she added in their language. This time, Suyu understood. It was the cruelest survival rule of this world. Those who are useless must die. Chapter 7. The broth was salted, and they ate it until tears streamed down their faces. Yunshi turned and left, her figure disappearing into the shadows outside the cave. But her chilling words lingered in the air like a knife. "It's useless. You have to die." Suyu slumped to the ground, his back already soaked in cold sweat. He knew he had won the gamble, but all he had won was the right to live tomorrow. In Yunshi's eyes, he was not a divine messenger, not hope, but more like a newly discovered tool whose purpose was yet to be understood. If it's usable, keep it. If not, discard it. Some might even be cooked and eaten directly. Suyu smiled wryly, stuffing the last piece of meat into his mouth. His hunger subsided temporarily, and he regained some strength, but he didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, a soft gurgling sound woke Suyu. Yue was squatting at the cave entrance, holding a bowl of water in her hands, staring at him with her clear, big eyes, full of curiosity and respect. Seeing him awake, Yue smiled and handed him some water. He took it and drank it, then followed her out of the cave. Outside, the campfire was burning brightly, steam rising from the stone cauldron. The women had already gathered around, unusually quiet. They weren't processing their prey or sharpening their weapons. They all stood there, looking straight at Suyu. He could feel the intensity of their gazes, burning like fire, filled with expectation, curiosity, and even a kind of blind trust. Suyu glanced at Yintong, standing by the stone wall. She was still holding the beast bone club, but her eyes were no longer filled with hostility. She was looking at him, her eyes showing a hint of hesitation, but no longer displaying disdain. In the farthest shadows, She stood like a statue, her gaze calm, silently observing the entire scene. Suyu knew perfectly well that last night was merely an appetizer. Today, he had to unleash his true power to conquer the world. He walked towards the pile of rock salt, and Yueying immediately followed to help. Several tribesmen also wanted to come over and throw the stones directly into the pot, but he quickly waved his hand to signal them to stop. This coarse salt contained many impurities and was harmful to the body if eaten. It couldn't be put directly into the pot. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he gestured for Yueying to fetch several earthenware jars and a rattan net. The first step was dissolving. He crushed the rock salt and poured it into clear water, then picked up a wooden stick and stirred vigorously. The salt slowly dissolved in the water. More and more women gathered, craning their necks to watch the spectacle, their faces full of confusion. Only Yunshi's gaze shifted slightly as she stared at the wooden stick stirring the water, a thoughtful look appearing in her eyes for the first time. Suyu said nothing and continued with the second step, filtering. He covered the mouth of another earthenware jar with a rattan net and carefully poured in the salt water slowly. The murky water seeped through the net, gradually filling the jar, while sand and gravel were filtered onto the surface. When he lifted the net and revealed the pile of filth to the crowd, low gasps of surprise rippled through the room. It turned out he wasn't just messing around. He was using a method of wisdom they'd never seen before to purify that divine flavor. The final step was boiling. He poured the filtered brine into a smaller stone pot and gestured for everyone to increase the heat. Before long, the moisture evaporated and a layer of snow-white crystals floated to the bottom of the pot. Wow! Yueying couldn't help but exclaim softly, her eyes shining like stars in the sky. Suyu used clean leaves to scrape off the pure salt, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a sacred object. Then, he picked up the leaf containing the salt and walked straight to Yunshi, gesturing for her to proceed. It was a sign of respect for her status, and also a test. Yunshi looked at him, nodded slightly, took the salt tray, and walked to the stone cauldron. She picked up a pinch of salt, her movements as solemn as if performing a ritual, and then slowly sprinkled it into the boiling broth. The next moment, a fragrance even richer and more alluring than the previous night burst forth, filling the entire cave with its magical aroma. Someone couldn't help but swallow, followed by a chorus of swallowing sounds throughout the cave. All the women stared at the stone cauldron, their eyes gleaming with a hungry, thirsty light. After stirring with a wooden spoon, Yunshi ladled out the first bowl, but instead of drinking it herself, she handed it to the oldest elder. The elder's hands trembled as she took the earthenware bowl, gently blew on the steam, and took a small sip. Then, she silently shed tears. Not tears of sadness, but of happiness, the kind of overwhelming emotion she had never experienced before in her entire life. Immediately afterward, Yin Tong rushed forward, scooped up a large bowl, and, ignoring the scalding heat, poured it in her mouth, letting out a satisfied howl like a wolf. This unruly female warrior's eyes reddened. The broth was quickly distributed to everyone. No one spoke, only the gurgling sounds of drinking the soup and intermittent sobs. A little girl, while drinking the soup, cried out, "Mommy, this soup is so delicious." Another female soldier, who usually loved to boast, turned away and secretly wiped her tears with an animal hide. Suyu stood beside her, watching this scene, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He finally understood that what he brought was not just taste, but a real hope. Just then, Yunshi appeared beside him without him noticing. She was also holding a bowl of soup, her posture still aloof, yet she drank it with great elegance, as if enjoying a highly ceremonial feast. She didn't cry, but her eyes shone with a warmth he had never seen before. After finishing the last sip, she looked at Suyu, her tone solemn. "Very good." But then her gaze shifted, looking towards the mist-shrouded forest outside the cave. "However, delicious soup won't fill our stomachs. The hunting party hasn't brought back any game in 2 days." Her gaze returned to Suyu, her eyes calm and imposing. "What'll we eat tomorrow?" Chapter 8. The tribe is starving? What a coincidence! Yunshi's icy words were like a dagger, mercilessly piercing the warm illusion brought by the miracle of salt. The brief happiness that had just risen in the cave seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water, vanishing instantly. She was right. Even the most fragrant soup needs meat to cook it. The air was eerily quiet. The women, who had been laughing and crying, froze, their smiles vanishing visibly. Suyu saw Yin Tong, the hot-tempered huntress, silently put down her bowl and walked to a corner to examine her bone club. Her expression was grim, like long-held dark clouds, as if a torrential downpour was imminent. The atmosphere in the entire tribe plummeted in an instant, from tears of joy to utter silence in just a few seconds. Suyu, however, remained standing in the very center, once again the focus of everyone's attention. This time, his eyes held not only awe but also a heavy expectation, a weight that could almost crush a person. They hoped that this anomaly who could conjure salt would once again bring hope for life. Yunchi gave him no chance to escape. She simply watched quietly, forcing him to manifest his power again in front of everyone. With the calmest tone, she pushed Suyu step by step to the edge of the cliff, making everyone understand. Salt is important, but if you can't survive, then everything is just a fantasy. Suyu didn't back down. He took a deep breath and smiled. His smile startled Yunchi. She might have anticipated fear, struggle, and explanations, but she never expected him to smile so easily. Yes, he wasn't panicked because he still had a trump card. The daily reconnaissance system, activated last night, had been refreshed and could be used again. System Scout, Suyu silently commanded in his mind. The next second, a familiar 3D map unfolded, covering an area of 1 kilometer in radius. He immediately checked the danger zone. The red dot of the saber-toothed tiger was still there, near the pool to the east. Its status had changed to extremely hungry, extremely frenzied. Suyu instantly understood. The hunting team hadn't returned for the past 2 days not because they hadn't found any prey, but because the entire eastern hunting grounds had been taken over by this enormous creature. They dared not go, not because they didn't want to hunt, but because going would mean certain death. This information was invaluable. But merely avoiding danger wasn't enough. Suyu also needed to find something edible, something immediately edible. He quickly switched his gaze to the green dots representing safe supplies. Then his eyes fixed on them. In a mountain hollow 900 meters to the southwest, a large patch of green dots was densely packed, their brightness blinding. Name: wild berry cluster information. Wild berries, rich in sugar and vitamins, non-toxic, huge yield, estimated harvest of over 300 caddies. Upon seeing these prompts, Suyu's eyes lit up. 300 caddies of safety fruits. It was practically a newbie village supply box delivered by the system. This would not only solve his immediate crisis, but also allow him to firmly establish himself in the tribe. Suppressing his elation, he looked up to meet Yunchi's gaze once more. This time, his eyes held undisguised confidence. Suyu didn't explain further. He simply and calmly extended a finger towards the southwest. Then, he held up 5 fingers and pointed at Yue and the several non-combatant gathering women. His meaning couldn't be clearer. First, the food was in the southwest. Second, he only needed 5 people. Third, he didn't need warriors. A few fruit-gathering women would suffice. This gesture was practically a public challenge to Yunchi's authority. His actions seemed to say, what you can't handle, I can, and I don't need your soldiers. Yintong was the first to erupt in anger, slamming her fist on the stone wall and confronting Suyu about his actions. In her view, finding food was their duty, their honor. How dare an outsider, an unarmed man, provoke them? Her face flushed with anger. She muttered to herself, her eyes filled with rage and resentment. The other clansmen whispered amongst themselves, finding Suyu's request utterly arrogant. But she spoke again, silencing all voices with a mere wave of her hand. She stared coldly at Suyu, as if trying to discern guilt or hesitation in his expression. But she was disappointed. Suyu's gaze was as firm as a mountain, calm and unwavering, because he knew that the data wouldn't lie. The air seemed to freeze as the two stared at each other, neither willing to give in first. This was a clash of wills, a struggle between beliefs. Should she trust the old tribe's experience or gamble on this outsider bringing another miracle? After a long silence, Yunchi finally closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze was resolute. She knew she couldn't afford to lose this gamble. Yue, choose for more people, she said slowly but firmly. Then, her tone shifted, her gaze piercing Suyu like a sharp icicle. I'll give you one morning. If you bring back some worthless leaves, she didn't finish, but the meaning was crystal clear. The outcome would be obvious. The starving women of the tribe would tear him to pieces without her intervention. Chapter 9 System Scan discovers large areas of non-poisonous berries. Yunchi's last words hung like a knife in Suyu's ear, cold and deadly. She gave him no way out, only one choice, success or be torn apart. Soon, Yue selected 4 members of the gathering team from the crowd. making a total of 5, including herself. The 4 women were thin and pale, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition, and their fighting ability was practically zero. Their eyes were filled with fear and hesitation as they looked at Suyu, as if following him into the forest was tantamount to entering a grave. One of the older women even trembled, barely able to stand. She whispered something, her tone pleading, but Yue shook her head in refusal. She couldn't disobey the clan leader's orders. Yin Tong, standing to the side, leaned against the stone wall, watching coldly, her eyes filled with blatant mockery, as if waiting to see Suyu make a fool of himself. Suyu sneered inwardly. The less you believe me, the more astonished you'll be later. He didn't explain anything, only gestured, let's go, to Yue, and then headed straight southwest. As soon as they stepped out of the tribe's simple wooden fence, a damp forest scent rushed towards them. The plants were tall, with ferns like umbrellas. Vines were entwined, dew was glistening, and the air was filled with the smell of earth and humus. Occasionally, a few eerie bird calls could be heard in the distance. The women behind him followed cautiously, gripping their stone knives tightly, each step taken with instinctive wariness. This area was unfamiliar to them. To them, it represented the unknown and death. Suyu, however, was different. The three-dimensional map in his mind clearly guided him, showing him where danger lay and where safety was assured. He could even avoid small, venomous snakes lurking in the grass. He walked steadily, his path precise, appearing to them like a forest messenger, with the instincts of a wild beast. Half an hour later, the women began to tire, their breathing rapid, their steps unsteady, and the fear on their faces intensified. Some even began to suspect that Suyu was leading them in circles, preparing to sell them into the lair of wild beasts. Yue couldn't help but step forward, gently tugging at Suyu's sleeve, her eyes filled with anxiety as she pointed anxiously in the direction they had come from. She was asking, "Is it too far? Should we turn back?" Suyu gave her a relaxed smile, then pointed ahead to a mountain hollow hidden by vines, and made a eat and lot gesture. He was telling them, a miracle was just around the corner. Yue nodded weakly and turned to comfort her nearly collapsing female companions who were gathering. A few minutes later, they pushed aside the last vine and finally reached their destination. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Even though Suyu had seen it on the map before, seeing it in person still shocked him. In the hollow of the mountain valley, a dense thicket of shrubs spread out, their waist-high branches laden with deep red-purple berries. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, falling on the plump fruit and refracting an alluring sheen. The aroma was so intense, it was almost overwhelming. Just a breath was enough to make one's mouth water. This wasn't just a few scattered berry bushes. It was a vast, red ocean. Wow! A woman behind her dropped her stone knife, her eyes fixed on the orchard, filled with ecstatic joy. Yue covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes moist, desperately suppressing the gasp that was about to escape her lips. Of course, they had seen berries before, but they had never seen such a magnificent, plump, and safely placed fruit before their eyes. After the initial shock came panic. Gurgle, poison. The older woman grabbed Yue, who was about to rush forward, her face filled with fear. Their experience told them, the more vibrant the color, the more dangerous it was. How could such a perfect fruit not be poisonous? The group stopped in their tracks, staring at the orchard before them, both tempted and afraid, not daring to take a single step closer. Suyu knew his chance had come. Without explanation or hesitation, he walked straight into the berry bushes and casually picked the reddest berry. Under the watchful eyes of 5 horrified men, he popped the whole berry into his mouth. Yue gasped softly, and everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Suyu closed his eyes, savoring the taste. The pulp burst open between his teeth, sweet and rich, an explosive flavor. Ding! The system notification sounded, indicating that the host had ingested thornberries, replenishing sugar and vitamins, and alleviating mild dehydration. Suyu completely relaxed, opened his eyes, and flashed a bright smile. Then, he picked another one and ate it again, his movements clean, efficient, and without hesitation. The women finally understood. It wasn't poisonous. Wah! Their long-suppressed emotions finally broke down, and the foraging women rushed into the berry bushes like mad women, eating and crying at the same time. Their mouths were full of juice, but they didn't care, like small animals starving for 3 days and 3 nights, desperately devouring the fruit. This was a release of hunger and hope within their souls, the most primal response to their survival instinct. Even the gentle Moonfire couldn't resist any longer and carefully plucked a berry, placing it in her mouth. As the sweetness blossomed in her mouth, she could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. She turned to look at Suyu, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions, shock, gratitude, and above all, reverence. She stepped forward, holding a few of the largest and reddest fruits she had selected, and carefully presented them to Suyu. She said something, her voice choked with emotion, but Suyu couldn't understand her. Yet he knew that from this moment on, in her eyes, he might no longer be just an outsider. She gazed at the sea of fruit, then at Suyu, and finally asked the most crucial question. Suyu, how are we going to take all of these back? Chapter 10 Shock, all false. Food piled up like a small mountain. Yueying's question was direct and realistic. This patch of wild strawberries before them, just by looking at it, weighed several hundred pounds, while their usual gathering only allowed them to wrap some berries in animal hides, and carrying a dozen pounds was considered good. After a brief moment of joy, everyone was plunged into a sweet yet vexing dilemma. They couldn't take it back. They simply couldn't take it back. Suyu smiled, ate the berries Yueying offered him, and then slowly walked toward a large tree nearby. He pointed to the thick vines, then to the broadleaf plants not far away, and finally gestured as if he were weaving a basket. Yueying's eyes lit up, and she instantly understood what he meant. That's right. Vines can not only be used to tie things up, but also to weave baskets. They hadn't even thought of that before. Wow, she exclaimed excitedly, immediately summoning her 4 gathering companions, who were already stuffed, to help. This time, Suyu didn't need to say anything more. His actions and gestures were enough for everyone to understand. Under Yueying's coordination, some people cut down vines, while others collected large leaf plants with glossy surfaces. These leaves were smooth and flat, perfect for lining the bottom of the basket to prevent the fruit from being crushed or leaking juice. Suyu, on the other hand, was the core of the entire technical team. He personally demonstrated how to quickly create a simple yet sturdy rattan basket using the most basic cross-weaving technique. In modern times, this is considered a basic survival skill, but to these primitive people, it was nothing short of a miracle. They learned it incredibly quickly, mastering it after watching only once, their movements even more nimble than his. Before long, wicker baskets of various sizes were completed one after another, resembling a creative wonder never before witnessed. Then came the most joyful stage, the harvest. 6 women, carrying wicker baskets, darted through the sea of wild strawberries, their laughter, footsteps, and exclamations echoing through the valley, transforming it into a festive market. They glanced at Suyu every now and then, their eyes no longer filled with respect, but with complete trust and reliance. If before it was a mission, now it was voluntary. Even if he tried to send them away, these women probably wouldn't leave his side for a second. Because what he brought them was not just fruit, but also a sense of abundance and security they had never experienced before. As the sun began to set, the 6 large wicker baskets were stuffed full. Looking at the heavy harvest, everyone was somewhat dazed, and some even began to wonder if they were dreaming. Their slender shoulders carried dozens of kilograms of fruit, their faces weary yet beaming with radiant smiles. On the way back, the atmosphere was as relaxed as a spring outing. They walked and laughed, chattering in a language Suyu couldn't understand, clearly still basking in the earlier delight. Suyu, meanwhile, was surrounded by them like a celebrity, not even needing to carry a basket. As Suyu saw the simple wooden fence of the tribe in the distance, an indescribable excitement rose in his heart. It was time to show those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself what a miracle was. Wow! The female warrior on a watchtower was the first to spot their return, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. 6 people, unharmed, dragging 6 baskets laden with fruit, she could hardly believe her eyes. The moment the stone spear fell from her hand, it seemed to awaken the entire tribe. Woo-woo-woo! A sharp, piercing horn echoed through the valley, the tribe's highest-level discovery alarm. People surged out of the cave like a tide, with Yin Tong at the forefront, the one who had been waiting to see Suyu make a fool of himself. Her face was gloomy, her eyes still lingering with the sarcasm and disdain from before. But when she saw the 6 baskets overflowing with berries, her entire face froze. Shock, horror, confusion, and even a hint of shame filled her expression. "This is impossible," she murmured, as if she had been slapped in the face but could find no excuse. Behind her, the hundreds of tribal women stared in silence at this unprecedented red wealth. They had never imagined that all the food they ate that day would be brought back by a man and 5 non-combatants. The entire valley was eerily quiet, as if the air itself had stopped moving. Thump! Finally, someone couldn't help but kneel down. Then, 1 person, 10 people, 100 people, thump, thump. Everyone knelt down, pressing their foreheads to the ground, prostrating themselves at Su Yu's feet. They were expressing their reverence for Su Yu in the most primal way. At this moment, he was no longer an outsider, but a divine messenger. Su Yu stood calmly in place, accepting their worship. He looked into the distance at the still-standing figure, Yunxi. She stood in the shadows, her expression indifferent, but her clenched fists and suddenly constricted pupils had already betrayed the shock in her heart. She was too clever and too proud. Even after witnessing a miracle, she refused to yield easily. Su Yu knew perfectly well that from now on, he was no longer the pitiful creature who could be disposed of at any moment. He was an irreplaceable presence in this tribe. Su Yu slowly raised his hand and gently waved it, silencing all those kneeling in worship. Then, his gaze calmly fell upon Yunxi. He walked to the fruit basket, pointed to the pile of berries, and then looked at the last remaining prey in the cave. He didn't speak, but his meaning was crystal clear. He was returning Yunxi's question from yesterday, but with the roles reversed. Now, do we still need to worry about tomorrow's food? Chapter 11. The Gentle Little Priestess, Yueying's Curious Child. Yunxi remained silent, neither refuting nor responding. The pile of dazzling berries spoke volumes. As she faced the kneeling worship of her entire clan, her heart churning with intense emotion, Su Yu simply raised his hand, gesturing for her to rise. He was not a god, nor did he aspire to be a savior. In this cruel, primitive world, all he wanted was to survive and to live better. His action conveniently gave Yunxi a way out. She gave Su Yu a deep look, then suddenly turned and issued a crisp, decisive command to her people. This command, like a spark falling in a dry tinder, instantly ignited the emotions of the entire tribe. Screams and cheers erupted as everyone rushed towards the 6 baskets of wild berries. A grand berry carnival had begun. Yunxi didn't join the celebration. She quietly approached Su Yu and handed him a ceramic bowl. The bowl contained the finest berries personally selected by Yueying, a tribute to the victors. Su Yu took it and began to eat it without any hesitation. The juice burst in his mouth, a sweet and sour flavor that provided a burst of energy. Compared to the fancy desserts of his previous life, this primitive fruit was much more appealing to his taste buds. Not far away, Yintong did not join in the revelry. Instead, she stood coldly, holding her stone stick and staring at Su Yu with a complex expression. There was surprise, resentment, and a hint of barely concealed curiosity. Su Yu grinned at her. She recoiled as if her tail had been stepped on, turning her face away abruptly, her ears visibly red. This female warrior had quite a spirited personality. The feast, belonging to the entire tribe, continued until late at night. The women ate to their heart's content, and the children, their faces covered in fruit juice, laughed and chased each other around the fire. The entire tribe was enveloped in a long-lost sense of abundance and security. Su Yu didn't stay to join the revelry. He returned alone to his own cave. He needed to calm down and figure out his next move. Fruit and salt only provided sustenance. To truly gain a foothold in this wild land, food alone was far from enough. He needed weapons, strength, and a bow like the one shown on the ground. As he pondered, a familiar figure quietly appeared at the cave entrance. It was Yueying. She carried a bowl of water, gently placed it in front of Su Yu, and then sat down on the haystack opposite him. She didn't speak, but simply looked at Su Yu quietly, her eyes gentle and clear. It was a kind of fervor unlike that of other tribesmen, nor was it pity or awe. Rather, it was a pure curiosity from the depths of her heart. Like a child seeing the starry sky for the first time, wanting to ask the name of every single star. Su Yu suddenly understood. Yueying was the first person in this tribe to truly try to understand him, not as a god, nor as a tool. He smiled gently at her, and the whole atmosphere became quiet and comfortable. After sitting for a while, Yueying suddenly got up and ran out. A short while later, she returned carrying some things: a stone, a leaf, a twig, and a clump of soil. She carefully placed them on the ground, then pointed at the stone with her finger before looking at Su Yu. Her eyes were full of expectation, as if to say, "Teach me." At that moment, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was utterly struck by her innocence and intelligence. She wanted to use these objects to build a bridge of language. This little priestess was incredibly clever. Unable to suppress his teaching enthusiasm, Su Yu immediately began the first language lesson in this other world. He pointed to the stone on the ground and pronounced it earnestly, "Stone." Yue Ying's eyes lit up instantly. She tried to imitate him. Her pronunciation was hesitant at first, but she quickly got the hang of it. Su Yu continued to teach. Leaf. One taught, the other learned, both immersed in this primitive and pure transmission of knowledge. Su Yu was surprised to find that Yue Ying's learning ability was extremely strong. She could remember 70 or 80% of what he taught her after just one lesson. After learning all that, she still felt unsatisfied and ran out to get some roasted meat and fruit. She repeated this excitedly, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes filled with the joy of learning. Su Yu watched her, a soft feeling suddenly touching a part of his heart. This sense of satisfaction was even more exhilarating than bringing back 300 pounds of fruit. Just when he thought the course was about to end, Yue Ying suddenly did something unexpected. She stood up, pointed to herself, and whispered a word, "Moonlight." Then, she pointed to Su Yu, her eyes filled with expectation. Su Yu was stunned, but immediately understood. She was telling him her name and also asking him a question. He smiled, pointed to himself, and slowly said, "Su Yu." "Su Yu," she repeated, as if silently engraving it in her heart. Then, she pointed to Su Yu's unusual exploration suit and looked up at the distant starry sky. Her eyes were full of doubt, as if she was trying to organize the words she had just learned. Finally, she asked softly, her tone uncertain yet full of curiosity, "Su Yu, are you from the sky?" Chapter 12. Oh no, Lord Su Yu has appeared again. Yue Ying pointed to the sky, looked at Su Yu with a serious expression, and asked an unexpected question. "Su Yu, what the hell?" Her eyes were as clear as a mountain spring, as if she truly regarded Su Yu as a being from heaven. Su Yu was stunned for a moment. This girl's ability to make connections was simply amazing. From his strange clothes to his miraculous actions, she actually connected them all to legends of gods. All of this appeared flawless to her, and perfectly aligned with the divine being from beyond the heavens in the hearts of her people. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu suddenly had an idea. In this superstitious and closed-minded world, being mistaken for a deity might not be a bad way to protect oneself. So he neither explained nor denied it, but simply smiled slightly at Yue Ying. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and made a shushing gesture. Yue Ying suddenly held her breath, as if she had heard some forbidden secret, her expression a mixture of surprise and reverence. The curiosity in her eyes instantly turned into awe. She looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her face flushed red, and she quickly bowed to Su Yu before turning and running away. Watching her fleeing figure, Su Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. This girl is not only cute, but also has a vivid imagination, which is even more effective than her own boasting. The next morning, Su Yu stepped out of the cave and found that the atmosphere of the tribe had changed. The way the tribespeople looked at him was not just admiration, but also a kind of cautious awe. Even Yin Tong, who always loved to nitpick, became noticeably more restrained when she saw him, only pursing her lips and not daring to say anything more. He could probably guess that this was thanks to Yue Ying's deification and propaganda last night. Su Yu smiled without saying a word, silently enjoying this hard-won sense of authority. Breakfast was still wild berries, and the tribespeople ate with great satisfaction, their faces beaming with smiles. However, Su Yu knew very well that this kind of fruit did not keep well and would rot in 3 to 5 days, so it could not solve the problem of food and clothing in the long run. Therefore, in order to stabilize the tribe, he needed to develop bows and arrows as soon as possible. Without wasting any words, he went straight to the place where the timber was piled up, intending to select the materials himself. Just as they were about to make their move, Yue Ying suddenly came running up, panting, with 2 women. She pointed to the pile of wood, then to Su Yu, and shook her head with a serious expression. "The meaning is clear. How could you do it yourself?" Then, she rattled off a string of instructions, and the 2 women immediately bowed and began helping to search for the materials. Su Yu stood to the side, dumbfounded. He just wanted to do some work himself. How did that become a miracle? Before he could react, a little girl happened to pass by. When she saw the scene, she screamed and ran back into the cave. "Wah!" She ran and shouted, her voice filled with panic and shock. It roughly means, "Oh no, Suyu has appeared again." Sure enough, everyone in the tribe who hadn't gone out immediately rushed out, forming a dense crowd around them. No one dared to get too close. They only dared to stand at a distance, watching Suyu's every move with the eyes of someone looking at a deity. Even Yin Tong came over with her bone club to watch the fun. Yunchi appeared on a rock not far away, her expression cold and stern as she looked down at him. Suyu was speechless. He had only wanted to make a bow, but this was being treated like a coronation. He took a deep breath. Since he had already attracted a crowd, he might as well keep up the act. He carefully selected a piece of hardwood, a strand of animal sinew, and a few straight tree branches from those materials. Then he squatted down, picked up a stone, and drew a diagram of the bow, an arrow on the ground. The curvature of the bow, the point where the bowstring is fixed, the length of the arrow, and the style of the fletching are all marked. The movements were fluid, and the illustrations were clear. It was as if a craftsman was giving a live demonstration. The tribespeople all held their breath and stared at the picture without moving. Even in Yunchi's unfathomable eyes, a hint of wavering appeared. Finally, Yunchi moved. She leaped down from the rock, came to Suyu's side, squatted down, and reached out to touch the sharp arrow on the picture. She seemed unable to believe that a person could draw such a thing out of thin air. She looked at Suyu, her voice low and hoarse, with a slight tremor in her tone. "How much of your wisdom do you have left?" Chapter 13, Fiery Female Hunter, Yin Tong. "Men, good-looking but useless." When Yunchi said, "How much wisdom do you have left?" Suyu knew that he had completely entered the core of their attention. The fire in her eyes was no longer a cold, probing glint, but a genuine longing. In her eyes, Suyu was no longer a stranger who had suddenly barged in, but a human treasure trove full of miracles. Suyu didn't respond directly. She just smiled and continued drawing on the ground. First, he drew a house next to the bow, then a cart, and then a boat. After drawing each one, he would look up at Yunchi. These crooked and twisted characters are like seeds that have fallen from another world, lying quietly in the soil. He showed her through his actions that the bow and arrow were just the beginning, and that Suyu had countless other treasures in his mind. Yunchi was stunned. She stared intently at the symbols that she couldn't understand but vaguely sensed meaning in, as if her soul had been ripped out. She realized she had struck gold, someone who could change the fate of her tribe. She stood up, quickly regaining her composure as the female clan leader, and then gave orders to everyone. From now on, he can have whatever he wants. No disobedience is allowed. These words were tantamount to stamping Suyu with divine approval. However, just as everyone bowed their heads to receive their orders, a cold snort broke the silence of the scene. "It's Yin Tong." She was not convinced. She came out carrying a bone club, her face showing disdain and provocation. Yin Tong never believed that Suyu's scribbles could change anything. In her eyes, fists were the only truth. Her gaze swept over Suyu from head to toe, finally settling on his obviously underdeveloped physique, and she curled her lip in a sarcastic tone. He didn't say it aloud, but his eyes said it all. "You're good enough, but not very useful." She even puffed out her strong physique in front of everyone, raising the bone club in her hand, clearly indicating that she was there to cause trouble. Suyu wasn't angry. He just found it funny. For power-type athletes, we should always give them a way to respond in a way that they can understand. So he turned to Yuing and gestured to indicate that he needed a sharp stone knife. Soon, Yuing brought him the tribe's best stone knife. Unfortunately, in Suyu's eyes, this thing was only good for cutting some fruit. He tried whittling wood, but the results were disastrous. The speed was as slow as a snail. Her hands were still painfully pricked by wood chips, and her disheveled appearance made Yin Tong laugh out loud. She swaggered up to Suyu, kicked the hardwood with her toe, and raised an eyebrow with a cold smile. He mumbled a few words, the tone of which was unintelligible, but the sarcasm was obvious to everyone. Suyu looked up at her, his gaze calm. He said nothing, but it was as if he were asking, "Do you have a problem with that?" Yin Tong's anger escalated noticeably, and she slammed her beast bone club heavily on the ground with a dull thud. She pointed at Suyu's blueprints while simultaneously pointing at the tall, strong female hunters in the hunting team, unleashing a barrage of criticism. The implication is simply this: people like Suyu are fighting with their lives on the line, not by drawing a few lines to survive. In the end, she simply challenged Suyu directly. They were gesturing wildly, clearly indicating they wanted a real, serious contest. The air tensed instantly, and the women watching stared intently. On one side is a mysterious foreign messenger, and on the other is the tribe's strongest warrior. No one can guarantee anything in this first clash of wisdom and strength. Yunchi didn't stop him. She also wanted to see just how capable Suyu really was. Suyu looked at the arrogant Yin Tong and did not respond. He stood up, brushed the sawdust off his hands, and turned his gaze to the dangerous forest to the east of the tribe. He knew that was a place that Yin Tong and her team couldn't handle in 2 days. He slowly turned his head, looked at Yin Tong, and held up 3 fingers. Yin Tong was taken aback, not understanding what it meant. Suyu pointed to the blueprints on the ground, then to himself, and finally left only 1 finger pointing to the forest. The action is simple, yet it conveys an extremely clear message. First, Suyu is capable of creating this thing. Secondly, you don't need to help Suyu hunt, so you can do it all by himself. Third, so you can handle the prey that you can't. Yin Tong's face immediately turned a deep liver color. This is a blatant provocation, a public slap in the face. She roared, raised her bone club high, and her whole body exploded with murderous intent. As it was about to hit them, everyone held their breath. At this moment, Yunchi finally spoke. Yin Tong. 2 words, cold and desolate, yet they nailed Yin Tong to the spot like chains. Her face was filled with resentment and anger, but she still stopped what she was doing. She turned her head and shouted something to Yunchi, as if she were making a solemn pledge. Yunchi simply looked at Suyu again, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She could tell that this man wasn't bluffing, but she also wondered if this toy could actually bleed. Good. Suyu, take a look at this toy you drew. Yunchi stared at Suyu and said, word by word. Ultimately, will it result in bloodshed? Chapter 14, Deadly Saber-Toothed Tiger. The hunting team almost wiped out. Yunchi's words struck everyone's hearts like a hammer blow. Ultimately, will it result in bloodshed? This is not a question. This is an ultimatum. Yin Tong's fiery eyes were fixed on Suyu, as if she wanted to devour him alive. She didn't say another word, only let out a heavy snort, shouldered her beast bone club, turned to her hunting party, and let out a battle-ready roar. Uproar. The dozen or so female warriors in the hunting party immediately responded with the same wild roar. Their eyes were filled with hostility and disdain when they looked at Suyu. In their eyes, Suyu, a man who only knew how to talk and draw nonsense, was the most ruthless trampling on their honor as warriors. They will use their actions, their blood, and their prey to prove that in this world, only power is the only thing that can be trusted. Without glancing at Suyu again, Yin Tong led her hunting team, filled with anger and fighting spirit, like a fiery red whirlwind, out of the tribe and disappeared into the mist to the east. Suyu knew where they had gone. They went to challenge the extremely deadly saber-toothed tiger that was lurking by the pool. Foolish but brave. In the valley, only Suyu and a group of women in charge of logistics remained, looking at each other in bewilderment. Yunchi gave Suyu a deep look, said nothing, turned and walked into the shadows of the cave, leaving the stage entirely to Suyu. Ignoring the complex gazes around him, Suyu calmly squatted down and began his first industrial revolution since arriving in this world. Manufacturing bows and arrows is a systematic project. First, there's a bow arm. The hardwood Suyu chose, while tough, was full of irregular curves, so it had to be cut and polished into shape first. However, Suyu soon encountered his first problem with the tool. The tribe's sharpest stone knife was a joke in Suyu's hands. Despite his immense effort, Suyu could only leave a shallow white mark on the hardwood. At this rate, even if Suyu were given a month, let alone a day, he might not be able to make a decent bow. The women around him also noticed Suyu's predicament. They looked at each other, wanting to help but not knowing where to start. Only Yuing noticed Suyu's predicament and ran to get him several sharper stone shards of different materials. But this is still only a temporary solution. Suyu stopped his futile work and fell into deep thought. To do something well, you must first have the right tools. Without the right tools, everything is just empty talk. Suyu needs a whetstone. Suyu pulled Yuing over and drew a simple sketch of a man sharpening a knife on the ground, then pointed to the pitifully dull stone knife in Suyu's hand. Yuing, being incredibly clever, instantly understood Suyu's meaning. She nodded in delight and immediately led the 2 women towards the place where the tribe stored the stones. Soon, they brought Suyu several pieces of rough-textured sandstone. This is it. Suyu immediately began working. He placed the stone knife on the sandstone, poured water on it, and began patiently grinding it back and forth at a fixed angle. This seemingly simple action is nothing short of a miracle in the eyes of the tribal women. They never imagined that stones could be used to polish other stones. Under their astonished gazes, the originally blunt stone knife gradually began to gleam with a dangerous yet alluring cold light at the blade. When the first truly sharp blade was born in Su Yu's hands, the entire tribe was once again in an uproar. The way they looked at Su Yu could no longer be described as mere adoration. It was like watching an omnipotent, walking knowledge base. With sharp tools, the work becomes much more efficient. Su Yu directed several skillful women to begin meticulously cutting and polishing the hardwood he had selected, according to the blueprints he had drawn. Time slipped away second by second amidst this tense yet novel creative process. However, as the sun gradually set in the west, the atmosphere in the tribe began to become increasingly heavy and oppressive. The hunting party hasn't returned yet. This is very abnormal. As is customary, the hunting party would return before sunset, regardless of whether they had caught anything. But now, as dusk was beginning to fall, there was still no movement in the eastern forest. Even the women who were responsible for handling miscellaneous tasks stopped what they were doing, craning their necks, and anxiously looking towards the entrance of the tribe. An atmosphere of unease began to permeate the air. An ominous premonition also welled up in Su Yu's heart. On the system map, the huge red dot still lingered by the pool, and around it, no yellow dots representing humans appeared. This suggests that the battle should have ended long ago. But why haven't they come back yet? Could it be? Just when everyone was extremely anxious, a piercing scream, filled with fear and despair, suddenly came from the watchtower. Wow! Everyone's heart sank. At the entrance to the tribe, several blood-covered figures were seen, supporting each other as they staggered in. It's a hunting party. They're back. However, when they went out, there were more than a dozen people, but now, less than half of them have returned. Yin Tong, Yunqi's figure, shot out from the shadows of the cave like an arrow, and she was the first to rush forward. Su Yu immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over. The scene before my eyes was utterly horrific. The 6 or 7 female soldiers who returned were all seriously injured. Some had deep gashes that exposed bone in their arms, and some had their shoulders pierced through, with blood staining half of their bodies. Yin Tong, who was walking at the very front, was in an even more miserable state. Her fiery red animal skin skirt was now soaked in blood, turning a dark red. One of her arms was twisted at an unsightly angle, clearly broken. 3 deep claw marks marred her abdomen. Though simply bandaged, blood continued to seep from the seams of the animal skin. Her face, which was always full of pride and confidence, now only showed the fear of surviving a disaster and the bewilderment of having her beliefs completely destroyed. When she saw Yunqi rushing towards her, she could no longer hold on. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to her knees. Yunqi! Her voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded, and filled with endless pain and regret. Su Yu and his team lost. Shilan Shuangyi and the others are all dead. That beast is terrifying. Su Yu and his men are no match for it all. She clung to Yunqi's leg, and this fearless woman, for the first time, burst into tears like a helpless child. The entire tribe fell into a deathly silence. All that remained were Yin Tong's desperate cries and the painful groans of the wounded. A dark cloud of despair instantly enveloped the entire valley. Their strongest warriors, their pride, their guardians. Before that unknown beast deep in the forest, they were utterly helpless. Even their escape came at a terrible cost. Almost the entire group was wiped out, just when everyone was overwhelmed by this huge blow and couldn't breathe. Su Yu slowly squatted down. Su Yu gently picked up a tuft of blood-stained, brownish-yellow fur from the 3 deep claw marks on Yin Tong's abdomen. Then, Su Yu stood up and met Yunqi and Yin Tong's gazes, which were filled with despair and pain. Calmly, he held the tuft of animal hair up to their faces. There was no pity, no fear in Su Yu's eyes. There's only one kind of calm, a calm that is cold to the extreme. It seems to be saying, "Now, do you guys still think the toy Su Yu drew? Is it useless?" Chapter 15, if you want to live, listen to Su Yu. Is it that hard to dig a hole? Su Yu's words, or rather, Su Yu's gaze, were like a red-hot iron, searing deeply into the hearts of Yin Tong and Yunqi. Now, do you still think that the toy Su Yu drew is useless? The entire valley was deathly silent. All eyes were focused on the tuft of brownish-yellow fur in Su Yu's hand, stained with Yin Tong's blood. Yin Tong stopped crying. She stared blankly at the tuft of animal fur, then looked up at Su Yu. For the first time, a feeling of fear and wavering appeared in her eyes, which had become dim due to blood loss and despair. Her pride, her beliefs, and her theory of the supremacy of power were shattered in the face of absolute, invincible terror. Su Yu, the man she despised as all show and no substance, had foreseen the ending before any of this happened. This is what terrifies her the most. Yunqi's reaction was even more intense than Yintong's. Her face, which was always covered in frost, was drained of color and turned deathly pale. She stared intently at Su Yu, her eyes as if she were looking at a devil crawling out of hell. She knew better than anyone what this meant. This means that Su Yu can not only find food and create tools, but he can even foresee danger. This ability is completely beyond her comprehension. This is a true miracle. The atmosphere in the valley was oppressive and suffocating. The groans of the wounded, the suppressed sobs of the women, and the thick, pungent smell of blood intertwined to create a desperate lament. Su Yu knew that he had to break free from this despair. Moreover, it must be done in the toughest and most domineering way. Moonfire. For the first time, Su Yu shouted out someone's name in their language. Although the pronunciation was a bit stiff, everyone present could hear it clearly. Yue, who was squatting on the ground, cleaning the wounds of the injured with tears streaming down her face, suddenly trembled, raised her head, and looked at Su Yu with an incredulous look. Take all the wounded into the cave. Su Yu didn't give her time to react. He gave her his first instruction in an unquestionable, commanding tone, accompanied by gestures. Yue was stunned, but the women around her instinctively sprang into action, hurriedly carrying the seriously injured members of the hunting team into the cave. Everyone else, put down your weapons for Su Yu. Su Yu's second command was firm and resounding. The women looked at each other, but seeing Su Yu's cold, emotionless eyes, they ultimately chose to obey, placing the simple stone spears and axes on the ground. Yin Tong. Su Yu slowly walked up to the woman who was still kneeling on the ground, looking down at her. She raised her head, and those once fiery eyes were now only ashen. Do you want revenge? Su Yu asked the question with his eyes. Her body trembled violently. A flame of hatred reignited in her ashen eyes. She bit her lip hard and nodded heavily. Very good. Su Yu turned around and faced all the remaining healthy women in the valley. Each of them wore a sorrowful expression, their eyes filled with fear and confusion about the future. Su Yu knew that from this moment on, every word he spoke would become the only creed in their minds. Su Yu walked to the open space he had been using as a blackboard and picked up a sharp stone. Su Yu stopped drawing those bow and arrow blueprints that they couldn't understand. Su Yu drew a huge, bottomless pit directly on the ground. Then, Su Yu drew countless sharpened wooden stakes pointing upwards at the bottom of the pit. Finally, Su Yu drew a fragile cover on top of the pit, disguised with branches and leaves. A most primitive, yet most deadly trap. After finishing the drawing, Su Yu threw the stone in his hand heavily onto the ground. If you want to live, if you want to avenge your dead sisters, then listen to Su Yu. Su Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart hard. From this moment on, everyone, put down everything you're doing. Su Yu pointed to the simple yet deadly trap map on the ground, then to the forest to the east of the tribe, a forest that terrified them. In an almost roaring, unquestionable tone, he gave his final order. Go in that direction and dig for Su Yu. Dig a pit like this, deep enough, big enough to bury that beast. Is it difficult? Everyone was completely stunned by Su Yu's sudden, iron-fisted order. They stared blankly at Su Yu, then at the blueprint on the ground that exuded an aura of death, their minds completely blank. Even Yunqi was stunned by the aura that Su Yu suddenly unleashed, a completely different aura from before, filled with aggression and a desire for control. Yin Tong was the first to recover from her shock. She looked at the trap on the ground, and a surprising light suddenly burst forth in her dim eyes. She seemed to understand Su Yu's intentions instantly. Although she didn't understand what wisdom was, she could see through killing. She could see through traps. This insidious, vicious, yet extremely effective method of killing reignited the fire in her blood. She suddenly leaped up from the ground, the movement so forceful that it aggravated the wound in her abdomen, causing her to wince in pain, but she paid no heed. She snatched a stone spear from a woman next to her and used it as a crutch to support her injured body. Then, she turned around and faced all the women who were still in a daze. And with all her might, she let out her first roar since her return, a roar filled with the flames of revenge. Wow! This roar, like a thunderclap, instantly roused all the women who were immersed in grief and fear. They looked at Yin Tong's eyes, which had rekindled their fighting spirit, and then at Su Yu, the divine messenger who exuded a chilling, killing intent. The fear in their hearts was gradually replaced by a more primal and violent emotion. Revenge. Wow. A female warrior who had lost her sister was the first to raise her weapon and roar in response. Then the second, the third. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire valley. Sorrow transformed into strength. Fear turned into hatred. Yunqi stood still, quietly watching everything. She looked at the man who, single-handedly, had pulled the entire tribe out of the abyss of despair in just a few minutes and instilled in them the fire of revenge. Her eyes were incredibly complex. She slowly walked to Su Yu's side, not looking at Su Yu, but at the simple trap diagram on the ground. She remained silent for a long time, and then, in a tone that Su Yu had never heard before, tinged with a hint of hoarseness and weariness, she asked softly, "Can this really kill it?" Su Yu did not answer her. Su Yu simply turned his head and looked into her cold eyes, which were revealing weakness and uncertainty for the first time. Then, Su Yu reached out and gently tucked a strand of her wind-blown black hair behind her ear. Yunqi's body suddenly stiffened. Su Yu looked at her calmly and gave his final answer. "All you need to do is watch." Chapter 16, The Fiery Huntress Isn't Agreeable? Then let's make a bet. Su Yu's movements were very gentle. It was as light as a feather, brushing against Yunqi's smooth cheek. But the impact of this action was more violent than an avalanche. Yunqi froze completely. Throughout her life, as the young chieftain of the tribe and its future heir, no male had ever dared to act so intimately, or even offensively, towards her. A suspicious blush suddenly rose on her cheeks, spreading instantly from her ears to her neck. For the first time, a look of panic appeared in her eyes, which were always shrouded in frost. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she took a step back abruptly, distancing herself from Su Yu, her eyes darting away, not daring to look at him again. The women around them were all dumbfounded. Their revered and inviolable clan leader had been harassed. Su Yu, on the other hand, withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened, as if his action was merely to help her brush away a non-existent fallen leaf. Su Yu almost burst out laughing when he saw her seemingly fierce but actually weak appearance. Iceberg? So you thought it was more like a paper-thin iceberg. Uproar. Just as the atmosphere was becoming somewhat awkward, a furious roar broke the silence. It's Yin Tong. Leaning on her stone spear and dragging her injured leg, she limped toward Su Yu. Her eyes, now burning with renewed fire, stared intently at Su Yu, filled with resentment and doubt. Although she admitted that Su Yu's trap diagram looked very satisfying, her mind, filled with power, still couldn't completely believe it. She pointed to the makeshift pit on the ground, then to the forest to the east that had cost her several sisters, her face full of doubt. A whole bunch of gibberish. Although Su Yu couldn't understand her, he guessed that she was probably saying, "You think you can kill that monster with such a crappy pit? Do you think it's stupid?" Seeing her stubbornness and refusal to give up, Su Yu suddenly realized that this was a golden opportunity. An opportunity to completely subdue the tribe's strongest fighter and make her devoted to Su Yu from then on. So, Su Yu slowly shook his head at her. Yin Tong's fiery temper flared up instantly. She thought Su Yu was denying her doubts and was about to explode when Su Yu pointed to the trap diagram on the ground. Then, Su Yu pointed to the open space next to him and used stones to draw a second, a third, and 5 more traps of different sizes and shapes on the ground. There are rockfall traps that use gravity, lasso traps that use ropes, and the simplest tripwires that are used to restrict movement. Su Yu told her in the most direct way. One pit is certainly not enough. But what if it's a series of interconnected traps, tailor-made specifically for it? Yin Tong was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the murderous blueprints on the ground, filled with insidious malice, yet also gleaming with the light of wisdom. Her simple mind was clearly somewhat malfunctioning. She never imagined that killing could take so many forms. This was completely beyond her understanding of combat. However, her long-standing absolute belief in power still prevented her from being completely convinced. She still stubbornly believes that such opportunistic tricks are no match for absolute power. She pointed to the blueprints, then to her injured leg and the claw marks on her abdomen, shaking her head vigorously. That means you haven't seen how terrifying that beast is. Your toys can't hurt it all. Suyu looked at her and smiled. Yeah? Suyu asked in return with a look. Yintong seemed to be completely enraged by Suyu's nonchalant attitude. She slammed the stone spear in her hand into the ground with a thud. She pointed at Suyu, then at herself, and then stretched out her hand, making a gambling gesture. The entire tribe fell silent once again. All eyes were focused on Suyu and the tribe's most stubborn female warrior. She actually wanted to make a bet with the divine messenger. Even Yunshi, who had just recovered from the panic, frowned and looked at Yintong with a hint of displeasure. But Suyu gently shook his head at Yunshi, indicating that she didn't need to stop him. Then, Suyu looked at Yintong with great interest and slowly nodded to her. I gambled. Yintong's eyes lit up instantly. She seemed afraid that Suyu would change his mind, so she immediately pointed at Suyu, then at herself, and finally patted her chest heavily, making a gesture of resignation. That means, if your trap can kill that beast, Suyu Yintong, this life is yours. Goodness, are they going all in? Suyu looked at her confident and self-assured expression, as if she had already won, and his smile deepened. Suyu slowly stretched out his hand and pointed at her first. Then, Suyu's fingers slowly moved to Suyu's own body. Finally, Suyu's finger landed on his own lips. And then, he made a kissing gesture. Yintong's expression froze instantly. The women around them were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were clearly unable to comprehend what this gesture, which was beyond the comprehension of their time, actually represented. Only Yunshi. Once again, a storm raged in her icy eyes. Although she didn't understand the specific meaning of the action, she could read a kind of primal possessiveness unique to males from Suyu's aggressive and playful eyes. After being stunned for a good 10 seconds, Yintong's wheat-colored face suddenly turned as red as a hot iron. You. She pointed at Suyu, her lips trembling, and after stammering for a long time, she couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Finally, belatedly, she realized the meaning behind Suyu's gesture, a meaning that made her both ashamed and angry. Suyu felt a surge of secret pleasure as he watched her expression, a mixture of shame and anger, wanting to lash out but unable to because of the prior bet. You little punk, trying to fight Suyu? Suyu slowly stood up, no longer looking at her, but waving to the women behind him who were completely excited by this high-stakes gamble. What are you still standing there for? Suyu pointed to the series of trap diagrams on the ground and gave the final order in an unquestionable and authoritative voice. I don't want to die. I don't want to see my sisters being bitten to death by that beast again. Now, immediately right now, grab your tools and follow Suyu. After saying that, Suyu was the first to pick up a stone shovel for digging and strode towards the forest in the east of the tribe, a forest full of death and opportunity. All that remained was a dashing figure and a group of wild women who had gone completely mad because of Suyu's bold words and earth-shattering bet, and a fiery female hunter who stood there, her face flushed, feeling ashamed and indignant, yet had no choice but to follow. She stared at Suyu's not-so-strong back, stomped her foot angrily, and muttered something under her breath through gritted teeth. Then, she followed, limping and leaning on her stone spear. She spoke fiercely to Suyu's retreating figure in a voice only she could hear. Okay, Suyu will bet with you. Suyu wanted to see what kind of skills this man, who only knew how to talk, actually had. However, Suyu tells you that if you want Suyu Yintong to admit defeat. She paused, a strange light flashing in her eyes that she herself didn't even realize she had noticed. That depends on whether you have the ability. Chapter 17. Learn it in no time? The power of the trap is beyond imagination. The forest to the east was still shrouded in an unsettling mist. But this time, the women who entered this forest no longer had fear in their eyes, but a resolute fighting spirit ignited by the flames of revenge. Led by Suyu, the large-scale digging team set off. At the very front of the procession was Suyu. Behind Suyu was Yintong, leaning on a stone spear, limping, her face screaming, "I'll see how you die." Further back were Yu Ying and all the other able-bodied women in the tribe. Even Yunshi changed out of the animal skin skirt that symbolized her status as clan leader and put on more practical clothing. Holding a sharp stone knife, she silently followed at the back of the group. She said nothing, but her actions made her stance clear. She had placed all her bets on Su Yu. With precise navigation from the daily reconnaissance system, Su Yu and his team skillfully bypassed all potential dangers and headed straight for the pool where the saber-toothed tiger was entrenched. Finally, Su Yu stopped on a path that was only accessible about 300 meters from the pool. This is the place. Su Yu used a stone shovel to draw a huge circle on the ground. The terrain here is flat, the soil is relatively loose, and it's a necessary route for the sword-wielding tiger to go hunting. More importantly, the distance from the tribe is neither too far nor too close, making construction convenient while also allowing enough time for evacuation in case of an emergency. With favorable timing and location, Su Yu now has the advantage. Without wasting any words, Su Yu gave the order to start work with a single, simple syllable accompanied by a digging motion. The women did not hesitate at all. Having witnessed the magic of salt and berries, they had developed an almost blind trust in Su Yu. Moreover, the flames of revenge were now burning within them. Roar! A female warrior who had lost her sister was the first to let out a roar. She raised the simple stone shovel in her hand and, with all her might, plunged it into the ground. Then the second, the third. The women of the entire tribe unleashed astonishing power. They wielded every tool at their disposal: stone shovels, stone axes, even large pieces of animal bones, and frantically dug into the ground. In an instant, soil flew up and dust rose everywhere. The scene was bustling with activity, like a large-scale infrastructure construction site. Su Yu was secretly astonished by their terrifying digging efficiency. These women's physical abilities are simply freakish. Their stamina and strength are at least 3 times that of an average Earthman. What Su Yu considers to be extremely physically demanding tasks, they perform with seemingly tireless ease. It seems that Su Yu's previous assessment that they were powerless was completely wrong. Su Yu was just physically weak, not because they were too strong. They were just too strong. Yin Tong did not participate in the excavation. After all, her injuries had not yet healed, and she could only lean on her stone spear and watch coldly from the sidelines. The look in her eyes when she looked at Su Yu was still full of suspicion and a hint of inexplicable wariness. It seems that in her eyes, Su Yu's behavior of using his brain and letting others do the work is a sign of cowardice. Su Yu ignored her. Su Yu walked aside and began another, more important task: making the trap's teeth. Su Yu directed Yue Ying and several skillful women to use sharp stone knives to whittle some thick tree trunks into wooden stakes more than a meter long with one sharp end. Then, Su Yu had them put the sharp end of the wooden stake on the campfire to heat it. High temperatures not only dehydrate wood, making it harder, but also provide some protection against decay. Yue Ying learned very quickly. She could understand Su Yu's meaning almost as soon as he gestured. Her gentle eyes always sparkled with curiosity about knowledge and admiration for Su Yu. In her view, every action Su Yu took contained some kind of divine wisdom that she could not comprehend. Su Yu is amazing. She pointed to the slightly charred, extremely sharp wooden stakes and spoke to Su Yu in her broken but exceptionally pleasant Chinese. Su Yu smiled and patted her head. This girl is practically Su Yu's #1 fan and his personal translator. Just as Su Yu and his team were carrying out their preparations in an orderly manner, a commotion and exclamations suddenly came from the digging team. Something happened. Su Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately ran over. There was a woman sitting on the ground, clutching her ankle in pain. Beside her feet was a sharp-edged stone about the size of a human head that had just been dug out of the ground. Clearly, she was accidentally injured by this rock during the digging process. Although the injury was not serious, he has temporarily lost his ability to work. Yin Tong limped over, glanced at her, and then impatiently waved her hand, signaling the people next to her to help her to the side to rest. In her opinion, this minor injury was nothing to worry about. However, Su Yu frowned. Wrong. This can't go on. Although they were strong, their digging method was completely haphazard and disorganized. This was not only inefficient, but also highly likely to result in accidental injuries. Most importantly, the pits they dug had crooked walls and did not meet Su Yu's requirement for a near-vertical steepness. Even if the saber-toothed tiger falls into such a trap, it is very likely that it can climb out on its own. Stop! Su Yu's teeth. Everyone was taken aback by Su Yu's sudden rebuke. Su Yu didn't explain, but jumped directly into the shallow pit that was less than half a meter deep. Su Yu urged everyone to go up. Then, Suyu personally demonstrated in front of them. Suyu first used a stone shovel to draw a clear, vertical cutting line on the edge of the pit. Then, Suyu inserted the stone shovel into the soil at a specific angle and, using the lever principle, pried up a large clump of soil completely. Next, the second shovel, the third shovel. Suyu didn't use brute force, but instead used the most scientific, labor-saving, and efficient method to show them what real excavation is all about. Everyone was stunned. For the first time, they discovered that there were so many intricacies involved in digging a hole. For the first time, a hint of emotion appeared in Yin Tong's eyes, which were always full of doubt. Although she didn't understand the principle of leverage, she understood efficiency and the results. Suyu, using less than half the effort, dug faster than the 3 to 5 people combined. Moreover, the pit walls he dug were smooth, flat, and vertical. This is no longer a difference in strength. This is a case of wisdom defeating brute force, a dimensional reduction attack. After the demonstration, Suyu climbed out of the pit. Suyu didn't say another word. He just looked at them. This time, Suyu didn't need to give any orders. The female warrior who had previously looked down on Suyu's scribbles was the first to follow Suyu's example, jumping into the pit and starting to dig using the method Suyu had taught her. Then the second, the third. When Yin Tong also dropped the stone spear in her hand, disregarded her injuries, silently picked up a stone shovel, and prepared to jump down, Suyu stopped her. She looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression. Suyu pointed to her injured leg, then to the pile of sharpened wooden stakes next to her. Then, Suyu made a motion of inserting the wooden stake upside down into the bottom of the pit. Yin Tong instantly understood what Suyu meant. Digging a hole is only the first step, and she, the strongest warrior in the tribe, will be responsible for fitting the deadliest fangs into this death trap. Her breath caught in her throat. She looked at Suyu with an extremely complicated expression. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. She simply silently picked up the thickest and sharpest wooden stake and walked to the edge of the pit. She turned her head and looked at the women behind her who were looking at Suyu with a completely new and awe-inspiring gaze, and then at Suyu, who stood at the center of it all, like a general in charge of planning and strategizing. For the first time, her simple yet proud heart wavered slightly, without her even realizing it. She bit her lip, but in the end, she couldn't help herself. Facing Suyu's back, she asked him in a muffled voice, with a tone that was both extremely reluctant and slightly curious. "Hello." The hand gesture you drew to kiss Suyu. She seemed a little embarrassed to talk about it, and her cheeks flushed slightly. What does it mean exactly? Chapter 18 Yin Tong was completely dumbfounded. Who exactly are you? What exactly does that kissing gesture you drew of Suyu mean? Yin Tong's voice was muffled and sullen, like a wildcat with its fur standing on end, full of resentment, yet mixed with a damned curiosity that she herself was unaware of. Suyu stopped what he was doing and slowly turned around. Suyu found it amusing to look at her arrogant demeanor, which showed she was clearly curious but was pretending to be just asking a casual question. The women around them also pricked up their ears. Clearly, they were also extremely curious about that mysterious gesture, which was full of masculine aggression. Even Yunshi, who had been silently supervising the work from the sidelines, subconsciously turned her gaze over. Suyu remained silent, ignoring everyone's curious gazes. Suyu simply raised his right hand slowly. Then, in front of everyone, especially in front of Yin Tong's pretty face that instantly turned bright red, he put his index and middle fingers together and gently pressed them onto Suyu's lips. Finally, Suyu slowly pointed his finger at her. The meaning is obvious. Figure it out for yourself. You. Yin Tong's face flushed bright red, as if it were about to bleed. Her fiery eyes glared at Suyu, filled with shame and indignation, as if she were about to rush up and fight him to the death. But when she thought of the earth-shattering bet between Suyu and his friends, she forced herself to suppress her anger. His expression, both angry and anxious, yet utterly helpless against Suyu, was incredibly amusing. Snort. She could only manage to squeeze out a single angry syllable through gritted teeth. Then, like a defeated rooster, she picked up a sharp wooden stake, jumped into the pit without looking back, and began to vent her rage wildly. The women around him let out a suppressed, good-natured chuckle. Even Yunshi's lips, which were always covered in frost, seemed to curl upwards slightly. Suyu shook his head and stopped teasing her. The important matter is the priority. Under Suyu's unified command, and with their abnormal physical strength, The project progressed faster than anyone could have imagined. Before the sun had completely set, a huge trap with steep, smooth walls, more than 5 meters in diameter and nearly 4 meters deep, had already appeared in the forest. At the bottom of that bottomless pit, nearly 100 sharp wooden stakes, scorched by flames, were stuck upside down in the soil like the fangs of a venomous snake, gleaming with a cold and deadly light. Just standing at the edge of the pit and looking down is enough to make one's scalp tingle and legs tremble. All the women who participated in the project were now staring blankly at the masterpiece of death they had created with their own hands, their eyes filled with shock and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. They never imagined that one day they would be able to create such a terrifying weapon, capable of devouring all life, with their own hands. And all of this stemmed from the man in front of us, with those seemingly simple scribbles. The way they looked at Su Yu had completely changed. It was a kind of fanatical worship that came from the depths of the soul. Even Yin Tong, who had always been hostile to Su Yu, stood by the pit, staring blankly at the wooden stakes that gleamed with the cold light. For the first time, her eyes, which were always full of fighting spirit, revealed a feeling of awe. Her pride and joy seemed so small and laughable in the face of this death trap that shimmered with the light of wisdom. However, this is not the end. Su Yu directed Yue Ying and the others to gather a large number of branches and vines and begin weaving a huge, realistic camouflage net at the pit entrance. Finally, Su Yu and his men covered the camouflage net with a thick layer of soil and fallen leaves, imbued with the scent of that saber-toothed tiger. Mission accomplished. From a distance, this place looks no different from the surrounding ground. But if any object weighing more than 100 pounds steps on it, this fragile camouflage net will tear instantly. What awaits it is a 4-meter-deep fall and nearly 100 deadly fangs that can pierce through anything. Looking at this perfect masterpiece that is worthy of being recorded in history, Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now, everything is ready, except for the final push. Su Yu turned his head and looked at Yin Tong. She seemed to realize something as well, and looked up at Su Yu with an extremely complicated expression. Su Yu pointed to the perfectly disguised trap, then to the east, to the territory belonging to the saber-toothed tiger. Then, Su Yu made a tempting gesture. Yin Tong's breath hitched. She instantly understood what Su Yu meant. The trap has been dug, but the prey won't be foolish enough to jump in on its own. We need bait. And she, Yin Tong, the fastest, bravest, and most knowledgeable warrior of the tribe, is the most crucial and dangerous bait in this plan. Gurgling, the hunting party members behind her immediately cried out in protest. Their captain was already seriously injured, and now this man was making her take such a life-or-death risk. This isn't luring someone. This is sending them to their deaths. Yin Tong bit her lip tightly, her complex eyes flashing with a struggling light. She's not afraid of death, but she feared meaningless sacrifices. Just when everyone thought that Su Yu would use orders or provocation to force her. Su Yu slowly shook his head. Su Yu pointed at her, and then at the other injured members of the hunting team behind her. Then, Su Yu waved to them with an unquestionable and absolutely confident demeanor. None of you need to go. Yin Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Shouldn't they go? Who will go? Are we really hoping that beast will sleepwalk and fall into the trap? Just as they were racking their brains trying to figure out, Su Yu slowly raised his hand. Then, under the horrified disbelief of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Su Yu placed his hand on the dead wild boar carcass that they had just carried over, intending to use it as dinner. Su Yu did nothing. Su Yu simply closed his eyes quietly. Bite. The host was detected to be in contact with a fresh biological corpse. System rewards have been triggered. Wild boar scent extraction successful. Passive skill scent disguise is activated. The host can perfectly simulate the scent, heartbeat, and even pheromones of a wild boar. Duration, 30 minutes. The next second, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Su Yu's eyes changed. It's no longer the gaze of a human being. Rather, it is a gaze that is full of wildness, unrestrainedness, and even a touch of naivety belonging to wild boars. Su Yu even went so far as to sniffle and make a perfectly imitated, simple, honest sound from his throat. Huffing and puffing. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at Su Yu with the kind of gaze one would give a monster, a god, or an existence utterly beyond the reach of their limited vocabulary. What did they see? They saw that the man merely touched the wild boar's carcass. Then, his entire demeanor changed. It has become exactly like that dead wild boar. No, it was even more wild than that wild boar. What kind of sorcery is this? What kind of miracle is this? Yin Tong, standing in front of Su Yu, was struck dumb. Her eyes, which were always brimming with fire, were now filled with only endless, unfathomable confusion and fear. She looked at Su Yu, and for the first time, his pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence, turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. She pointed at Su Yu, her lips trembling. Her mind, which had been filled with power, was completely blank from the shock of the scene that had overturned her worldview. She looked at Su Yu, the man who could conjure salt out of thin air, foresee danger, draw godlike blueprints, and even transform himself into a wild boar. Her pride and her unwavering belief were utterly crushed at this moment, leaving not even a trace. In a hoarse, trembling voice filled with endless confusion, she asked the most fundamental question that she had always wanted to ask, but had never dared to. You, who exactly are you? Chapter 19, it's just sharpening a stone axe. Chow, or why are you blushing? Who exactly are you? Yin Tong's voice trembled, hoarse, and filled with the fear of having her worldview completely overturned. Su Yu did not answer her. Su Yu slowly withdrew his adorable wild boar appearance and regained his human gaze. Then, Su Yu smiled at her with an inscrutable expression. Sometimes, no explanation is the best explanation. Let them guess and fill in the blanks themselves. The effect will be 1,000,000 times better than Su Yu exhausting himself with words. Su Yu ignored the group of female savages behind him who were completely petrified and whose brains had been completely destroyed, and walked straight back to the tribe. The trap is complete. The bait is ready. Now, what Su Yu needs is a real weapon that can be used to reap the fruits of victory. Su Yu returned to the empty space that he had used as a temporary studio. The piece of hardwood that Su Yu had cut in half still lay there quietly. This time, Su Yu did not take action himself. Su Yu simply handed the incredibly sharp stone knife, which he had personally sharpened, to a girl standing beside him who had been silently watching him with eyes full of curiosity and a hint of timidity. It's Chower, the artisans in the tribe who are responsible for making tools and clothing. She wasn't as strong and powerful as Yin Tong, nor as clever and agile as Ying. She always stayed quietly in the corner, like an inconspicuous little grass. However, Su Yu saw something called talent in her focused eyes, which were always fixed on the tools in Su Yu's hands. Chower was startled by Su Yu's sudden action. She looked at Su Yu with a mixture of flattery and fear, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her animal skin skirt, not daring to take the stone knife from Su Yu's hand. In her view, the divine artifact that Su Yu had personally crafted was something that ordinary people like her had no right to touch. Su Yu gave her an encouraging smile. Su Yu pointed to the half-finished bow arm, and then to the blueprints he had drawn on the ground. Come here. Kia was stunned. The women around her were also stunned. They never expected that Su Yu, the omnipotent divine messenger in their eyes, would entrust such an important task of making a divine artifact to an unknown craftsman. Only Yunshi, a barely perceptible hint of approval, flashed in her cold eyes. She seemed to understand Su Yu's intentions. One person's wisdom is ultimately limited. The progress of a civilization requires countless enlightened souls. Encouraged by Su Yu, Chower finally accepted the sharp stone knife, her hands trembling. When her fingers touched the smooth, cold blade, she felt as if she were infused with a strange magic. The fear and apprehension in her eyes vanished instantly. Instead, there's an almost devout, extreme focus. She slowly squatted down, picked up the half-finished bow arm, and gently stroked every inch of its texture with her calloused, rough hands. The feeling wasn't like touching a piece of wood. It's like having a silent conversation with an old friend you haven't seen in a long time. Then she moved. The stone knife in her hand seemed to come alive. Swish, swish, swish. Wood chips flew everywhere. She didn't use brute force, but instead followed the grain of the wood itself, making incredibly precise cuts with an extremely clever angle and force. Her movements were fluid and graceful, full of a certain indescribable sense of rhythm. The feeling was like a top-notch sculptor creating a unique work of art. Everyone was stunned. They never imagined that this quiet and unassuming little craftsman in the tribe actually possessed such amazing talent. Even Su Yu was secretly shocked. Suyukrak. Are these primitive people? Her hands-on skills and comprehension are simply outrageous. Suyu's drawing was just a two-dimensional diagram, but she was able to perfectly transform it into a three-dimensional object with a mechanically sound structure through her own understanding. She even made some minor optimizations to Suyu's original design, which made the force on the bow arm more even. This is a genius, a reincarnation of Liu Ban, buried in a primitive tribe. Looking at her, so focused on him that she seemed to have forgotten all about him, Suyu felt a surge of intense, overwhelming joy, as if he had found a treasure. With her, many of Suyu's ideas will no longer be castles in the air. Pottery, textiles, architecture, and even metallurgy. Suyu is about to unlock the full potential of this tribe's technology. Just as Suyu was envisioning a bright future, Chower suddenly stopped what she was doing. She held up the bow arm, which was already taking shape, her brows furrowed slightly, as if she had encountered some problem. Suju stepped forward. At each end of the bow arm, a groove needs to be cut to secure the bowstring. This task requires extremely high precision and control, making a stone knife clearly unsuitable. Suyu took a look and immediately understood. She needs a smaller, more precise polishing tool. Suyu turned around and gestured to Yuing. Suyu needs a smaller, harder stone, preferably flat in shape. Soon, Yuing found Suyu a piece of black, hard obsidian. However, the edges of this obsidian are not smooth. Suyu casually picked up a piece of sandstone used for sharpening knives and began to polish the edge of the obsidian. Suyu wanted to polish it into a simple stone file. Chower squatted down next to Suyu, her bright eyes fixed on the movements in Suyu's hands. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and an intense thirst for knowledge. As Suyu polished the surface, he used the simplest gestures and syllables to explain the concepts of friction and hardness to her. Hard stone. Grind. She listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion, but she was unusually attentive, like a primary school student who was extremely focused during class. The dim firelight cast long shadows of Suyu and his companion. One is passing on the torch of civilization that has spanned tens of thousands of years. One is drawing upon the wisdom-giving rain that could change the fate of the entire world. The scene was harmonious, yet filled with a kind of epic beauty. However, just as Suyu handed her that simple stone file, Chower did not take it immediately. She just stared blankly at Suyu, and her delicate face, which always carried a hint of timidity, had somehow become flushed with two beautiful blushes. Her breathing also became somewhat rapid. Suyu was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Suyu asked with his eyes. Chower felt even more embarrassed by Suyu's gaze. She lowered her head abruptly, almost burying it in her chest. She pointed at Suyu, then at herself, and then at the newly polished, black, hard stone file in Suyu's hand. She stammered, speaking in a voice softer than a mosquito's hum, and said something that Suyu couldn't understand at all. However, Suyu understood from her shy, almost tearful eyes. Suyu cracked open. Suyu just wanted to sharpen a stone axe. Chower, why are you blushing? Could it be that in the culture of this primitive tribe, a man, in front of a woman, is polishing a hard, black, long, thin object? Does it have some special meaning? Suyu looked at her blushing expression and then at the ambiguous and well-intentioned teasing glances from the women around them. Suyu suddenly felt that Suyu's innocence was. It seems like it might not survive. Yunchi stood at a distance, quietly watching this scene. A strange glint, which she herself did not notice, flashed in her cold eyes. She slowly turned around, leaving everyone with a cold, distant back view. She gave the order to a trusted confidant beside her in a detached, businesslike tone, devoid of any emotion. Go. Take the animal skin bed in Suyu's cave. She paused, seemingly considering her words. Change it to a two-person version. Chapter 20, Efficiency Doubled. The entire hunting team changes gear. Change it to a two-person version. Yunxi's cold yet strange command was like a thunderclap, causing a huge uproar in Suyu's heart, which had been steeped in modern civilization. Suyu Kurakth. Who is Suyu? Where is Suyu? What happened? Suyu simply wanted to work on infrastructure and advance the technology tree. So why did things suddenly take such a strange turn? Suyu looked at Chower, who was so embarrassed she was about to faint, then glanced at the female savages around him who were winking at him and giving him knowing looks, and then thought of the seemingly cold but actually warm-hearted and deep-thinking female chieftain. Suyu suddenly realized that his chastity might be facing the biggest crisis since he transmigrated. This tribe is a bit fierce. Fortunately, Chower's talent successfully drew everyone's attention back from gossip to the important matter at hand. With the stone file made by Suyu, she was like a tiger with wings. Holding a stone file, she meticulously polished the groove on the bow arm that Suyu had previously been unable to work on. Her focused expression and skillful technique made her seem like a born craftswoman. Seeing her radiant appearance, so engrossed in her own world, Suyu's romantic thoughts were gradually replaced by a grander sense of excitement called a leap in civilization. Suyu was the chief architect of this leap forward. Under Chower's skillful hands, the first true composite longbow began to take shape. But that's not enough. A bow cannot change a war. Suyu needs mass production. Suyu turned around and looked at the women who were still using the most primitive method of making stone tools by smashing and breaking them. "Stop, everyone!" Suyu stopped them in an unquestionable voice. Then, Suyu taught them the method for sharpening stone knives that he had just invented, without reservation. At first, they were a bit clumsy. But after witnessing the sharpness of the stone knife in Suyu's hand, everyone seemed to have discovered a new continent, bursting with astonishing enthusiasm for learning. In an instant, the sound of sharpening knives echoed everywhere in the tribe's open space. Soon, with the help of Yueying and several women from the gathering team, more than a dozen sharp stone knives, stone axes, and even stone shovels for digging holes were polished. When the female warriors of the hunting party received these new, gleaming weapons from Yin Tong, weapons that could easily slice through tough animal hides, they were all stunned. They stroked the smooth, cold blade, feeling its unprecedented sharpness, their eyes filled with unbelievable shock. Uproar. A female warrior couldn't resist picking up a newly sharpened stone axe and hacking it down hard at a piece of wood as thick as a bowl. Click. A crisp sound. The piece of wood that they usually had a hammer with a blunt instrument for ages to break was cut in two with a single axe. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment filled the air. All the members of the hunting party went completely mad. They threw away the heavy stone hammers and clubs that had accompanied them through countless days and nights, and frantically fought for these new weapons that could greatly boost their fighting power. Yin Tong also came over, leaning on a stone spear and limping. She picked up a brand new stone axe and flicked the blade lightly with her finger. Buzz. A soft chirp. For the first time, a look of infatuation appeared in her eyes, which were always filled with fire. As the tribe's strongest warrior, she knew better than anyone what a sharp weapon meant in battle. That means faster cutting speed, stronger armor-piercing ability, more lethal damage. If they had possessed such weapons yesterday, would they have avoided such a crushing defeat against that saber-toothed tiger? Would so many of their sisters have survived? Thinking of this, Yin Tong's eyes suddenly reddened. She raised her head and looked deeply at Suyu with an extremely complex gaze, filled with regret, gratitude, and a hint of admiration that she herself was unaware of. Then, without saying anything, she silently tucked the brand-new stone axe in her waistband. The gesture was so solemn, as if one were receiving a sacred coronation. Looking at the bustling scene before him, Suyu felt a surge of pride. This is nothing. Once I've put together bows and arrows, traps, and even bronze and iron tools, I'll shoot down not just any saber-toothed tiger, but even any pterosaur flying in the sky. However, just as Suyu was immersed in the immense thrill of this technological superiority, a weak, slightly timid voice rang out behind him. It's Shower. She had finished polishing the bow arm without her noticing. At this moment, she was holding the bow arm, which was like a work of art, and carefully presented it to Suyu as if offering the most precious treasure. Susuyu. Her voice was very soft, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. All right. Suyu took the bow arm. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, with a perfect curve and a moderate weight. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Next comes the final and most crucial step, winding the wheel. Suyu picked up the tough animal tendon that had been prepared beforehand and firmly fixed both ends of it into the grooves at both ends of the bow arm. Then, Suyu took a deep breath, pressed his left foot against the center of the bow arm, and exerted force with both hands to slowly pull the bow arm into a full moon shape. Buzz! A powerful and wildly beautiful bowstring vibrated, echoing throughout the entire valley. In an instant, the tribe fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the strangely shaped artifact in Suyu's hand, which exuded a deadly aura. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They didn't understand what the purpose of this toy, made of wood and animal sinew, was. Suyu did not explain. Suyu slowly picked up an arrow that had already been sharpened and fitted with a sharp stone arrowhead from the ground. Suyu gently placed the arrows fletching onto the bowstring. Then, Suyu raised his head, his gaze passing over all the blank faces and finally locking onto the huge rock 100 meters away at the entrance of the tribe, which was being used as a training target. Suyu slowly drew back the bowstring. Suyu's gaze became incredibly focused. The whole world seemed to consist only of Suyu, the bow, the arrow, and the distant target. Just as everyone held their breath, wondering what Suyu was going to do. Yin Tong, however, seemed to have a premonition of something. Her fiery eyes suddenly narrowed into the most dangerous pinpoints. She gasped in shock and disbelief as she looked at Suyu. "What do you want to do?" Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply grinned at her. Then, under everyone's gazes as if they had seen a ghost, gently, she released Suyu's right hand. Chapter 21. Finally, I have my own place. I don't have to sleep in a dormitory anymore. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated, producing a clear, melodious, buzzing sound. The arrow, carrying the hopes of the entire tribe, transformed into a black shadow almost invisible to the naked eye, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, instantly traversing a distance of nearly 100 meters. Tom seemed to slow down at this moment. So you could see that all the women's pupils contracted sharply in that instant. Yin Tong's pretty face was filled with shock. Yuang instinctively covered her mouth in surprise. And in Yunqi's icy eyes, for the first time, a colossal wave surged forth. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed throughout the entire valley. The next second, sparks flew everywhere from the huge rock 100 meters away that was being used as a target. The incredibly hard stone arrowhead, crafted by Suyu himself, was deeply embedded in the solid rock. The feathers at the tip of the arrow were still buzzing and trembling violently, as if announcing the arrival of a brand new era to this ignorant world. The whole world fell silent. In the valley, you could hear a pin drop. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at Suyu with the same gaze one would give a god, a creator, or someone who had completely overturned their understanding of tens of thousands of years. What did they see? They saw that this man, using a piece of wood and an animal sinew, had actually thrown a stone 100 meters away. Moreover, it hit the target with pinpoint accuracy. That power, that speed, that precision. Is this something a human being can do? No, this is not human. This is God. Yin Tong, standing in front of Suyu, was struck dumb. She stared blankly at the arrow fletching still trembling slightly on the distant rock, then turned to look at the strangely shaped toy in Suyu's hand, which was full of deadly beauty. Her pride and her unwavering belief were utterly crushed by this arrow, leaving not a trace. Her proud throwing skills were a joke in the face of this cloud-piercing arrow. Glug! No one knows who it was, but the first person's legs buckled and they knelt down. Then the second, the third. In the valley, all the women once again performed their most sublime and devout prostration to Suyu. This time, no one had the slightest doubt. If the salt and berries before only inspired awe in them, now, this divine arrow of punishment, powerful enough to take a life from 100 meters away, brings them a deep and irresistible faith that penetrates their very souls. Yin Tong did not kneel. She just stood there blankly, lost and dejected, like a child whose toys have been taken away. She lost. They lost badly, utterly defeated. We lost, and we accept it wholeheartedly. Suyu slowly lowered the longbow in his hand. Looking at the dark mass of figures crawling at his feet, Suyu felt no emotion whatsoever. Everything is under control. Suyu slowly raised his hand and gently waved to the fanatical believers. Then, Suyu's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on the only one still standing, proud, and the only one qualified to look Suyu in the eye. It's Yunqi. She remained standing there, like a cold sculpture. However, her tightly clenched hands, with knuckles white from the force, and her pupils trembling violently in the firelight, revealed the overwhelming and unparalleled shock she felt inside. Suyu looked at her and slowly raised the longbow in his hand. Then, Suyu calmly handed her this divine artifact, which was powerful enough to change the world, Gaju, meaning overall situation or pattern. Suyu's meaning is very simple. From this day forward, Your tribe will possess the power of the gods. Yunqi's breath hitched. She looked at Suyu, then at the longbow in his hand that exuded a deadly aura. For the first time, a passionate emotion appeared in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She slowly, step by step, walked toward Suyu. With each step she took, it seemed as if she had used up all her strength. Finally, she stopped in front of Suyu. She reached out her hands, which were also covered in calluses but were unusually steady, and with trembling hands, accepted the longbow that represented the future. Started slightly sinking. That feeling, however, was as if it were supporting the fate of the entire tribe. She didn't speak, but silently turned around and raised the bow high, displaying it to all her people who were prostrate on the ground. Once again, a thunderous and frenzied cheer erupted in the valley. That night, the entire tribe once again erupted in revelry. Surrounded by everyone, Suyu was invited back to his cave. However, this time, it wasn't that damp and dark little side cave anymore. It is the largest, driest, and most comfortable main cave in the entire tribe, second only to the residence of the tribe leader Yunqi. The cave was cleaned spotlessly. The ground was covered with a thick layer of soft hay. At the very back of the cave, a double bed made of two huge, intact animal hides stood quietly, exuding a dangerous yet alluring aura. Suyu cracked open. This happiness came too suddenly. Suyu finally has his own place, and no longer has to sleep in a dormitory. Although this nest seems a bit too big, just as Suyu is gazing at the double bed, lost in thought, a petite figure carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup appeared silently at the entrance of Suyu's cave. It's Chower. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Suyu, and her delicate face still had two charming blushes. She gently placed the broth on the stone table in front of Suyu, and then did not leave. She simply and silently began to tidy up Suyu's huge double bed. She laid it out very carefully and meticulously, smoothing out every wrinkle in the animal hide. The feeling was like a gentle wife making the bed and folding the blankets for her husband who was about to return home. Looking at her virtuous appearance and then at the suggestive double bed, Suyu suddenly felt his mouth go dry. Just then, Chower seemed to have finally finished tidying up. She stood up, still keeping her head down, not daring to look at Suyu. She pointed to the bed, then to Suyu. Then, in a voice softer than a mosquito's hum, she stammered out a sentence that Suyu couldn't understand at all, but which instantly made his blood boil. Suyu guessed that the sentence meant something like, Master Suyu, tonight. She seemed to find it difficult to speak, her cheeks turning as red as if they were about to bleed. Suyu, can I sleep here? Chapter 22. Blocked at the door late at night. What does the aloof clan leader want to do? Suyu, can I sleep here? Chower's voice was light and soft, like a feather gently tickling Suyu's heart. Suyu krakt. Suyu swears that he initially just admired her skills and wanted to train her to be the primary productive force of this primitive tribe. But now, this primary productive force actually wants to warm Suyu's bed? Suyu looked at her, who was so shy she wanted to disappear into the ground, yet had mustered all her courage to look at him with her big, watery eyes full of expectation. No man could withstand that. Suyu's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. To be honest, after being transported to this godforsaken place for so many days, I've been constantly worried about being eaten or figuring out how to survive. My nerve had been on edge the whole time. Now that he's finally secured his position, this gentle, lovely girl with exceptionally skillful hands is throwing herself into his arms. If Suyu refuses again, wouldn't he be being a bit ungrateful? Moreover, judging from the reactions of other women in the tribe, this kind of thing seems to be taken for granted by them. They seem to completely lack the complex views on marriage and relationships prevalent in modern society. The strong should possess everything, including the best residence and the gentlest woman. In their eyes, Suyu, the man who could conjure salt, food, and even magical artifacts out of thin air, was undoubtedly the strongest one. Thinking of this, Suyu's restless heart, belonging to a civilized person of the 21st century, finally began to shamefully waver. Suyu took a deep breath, just as he was about to say to the shy girl in front of him the words that could change their fates. A cold, emotionless voice, like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, came in from the cave entrance without warning. Kia. Just 2 words. It seemed to possess some kind of magic that could freeze the air instantly. Chower's body suddenly stiffened. Her shy demeanor was instantly replaced by an emotion called fear. Like a startled rabbit, she suddenly jumped away from Su Yu and lowered her head deeply towards the cave entrance. Su Yu also subconsciously turned his gaze toward the cave entrance. In the firelight at the cave entrance, a tall and imposing figure stood silently. It's Yunshi. She had stopped celebrating outside at some point, changed out of her practical clothes, and put on the black leather skirt made of the fur of an unknown beast, which symbolized the authority of the clan leader. The firelight stretched her shadow long, very long. She stood there quietly, her face expressionless. Her eyes, always covered in frost, calmly swept over the huge, suggestive double bed in the cave. Then, her gaze fell on Xiaoer's pale face, which had turned deathly white with fear. She didn't say anything more, but Xiaoer seemed to be under some kind of silent, enormous pressure. She bowed deeply to Yunshi once more, then turned her head and looked at Su Yu with a gaze full of apology and a hint of reluctance. Finally, like a child who had done something wrong, she lowered her head and quickly ran away from Yunshi. Inside the cave, in an instant, only Su Yu and she remained, and a deathly silence. Su Yu cracked. In Su Yu's mind, a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. No, big sister. What do you mean by this? You were the one who had the bed changed to a double bed, and now that the girl has come to you willingly, you've come out and scared her away? This is a double standard. Su Yu looked at her icy, unchanging expression and inwardly grumbled. Yunshi, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and slowly walked into Su Yu's cave. She didn't look at Su Yu, but instead began to examine Su Yu's new home. She first glanced at the meat soup that Su Yu had left over, then at the double bed that Xiaoer had neatly arranged. Finally, her gaze fell on the longbow in the corner, crafted by Su Yu himself and exuding a deadly aura. She walked slowly over, stretched out her slender yet strong hands, and gently stroked the smooth bow arm and the resilient bowstring. The feeling was like caressing one's lover. This, she finally spoke. The voice was still cold, but it carried a complex emotion that Su Yu had never heard before. Will we really be able to kill that beast tomorrow? She asked the exact same question as before. But this time, her tone was no longer one of questioning and scrutiny. Rather, it was a heavy burden that placed the fate of the entire tribe on Su Yu's shoulders. As Su Yu gazed at her somewhat fragile, yet aloof figure in the firelight, the tender feelings he had harbored gradually dissipated. Su Yu saw then the understood. She's not here to cause trouble. She came seeking an answer that could give her, in this tribe, which was in turmoil, peace of mind. Su Yu slowly walked up behind her, only a step away. Su Yu could smell the unique scent emanating from her, a blend of grass, trees, and wildness. Able. Su Yu answered her with the simplest and most certain word. Yunshi's body trembled slightly. She didn't turn around. She simply waited quietly for Su Yu to continue. However, Su Yu had one condition. Su Yu said slowly. Yunshi's brows furrowed slightly. After killing that beast, Su Yu wants you to promise him one thing. Looking at the shapely curves of her buttocks, which appeared particularly purred in the firelight, Su Yu suddenly felt a strong, mischievous urge to tease this paper tiger. Su Yu slowly leaned close to her ear and whispered something in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice filled with ambiguity and aggression. At that time, Suing Van Su told personally teach Su Yu the language of your tribe. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. A wave of scalding heat instantly spread from her earlobes to her entire neck. For the first time, a monstrous wave surged in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She turned around abruptly, her eyes brimming with shame and indignation, glaring intently at Su Yu. However, just as she was about to have an attack, Su Yu, however, slowly extended his hand to her. Then, he gently touched her lips. Finally, under Yunshi's horrified gaze, as if she had seen a ghost, Su Yu slowly pressed his finger to his own lips. Furthermore, he made that provocative gesture towards her that almost killed Yin Tong on the spot. At that time, Su Yu will not only need you to teach Su Yu how to speak. Su Yu still wants you to kiss Su Yu. Yunshi was completely dumbfounded. She pointed at Su Yu, her lips trembling. For the first time, her pretty face, which was always as cold as a sculpture, turned as red as a branding iron. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't utter a single word. She simply glared fiercely at Su Yu with eyes full of shame, anger, and a hint of panic that she herself didn't even realize. Then, like a mother leopard that had been completely enraged, she rushed out of Su Yu's cave without looking back. All that remained was a somewhat disheveled figure, having fled in disarray. And then there was Su Yu, watching her retreating figure and laughing like a cat that had just stolen some fish. However, just when Su Yu thought that tonight's ambiguous and provocative confrontation was about to end with Su Yu's complete victory, Yunshi, who had just rushed back like a gust of wind. She didn't say anything, but instead threw something heavily onto Su Yu's double bed. Then, once again, without looking back, he ran away. This time, they really ran away. Su Yu paused for a moment, then looked at Su Yu's bed with a puzzled expression. On the bed, lying quietly, was a beautifully crafted garment made of the fur of an unknown, snow-white beast. Mini leather skirt? So you could open. No, big sister. What do you mean by that? If you can't beat them, just give them your equipment? Or is it? Su Yu looked at the little leather skirt that was clearly a woman's dress, full of wild allure, and then thought of her shy and angry expression just now. An absurd yet highly probable thought suddenly popped into Su Yu's mind. She wouldn't want Su Yu to wear this. Then, Su Yu looked at the little leather skirt, then at herself, and suddenly felt a pang of guilt about her chastity. It seems, really, that we might not be able to save it. Yunshi stood outside the cave, her back to Su Yu. Her usually calm heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. She listened to the gasps of shock and disbelief coming from the cave, and her pretty face, which was always as cold as a sculpture, turned as red as the sunset. She bit her lip hard and cursed viciously in a voice only she could hear. Shamanless man. She paused, seemingly recalling the aggressive kiss from before, and her cheeks burned even hotter. But, want Su Yu to kiss you. Her voice gradually faded, becoming as soft as a mosquito's hum. That depends on what you do tomorrow. Will they ever be able to come back? Chapter 23, want to stay? Then show us your true skills. Yunshi ran away. They ran even more miserably than when the hunting party was chased by saber-toothed tigers last time. Su Yu, holding the smooth, white leather skirt that still carried a faint scent of her body, stood at the cave entrance, watching her disappear into the night, and smiled like a cat that had stolen some cream. Iceberg? Su Yu thought it was more like a volcano that could melt at any moment. But jokes aside, Su Yu knew in his heart that tomorrow would be the most crucial battle since he came to this world. If he wins, Su Yu will not only win Yin Tong's first kiss and Yunshi's personal instruction, but he will also solidify his absolute, godlike status in the tribe. Lost. Su Yu looked down at the little leather skirt that exuded a wild allure and suddenly felt that losing might actually be quite exciting. Pooh! Su Yu shook his head violently, banishing the dangerous thought from his mind. Su Yu, a dignified man of 7 feet tall. How can I endure such humiliation? Su Yu did not sleep well that night. Half of it was due to the tension of tomorrow's big battle, and the other half was because of that damned double bed and that equally damned little leather skirt. The next morning before dawn, the entire tribe was already shrouded in a tense and somber atmosphere. All the women consciously ceased their daily gathering and labor. Holding their newly sharpened weapons, they stood silently in the open space of the tribe, waiting. They were waiting for Su Yu. Wait for Su Yu to lead them to challenge the king of the forest, who brought death and fear. However, the first thing Su Yu did after leaving the cave surprised everyone. Su Yu neither checked the traps nor conducted pre-battle mobilization. Su Yu walked straight to the tribe's murky stream, which was their drinking water source year-round. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Su Yu took off his shirt, revealing his muscles, which, while not particularly strong, were still quite well-proportioned. Immediately afterwards, Su Yu jumped into the icy stream with a splash. Uproar. All the women were stunned. They couldn't understand why Su Yu, the divine messenger, would have the leisure to take a bath during this tense time before the great battle. Even Yin Tong, who had just assembled her team and was ready to follow Su Yu's orders, limped over, leaning on her stone spear. Her fiery eyes were filled with the question, "What on earth are you up to?" Su Yu ignored them. Su Yu simply and silently washed away the mud and blood that had accumulated on his body over the past few days. Then, amidst the horrified stares of all the women, Su Yu scooped up a handful of yellow mud from the muddy ground by the stream. Next, Su Yu found some dry, straw-like plant fibers. Su Yu mixed the yellow mud and plant fibers together, added stream water, and began to knead the mud vigorously. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at Su-yu with the kind of gaze one would give a madman, a fool, or someone whose existence they could not describe with their limited vocabulary. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They didn't understand. They really don't understand. Why is this man, this divine messenger who is about to lead them to revenge, playing in the mud on the eve of the final battle? Could this be some kind of divine ritual that they cannot comprehend? Yunshi, standing at the very back of the crowd, also frowned her beautiful brows. For the first time, a look of disappointment appeared in her cold eyes. She had thought that this man would bring her an even bigger surprise. Unexpectedly, he was so inconsiderate. Just when everyone was extremely confused and somewhat dissatisfied with Su-yu's unproductive behavior, Su-yu slowly rolled the lump of yellow clay in his hand into a round cake shape. Then, Su-yu pressed down hard on the center of the round cake. A simple, yet clearly discernible outline of a bowl appeared in Su-yu's hands. Then came the second and the third. Su-yu quickly sculpted more than a dozen pottery prototypes of varying sizes, including bowls, jars, and bottles. Finally, Su-yu directed several women who were still in a daze to dig a simple earthen kiln in the open space of the tribe. Su-yu carefully placed the slightly dried clay blanks into the earthen kiln. Then, Su-yu ignited the raging fire. The raging flames instantly engulfed the entire earthen kiln. All the women instinctively took a few steps back, staring at the towering flames with terrified eyes. In their minds, fire is warmth and food, but at the same time, it is also destruction. They couldn't understand why Su-yu would throw those clay dolls, which he had painstakingly sculpted, into the fire to burn. Su-yu did not explain. Su-yu simply added firewood silently into the earthen kiln. Time ticked by second, in this tense and eerie wait. Meanwhile, from the forest to the east, a faint but ferocious roar, filled with a violent aura, gradually began to echo. That's it. It's that saber-toothed tiger. It's awake. The expressions on all the women's faces changed instantly. They gripped their weapons tightly, and fear returned to their faces. Yin Tong, leaning on her stone spear, walked up to Su-yu, her fiery eyes filled with anxiety. Heula, Guala. She pointed to the forest to the east, then to the still-burning earthen kiln, her face filled with anger that someone would still be playing with fire at a time like this. However, Su-yu slowly shook his head at her. Su-yu pointed to the earthen kiln, and then to the murky stream in the village. Then, Su-yu made a drinking motion, then clutched his stomach and made a painful expression. Finally, Su-yu held up the brand-new, glowing red pottery jar, which had just been taken out of the fire, and placed it in front of her. And, facing the earthenware jar, he made a clean and healthy gesture. Yin Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They seemed to understand something, yet also not quite. Only Yunshi. Suddenly, a startling light burst forth from her icy eyes. She instantly understood Su-yu's intention. This man, he actually wanted to use this method to solve the most fundamental and intractable problem that had plagued the tribe for generations. Drinking water problem. They always thought that it was only natural and an unchangeable fate to get a stomachache or get sick after drinking the stream water. But I never imagined that water. It could be purified. The man in front of them was demonstrating to them a civilization they had never heard of before, one that could change the way their entire tribe lived. Want to stay? Do you want them to willingly entrust the future of their entire tribe to you? Then show us your true skills. Yunshi looked at the pottery jar that was gradually hardening under the heat of the flames, and then at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had everything under control. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years, began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. She slowly walked to Su-yu's side, without giving him any orders or warnings as she had done yesterday. She simply spoke to Su-yu in a soft, pleading tone that Su-yu had never heard before. Su-yu, and others. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, it turned into a question full of expectation. Is it really possible? Chapter 24, will drinking dirty water make you sick? Then let's purify the water source. Is it really possible? Yunshi's voice was very soft, light as a feather about to be blown away by a storm, filled with uncertainty and a humble plea she herself was unaware of. Su-yu looked at her. This woman, who always armed herself with coldness and toughness, revealed her softest and most vulnerable side to Su-yu for the first time. Su-yu saw then the understood. She carried not only the honor of a clan leader, but also the heavy responsibility of the life and death of hundreds of women. In this barbaric and cruel world, even the slightest disease can escalate into a catastrophe that destroys an entire tribe. Drinking untreated water is like the sharpest sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Looking into her expectant yet cold eyes, Suyu felt a sudden surge of inexplicable pity. Suyu no longer looked at her with that playful, aggressive gaze. Suyu simply nodded slowly at her. Then, Suyu answered her in an unprecedentedly solemn tone. Can. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, striking Yunshi and all the women's hearts hard. Can. He said, Okay. Yunshi's body trembled violently. In an instant, her eyes, which were always covered with frost, became misty with tears. The women behind her went completely mad. They all stared wide-eyed at Suyu with the fervent gaze one might give a savior, if the salt they had previously used improved their lives. So now, what Suyu is about to bring them, it will be the hope of survival. Roar. Just then, a ferocious and impatient roar came from the forest to the east once again. The sound was closer and clearer than before. Clearly, the saber-toothed tiger was getting impatient. The faces of all the women instantly turned deathly pale again. The hope that had just begun to rise was instantly extinguished by the fear of death. Yin Tong was even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Leaning on her stone spear, she limped over to Suyu, pointed to the forest to the east, and then to the earthen kiln that was still burning fiercely. Her face was full of anger. What time is it, and you still have the mood to play in the mud? Don't rush. Suyu waved his hand at her. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, Suyu used 2 thick wooden sticks to lift the pottery jar, which had been fired until it was completely red-hot, out of the kiln. A wave of intense heat rushed towards us. Suyu placed the scalding hot pottery jar on the damp mud ground that had been prepared beforehand. Sizzle. A plume of white smoke rose up. As it cooled rapidly, the surface of the earthenware jar emitted a series of soft crackling sounds. But it didn't break. Instead, under the scorching heat, it exhibits a hard texture with a hint of metallic luster. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the artifact, so different from the rough stone tools they usually used, and full of streamlined beauty, their eyes filled with unbelievable shock. Mud can actually be burned into stone? Suyu ignored their shock. Suyu waited until the pottery jar cooled down a bit. Suyu picked it up and walked to the murky stream. Suyu first used a clean piece of animal hide to cover the mouth of the jar, making a simple filter. Then, Suyu scooped up half a jar of murky stream water. Finally, Suyu placed the earthenware jar, now filled with dirty water, back over the campfire. Now comes the moment to witness a miracle. Under the scorching heat of the fire, the water in the earthenware pot soon began to bubble and bubble. Streams of white steam rose from the mouth of the can. Suyu did not explain what high-temperature sterilization or physical filtration meant. Suyu simply added firewood to the campfire silently. After the water in the earthenware pot has completely boiled, Suyu took it off the campfire. A pure, unblemished fragrance of hot water instantly filled the entire valley. All the women subconsciously swallowed. Suyu poured the boiled water into a clean ceramic bowl. Then, under everyone's gaze, Suyu, carrying the bowl of still steaming divine water, walked step by step to Yunshishi. Sujuriman Saident. Suyu simply handed her the bowl of water. Yunshi's breath hitched. She looked at the clear liquid in the bowl, so different from the stream water, and then at Suyu's confident, calm eyes. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years, began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. Slowly, she extended her hands, which were also covered in calluses but were unusually steady, and with trembling hands, she accepted the pottery bowl that represented the future of the entire tribe. She did not hesitate at all. She brought the bowl to her lips and gently blew on it to cool it down. Then, under the tense, expectant, and even fearful gazes of the entire tribe, she slowly drank the first sip. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. In an instant, an astonishing light burst forth from her eyes, which were always covered in frost. She felt it. She felt a warm, pure, and sweet taste she had never experienced before, which slid down her throat and into her stomach. The feeling was like a warm current, instantly flowing through her entire body. Comfortable. an unprecedented and indescribable comfort. She stared blankly at the ceramic bowl in her hand, then looked up at Suyu. For the first time, a look of happiness appeared on his usually cold and sculpted face. Water, she stammered, using her broken but exceptionally pleasant Chinese to utter a completely new word. It's sweet. After saying that, she could no longer control herself and drank the rest of the hot water in the bowl in one gulp. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women rushed forward like madmen. They all scrambled to drink the bowl of divine water that Suyu had personally purified. When the first woman drank the warm and sweet hot water, she burst into tears. Then the second, the third. The entire valley was once again filled with joyful cries of happiness and gratitude. They finally understood. This man brought them not only salt, but also food and weapons. What he brought to them was civilization. It was a completely new way of life that they had never heard of before, one that would allow them to completely say goodbye to eating raw meat and drinking blood, and to say goodbye to disease and death. Suyu stood quietly, watching the magical scene unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's gaze swept over the jubilant crowd and finally landed on the icy female clan leader, who was still immersed in immense happiness and unable to extricate herself. Suyu slowly walked up to her. Then, in a playful and teasing voice that only Suyu and the other person could hear, he whispered a reminder in her ear. Now, can Suyu and the others go and deal with that impatient little kitten? Yunqi's body suddenly stiffened. Her pretty face, still flushed with a hint of happiness, instantly turned bright red all the way to her ears. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes brimming with excitement, glaring fiercely at Suyu. But this time, her eyes no longer held shame and anger. It was something she herself hadn't even realized. Good. She took a deep breath, suppressing the pounding emotions in her heart, and once again regained her cool and composed demeanor as the clan leader. She turned around, facing all her tribesmen who were still celebrating, and issued a cold, battle-ready command. Everyone, pick up your weapons. She paused, then turned her gaze eastward to the forest filled with the aura of death. For the first time, a flame called hope ignited in those cold eyes. Today, Suyu and his men take revenge. Chapter 25, Yue Ying's repayment. Who can resist this? Today, Suyu and his men, we will avenge them. Yunqi's clear, cold voice, full of fighting spirit, was like the loudest horn, instantly igniting the flames of revenge in the entire tribe. The women erupted in a deafening roar. They dropped their earthenware bowls and the berries they hadn't finished eating, and picked up their newly sharpened weapons. For the first time, a raging fire called hope ignited in their eyes, which had been filled with sadness and fear for days. Yen Tong, leaning on her stone spear, limped to the front of the group. Her usually proud and confident face now held only a resolute, do-or-die determination. She didn't look at Suyu, but instead turned her gaze to Yunqi. The two of them, one is the tribe's strongest spear, and the other is the tribe's calmest shield. At this moment, the tribe's strongest fighters, finally united under Suyu's guidance, truly stood together. Suyu looked at the women's army in front of him, whose morale was high and whose equipment had been initially upgraded, and nodded in satisfaction. Now, it's time to meet that little cat perched atop the Suyu tribe's head. However, just as Suyu was preparing to lead this army of revenge to the location of the trap, a petite figure with a hint of timidity blocked Suyu's path. It is a firefly. Her pretty face, which always carried a gentle smile, was now filled with a solemnity that Suyu had never seen before. Suyu. She looked at Suyu and softly called his name in her broken but exceptionally pleasant Chinese. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, she made a move that Suyu never expected. She slowly knelt on one knee in front of Suyu. Then, she lowered her noble head, that of a tribal junior priest, and with the utmost piety and humility, held something high before Suyu. It was something wrapped in soft, unidentified leaves. Suyu was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Is this a blessing ceremony before departure? Suyu took the leaf package with a puzzled look. It was warm to the touch. It also carries a faint, pleasant fragrance. Suyu slowly opened the leaf package. Inside, there lay several pieces of crushed, green plant paste, lying quietly. Suyu cracked open. No, girl. What kind of time is this to show Suyu this? However, Yue Ying raised her head, and in her crystal-clear eyes, there was a bright light that Su-yu couldn't understand. She pointed to the green paste, and then to the hideous wounds on Yin Tong and the others' bodies. Then, in a tone filled with gratitude and a hint of barely perceptible shyness, she spoke softly to Su-yu. Repay. So you understood instantly. This stuff is medicine. It was a gift she gave to Su-yu in return for teaching her how to boil water and prevent her people from getting sick. Looking into her eyes, which were full of sincerity and expectation, Su-yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This kind girl. Su-yu smiled and carefully tucked the leaf-wrapped package into his pocket. Thanks. Su-yu looked at her and said those two words in perfect Chinese. Yue seemed to understand Su-yu's gratitude, and two beautiful blushes instantly appeared on her delicate face. She slowly stood up, as if she felt that simply delivering the medicine was not enough to express her gratitude. She hesitated for a moment, then, as if she had mustered all her courage, she suddenly took a step forward. Then, under the utterly shocked gazes of the entire clan, in Yin Tong's eyes, which widened like copper bells in that instant, in Yunxi's suddenly contracting, icy pupils, she tiptoed and brought her soft, warm lips, carrying a hint of girlish fragrance. Gently, it was imprinted on Su-yu's, on the cheeks. Dragonflies skimming the water, instantly separate. The whole world fell silent. In the valley, you could hear a pin drop. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at a deity being blasphemed, dumbfounded at the magical scene before them. The most sacred, purest, and future high priestess of their tribe. It turns out, they actually kissed. A man? Su-yu, on the other hand, seemed to have been struck by lightning. Su-yu stood there blankly, subconsciously touching his cheek, which still retained a trace of warmth and fragrance. Su-yu Kurak. Who can withstand this? This girl is too fierce. And the perpetrator, Yue after doing all this. Her delicate face was already as red as a branding iron that had been heated through. Wow. She let out a shy gasp, no longer daring to look at Su-yu, covered her face like a frightened little rabbit, turned and ran, instantly disappearing into the crowd in the cave. All that remained was a cute silhouette as she fled in embarrassment. And then there's Su-yu, still standing there, touching his face and grinning foolishly. Besides, two icy gazes, almost as if they wanted to devour Su-yu alive. Su-yu subconsciously turned his head. Yin Tong was staring intently at Su-yu. Her fiery eyes were filled with disbelief and an overwhelming jealousy that she herself was unaware of. She pointed at Su-yu, then at the spot where Yue had just kissed her. Her lips trembled, and she stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a single complete sentence. That expression seemed to say, How dare she kiss you? That bet belonged to Su-yu. But the other gaze is even more deadly. Yunxi stood quietly in place. Her face was expressionless, but in her cold, unfathomable eyes, it seemed a storm was brewing that could freeze the entire tribe. A perennial ice storm. She looked at Su-yu and slowly raised a longbow in her hand. Then, she gently knocked a sharp arrow onto the bowstring. The bow was slowly drawn back. The arrow, gleaming with a cold light, aimed precisely at Su-yu's heart. She didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. Bellick seemed to say, Su-yu is giving you a chance to reorganize your language. What did you just say to Yue? Did you also make that kissing gesture to her? Chapter 26, The Innocent Little Ling Long. Su-yu's #1 diehard fan. The cold arrow was locked firmly on Su-yu's heart. Su-yu had no doubt that if he dared to utter a single wrong word, Yunxi, that jealous woman, would not hesitate to release her from the bowstring. Su-yu cracked open. What kind of mess is this? Su-yu simply thanked Yue, but who knew this girl would be so outspoken and immediately kiss him? Looking into Yunxi's eyes, which seemed to be spitting out icy air, and then at Yin Tong beside him, whose chest was heaving violently with anger and who looked like she was about to fight Su-yu to the death at any moment. Su-yu felt for the first time what a surer field was like. That misunderstanding was all a misunderstanding. Su-yu raised his hands, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere with a gesture of surrender. However, at this awkward moment, a moment that could freeze the air, a clear, innocent voice, full of joy and naivety, broke the deathly silence like a heavenly melody. Broter Su-yu. Su-yu subconsciously turned his head. In the crowd, a small figure was seen running towards Su-yu like a happy butterfly, her short legs taking off. It is exquisite. The youngest girl in the tribe who was filled with curiosity and affection for Suyu when he first came into this world. She wasn't as cold as Yunxi, as fiery as Yintong, or as gentle as Yueying. She possessed a pure and innocent charm, untouched by the world. At this moment, her cute little face, still with a bit of baby fat, was filled with undisguised admiration for Suyu. She was like a little sun, instantly dispelling the dark cloud of jealousy that had been hanging over Suyu's head. Broter Suyu, Broter Suyu. As she ran, she excitedly called out Suyu's name in her soft, slightly childlike voice. Clearly, she had also learned Suyu's name from Yueying. She ran up to Suyu, her face flushed from running so fast, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Unlike other women who were filled with awe for Suyu, she acted like a child who hadn't seen her parents in a long time, and immediately hugged Suyu's leg. Then, she raised her cute little face and looked at Suyu with bright, expectant eyes that seemed to hold the entire starry sky. That look seemed to say, Broter Suyu, pra Suyu, quickly pra Suyu, Suyu. Suyu looked at the human-shaped pendant hanging on his leg, then at the two active volcanoes that were about to erupt, and suddenly felt that the style of the scene seemed to have gone astray again. Linglong's appearance was like an unexpected pause, abruptly ending this imminent battleground. Yunxi slowly lowered the longbow she had drawn. A hint of helplessness flashed in her cold eyes. Yintong also snorted heavily. Although she still looked unhappy, her overwhelming jealousy had dissipated considerably. Clearly, they couldn't bring themselves to be angry with this little sister who was loved by everyone in the tribe. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Suyu reached out and, like a kind old father, patted Linglong's fluffy little head. Exquisite, wonderful. Suyu praised her in Chinese. Although she couldn't understand, she could feel the kindness and doting in Suyu's tone. She immediately smiled, like a blooming sunflower. Then, as if presenting a treasure, she pulled something out of the small animal skin pouch at her waist. It was a wreath made of unknown, colorful wildflowers. She stood on tiptoe, using all her strength, and placed the dew-kissed flower wreath, full of girlish sentiments, on Suyu's head. On the neck, the world fell silent once again. Suyu looked down at himself. His upper body was bare, and his muscle lines were fairly well proportioned. He was wearing a pair of tattered exploration pants. In his hand, he held a composite longbow that had just shocked the entire audience and exuded a deadly aura. And Suyu's neck, but it was adorned with a delicate floral wreath, exuding a charming, pastoral vibe. Suyu Kurakth. The majesty of Suyu as the divine messenger, the image of Suyu as the savior, instantly crumbled to nothing. However, Linglong was extremely satisfied with her masterpiece. She clapped her little hands, jumped, and skipped around Suyu, her bright eyes filled with the thought that her brother Suyu is the most handsome little star. She is Suyu's #1 die-hard fan, and also the leader of all his unofficial fans. Looking at her innocent and carefree appearance, Suyu's helplessness was gradually replaced by a warm feeling. Perhaps in this cruel, primitive world filled with blood and fire, to be able to protect such pure innocence. That's a very good thing. Just as Suyu was enjoying this rare moment of warmth on the eve of the great battle, Linglong then made a move that surprised everyone. She suddenly stopped jumping. Then, like a little hamster, she once again pulled something out of her precious pocket. It was a piece that had been roasted to a golden brown and crispy perfection and was at its most tender. Barbecue? Suyu was stunned for a moment. It's not lunchtime yet. Where did she get the barbecue? Linglong offered no explanation. She simply held the piece of roasted meat, still emitting an enticing aroma, high up in front of Suyu. Then, she pointed at Suyu, then at herself, and finally at the piece of roasted meat. In her innocent, bright eyes, there was a hint of solemnity that Suyu couldn't understand. She stammered, and in her soft but exceptionally clear voice, she uttered a sentence that once again left the entire audience speechless, although it is still their language. But this time, along with her movements and that piece of grilled meat brimming with sincerity. Suyu understood instantly. The meaning of that sentence is roughly, Suyu's brother. Here, have this. You've grown up. She paused, seemingly recalling the most sacred rituals taught to her by the older women in the tribe. Can you have a baby with Suyu? Chapter 27 System Upgrade. Unlock the infrastructure maniac mode. Can you have a baby with Suyu? Linglong's innocent and uninhibited ultimate question was like a bombshell, instantly sending the tribe, which had just recovered from the carnage, into chaos once again. Puff! Not far away, a female soldier who was drinking water suddenly spat it out. Cough, cough, cough. Another person who was eating berries choked so badly that their face turned bright red. Yin Tong, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly jumped up from the ground. She pointed at Linglong, then at Su Yu, and her pretty face, which had just lost its blush, turned red again, all the way to her ears. Wow, Linglong, what nonsense are you spouting? She pulled Linglong away from Su Yu and glared at him fiercely with a look of both shame and anger. Alex seemed to say, "You beast, what have you been teaching such a young child?" Su Yu correct. Su Yu squares. Su Yu is truly more wronged than Do-e. Su Yu simply told her a few bedtime stories, but who knew this girl's thought process would be so unique? However, Linglong, the culprit, was completely unaware of the uproar her words had stirred up in this small tribe. She simply tilted her fluffy little head and looked at Yin Tong with a puzzled and innocent gaze. But Sister Yin Tong, the older women in the tribe, all say, Brother Su Yu is a god from heaven, the hope of the tribe. As long as they can have a baby with him, will Su Yu's tribe not become extinct? The whole world fell silent. Yin Tong froze. All the women watching the spectacle were petrified. Even Yunshi, who had been standing at a distance, observing coldly, had a storm raging in her icy eyes. They all stared blankly at Su Yu with the same look they had when looking at a monster, a god, or a seed-sowing machine that carried the future destiny of the entire tribe. Su Yu correct. Su Yu squares. Su Yu really just wants to lead them, do some infrastructure work, advance in technology, and live a good life. How did I end up being assigned such a grand task as procreation? Looking at the group of savage women before him, their eyes practically spitting out green light, Su Yu suddenly felt a lump in his throat. It feels a bit chilly? Cough, cough. Just as Su Yu was about to be completely overwhelmed by the group of women's raunchy and inappropriate words, a beastly roar, filled with savagery and impatience, sounded like heavenly music once again, echoing from the eastern forest. It was a saber-toothed tiger. It finally grew impatient and prepared to go out in search of food. That roar was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing all the romantic and gossipy atmosphere in the tribe. The expressions on all the women's faces changed instantly. They gripped their weapons tightly, and their faces once again showed tension and a murderous look. Yunshi was the first to react. She turned around abruptly, and in her cold eyes, there was no longer any trace of feminine affection, only the iron-blooded calmness of a clan leader. She looked at Su Yu and gave the order in an unquestionable, businesslike tone. Su Yu, set off. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just escaped from a wolf's den only to be about to fall into a tiger's mouth again. Su Yu nodded heavily at her. It's time. It's time to show these women what true wisdom is. However, just as Su Yu was preparing to lead this army of revenge to the location of the trap, that cold, long-absent system notification sound suddenly rang out again in Su Yu's mind without warning. Bite. The system has detected that the host has successfully transmitted the flame of civilization to this primitive tribe. The host has succeeded in gaining the fervent worship of over 90 tribe members. The level of tribal civilization has advanced from the very early Stone Age to the early Stone Age. Meets system upgrade requirements. The Navigator's exclusive daily reconnaissance system is being upgraded. 10-30-70-100. Upgrade successful. Su Yu is stunned. This can still be upgraded? Before Su Yu could react, a brand new line of text, shimmering with golden light, instantly appeared on Su Yu's virtual interface. Congratulations, host. The system has successfully unlocked a new module. Infrastructure Building Maniac Mode. Module Function. The system will provide the host with three-dimensional structural blueprints of all basic buildings and tools within its cognitive scope. Currently unlockable blueprints: basic wooden house, improved fence, enhanced watchtower, basic stone workshop. Note: unlocking blueprints requires civilization points. Civilization points can be obtained by upgrading the tribe's civilization level, imparting knowledge, inventing tools, and increasing the population. The host has successfully invented groundbreaking items such as the composite longbow, pottery, and traps. Reward: 300 civilization points. Ding! detected that the host is about to embark on an epic hunt that could change the fate of the tribe. A newbie bonus quest is now issued. Quest name: The Fall of the King of the Forest. Mission objective: successfully hunt down an adult saber-toothed tiger. Mission rewards: 500 civilization points. Unlock the special building blueprint, the altar. Suyu Krakt. Suyu Squad. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. Suyu's heart was pounding, so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Infrastructure powerhouse. Isn't this a divine skill tailor-made for Suyu? With this, why would Suyu need to hunt? Suyu directly built a magnificent steel city in this primitive world. Suyu looked at the brand-new system interface in front of him, which was full of infinite possibilities, and then looked at the forest in the distance, which was full of danger and death. Suyu's leaks slowly curled upwards. Originally, Suyu only wanted to quietly be a charlatan, fooling these savage women and living a good life. But now, system, you forced Suyu into this mess. Suyu slowly raised his head, meeting the tense and expectant gazes of Yun Shi and Yen Tong. Then, Suyu stretched out his hand and pointed to the only open space in the tribe. He then pointed to the vast primeval forest in the distance, a forest brimming with endless possibilities. Finally, Suyu pressed his hand heavily onto his own chest. Suyu's eyes changed. It's no longer the playful and composed attitude of before. Rather, it is a flame filled with ambition, domineering nature, and an infinite yearning for the future. Suyu looked at them and, word by word, in a voice they could absolutely understand, full of control, announced a decision that was enough to change their entire worldview. After killing that beast, Suyu, I want to build a city here. Yunshi was stunned. Yin Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. City? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply turned around, leaving them with his confident and domineering back view. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Suyu was the first to shoulder the longbow he had personally crafted and strode towards the forest filled with death and opportunity. Suyu's voice, calm yet full of undeniable power, slowly drifted into everyone's ears. Now, let Suyu and his ilk go to build Suyu's new home. Offer the first sacrifice. Chapter 28, Living in a Cave, is too low class. Let's build a house. That saber-toothed tiger is dead. His death was inevitable. He died a very unfortunate death. When it followed the incredibly delicious wild boar scent emanating from Suyu, which was disguised by the system, all the way to the location of the trap. What awaited it was not a delicious meal. Rather, it was a death feast woven from wisdom. It didn't even touch the hem of Suyu's clothes. The moment it took that fatal step, the ground beneath its feet collapsed with a deafening roar. A deafening roar, filled with shock and terror, echoed throughout the entire forest. Immediately following was the terrifying sound of sharp blades piercing flesh. When the dust settles, the once fearsome king of the forest, who instilled terror in the entire tribe, had been pierced by nearly 100 sharp wooden stakes and turned into a giant hedgehog. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. When the women of the tribe carefully peeled back the camouflage around the edge of the trap, they saw the bloody and shocking scene at the bottom of the pit. The whole world fell silent. They stared blankly at the beast that had once brought them endless death and fear, now lying helplessly like a lamb to the slaughter in the trap they had dug themselves. That look in his eyes was unreal. It felt like I was having the most absurd, yet most beautiful dream. Did you win? Someone, I don't know who, was the first to mutter to themselves in a trembling, incredulous tone. We won. Suyu and his team won. After a brief silence, there was a volcanic eruption of earth-shattering cheers. The women erupted in a roar that was more passionate and frenzied than ever before. They threw down their weapons, hugged each other, and cried and laughed. The dead sisters have finally gotten their revenge. The dark cloud of fear that had been hanging over the tribe was completely torn apart at this moment. Suyu stood quietly by the pit, watching the scene before him filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Everything is under control. Bite. New player bonus quest. The Fall of the King of the Forest has been completed. Task rating, perfect. Rewards for completing the task are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 civilization points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the basic altar blueprint for a special building. Looking at the incredibly clear 3D structure diagram of the altar on the system interface, Su felt a surge of pride. With Su position as divine envoy now in place, no one could shake it. That saber-toothed tiger became the most bountiful spoils of war for Su tribe. Its flesh and blood were enough to feed the entire tribe for several days. The women carefully peeled off its complete, imposing tiger skin, complete with 2 huge fangs. Then, surrounded by everyone, she was laid out on Su's huge, suggestive double bed, like a most sacred offering. Suyu cracked open. No, Ladius. Aren't you guys being a little too blunt? Suyu looked at the tiger skin bed, which exuded a primal and wild allure, and then at the wild women around him who were winking at him and practically spitting green light in their eyes. Suyu suddenly felt his waist. It seems to be getting chilly again. That evening, the tribe held its grandest victory celebration ever. The campfire was burning brighter than ever before. Large chunks of tiger meat, sprinkled with pure white salt, sizzled under the flames, emitting an irresistible aroma that made one's mouth water. The women sang and danced around the bonfire. They expressed their joy and fervent worship of Su, the divine messenger, in the most primal and unrestrained way. Su, on the other hand, was placed in the most prestigious position. To Su's left sat Yin Tong, who looked reluctant but had no choice but to fulfill the bet. To Su's right sat Xiaoer, who looked shy and didn't even dare to lift her head. Across from Su sat Yueying, a gentle-looking girl who always looked at him curiously with her bright, sparkling eyes. Behind Su stood Ling Long, who was like a loyal little follower, constantly putting the best roasted meat into Su's bowl. As for Yunxi, she sat alone like a proud queen on the highest rock furthest from the campfire, quietly drinking her bowl of hot water that Su had purified, although she was far away from Su. However, Su could clearly feel that her cold gaze, which carried a strange emotion, never left him. Su cracked open. Does this count as living the life of an emperor ahead of time? Looking at the vibrant scene before him, Su felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. Perhaps I'll travel to this godforsaken place. It's pretty good, isn't it? Just as Su was enjoying this rare and ambiguous bliss of having 2 women, Su was enjoying the pleasure of having 2 wives. Su slowly put down the roasted meat in his hand. Su stood up and walked to the center of the tribe. All eyes instantly focused on Su. They thought that Su, the divine messenger, was about to appear again. Su, however, did not perform any more miracles. Su simply pointed to the dark, damp cave behind them, filled with the smell of blood and stench. Then, Su said something in a disdainful yet unquestionable tone that shocked everyone. Living in a cave is so low class. Although they don't understand what low means. But they could understand Su's meaning from his disdainful expression. Immediately afterwards, Su stood amidst the confused and bewildered gazes of everyone. The system of Su is opened. Civilization points consumed. 100. Successfully unlocked the basic wooden cabin blueprint. The next second, under Su's mental control, in an instant, a 3-dimensional house structure diagram composed of countless blue light dots, full of structural beauty, appeared in front of everyone. It was a house built from thick logs, with a triangular roof, windows, and doors. The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at the scene before them with the eyes of gods creating the world, dumbfounded by what seemed like a scene straight out of science fiction. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. Why is this man always able to conjure up these miracles that they have never heard of or seen before? Su stood quietly in front of the futuristic architectural blueprint. Su's lips curled up slightly. Su's gaze swept past all the stunned faces and finally landed on the icy female clan leader, who had remained calm throughout, but whose cold eyes were now churning with turbulent waves. Su slowly stretched out his hand and pointed to the blueprint that was full of hope and a sense of the future. He then pointed to them, to the dark, damp cave where countless generations had lived. Finally, Su looked at them and, word by word, announced a decision that was enough to drive them completely mad. Starting today, Su and his companions are no longer staying in the cave. Su paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a voice full of control. Su and his men build houses. Chapter 29, The Genius Xiaoer, can perfectly replicate a blueprint with just one glance. Su and his men build houses. Su Yu's voice was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up a storm in the hearts of all the women. House. What is that? They stared blankly at the three-dimensional model suspended in midair, composed of countless blue light dots and full of structural beauty. For the first time, their brains, filled with primitive survival laws, were completely formatted by something called civilization. So, besides dark and damp caves, people can also live in these square buildings with doors and windows that look incredibly sturdy and warm. This realization was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating their ignorant worldview. Wow. Someone, I don't know who, was the first to utter an exclamation that couldn't be suppressed and was full of longing. Then the second, the third. The entire valley was filled with a fervent anticipation of a better future. The way they looked at Su Yu had completely changed. It was no longer the awe one felt for the messenger of God, nor the worship one felt for the Savior. It is a belief in a creator God. Only Su Yu can lead them out of this primitive and barbaric era. Only Su Yu can lead them to live in a warm and bright house and a good life that they never dared to dream of. Su Yu looked at the group of wild women in front of him, who had been completely brainwashed by him, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Public support is valuable. However, while the blueprint is good, turning it from virtual to reality is a huge undertaking. First, there's the material. So you need a large quantity of hard, uniformly sized timber. And looking at the entire tribe, only one person is capable of doing this job. Su Yu's gaze slowly fell on the petite figure in the crowd who had remained silent throughout, her bright eyes fixed on the three-dimensional blueprint in the air as if her soul had been sucked into it. It's Shower. Su Yu slowly walked up to her. She seemed completely unaware of Su Yu's arrival, still tilting her delicate face upwards, staring blankly at the miracle that, to her, was filled with endless mystery. Her eyes held none of the fervor and adoration of other women. Yes, it is an almost obsessive, extreme desire for structure and creation. Looking at her tech geek appearance, Su Yu became even more certain of his judgment. She is the only key for Su Yu to unlock this infrastructure revolution. Su Yu reached out his hand and gently waved it in front of her eyes. Shower seemed to wake from a dream, letting out a low cry filled with panic. When she realized that the person in front of her was Su Yu, her delicate face flushed red to the roots of her ears again. She seemed to recall last night, that night filled with ambiguity and shyness. Mayday Su Yu. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Yu, and nervously gripped the hem of her animal skin skirt again. Su Yu smiled and stopped teasing her. Su Yu pointed to the three-dimensional blueprint in the air and then to the vast primeval forest outside the tribe. Then, Su Yu handed her the incredibly sharp stone axe that he had personally sharpened. Su Yu's meaning is very simple. Su Yu is in charge of designing this miracle, and you will be responsible for making it a reality. Kia was stunned. She stared blankly at Su Yu, then at the stone axe in his hand that represented power and trust. For the first time, a light of confidence shone in her eyes, which always carried a hint of timidity. She no longer hesitated or showed any fear as before. Slowly, she extended her hands, calloused yet exceptionally nimble, and with trembling yet resolute hands, took the stone axe. Then, she nodded heavily to Su Yu. Bellick seemed to say, "Give it to Su Yu." Then, amidst everyone's shocked and bewildered gazes, for the first time, this usually quiet and unassuming little craftswoman straightened her back. She turned to face the relatively slender women in the tribe who, like her, were responsible for handling miscellaneous tasks, and issued the first clear and powerful command of her life. Uproar. Although it is only one word, but it is filled with undeniable power. After a brief moment of surprise, those women instinctively chose to obey. They picked up their tools one by one and followed closely behind Shower. At this moment, Shower was no longer the little craftswoman who could be ordered around by others. She was personally appointed by Su Yu as the chief engineer of the project. Looking at her petite yet resolute back, Su Yu felt a surge of pride. The seeds of civilization have been sown. Next, we just wait for it to take root, sprout, and eventually grow in this wild land. Grow into a towering tree. And Shower did not disappoint Su Yu's expectations at all. She is simply a genius born to create. After entering the forest, she did not indiscriminately cut down trees like the other women. Instead, he carefully reviewed Su Yu's three-dimensional blueprint again. Then she closed her eyes, as if conducting a silent and complex modeling and calculation in her mind. A few minutes later, she suddenly opened her eyes. In those bright eyes, there shone a light of understanding. She actually understood that complex 3D structured diagram completely after just one glance. Suyukurak. Is this even human? This spatial imagination and structural analysis ability is simply outrageous. Then something even more outrageous happened. She picked up a stone axe and walked to a huge hardwood tree. She did not act immediately. Instead, he first reached out and, like an experienced old carpenter, gently tapped the tree trunk. Then, she pressed her ear against the tree trunk and listened quietly. It felt as if I was having a cross-species exchange with this big tree. Finally, she raised the stone axe in her hand. Click! With one swing of the axe, wood chips flew everywhere. The landing point was just right, precisely at the most vulnerable and central node of that big tree. Then the second axe, the third axe. Every axe stroke she made was filled with a certain indescribable rhythm. It didn't feel like cutting down a tree. It's like dissecting an ox. Under everyone's gaze, as if they had seen a ghost. That towering tree, so sturdy it would take 3 to 5 people to encircle it. Actually, it only took a dozen or so axe blows to bring him down with a loud crash. Moreover, the direction it fell in was exactly the open area that Su Yu and his men had reserved. No one was hurt. The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at a monster, a prodigy, someone like Su Yu, something completely beyond their limited vocabulary to describe, as the petite figure carrying a stone axe, panting heavily, yet his small face brimming with excitement. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This quiet, unassuming little craftsman in the tribe. When? Become. So. Already? Looking at the magical scene before him, Su Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy that went beyond mere elation. Su Yu has struck gold. And Shower, after doing all this. She showed no pride or complacency whatsoever. She simply turned around, like a primary school student waiting for praise from her teacher, and looked at Su Yu timidly with bright, expectant eyes. She pointed to the big tree she had perfectly knocked down, and then pointed to Su Yu. Then, in a soft tone filled with uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation, she asked a question. Mayday Susuyu. Suyu, is this okay? Chapter 30. Everyone mobilized, working tirelessly for their new home. Chapter 30. Everyone mobilized, working tirelessly for their new home. Suyu, is this okay? Shower's voice was timid, like a kitten waiting for its owner's praise. May I? Suyu looked at her, then at the towering tree that she had perfectly felled in an almost artistic way. Suyu's lips curled into a wild smile. It's more than just possible. It's absolutely perfect. Suyu walked up to her, and amidst everyone's envious and jealous gazes, he generously reached out and ruffled her fluffy little head like a loving old father. Kia, you are a genius. Suyu gave her the highest affirmation in the simplest and most direct way. Shower's body trembled violently. She raised her head, and for the first time, a dazzling light of confidence burst forth in her eyes, which always carried a hint of timidity. 2 beautiful blushes instantly appeared on her delicate face. That's not shyness. It's not the joy of being recognized, but the immense happiness that comes from that recognition. She nodded heavily. Her voice, though still not loud, was filled with an unprecedented firmness. The power of role models is boundless. With Shower, a technical genius, setting a shining example, the other women in the tribe completely abandoned their pitiful pride and reserve, surrounding Suyu like eager chicks waiting to be fed. Although they don't have Shower's abnormal talent, they are strong. Under Suyu's unified planning and Shower's precise command, a massive infrastructure project, full of primitive charm, officially kicked off. The entire tribe mobilized. All the able-bodied women were divided into 3 groups. Group 1, the logging group. Shower personally led the team to cut down all the timber of all sizes needed for Su Yu and his men to build the wooden house. With their newly sharpened stone axes and superhuman physical abilities, their efficiency was absurdly high. Towering trees fell like dominoes in their hands. The second group is the transportation group. The team was led by Yin Tong, who was disabled. Although her injuries had not healed and she could not perform high-intensity logging work, Her indomitable spirit and the prestige she had accumulated in the hunting team made her the best candidate for the position. Leaning on her stone spear, she limped back and forth through the forest, directing the women in her distinctive loud voice to carry the heavy logs back to the tribe's open space using the most primitive method of carrying them on their shoulders and pulling them by hand. Although her gaze towards Suyu was still filled with displeasure and a hint of inexplicable resentment. But when it comes to work, she works harder than anyone else. The third group is the logistics support group, led by Yu Weiying and Ling Long. The team was responsible for providing Suyu and other frontline workers with ample food and clean drinking water. The entire forest echoed with their shouts of heave-ho and their energetic laughter. On everyone's face was a radiance of hope that Suyu had never seen before in this tribe. They no longer live numbly and struggle for the sake of food for the next day. They are fighting for a shared, tangible, and beautiful future. Suyu, on the other hand, strolled back and forth among them like a leisurely overseer, his hands behind his back. Occasionally, he would offer technical guidance to the logging team. Hey, you're holding the axe upside down. Occasionally, correct the transportation team's incorrect posture. I've said it so many times. Use skill, not brute force. Of course, more often than not, Suyu would go to the logistics team to inspect their work. These berries are nice and sweet. Ling Long, pour another bowl of water for Brother Suyu. Suyu krag open. This kind of decadent life, where everything is done for you. 2. That was awesome. Yunchi followed silently behind Suyu like a shadow. She didn't speak or participate in any work. She simply watched quietly, watching that brand new tribe, under the leadership of her man, a tribe she imagined herself to be leading, explode astonishing cohesion and creativity. Seeing those sisters who used to argue fiercely over a little food, now working together and sweating for a common goal, is truly moving. Looking at those familiar faces, their spirits brimming with hope for the future. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was completely melted by a warm current called emotion. She looked at that leisurely man who seemed to have done everything, even though he hadn't done anything. A flicker of something she herself didn't even notice flashed in those cold eyes. Gentle, time flew by amidst this energetic and hopeful, bustling labor. As the sun was about to set, all the timber needed for Suyu and his team to build their first wooden house is ready. Looking at the open space of the village, there were piles of logs of uniform size, exuding a fresh woody fragrance. All the women collapsed to the ground, exhausted, but their faces radiated an unprecedented and immense sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. With their own hands, they laid the first solid foundation for their new home. Suyu then slowly walked to the top of the pile of wood. As Suyu looked down at the sunset, he saw beautiful faces below, faces that were full of weariness yet shone with hope. Suyu's heart was filled with boundless pride. Suyu slowly pointed to the new home that was about to rise from the ground. Then, Suyu turned around and gave them a smile full of confidence and encouragement. Suyu pointed to the timber, then to the futuristic architectural blueprint in the air that was still shimmering with blue light. Finally, Suyu looked at them and, word by word, announced a piece of good news that was enough to drive them into a frenzy once again, in a tone full of temptation and unquestionable authority. Well done. Everyone get an extra meal tonight. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a voice full of control. Tomorrow, Suyu's new home. Capped. Chapter 31. The wooden house was completed, and they cried with excitement again. Tomorrow, the roof of Suyu's new home will be completed. Suyu's words were like a spark thrown into a powder keg, instantly igniting the entire scene. The women erupted in cheers that were more enthusiastic and frenzied than ever before. They threw down their tools, hugged each other, and jumped and danced. New home. They will finally have a home. No longer a dark and damp cave, but a warm, bright, real home built by their own hands. This realization, like the strongest liquor, instantly rushed to their heads. Exhausted? It doesn't exist. Stimulated by the extra food and their new home, these female savages seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, and once again unleashed astonishing fighting power. Even Yin Tong threw away her crutch and limped to join the ranks of those processing the wood. And Suyu, once again, became the hands-off manager who had everything done for him. There was nothing they could do. After all, Suyu is the chief designer. Mental work can be very tiring. The next day before dawn, The entire tribe was in complete turmoil. All the women, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, gathered early in the open space of the tribe. There was no sign of fatigue on their faces, only a kind of fervent excitement, almost like that of a pilgrim, because today they will witness a miracle that will be recorded in the annals of their tribe. Under Su Yu's unified planning and Xiao's precise command, a house construction project full of primitive charm officially began. The first step is to lay the foundation. The women used the most primitive method, carrying and pulling on their shoulders, to lay the heavy stone slabs on the open space reserved by Su Yu and his group. The second step is to erect the beams and columns. Under Xiao's incredibly precise calculations and commands, the 4 thickest logs, which served as load-bearing pillars, were firmly placed at the 4 corners of the foundation. Next, there are the walls, the beams, and everyone was like a tireless, precise machine running frantically. Their faces were filled with a kind of creative radiance that Su Yu had never seen in this tribe before. They are no longer simply living numbly in order to survive. They are making history. Su Yu, on the other hand, strolled around the construction site like a leisurely client, his hands behind his back. Occasionally, I will offer some important guidance. Hey, that pillar is crooked. I've said it so many times, it has to be vertical. Vertical, do you understand? Of course, more often than not, Su Yu would go to the logistics team to express his appreciation to the hard-working employees. Moonfire, these berries are nice. Get some more for Su Yu. Linglong, come quick, give brother Su Yu a back massage. Su Yu cracked open. This corrupt lifestyle. Really, it makes people degenerate. Yunxi, like a shadow, silently followed behind Su Yu. She didn't speak or participate in any work. She simply watched quietly. She watched as the beginnings of a home were gradually built from ordinary pieces of wood, under the direction of her man, whom she imagined herself to be directing. Looking at those sisters who once only knew how to hunt with brute force, now they're sweating and shining with the light of wisdom for a common goal. Looking at those faces, so vibrant and beautiful because they were filled with hope for the future. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was completely filled by a warm current called happiness. She looked at that despicable man who, though he hadn't done anything, seemed to have done everything. A flicker of something she herself hadn't even noticed flashed in those cold eyes. Obsessed. Time flew by amidst this energetic and hopeful, bustling labor. As the sun is about to set, the last piece of roofing, made of huge tree bark and waterproof, was firmly placed on top. Capped. The whole world fell silent. All the women stopped what they were doing. They looked up, stunned, at the simple yet warm wooden house they had built with their own hands. That look in his eyes was unreal. It felt like I was having the most absurd, yet most beautiful dream. Home. It's unclear who it was, but the first person to murmur to themselves in a trembling, tearful voice. Su Yu and his friends have a home now. After a brief silence, came a deafening, volcanic eruption of cries. Wah! The women could no longer contain themselves. They threw down their tools, embraced each other, and wept bitterly. Those weren't tears of sadness. It is joy. It is a tremendous joy that comes from generations of people who have struggled in darkness and finally, today, see the first ray of dawn called civilization. They cried like children. Even Yin Tong, who was usually as strong as a lioness, turned her back at this moment and fiercely rubbed the corner of her eye with an animal skin. Xiao, Yueying, and Linglong were already crying their eyes out. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the magical scene unfold before him. A sense of unprecedented and immense satisfaction and accomplishment welled up in Su Yu's heart. Su Yu, with his wisdom alone, he single-handedly dragged this primitive tribe, which was still in the cave-dwelling era, into the Wooden Age. This feeling was far greater than any amount of money Su Yu had earned in his previous life. Cool. Just as Su Yu was enjoying this immense, godlike feeling of exhilaration, a cold yet strangely gentle figure appeared silently beside Su Yu. It's Yunxi. She didn't cry, but at this moment, her eyes, which were always covered with frost, seemed to hold an entire dazzling galaxy. She stood quietly beside Su Yu, and together they looked at the new home that held the hopes of the entire tribe. She remained silent for a long time, and then, in a tone that Su Yu had never heard before, with a hint of pleading, she spoke softly to Su Yu. Su Yu, thank you. Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Suyu turned his head and looked at her profile, which appeared exceptionally beautiful and breathtaking in the afterglow of the setting sun. Suddenly, Suyu felt a surge of playfulness. Suyu slowly leaned close to her ear and whispered a reminder in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice full of ambiguity and provocation. Saying thank you isn't enough. Yunqi's body suddenly stiffened. A wave of scalding heat instantly spread from her earlobes to her entire neck. She turned her head sharply. Her eyes, which had become watery with shyness, glared fiercely at Suyu. Alex seemed to say, "What else do you want?" Looking at her adorable appearance, which was tough on the outside but weak on the inside, Suyu's smile deepened. Suyu pointed to the brand-new wooden house, then pointed to himself. Then, Suyu slowly extended his hand and gestured for her to enter. Suyu's meaning is very simple. Congratulations on moving to your new home. Chief, aren't you going to invite Suyu in for a seat? Chapter 32 Yin Tong is anxious. We must come to Suyu's cave tonight. Aren't you going to invite Suyu in for a seat? Suyu's voice was like a feather, gently brushing against Yun Shi's earlobe, which had become burning hot with shyness. She froze completely. For the first time, a monstrous wave of panic surged within those eyes that were always covered in frost. She looked at Suyu, the man who had just led the entire tribe to create a miracle. She glanced again at the new home behind her, a house she had helped build herself, a house filled with warmth. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. Should we invite him in? A lone man and a lone woman, alone in a room? Moreover, the wooden house was still empty. This realization struck her like a thunderbolt. Her usually icy, sculpture-like face suddenly turned bright red, like a hot iron. You are shameless. She pointed at Suyu, her lips trembling, and after stammering for a long time, she couldn't utter a single complete sentence. In the end, all she could do was glare fiercely at Suyu, like a little female leopard that was completely enraged but had nowhere to bite. Then, without looking back, he fled in panic. Suyu laughed as he watched her staggering, disheveled figure, which was made somewhat unsteady by her panic. He looked like a cat that had just stolen some cream. You little punk, trying to fight Suyu? However, just when Suyu thought that tonight's ambiguous and provocative confrontation was about to end with Suyu's complete victory, a roar filled with anger and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety suddenly erupted from behind Suyu. Hello. Suyu subconsciously turned his head. Yin Tong, leaning on her stone spear, limped toward Suyu with a fierce momentum. Her pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence, was now filled with an emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. Anxiety. She ran up to Suyu, and because she ran so fast, the pain aggravated the wound on her abdomen, making her wince in pain, but she didn't care at all. She grabbed Suyu by the collar. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, she pulled Suyu hard into her incredibly elastic and athletic arms. Suyu felt his face instantly disappear into a warm and soft patch of ground. A domineering aura, a mixture of sweat, wildness, and a faint milky scent, instantly filled Suyu's nostrils. Suyu Kurak. No, big sister. What are you doing? In broad daylight, under the clear sky. You're being a pervert. Hey, Mun. Yin Tong's domineering and unquestionable voice boomed above Suyu's head. She didn't give Suyu any chance to struggle at all, but stared at him with her fiery eyes. Suyu is asking you, does the bet between Suyu and his group still stand? A bet? Suyu paused for a moment, then remembered. That bet about the trap and the kiss. Suyu struggled to peek out from her oppressive embrace and nodded with difficulty. Of course it counts. Good. Yin Tong's eyes lit up instantly. For the first time, a suspicious blush appeared on her pretty face, which was always full of fighting spirit. The way she looked at Suyu was like that of a lioness who had locked onto her prey, full of aggression and domineering determination. She pointed at Suyu, then at herself, and finally patted her chest heavily. The meaning is self-evident. Suyu lost. According to the bet, Suyu, Yin Tong's life, is yours from this moment on. Looking at her submissive appearance, Suyu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. No, big sister. Suyu was just teasing you. Suyu didn't say he was going to kill you. Suyu only wanted. However, before Suyu could even open his mouth to explain, Yin Tong then made a shocking move that left everyone stunned once again. Suddenly, she let go of Suyu. Then in front of everyone, she slowly knelt down on one knee in front of Suyu. She placed her ever-present bone club, stained with the blood of wild beasts, horizontally in front of her. Then, she lowered her proud head, which she had never bowed to anyone before. They swore allegiance to Suyu with the oldest, most sacred, and most unquestionable warrior's ritual. From this day forward, Su Yintong, the tribe's #1 warrior, willing to serve you. She paused, seemingly searching for the most suitable word. I offer you everything Suyu has. After she finished speaking, she raised her head, and for the first time, a kind of intense emotion ignited in her eyes, which were always filled with fire. She looked at Suyu with eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive. So, tonight, she pointed to the cave that belonged to her and was full of wildness not far away, and issued an ultimatum to Suyu in an unquestionable, domineering, soul-like tone. You must come to Suyu's cave. Chapter 33, The Female Chieftain's Late-Night Visit, was actually for the sake of the tribe's reproduction. You must come to Suyu's cave. Yin Tong's domineering declaration of wanting to serve the emperor was like a resounding slap across the face of all the single women present. Why should I? Why should you, Yin Tong, get there first? Suyu and his ilk also want to contribute to the future of the tribe. The crowd was immediately agitated. Several members of the hunting team, who usually didn't get along with Yin Tong, were the first to step forward. Wow, Yin Tong, you're shameless. Gula, Lord Suyu belongs to everyone. Following the collection team, the logistics team, all the women, as if a powder keg had been lit, instantly overwhelmed Yin Tong, who was still kneeling on one knee. A primal battle for mating rights, centered around Suyu, the only male among them, erupted without warning. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. Suyu looked at the group of beautiful, wild women fighting over him, and then at his own small, slightly thin body that hadn't fully developed yet. Suyu suddenly felt his waist. It seems like things are really going to break up. In the end, the farce was only brought to an end by Yunshi's icy, chilling rebuke. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu, like a startled rabbit, fled back to Suyu's temple without looking back. So you need some quiet time. Suyu lay on the tiger-skin bed, which exuded a wild allure, smelling the faint scent of a young girl lingering in the air and listening to the gradually subsiding, raucous arguments outside the cave. Suyu's heart remained unsettled for a long time. To be honest, as a young, energetic, and normal modern man, faced with such a sensual scene, brimming with primal allure, it would be a lie to say that one wouldn't be tempted at all. But reason told Suyu, now is not the time. The tribe's crisis is far from over. That saber-toothed tiger, though dead. But how many more terrifying beasts lurk in this vast, perilous primeval forest? Moreover, food, water, and shelter. These measures only solve the most basic survival problems. We want this tribe to truly survive in this world and to thrive. Suyu, you still have a very long way to go. All of this requires an absolutely stable rear area. Thinking of this, Suyu's heart, which had been restless due to hormones, gradually calmed down. Suyu slowly closed his eyes. However, just as Suyu was about to drift off to sleep, a cold figure, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently at Suyu's cave entrance, like a ghost. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. In the firelight at the cave entrance, a tall and imposing figure stood silently. It's Yunshi. She's here again. Moreover, it was late at night, and I was alone. Suyu's heart instantly jumped into his throat. No, big sister. What are you planning to do now? Could it be that you also... Suyu subconsciously wrapped the animal skin blanket around himself tighter and looked at her with a wary gaze. However, Yunshi did not walk in directly, as Suyu had expected. She stood quietly at the cave entrance, her cold eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. There was struggle, hesitation, and determination. But more than anything, it is a heavy burden that one has to bear as the clan leader. She stood there quietly, like an ice goddess about to make a major decision. Suyu and the others stared at each other silently through the dim firelight. The cave was so quiet that only their heartbeats could be heard. For a long, long time, Yunshi seemed to have finally made up her mind. She slowly walked into Suyu's cave. Then, he stopped beside Suyu's bed. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, they turned their gaze to the double bed, which was covered with a complete and imposing tiger skin. She stretched out her slender yet powerful hands and gently stroked the cold, yet powerful, Tiger King's fangs. It felt like we were reminiscing about something. In the Suyu tribe, there is an ancient tradition. She finally spoke. The sound was very soft, but it felt like a huge boulder crashing down on Suyu's heart. Suyu was stunned, because this time what she said was actually Chinese, although the pronunciation is still stiff and awkward. But every single word was crystal clear. Suyu Kurakt. This woman, she actually understood everything just from Yueying's few words and her abnormal observation and learning abilities. So, you've learned Chinese on your own? Is this even human? Looking at her somewhat lonely figure in the firelight, Suyu felt a surge of emotions welling up inside him. Yunshi, however, ignored Suyu's shock. She simply spoke slowly and deliberately in her halting but remarkably firm Chinese. The strongest warrior in the tribe. They are qualified to enjoy the most powerful prey. Also qualified to have. She paused, seemingly searching for the most suitable word. The highest priority, right to reproduce. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at her. My heart, which had just calmed down, started pounding wildly again. The right to procreate? Suyu looked at her buttocks, which appeared exceptionally perky and incredibly elastic in the firelight. Then he looked at his own small, rather thin frame. Suyu suddenly felt his waist. It seems like it really is going to be. Just as Suyu was about to let his mind wander, Yunshi suddenly turned around. There was no longer any struggle or hesitation in her cold eyes. Some actions were simply necessary for the tribal chief, driven by the need to ensure the future of the entire tribe. Suyu. She looked at Suyu and, in an unquestionable and businesslike tone, delivered her final judgment on him. The Suyu tribe has not seen a new life born for a very, very long time. All the sisters are slowly getting older. If this continues in less than 20 years, Suyu's tribe will be completely wiped out. She paused, and for the first time, a look of vulnerability and pleading appeared in her cold eyes. She looked at Suyu, the only man in the tribe. This place embodies the hopes for the future of the entire tribe. She slowly extended her slightly trembling, icy hands. Then, to Suyu's utterly horrified gaze, he began, one by one, to unfasten the garment he wore, a symbol of the clan leader's authority. Black leather skirt. She looked at Suyu, and her cold eyes, which held a hint of resignation and determination, gradually became misty. In a trembling, almost pleading voice, she uttered those words to Suyu, words that were enough to drive him completely mad. So, please. She paused, as if she had used up all her strength. For the tribe. Chapter 34, The Wolf Pack Attacks. The tribe's demise. Please, for the sake of the tribe. Yunshi's tearful voice, filled with pleading and determination, struck Suyu's heart like a powerful hammer blow. Suyu Kurakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. Suyu looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, who had shed all her cold and hard facade and was revealing her softest, most vulnerable, and most breathtaking side to him for the first time. Feel the scent in the air, a mixture of a young girl's fragrance and a hint of resigned tragedy, a scent that was deadly alluring. Suyu's last line of rational defense, belonging to civilized people of the 21st century. At that moment, it collapsed with a deafening roar. Go calmly. Go rationally. Lao Tu. Today, I'm going to. For the tribe. Suyu suddenly leaped up from the tiger-skin bed, which was filled with wild allure. Then, in Yunshi's suddenly contracting pupils, filled with tension and a hint of resigned shyness, Suyu stretched out his hands, which were trembling slightly with excitement, and pulled her into his arms. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. A masculine and aggressive aura, uniquely male, instantly filled her entire nasal cavity. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, began to pound wildly, uncontrollably. She instinctively tried to struggle. But what awaited her was a kiss that was domineering and unquestionable. The whole world fell silent. Inside the cave, only the increasingly rapid heartbeats and breathing of each other remained. At this moment, Yunshi's mind went completely blank. She gave up struggling. Or rather, she was simply unable to struggle. She could only drift helplessly like a small boat adrift in a storm, letting that aggressive and domineering man take everything from her. Suyu, on the verge of death, was like a traveler who had been walking in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights, frantically sucking the sweet, intoxicating saliva from between her lips and teeth. However, just as Suyu was about to embark on the next, more in-depth, great cause for the tribe, a horn call filled with terror and despair, a mournful and piercing sound suddenly erupted from the tribe's watchtower like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Wah! The sound was more urgent and more piercing than ever before. That was an enemy attack alarm, representing the highest level of alert, capable of destroying an entire tribe. Suyu's movements suddenly froze. The hot, limp body in his arms instantly regained consciousness. Yunshi suddenly shoved Suyu away. Her beautiful face, which was flushed with emotion and breathtakingly beautiful, was instantly replaced by a cold, icy frost. She didn't even have time to straighten her disheveled clothes. She grabbed the stone spear in the corner, which symbolized her status as the clan leader. Then, without looking back, he rushed out of Suyu's cave. Damn it! Suyu muttered a curse under his breath. Suyu swore that he had never wanted to kill anyone in his entire life. No matter who it is, no matter what it is. How dare you interrupt my good time? Suyu, he must make it. Suyu quickly straightened his clothes, picked up the longbow he had personally crafted, and rushed out. Outside the cave, everything was in complete chaos. All the women were jolted awake. Each of them held a weapon, their faces filled with terror and unease. Whoa, what happened? Gurgle, has that beast come back to life? Yunshi stood like a cold statue in the center of the tribe, her icy eyes burning with raging fury. Oh, whoa. Just then, a chilling wolf howl, filled with brutality and greed, echoed from outside the tribe, from the dark forest. Immediately afterwards, the second and the third. The howls of wolves rose and fell, echoing throughout the night sky. Suyu's expression changed instantly. Not just one, it's a group. Suyu suddenly rushed to the entrance of the tribe, to the simple watchtower. Then, illuminated by the firelight, Suyu witnessed a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. All that could be seen was an open space outside the tribe. It was densely packed with eyes that shimmered with an eerie green light. 100? 200? The number is countless. They were a pack of giant wolves, 2 sizes larger than any wolf Suyu had ever seen in his previous life. They bared their teeth and drooled, staring intently at Suyu and his group, a sheep pen that, in their eyes, was a feast, with eyes full of greed and bloodlust, as if they were looking at food on a plate. At the very front of the pack stood a wolf, even larger than the other giant wolves, its body covered in silvery white fur. Wolf King. Its cold, emotionless eyes were filled with a thirst for killing. Suyu krakt. Suyu squod. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. Suyu. Has Suyu stirred up a hornet's nest? It's over. This is really it. It's over. The entire tribe, all the women, were shocked when they saw the wolves before them, a tidal wave of death. All of them were plunged into the deepest, most irresistible despair. The color drained from their faces instantly. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They could no longer hold their weapons tightly. This is not a battle. This is a one-sided affair. Massacre. Even Yin Tong, who was always as strong as a lioness, now had a hint of sadness on her usually proud and confident face. All that's left is ashes. She knew that no matter how brave and fearless they would not be able to escape death. Faced with such a large and terrifying pack of wolves, they and only torn into pieces. One outcome. Just when everyone was completely stunned by this sudden, devastating disaster that was capable of destroying everything, a cold, yet undeniably calm voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. It's Yunshi. Suddenly, she raised the stone spear in her hand and let out a roar filled with determination and tragic heroism. Everyone, pick up your weapons. There was no longer any fear in her cold eyes. Yes, but it's a kind of shared destiny where the chieftain and the tribe coexist and perish together. Today, even if it means death, Suyu and his ilk will die standing. Chapter 35. Making fire by drilling wood. Let us witness the power of civilization. Even if we die, Suyu and his men will die standing. Yunshi's roar, filled with determination and tragic heroism, was like a shot of adrenaline injected into the hearts of all the women. The fear in their eyes was gradually replaced by an emotion called madness. Yes, we're all going to die anyway. Rather than be torn to pieces by these beasts like a lamb to the slaughter, why not drag someone down with you? The women erupted in a deafening roar, filled with a determination to die. They gripped their weapons tightly, their beautiful eyes burning with a fierce, all-consuming flame. However, just as this great battle was about to break out, and everyone was prepared to use their lives to defend the tribe's last dignity, a calm, yet undeniably authoritative and icy voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. "All of you stop right there, Suyu." Suyu jumped down from the watchtower. Then, amidst everyone's confused, puzzled, and even slightly reproachful gazes, Suyu slowly walked to the front of the line. Suyu looked at the group of wild women in front of him, who were fearless yet filled with foolish courage. For the first time, a surge of anger welled up in Suyu's heart. To die standing up? My ass! With Suyu here today, none of you are allowed to die. Suyu. For the first time, Yunchi saw a look of disappointment in Suyu's cold eyes. She thought that Suyu, the man who always managed to create miracles, was finally helpless in the face of this absolute power that could destroy everything. She thought Suyu had come to persuade them to surrender. "Get out of here!" Yin Tong, leaning on her stone spear, limped and stood in front of Suyu to block his path. Her fiery eyes were filled with disdain. "This is the destiny of warriors like Suyu. You're just a smooth talker. Suyu, get back to your cave. This is none of your business." Suyu looked at her with this "I'm cutting ties with you" expression, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. Suyu's smile was cold. They also looked down on it. Suyu ignored them. Suyu simply turned around slowly, facing the mountain of firewood in the tribe. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and bewildered gazes, Suyu slowly squatted down. Suyu picked out the driest hardwood and a relatively flat plank from the pile of firewood. Then Suyu found some of the most flammable hay. The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed, looking at Suyu with the kind of look one would give a madman, a fool, or someone who is leisurely playing with wood before the end of the world. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. What exactly is this man doing? Was he really scared out of his wits? Oh, outside the tribe, the silver-white wolf king seemed to have lost its last bit of patience. It looked up to the sky and issued a signal for a general offensive filled with killing intent and brutality. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Hundreds of enormous wolves, like a black tide, with an overwhelming aura capable of tearing everything apart, surged madly towards Suyu and his tribe, whom they considered utterly vulnerable. It's over. This is really the end. The color drained from the faces of all the women instantly. One by one, they all instinctively closed their eyes in despair. However, at this critical moment, just as the giant wolf charging at the front was about to tear open the tribe's fragile wooden fence with its sharp fangs, a cold voice, full of confidence and a hint of mockery, slowly resounded throughout the night sky like a divine decree. "Let me show you," was called. The power of civilization. The next second, Suyu suddenly increased the speed of the drill in his hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A rapid, hopeful rustling sound rang in everyone's ears. A wisp of smoke slowly rose from the dry wooden board. Then came a tiny, faint one. Muffs? Suyu carefully brought the spark to the dry tinder he had prepared. Then gently blow on it. Call. A tiny, yet hopeful, orange-yellow flame instantly ignited in Suyu's hand. Then came the second cluster and the third cluster. Suyu suddenly threw the torch in his hand towards the pile of firewood that had been prepared and was soaked in grease at the entrance of the tribe. Boom! A loud bang. In an instant, a massive wall of fire shot into the sky and burst into flames at the entrance of the tribe. The scorching, destructive flames, capable of devouring everything, instantly illuminated the entire valley as bright as day. A The pack of giant wolves, who had already charged to the tribe's gate with great ferocity, were stunned when they saw the wall of fire before them, which was filled with both light and the aura of death. Everyone stopped abruptly, as if they had seen a ghost. For the first time, a feeling called fear was revealed in their eyes, which were filled with bloodlust and brutality. As wild animals, their fear of fire is ingrained in their DNA. Each of them, with their tails tucked between their legs, let out whimpers filled with unease and fear. The entire tribe fell silent. All the women slowly opened their eyes, which had been filled with despair. Then, under their horrified, ghost-like gazes, they saw that man, the man they scorned as weak and frail, the man they mocked as all talk and no action. At this moment, I stand quietly before that towering wall of fire, powerful enough to incinerate everything. Behind him, the firelight flickered. Before him stood a trembling pack of wolves. His face was completely expressionless, but his eyes, which shone exceptionally brightly and seemed unfathomable in the firelight, burned with, even more powerful than that wall of fire. Fiery. Flame. He was like a god who emerged from the flames. No, he is God. Yin Tong froze. Yunchi was also petrified. They stared blankly at the man who, single-handedly, had pulled the entire tribe back from the brink of destruction. Their minds, filled with the laws of primitive survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of called civilization. Turn out to be the true power. No, it's the stone spear held in my hand. Instead, Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor, adoration, and absolute faith. Then, Suyu turned his gaze to the proud, icy female clan leader who was still standing there, looking lost and dejected. Suyu slowly extended his hand to her, and he gestured for her to come over. Suyu's meaning is very simple. Chieftain, now, you still think. Suyu, is he useless? Chapter 36. Flames soared into the sky, and the Wolf King ran away with his tail between his legs in fear. Do you still think Suyu is useless? Suyu's voice was calm, yet filled with an undeniable magic. Yunchi stared blankly at Suyu, at the man standing before the towering wall of fire. Her brain, which was filled with the primitive laws of survival, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called civilization. Turn out to be the true power. No, it's the stone spear held in my hand. It is wisdom. She slowly walked toward Suyu, like a puppet that had lost all its power. Her eyes were empty. Her beliefs had been completely burned to ashes by Suyu with a single fire. However, just as she was about to stand before Suyu and offer him her noble loyalty befitting the clan leader, she was about to. A deafening roar, filled with savagery and resentment, suddenly erupted from the other side of the wall of fire. Oh, it's the Wolf King. The silvery white beast, the size of a calf, was clearly unwilling to retreat. A cunning glint flashed in its cold, murderous eyes. Suddenly, it roared to the sky. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Upon receiving the command, the wolf pack instantly changed their strategy. They no longer mindlessly attacked the firewall like before. Instead, it began to slowly spread out to both sides. They're searching. Find a gap in this wall of fire. Not good. Yunchi's face turned deathly pale again in an instant. She turned around abruptly and shouted at Suyu in a tone filled with anxiety and despair. They're going to go around it. Sujuriman Saidant. Suyu simply watched the self-righteous beast in silence. Then, Suyu smiled. His laughter was cold. They also looked down on it. Trying to circumvent? Did you ask Suyu? Suyu slowly turned around and drew the sharpest arrow from the quiver that had been prepared behind him. Then, in front of everyone, Suyu did something astonishing that left them petrified once again. Suyu slowly inserted the arrowhead into the raging wall of fire in front of him. Sizzle. A soft sound. The arrow, made of oil and hay from an unknown wild animal, was instantly ignited. A cluster of orange-red flames, brimming with an aura of destruction, roared and burned fiercely at the tip of the arrow. The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and mouths agape, as if they were looking at a god creating the sun, at the burning arrow in Suyu's hand. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. Why is it that this man always manages to produce magical artifacts that they have never heard of or seen before when they are at their most desperate? Suyu then slowly raised a longbow in his hand. Suyu gently knocked the divine punishment arrow, which was burning with raging flames, onto the bowstring. Then, Suyu raised his head, his gaze passing over all the stunned faces before finally settling on the area outside the tribe, where the wolf pack was still arrogantly directing its attempt to encircle Suyu and his companions. The silver-white Wolf King. Suyu slowly drew back the bowstring. Su-yu's gaze became incredibly focused. The whole world seemed to consist only of Su-yu's bow and fire, and that beast was about to be judged by Su-yu. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrates. The arrow, burning with raging flames, transformed into a dazzling, meteor-like orange-red streak, tearing through the dark night sky with an overwhelming killing intent capable of incinerating everything. In an instant, it traversed a distance of nearly 200 meters. Puffed. A terrifying sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed throughout the entire valley. The next second, in the silver-white wolf king's eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and utter horror. The arrow, burning fiercely, was deeply embedded in the body of the strongest, giant wolf beside it. A piercing howl, filled with pain and fear, burst forth from the giant wolf's mouth. The flames, following the arrow, instantly ignited its thick fur. A plume of acrid, burnt-smelling blue smoke shot into the sky. The once majestic giant wolf instantly transformed into a massive fireball, rolling wildly on the ground and howling in agony. The whole world fell silent. The wolf pack stopped all movement. They stared blankly at their companion, who was on the ground, struggling and wailing in pain. They could smell the acrid, burnt odor in the air that sent shivers down their spines. For the first time, their eyes, which were filled with bloodlust and brutality, revealed an emotion called fear and collapse. What kind of sorcery is this? What kind of divine punishment is this? This two-legged creature, he actually managed to control that heavenly fire, which was powerful enough to destroy everything. Throw it over here. The Wolf King, standing at the very front of the pack, was struck dumb. It stared blankly at its companion, who lay on the ground, gradually falling silent, now a charred corpse. She looked up again at the man standing behind the wall of fire, who slowly raised the divine weapon burning with heavenly fire in his hand. Its brain, filled with brutality and cunning, was completely formatted at this moment by something it had never heard of before called dimensional reduction attack. Run, run, stay as far away from this devil as possible. It let out a piercing wail filled with fear and despair. There was no longer the slightest bit of pride and dignity that a king should have. It suddenly turned around. With its tail between its legs like a terrified stray dog, it fled frantically into the depths of the forest without looking back. The wolf pack collapsed instantly. One by one, they followed their terrified king, running for their lives and disappearing into the pitch-black night. When they arrived, their imposing presence blotted out the sky. They went there in disarray, having lost their armor and weapons. All that remained were the sizzling, acrid corpses still lying on the ground, and a group of people, completely stunned by the surreal scene before them. Wild woman. And then, someone slowly lowered the longbow, a slight smile playing on their lips. Su-yu. Su-yu slowly turned around, meeting the gazes of all the women, filled with fervor, adoration, and absolute faith. Then Su-yu turned his gaze to the proud, icy female clan leader who was still standing there, looking lost and dejected. Su-yu slowly extended his hand to her, and he gestured for her to come over. Su-yu's meaning is very simple. Chieftain, now. Su-yu and the others can continue. Just now? Was something good interrupted? Chapter 37. The truth is out. Su-yu is your saint. Can Su-yu and the others continue what was happening that was interrupted earlier? Su-yu's voice, like the whisper of a devil, clearly reached Yun-Shi's ears. Her pretty face, which had just regained a bit of color, suddenly turned bright red all the way to her ears. She looked at Su-yu, the man who had just single-handedly saved the entire tribe. She glanced at herself again. Her neckline, slightly open due to her earlier panic, revealed a large expanse of her snow-white skin. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. Continue? And this man, who is like a god, continue with that good deed we just discussed, one that was enough to ensure the survival of the entire tribe. This thought, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirred up a raging storm in her heart. At that moment, her mind went completely blank. Su-yu then slowly walked towards her. With each step Su-yu took, her always powerful and athletic body would uncontrollably take a step back. Finally, she retreated to the wall of the wooden house that Su-yu and his family had built by hand, a symbol of their home. There was no way to retreat. Suyu slowly reached out and placed his hand on the wall next to her ear. She was completely trapped between Suyu and the wall. A wall slam, brimming with aggression and hormones. Suyu could clearly feel her hot breath, which had become scalding due to nervousness and shyness. You could smell her unique, virginal fragrance, a blend of grass, trees, and wildness. Furthermore, one could see that for the first time, a mist of resignation and a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. Suyu slowly lowered his head and leaned close to her ear. He spoke softly to her in a voice that only Suyu could hear, a voice full of magnetism and amusement. Chief, now, you belong to Suyu now. However, just as Suyu was about to taste the fruits of his belated victory, a thunderous cheer, filled with fervor and adoration, suddenly erupted from behind Suyu like a bolt from the blue. Saint! 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 Suyu was stunned for a moment. Suyu subconsciously turned his head. On the open ground of the tribe, all the surviving women knelt down before Suyu as if they had gone mad. They prostrated themselves before Suyu in the most primitive, devout, and fervent way. What they were calling out were two syllables that Suyu had never heard before, but he could understand instantly. Saint! It's a firefly. It was this gentle little priestess who, with her broken Chinese, led the entire tribe to offer Suyu the highest honor they could think of. Suyu Kurakth. No, girls. Have you made a mistake somewhere? Suyu is a fire enthusiast. Suyu is an infrastructure developer. How did Suyu do it? How did Suyu become a saint? However, before Suyu could even open his mouth to explain, Yin Tong, the fiery woman who had just been pulled back from the brink of death by Suyu, also limped toward Suyu, leaning on her stone spear. She did not kneel before Suyu like the other women. She simply looked deeply at Suyu with an extremely complex gaze, filled with regret, gratitude, and a hint of burning passion that she herself was unaware of. Then, in front of everyone, she placed her beast bone club, which she never parted with and which symbolized her status as the first warrior of her tribe, horizontally in front of her. Finally, she slowly knelt down on one knee in front of Suyu. With the oldest, most sacred, and most unquestionable warrior salute, she offered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, to Suyu. Suyu and Yin Tong lost. Her voice was hoarse, yet filled with a sense of relief and ease. From this day forward, Suyu and Yin Tong's lives. She paused, and for the first time, a light called faith ignited in her eyes, which were always filled with fire. This is yours, Your Majesty. Boom! The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. Even their strongest and proudest warriors have pledged their loyalty to Suyu. So what is the identity of this man, Suyu? Is there any suspense left? Saint! 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 A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the night sky. They are holding the grandest coronation ceremony for their god in their own way. Suyu stood quietly, watching the magical scene unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. All right, since you're all so enthusiastic. So, Suyu, if you refuse again, wouldn't that be a bit ungrateful? Suyu slowly turned around, leaving his confident and smug back to the proud, icy female clan leader who was still leaning against the wall, looking lost and dejected. Then, Suyu slowly opened his arms, like a true god embracing his believer. Finally, Suyu looked at them and, word by word, in a tone full of authority and unquestionable authority, announced a fact that was enough to drive them completely insane. That's right. Suyu, that's yours. Saint. Ah. Once again, a thunderous and frenzied cheer erupted from the valley. That night, the entire tribe remained awake. They are celebrating their new life in their own way. Suyu, on the other hand, was like a true saint, receiving their most devout worship and the most abundant offerings. Your Majesty, please try this. This is the freshest and most tender wolf leg meat that Suyu personally grilled for you. Your Majesty, please have some water. This is divine water that Sister Yuang just boiled for you. Your Majesty, let me give you a back massage. Saint. Suyu Kurakth. Suyu Squod. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. This kind of decadent life, where everything is done for you and you're surrounded by beautiful women. 2. That was so awesome. However, just as Suyu was about to completely succumb to this decadent, imperial lifestyle, he was about to, a cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu, like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had somehow regained her former cold and composed demeanor as the clan leader. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, they turned their gaze to the forest outside the tribe, shrouded in darkness. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet clear, reaching Suyu's ears. Your Majesty. She paused, seemingly considering her words. Now, the crisis is over. So, she slowly turned around, her cold eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. Shouldn't Suyu and his ilk have a talk? Is this about the issue of tribal reproduction? Chapter 38. Yunshi was completely convinced and treated Suyu's wounds late at night. Shouldn't Suyu and his group talk about the issue of tribal reproduction? Yunshi's voice, cold yet businesslike, yet unable to conceal her shyness, pierced Suyu's heart with unparalleled precision, like the sharpest dagger. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. No, big sister. Suyu and his people have only just survived the crisis of their clan's annihilation. Couldn't Suyu and his ilk have taken a break, focused on production and economic development, before considering such a high-level issue of harmony of life? Suyu looked at her serious expression, as if she were talking to him about work, and then at her small hands, which were clenched tightly with white knuckles due to nervousness. Suyu suddenly felt that this woman, she's kind of cute. Suyu smiled, but didn't answer her deadly question. Suyu slowly rose from the throne, surrounded by beautiful women. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, Suyu limped towards Suyu's temple. Suyu. Yunshi was the first to notice that something was wrong with Suyu. A flicker of tension flashed in her icy eyes. She rushed to Suyu in one stride and caught his body as he was about to collapse. Are you injured? Her voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. Sujuriman Saident. Suyu simply lifted up his exploration suit, which had been torn in the previous battle. On Suyu's calf, there was a deep, gruesome wound that revealed the bone, from which blood was constantly seeping out. That was when Suyu accidentally got cut by a sharp rock when he jumped off the watchtower. The situation was urgent at the time, so Suyu didn't pay any attention. Now that all the crises have been resolved, the excruciating pain only came belatedly. The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock, heartache, and endless self-reproach as they stared at the hideous wound on Suyu's leg. They're saints. Their savior. It turns out, to save them. And, are you injured? Wow. I don't know who it was, but the first person couldn't hold back their tears. Then the second, the third. The entire valley was once again filled with suppressed sobs, filled with heartache and self-blame. Yunshi, on the other hand, was struck dumb. She stared blankly at the shocking wound on Suyu's leg, caused by excessive blood loss. She looked up again and saw Suyu's face, which had turned pale from the pain. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was completely shattered at this moment by an emotion called heartache and guilt. She recalled all the difficulties she had made for this man before. She remembered the cold words she had said to him. She even remembered that she had just used the ridiculous reason of tribal reproduction to pressure him. But he never once defended himself. He simply endured everything silently. Then, in their most desperate moment, he descended before them like a true god. With his not-so-strong shoulders, he held up a sky called hope for them. Suyu. Yunshi's lips trembled as she tried to say something. But in the end, he couldn't utter a single word. She simply helped Suyu up and escorted him back to his temple. Then, in front of everyone, she did something shocking that left the entire audience stunned once again. Slowly, she lowered her proud head, the head of the clan leader, to Suyu, a head she had never bowed to before anyone. She offered Suyu her belated tribute using the oldest, most sacred, and most unquestionable tribal ritual. Salvi. Her voice was hoarse, yet full of something unprecedented. Gentle. After saying that, she didn't hesitate for a moment longer. Suddenly, she tore off the little leather skirt she was wearing, made of the fur of an unknown, snow-white beast, which symbolized her status as the young clan leader. Then, to Suyu's utterly horrified gaze, she carefully wrapped the soft cloth, still warm from her body and faintly fragrant with the scent of a virgin, around Suyu's still bleeding wound. In that instant, Su Yu felt an indescribable, warm, and soft sensation coming from his calf. That feeling was like, it was like being enveloped by the warmest, softest cloud. Su Yu krakt. Su Yu squad. Su Yu was truly, utterly devastated. No, big sister. What are you doing? Although Su Yu is very grateful to you for bandaging his wound. But, could you first expose your incredibly elastic, rounded panties, completely bare from your torn leather skirt, revealing only a tiny, unrecognizable pair of woven panties made of unknown vines? Please cover it up. Who can withstand this? Yunxi, however, was completely unaware of this. Or rather, she simply didn't care about any of that. She simply and silently bandaged Su Yu's wound. Then she looked up, and for the first time, a feeling of heartache and a hint of barely perceptible shyness appeared in her eyes that were always covered with frost. She looked at Su Yu, and for the first time, a charming blush appeared on her usually cold and sculpted face. She slowly extended her slightly trembling, icy hands. Then, under Su Yu's horrified gaze, gently, she stroked Su Yu's cheek. She looked into Su Yu's eyes, which shone brightly and seemed unfathomable in the firelight, and saw an extremely complex emotion that Su Yu couldn't understand. She slowly leaned close to Su Yu's ear and whispered to him in a gentle voice filled with apology and a hint of resignation, a voice only the two of them could hear. Tonight, you should get some rest. She paused, as if she had used up all her strength. Su Yu will come again tomorrow, looking for you. Chapter 39, The Ancient Secrets of the Tribe. Could there really be gods? Su Yu will come see you again tomorrow. Yunxi's promise, brimming with boundless imagination, lingered in Su Yu's ears like the gentlest lullaby. Su Yu watched her retreating figure, which looked somewhat disheveled and flustered due to shyness and nervousness. She looked down at the bandage on her leg, still warm from her body and faintly fragrant with the scent of a virgin. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. This woman, Su Yu is definitely going to get what he wants. That night, Su Yu slept more soundly than ever before. The next morning, Su Yu woke up to a gaze filled with love and adoration. Suddenly, the entrance to Su Yu's temple was packed with people. Moonlight, clever girl, exquisite. All the women in the tribe guarded Su Yu's cave entrance with the same care they would give a giant panda. They were all holding various kinds of offerings in their hands. It has the freshest berries, the tenderest roast meat, and the clearest divine water. Su Yu krakt. No, Ladius. Su Yu only suffered minor injuries. The way you're making it sound like Su Yu is about to pass away. Your Majesty, you have awakened. Yueying was the first to notice Su Yu's movements. Her pretty face, which always wore a gentle smile, was now filled with an overwhelming heartache. She carefully carried a bowl of steaming meat soup to Su Yu's bedside, preparing to feed him herself like a gentle wife. Su Yu swears that he really only scratched his leg. Su Yu's hand isn't broken yet. However, before Su Yu could even refuse, another figure, radiating maternal warmth, shoved Yueying away. She is the oldest stone grandmother in the tribe. Her wrinkled face was now filled with an almost fanatical, almost delirious excitement. She walked up to Su Yu carrying an unidentified, black earthenware jar. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, she slowly knelt down in front of Su Yu. They performed a full prostration to Su Yu using the oldest, most devout, and most unquestionable tribal ritual. By the gods. Her voice was hoarse yet full of something unprecedented. Excited. God? Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Su Yu subconsciously turned his gaze to the black pottery jar at her hand. On the surface of the pottery jar, a mural full of magical colors was depicted with the most primitive and rough brushstrokes. The mural depicts a group of people dressed exactly like the women in the tribe. They are prostrating themselves on the ground, worshipping the sky, and above them, in the sky, suddenly, a huge painting was drawn, engulfed in raging flames. A round lump of iron? And next to that lump of iron, there stood a little person. The little figure was wearing the exact same tattered exploration suit as Su Yu. Strange clothes. He was also holding in his hand a composite longbow, exactly like the one Su Yu had used last night. Amazing. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the mural, which was both incongruous and somewhat familiar. Then he looked at the old woman in front of him, who was bowing deeply to Su Yu. Su Yu's brain, which was filled with modern science, was completely formatted at this moment by something Su Yu had never heard of before, called mythology brought to reality. Could it be? Could this tribe really be? Really, what does it have to do with the gods? And Suyu? And Suyu, this unlucky guy who inexplicably transmigrated to this godforsaken place. Could it really be? Your Majesty, Granny Shi's excited and enthusiastic voice pulled Suyu back from his shock once again. She pointed to the little figure on the pottery jar, dressed in strange clothes and holding a magical weapon. He then pointed at Suyu. For the first time, a feeling of affirmation was revealed in those cloudy eyes that were filled with a light called faith. She spoke to Suyu haltingly in the oldest language of their tribe, a language that Suyu could barely understand. You're finally back. You're back. Suyu was stunned. Suyu subconsciously turned his gaze back to the eerie mural. Suyu suddenly noticed something beneath that huge, raging iron lump. It was also engraved with a line of crooked characters that Suyu couldn't understand at all. Zambol? No, that's not a symbol. That is. Suyu's brain, which was somewhat dizzy due to excessive blood loss, suddenly trembled at this moment. Suyu slowly extended his slightly trembling, cold hands. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, gently stroking that line, its edges smoothed by time. Character, although it is already blurry and unclear, but Suyu could still clearly recognize. Those were two, ones that Suyu knew all too well from his previous life. Chinese character. Apocalypse? Boom! At that moment, Suyu's brain completely exploded. Suyu stared blankly at the two Chinese characters that looked like something out of science fiction. Then I looked at the tribe in front of me, which was full of primitive atmosphere. An absurd, yet highly probable, thought instantly popped into Suyu's mind. This tribe, this is a mysterious tribe inhabited only by women. Could it be? Could it be that their ancestors? That is, just as Suyu was about to touch upon the truth that was enough to overturn his entire worldview. A cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had somehow reverted to her former cold and composed patriarchal self. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, they turned their gaze to the mysterious black pottery jar in Granny Shi's hand. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet clear, reaching Suyu's ears. Grandma Stone. She paused, seemingly considering her words. The Holy One is tired. What's wrong? She slowly turned around, her cold eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. Wait for him. He'll recover. We'll see. Chapter 40, A Ranged Artifact. The birth of the first hunting bow. Let's wait until he's healed before discussing it further. Yunshi's cold yet undeniably authoritative voice instantly separated Suyu from the black pottery jar that held the earth-shattering secret, like an invisible barrier. Granny Shi paused for a moment, seemingly somewhat unwilling. However, upon seeing Yunshi's cold, emotionless eyes, she ultimately chose to obey. She bowed deeply to Suyu once more before leaving, clutching the black pottery jar and glancing back several times. Suyu then gave Yunshi a deep look. This woman, she definitely knows something. She was deliberately hiding something from Suyu. However, Suyu did not ask any further questions, because Suyu knew that the time was not yet right. In this world, where the cruelest law of the jungle still prevails, only absolute strength is the sole key to uncovering the truth. And now what Suyu needs to do is equip this tribe and Suyu's future harem with the sharpest fangs. Kia. Suyu ignored the women around him who were still showing concern for him. Suyu directly issued his first saintly command to the shy, genius craftsman in the crowd who didn't even dare to lift his head. Bring over the bow arms and arrows that Suyu and the others made yesterday. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable authority. Xiaoer's body trembled violently. She looked up, a hint of flattered excitement flashing in her bright eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. For the first time, she responded to Suyu in broken Chinese. Then, like a happy little rabbit that had received a royal decree, she turned around and ran very fast, carrying over all the semi-finished products that Suyu and the others had made yesterday. Suyu's action instantly shifted everyone's attention from their concern for Suyu's injuries to their fervent anticipation for the imminent birth of the divine artifact. All the women instinctively held their breath. They all stared wide-eyed at the wooden stick in Suyu's hand with the kind of gaze one would give a god who was creating thunder. Even Yin Tong, who had just been glaring at Suyu out of jealousy, was now leaning on her stone spear and limping to the front of the crowd. Her fiery eyes were filled with an extremely complex emotion, a mixture of curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of admiration that she herself was unaware of. She wants to see. She wanted to see it with her own eyes. What magic does this toy, which Suyu has praised to the skies, actually possess? Suyu ignored their shock. Suyu simply began his creation work quietly. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bow were all familiar tasks for Suyu. But this time, Suyu didn't play by himself like he did yesterday. Suyu slowly turned around and aimed the longbow, drawn to its fullest extent and brimming with power and wild beauty, at the bow. Yintong. Wow. Yintong was startled by Suyu's sudden action. Instinctively, she wanted to raise the stone spear in her hand to block. But what awaited her was not that sharp arrow. Instead, it was Suyu's gaze, filled with amusement and a hint of provocation. Suyu slowly shook his head at her. Then, Suyu handed her the longbow. Suyu's meaning is very simple. Come here. Yintong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that Suyu, this saint, would entrust such an important artifact to a mortal who had just questioned him. Yintong stared blankly at Suyu, then at the longbow in Suyu's hand that exuded a deadly aura. At this moment, her brain, which was filled with power, completely shut down. Suyu, Suyu. She pointed to her lips and trembled for a long time, but couldn't utter a single complete sentence. She wanted to answer, but she didn't dare. She was afraid that she would desecrate this divine artifact. Suyu then slowly walked up to her. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Suyu reached out and snatched away her beast bone club, which she never parted with and which was stained with the blood of wild beasts. And then he casually tossed it on the ground. Starting today, Suyu looked at her and announced to her, word by word, in a domineering and unquestionable tone, you no longer need this outdated fire poker. After saying that, Suyu put the longbow in his hand into her arms, which had become stiff with shock. Then Suyu reached out his hand and, like the strictest drill instructor, began to teach her step by step. How grasp the bow. How about it? Knock the arrow. How to aim. Keep your back straight. Keep your hands flat. Look ahead. Suyu's voice was both icy and full of an irresistible magic. Yintong, on the other hand, was like a primary school student entering a classroom for the first time, so nervous that she forgot to breathe. Her usually strong and fit body became incredibly stiff at this moment because of Suyu's touch. A powerful and aggressive aura, uniquely masculine, emanated from Suyu and entered her nostrils. Her pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence, had turned red at some point, like a branding iron that had been heated through. Hey, stay away from Suyu. She protested haltingly in a voice softer than a mosquito's hum. But the voice sounded more like, behave in a spoiled manner? Suyu ignored it, head in singere protest. Suyu simply placed his hand on the back of her hand, which was trembling slightly and burning hot due to nervousness, then slowly with force. Buzz. Once again, a powerful and wildly beautiful bowstring vibrated, echoing throughout the entire valley. That one was designed by Suyu, made by Qiaoer. Yintong pulled it open. The first one, in the true sense. Remote control marvel. Hunting bow. Finally, it was born. Yintong stared blankly at the longbow in her hand, which was drawn to its fullest extent. Feel the terrifying power emanating from the bow. A power capable of tearing everything apart. For the first time, a feeling of infatuation and fervor was revealed in her eyes, which were always filled with fire. She fell in love with this feeling. Suyu slowly released her hand. Then he whispered something in her ear in a seductive and playful voice that only Suyu and the other person could hear. Now, you still think, is it just a toy? Chapter 41. Yintong received her new bow and was as happy as a child. Do you still think of it as just a toy? Suyu's voice, like a devil's whisper, carried a deadly allure and clearly entered Yintong's ears. She did not answer. Or rather, she was no longer able to answer. She just stared blankly at the longbow in her hand, which had been drawn to its fullest extent. She felt the terrifying power emanating from the bow, a power capable of tearing everything apart, a power that captivated her. Her breathing became increasingly rapid. For the first time, a kind of almost insane light, called longing, ignited in her eyes, which were always filled with fire. She wanted to release it. She wanted to see it with her own eyes. Just how terrifying power can this artifact, created by this mysterious man before us, unleash? Let go. Suyu slowly released her hand. Then, in a calm yet unquestionable tone, he gave her the final instruction. Yin Tong's body trembled violently. A flicker of struggle flashed in her fiery eyes as she looked up. But in the end, it was still. They were completely overwhelmed by that primal desire for power. Oh dear! She suddenly let out a cry full of wildness and power. Then, under the tense, expectant, and even fearful gazes of everyone, she released her right hand. Buzz! A sound clearer and louder than ever before resounded throughout the entire valley. The arrow, carrying the hopes of the entire tribe, transformed into a black lightning bolt almost invisible to the naked eye, tearing through the air and instantly traversing a distance of nearly 100 meters with a terrifying killing intent capable of piercing through everything. Clang! A sound even clearer and louder than the arrow Suyu had shot earlier. The sound of metal clashing against metal once again resounded throughout the entire valley. The next second, on that huge rock 100 meters away that was being used as a target, sparks flew everywhere. That arrow, crafted from obsidian and incredibly hard, actually, it was even deeper than the arrow Suyu had shot, embedding itself into the hard rock. The entire arrow shaft was almost completely embedded in the ground. All that remained was a section of the arrow's fletching, still buzzing and trembling violently. The whole world fell silent. In the valley, you could hear a pin drop. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. Their eyes widened and mouths gaped open, staring blankly at the figure. A monster, a prodigy, someone who had completely overturned their understanding of tens of thousands of years. Still in the drawn bow stance, his entire body radiated an aura of power and breathtaking intensity. Hot girl! Their brains are completely unable to function. They don't understand. They really don't understand. In the tribe, this is the strongest female warrior. When? Become. So, is this scary? Yin Tong, as if all her strength had been drained, slowly put down the longbow in her hand. She stared blankly at her hands, which were trembling slightly from exertion. He looked up again at the distance, at the arrow fletching still trembling slightly on that rock. At this moment, her brain, which was filled with power, was completely formatted by something she had never heard of before, called technology that changes destiny. Turn out to be the true power. No, it's brute force that you're born with. Instead, she slowly turned around and looked at Suyu with an extremely complex gaze, filled with regret, gratitude, and a hint of infatuation that she herself was unaware of. She looked at the man who had bestowed upon her divine power. She didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. Suyu then slowly walked up to her. Then, amidst everyone's gazes, filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, Suyu reached out and gently rubbed her fiery red, fluffy head like a kind elder. Now, you still think, is it just a toy? Suyu's voice, though not loud, was like the sharpest knife, piercing her proud heart that had never bowed to anyone. Yin Tong's body trembled violently. Her pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence, turned bright red all the way to her ears at that moment. She wanted to argue back, but found herself unable to utter a single word. She wanted to be angry, but found that she didn't even have the slightest bit of energy to be angry. In the end, she could only lower her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, like a wildcat that had been completely tamed. Then, in a muffled voice, even softer than a mosquito's hum, he squeezed out 2 words. No. After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Suyu again. Clutching the longbow, which was more precious than her own life, she turned and ran like a child who had received a beloved toy. As he ran, he let out a burst of joyful, slightly silly laughter. Hee. Laughter. Where was the majesty of the tribe's #1 warrior? It's just like the landlord's silly daughter. Suyu looked at her adorable back view, which was full of unexpected charm, and laughed like a cat that had stolen some fish. You little punk, trying to fight Suyu? However, just as Suyu was enjoying the immense sense of accomplishment from taming the wild beast, a cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had somehow reverted to her former cold and composed patriarchal self. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, they turned their attention to the hunting team members who had gone completely mad because of Yin Tong's divine power. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet clear, reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu. She paused, seemingly considering her words. This magical artifact. She slowly turned around, her cold eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. Can Suyu and his team make a few more? Chapter 42, we can't always be on the defensive. Let's take the initiative. Can Suyu and his team make a few more? Yunqi's voice was filled with an unprecedented, extreme desire for power. She looked at the hunting party members, who had gone completely mad because of a longbow. She looked up at Suyu again, the man who had brought the power of the gods before them. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was completely ignited at this moment by a flame called ambition. A bow can boost Yintong's combat power several times over. What if it's 10? 100? If each member of her elite hunting team were equipped with one of these divine weapons, capable of taking a life from 100 meters away, how terrifying would their tribe's power become? Don't be surprised if they're just a pack of wolves. Even if it were those legendary, even more powerful enemies dwelling deep within the forest, they might not be without the ability to fight back. Suyu smiled as he looked into her eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight, as if they were burning with wildfire. Suyu likes your ambitious yet helpless demeanor. Suyu did not answer her directly. Suyu simply pointed slowly to the landlord's silly daughter who was still hugging a longbow and grinning foolishly not far away. He then pointed to the young, shy, and intimidating craftsman who didn't even dare to lift his head. Finally, Suyu turned his gaze to the ordinary women who were still frantically polishing stone tools. Suyu's meaning is very simple. As long as there are enough materials, as long as there are enough people, Suyu could have as many of these magical artifacts as he wanted. Yunqi's breath hitched. In an instant, an astonishing light burst forth from her icy eyes. She understood. She understood completely. This man brought them not just one, but two divine weapons. What he brought to them was a wisdom that can continuously create divine artifacts. And this is the foundation for a tribe to truly rise and become truly powerful. So do you understand? She slowly nodded, and for the first time, an expression of conviction appeared on her face, which was always covered in frost. She no longer hesitated at all. She suddenly turned around, facing all the able-bodied women in the tribe. She issued the most important order in her history as the clan leader, in an unquestionable and iron-fisted tone. Starting today, in the tribe, everything except hunting, all shall obey the Holy One's command. No one is allowed to disobey. Boom! The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. Their chieftain, they actually handed over all command authority in the tribe, except for combat, to this man. What does that mean? This means that, starting today, this man will become someone in this tribe who stands on equal footing with Yunqi. Another king. However, just as all the women were immersed in this enormous shock that was enough to change the future of the tribe, Suyu slowly shook his head. Suyu looked at Yunqi, her eyes filled with ambition and expectation. Calmly, he uttered a sentence that instantly froze everyone's smiles on their faces. Not yet. Yunqi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and confusion. Why? Why not? Suyu did not explain. Suyu slowly raised his head and cast his gaze toward the forest outside the tribe, shrouded in darkness. Suyu's eyes became incredibly deep. It was also incredibly cold. Have you all forgotten? Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife piercing into everyone's heart. Those beasts who killed your sisters. There wasn't just one. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful joy that had just risen due to victory was instantly replaced by a deeper cloud called fear. Yes, how could they forget? Over there, the Wolf King was terrified. That pack of wolves vanished into the darkness. They did run away, but they could happen at any time. They're making a comeback. Just thinking about those dense, will-o'-the-wisps, eyes filled with bloodlust and greed. The color drained from the faces of all the women instantly. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably again. However, just as everyone was once again gripped by a profound and unknown fear. Suyu slowly smiled. His laughter was cold. It's also very cruel. Suyu and his ilk cannot always be passively attacked. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the fearful and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to Yin Tong, who was still holding the longbow and looking excited. As Suyu watched her deliver her command, word by word, in a tone filled with decisiveness and unquestionable authority, the most important order Suyu, as a saint, had ever given. Yin Tong, starting today, you only have one hunting party mission. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy killing intent. That is to Suyu, all the wolves in this forest. 1. Leaving no ground. Kill them all. Chapter 43. The system makes a great contribution, exposing the wolf den's secrets. 1. Kill them all without leaving a trace. Suyu's voice was icy, bloodthirsty, and devoid of any emotion. But like the hottest flame, it instantly ignited the long-suppressed fire of revenge in the hearts of Yin Tong and all the members of the hunting team. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. They raised their newly sharpened, incredibly sharp weapons high and let out a deafening roar. There was no longer any fear on their faces. There was only one thing, an extreme desire for victory. Yes, a sage is here. There's a magical artifact here. What is there to fear from a mere pack of wolves? Even Yunshi was infected by this fervent atmosphere, full of iron-bloodedness. For the first time, a raging fire of aggression and expansion ignited in her icy eyes. She looked at Suyu, the man who, in just a few days, had completely transformed a near-extinct tribe into a terrifying machine brimming with war potential. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. She knew that from today onwards, this tribe will no longer be a weakling that can only eke out a living in the forest. They will become the sole queens of this forest. However, just as everyone was immersed in the frenzied excitement of their impending domination, Suyu slowly shook his head. Suyu looked at Yin Tong's pretty face, which was flushed with excitement. He calmly uttered a sentence that instantly froze everyone's smiles on their faces. But not now. Yin Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and confusion. Why? Why not? Were you just bragging about everything you just said? Suyu did not explain. Suyu slowly raised his head and cast his gaze toward the forest outside the tribe, shrouded in darkness. Suyu's eyes became incredibly deep. It was also incredibly cold. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Suyu slowly uttered 8 syllables that they couldn't understand at all, but they could sense the infinite wisdom contained within them. Then Suyu slowly closed his eyes. Daily reconnaissance system activated. Scan range, radius 1,000 meters. Searching for target, wolf. Search successful. Wolfpack tracks discovered, currently being pursued. Tracking successful. The next second, a 3-dimensional map centered on Suyu and composed of countless blue light dots instantly unfolded in Suyu's mind. In the northwest direction of this map, about 900 meters away, there is a hidden cave. A huge ball of light, radiating a rich red glow, suddenly appeared before Suyu's eyes. Nama, Giant Wolf Den. Information. The den, home to over 200 adult giant wolves, has a complex internal structure that makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Leader, Silver Moon Wolf King status. Injured, Berserk. Elite Unit, Giant Wolf Leader X12 status. Alert. Common Unit, 217 adult giant wolves status. Panic Hunger. Cub Unit, 53 wolf cubs status. Weak. Note, the Wolfpack's morale was low because their leader was frightened by the flames in the previous battle, and they dared not launch another attack for a short period of time. Suyu Krakt. Suyu Squad. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. Suyu has activated a full map cheat. They not only found out the exact location of the wolf den, they even went so far as to reveal the Wolf King's name, the number of his henchmen, and the number of his cubs. What's the point of fighting? This is simply a one-sided massacre. Suyu suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart. Slowly, Suyu opened his eyes. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with tension, anticipation, and even fear, Suyu slowly extended his hand. On the open ground, which Suyu used as a sand table, he drew a simple, yet remarkably clear cross-section of the cave with a single, sharp stone. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and mouths agape, as if watching a god creating the world, at Su Yu and the map on the ground that was both incongruous and strangely familiar. Their brains are completely unable to function. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man, he didn't even leave the tribe. Why was he able to draw so clearly? That the lair of demons that killed countless of their sisters? Could he really be an omniscient god? Yin Tong, standing in front of Su Yu, was struck dumb. She stared blankly at the map on the ground, a map exactly like the one from her memory that had cost her dearly in hell. She looked up again at Su Yu, a man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had everything under control. Her brain, which had just been filled with power, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called dimensional reduction attack. She finally understood. She finally understood. This man possesses more than just the wisdom to create divine artifacts. What he possesses is a divine power sufficient to see and control everything. And she actually dared to dream of making a bet with such a god? It's a complete joke. She knelt down before Su Yu again with a thud. This time it's not because of a bet. No longer because of loyalty. Rather, it is an irresistible feeling that comes from the depths of the soul. I am utterly impressed. Su Yu slowly stood up and stopped looking at her. Su Yu simply turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout. But now, those icy eyes were churning with a monstrous undercurrent. Iceberg female clan chief. Su Yu looked at her and delivered the order word by word, in a tone filled with icy killing intent and brooking no argument. This was the most important order Su Yu had ever given as a saint. Trial. Yunshi. Now, gather all your people. Su Yu paused, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with cruelty and disdain. Su Yu wanted to teach these ignorant beasts a lesson. It was called, Cut the Weeds and Eliminate the Roots. Chapter 44, A Fire Burned Down the Wolf's Den, Eliminating Future Troubles. Su Yu, let these ignorant beasts know what it means to nip them in the bud. Su Yu's voice was icy, bloodthirsty, and devoid of any emotion. It was like a most sacred divine decree. In an instant, the flames of revenge were completely ignited throughout the entire tribe. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The women raised their incredibly sharp weapons high and let out a deafening roar. There was no longer any fear on their faces. There was only one thing, an extreme desire for victory. In their eyes, there's a saint, with this all-knowing and all-powerful God present. Don't even mention it. It's just a wolf den. Even if the sky were to fall, they can also poke a hole in it. Yunshi, on the other hand, did not hesitate at all. She suddenly turned around, facing all the able-bodied women in the tribe. She issued the most important and insane order in her history as clan leader with an iron-fisted and unquestionable tone. Everyone, bring Su Yu and the others and all the kerosene. Bring Su Yu and all the torches. She paused and turned her gaze to the northwest of the tribe, to that forest filled with the aura of death. For the first time, a raging fire of cruelty ignited in those icy eyes. Today, Su Yu and his sisters want to get revenge on those beasts who killed them. Experience what it's like to be burned alive by flames. Once again, a thunderous, frenzied cheer, filled with the thrill of revenge, erupted in the valley. Soon, a revenge army of nearly 100 fully armed women was assembled. In their hands were no longer simple stone spears and stone axes. Instead, it was a longbow personally crafted by Su Yu, capable of taking a life from 100 meters away. Their bodies were no longer covered in tattered animal skins. Instead, it was a lightweight yet durable leather armor that Xiaoer had worked through the night to make. Their faces no longer held numbness and despair. Rather, it's the ultimate desire for victory. And yes, the fanatical faith in Su Yu, this saint. Su Yu stood quietly at the very front of the line. To Su Yu's left was Yun Shi, who looked shy but tried to appear calm. To Su Yu's right was Yin Tong, whose face was filled with fanaticism and who wished she could rush up right now and tear the Wolf King to pieces. Behind Su Yu were Yueying Xiaoer and Linglong, and the entire tribe, all their hope. Su Yu looked at the iron-blooded army before him, which he had personally built. Su Yu's heart was filled with boundless pride. Su Yu slowly raised the longbow in his hand. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fervor and adoration, gently swing forward. Set off. At a single command, The mighty army of revenge surged out of the tribe like a black torrent and disappeared into the mist-shrouded forest. Under the precise navigation of the daily reconnaissance system, Su Yu and his team skillfully avoided all potential dangers. Soon, the enemy was at the city gates. They appeared before the den, where hundreds of giant wolves were entrenched. It was an extremely hidden, enormous cave. The entrance to the cave is less than 10 meters wide. But inside, there's a completely different world. A foul wind, filled with the stench of blood and filth, wafted continuously from the depths of the cave. Interspersed among them were low growls that sent chills down one's spine. Clearly, those beasts inside haven't realized. Death has arrived. Su Yu gestured for the women behind him to be quiet. Then Su Yu slowly turned around and turned his gaze to the one who was already excited and impatient. Yin Tong, who is eagerly awaiting. Su Yu pointed to the cave entrance and then to the longbow in her hand, which exuded a deadly aura. Su Yu's meaning is very simple. The show is about to begin. Yin Tong's eyes lit up instantly. A cruel smile appeared on her pretty face, which was always full of fighting spirit. She slowly raised the longbow in her hand. Then, under the expectant and excited gazes of everyone, she gently placed a rocket, which had been prepared beforehand and had a piece of hay soaked in oil tied to its tip, onto the bowstring. Then came the second and third. Soon, more than a dozen other archers with superhuman strength, just like her, followed suit. They will be the prelude to this war that will scorch the heavens. Su Yu slowly raised Su Yu's hand. Then, under the tense, breathless gaze of everyone, it fell heavily. Put. Swoosh. 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 A sharp, deathly whistling sound ripped through the air, instantly shattering the silence of the forest. A dozen or so arrows, burning with raging flames, transformed into dazzling, meteor-like orange-red streaks of light, carrying an overwhelming killing intent capable of incinerating everything, and shot with unparalleled precision into the dark, bottomless cave. A wolf howl, filled with confusion and unease, instantly echoed from the depths of the cave. Then came the second and third sounds. One scream after another, filled with terror and pain, echoed throughout the night sky. Clearly, the beasts inside had been completely engulfed by the sudden heavenly fire. However, this is just the beginning. Kerosene, give it to Su Yu and throw it away. Su Yu issued another cold, emotionless order. The women, who were already prepared, used all their strength to smash the earthenware jars filled with kerosene into the cave that was already in complete chaos. Bang, bang, bang. A dull, cracking sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, boom, a deafening roar. A tongue of fire, even larger and more terrifying than the one at the tribe's gate, instantly shot out from the narrow opening. The scorching, destructive flames, capable of devouring everything, instantly transformed the entire cave into a massive hell on earth. A woo, a woo. A series of shrill screams, filled with pain and despair, echoed continuously from the sea of fire. That sound sent chills down the spines of every woman who heard it. But there was not a trace of pity on their faces. Yes, it's just the ultimate thrill of getting revenge. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the spectacular scene of the burning sky that he had personally orchestrated. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were as cold as frost. This is what happens when you provoke Su Yu. However, just when everyone thought this one-sided massacre was about to end with a complete victory for Su Yu and his men, a deafening roar, filled with savagery and endless madness, suddenly erupted from the sea of fire. Oh, it's the Wolf King. It's that silvery white, cunning beast. It's still alive. The next second, under everyone's horrified and dismayed gazes, as if they had seen a ghost, a gigantic figure engulfed in raging flames leaped out of the sea of fire. Its cold, hate-filled eyes were fixed on Su Yu. It wants to perish together with Su Yu. However, what awaited him was not Su Yu's fear. Instead, it was Su Yu's eyes that were filled with disdain and mockery, and a sentence, cold and devoid of any emotion. Trial. You only realize this now? Su Yu slowly raised the longbow in his hand. He aimed the sharpest arrow, which he had prepared long ago, at its rage-distorted form, between the eyebrows. It's too late. Chapter 45, I found a litter of wolf cubs. Can these things be tamed? It's too late. Su Yu's voice was as cold as frost. Whoosh. The bowstring vibrated. The arrow, carrying Su Yu's boundless rage, transformed into a black lightning bolt invisible to the naked eye, tearing through the air and carrying an overwhelming killing intent capable of piercing through everything, instantly bridging the distance between life and death. Puffed. A terrifying sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed throughout the entire valley. For the first time, a feeling of fear and disbelief appeared in the eyes of that arrogant silver moon wolf king, whose body was engulfed in raging flames. It slowly lowered its proud head, which had never bowed to anyone. There, a trembling arrow was deeply embedded between its brows. The whole world fell silent. The wolf king's body suddenly stiffened. All the light in its cold, hate-filled eyes instantly went out. Bang! A loud, muffled thud. That enormous body, as big as a calf, crashed heavily to the ground. A cloud of dust, filled with the aura of death, spewed up. Wolf King, dead. His death was inevitable. He died a very unfortunate death. It never understood this until its death. Why? Why? This seemingly frail, two-legged creature. It can actually unleash such terrifying power? Another earth-shattering, frenzied cheer, filled with the thrill of revenge, erupted from the valley. The women threw down their weapons, embraced each other, and cried and laughed. The dead sisters have finally gotten their revenge. The dark cloud of fear that had been hanging over the tribe was completely torn apart at this moment. Su Yu slowly lowered the longbow in his hand. Su Yu stared quietly at the Wolf King's corpse, which had been reduced to its charred remains. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were as cold as frost. This is what happens when you interrupt Su Yu's good time. However, just as everyone was immersed in the immense joy of revenge, a crisp sound, filled with surprise and a hint of uncertainty, came out of the wolf den, which was still billowing smoke, without warning. Broter Su Yu. It's exquisite. It's this fearless little girl. She actually managed to sneak into that dangerous wolf den all by herself when no one was paying attention. Nonsense. Su Yu's expression changed instantly. Su Yu shoved away the women around him who were still throwing themselves at him. Then he dashed into the cave, which was still emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Linglong, where are you? Su Yu's voice was filled with something he himself was unaware of. Nervous. Broter Su Yu. Su Yu is here. Linglong's joyful voice came from the deepest part of the cave. Su Yu followed the sound and ran wildly. Soon, they found her in a very secluded little compartment hidden by huge rocks. She was squatting on the ground, and her pretty face, which was always full of innocence and romance, was now filled with a radiance called maternal love. In her arms, she was cradling several furry, shivering kittens. A wolf cub? Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the scene before him, a scene that was both incongruous and strangely heartwarming. He glanced at the others, who were secretly observing Su Yu's little creature with eyes filled with fear and a hint of curiosity. Su Yu's brain, which was filled with modern science, was completely formatted at this moment by something Su Yu had never heard of before called everything can be cute. No, this thing can be tamed? Bite. Host detected. Contact is being made with a tameable juvenile creature. The beast taming skills, beginner, system module has been automatically unlocked. Taming target, Silver Moon Wolf Cub. Difficulty of taming, high. Domestication methods. Su Yu Karact. Su Yu Squad. Su Yu is truly, utterly devastated. Su Yu. Has Su Yu unlocked a new pose yet? No. It's new technology. Su Yu looked at the few fluffy, seemingly harmless wolf cubs in front of him. Then I thought of their terrifying fighting power when they grow up, enough to tear everything apart. An absurd yet highly probable thought instantly popped into Su Yu's mind. If Su Yu can successfully tame them, wouldn't that mean Su Yu's tribe would then possess a force? Invincible. Wolf riders? As Su Yu looked at the few trembling little creatures in front of him, the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. Su Yu's eyes became incredibly fervent, and also incredibly loving. Linglong, however, was completely unaware of this. She simply held the few fluffy little things in her arms like a child who had received a beloved toy, showing them off to Su Yu. Broter Su Yu. Look, they are so cute. She pointed to the wolf cubs that were looking at Su Yu with eyes full of fear and unease. He then pointed at Su Yu. Then, in a tone full of innocence and a hint of uncertainty, she asked Su Yu. Su Yu, Suyu, can you raise them? Chapter 46, the beginning of animal husbandry, starting with wolf raising. Suyu, Suyu, can you raise them? Linglong's innocent and expectant voice sounded so out of place in the wolf den, filled with the stench of burning and blood. Suyu looked at her, and then at the few trembling, furry little creatures. Suyu's leaks slowly curled upwards. Raise them? Of course we should. Not only should we raise them, moreover, they need to be raised and cared for to a great extent. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. At this moment, Suyu's brain, which was filled with modern science, was completely ignited by a flame called the technological revolution. Tame wild beasts. This is the story of how human civilization progressed from barbarism to civilization. The most important step, if Suyu can successfully tame these little guys with giant wolf blood, wouldn't Suyu's tribe then possess the most loyal, strongest, and most terrifying force? Biological weapons? Suyu looked at the few furry, seemingly harmless little creatures in front of him. Suyu's eyes became incredibly fervent. Also incomparable. Love. Suyu slowly reached out his hand, like the gentlest father, and gently stroked the wolf cubs who were looking at him with eyes full of fear and unease. Animal taming technique. Calming successfully. Domestication progress. 1. Current objective. Gain the cubs' absolute trust. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. This system is 2. That's so thoughtful. Suyu's heart, which had been pounding wildly with excitement, gradually calmed down. Suyu gave Linglong a smile, full of encouragement and love. Abel, of course you can. Not only can they be raised, but they must be raised properly. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable and convincing magic. Her bright eyes lit up instantly. Her pretty face, which was always full of innocence and romance, was now filled with the tremendous joy of being recognized. She held her little baby in her arms like a little rabbit that had received a favorite toy, jumping and skipping around in front of Suyu. And just then, a group of women, filled with doubt and confusion, rushed into the small cubicle. Their faces were filled with worry for the Holy One. When they saw it, Suyu was standing there unharmed. Linglong, however, was holding several fluffy wolf cubs. Everyone was stunned. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed at the little creatures that were eyeing them with fear and unease, as if they were looking at monsters or madmen. Wow, what's this? Gurgle. A wolf cub? A woo. Quick, kill them. The women instantly erupted in chaos. One by one, they raised their weapons, their faces filled with a deep-seated fear and hatred for wolves. After all, their sisters died under the fangs of these beasts. Stop. Suyu shouted. Suyu's voice was like a thunderclap, instantly stunning all the fervent women. One by one, they subconsciously put down their weapons and looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Suyu, what are you doing? Yunchi was the first to rush to Suyu's side. A glint of worry and a hint of disapproval flickered in her cold eyes. These are wolves. They will eat Suyu and his friends when they grow up. Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply walked slowly to her. Then Suyu reached out and gently pressed down her trembling hand, which was shaking with excitement, like the strictest instructor. Suyu looked into her cold eyes, which were filled with worry. He calmly uttered a sentence that shocked everyone. They are not wolves. They are. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was both alluring and undeniable. Suyu and his ilk, you dogs. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. A dog? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply turned around slowly, facing all the women who were still in a state of shock. Then Suyu pointed to those few, furry little creatures. He then pointed to the mountains of wolf meat piled up around Suyu and his men. Finally, Suyu watched them as he announced a decision, word by word, in a tone full of ambition and control, a decision that was enough to drive them completely mad. Starting today, Suyu and his men not only want to hunt, Suyu and his ilk still. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Tame them. Tame any wild beast that can be used by Suyu and his men. Because Suyu suddenly raised his head, those unfathomable eyes, shining exceptionally bright in the firelight, burned with flames even hotter than that wall of fire. This is true civilization. Chapter 47, Moonfire's Worries. A terrible winter is coming. This is True civilization. Su Yu's voice boomed like thunder in the cramped wolf den. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man whose entire being radiated a light they couldn't comprehend, a light of wisdom and ambition. Their minds, filled with the primitive laws of survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called the future. Taming wild animals? Is this really something they can do? However, when their gazes fell upon Su Yu's calm eyes, which were filled with confidence and unquestionable conviction, their pitiful doubts vanished instantly. Yes, what else is this man unable to do? He can conjure salt out of thin air. He can conjure food out of thin air. He can conjure magical artifacts out of thin air. He could even manipulate the heavenly fire, which was powerful enough to destroy everything, with ease. Those are just a few wolf cubs that hadn't even been weaned yet. And what does it matter? The Holy One is mighty. I wonder who was the first to recover from the immense shock. She shouted the loudest cheer of her life at Su Yu in an almost manic, fanatical tone. Then the second, the third. The entire wolf den was engulfed in a frenzied worship of the Holy One. Even Yunxi and Yintong, the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, all he could do was silently look at Su Yu with a gaze filled with complexity, awe, and a hint of self-righteousness. Looking at this person who was about to lead them to a place they never dared to dream of. A new era has begun. That night, the entire tribe once again erupted in revelry. Wolf meat, all you can eat. Berries, plenty to eat. The clean, warm holy water is even better. Drink as much as you like. All the women were immersed in this unprecedented, immense happiness called abundance and security. They sang and danced, celebrating their new life. Su Yu sat quietly on the tiger-skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm. On one hand, she enjoyed the thoughtful back massage service from her maid, Ling Long. Meanwhile, he carefully fed the wolf cubs, who had already been initially calmed down, a piece of the freshest wolf meat. Watching them go from trembling at the beginning to now cautiously licking the bits of meat off Su Yu's fingers. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. The beginning of animal husbandry has arrived. Next is bite. Host detected. The tribe is considering its future development direction. System task, automatically generated. Main quest, the leap of civilization. Mission description, lead this endangered primitive tribe to survive and to thrive. The current phase of the mission has begun. Stay safe and sound through the winter. Mission objective, stockpile enough supplies within 1 month to sustain the entire tribe through a 3-month-long, cold winter. Mission reward, 1,000 civilization points. Unlocks the new basic agriculture tech tree. Su Yu Krakt. Su Yu Squad. Su Yu is truly, utterly devastated. Agriculture? This is the true path to victory. Agriculture means a stable food source. This means a population explosion. This means that Su Yu can completely transform this tribe from the hunting and gathering era into the agricultural era. This is the real one. A leap forward in civilization. Looking at the tempting system task in front of him, Su Yu's heart, which had become somewhat complacent due to his victory, became fiery again. However, just as Su Yu was immersed in the immense excitement of the impending start of a new era of large-scale farming, a gentle voice, filled with worry and a hint of unease, suddenly rang out behind Su Yu without warning. It is a firefly. She had quietly ended the revelry outside and, carrying a bowl of still steaming holy water, silently came to Su Yu's side. Unlike other women, she did not have a fanatical adoration for Su Yu. She simply stood quietly behind Su Yu, looking at him with a tender gaze filled with worry. Su Yu. She watched as her people, their faces glowing red from the firelight, continued to sing and dance. For the first time, a look of worry appeared in those eyes that were always full of gentleness and purity. Everyone was so happy. Her Chinese has made significant progress thanks to Su Yu's late-night tutoring, although it is still somewhat awkward. But that was enough to express the worry in her heart. Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Su Yu turned to look at her, at those beautiful eyes filled with worry. He asked calmly, "Is it good to be happy?" "No, it's not." Yuang slowly shook her head. She pointed to the mountain of wolf meat piled up there where Su Yu and his men were. He then pointed to the wild berries that were served as dessert. Finally, She turned her gaze to the dark forest outside the tribe. Her voice was very soft, but it was like a bucket of the coldest ice water, instantly waking up Suyu's brain, which was feverish from excitement. We'll finish the meat. The fruit will rot. She paused, a glint of something even Yin Tong didn't possess flashing in her gentle eyes. The name of fear. Profound, but a terrible winter. It's coming soon. Chapter 48, Winter Survival Essentials. Smoked meat, dried fruit, and a cellar. The terrible winter is coming. Yue Ying's worried voice was like a bucket of the coldest water, instantly waking up Su Yu's brain, which had become somewhat feverish from unlocking agricultural technology. Yes, Su Yu, how could I forget? Winter. For any primitive tribe struggling to survive, this is a matter of life and death. This is the most terrifying thing, a catastrophe. Once heavy snow closes the mountain pass, the prey will disappear without a trace. The plants will wither and die. At that time, there will be insufficient food reserves. All that awaits them is hunger and death. Suyu slowly raised his head and turned his gaze to the women who were still singing and dancing around the campfire. Their faces still radiated the joy of surviving a disaster. They were still basking in the immense happiness of having plenty of food. They simply didn't realize. Death was already there, grinning menacingly at them from a short distance away. And Suyu, the man they revered as a saint. This tragedy must absolutely not be allowed to happen. Suyu looked at Yuing, and her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Slowly, she smiled. Don't be afraid. Suyu's voice, though not loud, possessed a magical quality that brought peace of mind. Suyu is there. Yuing was stunned. She stared blankly at Suyu, at his confident and calm eyes. At this moment, her heart, which had been somewhat chilled by fear of the future, was completely filled with a warm current called security. Yes, he's there. Is there anything that can't be solved? She nodded slowly, and once again, a ray of hope shone on her pretty face, which always carried a gentle smile. Suyu slowly stood up. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Suyu arrived at the center of the tribe. Sujuriman Saident. Suyu simply picked up a piece of charcoal that had been scorched by the flames. Then, Suyu looked at the wall of that newly built wooden house. He painted 3 pictures that instantly froze everyone's smiles on their faces. The first painting is very simple. The painting depicts rows of strips of meat suspended by ropes. Below the meat strips, there was a pile of firewood billowing thick smoke. The second painting is also very simple. The painting depicts purplish-red berries laid out on a huge stone slab. Above the stone slab was a sun radiating light and heat. The third painting is slightly more complex. The painting depicts a ground that has been cut in half, and beneath that ground was a huge cave. The cave was filled with all sorts of food. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at the 3 divine oracle images on the wall with an expression that suggested they were looking at a madman, a fool, or someone whose existence was completely beyond the reach of their limited vocabulary. The images were filled with a sense of incongruity and a hint of familiarity. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man always manages to perform miracles they've never heard of or seen before, when they least expect it. What are they planning to do this time? Suyu knows what you're worried about. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the confused and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the one who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Suyu looked at her and announced her word by word in a confident and unquestionable tone. Winter is indeed terrible. But Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery towards primitive civilization. That only applies to you. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women looked at Suyu with eyes filled with shock and a hint of resentment. What do you mean by for you? Are you, a man who looks even weaker than Suyu and the others? Aren't you afraid of winter? Suyu ignored their questions. Suyu simply stretched out his hand and pointed to the 3 divine oracle images on the wall that were filled with the light of wisdom. Then, Suyu watched them speak, word by word, in a seductive and unquestionable tone, and opened a door to a whole new world for them. Meat rots? Suyu pointed to the first painting, a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth. Let's turn it into smoked meat that can be preserved all winter. Will the fruit rot? Su Yu's smile deepened as he pointed to the second painting. Then let's dry it into sweet and sour dried fruit. There's nowhere to put the food. Su Yu pointed to the third painting, where a pair of unfathomable eyes, shining brightly in the firelight, burned with. Even more powerful than that wall of fire. Fiery. Flame. Then let's dig a cellar that's warm in winter and cool in summer. The whole world fell silent. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the three paintings on the wall, which were filled with miracles. She looked up again at the man who radiated a kind of light called civilization that they couldn't understand. Their minds, filled with the laws of primitive survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called dimensional reduction attack. Turn out to be, originally food. It's all right, that's all. Deal with? It turns out that winter. It can also be like this. Pass. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. This is the power of knowledge. However, just as everyone was immersed in the enormous shock that was enough to change the fate of their entire tribe, a cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Su Yu like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had somehow reverted to her former cold and composed patriarchal self. She didn't look at Su Yu. Instead, they turned their attention to the three blueprints on the wall, which were full of hope and a sense of the future. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching Su Yu's ears. Su Yu. She paused, seemingly considering her words. These. She slowly turned around, her cold eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Su Yu couldn't understand. Can all of these really be achieved? Chapter 49, Playing with Mud? No, this is pottery that changed the times. Can all of these really be achieved? Yunshi's voice was very soft, but it was like the heaviest boulder, crashing down on the hearts of all the women present. Yes, the blueprint is beautiful though, but the reality, however, is quite harsh. Smoked meat requires a lot of salt. Although they have found a source of salt, their reserves are still far from sufficient. Sun-drying fruit requires continuous, sunny weather. And this forest, shrouded in mist year-round, has no shortage of rain. As for that seemingly most magnificent cellar, it requires an unimaginable amount of human and material resources. The fervor that had just risen on everyone's faces due to hope gradually cooled down. They were once again plunged into confusion and unease about reality. However, just as everyone was once again plunged into uncertainty about the future, Su Yu slowly smiled. He laughed very easily. They also looked down on it. Is it difficult? Su Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the confused and puzzled gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Su Yu looked at her and announced to her, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and unquestionable authority. Not enough salt? Su Yu pointed to the stone wall that Su Yu and his friends had visited before, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Then go get shaved again. Is the weather bad? Su Yu pointed to the pile of bonfires that were still burning brightly, and his smile deepened. Then roast it with fire. Not enough manpower? Su Yu pointed to the pair of strong, robust women present, their unfathomable eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight, burning with. Even more powerful than that wall of fire. Fiery. Flame. Then, let's mobilize everyone. The whole world fell silent. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the man, who radiated an aura of dominance and confidence that they couldn't comprehend. Their minds, which were filled with the primitive laws of survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called man will conquer nature. Turn out to be, originally difficulties. It's all right, that's all. Solve? Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. This is the power of thought. However, just when Su Yu thought he had completely won them over with his philosophical and inspiring words, a voice filled with shyness and a hint of timidity suddenly rang out behind Su Yu without warning. It's Chower. She had somehow walked up to Su Yu's side. She pointed to the mountain of wolf meat and the berries that were already starting to spoil. He then pointed to the stone pots and bowls that Su Yu and his group had, which were pitifully few in number. Then, in a tone filled with uncertainty and a hint of worry, she asked Su Yu, "Mayday Su Yu." Su Yu and his group didn't have that many containers. Container? Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. Yes. Su Yu, how could you forget? Smoked meat needs a container to marinate it. Dried fruits need to be stored in containers. Even the most basic things like drinking water and eating are inseparable from it. Container. The only containers their tribe possesses now are those stone tools, painstakingly crafted from a single piece of stone. The quantity is pitifully small. It's simply not enough to support Su Yu's grand winter survival plan. This is the most fundamental point. Technical challenge. Su Yu looked into Chower's beautiful eyes, which were filled with worry. Slowly, she smiled. Who said Su Yu and his ilk didn't exist? Su Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with a kind of reassuring magic. Hiaea was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. No. So where is it? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply pointed slowly to the most inconspicuous spot at their feet. Yellow mud. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at Su Yu and the clumps of mud on the ground with eyes that seemed to look at a madman, an idiot, or someone whose existence they could not describe with their limited vocabulary. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man always manages to perform miracles they've never heard of or seen before, when they least expect it. What are they planning to do this time? Could it be that he intends to use this mud to hold food? Are you kidding me? This thing, once it gets wet, has it dissolved? Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with doubt and incomprehension, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu knew that he would next open a door for them, to a completely new civilization. Door. Su Yu slowly squatted down, amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone present. Su Yu scooped up a handful wet, yellow mud. Then Su Yu looked at them and announced to them, word by word, in a tone full of temptation and unquestionable authority. Today, Su Yu, I'll teach you. Su Yu paused for a moment and then slowly spoke in a tone full of contempt and mockery towards primitive civilization. How can one turn stone into gold? It's not about turning soil into gold. Chapter 50. The first pottery jar is born. Chower is overjoyed. Su Yu will teach you how to turn dirt into gold. Su Yu's voice boomed through the valley like a divine oracle from the creator god. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man who radiated a kind of incomprehensible, charlatan-like aura. Their minds, which were filled with the laws of primitive survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called metaphysics. Turn soil into gold? What is that? Is it edible? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu slowly began his alchemy demonstration. Mix the clay, knead and shape it. Soon, a more exquisite prototype of a pottery jar than any of the previous ones appeared in Su Yu's hands. However, this time, Su Yu did not personally dig the simple earthen kiln. Su Yu slowly turned around and handed the still wet, artistically shaped clay pot, along with the future brimming with infinite possibilities, to the person who had remained silent throughout, only staring intently at Su Yu's movements with bright, sparkling eyes. A genius little craftsman. Hiaea. Next. Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone full of expectation and encouragement for the younger generation. It's up to you now. Chower's body trembled violently. She raised her head, and for the first time, a dazzling light of confidence and longing burst forth in her eyes, which always carried a hint of timidity. She understood. She understood completely. Your Majesty, this is... Enlighten her. She no longer hesitated or showed fear, as she had before. Slowly, she extended her hands, calloused yet exceptionally nimble, and with trembling yet resolute hands, accepted the clay blank that represented inheritance and hope. Then she nodded heavily at Su Yu. That look seemed to say, "Please watch closely." Then, to everyone's astonishment and bewilderment, this usually quiet, an unassuming little craftswoman, straightened her back once again. She turned to face the relatively thin women in the tribe who, like her, were responsible for handling miscellaneous tasks, and issued the second clear and powerful command of her life. Dig the kiln. This time, no one had the slightest doubt. One by one, they picked up their tools and followed closely behind Shower like a swarm of the most loyal worker bees. And Shower did not disappoint Su Yu's expectations at all. She is simply a prodigy born to create. Unlike Su Yu, she didn't simply dig a hole. Instead, they first carefully studied the surrounding wind direction and terrain. Then she chose the perfect spot that would ensure the flame burned fully and was heated evenly. She then directed the women to quickly construct a structure several times larger and far more scientifically advanced than Su Yu's previous one, using a spiral excavation method that Su Yu had never heard of before. Professional dragon kiln. Su Yu cracked. Su Yu squad. Su Yu is truly, utterly devastated. Su Yu has really stumbled upon a ghost. This is nothing at all. It's like Liu Ban has been reincarnated. This is simply, Mosey has been reborn. Su Yu looked at the dragon kiln, which, although structurally simple, perfectly utilized the principles of thermodynamics and aerodynamics. Then I looked at that petite figure, who was directing the women to carry out the pottery firing work in an orderly manner, and who had the air of a chief engineer. The joy in Su Yu's heart was beyond words. Su Yu is about to take off. Time passed second by second amidst the anticipation and slight tension of the wait. As the sun is about to set, the raging flames inside the cave finally died down. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They all craned their necks, staring intently at the kiln opening that was still emitting billowing steam with eyes full of tension and anticipation. It was a success? Or did it fail? For the first time, a feeling of nervousness appeared on Shower's pretty face, which was always full of confidence and composure. She slowly stretched out her small, trembling hands, which were blackened by the flames. Then, under the tense, breathless gaze of everyone, using two thick wooden sticks, they lifted the pottery jar, which had been fired until it was completely red-hot, out of the kiln. Sizzle. A burst of white smoke rose up. As it cooled rapidly, the surface of the earthenware jar emitted a series of soft, crackling sounds. Everyone's heart was in their throat. However, it didn't shatter as they imagined. Instead, under the scorching heat, it developed a texture that was even harder and smoother than the one Su Yu had fired before. The surface even has a natural and beautiful glaze due to the kiln transformation. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the pottery jar that radiated a light called civilization in the afterglow of the setting sun, a light they could not comprehend. Their brains, filled with the primal laws of survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called art. Turn out to be, originally, mud. Is it really possible to turn dirt into gold? Shower, on the other hand, collapsed slowly to the ground as if all her strength had been drained. She stared blankly at the miracle she had created with her own hands. For the first time, tears of happiness welled up in those eyes that were always full of confidence and composure. She succeeded. She finally used her own hands to deliver the holy mandate. It has become a reality. She slowly turned around, looking at Su Yu timidly with bright, expectant eyes, like a primary school student waiting for praise from her teacher after getting a perfect score. She pointed to that perfect, historically significant pottery jar. He then pointed at Su Yu. Then she asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation, "Meire Su Yu. Su Yu like this." She paused, as if searching for the most suitable word. "Let's calculate. Is it up to standard?" Chapter 51, A New Way to Wear Animal Skins, showing you what fashion is. Let's calculate. Is it up to standard? Shower's voice was filled with the timidity and anticipation of a kitten. Is it up to standard? Su Yu looked at her, then at the perfect pottery jar, which radiated a warm, jade-like glow and was full of artistic charm in the afterglow of the setting sun. Su Yu's lips curled into a wild smile. It's more than just qualified. That's way beyond the scope of the curriculum. Su Yu walked up to her, and amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and hateful gazes, he once again generously reached out and, like a loving old father, rubbed her little head, which had become somewhat stiff from nervousness. "Kia, you are the greatest genius Su Yu has ever seen." Suyu gave her the highest praise in the most sincere and direct way. Xiao's body trembled violently. She raised her head, and for the first time, a dazzling light of confidence and happiness burst forth in her eyes, which always carried a hint of timidity. Two beautiful blushes instantly appeared on her delicate face. That's not shyness. It is the immense joy of being recognized by oneself and the person one admires most. She nodded emphatically. Her voice, though still not loud, was filled with an unprecedented firmness. Xiao's success was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a storm in the hearts of all the women. They've completely gone mad. They roared like they'd been injected with adrenaline and charged toward the patch of yellow mud they treasured. Mix mud. Need. Dig the kiln. Firing pottery. A massive, primitive campaign. No, a campaign to produce pottery was officially launched. The entire tribe was engulfed in an unprecedented frenzy called creation. Suyu stood quietly, enjoying the immense sense of accomplishment of personally leading a tribe from ignorance to civilization. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. The first piece of clothing for winter. Container. Nailed it. Next is... Suyu's gaze slowly fell on the beautiful women who were covered in sweat from their labor, and their clothes, so simple, barely covering their vital parts. Animal hide. Suyu cracked open. No, this is too much. That's indecent. Although Suyu appreciated the scenery, which was full of primitive and wild beauty. But winter is coming. Based on the few pieces of rag they were wearing, no, it's broken skin. How could it possibly withstand the freezing cold that could freeze everything? No, as the sage of this tribe, Suyu has the obligation and responsibility to improve their aesthetic standards and quality of life. Suyu slowly walked to the tribe's warehouse where animal hides were stored. A stench filled with the smell of blood and foul odor wafted towards us. Suyu fronit. The warehouse was filled with all sorts of animal hides, still stained with blood. Their methods of processing animal hides were extremely simple and crude. It involves using a stone to scrape off the fat and bits of meat. Then, simply let it air dry. The resulting animal hides are stiff, rough, and have a foul odor that cannot be washed off. Wearing them is not only uncomfortable, but they can also easily chafe the skin. The most important thing is, it doesn't keep you warm. Looking at the mountain of treasures in front of him, Suyu already had a brand new plan in mind. Suyu slowly turned around and gave his second saintly command to the women behind him who were filled with curiosity and confusion. Go, take all of Suyu's salt, and all of it grease. Bring all of these to Suyu. Salt? Grease? All the women were stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and confusion. Saint, he's going to. Salted pork? Suyu did not explain. Suyu quietly began his fashion design work. The first step is cleaning. Suyu directed the women to throw all the bloody animal hides into the stream. Use the cleanest stream water to wash away all the blood and impurities. The second step is tanning. This is the most crucial step. Suyu instructed them to soak the cleaned animal hides in a magical water that he had prepared using a large amount of salt, animal brains, and fat. Salt can dehydrate and prevent decay. The lecithin in oils and brain can soften leather fibers, making animal hides soft yet tough. This is considered the most basic chemical knowledge in modern times. But in the eyes of these primitive people, no less than, yet another, turning stone into gold. Miracle. When the first piece of animal hide, which had been soaked for hours, was pulled out of the magical water, all the women were stunned. They stared blankly at the new fabric, which seemed to have been reborn, becoming soft, resilient, and exuding a faint fragrance. Their brains, which had just been formatted by pottery, were completely overturned once again by something they had never heard of before called black technology. Turned out to be, originally, animal hides. It's all right, that's all. Deal with? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Next is, witness miracles. Time. Suyu slowly picked up a handful of the sharpest bone needles. This is a new tool that Xiao made using the polishing techniques Suyu taught her. Then, under the expectant and excited gazes of everyone, Suyu arranged the soft, snow-white animal hide according to the design drawing in his mind, which was full of modern aesthetics. Stitch by stitch, they started sewing. Soon, a simple and elegant design was created, perfectly highlighting the female figure. The strapless miniskirt set appeared in Su Yu's hands. The whole world fell silent. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the strange outfit in Su Yu's hand, which exuded an aura of sexiness and trendiness that they couldn't understand. Their minds, filled with the laws of primitive survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called fashion. Turn out to be, originally, the clothes. It can also be like this. Where? Su Yu slowly turned around and handed the Victoria's Secret debut outfit, enough to set a trend for the entire primitive era, to the man who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Su Yu looked at her and announced her word by word in a seductive and unquestionable tone. Yunshi, Kulme. Su Yu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone full of scrutiny and critical eye for human models. Put it on. Let them see. Was called True Beauty. Chapter 52 Yunshi's request. Saint, please teach Su Yu fighting techniques. Put it on. Let them see what true beauty is. Su Yu's voice was filled with an unquestionable, domineering air befitting a fashion godfather. Yunshi was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the outlandish outfit in Su Yu's hand, an outfit whose style was excessively revealing. She looked down at the black leather skirt she was wearing, which, while symbolizing power, was utterly devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was shattered at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called the love of beauty. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't refuse, because she could clearly feel the hundreds of gazes behind her filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of schadenfreude. She knew that if she didn't wear it today, then her authority as clan leader will be completely gone. Finally, she bit her lip hard. He squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. You wait. After saying that, she snatched the sinful, snow-white leather skirt from Su Yu's hand. Then, like a little female leopard that had been completely enraged, she rushed into the brand-new wooden house without looking back. All that remained was a somewhat disheveled figure, visibly ashamed and indignant, and a group of people whose gossip has been completely ignited by the upcoming tribal fashion debut. Wild woman, and a man watching her retreating figure, laughing like a cat that had stolen some cream. Su Yu, however, just as everyone was craning their necks, waiting for their queen to change into her new clothes and make a dazzling appearance, a cold, decisive voice, full of ruthlessness, came out of the brand-new wooden house without warning. Everyone, dismissed. Su Yu needs to see enough before dark so that his men can eat smoked meat for 3 days, and enough for Su Yu and his men to drink the divine water for a week. Unable to complete the task. There's no dinner tonight. The whole world is silent. The ignited passion for gossip was instantly extinguished by a bucket of the coldest water. All the women instantly fell silent, like ducks being choked. They looked at each other, then glared at Su Yu with resentment and unwillingness in their eyes. Bellick seemed to say, "It's all your fault. You're determined to anger the clan leader. Now, is everything all right? The fashion show is over. And more overtime." Su Yu cracked. "No, Laudius. This has absolutely nothing to do with Su Yu. It's her own fault. She's too shy to come out." However, he was faced with hundreds of murderous gazes, so you could only silently shrink his neck. A wise man doesn't eat the food he's already eaten. He'll suffer the loss in the end. Soon, the tribe was once again engulfed in a flurry of activity as people worked. Su Yu, on the other hand, sat listlessly on the tiger-skin bed, which exuded a wild allure, like a lonely, ostracized person. Su Yu was contemplating his life and the future of the tribe. However, just as Su Yu was about to enter sage mode, a cold, yet strangely emotional figure appeared silently at Su Yu's cave entrance, like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had changed back into her black leather skirt, a symbol of power without anyone noticing. She didn't look at Su Yu. Instead, he threw something heavily in front of Su Yu. That was a newly made sword by Chiaoer, exactly the same as the one Su Yu held. Compound longbow. Su Yu. She finally spoke. The voice remained icy, carrying a hint of something Su Yu had never heard before. Solemnly, Su Yu, I admit you are very intelligent. But, she paused, and a light of pride and defiance flickered in her cold eyes. In this perilous world, Only absolute power is the key to survival. Your bow is very good. Your trap is also very good. But what if one day Su Yu and his companions encounter an enemy that even arrows cannot penetrate? What if one day Su Yu and his team find themselves in a desperate situation where there are no traps they can set? What will Su Yu and his group do then? Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at her, looking at this proud woman who, despite being utterly devastated by Su Yu's civilization, still clung to her own set of jungle laws. Su Yu's heart, which had become somewhat arrogant due to a series of victories, was struck hard by a heavy hammer called a wake-up call. Yes, Su Yu, how could you forget? This is not the peaceful, civilized Earth that Su Yu lived on in his previous life. This is a place full of unknowns and dangers. Another world. No matter how powerful the bow and arrow are, there are armors that cannot be pierced. No matter how ingenious the trap, there is always an insurmountable gap. True power forever belongs only to itself. Su Yu looked at Yun Shi, at her eyes filled with determination and a hint of expectation. Slowly, she smiled. So what? Su Yu looked at her and asked her, word by word, in a tone full of amusement and provocation. Chief, what do you want from Su Yu? Yun Shi's body suddenly stiffened. For the first time, a beautiful blush appeared on her usually icy, sculpture-like face. She bit her lip hard. It seems a significant decision has been made. She slowly knelt down on one knee in front of Su Yu. Then, to Su Yu's utterly horrified gaze, she lowered her proud head, the head of the clan leader, which she had never bowed to anyone before. She offered Su Yu her belated tribute, using the oldest, most sacred, and most unquestionable tribal ritual. Ask, Your Majesty, Su Yu, the patriarch of the Yunshi tribe, I urge you. She paused, as if she had used up all her strength. The kind of thing you taught Su Yu, the kind you used on Su Yu before. Yes, it can achieve great results with minimal effort. Martial Arts. Chapter 53. Using minimal force to deflect a great weight, the aloof clan leader was sent sprawling onto his backside. Teach Su Yu that kind of fighting technique that allows him to use minimal force to overcome great strength. Yunshi's voice was hoarse, yet filled with an unprecedented, extreme thirst for power. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at her, looking at this seemingly innocent woman who was just a moment ago shouting and threatening to kill Su Yu. I realized she was actually a cold, aloof queen. At this moment, however, she was like the most devout student, kneeling on one knee and offering her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, to Su Yu. Su Yu krakt. Su Yu squad. Su Yu was truly, utterly devastated. Su Yu, is Su Yu going to open a martial arts school? Su Yu looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with determination and a hint of anticipation. Slowly, she smiled. Want to learn? Su Yu looked at her and asked her in a playful and teasing tone, word by word. Can. But, Su Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of anticipation and hints about the tuition fees. What are the benefits for Su Yu? Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. For the first time, a beautiful blush appeared on her usually icy, sculpture-like face. She bit her lip hard. It seems they've made a significant decision. She slowly raised her head, and her cold eyes, which held a hint of resignation and determination, gradually became misty. She looked at Su Yu, the only man in the tribe. This place embodies the hope for the future of the entire tribe. She slowly extended her slightly trembling, icy hands. Then, to Su Yu's utterly horrified gaze, once again, he began, one by one, to unfasten the garment he wore that symbolized the authority of the clan leader. Black leather skirt. Su Yu instinctively squad. Then, he rushed forward in one stride. With one swift movement, he pinned down her small hand, which was making a dangerous move. No, big sister. You're here again? Su Yu looked at her with an air of righteous indignation, as if she understood everything and that it was just her body, which she was willing to give herself to. I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This woman's thought process. How exactly does it grow? Is this the ultimate solution to all problems in their minds? So, taking off your clothes? Yunshi was completely bewildered by Su Yu's sudden action. She stared blankly into Su Yu's cold eyes, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. Could it be? Is he dissatisfied? Or is it? Does he despise Su Yu? The thought of this caused her proud heart, as the clan leader, to to ache uncontrollably. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Suyu looked at her tearful, aggrieved appearance and felt a pang of sadness, speechless. "Sister, aren't you being a bit too dramatic?" Suyu took a deep breath and forcefully restrained her restless little hands, which were still trying to untie her leather skirt. Then Suyu looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with grievance and confusion. He spoke to her, each word uttered with a tone filled with helplessness and disdain for primitive people. "The benefits Suyu mentioned. That's not it. That's not it." Yunshi was stunned. "Which one is it?" Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply slowly extended a finger and pointed to the spot where Suyu was still faintly aching. "Lips." Then, in Yunshi's suddenly contracting pupils, filled with disbelief, Suyu slowly leaned close to her ear and whispered something in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice filled with ambiguity and aggression. "What Suyu wanted was the one you owed Suyu before." Quiche. Boom. Yunshi's brain completely exploded at that moment. She stared blankly at Suyu's handsome face, so close to hers, filled with amusement and provocation. She remembered that kissing gesture from before, which made her both ashamed and angry. Her usually icy, sculpture-like face suddenly turned bright red, like a hot iron. "You are shameless." She uttered that line once again, a line she had said countless times. Then, like a little female leopard that had been completely enraged, she suddenly pushed Suyu away. Immediately afterwards, she unleashed a powerful and wildly beautiful whip kick that swept fiercely towards Suyu's face. That speed, that power, the strong wind it generated even made Suyu's cheeks sting. "Suyu karact." "No, big sister. If you can't win an argument, you resort to violence? You have no sense of martial ethics. However, this is a fatal blow that can shatter stone and split rocks." Suyu, however, showed no sign of panic. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. "Here you are, good." Just a second before the destructive whip kick was about to strike Suyu's face, Suyu's body suddenly leaned backward. They narrowly escaped by crossing an incredibly dangerous iron bridge. Then Suyu reached out and, like the most nimble venomous snake, instantly coiled around her ankle, which was wide open due to excessive force. Immediately afterwards, Suyu exerted force with his waist. "Rise." "Oh dear." Yunshi let out a gasp filled with shock and disbelief. Her powerful, athletic body instantly lost its balance. The whole person was completely taken aback by Suyu's witty and skillful, effortless approach. He swung it hard. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, he fell heavily onto that face, which was filled with wild allure. On the tiger skin bed, bang, a loud, muffled sound, yet filled with astonishing elasticity. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, with a look of utter disbelief that they were seeing a monster, a prodigy, an existence that had completely overturned their understanding of tens of thousands of years, a being still frozen in its throwing stance. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. They're invincible, strongest chieftain in the tribe. It turns out, surprisingly, this seemingly frail man, one squatting on their butt, he knocked him down? Yunshi, as if all her strength had been drained, slowly collapsed onto the soft tiger skin bed. She stared blankly at the ceiling, and for the first time, her eyes, which were always full of pride and confidence, revealed an emotion called bewilderment and collapse. She lost. They lost badly, utterly defeated. We lost, and we accept it wholeheartedly. Suyu slowly stood up and dusted off his hands. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fervor and adoration, Suyu walked step by step to the bedside. Looking down from his vantage point, he saw the person still in a state of utter disorientation. "Ice Queen." Suyu looked at her and asked her, word by word, in a tone full of amusement and provocation. "Chieftain, now, you still think, Suyu, this fighting technique, is it useless?" Chapter 54, she actually cried. "The future of the tribe depends on you. Do you still think Suyu's fighting technique is useless?" Suyu's voice was cold like that of a final judge. It was also full of deadly allure. Yunshi completely broke down. She lay there blankly, staring at the ceiling on the soft tiger skin bed. For the first time, those eyes, which were always full of pride and confidence, revealed a void of bewilderment and a collapse of faith. She lost. They lost badly, utterly defeated. We lost, and we accept it wholeheartedly. What she's most proud of is her strength. She firmly believes in the law of the jungle. Faced with the man before me, whose wisdom was boundless and godlike. It's a complete joke. Salt, berries, traps, fire, bow, pottery, tanned leather, martial arts. This man is like an all-knowing and all-powerful god. In just a few days, he pulled this tribe back from the brink of extinction. And all she did, her tribal chief, was create trouble for him with her laughable brute force. Utterly useless. The thought of this caused her proud heart, as the clan leader, to ache uncontrollably. An unprecedented feeling of grievance and helplessness instantly welled up in her heart. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, this Ice Queen has never shed a single tear since birth. It turns out, surprisingly, with a whoosh sound, I burst into tears. Wah! She cried like a child, like a helpless child whose toys have been taken away. The whole world fell silent. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at her, looking at this Ice Queen who was shouting and killing Suyu just a second ago. At this moment, however, she lay on Suyu's bed, crying her eyes out like a wronged wife. Suyu cracked. Suyu squawed. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. No, big sister. Suyu, all you did was trip and fall on your butt. Are you sure you really need to go this far? Suyu looked at her pitiful appearance, crying uncontrollably, and felt speechless. Also a burst of heartache. Suyu slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, Suyu reached out and, like the gentlest husband, gently embraced her trembling, burning hot body in his arms. Okay, stop crying. Suyu's voice was very soft, but it was like the warmest current that instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. A uniquely masculine aura, full of both strength and a touch of gentleness, instantly filled her entire nasal cavity. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. She instinctively tried to struggle. But what awaited her was not an aggressive, domineering possessiveness. Instead, it was one filled with comfort and pity. Embrace. She gave up struggling. Or rather, she was simply unable to struggle. She could only bury her head deep into that chest, which was not broad but exceptionally warm, like a small boat that had found shelter in a storm. Then, she cried even harder. Sujuriman Saident. Suyu simply held her quietly. He let her hot, aggrieved tears soak Suyu's clothes. For a long, long time, she finally stopped crying. She slowly lifted her head from Suyu's embrace. For the first time, a feeling of dependence and a hint of affection was revealed in those eyes, which were red and swollen from crying. She looked at Suyu, who had shattered all her pride. Yet he gave her a warm harbor she had never known before. For the first time, a touching, heartfelt smile appeared on her usually sculpted, icy face. A smile. Suyu. Her voice was hoarse, yet filled with an unprecedented quality. Gentle. Suyu, Yim embraced. Suyu smiled as he looked at her breathtaking, pear blossom-like appearance after the rain. Oh. Suyu looked at her and asked her word by word in a playful and teasing tone. Where did you get convinced? Yunshi's face flushed red again, all the way to her ears. She glared fiercely at Suyu with her big, watery eyes. Alex seemed to say, "You're bullying Suyu again." But this time, her eyes no longer held shame and anger. It was something she herself hadn't even realized. Charm and style. Looking at her charming and alluring appearance, Suyu felt a surge of passion in his heart. Suyu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice filled with ambiguity and aggression. Since you've given up, then shouldn't Suyu and his ilk? However, before Suyu could finish speaking, Yunshi suddenly stretched out her slender, icy fingers. Gently, she pressed her lips to Suyu's. Shoo! She looked into Suyu's watery eyes, where an extremely complex emotion flickered that Suyu couldn't understand. Suyu. Not yet. No? Suyu was stunned for a moment. Suyu subconsciously glanced at her neckline, which was slightly open due to the fight earlier, and that faintly visible. Profound. Yunshi, however, was completely unaware of this. Or perhaps she simply didn't care about any of that. She simply stood up silently from Su Yu's embrace. Then she walked up to Su Yu and did something that once again stunned everyone present. She slowly knelt down on one knee in front of Su Yu. Then, to Su Yu's utterly horrified gaze, she lowered her proud head, the head of the clan leader, which she had never bowed to anyone before. She offered her belated tribute to Su Yu using the oldest, most sacred, and most unquestionable tribal ritual. Loyalty, Your Majesty. From this day forward, Su Yu Yangxi will be the chief of the tribe, willing to serve you. She paused, and for the first time, a blazing fire of hope and entrustment ignited in her watery eyes. I offer you everything Su Yu has. Include. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, a touching, maternal glow appeared on her usually cold, sculpted face. A smile. The future of the entire tribe. Chapter 55 Linglong's Dream. Wanted to hear the Saint Brother tell a story. The future of the entire tribe. Yunqi's voice, filled with entrustment and a hint of affection, was like the warmest ray of sunshine, instantly illuminating Su Yu's heart, which had become somewhat cold due to a series of battles. Su Yu looked at her, this proud woman who had finally shed all pretense and was willing to entrust herself and the future of the entire tribe to Su Yu. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu slowly reached out like a true king and gently lifted her trembling, burning hot body from the ground. Then, amidst everyone's gazes, filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, in front of everyone, Su Yu slowly lowered his head. He gently pressed his hand on her forehead, a gesture filled with possessiveness and a touch of tenderness. Quiche, starting today, you and this tribe, they all belong to Su Yu. Yunqi's body trembled violently. An unprecedented warm current called happiness and security instantly flowed through her entire body. For the first time, a moving, heartfelt smile appeared on her usually sculpted, icy face, a smile that could make the world pale in comparison. A smile. That night, the entire tribe once again erupted in revelry. But this time, they were not celebrating victory in the war. Instead, their queen. It's here. Su Yu Karact. No, Ladius. Su Yu just kissed her forehead. Isn't your imagination a bit too wild? Too strong? However, looking at Yunqi nestled in Su Yu's arms, her face, which was always covered with frost, revealed for the first time a happy, womanly demeanor. Su Yu ultimately gave up on explaining. Never mind. Queen, then. Sooner or later, it will be. However, just as Su Yu was enjoying this emperor-like life with women on both sides, a clear, innocent voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, suddenly rang out behind Su Yu without warning. Su Yu's brother. Su Yu subconsciously turned his head. Linglong, Su Yu's #1 diehard fan, was pouting her cute little lips and looking at Su Yu with a resentful and dissatisfied expression. Alex seemed to say, Brother Su Yu, you're being unfair. You only hugged Sister Yunqi. You didn't even hug Su Yu. Su Yu. Su Yu looked at the little girl who was still jealous of vying for his favor. He glanced again at the Ice Queen in his arms, who was so shy she was practically burying her head in Su Yu's chest. A wave of emotion washed over me, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Su Yu slowly released Yunqi. Then amidst everyone's kind and doting gazes, Su Yu slowly opened his arms to Linglong. Come over. Her bright eyes lit up instantly. On her pretty face, which was always full of innocence and romance, a bright smile of victory once again bloomed. Like a happy butterfly, she flew into Su Yu's arms once again. Broter Su Yu. Broter Su Yu. She hugged Su Yu's neck and rubbed her fluffy, cute little head against Su Yu's chest. It looked like a little kitten snuggling up to its owner. Okay. Su Yu patted her small back and spoke to her in a tone full of helplessness and doting. Go ahead and say it. What kind of mischievous idea is it now? Linglong lifted her head from Su Yu's embrace. Her bright, sparkling eyes, which seemed to hold the entire starry sky, shimmered with an extremely complex emotion that Su Yu couldn't understand. There is curiosity, longing, and anticipation. But more than that is a kind of, yes, the unknown world. Eager. She looked at Su Yu, whom she considered an omniscient and omnipotent god. She slowly extended her small, chubby fingers. Then he pointed to the area outside the tribe, shrouded in mist, filled with mystery and the unknown. Distance. Su Yu's brother. Her voice was very soft, but it felt like the heaviest boulder had crashed down on Su Yu's heart. The outside world. What is it like? The whole world fell silent. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at her, looking at this little girl, Ming, who is still just a child. For the first time, those eyes, which should have been innocent and naive, revealed a longing for dreams and distant horizons. Radiance. Suyu's heart, which had gradually become somewhat lax due to his comfortable life, was struck hard by a heavy hammer called responsibility at this moment. Yes. Suyu, how could you forget? Suyu whispered me. Yes, the stars and the sea. Suyu, how could you possibly let yourself sink into this small, gentle village of daughters? Suyu looked at Linglong's bright, expectant eyes. Slowly, she smiled. Want to know? Suyu looked at her and asked her in a seductive and slightly mysterious tone, word by word. Uh-huh. Linglong nodded heavily, like a chick pecking at rice. That. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a voice filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Starting today, every night before going to bed, everyone came to find Suyu. Suyu will tell you. One, a very, very long one. Story. Chapter 56, The Blizzard is Coming. Without Suyu, everyone would freeze to death. Suyu, let me tell you a very, very long story. Suyu's promise was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples of hope in the hearts of Linglong and all the children in the tribe. From that day on, Suyu's temple became the liveliest place in the entire tribe. Every time night falls, a group of furry, curious little heads would appear at Suyu's cave entrance on time. Suyu, on the other hand, would sit like the most benevolent kindergarten principal on that tiger skin bed, which was full of wild allure. I told them a story from a distant other world. Myth. Suyu told them the story of Journey to the West. When they heard that the fearless and mischievous monkey could transform in 72 different forms, they were overjoyed. Their eyes widened and their mouths gaped open, their bright eyes filled with an extreme thirst for power. Suyu told them the story of the white snake. When they heard that poignant love story that transcended race and life and death, they were all crying uncontrollably, their faces streaked with tears. Suyu told them the story of romance of the three kingdoms. When they heard those epic war stories, full of wisdom and strategy, they were deeply moved. They all clenched their little fists, wishing they could rush to the battlefield right now and make a name for themselves. Meanwhile, Yunxi, Yintong, Yuang, and Xiaoer would sit quietly in the most inconspicuous corner, like a group of the most loyal auditors. He listened silently with a gaze filled with fascination and a hint of adoration. Listening to this, it's as if the man holds the whole world within him. It paints a picture for them of a world they could never even dream of, a world they dare not imagine. A grand blueprint. Time flew by in this storytelling session filled with warmth and a touch of ambiguity. The tribe's winter preparations are also in full swing. Smoked meat hung throughout the cave. The dried fruit was piled up, forming a small mountain. And the huge cellar, designed by Suyu himself and kept warm in winter and cool in summer, was successfully completed thanks to the joint efforts of all the women. The entire tribe was immersed in an unprecedented, immense happiness called abundance and security. They no longer had to worry about their food for the next day. They even began to look forward to it. That person who once struck fear into their hearts. Winter. However, what they didn't know was winter in this world, far more than they imagined. Yes, much more terrifying. Those days were as gloomy as a tattered rag about to drip ink. A biting, death-laden wind swept in from the north without warning. Immediately afterwards, one piece, two pieces, countless flakes, pure white, like goose feathers. Snowflakes are falling from the sky. It's snowing. Wow, so beautiful. The children in the tribe were seeing such beautiful white flowers for the first time, and they all excitedly rushed out of the cave to catch the fairy that had fallen from the sky. However, there was no joy on the adults' faces. Yes, it's just something ingrained in one's bones. Fear. A blizzard is coming. I don't know who was the first to murmur to themselves in a trembling, desperate tone. The smiles that had just appeared on everyone's faces due to their abundance instantly froze. They remembered the fear of being dominated by winter. I remembered those sisters who died in the endless cold and hunger. A dark cloud called despair once again enveloped the entire valley. Suyu stood quietly in front of the warm wooden house that he had built himself. Suyu reached out and caught a cold, hexagonal snowflake. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Has it finally arrived? Suyu slowly turned around to meet the fearful, and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Suyu looked at her and announced to her, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and unquestionable authority. Yunshi, relay Suyu's order. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with contempt and mockery towards primitive civilization. Everyone returned to their new homes. Give the fire to Suyu and make it burn brightly. Grill the meat for Suyu. Close all the doors and windows for Suyu. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the man who radiated a kind of composure and confidence that they couldn't understand. Their hearts, which had been terrified by winter, were completely filled at this moment with something called a sense of security. Yes, how could they forget? They're no longer those pitiful creatures who could only shiver in the cold cave. They have a warm and sturdy home. They have an endless supply of smoked meat. They have an endless supply of hot water. And all of this was brought to them by this godlike man before them. He's here, just a blizzard. What is there to fear? Once again, a thunderous cheer erupted from the valley, filled with fervent jubilation for the Holy One. Suyu stood quietly, watching the women whose hopes had been rekindled. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly reached out and embraced Linglong, who was shivering from the cold and whose face was flushed. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, Suyu, carrying her, was the first to enter the warmest, most spacious house that belonged to him. Temple. Suyu looked at the little girl in his arms, who was still curiously looking at the white flowers outside the window. I looked out the door again at the increasingly heavy snow and wind. Suyu felt completely calm. This winter, without Suyu, you all have to freeze to death. However, just as Suyu was enjoying this savior-like, immense sense of accomplishment, a cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had followed us in without us even noticing. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, he turned his gaze to the white expanse outside the window. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet clear, reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu. She paused, seemingly considering her words. Winter is here. The hunting has also stopped. Suyu and others. She slowly turned around, and in her cold eyes flickered an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. Shouldn't we do something else? Chapter 57. Outside, it was a world of ice and snow. Inside, it was warm and cozy. Shouldn't Suyu and his ilk do something else? Yunshi's voice, cold yet carrying an unprecedented initiative, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples of tender emotion in Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat heavy due to the approaching blizzard. Should we do something else? Suyu looked into her eyes, which shone brightly and seemed unfathomable in the firelight, and saw an extremely complex emotion that Suyu could not understand. There was anticipation, nervousness, and shyness. But more than that is a kind of, as the chieftain, he had no choice but to sacrifice himself for the future of the tribe. Absolutely. Suyu correct. No, big sister. You this? Isn't a bit too much? Wow, that's incredibly dedicated. Suyu looked at her with an expression that said, come on. Suyu is ready to do anything for the tribe. A righteous and awe-inspiring look. I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Suyu slowly stood up from the tiger-skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm. Then, in Yunshi's suddenly contracting pupils, filled with tension and a hint of anticipation, Suyu walked step by step to her. Sujuriman Saident. Suyu simply watched her quietly. Look at her eyelashes, trembling slightly with nervousness. Looking at her cheeks, flushed with a charming blush from shyness. Looking at her lips, which were unconsciously pursed tightly because of Suyu's aggressive gaze. Then Suyu slowly extended his hand. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. She instinctively closed her big, watery eyes. It looked like a lamb waiting to be picked by its owner. However, the expected storm did not materialize. She was greeted by someone filled with tenderness and a touch of doting affection. A gentle head pat. What are you thinking about? Suyu's voice was very soft, but like the warmest current, it instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. Yunshi was stunned. She slowly opened her large, watery eyes, which were filled with confusion. She stared blankly at Suyu, looking at this man who was so aggressive just a second ago. At this moment, however, he looked at her with a gaze full of helplessness and doting, like the gentlest of older brothers. It's snowing outside. Suyu pointed out the window to the vast, white world filled with the aura of death. He then pointed to the bonfire burning brightly inside the house, a fire that was filled with warmth and hope. Finally, Suyu looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with confusion and bewilderment. He spoke to her, word by word, in a tone filled with helplessness and disdain for primitive people. It's so cold. Can you please just behave yourself for now? Just getting through the winter? The whole world fell silent. Yunchi was completely petrified. She stared blankly at Suyu, looking at this man who had clearly driven her to the brink of despair. Yet, at the last moment, he gently let her go. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was shattered at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called tenderness. An unprecedented warm current called emotion and happiness instantly surged into her heart. For the first time, a touching, heartfelt smile appeared on her usually sculpted, icy face. Flush. She lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, like a completely tamed kitten. He squeezed out a single word in a muffled voice, barely audible like a mosquito's hum. That night, a huge blizzard struck. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in a white, despairing silence. All the wild animals in the tribe disappeared. All the plants withered and died. If so, it should have been done in the past. This will be a battle that can completely destroy the entire tribe. A catastrophe. But this year, things are different now. Outside, the temperature was tens of degrees below zero, a frozen wasteland. Inside, however, it was warm and cozy like springtime. The women wore new leather jackets that were soft and warm, designed by Suyu himself. They gathered around the blazing, hopeful bonfire. That was enough to feed them bacon and dried fruit for the entire winter. They drank the warm divine water that Suyu had personally purified. There was no longer any fear of winter on their faces. There was only one kind, unprecedented, called happiness and comfort. Satisfy. They sang and danced to celebrate their first ever warm winter. Suyu sat quietly on the tiger-skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm, enjoying what Suyu, this saint, deserved. A life of corruption. Lying to Suyu's left was Yunshi, who looked shy but tried to appear calm. Lying to Suyu's right was Yin Tong, who looked unwilling but had no choice but to fulfill the bet. Suyu was also holding Ling Long in his arms, who was curled up like a little kitten. As for Yueying and Xiaoer, they were like two most virtuous young wives, one peeling dried fruit for Suyu. One of them was mending Suyu's tattered exploration suit. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. This kind of decadent, imperial lifestyle of drinking and feasting. Too decadent. However, just as Suyu was about to completely succumb to this gentle embrace, a cold, decisive voice suddenly rang out behind Suyu without warning. It's Yunshi. She had somehow recovered from that timid, girlish demeanor. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, he turned his gaze to the white expanse outside the window. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu. She paused, seemingly considering her words. Now, the tribe is at peace. There's plenty of food. Suyu and others. She slowly turned around, her cold eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. Shouldn't we talk about what you promised Suyu before? Chapter 58, A Long Night, is coming. We need to find some fun. Shouldn't you guys talk about what you promised Suyu before? Yunshi's voice, cold yet carrying an unprecedented sense of initiative and expectation, was like the sharpest dagger, piercing Suyu's heart once again with perfect precision, a heart that had just become somewhat lax due to his decadent lifestyle. That matter? Martial arts? Suyu smiled as he looked into her eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight, even seeming to burn with a burning thirst for knowledge. Suyu slowly stood up from the tiger-skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm. Then, amidst everyone's gazes, filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, Suyu walked step by step to her. Sujuriman Saident. Suyu simply watched her quietly, looking at her body, which subconsciously tensed up because of Suyu's approach. Looking at her small hands, clenched tightly with nervousness. Looking at her cheeks, which were uncontrollably flushed with a beautiful blush due to Su Yu's aggressive gaze, he could see them flushed. Then Su Yu slowly extended his hand. Yunqi's body suddenly stiffened. Her first instinct was to back away. But what awaited her was not an aggressive and domineering possession. Instead, it was a hooked chin that was full of playfulness and a hint of provocation. Want to learn? Su Yu looked at her and spoke slowly, word by word, in a tone full of scrutiny and critical eye towards his students. Can. But Su Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of anticipation and hints about the tuition fees. Su Yu's classes are very expensive. Yunqi's face flushed red again, all the way to her ears. She glared fiercely at Su Yu with her big, watery eyes. Alex seemed to say, "You're bullying Su Yu again." But this time, her eyes no longer held shame and anger. It was something she herself hadn't even noticed. She is charming and alluring. Thus, under the ravages of the blizzard, the entire tribe entered a long period of hibernation. Daily life has become simple yet monotonous. Eating, sleeping, and listening to Brother Su Yu tell stories. Then watch as the sage and the clan chief engage in intimate daily instruction. At first, the women were very enthusiastic, but they quickly lost interest, because the scene was simply too horrific to bear. Their invincible chieftain, the strongest in the tribe. In front of that seemingly frail man, she was like a 3-year-old child. No matter how swift her attacks are, no matter how terrifying her power may be, there's only one final outcome. That man used a method they couldn't understand at all, a method full of wisdom and skill, too. He easily slipped and fell on his bottom. Then that despicable man used various suggestive and provocative positions to lock to the ground, unable to move. The scene was simply a one-sided affair, absolutely crushing them. And flirting? Over time, everyone got used to it. They even started betting on it for fun. Su Yu bets that the clan leader can withstand 10 moves from the saint today. Su Yu bets 5 moves. Su Yu bets 3 moves. No more. Yin Tong became the most loyal audience member of this teaching competition. Every day, she would appear on time at the edge of the training field, leaning on her stone spear and limping along. Her eyes, which were always filled with fire, gleamed with a light that seemed to be the light of someone learning from others. She's studying. She was frantically studying the kind of thing that fascinated her. Martial arts. Yueying, Qiaoer, and Ling Long, on the other hand, had absolutely no interest in this kind of fighting and killing game. What they preferred was to surround Su Yu. Listen to Su Yu tell stories full of mystery and romance. Myth. Days pass by like that. Although, life is peaceful and happy. But Su Yu gradually sensed a little bit boredom. Su Yu karakt. No, this is too much. Too much free time. Every day, besides eating, sleeping, teasing the Ice Queen, bullying the fiery lady, and giving the gentle little priestess and the genius little craftsman extra lessons. Is that all? No. Su Yu is a civilized person from the 21st century, full of advanced ideas. We must never allow ourselves to sink into this corrupt and decadent lifestyle. Su Yu is going to stir things up. Su Yu wanted to help this primitive tribe, whose spiritual life was extremely impoverished, bringing the first wisp. Renaissance. Dawn. So, on a snowy, boring night, Su Yu slowly stood up from the tiger skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Su Yu walked to the center of the tribe. Sujuriman Saident. Su Yu simply picked up a piece of charcoal that had been scorched by the flames. Then Su Yu wrote on the wall of that wooden house, which he had already used as a blackboard. He drew 2 pictures that instantly froze everyone's smiles on their faces. Petty person. The 2 little figures each had exaggerated, red facial makeup. One, with a sinister, white face painted on. They are engaged in a fierce battle. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at the 2 oracle images on the wall with an expression that seemed to say they were looking at a madman, a fool, or someone whose existence was completely beyond the reach of their limited vocabulary. The images were both incongruous and strangely familiar. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man always manages to perform miracles they've never heard of or seen before, when they least expect it. What are you planning to do this time? Su Yu, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, enjoying their questioning and puzzled gazes, which were as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that next, he would open a door for them to brand new entertainment. Door. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the confused and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Suyu looked at her and announced her word by word in a seductive and unquestionable tone. Yunshi. Kulme. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone full of scrutiny and critical eye for the actors. Tonight, Suyu and his friends. We're not fighting anymore. Suyu and his men. Come on. A grand opera performance. Chapter 59 tells a story from Journey to the West, and they are all dumbfounded. Suyu and his ilk. Let's put on a grand show. Suyu's voice was like a bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating a huge upheaval in the hearts of all the women. A grand opera performance? What is that? Is it edible? They stared blankly at the two little figures with exaggerated faces painted on the wall, then looked at Suyu, a man exuding an aura of idleness. Their brains, filled with the laws of primal survival, once again went blank. However, before they could even process their immense confusion, Suyu has begun his first lesson in the Renaissance. Suyu wasn't really asking them to sing. He was just joking. If they sang with their tone-deaf voices, it might trigger a second wolf attack. Suyu simply cleared his throat. Then, in a tone full of mystery and a touch of antiquity, he told them an ancient myth from the Far East. A long, long time ago, in the east of the world lies a vast continent called Dongxing Shenzhou. On the mainland, there is a fairy mountain called Flower and Fruit Mountain. At the mountaintop, there is a celestial stone that gathers the essence of heaven and earth. One day, the magic stone cracked open. A stone monkey sprang out from inside. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, listening blankly to Suyu's incoherent opening remarks with the look of someone looking at a madman, an idiot, or someone whose existence they could not describe with their limited vocabulary. Can a monkey jump out of a rock? Has the Holy One been frozen senseless? Even Yunshi frowned, her beautiful brows furrowed, and her cold eyes were filled with doubt. What on earth are you up to now? Suyu ignored their questions. Suyu simply used his magnetic voice to transport them into a fantastical, mythological world. Suyu told them how the stone monkey became an apprentice and learned the 72 transformations, and how he could somersault 108,000 li in one go. Upon hearing this for the first time, a light of longing shone in Yen Tong's eyes, which were always filled with fire. 108,000. What does that mean? Wouldn't that be countless times faster than when she runs at her fastest speed? Suyu told them how the monkey stormed the Dragon Palace, stole the Divine Needle, and caused chaos in the underworld to alter life and death. Upon hearing this for the first time, a look of shock appeared in Yue Ying's usually gentle eyes. Immortality? A miraculous resurrection? Is this really something that can be done? Suyu told them how that mischievous monkey wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, and how even 100,000 heavenly soldiers couldn't do anything to him. Upon hearing this for the first time, a fierce fire of fighting spirit ignited in Yunshi's eyes, which were always covered with frost. Can one person fight against the entire heavenly court? What terrifying strength and courage does this require? Linglong, Suyu's #1 diehard fan, had long since completely fallen for him. As she clung to Suyu's arm, her bright, sparkling eyes, seemingly holding the entire starry sky, were filled with little stars of admiration for how handsome Monkey King was. The entire tribe was immersed in the mythical world that Suyu had woven for them, a world full of heroism and romance. They forgot about hunger, forgotten the cold, forgot about the howling blizzard outside the window. Their hearts followed that fearless, mischievous monkey to the heavens and the earth through tumultuous times. That feeling was even better than the most delicious barbecue they had ever eaten. That was awesome. When a story reaches the point where the monkey was suppressed under the five-finger mountain by the Buddha, everyone's heart was in their throat. And then what happened? And then what happened? Linglong was the first to ask, and she couldn't help but press Suyu with her soft, anxious voice. The others stared intently at Suyu with eyes full of anticipation and tension. Suyu laughed at their expressions, which seemed to say, Nobody's going to get any sleep until you give us a straight answer. Suyu slowly stood up from the tiger skin bed, which was full of wild allure. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled and confused gazes, Suyu arrived at the center of the tribe. Suyu picked up the charcoal stick that he used as a pointer, next to the two little figures on the wall, which are full of peeking opera style. Another figure was drawn wearing a tiger skin skirt and holding a golden cudgel. Monkey, and one, riding a white horse with a kind and benevolent face. Monk. There was another one with a very big pregnant belly. Pig, and one carrying a crescent shovel. A big beard? The whole world fell silent. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the four gods on the wall, each with an increasingly bizarre appearance. Their brains, which had just been formatted by mythology, were once again completely ignited by something they had never heard of before, called suspense. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their curious and eager gazes, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This tribe will give birth to its first in history. Recreational activities. Stay tuned for more updates. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the expectant and pleading gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Suyu looked at her and announced to her, word by word, in a seductive and unquestionable tone. Want to know what happened next? Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone full of respect for the professional ethics of a storyteller. Then, to be continued, Chapter 60, The Troubles of Happiness. Whose bride should I choose tonight? To be continued. Suyu's voice was like the most ruthless carving knife, etched deeply into the hearts of all the women present. No, Your Majesty. Monkey King. What happened to Monkey King later? The entire tribe instantly erupted in chaos. All the women were like cats whose appetites had been whetted, each one of them itching with desire and feeling utterly miserable. For the first time, they experienced the extreme pain known as the broken chapter dog deserves a terrible death. However, they met her gaze, which was filled with pleading and a hint of threat. Suyu simply smiled enigmatically. Then, under the resentful and unwilling gazes of everyone, he slowly yawned. I am sleepy. Sleep. After saying that, Suyu ignored the group of spiritual shareholders behind him, who were now completely under his control. He walked straight back to Suyu's temple. Only one remained, a dashing figure brimming with professional ethics and a hint of smug satisfaction. Joke. I'll take you bunch of primitive people who can't even read. Then, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? And so, in this winter filled with blizzards and journey to the west, Suyu's corrupt life has officially begun. I sleep until I naturally wake up every day. Upon waking, Suyu was greeted by the gentlest priestess, Yueying, who served him the purest divine water. Har, the sweetest dried fruit. After eating and drinking his fill, Suyu began the most important task of his day. Teaching. In the morning, we have combat training. Under Suyu's careful guidance and close contact, Yunshi, this ice queen, has already grasped the basics of using someone else's strength against them. What is meant by using softness to overcome hardness. Even so, she was still thrown around by Suyu every day until she was completely disoriented. But her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Those eyes, always covered in frost, shone with a light of infatuation and worship. Yin Tong, this fiery woman, became Suyu's most loyal auditor. Every day, she would appear on the training field on time, frantically absorbing every movement that Suyu taught Yunshi with an almost greedy look in her eyes. Her fighting talent is extremely high, even better than Yunshi by 3 points. She can imitate many actions after seeing them only once. Suyu believed that it wouldn't be long before things calmed down. This tribe will give birth to the first in history. For real. Martial arts master. In the afternoon, it was craft class, with Suyu's guidance and encouragement. Shower, this genius little craftsman, has completely let loose from Suyu. She not only perfectly replicated all the pottery that Suyu had taught her, but also did so. They even used this method to create plates, cups, and even more. Little doll? Suyu looked at the clay doll that she had sculpted, which bore a striking resemblance to him. Then I looked at her again, her face flushed with shyness, so cute that she didn't even dare to lift her head. I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Girl, what are you doing? Do you want to play simulation games? But then it got dark. That's Suyu's most anticipated day. Storytelling. Everyone in the tribe would gather around Suyu's temple. Listen to Suyu recount that mythical world full of fantasy. And in Suyu's arms, there was always one curled up like a little kitten, all fluffy. Little maid. Exquisite. She had completely become Suyu's human accessory. So you had to feed her. She needs Suyu to coax her to sleep. Even going to the toilet. Cough, cough. In short, life was peaceful and happy. Also full of charming. Suyu looked at the 5 stunningly beautiful women before him, each with her own unique charm. She was as cold as snow on a mountaintop, yet she was gentle only to Suyu. One, fiery as a wildfire, was willing to bow down and submit to Suyu. Her gentle eyes, as clear as spring water in March, were filled with admiration for Suyu. One, as nimble as a shape-shifting elf, with a pair of skillful hands that can create an entire world for Suyu. There was also an innocent girl, like a fawn in the forest, whose heart was filled with nothing but her brother Suyu. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. This kind of blessing of having multiple wives. This kind of decadent, imperial lifestyle. Too decadent. However, as winter deepened, a happy yet fatal trouble gradually surfaced. That is, whose card should I choose tonight? At first, things were fine. Everyone was still quite reserved. However, as time went on, and Suyu's damn irresistible charm, the way they looked at Suyu gradually changed. Yunshi would always stay late at night after asking Suyu about fighting techniques and help him tidy up the tiger skin bed that exuded a wild allure. Yin Tong, on the other hand, was even more direct. Every day, she would hold her longbow, which she never parted with, like a door god, guarding the entrance to Suyu's cave. He glared at every competitor who tried to get close to Suyu with a look full of resentment and dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Yueying and Xiao resorted to a roundabout tactic. One of them was responsible for delivering the sweetest, most lovingly prepared late-night snacks to Suyu. One of them was responsible for mending Suyu's barely torn underwear. As for Linglong, she had long since turned Suyu's bed into her own personal playground. She needs Suyu to hold her and tell her stories every night before she can fall asleep. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was really about to crack. Suyu looked at the scene before him, a harem battleground on the verge of erupting. Then he looked at his own small, rather thin frame. Suyu suddenly felt his waist. It seems like it's really going to be. Just as Suyu was about to be completely overwhelmed by this happy trouble. A cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had finished her extra training session sometime during the day, without her noticing. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, he turned his gaze to the vast white world outside the window. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu. She paused, seemingly considering her words. The snow will stop tomorrow. Suyu and others. She slowly turned around, her cold eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. Shouldn't we go out for a walk? Chapter 61, The Iceberg Melts. Yunshi is only gentle to Suyu. Shouldn't Suyu and his ilk go out for a walk? Yunshi's voice, cold yet carrying an unprecedented sense of initiative and anticipation, was like the warmest spring breeze, instantly dispelling the heaviness in Suyu's heart caused by the trouble of choosing a card. Want to go for a walk? Suyu looked into her eyes, which shone brightly and seemed unfathomably deep in the firelight, and saw an extremely complex emotion that Suyu could not understand. There was anticipation, nervousness, and shyness. But more than anything, it was a longing to be alone with Suyu. Suyu krakt. Not the eldest sister. Are you trying to arrange a meeting with Suyu? Suyu looked at her, who was clearly looking forward to it, but was pretending to be serious, as if Suyu was talking to her about work. I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This two-faced little devil. Suyu slowly stood up from the tiger skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, Suyu walked step by step to her. Sujuriman Saident. Suyu simply watched her quietly, looking at her body, which subconsciously tensed up because of Suyu's approach. Looking at her small hands, which were clenched tightly with nervousness. Looking at her cheeks, which were uncontrollably flushed with a beautiful blush from Suyu's aggressive gaze. Then, Suyu slowly extended his hand. Yunqi's body suddenly stiffened. Her first instinct was to back away. But this time, she wasn't greeted with a playful and provocative wall slam. Instead, it was filled with tenderness and a touch of doting affection. Holding hands. Let's go. Suyu's voice was very soft. It was like the warmest current, instantly flowing through her limbs and bones. Yunqi was stunned. She slowly lowered her head to look at the large, warm hand that Suyu was holding tightly. She looked up again at Suyu's face, which appeared exceptionally handsome and full of gentle smiles in the firelight. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was completely melted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called happiness. An unprecedented warm current called sweetness and peace of mind instantly surged into her heart. For the first time, a moving, heartfelt smile appeared on her usually sculpted, icy face, a smile that could make the world pale in comparison. A smile. She was like a completely tamed kitten, lowering her proud head that had never bowed to anyone before. He squeezed out a single word in a muffled voice, barely audible like a mosquito's hum. At that moment, the whole world seemed to lose its color. All that remained was her, that smile as she turned back. A myriad of charms. Behind him, a heart shattered into pieces. Click sound. Suyu and his companion walked hand in hand out of the temple, which was filled with ambiguity and a hint of tension, like an ordinary young couple. I walked into that area, which had been battered by the blizzard. A world of ice and snow. The snow has stopped. The whole world was covered by a thick, white blanket of snow. Sunlight squeezed through the thick clouds and shone on the snow-covered earth. It reflected a dazzling yet sacred light. So beautiful. Looking at the beautiful snow scene before her, which resembled a fairy tale world, Yunqi's eyes, which were always covered in frost, revealed for the first time a look of infatuation and amazement. She never imagined it. That winter that brought them endless death and fear. It turns out, surprisingly, it also has such a beautiful side. Suyu stood quietly beside her, gazing at her profile, which appeared exceptionally beautiful and breathtaking in the sunlight. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from this moment on. This iceberg has frozen her for 20 years. Finally, all for Suyu alone. It melted. Suyu and his companions strolled hand in hand across the thick, soft snow. A long trail of deep and shallow footprints was left behind. She was no longer the aloof, cold queen. Instead, she was a little woman full of curiosity and a touch of dependence. She would point excitedly at the tree branches frozen into ice sculptures, just like a child. Ask Suyu what it is. She would gently brush the snowflakes that had fallen on Suyu's shoulders, just like the gentlest wife. She would even imitate Suyu by making a snowball and then attacking him in a tone that was both provocative and slightly coquettish. Suyu krak. Suyu squod. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. This woman, who is usually as aloof as a perpetual iceberg, when she starts to act cute, she actually, surprisingly, that's how it is. Is this going to kill me? Suyu felt a surge of heat in his heart as he looked at her adorable appearance, which was full of unexpected charm. Suyu slowly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Then, amidst her gasp, Suyu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice filled with ambiguity and aggression. Yunqi, do you know? You, as you're now, very dangerous? Yunqi's body suddenly stiffened. A wave of scalding heat instantly spread from her earlobe to her entire neck. She glared fiercely at Suyu with her big, watery eyes. Bellick seemed to say, "You're bullying Suyu again." But this time, her eyes no longer held shame and anger. It was something she herself hadn't even noticed. Playing hard to get. Looking at her charming and alluring appearance, Suyu could no longer control his restless heart. Suyu slowly lowered his head. He aimed at those two pieces, his hands trembling slightly with nervousness and anticipation. Soft. However, just as Suyu was about to taste the fruits of his belated victory, a cold, decisive voice suddenly rang out behind Suyu and the others. Cough, cough. Suyu subconsciously turned his head. Yin Tong was standing not far away, clutching her longbow that she never parted with, looking like the most dutiful third wheel, with a disgruntled expression. Her fiery eyes were filled with contempt for Suyu. And to Yunqi, "I'm so disappointed in you." She pointed to the snow-covered forest to the east. He then pointed to the smoked meat warehouse where Su Yu and his group were almost empty. Finally, she looked at Su Yu and his wife, the two of them being so lovey-dovey in broad daylight. He coldly reminded her in a tone full of resentment and dissatisfaction. "Chieftain, your majesty, the snow has stopped." She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone brimming with passion for her work. "Shouldn't Su Yu and his men go out hunting?" Chapter 62, Yin Tong's passion was like fire, melting Su Yu. "Shouldn't Su Yu and the others go out hunting?" Yin Tong's voice, filled with resentment and a workaholic vibe, was like the coldest ice pick, instantly extinguishing Su Yu's heart, which had just become somewhat fiery due to his close contact with Yin Shi. Su Yu cracked. Su Yu squawked. Su Yu was completely devastated. "Not the eldest sister. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Su Yu and his men are preparing to do something great that will benefit the future reproduction of the tribe? Why do you have to come at this time of year? You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Yunshi, like a wife caught red-handed, suddenly pushed Su Yu away. Then, under Yin Tong's gaze, which was filled with disdain and disappointment, he was met with her pretty face, which had just become slightly flushed from being moved, instantly returned to its icy, perpetually cold state, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat and spoke in a detached, businesslike tone, devoid of any emotion. "Yin Tong is right. The tribe's smoked meat is running low. It's time to add something fresh." After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Su Yu again. Like a startled rabbit, it turned its head and hurried towards the tribe without looking back. All that remained was a somewhat embarrassed and awkward figure, haunted by shyness and guilt. And Su Yu, who was standing there looking completely bewildered, and on that pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence, a triumphant smile of victory appeared for the first time. Su Yu looked at her huffing and snorting, and felt speechless at her trying to outdo him. "Sister, are you serious?" However, before Su Yu could even open his mouth to complain, Yin Tong, however, was like a victorious tigress, carrying her longbow that she never parted with, and swaggered up to Su Yu. She didn't say anything. She simply looked Su Yu up and down with an extremely aggressive and possessive gaze. That look was as if it were surveying its own territory and spoils. Then, to Su Yu's utterly horrified gaze, she slowly extended her long, slender, yet powerful hand, full of explosive energy. He grabbed Su Yu's waist in one go. Su Yu felt a wild and domineering, scorching aura instantly envelop his entire body. It felt like being ignited by the hottest flame. "Hey, Mun!" Yin Tong's domineering and slightly smug voice boomed in Su Yu's ears. She didn't give Su Yu any chance to struggle at all. However, she stared intently at Su Yu with her fiery eyes. "Don't think Su Yu doesn't know what you were trying to do to Yin Shi just now." Her voice was filled with an intense, unyielding tone. "Jealousy. Su Yu tells you. The bet between Su Yu and his group isn't over yet. Before you fulfill your promise." She paused, a suspicious blush appearing on her pretty face that was always full of fighting spirit. "You can forget about touching another woman." Su Yu cracked. Su Yu squawked. Su Yu was completely devastated. "Not the eldest sister. Aren't you being a bit too nosy?" However, before Su Yu could even voice his protest, Yin Tong, however, acted like a protective lioness and suddenly exerted force. She simply hoisted Su Yu on her back. On the shoulder, Su Yu instinctively squawked. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Su Yu was thus subjected to her in an extremely shameful position. They carried it away. Yin Tong, put Su Yu down. Su Yu struggled desperately. But Su Yu's pitiful strength was a joke in the face of her abnormal physical abilities. She strode briskly into the depths of the forest, as if carrying a rebellious prey on her back. Meanwhile, she gave Su Yu's but a heavy slap with her domineering and slightly smug big hand. Snap! A crisp, clear sound. Behave yourself. Her laughter, full of wildness and a hint of indulgence, echoed in Su Yu's ears. "Today I'll show you," was called Real Speed and Passion. Su Yu spent the entire day in an extremely exciting state, full of speed and passion. For the first time, Su Yu experienced what it meant to be lightning fast. Yin Tong, this fiery woman, is simply a born parkour master. She carried Su Yu, a burden weighing over 100 pounds, and ran through the thick, knee-deep snow, even faster than the world champion from her previous life. She can easily dodge all the traps hidden under the snow, just like the most agile cheetah. She could climb those snow-covered cliffs with the ease of a most agile ape. She can even leap and dart between towering trees. The feeling was just like filming. Tarzan. Suyu, like a kidnapped bandit's wife, could only cling tightly to her neck, letting out bursts of sounds filled with terror and a hint of excitement. Scream. And whenever Suyu and his men spotted their prey, she would suddenly lift Suyu off her shoulders like the coolest cowboy in the West. Then, she looked at Suyu with eyes full of trust and a hint of dependence. Suyu would then act like a highly professional arms dealer, handing her the longbow that had been prepared long ago. Then, is a one-sided affair. Massacre. Whoosh. Puffed. One arrow, and it's dead. Clean and efficient. A whole day has passed. Suyu and his men returned with a full load. Yin Tong, on the other hand, was like a child who had received a beloved toy, hugging the blood-stained longbow and laughing like a child. Fool! Her wild and slightly triumphant laughter echoed throughout the silent, snow-covered forest. Suyu quietly followed behind her, watching her adorable back view, which was full of unexpected charm. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. This woman is as passionate and unrestrained as fire. It seemed kind of cute. However, just as Suyu was enjoying this warm and exciting world for two, filled with speed and passion, Yin Tong suddenly stopped in her tracks. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, a feeling of intense passion and a hint of shyness ignited in her eyes, which were always filled with fire. For the first time, a beautiful blush appeared on Suyu's pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence. She slowly walked towards Suyu. Then, to Suyu's utterly horrified gaze, she slammed Suyu hard against a huge, ancient tree. Immediately afterwards, she slowly lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone before. He aimed at Suyu's lips, which were trembling slightly with nervousness and anticipation. The fiery look in Suyu's eyes was filled with an undeniable, domineering CEO-like declaration. Suyu, you're not going anywhere today. She paused, then spoke slowly in a voice full of wildness and a hint of pride. You belong to Suyu now. Chapter 63, The Worship of Moonfire, the Omnipotent Saint. You belong to Suyu now. Yin Tong's domineering yet slightly smug declaration was like a blazing flame that instantly ignited Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat cold due to the high-speed chase. Suyu looked at her, at those red lips, so close to his, so alluring and wild. Smelling the domineering aura emanating from her, a mixture of sweat, wildness, and a hint of virginal fragrance. Suyu's heart was the last line of rational defense for civilized people in the 21st century. At this moment, it collapsed again with a deafening roar. Go away from your composure. Go rationally. Lao Tu. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to uphold justice. I'll take this from you. Little goblin. Suyu suddenly flipped over. In Yin Tong's eyes, which suddenly contracted, filled with shock and disbelief. Suyu, taking the initiative, he grabbed her and slammed her hard against that huge, ancient tree. Then, amidst her gasp, Suyu slowly lowered his head, aiming it at those two lips that trembled slightly with nervousness and anticipation. Soft. However, just as Suyu was about to taste the fruits of his belated victory, a clear, crisp sound, filled with surprise and a hint of admiration, rang out behind Suyu and the others without warning, like heavenly music. Your Majesty, Sister Yin Tong, so you were here all along. Suyu subconsciously turned his head. Just then, Yuang, carrying a small wicker basket, came running towards Suyu and the others like a happy butterfly. Behind her followed several other members of the collection team, all looking equally excited. The whole world fell silent. Suyu and Yin Tong were frozen in place like two sculptures that had been frozen in place by a spell. Suyu slowly lowered his head and looked at the hot-tempered woman whose clothes were disheveled, whom he had pinned to the tree. He looked up again at the one who was curiously observing Suyu and the others with eyes full of innocence and naivety. A gentle little priestess. Suyu Krakt. Suyu Squad. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. No, Ladius. You two planned this all along, didn't you? Why does it always appear just when Suyu is about to accomplish something good? You guys did this on purpose, didn't you? Yin Tong, on the other hand, acted like a wife caught red-handed and shoved Suyu away. Then, under Yue Ying's gaze, filled with curiosity and confusion, Her pretty face, which had just become slightly flushed from being moved, instantly returned to its proud, yet slightly guilty expression. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat and spoke in a detached, businesslike tone, devoid of any emotion. The sage is teaching Suyu a new fighting technique. After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Suyu again. Like a startled rabbit, it walked quickly toward the tribe without looking back. All that remained was a somewhat embarrassed and awkward figure, haunted by shyness and guilt, and someone standing there, completely bewildered. Suyu. And on that pretty face, carrying a wicker basket, a thoughtful, meaningful look appeared for the first time on her usually gentle, smiling face. A smile? Suyu looked at her knowing expression and felt speechless. Sister, do you really understand? However, before Suyu could even open his mouth to explain, Yue, however, acted as if nothing had happened and presented the small wicker basket in her hand to Suyu as if it were a treasure. Your Majesty, look. In her eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and purity, there shone a light called the thirst for knowledge. Suyu subconsciously lowered his head. Inside the wicker basket lay several plants that Suyu had never seen before, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Plant? This is? Suyu asked, puzzled. Medicine. A charming blush appeared on Yueying's delicate face. Suyu listened as Granny Sure said, This herb can heal the wounds of Sister Yentong and the others. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Suyu picked up a plant, held it to his nose, and gently smelled it. A refreshing and invigorating scent, filled with the fragrance of herbs and trees, instantly filled Suyu's entire nasal cavity. Bite. Host contact detected with unknown herb. System module information analysis has started automatically. Analysis target, Panax Nodo Ginseng variety. Analysis results. This plant is rich in nutrients that have remarkable effects in promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, reducing swelling, and relieving pain. Note, this plant works even better when used in combination with other ingredients. Suyu Krakt. Suyu Squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. Suyu. Suyu has unlocked another one. Alchemy? Suyu looked at the few ordinary weeds in front of him. I looked again at the densely packed analysis reports on the system interface, filled with scientific evidence. An absurd yet highly probable thought instantly popped into Suyu's mind. If Suyu could combine these herbs, each brimming with miraculous effects, with his own advanced technology from the 21st century, a technology tens of thousands of years ahead of its time. Medical knowledge combined. Wouldn't that mean Suyu's tribe would then possess invulnerable to all poisons? Undead Legion? Suyu looked at the gentle little priestess in front of him, who was looking forward to his praise. Suyu's leaks slowly curled upwards. Suyu's eyes became incredibly fervent. Also incomparable. Love. Suyu slowly reached out his hand and gently rubbed her fluffy little head like the kindest teacher. Moonfire. Do you want to learn a magical technique that can bring the dead back to life? Yue was stunned. She stared blankly at Suyu, his eyes filled with confidence and a hint of mystery. Her brain, which had been filled with tribal witchcraft, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before called science. Magical arts? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply squatted down slowly, amidst the bewildered and puzzled gazes of everyone present. Suyu picked up a sharp stone. Then Suyu was there, on the pure white snow. For her, the first painting imbued with the spirit of modern medicine was created. Human body. Anatomical diagram? No. Yes, a meridian chart. The whole world fell silent. Moonfire was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the oracle on the snow, which was filled with an aura of metaphysics and philosophy that she could not comprehend. Her little head was filled with big, confused. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying her gaze, which was filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if she were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This tribe will give birth to the first in history. For real. Miracle Doctor. As if a new world had been opened to Yue, she slowly squatted down. She stretched out her slightly trembling, icy little hands and carefully touched the divine oracle on the snow, which was full of infinite mysteries. Then she raised her head, and for the first time, a raging fire called faith ignited in her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity. She looked at Suyu, whom she considered an omniscient and omnipotent God. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Holy Saint, did you learn this from heaven? Chapter 64 Kia sentiment. Hand sewn underwear. Did you learn this from heaven? Yue Ying's voice, filled with boundless longing for the unknown world, gently tickled Su Yu's heart like the softest feather. Su Yu looked into her eyes, which had become bright and filled with worship because she had glimpsed the secrets of the gods. Slowly, she smiled. Su Yu did not answer her. Su Yu simply extended his finger again in a mysterious manner and gently placed it on his lips, making a shushing gesture. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Yue Ying's breath suddenly stopped. Two beautiful blushes instantly appeared on her delicate face. She understood. She understood completely. The Holy One is imparting to her, in the most sacred way, a teaching unique to the two of them. Secret. She nodded heavily. A dazzling light, a sense of mission, shone in her gentle eyes. From that day on, Yue Ying became Su Yu's most clingy little shadow. She was no longer satisfied with simply serving Su Yu tea and water. Instead, it began to frantically absorb all the medical knowledge in Su Yu's mind, like the thirstiest sponge. Starting with the most basic concept, aseptic, to the most complex herbal pharmacology. She learned everything with complete fascination. Su Yu, on the other hand, acted like the most benevolent teacher, imparting to her the civilization of this era spanning tens of thousands of years without reservation. Watching her medical skills improve day by day, and that gaze of worship that grew stronger every day, Su Yu's heart was filled with something unprecedented. Teachers. Immense satisfaction. However, just as Su Yu was immersed in the joy of cultivating a divine doctor, a figure filled with shyness and a hint of timidity would always appear silently in Su Yu's temple in the dead of night. Its shower. She was not as cold and proud as Yinchi. Unlike Yin Tong, who is passionate and fiery, she is nothing like Yue Ying, who is gentle and proactive. She was always quiet, like an inconspicuous little blade of grass. She quietly took care of everything for Su Yu. She would bring Su Yu a bowl of perfectly warm, holy water when he was most thirsty. She would change Su Yu's bedding to the softest, sun-kissed animal skin when he was most exhausted. She would even embroider a beautiful little flower, one that Su Yu had never seen before, onto Su Yu's tattered exploration suit with the finest stitches. She didn't say a word, but in her bright eyes, which always carried a hint of timidity, lay a silent love and the deepest adoration. Su Yu looked at her silly face, always giving silently and asking for nothing in return. A wave of pity washed over me, and a surge of passion also welled up within me. This silly girl, do you know, does your behavior make people more likely to commit crimes? That night, as usual, Su Yu finished telling Ling Long the latest chapter of Journey to the West. Su Yu slowly stood up from the tiger skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm. Get ready, I need to take care of some physiological needs. However, just as Su Yu stepped out of the temple, Su Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, a brand new piece of clothing appeared to be hanging at the entrance of Su Yu's cave. It was a pair of close-fitting underwear made from the softest, snow-white animal hides that Su Yu had never seen before. Su Yu cracked. Su Yu squawked. Su Yu was truly, utterly broken. What's going on here? Who is so talented? Su Yu actually invented this thing? Su Yu picked up the piece of art, which still carried a faint scent of a young girl, with a puzzled expression. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The stitching is incredibly fine. They even used unknown, soft feathers to make a. Is it treated with extra warmth and thickness? Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the magical artifact in his hand, a device brimming with human-centered design. Then I thought about that one in the tribe, the only one with such incredible skills. A genius little craftsman. Su Yu's heart, which had gradually become somewhat lax due to his comfortable life, was completely ignited at this moment by an emotion called emotion and a trace of evil fire. This silly girl. This is playing with fire. Su Yu slowly turned around, casting his gaze upon the girl who was still pretending to be diligently clearing the dishes, but her bright red, almost dripping ears had completely betrayed her. A petite figure. Su Yu walked towards her step by step. Xiaoer's body suddenly stiffened. She seemed to realize that danger was approaching. She wanted to run away, but it was too late. Su Yu pulled her from behind and embraced her soft, delicate body, which was full of girlish fragrance, into his arms. Oh dear! Shower let out a gasp filled with panic and a hint of shyness. Her exquisite and shapely body instantly became completely stiff. Mayday susuyu, she stammered, protesting in a voice softer than a mosquito's hum. But the voice sounded more like playing hard to get. Sujuriman saident. Suyu simply buried his head slowly in her beautiful hair, which exuded a faint fragrance. Then, in a voice that only Suyu and the other person could hear, he whispered something in her ear, a voice full of magnetism and a slight huskiness. Kia, are you inviting Suyu? Shower's body trembled violently. A wave of scalding heat instantly spread from her earlobe to her entire neck. Her little head went completely blank in an instant. She wanted to argue, but I found that I couldn't utter a single word. She wanted to struggle, but he found that he didn't even have the strength to struggle. In the end, she could only collapse softly into Suyu's arms like a completely melted kitten. Then, in a soft tone filled with uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation, she asked a question. That one. Holy saint, does it fit? Does it still fit? Shower's voice, filled with the timidity and anticipation of a kitten, was like the softest feather gently scratching Suyu's heart. Suyu looked at her delicate face, which was flushed red with extreme shyness, as if it were about to bleed. I could smell the unique, delicate fragrance of a young girl emanating from her. Suyu's heart was the last line of rational defense for civilized people in the 21st century. It collapsed again at this moment. Forget your reserve. Forget your reason. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to uphold justice. I'll take you in, you little devil. Suyu slowly lowered his head, aiming at those two soft lips, trembling slightly with tension and anticipation. However, just as Suyu was about to taste the fruits of his belated victory, a clear, innocent voice, tinged with a hint of discontent, suddenly rang out behind Suyu and the others, like a heavenly melody. Broter Suyu, what are you doing? Suyu subconsciously turned his head. Linglong, Suyu's #1 diehard fan and the leader of all his wild fans, was pouting her cute little mouth and looking at Suyu and his friends with a resentful and dissatisfied expression. In her small hands, she was holding a ceramic bowl that Shower had made herself, painted with a cute little monkey. The bowl was still filled with steaming hot meat soup. The whole world fell silent. Suyu and Shower were frozen in place like two sculptures that had been frozen in place by a spell. Suyu slowly lowered his head and looked at the disheveled, genius craftsman in his arms. He looked up again at the innocent little girl who was curiously observing Suyu and the others with eyes full of naivety and innocence. Suyu cracked. Suyu scored. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. No, Suyu said. You two planned this all along, didn't you? Why does she always appear just when Suyu is about to accomplish something good? You guys, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Shower, on the other hand, acted like a young wife caught red-handed and shoved Suyu away. Then, under Linglong's gaze, which was filled with curiosity and incomprehension, her pretty face, which had just turned slightly flushed from being moved, instantly returned to its shy and slightly guilty expression. Suyu didn't do anything. After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Suyu again. Like a startled rabbit, it ran quickly towards the cave exit without looking back. All that remained was a somewhat embarrassed and awkward figure, haunted by shyness and guilt, and someone standing there, completely bewildered. Suyu. And for the first time, a thoughtful, meaningful look appeared on the pretty face of a woman carrying a bowl of meat soup, a face that was always full of innocence and naivety. A smile? Suyu looked at her knowing expression and felt speechless. Sister, you know all this now? However, before Suyu could even open his mouth to explain, Linglong, however, acted as if nothing had happened and presented the ceramic bowl with the little monkey painted on it to Suyu as if it were a treasure. Broter Suyu, have some soup. In her eyes, which were always full of innocence and purity, there gleamed a light that seemed to crave praise. Suyu lowered his head instinctively. Inside the steaming bowl of meat soup, there was a thoughtful touch, a piece of Suyu's favorite food. Red berries? Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the creation before him, a dish brimming with love, yet also carrying a hint of culinary disaster. He then looked at Linglong's adorable face, full of anticipation as she waited for Suyu to praise her. Suyu's heart, which which had just been ruthlessly interrupted and was filled with resentment, was now completely filled with a feeling of being moved and a little bit of helplessness. This silly girl. Do you want to kill Suyu? Suyu slowly extended his slightly trembling, cold hands. Then, under Linglong's expectant yet slightly nervous gaze, Suyu, with a death-defying spirit, took over that. Represents love. Earthenware bowl. Then Suyu closed his eyes and, like a warrior about to be executed, took a big gulp. An indescribable, wonderful flavor, a blend of the savory taste of meat and the sweet and sour taste of fruit, instantly exploded on Suyu's taste buds. It turns out, surprisingly, it tastes pretty good. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Then, under Linglong's gaze, filled with tension and anticipation, Suyu slowly gave her a thumbs up. Delicious. Her bright eyes lit up instantly. Once again, a radiant smile of victory bloomed on her pretty face, which was always full of innocence and romance. She jumped and bounced around at Suyu like a little rabbit that had just received its favorite toy. Then, like a little hamster, she pulled something out of her precious pocket again. It was a quilt wiped clean. Animal skin handkerchief? She tiptoed and gently wiped the grease from Suyu's lips in a tender and slightly distressed tone. She looked like the most virtuous young wife. Suyu felt a surge of heat in his heart as he looked at her adorable appearance, which was full of unexpected charm. Also a burst of, I was both amused and exasperated. This little devil is so adorable. Do you really want Suyu dead? Or should I choose Suyu? However, just as Suyu was enjoying this warm and ambiguous world for two, Linglong suddenly stopped what she was doing. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, a raging fire of possession ignited in her eyes, which were always full of innocence and purity. She looked at the competitors outside the cave, who were secretly observing Suyu and his group with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Yunxi, Yintong, Yueying, and Shower were all present and accounted for. Then, like a kitten guarding its food, she suddenly opened her arms wide. They stood in front of Suyu, and she uttered to them the loudest, most authoritarian voice of her life. Announcement. Don't look. Suyu's brother. She paused, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with pride and a hint of smugness. It belongs to Suyu. Chapter 66, Snow Camouflage. Winter hunting can be this easy? It belongs to Suyu. Linglong's domineering declaration, brimming with sovereignty, exploded like a thunderclap in the otherwise harmonious harem. Yunxi froze. Yintong froze. Yueying and Shower were both petrified. They all stared blankly at Suyu, who was standing in front of them like a protective mother hen, with outstretched arms, as if looking at a monster, a demon, or someone who had completely overturned their understanding of tens of thousands of years. Innocent little girl. Their brains are completely unable to function. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This seemingly harmless and innocent little girl. When did you become so scheming? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying this grand palace drama that he himself had directed. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Oh, woman. She's just as adorable, no matter the era. Ultimately, this farce, rife with tension, was quelled by Suyu's forceful suppression. The tribe officially entered its long winter hunting season, although Suyu and his men had ample reserves of smoked meat and dried fruit. But simply living off one's savings is not a sustainable solution. Not to mention, Suyu looked at the wolf cubs, who were crying for food and whose appetites were growing bigger every day. A sense of helplessness welled up inside me. Even the landlords didn't have any surplus grain. So, on the second day after the blizzard stopped, a fully armed winter hunting team, personally led by Suyu, has been officially established. It's very simple. There are only 3 people. Suyu, Yunxi, and Yintong. One is the commander-in-chief who has full map control. One is a calm and composed deputy and bodyguard. Another one is the tribe's strongest ace ADC, equipped with a divine artifact. This combination is simply a game-changer. However, when Suyu and his 2 companions were all ready to go out and fry fish, Yintong, this simple-minded battle maniac, raised a question full of primal wisdom. Hey, Mun. She pointed to the animal skin clothing worn by Suyu and the others, which were of different colors and stood out conspicuously against the white snow. He then pointed to the other prey in the distance, also dressed in dark fur. Those fiery eyes were filled with a kind of disdain that seemed to say, Are you stupid? Dressed like that, going out hunting? Are you afraid that those beasts won't see Suyu and his group? Suyu Karath, not the eldest sister. So you finally learned to use your brain? Suyu looked at her smug. You finally met your match. Expression and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply pointed slowly to the thick, white snow beneath their feet. He then pointed to the white wolf king pelt that Suyu had tossed in a corner as a teaching material. Finally, Suyu looked into their beautiful eyes, which were filled with confusion and bewilderment. He spoke to them, word by word, in a tone filled with helplessness and disdain for primitive people. Who said Suyu and his ilk would go out dressed like this? After saying that, Suyu ignored the two bewildered children behind him. They went straight to Chower's clothing design studio. Then, amidst everyone's curious and puzzled gazes, Suyu picked up a handful of the sharpest bone needles and a roll of the toughest animal sinew thread. This marked the beginning of Suyu's first experience since arriving in this world. Haute couture. Soon, 3 pieces were made from the softest, snow-white wolf pelts. A hooded cloak ghillie suit appeared in Suyu's hands. The whole world fell silent. Yunshi and Yintong stood frozen in place like 2 statues under a spell. They stared blankly at the 3 artifacts in Suyu's hands, which exuded an aura of tactics and disguise that they couldn't understand. Their minds, which were filled with power, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called scientific hunting. I didn't know clothes could be used like this. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with shock and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Now comes the moment to witness a miracle. The 3 of them changed into something that allowed them to blend seamlessly into the entire icy world. Snow camouflage clothing. Then, like 3 top-tier ghost assassins, they vanished silently into the vast white snow-covered forest. The effect is remarkable. Those prey that are usually extremely vigilant, faced with Suyu and his ilk's invisible, dimensional lowering attacks, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Suyu and his group didn't even need to get close. All you need to do is find the most comfortable position 100 meters away. Then, whoosh, puffed, 1 arrow and it's dead, clean and efficient. A whole day has passed. Suyu and his men didn't even break a sweat. They hunted enough prey to feed the entire tribe for a week. When Suyu and his men dragged the mountain of spoils back to the tribe, all the women went completely mad. They stared blankly at the 3 white cloaks on Suyu and his companions, which were imbued with a sense of divine power. He looked again at the mountain of prey. Their little heads were filled with big questions. Winter hunting can be this simple? Yin Tong, on the other hand, was like a child who had received a beloved toy, clutching the blood-stained longbow and the snow-white cloak, laughing like a child. Fool! Her wild and slightly smug laughter echoed throughout the silent valley. Yunshi stood quietly beside Suyu, watching her best friend who had been completely ruined by him. A hint of helplessness and a touch of doting flashed in those cold eyes. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, a blazing fire of curiosity ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She looked at Suyu, whom she considered an omniscient and omnipotent god. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Suyu, in your mind. She paused, as if searching for the most suitable word. Just how many things did Suyu and the others not know about? Chapter 67 Spring has arrived, the season of renewal. Just how many things that Suyu and his ilk don't know are still hidden inside? Yunshi's voice, filled with boundless longing for the unknown world, gently tickled Suyu's heart like the softest feather. Suyu looked at her eyes, which had become bright and full of curiosity because she had glimpsed the secrets of the gods. Slowly, she smiled. Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply extended his finger and gently placed it on his lips, making a shushing gesture. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Yunshi's breath hitched. 2 beautiful blushes instantly appeared on her delicate face. She understood. She understood completely. The Holy One was hinting to her, in the most sacred way, that their relationship was unique. Intimate relationships. She nodded heavily. A dazzling light, a light of happiness and sweetness, shone in her cold eyes. And so, in this winter filled with cutting-edge technology and a touch of ambiguity, The tribe has completely entered the most peaceful and prosperous hibernation period in its history. Besides necessary patrols and teaching every day, all the women were immersed in an unprecedented, decadent life called happiness. They no longer have to worry about food for the next day. They even began to feel, winter is quite nice. At least we don't have to go out and fight those terrifying beasts anymore. Su Yu, on the other hand, has completely solidified his position as a saint. Every day, he would have in-depth discussions with Yunxi about the mysteries of martial arts. It was there that Yin Tong and I were discussing the correct archery posture. Occasionally, he would also go and give Yuang some guidance on alchemy and Chao's architecture. As for Linglong, she had completely become Su Yu's personal accessory and the chief storyteller. Life was peaceful and happy, also full of charming. Su Yu looked at the harem before him, a thriving and vibrant place full of life. A wave of emotion washed over me. Su Yu, what merit do you have to be able to live such a decadent life? A life of corruption? However, just as Su Yu was about to completely succumb to this gentle embrace, a ticking sound, full of vitality, suddenly rang in Su Yu's ears without warning. Su Yu subconsciously turned his head. The thick snow that covered the entire valley had begun to melt at some point. Drops of cold, yet hopeful snowmelt dripped down from the eaves. It crashed onto the hard earth that had been dormant all winter, splashing up blossoms called spring. Tiny splashes of water. Spring is here. I don't know who was the first to murmur to themselves in a trembling, joyful tone. The lazy smiles on everyone's faces, which had become somewhat languid due to their comfortable lives, instantly froze. They rushed out one by one, and the warm wooden house reached out to catch the falling snow. Sweet rain. In their beautiful eyes, there shone a light called new life. Yes, spring is here. That winter that brought them endless death and fear. It's finally over, and they not only survived, and they are living better than ever before. An unprecedented surge of pride and happiness instantly welled up in their hearts. They sang and danced to celebrate their first ever, in the true sense, victory. Su Yu stood quietly in front of the warm wooden house that he had built himself. Looking at what lies before me, I see a scene brimming with vitality and hope. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards, this tribe will finally bid farewell to a time when they could only struggle for survival and despair. Dark ages. They will usher in a brand new era, full of light and hope. Spring. They are about to witness a battle that will change the fate of their entire tribe. Agriculture. The Great Revolution. Su Yu slowly reached out and caught a drop of cold, yet hopeful spring rain. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fervor and adoration, Su Yu turned his gaze to the outside of the tribe, to the fertile land where the snow had just receded. Su Yu's eyes became incredibly fervent, also incomparable, profound. Bite. The mission to safely get through the winter has been detected and exceeded. Task rating, perfect. Rewards for completing the task are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 civilization points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the new tech tree, agriculture beginner level. Currently unlockable crops, cold-resistant potatoes, fast-growing corn. Su Yu correct. Su Yu squad. Su Yu is truly, utterly devastated. Su Yu is going to. Have they become landlords? Su Yu looked at the tempting golden fertilizer on the system interface. Then I looked at the flock of hungry lambs in front of me. Su Yu's lips curled into a wild smile. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the expectant yet slightly confused gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the one who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Su Yu looked at her and announced her word by word in a seductive and unquestionable tone. Yunxi, do you want your tribe to be able to eat white flour buns every day from now on? Yunxi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. White flour steamed buns. What is that? Is it edible? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply stretched out his hand in front of them, onto that fertile land full of hope. The painting captured a scene they had never seen before, brimming with the spirit of harvest. The character, Can, field. Then Su Yu looked at them and slowly spoke, word by word, in a tone full of contempt and mockery towards primitive civilization. Starting today, hunting is no longer the only option for Su Yu and his companions. Because Suyu suddenly raised his head. Those eyes, bright and unfathomable under the spring rain, burned with flames even hotter than that wall of fire. Suyu will lead you to cultivate a brand new future together. Chapter 68, The System Upgrades Again, Unlocking the Shinnon Bloodline. Suyu will lead you to cultivate a brand new future together. Suyu's voice boomed through the valley like the first thunderclap of spring, and it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man radiating a light they couldn't comprehend, a light they called a prophet and a god. Their minds, which had been filled with hunting and gathering, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called agricultural civilization. Cultivating the future? Food. Is it only obtainable from forests? Instead, they could be like stones and wood made by their own hands. Created? This realization was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating their ignorant worldview. Wow. I don't know who was the first to utter that exclamation, filled with suppressed longing. Immediately afterwards, the second and the third. The entire valley was filled with a fervent anticipation of a better future. The way they looked at Suyu had completely changed. That is no longer the case. The reverence for the messenger of God is no longer the same as the worship of the Savior. It is a way of viewing the Creator God. Belief. Only Suyu can lead them out of this primitive and barbaric era. Only Suyu can lead them to a life where they can eat white flour buns every day. What a blissful life. Suyu looked at the group of wild women in front of him, who had been completely brainwashed by him, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Their thoughts were unified. Next is, roll up your sleeves and get to work. However, just as Suyu was preparing to unleash his full potential and usher in his grand era of large-scale farming, a voice, filled with shyness and a hint of timidity, suddenly rang out behind Suyu without warning. It's Shower. She had somehow already walked up to Suyu's side. She pointed to the muddy land where the snow had just receded. He then pointed to the simple digging tools that Suyu and his companions had made from stones and animal bones. Then, in a tone filled with uncertainty and a hint of worry, she asked Suyu, Meirei Susuyu. Suyu and his men had no tools. Tool? Suyu was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. Yes. Suyu, how could you forget? Farming is not child's play. Clearing land, plowing, sowing, and irrigating. I can't do without any of them, and I need the right one. Farm tools. The only farming tools their tribe currently possesses are those used for digging traps. Stone shovel? Are you kidding me? Using that thing to clear land? This is going to be exhausting. Suyu looked into Shower's beautiful eyes, which were filled with worry. Slowly, she smiled. Who said Suyu and his ilk didn't have any? Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with a kind of reassuring magic. Kiae was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. No. So where is it? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply stretched out his hand in front of them, onto that fertile land full of hope. They drew a picture of something they had never seen before, one brimming with the spirit of the Industrial Revolution, Quan Li, and one similarly brimming with the light of wisdom. Water wheel. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the two oracles on the ground, which possessed a kind of mechanical and structural beauty that they could not comprehend. Their little heads were filled with big, confused. Suyu, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, enjoying their questioning and puzzled gazes, which were as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that he would next open a door for them, to new productivity. Door. However, just as Suyu was about to explain to them the greatness of these two divine artifacts, that cold, long-absent system notification sound suddenly rang out again in Suyu's mind. Bite. Host detected successfully, ushering in the prelude to the agricultural era. The tribe's civilization level has been greatly improved. Meets system upgrade requirements. The navigator's exclusive daily reconnaissance system is undergoing its second upgrade. 10-30-70-100. Upgrade successful. Suyu was stunned. It's been upgraded again? This is way too frequent. Before Suyu could react, brand new text, shimmering with dazzling golden light, instantly appeared on Suyu's virtual interface. Congratulations, host. The system has successfully unlocked a new talent. Shinong Bloodline, beginner level. Talent effect. The host's body will develop an innate affinity for all plants. Passive effect 1, herbal knowledge. The host will automatically recognize the basic information of all plants they come into contact with. Passive effect 2, life catalysis. The host's blood will have a slight promoting effect on the growth of all plants. Note, this talent can be upgraded. Suyu Krakt. Suyu Squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. Suyu. Suyu is going to. He became an immortal? Shinong's bloodline? A drop of blood gives birth to all things? Isn't this the kind of treatment only protagonists in novels get? Suyu looked at the fantastical system interface before him, and then at the vast primeval forest in the distance, a forest brimming with endless possibilities. Suyu's lips curled into a wild smile. Originally, Suyu just wanted to quietly be an infrastructure construction maniac and lead them to a better life. But now, system, you're putting Suyu in a difficult position again. Suyu slowly raised his head, meeting the tense and expectant gazes of Yun Shi and Yin Tong. Then Suyu pointed to the area outside the tribe, which was filled with all sorts of unknown plants. Forest. He then pointed to Suyu, and then to himself. Finally, Suyu looked at them and announced a decision in a confident yet slightly mysterious tone that was enough to drive them completely mad. Starting today, all the plants in this world. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Whether it's edible or not is up to Suyu. Yunshi was stunned. Yin Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Whether or not you can eat it is up to you. Who do you think you are? Shinong? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply turned around slowly, leaving them with his confident and slightly smug back view. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Suyu was the first to shoulder a stone shovel used for clearing land and strode towards the forest full of unknowns and opportunities. Suyu's voice was calm, yet filled with an undeniable power, slowly drifting into everyone's ears. Now, what are you still standing there for? Want to try it? Was called a true miracle? Chapter 69. This thing can completely devour it. A miracle. Another miracle. They stared blankly at Suyu, who always managed to produce something they'd never heard of or seen before. Something edible and culinary? The dawn of agriculture. A man who wants to try something is the one who truly surprises others. Their brains, filled with hunting and gathering, are performing a miracle? Suyu's voice was like that of a pyramid scheme leader who was best at making empty promises. At this moment, he was completely ignited by something called curiosity. Gula, a deadly temptation. The women have gone completely mad. They were all bursting with energy. I wanted to. Wow. Your Majesty, hurry. Let Suyu and the others see this. The women, all screaming and yelling, grabbed their makeshift tools and followed closely behind Suyu. They've gone mad. They were all like they'd been injected with adrenaline, yelling and grabbing their things to witness a miracle. They wanted to see it for themselves. What unheard of miracles will this omnipotent saint conjure up for them this time? Brand new farming tools. Although they were just some stone shovels and axes that Suyu had modified. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, too. Then, like a group of the most loyal believers, they followed closely behind Suyu. Even Yunshi and Yintong, the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only act as the two most loyal little followers, guarding Suyu from the left and right. Their gazes towards Suyu were complex. There is admiration, curiosity, and awe. But they followed silently with a look full of curiosity, expectation, and a hint of taking it for granted. In their eyes, no matter how outrageous or unconventional the man's actions were. More than anything, it's a kind of, named as a matter of course. Convince. It was as if whatever Suyu did was normal. Suyu, meanwhile, quietly walked at the front of the group, enjoying what they were doing, something so shocking and unconventional. In their view, they're all. It's perfectly reasonable. Suyu looked at it with a gaze filled with fanaticism and worship, as if it were a deity. Suyu's lips curled slightly. He felt a surge of secret pleasure as he watched them look at him with an expression that said, even if you said you could fly to the heavens right now, Suyu would believe you. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that he would open the door for them next. Suyu Krakt. This feeling of being unconditionally trusted. Too good, a door leading to a completely new civilization. Door. With the dual blessing of the daily reconnaissance system and the bloodline of Shinno, Su Yu is simply unstoppable in this primeval forest. Under Su Yu's leadership, the grand treasure hunting team has set off. But this time, Su Yu and his team's target was no longer those ferocious beasts. It's not one of those sweet, walking humanoid encyclopedias. Stop. Su Yu slowly extended his berry. Instead, Su Yu slowly raised his head and turned his gaze to the area where the hand had just been. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Su Yu squatted down on the fertile land, now free of snow and brimming with vitality. And those bodies on the land. Su Yu was digging upwards from the damp, snow-slicked soil. Unknown. Weeds? The sage produced one, an unremarkable, earthy yellow one. Tuber? Name? Cold-resistant potatoes. Su Yu, what are you doing here? Yueying, Su Yu's chief disciple and personal translator, is a wild. Information, a tuberous plant rich in starch. The poison-free official couldn't help but ask Su Yu in a puzzled tone. In her opinion, these can be eaten in large quantities after being cooked. They have a soft, sweet, and glutinous texture. Note, this plant is an inedible and unusable weed, and therefore has no value whatsoever. And everyone else, with extremely tenacious effort, planted it easily. Su Yu cracked open. Su Yu squawked. Su Yu was completely bewildered, looking at Su Yu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Su Yu did not answer her. Su Yu simply cracked open slowly. Su Yu, what kind of incredible luck is Su Yu? Upon entering the house, I squatted down to shovel the first shovelful of soil. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and bewildered gazes, Su Yuzi dug it up. Potato? This was a single, insignificant plant pulled from a patch of lush green weeds. A plant that had fed hundreds of millions of people in its previous life. Plant. This is a high-yield miracle machine. Su Yu looked at the fruit in his hand, which, although it was oddly shaped and cracked, that plant looked very strange. The leaves are lush and green, like magnified potatoes brimming with hope. Then I looked at the clover in front of me, eagerly awaiting its return. Its roots and stems are even stranger. Surprisingly, it bore clusters of tiny lambs. Su Yu's lips curled into a wild smile. Su Yu slowly stood up, his round, earthy yellow pimple. The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if struck by lightning. They held the mud-covered potato up like the most precious treasure. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at him as if he were a madman or a fool. This. Su Yu looked at them and announced in a confident yet slightly mysterious tone, word by word. Yes, you can eat it. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a being whose existence was utterly beyond the reach of their limited vocabulary. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be struck by a series of thunderbolts, which shattered the muddy lumps in their hands. Their brains had been infected. They stared blankly at the ordinary clod of earth in Su Yu's hand. It was completely, utterly unusable. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man, this. They looked up at Su Yu again, a man radiating a kind of incomprehensible, magical aura that always seemed to produce miracles they had never heard of or seen before, a kind of charlatan. Their little heads are filled with big men. What are you planning to do this time? Did he want Su Yu and the others to eat dirt? That's a big question mark. Is it edible? This thing. It's just a stone, isn't it? Stone? Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes as if they were looking at a god. How could he possibly eat that? The saint, he wouldn't be. Seriously, were you frozen, senseless? However, they were met with skeptical and puzzled looks. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's gaze remained calm as he stood still, enjoying their questioning looks, which were as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu knew that he would open a door to a completely new staple food for them. Bite. Shinnong's bloodline has been activated. Currently analyzing the target. Name, cold-resistant potato, alien variant. Information, a look of confusion and bewilderment. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that tuberous plants rich in starch were non-toxic and edible. They had extremely high yields and were highly adaptable. Next, Su Yu would perform for them something that would completely overturn their worldview. Magic. Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply cut the potato into several pieces. Then, amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone, Su Yu threw one of the pieces into the pot, making it an excellent choice as a staple food. How to eat. Roast, boil, or fry. It is placed in a pre-prepared earthenware pot filled with water, and it was placed over the campfire. Planting method, propagated by tubers, prefers loose soil, growing period is 2 months. Sujulia. Soon, an indescribable fragrance, mixed with the scent of earth, settled in. Suyu squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. Potato. Surprisingly, a wonderfully sweet and powdery aroma instantly wafted from the earthenware pot and permeated the potatoes. Moreover, it's an alien variant of the cold-resistant potato. This is simply the entire forest. Glug glug. Someone, I don't know who, couldn't help but swallow hard. Tailor-made for Su Yu and his tribe, located in the north. Super golden fertilizer. Then, the sounds of swallowing saliva echoed throughout the forest. All women. Su Yu suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart. Slowly, he raised his head and met the eyes of all the women, who stared wide-eyed. They stared intently at the pottery, its eyes filled with confusion and unease as the pottery churned with stones. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the one who had remained calm throughout, but whose cold eyes had now turned icy, like those of a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten for centuries. After that potato was thoroughly cooked until it was soft, tender, and sweet. Su Yu fished it out of the pottery jar, which caused a huge wave to rise. Iceberg female clan chief. Su Yu looked at her and spoke each word carefully. Then, under the tense, expectant, and even fearful gazes of everyone, Su Yu announced to her slowly, in a tone full of confidence and unquestionable authority. Yunshi. The earth handed that piece of divine food, still steaming hot, to the one who had believed Su Yu from the beginning. Yunshi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Su Yu with a gaze that was full of incomprehension and doubt, though they had maintained their composure until now. Trust you? What do you mean, believe me? Do you think I believe you, this lump of mud? You think you're edible? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply watched her quietly, looking at the giant waves. Iceberg female clan chief. Try it. Yunshi's breathing suddenly caught her breath, and her beautiful eyes, which had become somewhat complicated because of Su Yu's question, were filled with emotion. A long pause. She stared at the golden yellow liquid in the bowl, which emitted an enticing aroma, for a long time. Yunshi seems to have finally made a major decision. She slowly moved the stone. She glanced at Su Yu again, at his confident and calm eyes. Her icy heart nodded. The sound, though not loud, was filled with an unprecedented quality. For the first time in many years, my heart, which had been firmly shut off, began to pound wildly, uncontrollably. She slowly stretched out her eyes. Su Yu, I believe in you. Su Yu Smail. Su Yu slowly turned around and took the item from everyone's shocked, slightly trembling, and cold hands, representing the future. In the earthenware bowl and a hint of fear in the eyes, Su Yu picked up the rotten clump covered in mud. Then, under the tense, expectant, and even fearful gazes of the entire clan, she slowly, very slowly, inserted Su Yu's in the mouth. Then I took a big bite. I took a bite with a crunch. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. A startling light suddenly burst forth from her eyes, which were always veiled in frost. A strange smell filled with the earthy, fishy smell and the astringent taste of raw starch. She felt it. She experienced a wonderful, soft, sweet flavor that she had never tasted before, which instantly exploded on Su Yu's taste buds. Although, the taste wasn't very good. But, non toxic. And, you'll be full. Su Yu looked at the group of wild women in front of him, who were completely stunned by his shocking actions. Su Yu's lips curled slightly upwards, without the slightest hint of fishy or foul smell. Absolutely delicious. That feeling was like the warmest, most comforting warmth. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu slowly reached out and took the remaining liquid in his hand, which instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. Comfortable, an unprecedented, largely divine object was presented to the person who, from beginning to end, harbored indescribable feelings for Su Yu. Happiness. She stared blankly at the ceramic bowl in her hand, yet with absolute trust. A gentle little priestess. Then, looking at them, Su Yu, with a tone that was always cold and sculpted, for the first time revealed a seductive and unquestionable expression on his handsome face, announced something that could drive them completely crazy, an expression called happiness. What is this called? She stammered out the truth. This thing. Not only that, it's edible. Suyu paused, then slowly spoke in a voice filled with boundless anticipation for the future, using a completely new word in her halting yet exceptionally pleasant Chinese. It could still be planted. Chapter 70. Reclaiming Wasteland and Planting Seeds of Hope. It could still be planted. Suyu's voice boomed through the valley like a divine pronouncement from the Creator God, and it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man who radiated a kind of incomprehensible, charlatan-like aura. Their minds, filled with hunting and gathering, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called agricultural civilization. This thing, surprisingly, it can still be done. Like a tree, can it be planted? Doesn't that mean they will no longer have to risk their lives to hunt in the forest? They can raise food like wolves. Keeping it in your own home? This realization was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating their ignorant worldview. Wow. I don't know who was the first to utter an exclamation filled with suppressed longing. Immediately afterwards, the second and the third. The entire valley was filled with a fervent anticipation of a better future. The way they looked at Suyu had completely changed. It was no longer the awe one felt for the messenger of God, nor the worship one felt for the Savior. It is a way of viewing the Creator God. Belief. Only Suyu can lead them out of this barbaric, primitive era. Only Suyu can lead them to a life where they can eat this potato every day. What a blissful life. Suyu looked at the group of wild women in front of him, who had been completely brainwashed by him, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The enthusiasm for production has been generated. Next is, roll up your sleeves and get to work. Everyone. Suyu slowly turned around to face all the women who were still in a state of excitement. Then Suyu pointed to the fertile land outside the tribe, where the snow had just receded. He delivered Suyu's most important command, the most important one in the history of the saint, to them, word by word, in a tone brimming with confidence and leaving no room for doubt. A reclamation order. Starting today. Here. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a voice full of longing for the future. That's right. Suyu's fields. Field? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply and slowly hoisted the incredibly sharp weapon that Xiaoer had just hastily crafted. Stone plow. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Suyu was the first to plunge the gleaming, cold-sharp plowshare deep into the slumbering earth that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. Virgin land. Clearing the land. At a single command, a massive, primitive production movement has officially begun. The entire tribe mobilized. All the women who were still healthy were reprocessed by Suyu with a scientific division of labor. Yunxi and Yintong, the two strongest fighters in the tribe, were responsible for leading the hunting team to keep watch around the fields, to prevent any wild animals from causing trouble. Meanwhile, Yueying led the gathering team to bring back all the wild potatoes that Suyu and his group found in the forest without any damage. As for Xiaoer, she was appointed by Suyu as Chief Engineer of Agricultural Implements. They were responsible for providing Suyu and his team with a continuous stream of cutting-edge technologies. New agricultural tools. All the remaining women threw themselves into this unprecedented event, in the midst of a great undertaking of land reclamation. For a moment, their shouts and energetic laughter echoed throughout the valley. On everyone's face was a radiance of hope that Suyu had never seen before in this tribe. They no longer lived numbly and struggling to survive for the next day's food. They're working for a common, tangible cause. Golden. Strive for the future. Suyu, on the other hand, strolled back and forth in the fields with his hands behind his back like a highly professional agricultural technology consultant. Occasionally, I would offer some technical guidance to the pioneering team. Hey, you plowed the field too shallowly. I've said it so many times, we need to cultivate deeply. Do you understand what deep cultivation means? Of course, so you would often go to the logistics team to inspect their work. Linglong, these potatoes are baked well. Give one to Brother Suyu. Suyu Karath. This is the corrupt lifestyle of a landlord. 2. That was so awesome. Yunxi, on the other hand, followed silently behind Suyu like a most dutiful security captain. She didn't speak or participate in any work. She simply watched quietly, watching that new tribe, under the leadership of her man, a tribe she imagined herself to be, explode with astonishing cohesion and creativity. Seeing those sisters who once only knew how to hunt with brute force now sweating and shining with the light of civilization for a common goal. Look at those fields cultivated and full of hope. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was completely filled with a warm current called happiness. She looked at that despicable man who, though he hadn't done anything, seemed to have done everything. A flicker of something she herself didn't even notice flashed in those cold eyes. Obsessed. Time flies by in the midst of energetic and hopeful, bustling labor. In just 3 short days, a fertile field, spanning several dozen acres and brimming with hope, appeared before the tribe. The potato seeds that Yue Ying carefully brought back were also under Su Yu's personal guidance. They were planted, one by one, into the soft, vibrant soil. When the last seed, carrying the hopes of the entire tribe, was planted, all the women collapsed to the ground, exhausted. But their faces radiated an unprecedented and immense sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. They planted the first seed for their future with their own hands. Hope. Seed. Su Yu slowly walked to the center of that field full of hope. Su Yu faced the warm, vibrant spring breeze. Looking down at those beautiful faces below, faces filled with weariness yet radiating hope. Su Yu's heart was filled with boundless pride. Su Yu slowly pointed to the field that was about to give birth to golden hope. Then he pointed to their future, which was full of hope. Finally, Su Yu looked at them and announced, word by word, a piece of good news that was enough to drive them completely crazy in a seductive and unquestionable tone. Starting today, Su Yu and his companions no longer have to worry about food. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Because Su Yu will lead you. Create one by your own hands. A bountiful era belonging to Su Yu and his ilk. Chapter 71. The census revealed that the tribe was sparsely populated. Let's create a bountiful era that belongs to Su Yu and his ilk. Su Yu's voice boomed through the valley like the loudest thunderclap in spring. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. They raised their mud-covered farm tools high and let out a thunderous cheer. A bountiful harvest. They could almost see the magnificent sight of mountains of golden potatoes piled up. They could almost smell the enticing aroma emanating from that soft, sweet, heavenly food. An unprecedented warm current called happiness and hope instantly surged into their hearts. They sang and danced to celebrate their first ever, in the true sense, spring. Su Yu stood quietly in the center of that field full of hope. Looking at this scene before me, I saw a vibrant and hopeful landscape. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards, food will no longer be a shackle restricting the development of this tribe. Productivity issues have been largely resolved. Next is the relations of production. Su Yu slowly turned around, meeting the fervent and adoring gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Su Yu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her the most important order he had ever given as a saint. A census order? Yunshi. Now, gather all your people. Su Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Su Yu needs to know, how many people are left in Su Yu's tribe? People? Yunshi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Saint, why is he asking this? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply watched her quietly, looking into her beautiful eyes, which had become somewhat complicated because of Su Yu's question. For a long, long time, Yunshi seemed to finally understand Su Yu's intentions. For the first time, a beautiful blush appeared on her usually icy, sculpture-like face. She bit her lip hard. It seems that a major decision has been made. She slowly nodded. The sound, though not loud, was filled with an unprecedented quality. Firm. Good. Soon, an unprecedented census campaign was launched in this small, primitive tribe. The results of the census. But this made everyone's hearts sink. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the crooked numbers that Yu Ying had drawn up for him on the animal hide with charcoal. Su Yu's heart, which had just become somewhat fiery because of the start of the great farming era, was completely extinguished by a bucket of the coldest ice water. The entire tribe, young and old, all together. Surprisingly, only less 100 people? Suyu Karath. Suyu squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. No, that's way too little. This number isn't even enough for a reinforced platoon in Suyu's previous life. Moreover, what's even more fatal is, Suyu looked at the detailed statistics on the age structure on the animal hide. Suyu's heart turned cold. It's completely over. Women over 40 years old make up 1/3 of the entire tribe. There were fewer than 10 children like Ling Long who were still minors. What does that mean? This means that the tribe has entered an extremely dangerous situation. Aging and negative growth. Vicious cycle. The birth rate of newborns is far behind a mortality rate of the elderly. If this continues in less than 20 years, no, in fact, it won't even take 10 years. This tribe will be completely wiped out due to population depletion. Extinction. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful joy that had just risen because of the prospect of a bountiful harvest was instantly replaced by a deeper cloud of despair. Once again, the look that Suyu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. Numbness and resignation. Yes. What's the use of having more food? What's the use of a house, no matter how nice it is? There was no one left. Everything is just a mirage. Suyu stood quietly, watching the scene before him filled with sorrow and despair. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu slowly reached out and picked up the animal skin covered with death sentences. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with both incomprehension and a hint of anticipation, Suyu slowly tore it into pieces. Fragments. Who said Suyu and his ilk are going to be wiped out? Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the confused and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Suyu looked at her and announced to her word by word in a tone full of confidence and unquestionable authority. Yunshi, have you forgotten what Suyu's tribe is now? Yunshi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. What do they have? Besides poverty, backwardness, and impending death, what else? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply pointed at them slowly. He then pointed to Suyu. Finally, Suyu looked at them, at their beautiful eyes filled with confusion and a hint of expectation. He spoke slowly, word by word, in a voice filled with boundless longing for the power of numbers. Suyu and his friends have healthy bodies. Suyu and his men have plenty of food. Suyu and his friends have a safe home. Suyu and his group even had. Suyu paused for a moment and then slowly spoke in a tone full of contempt and mockery towards primitive civilization. An outstanding person like Suyu. Planter? Boom. The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the man, who radiated a kind of confidence and shamelessness that they couldn't understand. Their hearts, which had just been filled with despair, were now completely ignited by something they had never heard of before called hope. Yes, how could they forget? They and he. With this, one becomes omniscient and omnipotent. Your Majesty, he's here. A mere population crisis. What is there to fear? Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened the door to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the shameless man who was winking and making faces at her. For the first time, a touching look, filled with resignation and a hint of expectation, appeared on her usually sculpted, icy face. Flush! She slowly turned around, and for the first time, a raging fire called motherhood ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She looked at Suyu, the god who was all-knowing and all-powerful in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. That one, holy saint, when will Suyu and his group? She paused, as if searching for the most suitable word. Start? Chapter 72, Without Rules. There can be no order. The first law of the Dawn Tribe. When will Suyu and his group begin? Yunshi's voice, filled with boundless hope for the tribe's future, exploded like the sweetest candy-coated bullet in Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat elated after solving the population crisis. Suyu Karakth. Suyu scored. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. No, big sister. You this. Isn't a bit too much? Too impatient? Suyu looked at her with an air of righteous indignation, as if she were ready to sacrifice herself for the tribe at any time. He glanced again at the group around him, whose eyes were practically spitting green light as they also eyed Suyu covetously. Reserves. Suyu suddenly felt his waist. It seems to be getting chilly again. Cough, cough. Suyu cleared his throat, forcibly bringing the topic, which was full of romance and danger, back on track. There's no rush. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bucket of the coldest ice water, instantly extinguishing half of the nascent desire for procreation in all the women's hearts. Huh? Why? Your Majesty, do you look down on Suyu and the others? The women were absolutely in an uproar. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of resentment and dissatisfaction. Bellick seemed to say, "You've already taken your pants off, and this is what you show Suyu?" Suyu looked at the group of simple, primitive women in front of him, whose thinking was still stuck in the primitive society. A thought struck me, and I was speechless. Also a burst of, the task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the confused and puzzled gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Iceberg female clan chief. Suyu looked at her and spoke to them word by word, in a tone full of helplessness and disdain for primitive civilization. Have you ever thought about this? Who will raise the child after it's born? Now that the food has been grown, how do we distribute it? Once the house is built, who will live in it? Suyu and his group are a tribe. One whole. No, they're just a bunch of wild beasts who only know how to eat and sleep. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the man who radiated a light they couldn't comprehend, a light called civilization and order. Their minds, which were filled with primitive survival rules, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called social structure. Turned out to be, originally, a tribe. Still, so many are needed? Being particular? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that next, he would open a door for them to a completely new social form. Door. Suyu slowly reached out his hand onto the fertile, hopeful land in front of them. The painting depicted a version of them they've never seen before, one filled with rules and order. Square and circle diagram. The outer circle and inner square symbolize that without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Then Suyu looked at them and, word by word, announced to them the first, unclear text, possibly a specific action or rule in the history of this tribe. Yes, the only one. The fundamental law. The first law of the Dawn tribe. Article 1. Everyone in the tribe, regardless of age or strength. They are all equal. Everyone has the right to live and the obligation to work. Article 2. All the property in the tribe includes food, tools, and houses. They all belong to the tribal community. No one may keep it. Violators. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy killing intent. Expel them. Article 3. All matters in the tribe are decided by the tribal council. The clan leader and the saint have the final veto power. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the square and circle map on the ground, which was filled with divine oracle text. She looked up again at the man who radiated a kind of light they couldn't understand, a light they called a legislator. Their little heads were filled with big, confused, although they didn't understand it very well. But they could sense an unprecedented feeling, a feeling called fairness and justice. Strength. Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed to have had the door to a completely new world open for her, and slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the man who was facing her and talking eloquently. For the first time, a touching, convincing, and slightly infatuated look appeared on her usually icy, sculpted face. Flush. She finally understood. She finally understood. This man wanted more than just their bodies. What he wanted was a new, civilized, and powerful one. Tribe. And she will become part of this great tribe. Together, we are the creators. The thought of this made her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, start pounding uncontrollably. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, A raging fire called ideals and ambition ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She looked at Suyu, the god who was all-knowing and all-powerful in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. That one, holy saint, the question of reproduction. She paused, as if searching for the most suitable word. Should we hold a meeting to discuss this? Chapter 73. Hunting team, gathering team, infrastructure team, clear division of labor. Should we hold a meeting to discuss this? With a blush on her face and a serious expression, Yunshi asked the philosophical question that almost made Suyu die on the spot. Suyu cracked open. Suyu swore an oath. Suyu looked at her, her expression conveying a sense of righteous indignation. Though she was shy, she was ready to sacrifice herself for science for the future of the tribe. Then look at the group of reserve officers behind her, who were also eyeing Suyu with predatory intent, their eyes practically spitting out green light. Suyu suddenly felt that this saintly title was somewhat fitting. It hurts my back. Cough, cough. Suyu cleared his throat, forcibly bringing the topic, which was rife with color and danger, back on track. This falls under a special talent introduction program and is not under the jurisdiction of the General Assembly. Suyu firmly rejected her proposal, which was full of democratic spirit. What a joke. This kind of thing should also be discussed in a meeting. Is there any way out for Suyu? Suyu was being exploited like a human seed-planted machine by them. Yunshi nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Although she didn't understand what special talent introduction meant. But she understood those 3 words. Is not under their jurisdiction. A glint of secret delight flashed in her icy eyes. Very good, as long as it's not under everyone's jurisdiction. So only. It's now under Suyu's jurisdiction. Suyu looked at her shrewd and calculating expression and felt speechless. Big sister this. Is this considered abusing power for personal gain? However, now is clearly not the time to dwell on these minor details. Productivity issues have been largely resolved. Production relations were also initially established. Next is, for the first time, a scientific and rational approach was taken to investigate this tribe, which was still in the stage of primitive communism. The great division of labor in society. Everyone, Suyu slowly turned around to face all the women who were still filled with boundless longing for their grand plan of procreation. Then, Suyu pointed to the mountain of spoils that Suyu and his companions had collected. He spoke each word with an air of confidence and unquestionable authority, issuing them the most important orders Suyu had ever given as a saint. Division of labor order. Starting today, the Suyu tribe has officially established 3 core departments. Core departments? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply extended 3 of his fingers. Then the first finger pointed to the one still holding the longbow, grinning excitedly for some reason. The landlord's silly daughter. First, hunting party. Yentong will serve as the team leader, responsible for all external combat operations and daily hunting of the Suyu tribe. There is only one goal. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy, killing intent. Get everything in this forest that poses a threat to Suyu and his companions. Clear everything. Yentong's body trembled violently. When she raised her head, her eyes, which were always full of fire, burst forth for the first time with a raging fire of mission and honor. She was no longer the brute who only knew how to use brute force to get food. She is from this tribe. Guardian angel. She pounded her chest and offered Suyu her belated tribute with the loudest, firmest, and most unquestionable salute of a warrior. Roar. Yes, your majesty. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Then Suyu pointed his second finger at the girl with the gentle face who always looked at him curiously with those bright, sparkling eyes. The chief disciple. Second, collection team. Yueying will serve as the captain. He is responsible for all logistical support and agricultural production for the Suyu tribe. There is only one goal. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a voice full of boundless anticipation for the future. Suyu, you need to get the granary of Suyu's tribe. It filled the entire valley. Yueying's body trembled violently. When she looked up, her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity, revealed for the first time a light of responsibility and commitment. She was no longer the curious child who only knew how to follow Suyu around, asking all sorts of questions. She is from this tribe. Head butler. She slowly performed a graceful, ladylike bow to Suyu. a gesture she had invented herself. She offered her silent prayers to Suyu with the gentlest, most steadfast, and most unquestionable priestly ritual. Promise. It is the Holy One. Suyu nodded in satisfaction once again. Then, Suyu pointed his third finger at the one who was so shy that he didn't even dare to lift his head. Mosey is reborn. Third, also the most important, infrastructure team. Xiaoer will be the team leader. He is responsible for all tool manufacturing, housing construction, and technological research and development for the Suyu tribe. The goal is the same. There is only one. Suyu paused for a moment, and then slowly spoke in a tone full of contempt and mockery towards primitive civilization. So you wanted to let Suyu's tribe's civilization, leading the way, this era, 1,000 years. Xiaoer's body trembled violently. When she raised her head, her eyes, which always carried a hint of timidity, burst forth for the first time with a dazzling light of confidence and creativity. She is no longer the little craftswoman who only knew how to give silently. She is from this tribe. Chief Engineer. She slowly bowed to Suyu, a gesture that exuded the air of an engineering student. With the most shy, resolute, and unquestionable craftsman's respect, she offered her silent tribute to Suyu. Oath. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the three core departments before them, which exuded an aura of professionalism and order. She looked up again at the man who radiated a kind of light they couldn't understand, a light called management and sociology. Their minds, which were filled with primitive communism, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called modern management. Turned out to be, originally, a tribe. It can also be like this. Play. Suyu stood quietly, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. Only then did this tribe truly embark on a new path. Development. Fast lane. Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened the door to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to her. For the first time, a touching, convincing, and slightly infatuated look appeared on her usually icy, sculpted face. Flush. She finally understood. She finally understood. This man wanted more than just their bodies. What he wants is a new, civilized, and powerful one. Empire. And she will become part of this great empire. Queen. Thinking of this, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, began to pound uncontrollably. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, a raging fire called ambition and aspiration ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She looked at Suyu, whom she considered an omniscient and omnipotent god. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. That one. Holy saint. Where's Suyu? She paused, as if searching for the most suitable word. Suyu, what are you doing? Chapter 74 Suyu's tribe is called Dawn. Suyu, what are you doing? Yunshi's voice, cold yet carrying an unprecedented sense of confusion and a hint of ingratiation, gently scratched at Suyu's heart like a kitten that couldn't find its way home. Suyu looked at her, who was still the nominal supreme ruler of the tribe, but now seemed like an intern who was afraid of being fired by the new boss. That little face, full of unease and anticipation. A sudden chuckle escaped my lips. Also a burst of fiery. Suyu slowly walked up to her. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, Suyu slowly extended his hand in front of everyone. He grabbed her small, cold hand, which was trembling slightly from nervousness, and held it tightly in Suyu's palm. Yunshi's body trembled violently. A warm aura, full of masculinity and a touch of domineering, instantly enveloped her entire body. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years, began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. She instinctively tried to struggle. But what awaited her was not an aggressive, domineering possessiveness. Instead, it was one filled with tenderness and a touch of doting affection. Eyes. You? Suyu looked at her and spoke slowly, word by word, in a tone that was full of the self-righteousness one would have for someone they knew. You, of course. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Suyu's queen. He, the supreme ruler of this great tribe. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the man and woman, hand in hand, looking like a true divine couple in the firelight. Their minds, which were filled with primitive communism, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called power transfer and dog food. It turns out that the Holy One, he actually returned that supreme power to Chieftain? No, wrong. This is not, it is. This is. Granted. They looked at Yunshi's pretty face, which was flushed with immense happiness and emotion. She glanced again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done a trivial little thing. They finally understood. Starting today, this tribe will have two. King. One is the Holy King who leads them toward the light. One is the Queen who protects them on their path to power. And they will become the most loyal in this great kingdom. My people. Holy King. Queen. Holy King. Queen. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the night sky. They were holding the grandest celebration for their king and queen in their own way. The coronation ceremony. Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed to be completely stunned by this sudden and immense happiness. She stared blankly at the back of the figure that was tightly protecting her, a back that wasn't particularly broad, but was exceptionally warm. For the first time, tears of happiness and infatuation welled up in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She has finally been found. She found someone she could let down her guard and rely on with peace of mind. Harbor. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. The people of this tribe. Only then did it truly belong to Suyu. Suyu slowly raised his and Yunshi's tightly clasped hands. Then, under the expectant and excited gazes of everyone, Suyu turned his gaze to the eastern horizon, where the first rays of dawn were about to break. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. Starting today, Suyu and his people are no longer that nameless, savage tribe that ekes out a living in the darkness. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a voice full of boundless anticipation for the future. Suyu and his ilk will have a brand new, resounding name. A completely new name? Everyone's breath caught in their throat. They all stared intently at Suyu, with eyes full of tension and anticipation. They are waiting. They await for their god to bestow upon them. Newborn. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the expectant yet slightly confused gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the woman nestled in his arms. For the first time, a touching blush, full of happiness and anticipation, appeared on her usually sculpted, cold face. Ice Queen. Suyu looked at her and spoke to her in a gentle yet slightly questioning tone, word by word. Yunshi, do you like the first rays of sunlight in the morning? Yunshi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Sunlight? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply watched her quietly, looking into her beautiful eyes, which had become somewhat complicated because of Suyu's question. For a long, long time, Yunshi seemed to finally understand Suyu's intentions. She slowly nodded. The sound, though not loud, was filled with an unprecedented, firm, I like Suyu. Suyu Smaïd. Suyu slowly turned around, amidst the shocked and expectant gazes of everyone present. Suyu pointed the warm, hopeful first rays of dawn towards their hopeful world. Future. Then Suyu looked at them and spoke slowly, word by word, in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. So, starting today, Suyu is tribe. Just call. Dawn. Chapter 75, damn it. A plague is broken out in the tribe. Let's call it dawn. Suyu's voice was like a divine oracle piercing through the endless night. In an instant, it ignited the boundless dreams for the future in every woman's heart. Dawn. What a beautiful name. What a hopeful name. They are no longer a group of savages struggling to survive in the darkness. They are the people of the Dawn tribe. It is protected by the saint, God's chosen people. Dawn. 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 A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and pride, echoed throughout the entire valley. They are celebrating their new life in their own way. Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed to be completely stunned by this sudden and immense happiness. She stared blankly at the man who held the future of her and the entire tribe firmly in his hands. For the first time, tears of infatuation and eternity welled up in her eyes, which were always covered in frost. She knew that from today onwards, she and this tribe will forever be associated with this man's name. They are connected. She will be his queen, and he will be their one and only god. And so it happened in a thriving and vibrant atmosphere. The Dawn tribe has officially entered its most stable and fastest period in history. Fast track to development. Under Yin Tong's leadership and with the help of new weapons, the hunting team was practically unstoppable. Every day, they bring back mountains of prey. Led by Yueying, the harvesting team also managed that field full of hope in an orderly manner. One by one, the vibrant green potato sprouts, full of life, have already broken through the soil. Under the leadership of the prodigy Chiaoer, the infrastructure team has brought their infrastructure building prowess to its fullest potential. One after another, brand new, modern wooden houses have sprung up. Even the few hungry wolf cubs, under the meticulous care of Ling Long, their dedicated wet nurse, gradually shed their wildness and became more independent. Does it look like a husky? The entire tribe was immersed in an unprecedented, immense joy called happiness and hope. Everyone's face was beaming with genuine, radiant smiles. Suyu has thus firmly established himself as the hands-off manager. Every day, he and Yunxi would have in-depth discussions about the future development direction of the tribe. It's about giving Yueying, Chiaoer, and Ling Long some private lessons, imparting some knowledge from the divine realm. Cutting-edge technology. They lived a peaceful and happy life, also full of charming. Suyu looked at the thriving and vibrant utopia before him. A wave of emotion washed over me. Suyu, what merits or abilities does Suyu possess to be able to create such a great thing with one's own hands? Civilization? However, just as Suyu was immersed in this godlike, immense sense of accomplishment, he was a piercing scream, filled with terror and a hint of despair, suddenly erupted like a thunderclap in this peaceful village. Wow! Suyu's expression changed instantly. Suyu dashed out of Suyu's temple in one stride. In the center of the tribe, all the women were in complete chaos. They all stared intently at the figure that had fallen to the ground, its form filled with fear and unease. As for Yueying, she seemed to have all her strength drained away and slowly collapsed to the ground. Her pretty face, which always wore a gentle smile, was now filled with a look that Suyu had never seen before. Despair. Suyu. She saw Suyu as if he were her last lifeline and scrambled towards him. She grabbed Suyu's leg and hugged him tightly. For the first time, tears of despair welled up in her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity. She pointed to the female warrior on the ground, whose face had turned purple, who was foaming at the mouth, and whose body was convulsing violently. She cried out to Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a trace of self-reproach. She's dying. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the female warrior on the ground, who was on the verge of death. He glanced again at the group of women around him, who were completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat complacent due to his comfortable life, was completely extinguished at this moment by a bucket of the coldest ice water. Plague. Yes, it's a plague. In this primitive tribe with no medical care and no antibiotics. A seemingly ordinary disease. That would be enough to escalate into a conflict that could completely destroy the entire tribe. A catastrophe. Damn it. Suyu muttered a curse under his breath. Suyu swore that he had never been like this before in his entire life. Anger. And powerless. Bite. The tribe has been detected to be in the midst of a plague crisis. The tribal civilization level is declining drastically. Warning. Warning. If the epidemic cannot be controlled within 24 hours, the tribe will have a greater than 50% chance. Utter annihilation. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. Suyu had just left the starting village and was about to encounter World Boss, just as Suyu was extremely anxious. A cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu like a ghost. It's Yunxi. She had somehow reverted to being the cold and composed female clan leader. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, he turned his gaze to the female warrior on the ground, who was already on the verge of death. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu. She paused, seemingly considering her words. This is the destiny of Suyu's tribe. Every year, sisters die because of this unknown curse. Suyu and his ilk were powerless to do anything. She slowly turned around, and in her cold eyes flickered an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. There is sadness, helplessness, and numbness. But more than that, it's a kind of, yes, Suyu's, absolute trust. But things are different now. She looked at Suyu, the omniscient and omnipotent God, in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. You must have a way, right? Chapter 76. Yueying was at a loss and cried in desperation. You must have a way, right? Yunqi's voice, filled with absolute trust in the gods, exploded like a loud alarm bell in Suyu's mind, which was already somewhat confused by the sudden plague. Yes. Why is Suyu panicking? What is Suyu afraid of? Suyu is a man who's practically cheating. What is there to fear from a mere plague? Suyu slowly raised his head to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fear and a hint of anticipation. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the girl who was still clinging to his leg, crying her eyes out. A gentle little priestess. As Suyu looked at her, he gave her the most serious order he had ever given as a saint, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and unquestionable authority. Moonfire, don't cry. Right now, take all of Suyu's herbs. Bring them all to Suyu. Yueying's body trembled violently. She raised her head, and for the first time, a light called hope shone in her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity. Yes, how could she forget? She still has the saint. There is such a God, who is all-knowing and all-powerful. She slowly got up from the ground. Then, like a little nurse who had received a royal decree, she vigorously wiped her eyes with her sleeve, which was already soaked with tears. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately followed suit. She suddenly turned around, facing all the women in the tribe who were still in a dazed state. She was given the first command by a tone she had never used before, one that was firm yet tinged with a hint of authority. Order. Everyone, help. Quickly. Move all of Suyu's herbs to the saint's temple. Boom. The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. All the women were like drowning people who had been pulled back from the abyss of despair. They charged into the tribe with shouts of excitement, like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Herb warehouse. Soon, a massive movement of transporting herbs, brimming with a spirit of self-preservation, officially began. Suyu then slowly squatted down, under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone. Suyu extended his slightly trembling, icy hands. They began with the most primal ritual for the female warrior on the ground, who was already on the verge of death. Observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation? No. Yes, system scan. Bite. Shinong's bloodline has been activated. Scanning target. Scanned objects, members of the Dawn tribe. Status, severe infection with unknown bacteria, high fever, dehydration, respiratory failure. Vital signs, extremely weak. Etiological analysis. This bacterium is mainly transmitted through water and food. Treatment plan. Requires the use of medications with broad-spectrum antibacterial effects. Broad-spectrum antibacterial? Suyu Krakt. Suyu Squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. No, system bro. Are you joking with Suyu? This is the primitive society. Where can I find you a broad-spectrum antibacterial drug? Suyu. Are you suggesting that Suyu rub penicillin in his hands? Bite. A host has been detected, and a huge medical challenge is looming. Shinong bloodline passive effect 2. Knowledge of all herbs is now automatically expanded. Currently scanning all existing herbs in the tribe. Scan successful. Pharmacological analysis is underway. Analysis successful. Generating the optimal treatment plan. Generation successful. The next second, a brand new line of text, shimmering with golden light of hope, instantly appeared on Suyu's virtual interface. Recommended treatment. Combination therapy. Main ingredient. Panax Nodo ginseng to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Adjunctive medicine 1. Honeysuckle for clearing heat and detoxifying. Adjunctive drug 2. Instructions for use. Mix the above 3 herbs in a ratio of 3 to 2 to 1. Crush them, and then infuse with boiling water to drink. Note: This treatment can effectively inhibit bacterial activity and relieve more than 80% of symptoms. However, it cannot cure the disease. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the divine prescription before him, which was filled with the aura of science and metaphysics. Then he looked at the female warrior who was already on the verge of death. Suyu's heart, which had just grown cold due to the unreliability of the system, was completely ignited by a flame called hope. Although it cannot be cured completely, but it can prolong life. If we can, we'll hold them off. Suyu then had time to search for the real antidote. Suyu slowly stood up. Meanwhile, Yueying had already led a group of women to move all the herbs from the tribe over. Her pretty face, which always wore a gentle smile, was now filled with a look Suyu had never seen before. Helpless and despair. Suyu. For the first time, tears of despair welled up in Suyu's eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and purity. It's useless. She slowly collapsed to the ground. In her small, fair hands, she was still tightly clutching a few of her most treasured Panax Noto ginseng plants. These herbs. Suyu tried it. Useless, all useless. She cried like a child, like a helpless person watching their patient die slowly before their eyes. Child. Suyu, we can't save her. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful hope that had just risen because of Suyu's order was instantly shattered by Yueying's desperate cries. Once again, the look that Suyu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. Numbness and resignation. Yes, even the most knowledgeable priest in their tribe was at a loss. Who else can they rely on? Do you expect that guy who only knows how to talk big? Your Excellency the Sage? Suyu stood quietly in place, watching the scene before him filled with sorrow and despair. Suyu's lip curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly reached out and pulled the gentle little priestess, who was already sobbing uncontrollably, up from the ground. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with both incomprehension and a hint of anticipation, Suyu took a ginseng root from her small, clenched hand. Then he took out another plant from another pile of herbs, honeysuckle, and an unidentified foxtail grass. Finally, Suyu looked into their beautiful eyes, which were filled with confusion and a hint of expectation. He spoke slowly, each word uttered with a tone filled with contempt and mockery for primitive medicine. Who said it's useless? Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Using it alone is of course useless. But Suyu slowly held up the 3 ordinary-looking weeds in front of them. What if we combine them together? Chapter 77, Homemade Penicillin. A gamble in a life-or-death situation. What if we combine them together? Suyu's voice boomed through the valley like the most insane alchemist, and it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at the 3 ordinary weeds in Suyu's hand. She looked up at Suyu again, at this man who radiated a kind of light they couldn't understand, a light called metaphysics and science. Their minds, which were filled with tribal witchcraft, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called the integration of Chinese and Western medicine. Put together, herbs can be used in this way. As for Yueying, it was as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt. She stared blankly at Suyu, and for the first time, a light that seemed to be enlightening shone in her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity. Yes, how could she forget? The oldest legends in the tribe record that Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs and encountered 70 poisons in one day, which he cured with tea. Isn't this just the most basic combination therapy? She has actually forgotten the wisdom of our ancestors. She looked at Suyu, the man who had once again brought the wisdom of the gods before them. In an instant, the flames of hope reignited in those eyes that had just dimmed with despair. Suyu. She stammered and cried out to Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless regret and a sliver of hope. Suyu was wrong. Suyu will go now. However, before she could finish speaking, Suyu slowly shook his head. Suyu looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with regret and self-reproach. He calmly uttered a sentence that made everyone's hearts leap into their throats once again. It's too late. Yueying was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Is it too late? Why? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply pointed slowly to the female warrior on the ground who was about to die. For the first time, A solemn emotion was revealed in those unfathomable eyes that shone brightly in the firelight. She couldn't wait any longer. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. Yes, how could they forget? Even if herbs are useful, it also takes time for it to cook and take effect. And the sister on the ground. There's no time left. The pitiful hope that had just begun to rise was instantly replaced by a deeper cloud called death. Once again, the despair that Suyu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. Suyu stood quietly, watching the scene before him, a scene filled with sorrow and despair. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu slowly reached out and pulled the gentle little priestess, who was on the verge of collapse, up from the ground. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with both incomprehension and a hint of anticipation, Suyu pointed to the dark and damp cellar in the tribe, and those rotten oranges in the cellar that have grown a layer of greenish mold due to improper storage. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed at Suyu and that pile of rotten, moldy garbage with eyes that seemed to look at a madman, an idiot, or someone whose existence was beyond the description of their limited vocabulary. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man always manages to perform miracles they've never heard of or seen before, when they least expect it. What are they planning to do this time? Did he want to let his sister, who is already on the verge of death, eating moldy oranges? This isn't about saving lives. This is murder. Suyu, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, enjoying their questioning and puzzled gazes, which were as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that what he was about to do was something that would completely shatter their worldview. A medical miracle. Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply walked slowly to the pile of rotten oranges. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with shock and a hint of fear, Suyu carefully scraped a bit of greenish-blue flesh from the surface of an orange. Mold. Immediately afterwards, Suyu placed the mold, which was filled with the aura of death, on a clean leaf. Finally, Suyu carried the miraculous medicine that carried the hopes of the entire tribe step by step to the female warrior who was about to die. Suyu, what are you doing? Yunchi was the first to react. She grabbed Suyu's wrist in one swift motion, and for the first time, a look of fear and disbelief appeared in her cold eyes. Are you crazy? Do you want to kill her? Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply watched her quietly, looking into her beautiful eyes, which were distorted by fear and worry. He spoke slowly, each word uttered with a tone filled with pity and mockery for ignorance. Let go. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife that pierced Yunshi's proud heart as the clan leader. She was stunned. She stared blankly at Suyu's eyes, which were filled with confidence and a hint of madness. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, was shattered at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called trust. She slowly released her grip. Suyu, however, no longer hesitated at all. Suyu pried open the female warrior's mouth. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Suyu forcefully poured that homemade penicillin, brimming with the aura of death, into her mouth. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at their sister, who had already been given poison. Their little heads were filled with immense doubt and fear. It's over. This is really the end. Saint, he's really gone mad. Suyu stood quietly, watching the female warrior who was on the verge of death. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Let's take a gamble. If you beat Suyu, you're God. Lost. Suyu is a murderer. However, just when everyone thought that the poor sister was about to die from the poison, a crisp sound, filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief, suddenly boomed through the valley, which was filled with an atmosphere of despair. Look at you all. It's exquisite. She pointed to the female warrior on the ground whose face had turned purple and who was barely breathing. He shouted to Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a hint of ecstasy. Her face. It doesn't seem so purple anymore. Chapter 78, A Miracle Occurs. Yueying says she wants to repay Suyu. It seems less purple now. Linglong's voice, filled with uncertainty and trembling, was like a pebble thrown into a still lake. In an instant, ripples of hope spread through the hearts of all the women. What? Is it true or false? Quick, take a look. All the women, like drowning people grasping at a last straw, went mad and rushed toward the dying female warrior on the ground. And when they saw the face of the person on the ground, the whole world fell silent. The female warrior's face, which had turned bluish-purple due to lack of oxygen, had now truly lost a trace of death, although still pale and weak. But at least he looks like a living person, and her breathing, which was already so faint as to be almost imperceptible. Surprisingly, things have calmed down a bit now. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed, looking at their sister on the ground, who was being pulled back from the brink of death, with the same gaze one would give a god creating the world. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. The moldy orange. That poison was filled with the aura of death. Why can it bring the dead back to life? Could it be that the Holy One? Is he really an omnipotent god? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. Suyu will be completely deified. However, before Suyu could even enjoy the fruits of his hard-won victory, a gentle voice, filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief, suddenly rang out behind Suyu without warning. It's a firefly. She had somehow recovered from the immense shock. She scrambled and crawled to the female soldier's side. She carefully reached out her slightly trembling, cold little hands and checked the other person's breath. He touched the other person's forehead again. Then, under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone, she suddenly raised her head. That pretty face, which always wore a gentle smile, was now filled with an overwhelming joy and ecstasy that Suyu had never seen before. Worship. The fever has subsided. Her voice became hoarse and trembling due to extreme excitement. Her fever has gone down. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women rushed forward like madmen. They lifted Suyu, the god who created miracles, high above them. Then it was thrown wildly into the valley. Sky! Saint! 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 A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the night sky. They're celebrating their birth in their own way. Once again, newborn. Suyu, on the other hand, was like a rag doll that had been completely ruined, flying back and forth in midair. Suyu was speechless for a moment, but also secretly pleased. This feeling of being tossed around by beautiful women. It seems pretty good. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand outside the crowd like two most loyal little fangirls, silently watching Suyu with eyes full of complexity, awe, and a hint of taking it for granted. They looked at the god who had once again saved them and the entire tribe. That night, the entire tribe once again erupted in revelry. The female warrior, whom Suyu pulled back from the brink of death, received dual treatment from Suyu's miraculous medicine and Yueying's combined prescription. And miraculously, it recovered, although my body is still very weak. But at least he's no longer in mortal danger. Suyu, on the other hand, has completely solidified his position as the god of medicine. Even Granny Sure, the oldest and most stubborn conservative in the tribe, offered Suyu her highest respect. She personally delivered the mysterious black pottery jar to Suyu's temple. And tell Suyu that starting today, Suyu is the only faith in this tribe. Suyu looked at the thriving and vibrant divine kingdom before him. A wave of emotion washed over me. However, just as Suyu was immersed in this godlike, immense sense of accomplishment, a gentle voice, filled with shyness and a hint of determination, suddenly rang out behind Suyu without warning. It is a firefly. She had finished her work at some point and quietly approached Suyu with a bowl of still steaming holy water. Unlike other women, she did not have a fanatical adoration for Suyu. She simply stood quietly behind Suyu, looking at him with eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of something else. Saint. Her voice was very soft, very soft. It felt like the softest feather, gently tickling Suyu's heart. Thank you. Suyu slowly turned around and looked into her eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight and were unfathomable, and saw an extremely complex emotion that Suyu could not understand. There is gratitude, admiration, and dependence. but more of a kind of a radiance called adoration. Suyu smiled, but didn't say anything. Suyu simply watched her quietly. He watched as her cheeks gradually flushed a beautiful blush from Suyu's gaze. Looking at her small hands, clenched tightly with nervousness. Looking at her lips, which were unconsciously pursed tightly because of shyness. Then, Suyu slowly extended his hand. Yue Ying's body suddenly stiffened. Her first instinct was to back away. But what awaited her was not a playful and provocative wall slam. Instead, it was a gentle, doting head pat. Silly girl. Suyu's voice was very soft, but it was like a warm current that instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. Yue Ying was stunned. She slowly raised her head and looked at Suyu's face, which appeared exceptionally handsome in the firelight and was full of gentle smiles. Her little head went completely blank in an instant. An unprecedented warm current called happiness and sweetness instantly surged into her heart. For the first time, a beautiful, heartfelt blush appeared on her pretty face, which always carried a gentle smile. A blush so captivating that it could make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. She slowly extended her small, trembling and cold hands. Then, to Suyu's utterly horrified gaze, she took Su Yun's hand, which was still rubbing her head, and grasped it, and he gently placed it on her chest, which was heaving slightly with excitement. Suyu krakt, Suyu squod. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. No, girl. What are you doing? In broad daylight, under the clear sky. You're being a pervert. But Yue Ying was completely unaware of it. Or rather, she simply didn't care about any of that. She simply felt the warmth emanating from Suyu's palm, a warmth that was both masculine and slightly domineering. Then she raised her head, and for the first time, a raging fire of determination and selflessness ignited in her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity. She looked at Suyu, whom she considered an omniscient and omnipotent god. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Holy Saint, Suyu has nothing to repay you with. She paused, as if she had used up all her strength. What do you think of Suyu? Chapter 79, A Big Guy Spotted, the Beast King of the Black Forest. What do you think of Suyu? Yue Ying's resolute and determined voice, filled with a sense of going all out, exploded like the sweetest poison in Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat sacred because of saving the world. Suyu krakt, Suyu squod. Suyu was completely devastated. Not a girl. Suyu, all he did was save someone. This is how your tribe repays kindness. Is it simple and straightforward? Suyu looked at her delicate face, which was flushed red as if it were about to bleed from extreme shyness and a hint of resolute determination to give herself. Feeling the breathtaking softness and elasticity coming from my own palm. Suyu's heart was the last line of rational defense for civilized people in the 21st century. At this moment, it collapsed again with a deafening roar. Depart from holiness. Depart from reason. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to uphold justice. No, this is my sincere gratitude to you. Suyu slowly lowered his head. He aimed at those two soft pieces of skin, trembling slightly with tension and anticipation. However, just as Suyu was about to taste the fruits of his belated victory, a crisp system notification sound, filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief, suddenly exploded in Suyu's mind like heavenly music. Bite! The Dawn tribe has been detected and has initially escaped the plague crisis. The tribe's civilization level has rebounded significantly. Congratulations, host. The daily reconnaissance system has automatically refreshed. Remaining reconnaissance attempts for today 1. Suyu. Suyu is completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the gentle little priestess in front of him, who had already closed her eyes and was ready to be taken. I looked again at the refresh button in my mind, which was flashing with golden hope. Suyu's brain, which had just been completely taken over by hormones, was instantly awakened by something called ambition and the will to survive. Suyu krakt. Not the system boss. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Why does he always seem to show up and make his presence felt just when Suyu is about to accomplish something good? Are you just jealous of Suyu's success? However, despite his complaints, Suyu is told rationally that while the allure of a gentle embrace might be wonderful, but in this perilous primitive world, only absolute strength and sufficient intelligence. That's the key to survival. Suyu took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the evil fire that had surged to the top of his head. Then, in Yue Ying's gaze, which was filled with confusion and a hint of resentment, Suyu slowly released her soft, breathtakingly tender embrace. Moonfire. Suyu looked at her and spoke slowly, each word filled with a serious and responsible tone. Suyu and the others can repay their debts later. Now, Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a voice full of boundless anticipation for the future. Suyu wanted to see if there were any other surprises around their tribe. Yue Ying was stunned. She stared blankly at Suyu, his eyes filled with confidence and a hint of mystery. Her little head was filled with big questions. A surprise? What surprise? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply closed his eyes slowly. Daily reconnaissance system activated. Scan range, radius 1,000 meters. Generating a 3D map. Generation successful. The familiar blue virtual map instantly unfolded in Suyu's mind. Suyu's gaze was like the most sophisticated radar, rapidly sweeping across every corner of the map. Green light spots indicate safety. Blue dot indicates safety. Yellow light spot. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. There they were, deep in the black forest to the west of the tribe, a place that Suyu and his companions had never set foot in before. A huge ball of light, radiating a rich yellow glow, suddenly appeared before Suyu's eyes. That light was hundreds of times more intense than any of the beasts Suyu and his companions had encountered before. Moreover, there was a faint golden ring surrounding that yellow light. Suyu cracked. Suyu squawked. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. What's going on? Yellow with a hint of gold? Could it be a serendipitous encounter? With immense excitement, Suyu focused his mind on the ball of light that was filled with surprise. The next second, a brand new line of text, flashing with a dangerous red light, instantly appeared on Suyu's virtual interface. Name: King of the Black Forest, Mutant Saber-Toothed Tiger. Status: Sleeping, Hungry. Strength Assessment: Extremely dangerous. Note 1. This creature has developed rudimentary intelligence and has a very strong sense of territory. Note 2. This creature is guarding some kind of spiritual treasure, which is about to complete its final evolution. Evolution success rate: 99%. After successful evolution, its strength will reach. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the system notification in front of him, which was filled with a sense of fantasy and death. Then I thought about it again, and the success rate was 99%. Suyu's heart, which had just been burning with excitement because of the surprise he had discovered, was completely extinguished by a bucket of the coldest water. Suyu cracked. Suyu squawked. Suyu was really about to break down. Is this even allowed to live? The plague crisis has just been resolved. We're about to meet. World BOS. Moreover, it's an ultimate form that's about to be successfully upgraded. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. The ease and amusement vanished from Suyu's face. There was only an unprecedented solemnity and overwhelming killing intent. No, we absolutely cannot let it succeed. Otherwise, only annihilation awaits Suyu and his Dawn tribe. Yue Ying, on the other hand, seemed completely stunned by Suyu's sudden, chilling killing intent. She stared blankly at Suyu's face, which instantly became colder than a 10,000-year-old iceberg. For the first time, a feeling of fear and unease was revealed in her eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and purity. She slowly reached out her slightly trembling, cold little hands and carefully tugged at Suyu's sleeve. Then, in a tone filled with uncertainty and a hint of worry, she asked softly, "Saint, what's wrong with you? Have you discovered something new? Something terrifying? Chapter 80 want peaceful development? We must eliminate it. Did you discover something terrible again?" Yue Ying's trembling voice, filled with fear and unease, pierced the hearts of all the women present, which had just begun to feel somewhat relieved after overcoming the plague. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man whose face had instantly turned colder than a 1,000-year-old iceberg. Their fragile hope, which had just begun to rise, was instantly replaced by a deeper cloud of fear. They knew this man too well. Every time he gave that cold, emotionless look, this all signifies a massive crisis that could overturn the fate of their entire tribe. "Suyu, what on earth happened?" Yunchi was the first to react. She rushed to Suyu in one stride. She grabbed Suyu's wrist, and for the first time, Her cold eyes revealed a feeling of panic and unease. She was not afraid of death. She was not even afraid of the destruction of her tribe. What she feared was falling from the peak of hope back into the abyss of despair. Yin Tong, on the other hand, was even more direct. She immediately grabbed the longbow that she never parted with. Those fiery eyes were filled with a kind of insane fighting spirit that feared no death. Who cares what is? Dare to mess with Su Yu's Dawn tribe. I'll shoot that dog's head off. Su Yu looked at the two stunningly beautiful women before him, one filled with worry and the other with fighting spirit. He glanced again at the group of women behind him, who also had absolute trust in Su Yu. Su Yu's heart, which had grown somewhat cold after discovering the world boss, was completely ignited at this moment by a flame of responsibility and heroism. Yes. Why is Su Yu panicking? What is Su Yu afraid of? Su Yu now has 100 beautiful and strong wives. Su Yu also possesses cutting-edge technology that is tens of thousands of years ahead of its time. Just a big cat that hasn't fully evolved yet. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Su Yu took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the overwhelming killing intent. Then Su Yu slowly turned around to face all the women who were still in a state of tension and unease. Su Yu pointed to the black forest to the west of the tribe, a place that Su Yu and his people had never set foot in before. He delivered each word with an air of confidence and unquestionable authority, issuing them the most important and insane order Su Yu had ever issued as a saint. War Mobilization Order. Everyone, listen up. Su Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. In that forest, hidden within, is a monster far more terrifying than any enemy Su Yu and his companions had ever encountered before. He is the true king of this forest. The whole world fell silent. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man radiating an aura of dominance that they couldn't comprehend. Their little heads were filled with big questions. More terrifying than the Wolf King? What is that thing? Su Yu stood quietly, enjoying their gazes, filled with both fear and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu knew that he was about to open a door for them to a completely new worldview. But Su Yu suddenly changed the subject. Those unfathomable eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight, burned with a flame hotter than the wall of fire. It also guarded a divine object that is enough to completely rid Su Yu's tribe of the curse. A divine object? Everyone's breath caught in their throat. They all stared intently at Su Yu, with eyes full of tension and anticipation. They are waiting. Their god awaits them to reveal the final answer. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the expectant yet slightly confused gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the Ice Queen clan leader, who had remained calm throughout, but whose cold eyes were now filled with turbulent waves. Su Yu looked at her, and, in a seductive and undeniable tone, announced to her a fact that was enough to drive them completely mad. Do Su Yu and his ilk want a stable and peaceful development? Do they want to build a city that belongs to Su Yu and his ilk? Do you want Su Yu's tribe to continue to thrive forever? There's only one way then. Su Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. That is to take it down. Then, Su Yu slowly pointed to the dark forest filled with death and opportunity. Replace it. Chapter 81, Slaying the Beast King. Su Yu has a daring plan. Replace it. Su Yu's voice, like a divine decree from the heavens, resounded throughout the valley. It also struck a chord deep in the hearts of all the women present. They've gone completely mad. To replace them? To become the new king of this forest? This grand blueprint was something they couldn't even dream of. The words spoken by this omnipotent saint before us sounded so casual and natural. King, king, king. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the night sky. They are celebrating their impending new king in their own way. Let's hold the grandest pre-celebration ceremony ever. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Su Yu like two most loyal little fangirls. He looked at Su Yu silently with a gaze filled with complexity, awe, and absolute conviction. Looking at this new dynasty that is about to lead them to a future they never even dared to dream of. However, just as everyone was immersed in this frenzied excitement of about to rule the world. A cold, decisive voice suddenly boomed through the fervent atmosphere of the tribe. "It's Yunshi." She had somehow recovered from the immense shock. She grabbed Su Yu's wrist, and for the first time, a look of seriousness and worry appeared in her cold eyes. "Su Yu, that's the Beast King. Can Su Yu and his men really win?" Her voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. "Yes, that's the Beast King. It is at the very top of the food chain in this dark forest. He can tear a saber-toothed tiger apart with his bare hands. A terrifying demon king who swallowed a Deinonychus whole. With just this small group of women, less than 100 strong, to challenge such an existence? This is like throwing an egg against a rock. He's courting death." The pitiful fighting spirit that had just been ignited by Su Yu's bold words was instantly extinguished by Yunshi's realistic bucket of cold water. The fear and unease that Su Yu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the scene before him filled with pessimism and despair. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Slowly, Su Yu reached out and gently embraced her trembling, hot body in his arms, like the most tender husband. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, Su Yu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice full of confidence and a hint of mockery. "Beat? Who said Su Yu and his group were going to fight head-on?" Yunshi was stunned. She stared blankly at Su Yu's eyes, which were full of confidence and a hint of mystery. Her little head was filled with big questions. "If we don't fight head-on, how can we fight?" Su Yu did not answer her. Su Yu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the fertile, hopeful land in front of them. He drew a divine oracle that made everyone's breath catch in their throats. That was a more complex and ingenious series of killing formations than any of the previous ones, centered around that enormous death trap, large enough to bury everything. It was surrounded by a dense array of small, insidious, and vicious traps. There are tripwires that can effectively restrict movement. There are bear traps that can shoot right through a knee, although it's just a simplified version made of wooden vines. There's a giant net that can fall from the sky and trap it tightly. There is even a massive oil array powerful enough to burn it to ashes. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, which was filled with a light they could not comprehend, a light called the art of war. Their brains, which were filled with brute force, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called dimensional reduction attack. So this is how you can play combat. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened up to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the man who was facing her and talking eloquently. For the first time, a touching blush, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on her pretty face, which was always brimming with pride and confidence. She finally understood. She understood completely. This man possessed more than just the wisdom to create divine artifacts. He possesses a terrifying wisdom that allows him to manipulate the entire world at will. And she actually dared to dream of competing with such a monster in terms of martial arts? It's a complete joke. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. This tribe will completely bid farewell to that barbaric era where it only knew how to solve problems with brute force. They will usher in a new era of warfare, full of wisdom and tactics. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the expectant yet slightly confused gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the Ice Queen clan leader, who had remained calm throughout, but whose cold eyes were now churning with turbulent waves. Su Yu watched her as she announced a plan to them, word by word, in a confident and unquestionable tone, a plan that was enough to drive them completely mad. "Yunshi, now, gather all your people." Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Su Yu has a bold plan. Chapter 82, All-Out Mobilization. This is the Dawn Tribe's first battle. Su Yu, I have a bold plan. Su Yu's voice was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake. In an instant, a monstrous wave, powerful enough to destroy everything, surged in the hearts of all the women. They've completely gone mad. A bold plan? No. In their view, this was not bold at all. This is simply miracle. It was enough to manipulate that arrogant beast king at will. Dimensional reduction attack. The Holy One is mighty. Slaughter that beast. Replace it. Replace it. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the night sky. The fighting spirit that had just been extinguished by fear of the Beast King was now completely reignited by Su Yu with an even stronger flame of wisdom. There was no longer any fear on their faces. There was only one thing, an extreme desire for victory. Yes, a sage is here, with such a brilliant and unparalleled killing formation, let alone a mere Beast King that hasn't even fully evolved yet. Even if the sky were to fall, they can also poke a hole in it. Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed to be completely stunned by this sudden and immense happiness. She stared blankly at the man who held her and the future of the entire tribe firmly in his hands. For the first time, tears of infatuation and eternity welled up in her eyes, which were always covered in frost. She finally understood. She finally understood. This man was a gift from heaven to their tribe. Only savior. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. She suddenly turned around, facing all the able-bodied women in the tribe. She issued her most important and most insane decree in her history as queen with an iron-fisted, unquestionable tone. General mobilization order. Everyone, listen up. From this moment on, the tribe is now on high alert. The hunting team, responsible for clearing all unnecessary obstacles around the traps. The gathering team, responsible for collecting all materials that could be used to make kerosene. Infrastructure team. She paused, then turned her gaze to the girl who looked shy, but whose bright eyes sparkled with an astonishing light. Genius little craftsman. Kia. Su Yu needs you before dawn to create a divine weapon for Su Yu and his people, powerful enough to arm the entire tribe. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the queen, who radiated a kind of domineering aura that they couldn't comprehend. Their minds, which were filled with primitive communism, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called wartime mobilization. It turned out to be a war. It's all right, that's all. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. This tribe finally possessed a modern army. Prototype. Yes. After a brief period of deathly silence, came a volcanic eruption, earth-shattering and devastating. Roar. Yan Tong, Kia Yu Ying. All the women whose names were called, as if injected with adrenaline, roared and led their subordinates, charging towards their respective battlefield. In an instant, the entire Dawn tribe was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy called preparation for war. Those who cut down trees, dug pits, sharpened arrows, and rendered oil. On everyone's face was a look of hope and fighting spirit that Su Yu had never seen before in this tribe. They no longer lived numbly and strugglingly in order to survive. They were working for one thing, a common and great cause. Target. For a completely new one that belongs to them. Dynasty. And so we strive. Su Yu, on the other hand, strolled around the arsenal, which was full of energy and hope, with his hands behind his back, like a true commander-in-chief. Occasionally, I would offer some pointers on the craftsmanship of bows and arrows. Hey you, your arrow fletching is crooked. Occasionally, check the purity of the kerosene. I've said it so many times, you have to boil it dry, otherwise it won't light. Of course, more often than not, Su Yu would go to the logistics team to check on Su Yu and his colleagues. Great. Your Majesty. Yunshi, these berries are nice. Give me another one. Su Yu Kurakt. This kind of corrupt life of scheming and plotting. 2. That was so awesome. Yunshi, on the other hand, acted like a dutiful logistics manager, silently following behind Su Yu. She didn't speak or participate in any work. She just watched quietly, watching that new force, under the leadership of her man, burst forth with astonishing cohesion and creativity. War Machine. Watching those sisters who once only knew how to hunt with brute force, now sweating and shining with the light of discipline and order for a common goal, I was amazed. Looking at those vast, newly cultivated death zones, teeming with murderous intent. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as a queen, was completely filled with a warm current called pride. She looked at that despicable man who, though he hadn't done anything, seemed to have done everything. A flicker of something she herself didn't even notice flashed in those cold eyes. Obsession and pride. Time flew by amidst the energetic and hopeful preparations. As the first rays of dawn appear on the eastern horizon, everything is ready. Hundreds of longbows, enough to pierce through anything. Thousands of arrows, gleaming with a cold light, and enough to burn the entire forest to the ground. Kerosene. Suyu slowly walked to the highest point of that position, which was filled with both hope and danger. Suyu greeted the warm, vibrant dawn, looking down at those beautiful faces below, faces filled with exhaustion, yet radiating a fierce fighting spirit. Suyu's heart was filled with boundless pride. Suyu slowly extended his finger towards the area that was about to be stained red with blood. Battlefield. He then pointed to their area, which was full of hope. Future. Finally, Suyu watched them as they spoke, each word uttered in a seductive and undeniable tone, announcing something that was enough to drive them completely mad. Order. Warriors of the Dawn tribe. Today, this will be the first battle since the Suyu clan was founded. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. This battle, victory is the only option. Defeat is not an option. Chapter 83, Fierce Battle Erupts. This beast is too fierce. Only victory is allowed. You can't lose. Suyu's voice, like the final judgment of a god, resounded through the valley. It also completely ignited the last bit of fervor for war in the hearts of all women. Roar. A thunderous roar, filled with the spirit of iron and blood, resounded throughout the entire Dawn tribe. They can't wait. They were going to use the enemy's blood to offer their new king the first spoils of war. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Then Suyu slowly turned around and turned his gaze to the Ice Queen who had remained calm throughout, as if she had everything under control. Yunshi. It's time to lure them into the trap. Yunshi's body trembled violently. For the first time, a raging fire of excitement ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She had been waiting for this moment for far too long. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. She suddenly turned around, facing the fiery woman behind him, who was equally excited and impatient. She issued the most important and dangerous order of her life, as queen in a tone that was both iron-fisted and unquestionable. Yintong, your turn. Yintong's eyes lit up instantly. For the first time, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile appeared on her pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence. She slowly raised a longbow in her hand. Then, amidst everyone's expectant and excited gazes, she held out a specially prepared weapon, its tip coated with a unique herbal juice, made by moonfire and said to be able to drive wild beasts into a frenzy. The signal arrow was gently placed on the bowstring, and she took a deep breath. He drew that divine weapon, powerful enough to pierce through everything, into full moon. Whoosh! A sharp, provocative whooshing sound ripped through the air, instantly shattering the silence of the forest. The signal arrow, carrying the flames of revenge of the entire tribe, transformed into a black lightning bolt almost invisible to the naked eye, carrying an overwhelming killing intent that could enrage everything, and shot with unparalleled precision towards the black forest filled with death and opportunity. The whole world fell silent. All the women instinctively held their breath. They stared wide-eyed at the area shrouded in mist, their gazes filled with tension and anticipation. Land of Death. They are waiting, their nemesis. Arrive. Time passed by minute. The forest remained silent and still. It was as if nothing had happened, just as everyone's hearts were beginning to sink. A deafening roar, filled with savagery and endless madness, suddenly erupted from the depths of the silent forest. Roar. That sound was louder than any of the wild beasts that Suyu and his companions had encountered before. It must be terrifying. It must be filled with an overwhelming aura of destruction. Immediately afterwards, rumble. A series of heavy, earth-shattering footsteps, like an earthquake, came crashing down on Su Yu and his group from afar. It's here! It's here! The color drained from the faces of all the women instantly. They gripped their weapons tightly, their beautiful eyes burning with a raging fire that consumes everything. Su Yu stood quietly at the highest point of that battlefield filled with murderous intent. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that he was about to perform a miracle for them that would overturn their entire worldview. Roar, accompanied by a deafening roar. A massive, oppressive mountain-like. A brownish-yellow figure suddenly burst out from the dense forest. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the monster before them, a monster that existed only in their most terrifying nightmares. That was a giant tiger, 2 sizes larger than the previous silver moon wolf king. Its entire body was covered with a layer of brownish-yellow fur that looked like steel needles and had an explosive quality. Its limbs are so thick that they look like 4 towering stone pillars. Its claws are as sharp as 4 unsheathed scimitars. And within its gaping maw were 2 long, half-meter-long, snow-white curved blades. Its fangs gleamed with a cold, deadly light in the morning glow. A saber-toothed tiger. This is the prehistoric overlord. Saber-toothed tiger. Moreover, it is a mutated beast king that is about to successfully evolve. Glug. Someone, I don't know who, couldn't help but swallow hard. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of swallowing saliva rose and fell in this battlefield filled with the aura of death. It's over. This is really it. It's over. They had previously thought that the saints' plan was flawless. But when they saw this monster, which resembled a god or demon, with their own eyes, they finally understood. What kind of person did they offend? A terrifying existence. With their meager killing formation? Do you want to trap such a monster? That's utterly delusional. The mutated saber-toothed tiger had obviously also discovered Su Yu and his companions. A glint flashed in its cold, murderous eyes. Human disdain and mockery. It's too lazy to even roar. It simply raised its front paws, which were as big as small mountains, slowly. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, it slammed down heavily in Su Yu's direction with its claw. Boom! A deafening roar. A ground paved with the hardest rocks, strong enough to withstand 1,000 armies. It actually managed to leave a huge claw mark more than half a meter deep with just one swipe. The whole world fell silent. All the women collapsed slowly to the ground as if all their strength had been drained. They stared blankly at the bottomless claw mark. Their hearts, which had just been burning with fighting spirit, were completely extinguished by a wave of icy despair. It's over. This is really the end. They and this monster are not even from the same dimension. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the scene unfold before him, a spectacle of violent aesthetics. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Fierce? That's pretty powerful. But even the fiercest beast can't defeat a hunter. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with despair and a sliver of hope. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the Ice Queen, who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent waves. Su Yu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, delivered his final judgment on her, word by word. Yunshi, now relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. The show is about to begin. Chapter 84. In a critical moment, Yin Tong actually went berserk. The show is about to begin. Su Yu's voice, like that of a most composed commander, boomed across this battlefield filled with despair. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man whose face had turned pale from the shock of that earth-shattering claw attack, yet whose eyes remained calm as still water. Their hearts, which had just grown cold from fear, were rekindled by a flame of trust. Yes. Why are they panicking? What are they afraid of? They and the saint. There is such an all-knowing and all-powerful God. As long as he's there, let alone a mere beast king. Even if the sky were to fall, they could hold it up. Roar. Yunshi was the first to react. She suddenly raised the longbow in her hand and let out a roar filled with determination and absolute trust, using all her strength. Dawn tribe. Va? Va, va, va. A thunderous roar, filled with the spirit of iron and blood, resounded throughout the entire battlefield. The fighting spirit that had just been extinguished by the Beast King's divine might was now completely reignited by Yunshi with an even stronger flame of trust. There was no longer any fear on their faces. Yes, it's just an extreme desire for victory, and their fanatical faith in Su Yu, this saint. Meanwhile, the mutated saber-toothed tiger was clearly enraged by the provocation of Su Yu and his group of ants. A hint of human cruelty flashed in its cold, savage, and murderous eyes. It slowly raised its body, which was as large as a small mountain. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, suddenly it opened its mouth. Roar, a deafening roar, powerful enough to tear eardrums, burst forth from its gaping maw. Buzz. The whole world seemed to tremble violently at that moment. Su Yu felt an invisible shockwave, filled with destructive power, coming straight at him. The wind was so strong that Su Yu could barely open his eyes. The female warriors standing at the very front, holding longbows, were struck dumb. Their faces turned deathly pale, and they collapsed like stalks of wheat blown down by a strong wind, coughing up blood. Just one roar. Su Yufang's elite ADC team was wiped out in an instant. 1/3. The whole world fell silent. The fighting spirit that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished by this earth-shattering roar. Completely annihilated. Once again, the despair that Su Yu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. It's over. This is really the end. They and this monster are not even in the same dimension. This was not a close battle at all. This was a one-sided massacre. The mutated saber-toothed tiger was clearly very satisfied with the results it had achieved. A glint flashed in its cold, cruel eyes. Human disdain and mockery. It slowly took its first steps, its limbs resembling towering stone pillars. It crushed towards Su Yu and his sheepfold, which it saw as utterly vulnerable, step by step. It will punish Su Yu and his ilk, these ants who dare to challenge its majesty. Tear them into pieces one by one. However, just as everyone was immersed in this immense fear of being crushed, a furious and insane roar suddenly erupted on this battlefield filled with despair. Brute, go to hell. It's Yin Tong. He is the proudest and most fearless warrior in this tribe. She had somehow recovered from the immense shock. She looked at her sisters lying in pools of blood, their fates unknown. Her eyes, which were always filled with fire, were instantly replaced by a blood-red color called madness and hatred. Suddenly, she raised the longbow in her hand. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and slightly incredulous gazes, she actually went alone, heading towards that monster that looked like a god or demon. They launched an attack. Yin Tong, come back. Yunxi's scream, filled with terror and despair, rang out behind her. But it was too late. Yin Tong was completely overwhelmed by the raging fire. In her eyes, there was only that beast who had killed countless of her sisters. She wants to avenge them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. She charged forward frantically. He unleashed a torrent of arrows at the mutated saber-toothed tiger. However, clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp, metallic sounds rang out. Those arrows were enough to pierce through the rock. When it hit the beast's fur, not even a trace of white mark was left. He was easily sent flying. The whole world fell silent. Yin Tong was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the unharmed monster. He looked down again at the divine weapon he was so proud of in his hand. Her mind, which was filled with power, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called despair. It's over. This is really the end. She and this monster are not even from the same dimension. The mutated saber-toothed tiger was clearly enraged by her reckless provocation. A hint of human cruelty flashed in its cold, savage, and murderous eyes. It slowly raised its front paws, which were as big as small mountains. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, it slammed heavily into the hot-tempered woman who was completely terrified. With a single swipe, it slammed down. Yin Tong. Yun Xina's screams, filled with despair and endless grief, echoed throughout the entire valley. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the scene before him, a scene brimming with violent aesthetics. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. It's time to show you what truly constitutes bloodline suppression. Fight. It has been detected that Yin Tong is in a life-threatening crisis. The power of the bloodline has been activated. Talent skill, Berserk, is activated. The next second, under the horrified, ghostly gazes of everyone present, Yin Tong's petite yet explosively powerful body. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. Her eyes, which had been filled with despair, were instantly replaced by a pure, emotionless crimson. She slowly raised her head and looked at the huge claw mark that was about to smash her into a pulp. For the first time, a ferocious smile, full of wildness and endless madness, appeared on that pretty face that was always full of pride and confidence. She slowly raised a longbow in her hand. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and slightly incredulous gazes, she actually took that longbow made from the hardest wood. Was it mistaken for a stick? Then, it fiercely aimed at that earth-shattering claw. They went to greet them. Is she going to confront this monster head-on? Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with despair and a sliver of hope. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Suyu watched her speak, each word uttered with confidence and an unquestionable tone, as he gave her his final instruction. Trial. Yunshi. Now, Suyu's orders will be relayed. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. The real show has only just begun. Chapter 85, The Chain of Traps, is activated. You beast, die, Suyu. The real show has only just begun. Suyu's voice, like the coldest Grim Reaper, boomed across this battlefield filled with despair. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man who, though clearly shaken by the earth-shattering scene, still maintained a calm and composed demeanor in his eyes. Their hearts, which had just grown cold because of Yin Tong's suicidal attack, were rekindled by a flame of trust. Yes. Why are they panicking? What are they afraid of? They also have the Holy One. With this, there is a God whose wisdom and strategies are almost supernatural. As long as he's there, don't say Yin Tong is just in a berserk state. Even if the sky falls down, he can also push it back. Roar. Yunshi was the first to react. Suddenly, she raised the longbow in her hand and let out a roar filled with determination and absolute trust, using all her strength. Everyone, listen up. According to the saint's plan, fire the arrows. Fire arrows? All the women were stunned. They all looked at her with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. It's no use. Their arrows couldn't even pierce that beast's fur. However, before they could even process their immense confusion, a deafening roar, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth pale, suddenly exploded in the very center of the battlefield. Boom! It's Yin Tong. It's that crazy woman who has completely gone berserk. Within her petite yet explosively powerful body, it actually unleashed a terrifying power comparable to that of the Beast King. The longbow in her hand was made of the hardest wood. It actually matched that earth-shattering claw. They collided head-on. Click! A crisp, teeth-grinding, cracking sound rang out. Yin Tong's arm, which was holding the longbow, twisted at an eerie angle in an instant. He was sent flying backwards like a cannonball hit by a speeding truck. Puff! A mouthful of bright red, scalding hot blood gushed out of her mouth. It dyed the pure, white snow red. But she succeeded. They forcefully blocked the earth-shattering claw attack of that arrogant Beast King, although it only blocked less than a second. But that's enough, because in that brief moment, when the Beast King was stunned and enraged that his attack had been blocked by an ant, in that instant, a cold, emotionless death proclamation, like a thunderclap from the heavens, resounded in the ears of all the women. Now, put, swoosh, 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 swoosh. A terrifying, deathly whistling sound, more intense than ever before, instantly ripped through the silent forest. Hundreds of arrows, gleaming with a cold light, transformed into a deadly rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. With an overwhelming killing intent that could pierce through everything, it poured down on the giant beast that was still in a state of shock. However, this time, their target was no longer that beast, nor its indestructible fur. It was its eyes, which were bulging like copper bells, wide open in shock and anger. Roar? The mutated, saber-toothed tiger clearly sensed the approaching danger. For the first time, a feeling of fear and disbelief appeared in its cold, murderous eyes. It tried to hide, but it was too late. Uft, uft. Two sharp sounds, the terrifying sound of a blade piercing flesh, echoed throughout the entire valley. Those two arrows, the most cunning and deadliest, were shot by Yunshi and Suyu themselves. It shot with perfect accuracy into its huge, bloodshot eye socket. Oh, a blood-curdling scream, filled with unbearable pain and endless madness, burst forth from the beast's mouth. It's blind, its proud eyes, capable of seeing through everything. Faced with Suyu and his team's ingenious and tactical superiority strike, it was easily rendered useless. Roar, roar. The intense pain and sudden darkness instantly drove this once arrogant beast king into its most primal madness. Like a headless fly, it began to rampage and trample across the battlefield filled with killing intent that belonged to Suyu and his men. It will take all the ants that have harmed it, tear them all to pieces. However, instead of what awaited them, Suyu and his companions were filled with fear. Instead, it was Suyu's cold laugh filled with disdain and mockery. Now, this is just the beginning. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. Then, under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone, it fell heavily. Tripwire. Stop. Splash. Suddenly, the rapid, deathly clanging of chains rang out. Over there, the giant beast, which was charging wildly, suddenly tripped. That mountain-sized body instantly lost its balance. It crashed heavily toward the deathly end that Suyu and his men had prepared for it long ago. Falling rocks. Release them. Rumble. A dull, deafening roar like an earthquake followed. Dozens of huge, head-sized, sharp-edged boulders rolled down the hillside where they had been lying in wait. It slammed hard into the body of the beast that had already lost its balance. Roar. Another scream, filled with pain and endless frustration. The arrogant beast king was stunned and saw stars by this sudden, heaven-sent justice. That mountain-like body could no longer hold on. Boom! A deafening roar. It finally stepped into the death trap that Suyu and his men had meticulously prepared for it. The ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. Oh, a scream filled with resentment and endless despair echoed throughout the entire valley. Immediately afterwards, yes, a terrifying sound, like a sharp blade piercing flesh that sends chills down your spine. The whole world fell silent. All the women collapsed to the ground as if all their strength had been drained. They stared blankly at the bottomless abyss of death, from which the final, mournful cries of wild beasts still echoed. Their hearts, which had just been burning with excitement because of the fierce battle, were completely extinguished by a wave of shock and disbelief. Did we win? They won just like that. They actually brought that monster, which was like a god or demon, to life. They took him down? Suyu stood quietly, watching the scene before him, a scene brimming with violent aesthetics. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the Ice Queen, who had remained calm throughout, but whose cold eyes were now churning with monstrous waves. Suyu looked at her and delivered his final judgment to her, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and unquestionable authority. Yunshi, now relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Kerosene, prepare. Chapter 86, The Beast King Falls. Suyu and his men become the new kings of the Black Forest. Prepare the kerosene. Suyu's voice, like the coldest Grim Reaper, boomed across the blood-soaked battlefield. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, the man who had clearly achieved an overwhelming victory, yet whose eyes remained as calm as still water. Their hearts, which had just been burning with excitement because of their victory, were extinguished once again by a wave of cold and ruthless ice water. Saint, he is to exterminate them all? Not even the last glimmer of hope was left for that beast. However, before they could even recover from the immense shock, a deafening roar, filled with resentment and endless madness, suddenly erupted from the bottomless pit. Roar! It's the Beast King. That creature was riddled with bullets. No, not spears, and pierced by dozens of sharp wooden stakes, turning it into a hedgehog. Monster! It's still alive. Moreover, judging from this sound, it seems to want to climb out. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful joy that had just risen due to victory was instantly shattered by this roar filled with the aura of death. The look that Su Yu least wanted to see reappeared on every woman's face. Fear. It's over. This is really it. It's over. This beast, it simply cannot be killed, is one that crawled out of hell. Devil. Su Yu stood quietly in place, listening to the roar filled with resentment and madness. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. It has a very strong vitality. But that's fine. Only in this way can it be worthy of what Su Yu prepared for you. The last game. Grand. Fireworks. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with despair and a sliver of hope. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had placed absolute trust in him from beginning to end. Ice Queen. Su Yu watched her as she spoke, each word uttered with confidence and an unquestionable tone, delivering the final instruction. Trial. Yunshi. Now, relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Ignition. Yunshi's body trembled violently. She raised her head, and for the first time, a raging fire of cruelty ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. She suddenly turned around. Facing him, the person behind him, equally excited and impatient, couldn't wait any longer. Looking forward to Hot Girl. She issued the order in a tone that was both iron-fisted and unquestionable, the most important and most insane decision ever made by a queen. Order. Yintong. Your turn. Yintong's eyes lit up instantly. For the first time, a hint of bloodlust and cruelty appeared on her pretty face, which was always filled with pride and confidence. A smile. She slowly raised a longbow in her hand. Then, amidst everyone's expectant and excited gazes, she took a pre-prepared bundle of dry grass, its tip tied with oil-soaked straw. The rocket was gently placed on the bowstring. Then she took a deep breath. He drew that divine weapon, powerful enough to pierce through everything, into Full Moon. Brute, may you be reduced to ashes. Whoosh! A sharp, deathly whistling sound instantly ripped through the silent forest. The arrow, engulfed in raging flames, transformed into a dazzling orange-red streak, like the light of judgment, carrying an overwhelming killing intent capable of incinerating everything, and shot with unparalleled precision towards the place filled with death and oil. Abyss. Boom! A deafening roar. A towering pillar of fire, even larger and more terrifying than the one in the wolf den, instantly erupted from the bottomless trap. The scorching, destructive flames, capable of devouring everything, instantly transformed the entire trap into a massive hell on earth. A final, piercing cry, filled with resentment and utter despair, echoed from the sea of fire. Then there was no more sound. The whole world fell silent. All the women, as if all their strength had been drained, slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the towering flames, smelling the gradually emanating fragrance in the air. Barbecue. Aroma? Their hearts, which had just been burning with excitement from the fierce battle, were completely extinguished at this moment by a stream of ice water filled with shock and disbelief. Beastmaster. He's fallen. That arrogant, godlike monster. And just like that, they defeated him in a way that was full of wisdom and tactics, a kind of dimensional reduction attack. Live. Burned to death. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the scene unfold before him, a spectacle of violent aesthetics. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Bite. Epic quest. The fall of the king of the forest has been exceeded. Task rating. Perfect. Epic rewards are being distributed. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Su Yu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her the final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, Su Yu and others. Yes, this Black Forest. A new king. Chapter 87. A battle that made him famous, terrifying the surrounding tribes. Su Yu and his men are the new kings of this Black Forest. Su Yu's voice, like the final decree of the Creator God, resounded loudly on this land that had been baptized by blood and fire. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. A new king. They actually became part of this perilous Black Forest. New king. This is a fact they couldn't even dream of. Under the guidance of this omnipotent saint before them, it actually happened. King, king, king. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They threw down their weapons, hugged each other, and cried and laughed. They were holding the grandest and most frenzied celebration for their new king in their own way. The coronation ceremony. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, all they could do was stand behind Su Yu like two of his most loyal fans. He looked at Su Yu silently with a gaze filled with complexity, awe, and absolute conviction. Look at this, who led a tribe on the verge of extinction step by step to the throne. God. However, what they didn't know was, this grand drama of bestowing the title of king was personally directed by Su Yu. The audience isn't just them. It is dozens of miles away from the Dawn tribe. A primitive tribe, also living in a huge cave but several times smaller in size. At this moment, they were plunged into a deathly silence. Silence. And panic. Clan chief, a female warrior responsible for keeping watch outside the tribe, scrambled into the cave. Her face, which was always full of vigilance, was now filled with a look that Su Yu had never seen before. Fear. And I can't believe it. No, this is bad. She pointed to the eastern night sky, which was dyed red by the towering flames. He cried out to the equally solemn woman at the head of the table in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a trace of despair. King of the Dark Forest. It's sent. They've disappeared. What? The female clan leader at the head of the table, who looked quite dignified, suddenly stood up from her throne. For the first time, her usually wise eyes revealed an emotion called fear and disbelief. King of the Black Forest, that has been entrenched in this forest for hundreds of years. Even their ancestors wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. A terrifying existence. It's sent. How could it possibly disappear? Could it be? Could it be that something even more terrifying has been born in the forest? Monster? The thought of this made her heart, as the clan leader, sink uncontrollably. A dark cloud called despair instantly enveloped the entire area. Small tribe. Similar scenes continue to unfold in various inconspicuous corners of the Black Forest. Those same, small, primitive tribes struggling to survive. After sensing the disappearance of the aura representing the king, without exception, they all fell into a state of being filled with uncertainty and fear about the future. Amidst immense panic, they didn't know what this meant. But they knew. This region has maintained peace for hundreds of years. It's about to be broken. Black Forest. The world is about to change. And as the instigator of this earth-shattering upheaval, Su Yu, however, had already returned to Su Yu's warm home with his female army and the mountain of spoils. Home. Su Yu stood quietly in front of the wooden house that he had built himself. Look at this scene before me, filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards, the Dawn tribe will bid farewell to its days of merely surviving in the cracks. Dark ages. They will usher in a brand new era, full of light and hope. A new era of expansion. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Su Yu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, Sujumen Dawn Tribe, officially open to the public. Welcome, all peace-loving sisters. Join Su Yu and his team. Chapter 88 Tribal Expansion. A real city must be built. Welcome to all peace-loving sisters. Join Suyu and his team. Suyu's voice was like the warmest ray of sunshine in spring, instantly dispelling the fear of the unknown in the hearts of all the weak tribes in the Black Forest. It's like a massive nuclear bomb. A thunderous explosion resounded on this land that had been silent for hundreds of years. That mysterious tribe that replaced the Beast King and became the new ruler of the Black Forest. It turns out, it's open to the public now, and they're even welcome to join? Is this a dream? The entire Black Forest was in an uproar. Those weak tribes that were trembling with fear and living in constant uncertainty because of the fall of the Beast King. After a brief moment of shock and disbelief, without exception, they were all plunged into an unprecedented, immense ecstasy called hope. They no longer have to worry about being swallowed up by a more powerful tribe or torn to pieces by terrible beasts the next day. They have a new choice, a way for them to survive and to live better. Choose. So in the following days, the Dawn tribe is experiencing its most vibrant wave of immigration in history. Every day, refugees with their families, dressed in rags and looking emaciated, pour in from every corner of the forest. They abandoned their dark and damp cave. They brought with them all their meager possessions. They all share one common goal. That is, join the Dawn tribe. To become this, the one protected by the gods in legend. A member of the ideal state. Yunshi, on the other hand, was like a most competent foreign minister, busy every day with no time to spare. She had to comfort these new sisters who were new to the area and filled with anxiety and a little bit of inferiority. On the one hand, they also had to be subjected to the strictest training according to the first law of the Dawn tribe that Suyu had prepared for her in advance. Political vetting. Of course, the so-called political vetting is also very simple. That is, having a clean background, loving peace, and I have absolute faith in the Holy One. In just 1 week, the population of the Dawn tribe expanded wildly, like a snowball rolling downhill. From the beginning, there were fewer than 100 people. It skyrocketed to 300 people, and this number is still growing. Looking at this place, one sees a thriving and vibrant new tribe. A wave of emotion washed over Suyu. Suyu, what merits or abilities does Suyu possess? To become in another world. Neighborhood committee director? However, this was accompanied by a rapid increase in population. A new and most fatal problem gradually surfaced. That is, there's not enough room for everyone. All the hard work Suyu and his team put into building those wooden houses was simply insignificant compared to the 200 or so new mouths to feed. A drop in the ocean. Many of the new sisters even had to sleep outdoors in the cold caves. This won't do. Suyu, the ideal world created by Suyu himself. How could there be shanty towns? No, absolutely not. Suyu must do it immediately to solve this fundamental problem for Suyu's people. Housing problem. So, on a bright and sunny morning, full of energy, Suyu slowly stood up from the tiger-skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Suyu arrived at the center of the tribe. Suyu opened Suyu's account again. Infrastructure building maniac mode. Civilization points consumed, 200. Successfully unlocked the basic city wall blueprint. The next second, under Suyu's mental control, a painting 100 times more magnificent than the previous wooden house, brimming with an aura of dominance. A three-dimensional city planning map appeared before everyone instantly. It was enclosed by a tall, sturdy wooden wall, and its interior was meticulously planned. City. Yes. Residential areas. Yes, a training ground. Yes, the workshop area. There is even one located in the city center used for worshipping the gods, namely Suyu. A colossal altar. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the miracle before them, a miracle filled with a beauty they could not comprehend, a beauty called civilization and order. Their minds, which were filled with the laws of primitive survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called urban planning. Turn out to be, originally, a tribe. It's all right, that's all. Establish? Suyu stood quietly in front of the futuristic architectural blueprint. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. Only then could this tribe truly be considered to have a civilization. Hard. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, Suyu and his men want to build a building/structure here, truly belonging to Suyu and his ilk. City. Chapter 89, The Bumper Harvest of Grain. No more hunger. Build a city that truly belongs to Suyu and his people. Suyu's voice boomed like that of a monarch who had created the world, resounding throughout the hearts of all his subjects. It also ignited their boundless longing for a powerful kingdom. City. A city that truly belongs to them. Just thinking about it is enough to get their blood pumping. Build a city. Build a city. Build a city. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the entire valley. A massive infrastructure construction campaign, more ambitious and frenzied than ever before, has officially begun. However, just when everyone was preparing to go all out and offer their livers to their new king, Suyu, however, slowly raised Suyu's hand. All the frenzied voices were suppressed. Etc. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bucket of the coldest ice water, instantly extinguishing most of the nascent passion for infrastructure development in the hearts of all the women. Huh? What's wrong, Your Majesty? Could it be that the plan has changed? The women were completely stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Even Yunshi and Yintong, Suyu's two right-hand women, looked completely bewildered. Suyu did not answer them. Suyu simply turned around slowly and cast his gaze toward the fields outside the tribe, fields brimming with hope. That patch of land, cultivated by Suyu and his companions, has already sprouted a vibrant green bud. Potato field. It's been 2 months. Suyu slowly uttered 3 words. Everyone was stunned. 2 months? What 2 months? Only fireflies. Suyu's top disciple, who was also the Minister of Agriculture, seemed to suddenly remember something. For the first time, her eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and purity, burst forth with a light of excitement and disbelief. Your Majesty, she stammered, her voice trembling with a mixture of shock and elation as she shouted at Suyu. What you mean is, okay, shall we accept it? Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the lush green field, brimming with life. Their minds, which had been filled with infrastructure construction, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called harvest. Receive. They accepted it. So fast. It's only just started to sprout. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with doubt and incomprehension, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that what he was about to do was something that would completely shatter their worldview. An agricultural miracle. Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply and slowly hoisted up a sword that Xiaoer had just finished making, one that was full of ergonomic beauty. Who? Then, under the tense, expectant, and even fearful gazes of everyone, Suyu was the first to step into that area that held the hopes of the entire tribe. Holy Land. Suyu slowly squatted down. Under the tense, breathless gaze of everyone, Suyu plunged the gleaming hoe deep into the soft, life-filled flesh. In the soil, then gently pried open, the whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed and mouths agape, as if watching a god creating the world, dumbfounded at what had been unearthed from the soil. Strings of golden, round ones. A divine object. Their brains are completely unable to function. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This. What kind of sorcery is this? It was just a tiny rotten bump that was planted. Why? Why can it grow so many? Golden. Baby? Wow. I don't know who was the first to recover from the enormous shock. She rushed into the field like a mad woman. Then, like a most devout believer, she used her slightly trembling, icy hands to scoop up those heavy bunches of fruit from the soil. Hope. A bumper harvest. Suyu and his team have had a bumper harvest. After a brief silence came a volcanic eruption, earth-shattering and devastating. The sound of crying. Wah! The women could no longer contain themselves, threw down their tools, hugged each other, and wept bitterly. Those weren't tears of sadness. Instead, joy. It is a tremendous dawn that has finally arrived today after countless generations have struggled on the brink of hunger and death, and are now witnessing the first glimmer of hope called food and clothing. Joy. They cried like children. Even Yin Tong, who is usually as strong as a lioness, turned her back and used an animal skin to fiercely wipe the corner of her eye. Yunxi, on the other hand, seemed to be completely stunned by this sudden and immense happiness. She stared blankly at the golden, hopeful field. She looked up again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done a trivial thing. For the first time, tears of infatuation and eternity welled up in her eyes, which were always covered in frost. She finally understood. She finally understood. This man brought them more than just food and safety. He brought them a whole new future. Suyu slowly picked up the biggest, roundest, and most golden potato from the ground. Then, amidst the fervent and worshipful gazes of everyone present, Suyu held it high like the most sacred metal. Finally, Suyu looked at them and spoke slowly, word by word, in a tone that was full of control and godlike authority. Starting today, Suyu and his companions will never have to go hungry again. Chapter 90 New System Discovery. The Deadly Howling Swamp. No more going hungry. Suyu's voice boomed across the golden fields like the final gospel of God. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. No need, I'm hungry. These are just 6 simple words. For these poor people who have struggled on the brink of hunger and death for generations. It's simply the most beautiful sound in the world. A voice from heaven. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They threw down their tools, hugged each other, and cried and laughed at the same time. They are celebrating their food freedom in their own way. Suyu stood quietly in the center of that field full of hope. Looking at the scene before me, a thriving and vibrant harvest, I felt a sense of abundance. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This tribe truly possessed the most solid foundation upon which a civilization depends for its survival. However, just as everyone was immersed in the immense joy of being completely free from hunger, a cold, professional system notification suddenly exploded in Suyu's mind without warning. Bite. It has been detected that the Dawn tribe has initially solved its food and clothing problems. The tribe's civilization level has been greatly improved. Congratulations, host. The daily reconnaissance system has automatically refreshed. Remaining reconnaissance attempts for today 1. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. It's working again, right? Image loading screen. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat complacent due to the harvest, was reignited by a flame called the desire to explore. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although the Dawn tribe is now considered invincible in this black forest. But who knew what lay ahead on this vast continent, full of unknowns? How many more terrifying beings, even more so than the Beast King, are still lurking? Exist? So you must plan ahead. So you must firmly grasp all uncertainties in his own hands. So you took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed that overwhelming ambition. Then, so you slowly closed his eyes. Daily reconnaissance system activated. Scan range, radius 1,000 meters. Scan complete. Discover a completely new, uncharted area. Suyu Karakth. Suyu Squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. Unknown area? Has the newbie village protection period ended? Is a new map about to be released? With immense excitement, Suyu focused his thoughts on that place filled with unknowns and opportunities. On the new map, the next second, a completely new scene unfolded, filled with an aura of danger and death that Suyu had never seen before. A three-dimensional map instantly unfolded in Suyu's mind. It was a place shrouded in a thick, green, poisonous miasma. Swamp. The swamp was filled with deadly, highly toxic bubbles. And beneath that murky, foul-smelling swamp, it also hides countless enormous and ferocious-looking creatures. Amphibious monster. Area name, Edge of the Howling Swamp. Danger level, extremely lethal. Environmental analysis. This area is perpetually shrouded in highly toxic miasma. Any creature that inhales the miasma will die within 10 minutes. Biological analysis. This area is infested with a large number of highly aggressive mutated amphibian and insect monsters. Resource analysis. Resource. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Overjoyed. In this godforsaken, desolate place, there are still resources? Filled with immense excitement, Suyu focused his thoughts on the scene that was brimming with surprise. Beyond resource analysis. The next second, a brand new line of text, shimmering with golden light of hope, instantly appeared on Suyu's virtual interface. Resource 1. Black blood lotus, highly toxic. Information, a highly poisonous plant that grows deep in swamps. However, its lotus seeds are an excellent ingredient for making an antidote. Resource 2. Ironwood is hard. Information, a special tree that grows on the edge of swamps. Its wood is as hard as iron, making it an excellent material for crafting advanced weapons and buildings. Resource 3. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the system prompt in front of him, which was full of opportunities and challenges. Suyu's heart, which had just grown somewhat cold after discovering the land of death, was now completely ignited by a flame called ambition. Suyu Karath. Suyu scored. Suyu is really about to break down. This is no place of death. This is simply a huge, untapped treasure trove. Antidote. Ironwood. With these, the Suyu Chingxi tribe's strength is greatly enhanced. Wouldn't that mean we're going to reach an even higher level? Suyu slowly opened his eyes. The ease and comfort on Suyu's face were gone. Yes, but there was an unprecedented solemnity and an overwhelming ambition. Yueying seemed completely stunned by Suyu's sudden, icy aura. She stared blankly at Suyu's face, which instantly became colder than a 10,000-year-old iceberg. For the first time, her eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and purity, revealed an emotion called fear and unease. She slowly reached out her slightly trembling, cold little hands and carefully tugged at Suyu's clothes. Then, in a tone filled with uncertainty and a hint of worry, he asked softly, "Saint, what's wrong with you? Have you discovered something new? Something terrifying?" Chapter 91 Fortune favors the bold. The first expedition team is formed. Did you discover something terrible again? Yueying's trembling voice, filled with fear and unease, pierced the hearts of all the women present, which had just felt somewhat relieved due to the harvest. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man whose face instantly turned colder than a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Their fragile hope, which had just begun to rise, was instantly replaced by a deeper cloud of fear. Something scary? Suyu looked at the group of lambs in front of him, whose edges had been smoothed out by the comfortable life they had led. Slowly, she smiled. His laughter was cold. Also, crazy. No. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the fearful and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout. But now, a monstrous storm was brewing in those icy eyes. Ice Queen. Suyu looked at her and spoke to them, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and a hint of seduction. What Suyu discovered was not danger. Instead, Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with boundless anticipation for the future. A massive treasure that could transform Suyu's tribe once again. Treasure? Yunshi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Saint, is he just delirious from hunger? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the fertile, hopeful land in front of them. He painted a picture that made everyone's breath catch in their throat. Oracle. It was a place shrouded in dense, poisonous miasma. Death Swamp. The swamp is filled with highly poisonous lotus flowers, and black trees as hard as iron. The whole world fell silent. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, which was filled with a light they could not comprehend, a light called opportunity and death. Their minds, which had been filled with comfort, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called venture capital. It turns out the treasure. Also, it could be associated with death. Coexist? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with fear and extreme longing, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that he would open a door for them next, leading to a completely new worldview. Door. Wealth. Seeking opportunities amidst danger. Suyu slowly uttered 5 syllables that they couldn't understand at all, but which they could sense contained infinite philosophy and madness. Then Suyu looked at them and, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and unquestionable authority, issued them the most important and most insane order Suyu, as a saint, had ever given. Expedition Mobilization Order. Everyone, listen up. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife piercing into everyone's heart. Suyu has made his decision. The first Suyu tribe was formed. Expedition. Target. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Yes, that place brimming with treasures. Howling Swamp. Boom. The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women stared at Suyu with eyes filled with shock and a hint of disbelief. Expeditionary team? Howling Swamp? That place is said to be so dangerous that even the Beast King dares not set foot there easily. A forbidden zone of death. Your Majesty, has he really gone mad? However, while everyone was immersed in this immense fear that was enough to terrify them, a furious and insane roar suddenly erupted without warning in this fear-filled tribe. Good. Count Suyu in. It's Yin Tong. This is the tribe's proudest and most fearless warrior. She had somehow recovered from the immense shock. She grabbed the longbow that she never parted with. Those fiery eyes were filled with an extreme thirst for battle and adventure. It's just a swamp. Yes, the Holy One is here. Yes, the magic weapon is here. Suyu and his ilk. What are you afraid of? Her bold and slightly reckless words, full of wildness and a hint of madness, ignited the fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished in the hearts of all the women like the hottest flame. Yes, what are they afraid of? They have it, Your Majesty. There is such an all-knowing and all-powerful God. As long as he's there, let alone a mere wailing swamp, even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, they dare to brave it. Count Suyu in. Suyu is going too. For the tribe, for the Holy One. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the entire valley. The fighting spirit that had just been extinguished by fear was now completely reignited by Yin Tong's even more intense, mindless rage. Suyu stood quietly, watching the thriving scene before him, brimming with fighting spirit. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Very good. Cannon fodder, not vanguard. Next comes logistical support. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the Ice Queen, who had remained calm throughout, but whose cold eyes were now churning with turbulent waves. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, delivered his final declaration to her, word by word. Yunshi. Now, Suyu's orders will be relayed. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Select the 10 most elite people from the tribe. Suyu and his group will set off early tomorrow morning. Chapter 92 Treasure Trove. The swamp is full of rare medicinal herbs. Set off. Suyu's voice boomed like the coldest king in the dawn of the Dawn tribe. It also ignited the boundless desire for adventure and treasure in the hearts of those 10 carefully selected, chosen women. Roar. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the entire valley. The first expedition team of the Dawn tribe, officially established. The captain is undoubtedly Suyu. The vice captains are Yunshi and Yin Tong, the 2 strongest protectors in the tribe. And the team members are the elite of the elite. Not only does it include Yue Ying, a future divine doctor and botanist, and there's Qiaoer, the future chief engineer and geologist. The rest were the most agile and skilled archers in the hunting party. Ace ADC. This combination is simply luxury. Suyu looked at the dream team he had personally built. Suyu was filled with boundless pride. Suyu slowly raised the longbow in his hand. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, a gentle swipe forward, set off. At a single command, the vast expeditionary force vanished like a black lightning bolt into the mist-shrouded area in an instant. In the forest, under the precise navigation of the daily reconnaissance system, Yu and his team skillfully avoided all potential dangers. Soon the enemy was at the city gates. They appeared in that land filled with death and opportunity. Before the howling swamp, hiss, a stench filled with the smell of poison and decay hit us. Even though Yu and his men had already covered their mouths and noses with wet animal hides. But the pervasive poisonous miasma still made Yu and the others feel dizzy and nauseous. The scene before them, which resembled a living hell, made everyone's hearts sink even further. The vast swamp was filled with deadly, highly toxic bubbles. From time to time, unknown creatures would writhe and emerge from the murky, foul-smelling mud. A forest of white bones. Glug. I don't know who was the first to swallow hard. Immediately following, a chorus of swallowing sounds filled the forbidden area, which was filled with the aura of death. It's over. This is really the end. They had previously thought that the Saints' plan was flawless. But when they saw with their own eyes this death swamp that was like hell, they finally understood. Just how much trouble did they offend? Terrible. Exist. Even Yin Tong, who was always fearless, had a hint of unease appear on her usually proud and confident face for the first time. Named solemn. Look, she could feel it. A powerful aura emanated from the depths of that swamp, enough to send shivers down her spine. Atirifainoha. Yu stood quietly in place, watching this scene filled with violent aesthetics. Yu's lips curled up slightly. Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Wealth. Seeking opportunities amidst danger. Yu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, which were filled with fear and a hint of expectation. Then Yu turned his gaze to the person who had placed absolute trust in him from beginning to end. A gentle little priestess. Yu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Order. Moonfire. Now, Yu's orders will be relayed. Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Good show. The show has begun. Yue Ying's body trembled violently. She looked up, and for the first time, a raging fire of excitement ignited in her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity. She had been waiting for this moment for far too long. She no longer hesitated at all. She turned around abruptly, facing the equally excited person behind him, who couldn't wait any longer. Looking forward to collection team members. She issued her most important and also most audacious order in her history as Minister of Agriculture, delivered in a professional and unquestionable tone. Order. Everyone, listen up. As instructed by the Holy One. Start collecting. Collection. All the women were stunned. They all looked at her with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. What are we collecting? Are we going to collect all this poisonous gas? However, before they could even process their immense confusion, Yu has already led them around the most dangerous core area of the poisonous miasma. We arrived at a relatively safe area. The outskirts. Then, under the utterly horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Yu slowly squatted down. From the black, foul-smelling mud, a plant was pulled out, its entire body as black as ink, yet topped with a blood-red lotus flower. Divine grass. Name, black blood lotus, highly toxic. Information, its lotus seeds are an excellent ingredient for making antidotes. The whole world fell silent. All the women looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the divine herb in Yu's hand, which was filled with a light they couldn't understand, a light called fighting poison with poison. Their brains, which had been filled with primitive medicine, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called scientific alchemy. It turned out to be a highly poisonous substance. You could do it like this. Use? Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Yu's lips curled up slightly. Yu's eyes were calm as still water. This is just the appetizer. Next is main course. Yu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Yu turned his gaze to the black, inky black creature growing on the edge of the swamp. Devil's Forest. Name, hard ironwood. Information, excellent material for crafting advanced weapons and buildings. Yu looked at the treasure trove, filled with epic-level materials. Then he glanced at the group of infrastructure-building maniacs behind Yu, who were practically starving for food. Suyu's lips curled into a wild smile. Suyu slowly pointed to the area filled with hope and wealth. Black forest. Then, Suyu looked at them and announced, word by word, in a seductive and undeniable tone, something that was enough to drive them completely mad. Order. Did you see that? That's not a tree. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. That was Suyu's Dawn tribe. The Great Wall of Steel of the Future. Chapter 93. Moonfire's bloodline awakens. Can it talk to plants? The Great Wall of Steel of the Future. Suyu's voice boomed like that of the most mad strategist on the edge of this swamp filled with the aura of death. It also struck a chord deep in the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. The Great Wall of Steel? What is that? Sound. It looks just like that. They were all like they'd been injected with adrenaline, yelling and grabbing their incredibly sharp weapons. I can't wait to rush into that black forest full of treasures. They offered their livers to their holy king. However, before they could even process their immense excitement, a clear, gentle voice, tinged with a hint of uncertainty, suddenly rang out in the frenzied crowd. It's a firefly. He is the future miracle doctor of this tribe. She had somehow walked up to the black blood lotus, which Suyu had pulled from the mud and was full of deadly poison. She slowly squatted down. For the first time, those eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity, revealed a look of infatuation and a hint of confusion. She reached out her slightly trembling, icy little hands and carefully touched the jet-black lotus leaves. It felt like having a silent conversation with an old friend you haven't seen in a long time. Holy Saint! She slowly raised her head, and her pretty face, which always carried a gentle smile, was now filled with a look that Suyu had never seen before. Dignified, and a little bit disturbed. It is crying. The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at a madman, a fool, someone utterly indescribable in their limited vocabulary, a person squatting on the ground, listening to a poisonous weed weep. A gentle little priestess. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. Moonfire. Could she have been driven mad by the poisonous miasma in this swamp? Suyu stood quietly, watching the magical scene unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Sudyuanu. The show is about to begin. Suyu slowly squatted down, amidst the bewildered and puzzled gazes of everyone present. Suyu gently placed his hand on Yu Ying's hand, which was trembling slightly with excitement. Don't be afraid. Suyu's voice was very soft, but it was like the warmest current that instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. Feel it carefully. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was both alluring and mysterious. What is it telling you? Yu Ying's body trembled violently. When she looked up, her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity, burst forth with a dazzling light of trust and reliance for the first time. She slowly closed her eyes. Then, under the horrified, utterly horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, a faint ring brimming with life, a green aura instantly emanated from her body. The halo was very faint, but it was filled with a refreshing and delightful feeling, a warm feeling. The whole world fell silent. Yunxi and Yintong froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. They stared blankly at the figure radiating a holy, green aura, a gentle little priestess. Their minds, which were filled with power, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called fantasy and superpowers. It turns out she was the seemingly most delicate little priestess in their tribe. It turns out that such a thing was hidden. Terrible. Strength? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes filled with shock and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Bite. It has been detected that Yu Ying has successfully awakened her bloodline power under the guidance of the host. Talent skill. Life perception is now activated. Skill effect. Allows for basic mental communication with all plants. Suyu Karakth. Suyu scored. Suyu is completely devastated. This works? Suyu is just casually fooling her. She actually did. It suddenly unleashed its power? Is this the legendary? The protagonist's halo? Suyu looked at the gentle little priestess in front of him, who was radiating a druidic aura. Then he looked at his own ordinary bloodline, which had nothing to offer except for his good looks. For the first time, a surge of emotion welled up in Suyu's heart. Jealousy. Acidic water. However, just as Suyu was immersed in this immense grief of being inferior to others, a crisp sound, filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief, suddenly rang out in the fantastical group without warning. Suyu heard that? It's a firefly. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and purity, were now filled with something Suyu had never seen before. Ecstasy, and the ultimate. Confidence. Your Majesty. She pointed at the black blood lotus that was still trembling slightly and shouted to Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a hint of ecstasy. It says, below it, there's something there. Thing? Suyu was stunned for a moment. Suyu subconsciously turned his gaze to that black, foul-smelling area. Muddy pool. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Suyu slowly extended his hand. He plunged it into that cold, rotten place. In the mud. Immediately afterwards, Suyu suddenly exerted force. Whoosh. A nauseating sound. It was entirely black, yet its surface was covered with a strange, metallic sheen. Rotten wood? No, it's ore. Surprisingly, Suyu pulled him out of that bottomless mud pit. They pulled out by force. Bite. Shinong's bloodline has been activated. Unknown mineral detected. Analyzing. Analysis successful. Name. Swamp iron rare. Information. A special metallic mineral that lies dormant beneath a highly toxic swamp for years. Its hardness and toughness far surpass ordinary iron ore. It is an excellent material for crafting advanced weapons and armor. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the dark, rotten rock in his hand, which was covered in disgusting mud. He looked up again at the person who was curiously scrutinizing Suyu with an expression full of self-satisfaction and admiration. Humanoid plant radar. Suyu's heart, which had just been feeling a little sore because of the bloodline issue, was now completely ignited by a flame of ecstasy and excitement. Suyu correct. Suyu scored. Suyu was really about to break down. Suyu found it. Oh my gosh. Yue Ying, like a model student who has received the highest praise from the teacher, slowly walked to Suyu's side. She reached out her slightly trembling, fair hands and carefully touched the divine stone filled with endless mysteries. Then she raised her head, and for the first time, a raging fire called faith ignited in her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity. She looked at Suyu, the god who was omniscient and omnipotent in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Holy Saint, is this considered a treasure? Chapter 94, A Bountiful Harvest. The tribe's medicine shops were overflowing with goods. Is this considered a treasure? Yue Ying's voice, filled with boundless longing for the unknown world, gently tickled Suyu's heart like the softest feather. Is it a treasure? Suyu looked into her eyes, which were sparkling with confidence because of her first miracle. She smiled slowly. Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply held up the dark, murky piece of swamp iron in his hand like the most sacred metal. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, in front of everyone, Suyu slowly lowered his head. A gentle kiss was placed on Yue Ying's smooth, collagen-rich forehead, a gesture brimming with affirmation and a touch of doting affection for her top disciple. Quiche, what do you think? Yue Ying's body suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented warm current called happiness and sweetness instantly surged into her heart. For the first time, a captivating, heartfelt beauty, capable of eclipsing the heavens and earth, appeared on her usually gentle, smiling face. Flush. She lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, like a completely tamed kitten. He squeezed out a single word in a muffled voice, barely audible even a mosquito's hum. At that moment, the whole world seemed to lose its color. All that remained was the captivating charm of her smile as she turned back, and the two figures behind him that were almost ready to devour Suyu alive. A cold gaze. Yunshi and Yentong. Suyu correct. Not the older women. Suyu was simply rewarding his outstanding employees. You guys, isn't this a bit too much jealousy? Too big? However, before Suyu could even explain, Moonfire is a humanoid plant radar that has just awakened its divine skill. It has completely entered an unprecedented state, known as cheating. Crazy treasure hunt mode. Your Excellency, here. This black tree is saying it's very hard. Your Majesty, there. That little white flower is saying it can cure stomach aches. Your Majesty, look, there's a glowing mushroom under this rock. It claims that eating it can make you smarter. The whole world fell silent. Yunxi and Yintong froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. They stared blankly as the joyful little butterfly, like one who had discovered a new continent, hopped and pointed around in this death-filled swamp. A gentle little priestess. Their minds, which were filled with power, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called fantasy and superpowers. It turns out she was the seemingly most delicate little priestess in their tribe. After awakening the power of bloodline, it turns out, it's so unexpected. Is that outrageous? Suyu followed quietly behind her like a professional appraiser. Whenever she discovers a brand new treasure, Suyu would then use his omniscient Shinnon bloodline to provide her with the most authoritative treatment. Scientific verification. Name: fluorescent mushroom, slightly toxic. Information: long-term consumption may slightly enhance mental strength. Name: King Cinco, non-toxic. Information: effectively relieves various types of pain. Name: Suyu Kurakth. Suyu Squad. Suyu is completely devastated. Suyu Roda. A humanoid cheat code. Suyu looked at the treasure trove before him, filled with epic-level materials. He glanced again at the group behind Suyu, who were completely stunned by the surreal scene before them. Transportation Brigade. Suyu's lips curled into a wide smile. Suyu slowly pointed to the area filled with hope and wealth. Death Swamp. Then, Suyu looked at them and announced, word by word, in a seductive and undeniable tone, something that was enough to drive them completely mad. Order. What are you still standing there for? They. Take them all away with Suyu. Not a single one is allowed to be left behind. The valley erupted once again with a deafening roar, filled with a frenzied celebration of wealth. A massive, primitive sweeping campaign has officially begun. Suyu and his team returned with a full load. When Suyu and his men dragged the mountain of spoils back to the tribe, all the women who stayed behind went completely mad. They stared blankly at the baskets filled with rare medicinal herbs that exuded a strange fragrance. Look at those black ironwood logs that gleam with a metallic sheen. Look at those swamp iron ore deposits, each brimming with an air of mystery. Their little heads were filled with big, confused. Where did you get all of these? Could it be that the Holy One? It's a miracle? And when they learned that all of this was found under the guidance of the seemingly most delicate little priestess in their tribe, everyone was completely petrified. They all stared blankly at the man hiding shyly behind Suyu, as if he were a monster, a prodigy, someone who had completely overturned their understanding of tens of thousands of years. Humanoid plant radar. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. Yueying, like a model student who has received the highest praise from the teacher, slowly walked to Suyu's side. She reached out her slightly trembling, fair hands and carefully touched the mountain of treasures. Then she looked up, and for the first time, a blazing fire of confidence and self-worth ignited in her eyes, which were always full of gentleness and purity. She looked at Suyu, the god who was omniscient and omnipotent in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Saint, did Suyu find all of these? Chapter 95, System Explosion. Reward, Smelting Technology. Did Suyu find all of these? Yueying's voice, filled with boundless self-affirmation, echoed slowly through the valley like the most beautiful, triumphant song. Suyu looked into her eyes, which were sparkling and full of confidence, because she had found her purpose in life for the first time. She smiled slowly. Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply hung the dark, murky swamp iron in his hand around her neck like the most sacred Nobel Prize medal. It wasn't handed to her. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, in front of everyone, Suyu slowly lowered his head. Once again, a gentle kiss was placed on Yueying's smooth, collagen-rich forehead, a gesture brimming with affirmation and a touch of doting affection for the chief scientist. Quiche, what do you think? Yueying's body suddenly stiffened. A warm current, more intense and intense than ever before, instantly surged into her heart. For the first time, a captivating, heartfelt beauty, capable of eclipsing the heavens and earth, appeared on her usually gentle, smiling face. Flush. She lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, like a kitten whose soul had been completely infused into her. He squeezed out a single word in a muffled voice, barely audible even a mosquito's hum. That night, the entire Dawn tribe once again erupted in revelry. This time, however, they were not celebrating a victory in the war. It was not a bumper harvest of grain. Rather, it signifies the birth of the second deity of their tribe after the saint. Yue, who used to be a curious little girl who only knew how to follow Suyu around, asking all sorts of questions. After awakening the power of life perception in one's bloodline. Overnight, she went from an insignificant, low-ranking priest to someone whose status in the entire tribe was second only to Suyu and Yunshi, the third giant. She now has her own private laboratory, although it was just a small cave that had been modified. She has her own research team, although it was just a few members of the collection team who were also interested in flowers and plants. She even possessed all the resources of the entire tribe. Priority use right. And there was only one thing she had to do. That was under the guidance of Suyu, the chief scientist. Those rare medicinal herbs that are full of miraculous effects. It became a miraculous medicine that could completely rid their tribe of disease and death. Suyu looked at the mad scientist who was working tirelessly in the laboratory, fiddling with bottles and jars. Then I looked at the treasure trove piled high with epic materials. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards, the Dawn tribe will finally bid farewell to a time when they could only rely on sheer physical endurance. An age of ignorance. They will usher in a completely new era, one filled with science and rationality. A new era in healthcare. However, just as Suyu was immersed in the immense excitement of the impending biotechnology era, a cold, professional system notification suddenly exploded in Suyu's mind without warning. Bite. It has been detected that the Dawn tribe has made initial progress in herbalism. The tribe's civilization level has been greatly improved. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden achievement, the spark of civilization. Epic rewards are being distributed. Suyu Karakth. Suyu scored. Suyu is completely devastated. Here we go again. This is happening way too frequently. System, are you trying to push Suyu down the path of becoming an omnipotent god? Before Suyu could react, a brand new line of text, shimmering with dazzling golden light, instantly appeared on Suyu's virtual interface. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a brand new tech tree. Basic smelting technology. Currently unlockable items. Clay blast furnace, charcoal, and rough ironware. Suyu is completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the system prompt in front of him, which was filled with the atmosphere of the Industrial Revolution. Then I looked at the mountain of dark, unremarkable things. Swamp iron ore. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat excited because of biotechnology, was completely ignited by a monstrous wave called the Industrial Revolution. Suyu Karakth. Suyu scored. Suyu is really about to break down. Smelting. It's smelting. This marks the transition of human civilization from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. The most crucial step. With it, why would Suyu need to build wooden houses or city walls? Suyu gave them everything they needed in one go. Let's unleash a torrent of steel. Suyu looked at the system interface before him, brimming with endless possibilities, and then glanced at the group still basking in their newfound glory at obtaining a sharp stone axe. Primitive. Suyu's lips curled into a wide smile. Suyu slowly raised his head to meet the tense and expectant gazes of Yunshi and Yentong. Then Suyu pointed to the mountain of black iron ore. He then pointed to the blazing tribal campfire. Finally, Suyu looked at them and announced a decision that was enough to drive them completely crazy, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and a hint of mystery. Starting today, stones will no longer be Suyu's only weapon. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Because Suyu will lead you to forge it yourself. A brand new steel age. Chapter 96, Iron Refining? What is that? Can you eat it? A brand new steel age. Su Yu's voice boomed like a god from the future over this land that was still in the Stone Age. It also struck a chord deep in the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man radiating a light they couldn't comprehend, a light called the Industrial Revolution. Their brains, which had been filled with stone tools, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called metallurgy. Steel? What is that? Is it harder than a rock? Is it edible? The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at Su Yu and the pile of dark, rotten stones with eyes that seemed to look at a madman, an idiot, or someone whose existence they could not describe with their limited vocabulary. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man always manages to perform miracles they've never heard of or seen before, when they least expect it. What are they planning to do this time? Does he want to turn these black, rotten stones into a magical artifact? What a joke. How could a stone become a magical tool that can cut through iron, or a tool that can cut through it like mud? Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their questioning and puzzled gazes as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that he would open a door to a brand new industrial era for them. Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the fertile, hopeful land in front of them. They drew up a design for a makeshift blast furnace that they had never seen before, full of industrial flair. It was a huge, cone-shaped furnace, about 2 meters high, made of a mixture of clay and stones. There's a vent at the bottom of the furnace for blowing air. There's a slag outlet on the side of the furnace for discharging iron slag. The top of the furnace has a feeding port for adding or in fuel, although the structure was extremely rudimentary. But it perfectly exemplifies what it truly means to be called the prototype of modern metallurgy. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, which was filled with a kind of beauty they couldn't understand, a beauty called structural mechanics and thermodynamics. Their little heads were filled with big questions. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. This tribe will completely bid farewell to the era when they could only rely on handcrafts like polishing stones. They will be ushered in a brand new world, filled with high temperatures and flames. A new era of industry. However, just as Su Yu was about to explain the greatness of this artifact to them, a voice filled with shyness and a hint of timidity suddenly rang out behind Su Yu without warning. It's Chower. He's the future chief engineer of this tribe. She had somehow walked up to Su Yu's side. She slowly squatted down. For the first time, a look of infatuation and a hint of confusion appeared in those eyes that were always full of confidence and composure. She reached out her slightly trembling, fair hands and carefully touched the divine oracle on the ground, which was full of infinite mysteries. It was as if they were having a silent conversation with a god from the future. For a very long time, she slowly raised her head, and her pretty face, which always carried a hint of timidity, was now filled with a solemnity that Su Yu had never seen before, and a hint of uncertain. Mayday Susuyu. She pointed to the air vent on the design drawing. He then pointed to the blazing campfire that Su Yu and his companions had built. Then she asked Su Yu in a tone full of uncertainty and a hint of worry. This magical artifact, fire needed. It seems different from Su Yu and the others' usual behavior. Su Yu cracked. Su Yu squawed. Su Yu is completely devastated. Su Yu has stumbled upon a ghost. This is not Mosey's rebirth at all. This is practically Leonardo da Vinci reincarnated. She only glanced at the design drawings. This led to the deduction of the requirements for blast furnace iron making. It's a temperature far exceeding that of ordinary flames. That's amazing observational skills. That's some impressive logical reasoning ability. That's absolutely outrageous. Su Yu looked at the genius young craftsman in front of him, who was looking forward to Su Yu's answer. Su Yu's lips curled into a wild smile. Su Yu slowly reached out and gently rubbed her fluffy little head like the kindest teacher. That's right. Su Yu and his team need a completely new kind of fire. A brand new fire? Kia was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. Fire is just fire, isn't it? Can you distinguish between new and old? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the fertile, hopeful land in front of them. They drew a picture of a charcoal kiln they had never seen before, filled with the smell of chemicals. Then, Suyu looked at them and announced a fact to them, word by word, in a confident and unquestionable tone that was enough to drive them completely crazy. Starting today, what will no longer be the only fuel for Suyu and his men. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Because Suyu will lead you to make it by hand. A black flame with a higher temperature and purer purity. Chapter 97, the earthen blast furnace is completed and ready to witness a miracle. A black flame with a higher temperature and purer purity. Suyu's voice boomed across this land that was still in the Stone Age, like Prometheus who stole fire from the heavens. It also struck a chord deep in the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man who radiated a kind of light they couldn't understand, a light called chemistry and physics. Their minds, which had been filled with the warmth of the campfire, were completely formatted at that moment by something they had never heard of before, called the energy revolution. Black flames? What is that? Is it hotter than the sun? Is it edible? The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at Suyu and the pile of ordinary wood with the kind of gaze one would give a madman, an idiot, or someone whose existence was completely beyond the reach of their limited vocabulary. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man always manages to perform miracles they've never heard of or seen before, when they least expect it. What are they planning to do this time? Did he want to put the wood away? Become black fire? What a joke. Once the wood is burned, isn't it just a pile of black ash? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their questioning and puzzled gazes as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that he would open a door for them next. The era of all-new energy. Door. Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply extended his hand and handed the charcoal kiln design, brimming with intellectual brilliance, to the man who had been completely mesmerized, as if his very soul had been drawn into it. A genius little craftsman. Kia. Next. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone full of trust and expectation for the chief engineer. It's up to you now. Xiao's body trembled violently. When she raised her head, a dazzling light, a sense of mission and honor, burst forth in her eyes, which were always full of confidence and composure. She understood. She understood completely. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Enlighten her once again. She no longer hesitated at all. She turned around abruptly, facing the equally excited and impatient person behind him. Infrastructure construction fanatics. She issued her first order as chief engineer in a tone she had never used before, one that was both firm and tinged with a hint of authority. Order. Everyone, listen up. According to the Holy One's divine decree, Jian Kiln. Once again, a deafening roar erupted from the valley, filled with frenzied cheers for the black flames. A grander and more revolutionary energy revolution than ever before has officially begun, under the personal command of the enchanting Xiaoer. A kiln even larger and more scientifically designed than the previous one. Vertical kilns for smoldering rise from the ground. Immediately afterwards, thick, sturdy ironwood logs were sent into the cave dwelling. Ignition. Seal the kiln. Completed in one go. All the women held their breath. They all stared intently at the billowing smoke with eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Divine kiln. They are waiting. They await their God to create them. Another miracle. Time slipped away second by second amidst this anticipation and a touch of anxious waiting. As the sky gradually darkened, the raging flames inside the cave gradually died down. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. It was a success? Or did it fail? For the first time, a feeling of nervousness appeared on Xiaoer's pretty face, which was always full of confidence and composure. She slowly stretched out her small, trembling hands, which were blackened by the flames. Then, under the tense, breathless gaze of everyone, the heavy kiln door was slowly opened. The whole world fell silent. A scorching heat filled with something they couldn't comprehend, called pure heat, rushed towards them. The wood in the cave should have been burned to ashes. Now, however, they have transformed into pieces that are entirely black, yet their surfaces shimmer with a strange, metallic luster. Black stone? Is this what black flames are? I don't know who was the first to murmur to themselves in a trembling, incredulous tone. All the women went completely crazy. They rushed forward as if they had seen a ghost. Then, amidst a chorus of exclamations and cheers, they witnessed firsthand how the black stone reignited the moment it came into contact with air. Miracle! The flame was no longer the dim, flickering light of ordinary burning firewood. Rather, it is a pure, stable substance that emits terrifyingly high temperatures. Blue flames. The whole world fell silent. All the women looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the clusters of blue flames, which exuded an aura of industry that they could not comprehend. Their minds, which had been filled with the warmth of the campfire, were completely formatted at that moment by something they had never heard of before, called energy upgrade. So fire really can be black? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This tribe truly possessed the first spark that ignited the Industrial Revolution. All right. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. We have the fuel. Next. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. The protagonist should be Suyu and his ilk. They've made their appearance. Suyu slowly pointed to the earthen blast furnace that had already been built under Chiao's direction. Then, under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone, Suyu alternately placed pieces of swamp iron, or brimming with hope, and pieces of black charcoal, burning with the promise of the future, into the vessel that was about to make history. Inside the furnace, at last, Suyu looked at Yin Tong, who was excited and couldn't wait any longer, and the dozen or so equally strong men behind her. The blower isn't some tough woman. He delivered his final command to them, word by word, in a tone brimming with confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Order. Everyone, listen up. Give Suyu all the strength you can muster. Facing that trend. Below. Chapter 98, Suyu forged the first piece of iron, and everyone went crazy. Below. Suyu's voice boomed like the most fanatical commander-in-chief on this land where a miracle was about to be born. It also completely ignited the last bit of passion for violent aesthetics in the hearts of Yin Tong and the group of human-shaped blowers behind her. Roar. Yin Tong was the first to respond to Suyu's call. She took a deep breath. His already magnificent chest swelled up instantly to a terrifying curve that would make any man's blood boil. Then, call. A terrifying gust of air, enough to blow an adult away, burst forth from her rosy little mouth. It was forcefully poured into the simple air duct connected to the bottom of the earthen blast furnace. Immediately afterwards, the second one, the third one, a dozen or so strong women with equally amazing lung capacity also exerted all their strength. In an instant, the entire tribe was filled with an aura that was both powerful and subtly alluring. A wheezing sound, and the earthen blast furnace that Chiao built herself was supported by this continuous supply of human-shaped oxygen. An unprecedented force erupted instantly. Terrifying heat. Buzz. The entire blast furnace emitted a humming sound, strained under the immense heat. Surges of intense heat, brimming with destructive energy, shot into the sky from the charging port at the top of the furnace. The entire night sky was stained with an ominous hue. Crimson red. All the women instinctively took a few steps back. They all stared intently at the monster that seemed ready to explode at any moment, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Their little heads were filled with big, confused. Saint. He's not practicing. Alchemy, perhaps. Suyu stood quietly before the monster that was about to make history. Suyu's face remained expressionless, but Suyu's unfathomable eyes, which shone exceptionally bright in the firelight, burned with a flame hotter than the flames in a blast furnace. Suyu knew. It was almost here. Very soon. Bite. The furnace temperature has been detected to have reached 1,200 degrees Celsius. It meets the requirements for primary smelting. Now, Suyu suddenly waved his hand. Stop. All the humanoid blowers were granted a pardon. They all collapsed slowly to the ground, as if all their strength had been drained. He was panting heavily. The rise and fall of his magnificent chest created a sight that could drive any man mad. A beautiful sight. However, no one was in a mood to appreciate this touching scene at that moment. All eyes were fixed on the object that was still radiating terrifying heat. Above the blast furnace. They are waiting. They await their god to reveal the final answer. Suyu then slowly walked to the side of the blast furnace. There was a small hole that was completely blocked by clay. Schlag outlet. Suyu took a deep breath. Then, under the tense, breathless gaze of everyone, Suyu used a long ironwood stick that he had prepared beforehand to forcefully stab it in. Puffed. A soft sound. The next second, under the horrified, dismayed gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, a crimson liquid, filled with something they couldn't understand, called impurities and waste. Lava instantly gushed out from that tiny hole. The water flowed slowly towards the waste pit beside it, following the diversion channel that Suyu and his team had dug long ago. The whole world fell silent. All the women looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the magma, which exuded an aura of destruction. They looked up again at the man who radiated a light they couldn't comprehend, a light they called the god of industry. Their brains, which had been filled with stone tools, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called metallurgy. It turns out that stones really can be fired. Magma? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. This is just the appetizer. What followed was the real miracle. Suyu slowly walked to the very bottom of the blast furnace. There was another, even larger hole, which was also completely blocked by clay. Tap hole. Suyu took another deep breath. Then, under the tense, expectant, and even fearful gazes of everyone, Suyu used the ironwood stick, which had been heated until it was slightly blackened, to forcefully shove it inside. Puffed. A sound more muffled than ever before. The next second, boom! A deafening roar. A surge of heat, even hotter and more dazzling than the lava from before. The golden red, molten iron instantly gushed out from that huge hole, like a fire dragon bursting forth from hell. A monstrous heat wave, powerful enough to melt everything, surged wildly into the space that Suyu and his companions had prepared for it. Inside the mold, although it was just a simple iron ingot mold made of damp sand, the whole world fell silent. All the women collapsed slowly to the ground as if all their strength had been drained. They stared blankly at the golden red molten iron, which possessed a beauty they couldn't comprehend, a beauty that called power and civilization. Their little minds were completely blank, filled with endless shock. Suyu then slowly walked to the mold that had gradually cooled down. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, Suyu used a huge pair of iron tongs to break the first piece of iron, which was still radiating amazing heat and was completely red-hot. It was taken out of the mold, and like a true king, he held it high. Buzz. A powerful, wildly beautiful metallic hum. It resounded throughout the entire night sky. This also marked the beginning of a completely new steel age. Arrive. Once again, a thunderous, fervent cheer erupted from the valley, filled with devotion to the gods. All the women have gone completely mad. They were like the most devout believers, turning towards Suyu, the industrial god who had brought them steel. I am utterly impressed. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Suyu like two most loyal little fangirls. He silently watched Suyu with a gaze filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination. Look at this god who has once again overturned there in the entire world. However, just as everyone was immersed in this enormous shock that was enough to change history, a gentle voice, filled with shyness and a hint of determination, suddenly boomed out in this tribe filled with fervor. It's Chower. She had somehow recovered from the immense shock. She slowly walked up to Suyu. Then, under the horrified, utterly horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, she actually pulled a small iron hammer out of her bosom. Don't ask. She grounded herself with a stone. Then she pointed to the piece of food in Suyu's hand that was still glowing red. Divine iron. She then pointed to herself. Finally, she looked at Suyu, the god who was omniscient and omnipotent in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Holy Saint, this blacksmithing job, could you also teach Suyu? Chapter 99 Shower's talent is simply that of a born blacksmith. Could you teach Suyu how to do blacksmithing? Shower's voice was filled with a kitten-like timidity and anticipation. It was like the sharpest key, instantly unlocking Suyu's somewhat arrogant heart that had become overconfident after successfully forging the first piece of iron. Yes, Suyu, how could you forget? The iron has been forged, but it's still just a useless lump of iron. I want to turn it into a magical weapon that can cut through iron like mud. There is still one crucial step, which is also the most technically demanding. Forging. Suyu looked at the young, genius craftsman in front of him, who was eagerly waiting for him to impart his divine skills. Slowly, she smiled. Want to learn? Suyu looked at her and asked her, word by word, in a tone full of amusement and provocation. Can. But, Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of anticipation and hints about the tuition fees. Suyu's classes are very expensive. Shower's face flushed red again, all the way to her ears. A flicker of panic flashed in her bright eyes. She subconsciously wanted to untie the girlish little leather skirt she was wearing, just like Yunshi did. Stop. Suyu quickly reached out and stopped her dangerous move. Suyu Kurakt. No, girl. This is how your tribe pays tuition. Is it simple and straightforward? Can't we be a little more original? Suyu looked at her, her face filled with tears and a sense of grievance, as if Suyu had done something wrong. A moment of silence settled over me. Also a burst of fiery. Suyu slowly reached out and embraced the bewildered young genius craftsman. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, in front of everyone, Suyu slowly lowered his head. A light kiss was left on her forehead, a gesture brimming with affirmation and a touch of indulgence towards the chief engineer. Quiche. Tuition fee received. Shower's body suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented warm current called happiness and sweetness instantly surged into her heart. For the first time, a moving, heartfelt beauty appeared on her delicate and pretty face, a beauty that could make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. Flush. She lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, like a kitten whose soul had been completely infused into her. He squeezed out a single word in a muffled voice, barely audible like a mosquito's hum. That night, the entire Dawn tribe once again erupted in revelry. As for Suyu, he has completely solidified his position as the god of forging. The next day before dawn, a massive steelmaking campaign, brimming with industrial spirit, was officially launched. In this unprecedented industrial revolution, one that could make the whole world tremble. Genius. A blacksmith has been born. She is Kia. Suyu only demonstrated to her once what it meant to be tempered 1,000 times. What is called quenching. She instantly grasped all the essence of forging, as if she had suddenly unlocked her full potential. The small stone hammer in her hand seemed to come alive. Ding, ding, clang, clang. A series of rhythmic and powerful clanging sounds echoed throughout the valley. Every time she dropped the hammer, it was incredibly precise. The force was just right, not too much and not too little, enough to knock out the impurities inside the red-hot iron ingot little by little. Every time she quenched it, it was just right. The timing was just right, neither too early nor too late, allowing the steel, forged through countless trials, to possess the perfect hardness and toughness. That didn't feel like blacksmithing, and like in dance. Above that flame, powerful enough to melt everything, dances a melody brimming with power and artistry. Dance of death. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the petite figure who radiated a kind of light they couldn't comprehend, a light called craftsmanship. Their brains, which had been filled with stone tools, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called talent. It turned out that the quiet, unassuming little craftsman in their tribe. It turns out, it really is a evildoer. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with shock and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu found this. It's a ghost. Suyu looked at the tech geek in front of him, who was completely immersed in the joy of forging iron and couldn't extricate himself. Then I looked at the first truly meaningful weapon that was gradually taking shape in her hands. Iron axe. The joy in Suyu's heart could no longer be described as mere ecstasy. Suyu is going to. This is incredible. Then, the final step was completed. When the iron axe, as black as ink but with a gleaming, chilling blade, was pulled from the icy stream, the whole world fell silent. Chower, like the most devout believer, raised the artifact that was powerful enough to change history high with her slightly trembling little hands, which were blackened by the flames. Then, in the eyes of everyone, filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, she slowly walked up to an ironwood tree as thick as a bowl. That's right, it's that kind of abnormal wood with a hardness comparable to steel. Immediately afterwards, she took a deep breath. He swung the seemingly ordinary iron axe down hard. Click! A crisp, teeth-grinding sound. That ironwood that they usually had to chop with the sharpest stone axe. And it would take them half a day to leave a white mark. It turns out, it was actually cut in two with a single axe stroke. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the smooth, mirror-like cut. He looked up again and saw the man holding the iron axe, grinning excitedly for some unknown reason. Forging goddess. In their little heads, only a piece of blank space and endless shock. Chower, like a model student who has received the highest praise from the teacher, slowly walked to Suyu's side. She carefully extended her slightly trembling, fair hands and handed the artifact, filled with endless mysteries, to Suyu. Then she raised her head, and for the first time, a raging fire called faith ignited in her eyes, which were always full of confidence and composure. She looked at Suyu, the omniscient and omnipotent God in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Holy Saint, this assignment. Are you satisfied? Chapter 100. The Iron Age has arrived. From bird guns to cannons. Are you satisfied? Chower's voice was filled with a kitten-like timidity and anticipation. It was like the sharpest key, instantly unlocking Suyu's somewhat arrogant heart, which had become complacent after successfully igniting the fire of the Industrial Revolution. Are you satisfied? Suyu looked at her, and then at the iron axe that gleamed with a chilling light in the sunlight. Suyu's lips curled into a wild smile. More than just satisfied. This is absolutely wonderful. Suyu walked up to her, and amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and hateful gazes, he once again generously reached out and, like the most loving old father, rubbed her little head, which had become somewhat stiff due to nervousness. Kia, you are the most amazing genius Suyu has ever seen. Suyu gave her the highest praise in the most sincere and direct way. Chower's body trembled violently. When she looked up, her eyes, which always held a hint of timidity, burst forth for the first time with a dazzling light of confidence and happiness. Two beautiful blushes instantly appeared on her delicate face. She nodded emphatically. Her voice, though still not loud, was filled with an unprecedented firmness. Chower's success is like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake. In an instant, it stirred up a monstrous wave in the hearts of all the women, a wave powerful enough to destroy everything. They've completely gone mad. They charged towards the place filled with miracles, shouting and yelling as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Blacksmith shop. Although it was still just an open-air blacksmith workshop, they want to witness it with their own eyes. They want to create their own unique creations. Amazing. A massive steelmaking campaign, more magnificent and frenzied than ever before, has officially begun. The entire tribe was engulfed in an unprecedented frenzy called industrialization. Suyu has thus firmly established himself as an arms tycoon. Every day, he was instructing Chower on how to forge an even sharper iron spear. The design involves how to perfectly combine the hard ironwood and the sharp iron tools to create something even more powerful. Composite weapon. Life was fulfilling and filled with something called creation. A tremendous sense of accomplishment. In just 1 week, under the guidance of Chower, this enchanting woman, and the endless supply of swamp iron, the Dawn tribe has successfully completed its first ever achievement. Everyone got a new outfit. The sun was shining brightly that day. Suyu stood in front of the wooden house that he had built himself, looking at this brand new one. Iron-blooded women's army. They were no longer the primitive people who carried stone spears and wore tattered animal skins. Each of them wore lightweight, yet durable leather armor, hand-sewn by Chiaoer. Of course, the design was still done by Suyu. The fragile stone tools in their hands were no longer those. Instead, they were iron spears that gleamed with a chilling light under the sunlight. Iron axe and iron knife. On their backs, they each carried a longbow powerful enough to take a life from 100 meters away. The quiver at his waist was filled with arrows fitted with iron arrowheads. Armor-piercing arrow. They just stood there quietly. He exuded an aura of elite skill and invincibility. Aura of iron and blood. The whole world fell silent. Suyu stared blankly at the weapon he had personally crafted. A modern military. Suyu's heart, which had gradually become somewhat lax due to his comfortable life, was completely ignited at this moment by a flame called heroism and ambition. Suyu Karakth. Suyu scored. Suyu is really about to break down. This is what you call a complete upgrade from a slingshot to a cannon. With the equipment under Suyu's command, this special forces unit is thousands of years ahead of its time. Don't even mention it, just a tiny black forest. Even if we flatten the entire continent. No, that's not possible. Suyu looked at the scene before him, a thriving, yet fiercely competitive military parade. Suyu's lips curled into a wild smile. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the two equally dashing and heroic right-hand men, dressed in divine attire. Yunshi and Yintong. Suyu looked at them and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, delivered his final declaration to them, word by word. Starting today, the Dawn tribe no longer needs to defend itself. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Because offense is the best defense. Chapter 101. The hunting team's strength has skyrocketed. Now they can walk around with their heads held high. Offense is the best form of defense. Suyu's voice boomed like the most fanatical war maniac on this land that had just entered the Iron Age. This also completely ignited the last bit of fanaticism for killing and conquest in the hearts of Yintong and the group of humanoid battle maidens behind her. Roar! Yintong was the first to respond to Suyu's call. Suddenly, she raised the spear in her hand, a spearhead custom-made for her by Chiaoer. Plus version of the spear. Those fiery eyes were filled with an extreme thirst for battle and blood. The sage is right. Defense my ass. From this day forward, Suyu and his hunting team will make sure that all the animals in this forest know. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that was both domineering and slightly thuggish. Who's the father? Boom! The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. All the members of the hunting team roared as if they had been injected with chicken blood, raising the divine weapons in their hands that gleamed with a chilling light. They can't wait. They were going to test their brand new toy in the blood of the enemy. Just how sharp is it? Yunshi stood quietly beside Suyu, watching the army before her, an army filled with iron will and a murderous aura. A hint of helplessness and a trace of worry flashed in her cold eyes. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, a raging fire called motherhood ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She looked at Suyu, the omniscient and omnipotent God in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Suyu, is everything really okay? Suyu looked at her adorable appearance, full of protectiveness and womanly kindness. Slowly, she smiled. Rest assured. Suyu slowly reached out his hand, like the gentlest husband, and gently smoothed the furrowed brows that were slightly furrowed with worry. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, in front of everyone, Suyu slowly lowered his head. He gently placed a soothing and tender kiss on her forehead. With Suyu around, Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented warm current, called happiness and a sense of security, instantly flowed through her entire body. For the first time, a touching, heartfelt blush appeared on her usually icy, sculpted face, a blush so beautiful it could eclipse the heavens and earth. She lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, like a kitten that had been completely tamed. In a muffled voice, barely audible, he managed to squeeze out a single word. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to be completely overwhelmed by the pre-battle mobilization of Su Yu and his friends, which was filled with the scent of romance. She let out a heavy snort. Then, hoisting her spear, taller than herself, she turned and, without looking back, led her women's army like a fiery red whirlwind out of the tribe and disappeared into that land teeming with both opportunity and misfortune. In the forest, Su Yu looked at her back, which was filled with resentment and a hint of jealousy, and laughed like a cat that had stolen some fish. You think you could fight Su Yu? You're still too green. And then, everything that happened next. This also completely confirms Su Yu's divine prophecy. The hunting team, now equipped with upgraded weaponry, was practically a group of Rambos in full power. Wherever they went, nothing grew. Those ferocious beasts that could normally fight them to a standstill. To them, iron weapons, which could easily break through any defense, were like paper toys. A rhinoceros with an armored body as big as a small mountain. Its armor was strong enough to withstand the piercing force of stone spears. Yin Tong pierced right through him with a single spear thrust. A scream filled with disbelief and endless frustration echoed throughout the entire forest. That once invincible forest tank fell to its knees in a pool of blood, utterly defeated. And it didn't even have a single decent wound on its body. There was only a small, bloody hole. The entire hunting party fell silent. They stared blankly at the spear in Yin Tong's hand, which was still dripping blood. He looked down again at the divine weapon in his hand, which also gleamed with a chilling light. Their minds, which were filled with power, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called equipment crushing. Hunting could be this easy? Roar. After a brief silence came a volcanic eruption of earth-shattering, frenzied cheers. They've completely gone mad. They were all like the most devout believers, holding high the divine weapon in their hands that could change their destiny. It unleashed the loudest roar in history. Starting today, their Dawn Tribe hunting party went out. I want them all, and I'll walk sideways. Yin Tong, on the other hand, looked like a child who had received a beloved toy, hugging the bloodstained spear and laughing like a fool. Her wild, slightly smug laughter echoed throughout the silent forest. And when they dragged the mountain of spoils back to the tribe, the entire tribe was in an uproar. They stared blankly at those beasts that, normally, required them to pay a heavy price to barely subdue. An epic prey. At this moment, it looks like piles of worthless garbage have been carelessly thrown on the ground. Their little heads were filled with big questions. Is this really their tribe's hunting team? Why do they look like a group of killing gods who crawled out of hell? Yin Tong, like a victorious general, swaggered up to Su Yu, carrying her spear. She didn't say anything. She simply looked Su Yu up and down with an extremely aggressive and possessive gaze. Her gaze seemed to declare to everyone that she owned this trophy. Then, to Su Yu's utterly horrified gaze, she slowly stretched out her large hand, which was still stained with traces of hot beast blood. In one swift motion, she wrapped her arm around Su Yu's waist. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, she pulled Su Yu hard into her incredibly elastic and athletic arms. Immediately afterwards, she slowly lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone before. He aimed at Su Yu's lips, which were trembling slightly with nervousness and anticipation. The fiery look in Su Yu's eyes was filled with an undeniable, domineering CEO-like declaration. Su Yu, tonight, it's time to fulfill the bet. Chapter 10200. Human corpses from other tribes have been discovered. Tonight, it's time to fulfill the bet. Yin Tong's domineering and unquestionable declaration was like a thunderclap that exploded in Su Yu's heart, which had just become somewhat smug due to the sudden increase in the strength of the hunting team. Su Yu cracked. Su Yu squawked. Su Yu was completely devastated. Not the eldest sister. Aren't you being a little too hasty in broad daylight? Su Yu looked at her lips, so close to his, so full of wild allure and rosy color. You could smell the domineering aura emanating from her, a mixture of sweat, wildness, and a hint of hot, animal blood. Su Yu's heart was the last line of rational defense for civilized people in the 21st century. At this moment, it collapsed again with a deafening roar. Go away from your composure. Go rationally. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to uphold justice. No, It is to fulfill Su Yu's sacred bet. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes, like a warrior about to be executed, awaiting the belated judgment. However, the expected storm did not materialize. What greeted Su Yu was a gentle and doting head pat. Fool! Yin Tong's wild and slightly smug laughter echoed in Su Yu's ears. Just kidding. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with pity and schadenfreude, Su Yu looked at the fiery woman who was holding a spear and laughing hysterically. Su Yu's heart, which had just been burning with passion due to his hormones, was completely extinguished by a bucket of the coldest water. Su Yu cracked. Su Yu squawked. Su Yu was really about to break down. This little devil is so adorable. You just wait. And so, in an atmosphere filled with sweet moments and a hint of tension, the Dawn tribe has fully entered the most stable and fastest period in its history. A period of rapid development. Every day, the hunting party would bring back mountains of game. Su Yu and his companions no longer have to worry about food. Meanwhile, the tribe's massive infrastructure project was proceeding at a rapid pace under the leadership of the prodigy, Chiaoer. One after another, brand new, modern wooden houses have sprung up. The magnificent Dawn city of Su Yu and his people is already taking shape. Life was peaceful and happy, filled with beauty. Su Yu has thus firmly established his reputation as a tyrannical ruler. Every day, he and Yunshi would have in-depth discussions about the future development direction of the tribe. He was exchanging insights into the mysteries of martial arts with Yin Tong. Of course, most of the time she treated him like a punching bag and beat him up. Occasionally, I would go there and bother Yueying's alchemy business. He and Xiaoer's grand architectural project. As for Linglong, she has completely become Su Yu's personal body pillow. Su Yu looked at the thriving, vibrant, and ideal world before him. A wave of emotion washed over me. Su Yu, what merits do you have? How could they live such a decadent and corrupt life? However, just as Su Yu was about to completely succumb to this gentle embrace, a piercing scream, filled with terror and a hint of despair, suddenly erupted like a thunderclap from a clear sky in this peaceful village. Wow! Su Yu's expression changed instantly. Su Yu dashed out of Su Yu's temple in one stride. In the center of the tribe, all the women were in complete chaos. They all stared intently at the bodies that had been dragged back to the ground, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Corpse, Yin Tong, as if all her strength had been drained, slowly collapsed to the ground. Her pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence, was now filled with a solemnity and overwhelming killing intent that Su Yu had never seen before. Yin Tong, what on earth happened? Yunshi was the first to react. She rushed to Yin Tong's side in one stride, and for the first time, her cold eyes revealed an emotion called panic and unease. Su Yu then slowly walked up to the corpses. Then, amidst everyone's tense and expectant gazes, Su Yu slowly squatted down. Su Yu's gaze froze instantly. That wasn't the carcass of a wild animal. It's humans. They were primitive people, just like Su Yu and his companions, dressed in simple animal skins and wielding stone spears. Their bodies were covered with all sorts of gruesome wounds. Some were torn apart by sharp claws. Some were pierced through by fangs. But the most fatal wounds were the deep, bone-revealing knife cuts. Arrow wound. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful joy that had just risen from the comfort of life was instantly replaced by a deeper shadow called war. On the faces of all the women, the fear and unease that Su Yu least wanted to see reappeared. Yes, how could they forget? They are not the only tribe living in this vast forest. And between tribes, besides annexation and being annexed, there is no third type possible. Su Yu and his companions discovered it on their hunting route. Yin Tong's voice, filled with exhaustion and a hint of lingering fear, rang in Su Yu's ears. They must be from the nearby Bloodfang tribe. It seems they've encountered an enemy far more powerful than Su Yu and his group. Su Yu and his ilk, you'd better watch out. Sujuriman Saidant. Su Yu simply watched quietly as the corpses lay dead, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Careful? Why should we be careful? Su Yu slowly stood up, meeting the fearful and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Su Yu watched her as she delivered her final declaration, word by word, in a tone brimming with confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Yunshi. Now, Suyu's orders will be relayed. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, Dawn Tribe, enter level 1 combat readiness status. So you wanted to see. Who's so blind? How dare they defy the Grand Duke Jupiter? Chapter 103, the brutal Bloodfang tribe. Are they still eating people? How dare they defy the Grand Duke Jupiter? Suyu's voice boomed like that of a king whose scales have been touched, echoing through the death-filled tribe. It also completely ignited the fighting spirit that had been gradually extinguished in the hearts of all women due to their comfortable lives. They've completely gone mad. Yes. What are they afraid of? They have a saint. There is such a God, who is all-knowing and all-powerful. They possess ironware and divine artifacts powerful enough to sweep away everything. A mere unknown enemy. What is there to fear? Va, va, va. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami resounded throughout the entire valley. Just moments ago, the tribe, gripped by panic due to the sudden deaths, was instantly transformed into a force brimming with war potential under Suyu's leadership. A terrifying machine. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Suyu like two most loyal little fangirls. He looked at Suyu silently with a gaze filled with complexity, awe, and absolute conviction. Looking at this place that manipulates war like a puppet. Evildoer. However, just as everyone was immersed in the frenzied excitement of their impending domination, a cold, professional system notification suddenly exploded in Suyu's mind without warning. Bite detected. The Dawn tribe has officially entered a state of war. The tribe's civilization level is rising dramatically. Congratulations, host. The daily reconnaissance system has automatically refreshed. Remaining reconnaissance attempts for today 1. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Can I start viewing the images now? And at such a critical moment for Su Yuming, who was secretly under attack. System, you're practically Suyu's second parent. Filled with immense excitement, Suyu focused his mind on that place brimming with unknowns and opportunities. Above the refresh button, daily reconnaissance system activated. Scan range, radius 1,000 meters. Scan complete. New hostile target discovered. Suyu Karakth. Suyu Squad. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. Hostile target? Could it be? Could it be the one who killed the Bloodfang tribe? Murderer? With immense excitement, Suyu focused his mind on that place filled with death and opportunity. Above the all-new red dot. The next second, a completely new scene appeared, filled with an aura of brutality and bloodshed that Suyu had never seen before. A three-dimensional map instantly unfolded in Suyu's mind. That one was several times larger than Suyu's Dawn tribe. Giant cave. Inside the cave, things were carelessly discarded everywhere. Human remains. And there, on top of the Jingguan, a mound of countless bones. A person whose entire body was covered in eerie, blood-red totems. The savage woman sat high on a structure made of human skulls. On the throne, her face wore a mad smile that was full of cruelty and bloodlust. And beneath her feet was someone who was groaning in agony. Captive. The prisoner was dressed exactly like the corpses on the ground. Blood-red animal hide. Target name, Bloodfang tribe. Leader, Blood Mother is in extreme danger. Tribe size, approximately 500 people. Tribal characteristics, bloodthirsty, brutal, cannibalistic. Note, this tribe survives by hunting other weaker tribes and uses captives as food and slaves. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the scene before him, which resembled a living hell. I looked at it again and saw lines of system notifications filled with bloodshed and madness. Suyu's heart, which had just been burning with enthusiasm because of the impending war, was completely extinguished by a bucket of the coldest water. Suyu Karakth. Suyu Squad. Suyu was really about to crack. Cannibalism. They're still around, cannibals. What era are we living in? Although we are all primitive people. But Suyu and his Dawn tribe have already begun to strive for a better life by building infrastructure and advancing technology. You people are still stuck in this primitive, barbaric way of eating raw meat and drinking blood. At the bottom of the food chain, Suyu looked at the vast chasm between civilizations before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. It was also cold like frost. Suyu knew that he was about to put on a show for them that would completely shatter their worldview. Civilization crushes. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then, Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her the final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, Dawn Tribe, to that reckless Bloodfang tribe. Declarava. Chapter 104, Saving a Survivor brings a terrible warning. Declarava. Suyu's voice boomed like that of a tyrant who held the power of life and death over billions of people in this tribe, filled with an atmosphere of iron and blood. It also completely ignited the passion in every woman's heart that had gradually faded due to a comfortable life. Bloodlust. They've completely gone mad. Declaring va? What about that savage tribe that's still stuck in the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood? This is not war. This is simply dimensional reduction attack. Kill, kill, kill. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami resounded throughout the entire valley. They can't wait. They were going to use the skulls of their enemies to forge a completely new one for their holy king. Throne and Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Suyu like two of his most loyal little fangirls. He silently looked at Suyu with eyes filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination. Looking at this, people treat war like a game. Devil. However, just as everyone was immersed in the frenzied excitement of their impending domination, Suyu, however, slowly raised Suyu's hand. All the fervent voices were suppressed, etc. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bucket of the coldest ice water, instantly extinguishing most of the fighting spirit that had just ignited in the hearts of all the women. Huh? What's wrong, Your Majesty? Does this mean we're not going to fight anymore? The women were completely dumbfounded. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Even Yunshi and Yintong, Suyu's two right-hand women, looked completely bewildered. Suyu did not answer them. Suyu slowly turned around and cast his gaze towards the unknown and dangerous area outside the tribe. Forest. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Suyu slowly uttered 8 more words that they couldn't understand at all, but which they could sense contained boundless wisdom. Oracle. Then Suyu slowly closed his eyes. Daily reconnaissance system activated. Scan range, radius 1,000 meters. Searching for Bloodfang tribe survivors. Search successful. Suyu Krakt. Suyu Squad. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. It turns out, there were actually survivors. Filled with immense excitement, Suyu focused his mind on that place brimming with unknowns and opportunities. Above the faint yellow dot, the next second, a scene filled with bloodshed and a glimmer of hope. The scene instantly unfolded in Suyu's mind. They found it in a thicket less than 500 meters from Suyu's tribe. A savage woman, covered in blood and wearing a blood-red animal skin, lay dying on the cold snow. Her body was covered with all sorts of gruesome wounds. It was torn apart by sharp claws. It was pierced through by fangs. But the most fatal wound was a line that ran from her back all the way to her buttocks. Horrible knife wounds. Target name, Bloodfang Tribe Scout. Status, severely injured and near death with excessive blood loss. Vital signs, extremely weak. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Suyu's face remained expressionless. But in Suyu's eyes, which shone exceptionally brightly and seemed unfathomable in the firelight, burned even more intense than the flames in that blast furnace. Fiery. Flame. Suyu knows. Suyu's chance has arrived. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the confused and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had shown him absolute trust from beginning to end. A gentle little priestess. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her the final instruction. Order. Moonfire. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Bring along your best medicine. Follow Suyu go. Help. Rescue? Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Who should we save? Could it be? Could it be the one who killed the sisters? Enemy? The saint he wouldn't be. Is this an overabundance of saintly compassion? Su Yu stood quietly, enjoying their questioning and puzzled gazes, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu slowly pointed to the area filled with the unknown and danger. Forest. Then, Su Yu looked at them, and in a seductive and undeniable tone, announced something to them that was enough to drive them completely mad. Fact. That's right. Su Yu and the others, they need to go and rescue them. That's right. Su Yu and his enemies. Because. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery for intelligence warfare. One, a living prisoner. Far more than a cold corpse. Much more valuable. Boom. The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the man who radiated a kind of cunning and treacherous aura that they couldn't comprehend. Their minds, which were filled with the primitive laws of survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called the art of winning hearts and minds. Turn out to be, originally, war. It can also be like this. Play. Yunxi and Yintong, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened up to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to them. For the first time, a touching look, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. Flush. They finally understood. They finally understood. This man wanted more than just victory in the war. What he wants is a perfect one-sided affair. Crush them. Soon, under Su Yu's leadership, a team composed of top-tier medic Yueying and top-tier bodyguards Yunxi and Yintong. Battlefield search and rescue team. Off we go. Su Yu and his men arrived with practiced ease at that place filled with the stench of blood. Bush. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with shock and a hint of taken-for-granted understanding, Su Yu and his team found the person who was almost dead. Live. The rest is simple. Under the dual treatment of Su Yu's traditional penicillin and Yu Ying's divine herbs, that female scout, who had already stepped into the gates of hell, miraculously, he came back to life. When she slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with fear and a hint of confusion, what awaited her was not cold death. Instead, it's a bowl, steaming hot, broth, and one with a warm, spring-like smile on his face. Mun, don't be afraid. Su Yu looked at her and spoke slowly, word by word, in a tone full of humanitarian concern. Su Yu and his group are the Dawn tribe. Su Yu and his ilk are good people. The female scout seemed completely bewildered by Su Yu's deceptive halo of sainthood. She actually believed it. She burst into tears while holding the steaming bowl of meat soup. Then, under Su Yu's questioning, which was full of concern and friendliness, she revealed all the secrets of her Bloodfang tribe in detail. After Su Yu and the others finished listening to her story, the whole world fell silent. Yunxi and Yintong stood frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. They stared blankly at the female scout who was still weeping bitterly. For the first time, their eyes, which were always full of pride and confidence, revealed an emotion called fear and disbelief, because they heard something that would terrify them. Terrifying warning. Blood Mother. The female scout cried out to Su Yu and the others in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a trace of despair. She is a devil. She not only eats her enemies, she even eats her own people. She paused, as if she had remembered something even more terrifying. And moreover, she seems to. It's almost time to awaken. Chapter 105 The Shadow of War looms over the Dawn tribe. It's about to awaken. The female scout's final warning, filled with endless fear and a trace of despair, exploded like a thunderclap in this tribe where a glimmer of hope had just been ignited. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at the survivor who had already fainted from fright. Their hearts, which had just been burning with passion because of the impending war, were extinguished by a bucket of the coldest water. Awakening? What is that? Is it even scarier than the Beastmaster? The whole world fell silent. The pitiful fighting spirit that had just risen because of Su Yu's declaration of war was instantly shattered by those two words filled with the unknown and the aura of death. On the faces of all the women, the fear and unease that Suyu least wanted to see reappeared. It's over. This is really it. It's over. They finally managed to take down one of them, the Beast King. Now, someone even more terrifying than the Beast King has appeared. Blood Mother? Moreover, it is an ultimate form that is about to awaken. Is this even allowed to live? And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they fell completely silent. They stared blankly at Suyu, and for the first time, a look of solemnity and worry appeared in his eyes, which were always full of confidence and a hint of mystery. They're not afraid of death, but they fear meaningless sacrifices. Suyu stood quietly, watching the scene before him filled with pessimism and despair. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. It was also cold like frost. Awakening? Is it that bad? Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with despair and a sliver of hope. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Suyu watched her speak, each word uttered with confidence and an unquestionable tone, as he gave her his final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, Dawn Tribe. Continue. Level 1, combat readiness. But Suyu suddenly changed the subject. Those unfathomable eyes, shining exceptionally bright in the firelight, burned with, even more powerful than the flames in the blast furnace. Fiery, raging fury. Suyu and his men, are you stopping the fight? Yunshi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. We're not playing anymore. Could it be? Could it be that the Holy One? Are you scared? Suyu did not answer them. Suyu simply stretched out his hand in front of them, onto that fertile land full of hope. He painted a picture of something they had never seen before, one brimming with domineering power. Huge. Lock up. That circle firmly enclosed Suyu's Dawn Tribe, and that field full of hope. Then Suyu looked at them, and, word by word, announced something to them in a tone full of confidence and a hint of madness that was enough to drive them completely insane. Dichide. We must fight. But no, Suyu and the others want to find them. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with contempt and mockery towards the hunters. Instead, let them. They delivered themselves right to my door. The whole world fell silent. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the circle of gods on the ground, which exuded an aura of territory and sovereignty. She looked up again at the man who exuded a kind of cunning and confidence that they couldn't understand. Their little heads were filled with big, confused. Should we let them come to us on their own? On what grounds? Suyu, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, enjoying their questioning and puzzled gazes, which were as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly pointed to the mountain of Beast King's corpse, and that, exuding an enticing aroma. Barbecue. In that area, golden and shimmering. Potato field. Finally, Suyu looked at them, at their beautiful eyes filled with confusion and a hint of expectation. He revealed the final answer to them, word by word, in a seductive and undeniable tone. Answer. Based on. Suyu and his friends have everything that they don't. Food, warmth, and safety. And what do they have? Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with savage contempt and mockery. Besides hunger and death, they had nothing. So, Suyu suddenly raised his head, those unfathomable eyes, shining exceptionally bright in the firelight, burned with bear, fighting spirit. They will definitely come. Come and seize everything that belongs to Suyu and his people. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been enlightened, instantly understanding Suyu's meaning. A calculated scheme. Yes. What were they afraid of? They are now the richest landowners in this forest. And that so-called Bloodfang tribe was nothing but a bunch of starving bastards. Beggar. When a beggar sees a landlord, all he does is rob him. What else can it do? And there's only one thing they need to do. That is, close the door. Unleash the dogs. No, it's more like closing the door to beat the dog. Roar. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami resounded throughout the entire valley. The fighting spirit that had just been extinguished by the fear of the Blood Mother was now completely ignited by Su Yu with an even stronger flame of class struggle. There was no longer any fear on their faces. Yes, but only in the case of invaders. Utter contempt. Harmony, overwhelming. Killing intent. Yunxi and Yintong, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened up to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was facing them, talking eloquently. For the first time, a touching look, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. Flush. They finally understood. They finally understood. This man has never been involved in any underhanded schemes or tricks. He is playing, upright and honorable. A calculated scheme. It is enough to manipulate the entire world at will. Human nature. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to be completely ignited by Su Yu's domineering imperial mindset. She suddenly leaped up from the ground. He grabbed it in one swift motion, the one that gleamed with a chilling light. Iron spear. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, she plunged that spearhead, sharp enough to pierce through everything, deep into the ground. A spearhead brimming with the aura of sovereignty within the divine realm. And she uttered the loudest, most defiant sound of her life, directed at the unknown darkness. Roar. They want to take over Su Yu's territory? She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that was both domineering and slightly thuggish. First, ask Su Yu about what he has. Iron Spear. Chapter 106 Emergency Preparations. This is not a friendly spar, it's war. First, ask about the iron spear in Su Yu's hand. Yin Tong's roar, filled with domineering power and a hint of banditry, ignited the raging fury in the hearts of all the women against the intruder in an instant. Roar. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami, resounded throughout the entire valley. They've completely gone mad. Yes. What are they afraid of? They have a saint. Yes, there's indestructible iron. Yes, there's a grand scheme, powerful enough to manipulate the entire world. A mere cannibalistic tribe still stuck in the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood. What is there to fear? One comes, one kills. Bring a pair, kill a pair. Come a group. Just give it all, finish it off. Su Yu looked at the group of war maniacs in front of him, who were now completely armed to the teeth by Su Yu. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Very good. Morale is high. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Su Yu watched her as she spoke, each word uttered with confidence and an unquestionable tone, delivering the final instruction. General mobilization order. Yunxi. Now relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, all of Dawn Tribe's production activities. Pause. All human and material resources. All resources should be directed towards the military industry. Military industry? What is that? Is it edible? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the fertile, hopeful land in front of them. He drew a divine oracle that made everyone's breath catch in their throats. It was a war fortress, even more magnificent and sturdy than the tribe where Su Yu and his people now lived. Tall wooden city walls, sharp barricades, a deadly trap, and arrow towers that can provide 360-degree coverage with no blind spots. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, which was filled with a kind of beauty they could not comprehend, a beauty called the art of war and fortifications. Their minds, which had been filled with the drive to charge, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called tower defense. So this is how you defend a war? Su Yu stood quietly, enjoying their gazes, filled with confusion and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu knew that he would open a door for them next. The door to a completely new concept of warfare. The enemy is very strong. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, which were filled with fervor and a hint of confusion. There are many of them. They were fearless and undaunted. Even. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with a solemnity about the unknown. Their leader is about to awaken. So, Suyu suddenly raised his head. Those unfathomable eyes, shining brightly in the firelight, burned with a fierce, fighting spirit. Suyu and his men cannot afford any casualties. Suyu doesn't want a Pyrrhic victory. Instead, Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. A perfect victory with 0 casualties. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. 0 casualties? How is this possible? How can war not result in death? The saint he wouldn't be. Are you talking in your sleep? However, when their gaze fell upon the tower defense design blueprints, which were brimming with both wisdom and deadly intent, their pitiful doubts vanished instantly. The smoke cleared and the clouds dispersed. Yes, a sage is here. Such ingenious defensive fortifications exist. Believe it or not, 0 casualties. Even if it prevents the enemy from even touching the edge of the city wall. It's not impossible, it's possible. Roar. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami resounded throughout the entire valley. Just moments ago, the morale of the army, which had been somewhat shaken by the fear of the Blood Mother, was completely ignited by Suyu with an even stronger fire of 0 casualties. There was no longer any fear on their faces. There was only one thing, an extreme desire for victory and a fervent expectation of a perfect war. Yunshi and Yintong, on the other hand, seemed to have been turned into completely new worlds and slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to them. For the first time, a touching look, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. Flush. They finally understood. They understood completely. This man has never been one for scheming or plotting. He plays with fair and square strength. It is an absolute power sufficient to crush any enemy under the wheels of steel. What are you waiting for? Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the one who had been completely conquered by him. A genius chief engineer. Kia. Now relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Suyu wants you to arrive before the enemy. This iron-blooded fortress. Build it up for Suyu. Chapter 107 Bloodfang Tribe Spy. An arrow is shot down. Build this iron-blooded fortress for Suyu. Suyu's voice boomed like that of the most insane infrastructure maniac on this land that was about to be stained with blood. It also completely ignited the last bit of passion for creation and protection in the hearts of Qiaoer and the group of master architects behind her. Yes, Your Majesty. Qiaoer's voice, filled with confidence and a hint of admiration, resounded throughout the entire valley. A massive and frenzied war preparation and infrastructure construction campaign, more ambitious than ever before, has officially begun. The entire tribe was like a sophisticated war machine with its accelerator pressed. It started operating like crazy. Loopers, trench diggers, wall builders, arrow makers. On everyone's face was a look of hope and confidence that Suyu had never seen before in this tribe. They're no longer those pathetic creatures who could only wait for death in despair. They are the warriors of the Dawn tribe. They're about to defend their homeland with their own hands. Owner, Suyu, once again, became the hands-off manager who had everything done for him. There was nothing they could do. After all, Suyu is the chief designer. Mental work can be very tiring. The days flew by in this energetic and slightly tense atmosphere of preparation. In just 3 short days, a city filled with iron will and murderous intent. A war fortress rises from the ground. The towering city walls are made of the hardest ironwood. The entire tribe was firmly protected inside. Beyond the city walls lay a dense array of figures, gleaming with cold light, barricades and traps. And on top of that tall arrow tower, row upon row, already eager for more. The sharpshooters are ready for battle. The longbows in their hands were already strung. The quiver at his waist was filled with arrows powerful enough to pierce anything. Armor-piercing arrow. They are waiting their prey. Walk right in the trap. Suyu stood quietly atop the tallest arrow tower. To Suyu's left was Yunshi, who had an icy expression and exuded a queenly aura. To Su Yu's right was Yin Tong, who was so excited she couldn't wait to rush out and tear the enemy to pieces. Su Yu looked at the impregnable iron blood fortress before him. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Bring it on. Let the storm come. Go even harder. However, just as everyone was immersed in this immense confidence that everything was ready except for the final push, a cold, professional system notification suddenly exploded in Su Yu's mind without warning. Bite. The daily reconnaissance system has been automatically refreshed. Remaining reconnaissance attempts for today 1. Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. It's working again, right? Image loading screen. Moreover, at this crucial moment before such a great battle is about to begin, system, you're simply amazing, you're Su Yu's. My dear father. With immense excitement, Su Yu focused his thoughts on that place, a place full of unknowns and opportunities. Above the refresh button, daily reconnaissance system activated. Scan range, radius 1,000 meters. Scan complete. New hostile target discovered. It's here. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. Su Yu's face remained expressionless. But Su Yu's eyes, which shone exceptionally brightly in the firelight and were unfathomable, burned with, even more powerful than the flames in the blast furnace. Fiery. Flame. Su Yu knows. Fish. They've taken the bait. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet Yun Shi and Yin Tong's gazes, which were filled with tension and anticipation. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the area outside the tribe that was eerily quiet. Forest. They've arrived. Su Yu slowly uttered 2 words. Yun Shi and Yin Tong's bodies suddenly stiffened. They instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. In an instant, a fierce fire ignited in those beautiful eyes. Fighting spirit. Su Yu slowly shook his head. Don't rush. Su Yu looked at them, at their beautiful eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. He spoke slowly, each word uttered with a tone filled with contempt and mockery towards his prey. It wasn't the main force that arrived. It was just one that didn't know its own mortality. Spy. A spy? Yunshi and Yintong were both stunned. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. What is a spy? Is it edible? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply pointed slowly to the seemingly deserted area outside the tribe. Bush. Then Su Yu looked at the person who was excited and couldn't wait. Ace ADC. He spoke slowly, word by word, in a tone filled with both a test and an expectation for the newcomer. Yin Tong. Next. It's up to you now. Yin Tong's eyes lit up instantly. For the first time, a cruel, bloodthirsty glint appeared on her pretty face, which was always brimming with pride and confidence. A smile. She slowly raised a longbow in her hand. Then, amidst everyone's expectant and excited gazes, she took out a weapon that she had prepared beforehand, its tip gleaming with a chilling light. The iron arrowhead rested gently on the bowstring. Then she took a deep breath. He drew that divine weapon, capable of piercing through anything, into full moon. Her gaze became incredibly focused. The whole world seemed to consist only of her bow, arrows, and that unlucky guy hiding in the darkness, and that scout hidden in the bushes. They clearly hadn't realized that death had already arrived. She was still cautiously observing Su Yu and his tribe, a veritable feast of wealth and food in her eyes. A glint of excitement shone in her eyes, which were filled with greed and bloodlust. She had even begun to fantasize about what would happen when the Bloodfang tribe's army trampled this place. How much food will she get? However, just as she was immersed in this beautiful fantasy, a deafening whistling sound, filled with the aura of death, suddenly exploded in her ears without warning. Whoosh! Her first instinct was to dodge, but it was too late. Puffed! A terrifying sound, like a sharp blade piercing flesh, echoed throughout the silent forest. The iron arrow, powerful enough to pierce through anything, pierced her throat with unparalleled accuracy. The whole world fell silent. The arrogant scout stared blankly at the arrow shaft gushing blood from his chest. For the first time, her eyes, which were filled with greed and bloodlust, revealed an emotion called fear and disbelief. She never understood it until her death. Why is this seemingly ordinary, fat sheep tribe so special? Such terrifying artifacts and monsters? Su Yu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching the slowly falling corpse. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the Ice Queen, who had remained calm throughout, but whose cold eyes were now churning with turbulent waves. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, delivered his final declaration to her, word by word. Yunshi, now relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. The war began. Chapter 108 The Power of Iron. A stone spear shatters with a single touch. The war began. Suyu's voice, like the coldest grim reaper, boomed out in this morning filled with the aura of slaughter. It also ignited the ultimate desire for victory in the hearts of all women. They've completely gone mad. Va? No. In their view, this was not a war at all. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Kill, kill, kill. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami resounded throughout the entire valley. They can't wait. They were going to use the blood of their enemies to hold the grandest celebration for their Iron Forge. Consecration Ceremony. And Yunshi and Yintong are the proudest women in their tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Suyu like two most loyal little fangirls. He silently looked at Suyu with eyes filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination. Looking at this general, he manipulated war with ease. Devil. However, before they could even react to the impending carnage, they were caught off guard. A terrifying, shrill scream filled with disbelief suddenly erupted behind them like a thunderclap. Wow! It was the Bloodfang tribe that Suyu and his men rescued. Live, she had woken up without her noticing. She was staring in horror at her companion, whose throat had been pierced by Yintong's arrow. Her face, pale from blood loss, was now filled with a fear and overwhelming hatred that Suyu had never seen before. It's you guys. It was you who killed her. She pointed at Suyu and cried out to them in a trembling voice filled with endless resentment and a hint of madness. You despicable thieves. You just wait. The Blood Mother will definitely avenge Suyu and the others. She will tear you all to pieces one by one. Then eat it. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They all looked at the one who was still screaming hysterically with eyes full of sympathy and pity. Poor thing. It's already this late. Still making threats? Have you not yet figured out the current situation? Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching the pitiful, ignorant prisoner. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Also, it was as cold as frost. Suyu slowly pointed to the still shouting survivor. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with a sense of entitlement, Suyu slowly uttered two words. Drag it on. Lock them up. Wait, after the war is over. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with a thirst for talent and a hint of cunning. Suyu wanted to personally conduct the procedure on her. Ideological reform. Ideological reform? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply turned around slowly to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Suyu watched her as she spoke, each word uttered with confidence and an unquestionable tone, delivering the final instruction. Order. Yunshi. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Good show. The show has begun. Yunshi's body trembled violently. She raised her head, and for the first time, a raging fire of excitement ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She had been waiting for this moment for far too long. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. She suddenly turned around, facing the person behind him, who was also excited and couldn't wait any longer. Looking forward to Iron-Blooded Women's Army. She issued her most important and most insane decree in her history as queen in a tone that was both iron-fisted and unquestionable. Order. Everyone, listen up. Note, this is the Saint's plan. Prepare to meet the enemy. Roar. A thunderous roar, filled with the spirit of iron and blood, resounded throughout the entire battlefield. They can't wait. They were going to use the enemy's blood to hold the grandest celebration for their ironclad fortress. consecration ceremony. And just then, a series of chaotic footsteps, filled with violence and a hint of madness, approached from afar, relentlessly crushing towards Su Yu and his group. It's here. They've arrived. A cruel smile instantly appeared on all the women's faces. Soon a group of people dressed in blood-red animal hides and wielding stone spears and axes. The savage then appeared in Su Yu's group. Within sight, they looked at their companion, whose throat had been pierced by an arrow. He looked up again at Su Yu's fortress, an impregnable fortress. For the first time, their eyes, which were filled with greed and bloodlust, revealed an emotion called shock and disbelief. What is this? Can it really be used to build walls? However, when their gazes fell upon the chillingly sharp object in Su Yu's hands, when on ironware, they were even more stunned, as if struck by lightning. What is that? How can a stone be so shiny? However, while they were still in a state of great shock and unable to extricate themselves, a roar filled with domineering power and a hint of banditry suddenly exploded above their heads. It's Yin Tong. Hey, you over there. Are you from that Bloodfang tribe? She carried her iron spear, which was taller than herself, and spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery for the weak. Is that all? How dare you try to steal my territory? The whole world fell silent. The arrogant cannibals stared blankly at the figure on the city wall, radiating an aura of dominance they couldn't comprehend. Hot girl. Their brains, which were filled with brute force, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called equipment crushing. However, before they could even recover from the immense shock, Yin Tong has lost all patience. She suddenly waved her hand. Sisters, shoot it for me. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of deathly whistles, more intense and terrifying than ever before, instantly shattered the silence of the forest. Hundreds of iron arrows, gleaming with a chilling light, coalesced into a vast expanse, large enough to blot out the sky. A rain of deadly arrows, a boundless, all-consuming killing intent, capable of piercing through anything, swept over the group who were still in a daze. Savages pouring out. Puffed, puffed, puffed. A terrifying sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed throughout the entire valley. Those arrogant cannibals didn't even have a chance to react. He was shot by this sudden, heaven-sent justice. Hedgehog. Only a few quick-thinking individuals managed to escape. They all looked at Su Yu and his group with the same terrified eyes one would give a devil. Then, like a terrified stray dog, it ran away frantically into the depths of the forest without looking back. Yin Tong, on the other hand, was like a victorious general carrying her spear, swaggering up to a lucky person who wasn't quite dead yet. And then, under everyone's gaze, filled with a sense of entitlement, she slowly raised the iron spear in her hand. Facing each other, also polished from the hardest stone. Stone spear. It slammed down hard. Click. A crisp, teeth-grinding sound. That stone spear, which they considered invincible. It turns out, it was actually touched. It's broken. The whole world fell silent. The lucky guy stared blankly at the half-broken fire poker in his hand. He looked up again at the unscathed artifact in Yin Tong's hand. For the first time, a feeling of despair and collapse was revealed in her eyes, which were filled with greed and bloodlust. She never understood it until her death. Why? Why? Even though they are both stones. Gap. How could it be like this? Is it big? Su Yu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene, a spectacle of violent aesthetics. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the one who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Su Yu watched her speak, each word uttered with confidence and an unquestionable tone, as he gave her his final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Good show. It's over. Time to collect the spoils. Chapter 109 Blood Mother's Wrath. Little Dawn. Trample it flat for Su Yu. Bloodfang tribe. That demonic cave built from countless human skeletons. At this moment, a deathly silence and panic ensued. Clan Mother. A lucky survivor, covered in blood and having narrowly escaped the rain of arrows from the Dawn tribe, tumbled and crawled into the cave. Her face, which was always filled with bloodlust and cruelty, was now etched with a look that Su Yu had never seen before. Fear. And I can't believe it. No, this is bad. She pointed to the seemingly ordinary forest in the east. He cried out to the woman on the throne, whose entire body exuded an aura of terror, in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a trace of despair. That one, Dawn tribe. There's a ghost. The whole world fell silent. The woman on the throne, known as the Blood Mother, a figure brimming with tyranny and madness, slowly opened her bloodshot eyes. She stared silently at the terrified, good-for-nothing on the ground. A glint flashed in those cold, emotionless eyes. Humanized, disdain, and mock. Ghost. She slowly rose from the throne, made of human skulls. Her figure, even taller and more athletic than Yin Tong's, cast a shadow filled with an aura of death in the dim firelight. A huge shadow. Where do ghosts come from in this world? Her voice was hoarse, yet filled with a chilling quality. Majesty. Explain. What exactly happened? The lucky man was so frightened by her terrifying aura that he trembled all over. But when I think of that scene just now, which was like hell on earth, she could no longer control her body, which was trembling violently with fear. Divine artifact. She stammered and cried out to the Blood Mother in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a hint of madness. The Dawn tribe has a magical artifact. Their arrows can pierce through Su Yu's body from 100 meters away. Their stones could shatter Su Yu's stone spears in an instant. Su Yu and his group couldn't even touch the wall. That's it. The entire army was wiped out. The whole world fell silent. The Blood Mother was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the terrified, incoherent piece of trash on the ground. Her brain, which had been filled with brute force, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before called generational difference. A magical artifact? What is that? Is it harder than a rock? Can I eat it? However, while she was still in a state of great shock and unable to extricate herself from it, a sharp voice, filled with surprise and a hint of flattery, suddenly exploded in this hellish cave filled with the aura of death. Clan Mother. Yes, the strategist of the Bloodfang tribe? No, I mean priest. She had somehow already reached the Blood Mother's side. Her face, which always held a hint of cunning and madness, was now etched with greed. Fanaticism. Did you hear that? She pointed to the trembling, useless body still lying on the ground. He spoke to the Blood Mother in a tone that was both seductive and slightly insane. This is amazing. This is enough to make Su Yu and his Bloodfang tribe dominate the entire Black Forest with this divine artifact. As long as Su Yu and his men can get it. Don't even mention a mere Dawn tribe. Even those legendary ruins that live deep in the forest. Yes, it's not necessarily impossible. Replace it. Boom. The Blood Mother's brain completely exploded at that moment. Her cold, murderous eyes were instantly ignited by a flame of greed and ambition. Yes. How could she forget? She's the only one in this forest. King. And that thing, the Dawn tribe. However, it was just a group that had seized the divine artifact. Lucky one. As long as she can kill them. Those divine artifacts. Well, they're all hers now. The thought of this made her proud, queen-like heart pound uncontrollably. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, a raging fire called desire ignited in her eyes, which were always filled with violence and madness. She looked into the cave, where a dark, oppressive mass of people, equally filled with bloodlust and greed, lay. My people, he asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. Ah, no, she issued the most important and insane order in her history as queen with a tone full of iron-fisted madness and boundless madness. General mobilization order. Everyone, listen up. From this moment on, Bloodfang tribe, enter maximum combat readiness. Su Yu, no matter what kind of magical artifacts the Dawn tribe has. I don't care what they're up to. 3 days later, she paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. Su Yu is going to personally lead the army. That reckless Dawn. Flatten Su Yu's path. Chapter 1, Ten Yunshi's Worries. Can Su Yu and his men win? Flatten it. The Blood Mother's roar, filled with endless madness and greed, seemed to pierce through the barriers of time and space, echoing for a long time above the Dawn tribe, although Su Yu and the others couldn't hear it. But the oppressive feeling of an impending storm pressed down on the hearts of all the women present like the heaviest boulder. Though they shouted kill and war on the surface, but deep down they all knew it. What they will face next. It will be an unprecedented event, a war of annihilation. If you defeat them, you will become the sole king of this forest. Lost. They, like those carelessly discarded skeletons, will become part of the Bloodfang tribe. Food chain. Part of it. For a time, the entire tribe was plunged into an unprecedented state of mind, a state known as the eve of a great war. Somber and deathly silent. Yunshi, on the other hand, is like a most competent queen, so busy that she never has a moment to spare. She had to comfort her new sisters, who were filled with unease and a touch of fear because of the impending war. On the one hand, he also had to supervise Qiao's military factory, ensure that every iron spear and every iron arrow is delivered to the warriors in the highest quality. She has lost weight. She looked haggard. For the first time, those eyes, which were always covered in frost, revealed a feeling of weariness and a hint of vulnerability. Su Yu, on the other hand, was like the most competent tyrant, spending his days leisurely lying on his tiger-skin bed, which was full of wild allure, enjoying the meticulous care from Yueying and Linglong. Personalized service. It was as if the impending war of annihilation had absolutely nothing to do with Su Yu. However, everyone knows, this man seems to be the most irresponsible. That's the Real, the pillar that stabilizes the sea. As long as he's there, I'm there. Don't even mention it, just a mere Bloodfang tribe. Even if the sky were to fall, they could be blankets too. The moon was very round that night. It was also very cold. As usual, Su Yu enjoyed Linglong's lovingly prepared late-night snack. Slowly, he walked out of Su Yu's temple. Su Yu arrived at the top of the tallest arrow tower. Su Yu gazed silently at the distant expanse, shrouded in darkness. The forest of death. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. 3 days? Very good. Su Yu, we've been waiting for you. 3 days. However, just as Su Yu was basking in this strategic and immense confidence, a cold figure, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Su Yu like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had finished her day's work without her noticing. She didn't say anything. She simply stood quietly behind Su Yu, watching alongside him as they gazed into the unfathomable depths. Dark. For a long, long time, she finally spoke. The sound was very soft, but it was like the sharpest icicle piercing into Su Yu's calm, still heart. Su Yu. Can Su Yu and his team win? Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Su Yu slowly turned around and looked into her eyes, which shone exceptionally brightly and seemed unfathomable in the moonlight. There, in those eyes, shone a light Su Yu had never seen before. Confusion and unease. Su Yu smiled. How? Su Yu looked at her and asked her in a playful and teasing tone, word by word. Su Yu's Her Majesty. Is this fear? Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. For the first time, a beautiful blush appeared on her usually icy, sculpture-like face. She bit her lip hard. It seems like I want to refute it. But in the end, it all turned into a sigh filled with helplessness and a hint of vulnerability. Sigh. Su Yu is not afraid of death. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, a feeling called sadness appeared in her cold eyes. What Su Yu feared was, they died. She paused, and in her watery eyes, a burning fire of maternal instinct shone. They are all Su Yu's sisters. It's Su Yu, the child I watched grow up. Su Yu cannot. Su Yu couldn't just stand by and watch them go, sending them to their deaths. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu stared blankly at her, looking at this girl who was clearly just over 20 years old herself. But they had to shoulder the responsibility for the life and death of the entire tribe. Queen. Su Yu's heart, which had become somewhat cold from constantly acting, was completely melted by a warm current of heartache and pity at this moment. Su Yu slowly reached out and gently embraced her hot, trembling body in his arms, like the most tender husband. Okay, I'm not going to say anymore. Su Yu's voice was very soft, but like the warmest current, it instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. A uniquely masculine aura, full of both strength and a touch of gentleness, instantly filled her entire nasal cavity. For the first time, her heart, which had been frozen for many years and belonged to the queen, began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. She instinctively tried to struggle. But what awaited her was not an aggressive, domineering possessiveness. Instead, it was a hug full of comfort and tenderness. She gave up struggling. Or rather, she was simply unable to struggle. She could only bury her head deep into that not-so-broad but exceptionally warm chest, like a small boat that had found shelter in a storm. Then he let his tears, which he couldn't control, soak Su-yu's clothes. For a very long time, she finally stopped crying. She slowly lifted her head from Su-yu's embrace. For the first time, a feeling of dependence and a hint of affection was revealed in those eyes, which were red and swollen from crying. She looked at Su-yu, who had shattered all her pride. Yet he gave her a warm harbor she had never known before. For the first time, a touching, heartfelt smile appeared on her usually sculpted, cold face. Su-yu. Her voice was hoarse yet full of an unprecedented tenderness. It's so good to have you here. Su-yu smiled as he looked at her breathtaking, pear blossom-like appearance after the rain. Good to know. Su-yu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice filled with ambiguity and aggression. So are you leaving tonight? Chapter 111, Pre-Battle Mobilization. For barbecue for the men. Are you leaving again tonight? Su-yu's voice, like a devil most adept at seducing people, exploded in Yunshi's ears, which were burning with emotion. It also completely ignited the last bit of longing for love in her heart. She slowly raised her head. For the first time, a mist of infatuation and resignation appeared in those eyes that were always covered in frost. She looked at Su-yu, who had shattered all her pride. Yet, he was also the man who gave her a warm haven she had never experienced before. She slowly extended her small, trembling and cold hands. Then, to Su-yu's utterly horrified gaze, she took the initiative and wrapped her arms around Su-yu's neck. I'm not leaving. Her voice was very soft, but it's like a super heavy nuclear bomb. In an instant, it exploded in Su-yu's heart, which had just become somewhat heavy due to the impending battle. Su-yu cracked. Su-yu scored. Su-yu was truly, utterly devastated. No, big sister. What are you doing? Playing with fire. Su-yu looked at her lips, so close to his, so full of deadly allure, so red and moist. I could smell the delicate, virginal fragrance emanating from her, a blend of grass, trees, and wildness. Su-yu's heart was the last line of rational defense for civilized people in the 21st century. At this moment, it collapsed again with a deafening roar. The war that has ended. Go rationally. Lao Tu. I'm going to deal with you, you troublesome little devil, today. However, just as Su-yu was about to taste the fruits of his belated victory, a roar filled with excitement and a hint of banditry, explosive and unpredictable, suddenly erupted behind Su-yu and his men. Your Excellency the Sage, your clan chief. Su-yu and his men, are you ready? Su-yu subconsciously turned his head. Yin Tong was standing not far away, carrying her iron spear, which was taller than her, like a dutiful light bulb, looking excited. Behind her followed a dark mass of people, fully armed, iron-blooded women's army. The whole world fell silent. Su-yu and Yun, she were frozen in place like two sculptures that had been frozen in place by a spell. Su-yu slowly lowered his head and looked at the disheveled ice queen in his arms. He looked up again at the person who was curiously observing Su-yu and his companion with a gossipy gaze that seemed to say, You two didn't see anything, did you? Hot girl. Su-yu cracked. Su-yu squawed. Su-yu was really about to crack. Yin Tong. Su-yu, I'll never let you get away with this. Yunshi, like a wife caught red-handed, shoved Su-yu away. Then, under Yin Tong's gaze, which was filled with disdain and disappointment, her pretty face, which had just become slightly flushed from being moved, instantly returned to its icy, perpetually cold state, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat and spoke in a detached, businesslike tone, devoid of any emotion. Very good. Since everything is prepared, then let's set off. After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Su-yu again. Like a startled rabbit, it walked quickly out of the tribe without looking back. All that remained was a somewhat embarrassed and awkward figure, haunted by shyness and guilt. And Su-yu, who was standing there looking completely bewildered, and on that pretty face, always brimming with pride and confidence, a triumphant smile, the color of victory, appeared for the first time as she carried an iron spear. A smile? Suyu looked at her huffy expression, as if she was trying to steal his man, and felt speechless. Sister, is it really necessary? However, before Suyu could even open his mouth to complain, Yin Tong, however, was like a victorious tigress, swaggering up to Suyu with her ever-present spear on her back. She didn't say anything. She simply looked Suyu up and down with an extremely aggressive and possessive gaze. That look in her eyes seemed to declare to everyone her ownership of this trophy. Ownership. Then, to Suyu's utterly horrified gaze, she slowly stretched out her large hand, still damp with a trace of sweat from training. In one swift motion, she wrapped her arm around Suyu's waist. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, she pulled Suyu hard into her incredibly elastic and athletic arms. Immediately afterwards, she slowly lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone before. She aimed at Suyu's lips, which were trembling slightly with nervousness and anticipation. She looked at Suyu's fiery eyes, which were filled with an unquestionable, domineering Seo-like declaration. Suyu, wait, after this battle is over. You belong to Suyu. After saying that, she gave Suyu no chance to refute her. She picked up Suyu and, no, he pulled Suyu up and headed toward that place filled with iron-blooded and murderous aura. Head to the battlefield. Suyu was thus half pushed and half pulled by her to the top of the tallest arrow tower. Suyu looked down at the beautiful faces below, faces filled with tension, excitement, and a hint of fear of war. Suyu knew it was time. It's time to give them the final dose. This is a shot in the arm. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. Then, amidst everyone's expectant and excited gazes, Suyu turned his gaze to that unknown place, filled with both death and opportunity. Distance. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. Warriors of the Dawn tribe. Suyu knows what you're afraid of. You're afraid of death. You're afraid of getting hurt. You fear you may never see your sisters again. The whole world fell silent. All the women instinctively lowered their heads. Those beautiful eyes shone with a mixture of sadness and fear. Light. Yes. Who isn't afraid of death? Suyu then slowly smiled. His smile was radiant, and also incredibly wild. But Suyu suddenly changed the subject. Those eyes, so bright and unfathomable in the morning light, burned with bear flame. Do you want to be able to eat barbecue that's even more delicious than Beast King meat every day from now on? Think. The enthusiastic, food-loving responses echoed throughout the valley. Do you want to live in a castle that's bigger and warmer than the wooden house Suyu and his family are in now? Think. Do you want to wear fashion items that are even prettier and softer than the leather armor Suyu and his friends are wearing now? Think. So, do you want to? Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone full of allure and a hint of suggestiveness. Will there be an endless supply of black stockings and countless small leather whips in the future? The whole world fell silent. All the women stared at Suyu, completely bewildered. Black stockings? Small whip? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply and slowly pointed to the unknown land filled with wealth and slaves. Distance. Then, Suyu watched them, and in a tone brimming with confidence and a hint of madness, he delivered his final command. General mobilization before the battle. Then there's only one way. Beat. Call them. Take over their territory. Take theirs women. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. They've all become slaves of Suyu and his ilk. For barbecue. For the castle. 4 black stockings. Also 4. Suyu slowly turned around and looked at the 2 stunning beauties behind him, who were equally bewildered. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. For the men. Chapter 112, The Battle of the City Wall. We're just waiting for you to come and get your head. For the men. Suyu's voice, like that of the most shameless warmonger, completely ignited the most primal desires in the hearts of all the women. A roar as loud as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami, filled with the protective intent of its prey, resounded throughout the entire valley. There was no longer any fear on their faces. All that exists is an extreme, killing intent to defend one's private property. Suyu looked at the group of war maniacs in front of him, who had been completely fooled by him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. The morale is excellent. It's off the charts. Next up is the exhilarating moment of witnessing civilization crushing barbarity. Everyone, on your marks. Suyu slowly raised his hand and pointed to the Iron Blood Fortress, which was built by Suyu and his men and was filled with killing intent. Prepare to meet the enemy. At a single command, an unprecedented tower defense extravaganza has officially begun. Yin Tong led her most elite archers to the 4 arrow towers that could provide crossfire coverage. Their longbows were already eagerly awaiting their return. Xiaoer and her construction team stood guard behind the city wall. They were surrounded by rolling logs, enough to smash the enemy into mincemeat, and barrels emitting a pungent odor. Golden juice? No, it's kerosene. The entire Dawn tribe was like a finely tuned war machine, wound up to its maximum speed. It started operating at full speed. Suyu stood quietly atop the highest central arrow tower, looking down like a true king at the kingdom beneath his feet, a kingdom filled with iron, blood, and order. Suyu's heart was filled with boundless pride. Bring it on. Let Suyu see. You people are still stuck in the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Cannibals. What exactly are their skills? Just then, it's here. Scouts came from the watchtower, their screams filled with tension and a hint of excitement. Suyu slowly raised his head. On the distant horizon, a dark mass, like a black tide, was crashing madly towards Suyu and his group. Bloodfawn tribe. They've finally arrived. Put. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu issued the first order to start the battle. But Suyu's order stunned everyone, because Suyu wasn't referring to the enemies who were charging at him with screams. Instead, the area outside the city walls, which looked quite ordinary. Space. Your Excellency the Sage? Yunshi looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression. Suyu, on the other hand, gave her a mysterious smile. Let them go first and have a taste of the appetizers from Suyu's Morning Dawn tribe, although it was full of doubts. However, out of absolute trust in Suyu, Yunshi still issued the order. First row. Ready. Put. Swoosh. 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 Dozens of gleaming iron arrows pierced the sky and landed with perfect accuracy on the deserted grassland. Then, nothing happened. The whole world fell silent. All the women on the city wall stared at Suyu with bewildered expressions. Saint, he wouldn't be. Are you sleepwalking? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Bloodfang tribe members charging beneath the city walls erupted in a deafening roar. Laugh at. Are those idiots shooting at the ground? Suyu was dying of laughter, so their magical artifact was actually used for tilling the land. However, just as they were basking in this immense sense of superiority, believing that the enemies were all fools, a cold, emotionless death proclamation, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in their ears. Now, tripwire. Stop. Splash. Suddenly, the rapid, deathly clanging of chains rang out. The vines and lassos that Suyu and his men had previously driven into the ground with arrows to disguise themselves tightened instantly. Help! Suyu's feet. The dozens of Bloodfang tribe members at the forefront didn't even have a chance to react. He was tripped and fell to the ground by that sudden kiss of death. In an instant, he fell flat on his face, crying and screaming for his parents. And what greeted them? It came from the merciless attacks of their unstoppable companions behind them. Trampling. Puffed, puffed. A sickening sound of bones shattering rang out. Just one glance. The Bloodfang tribe suffered nearly 100 casualties, some killed and others maimed. A devastating price to pay. The whole world fell silent. Everyone in the Bloodfang tribe was petrified. They stared blankly at the scene before them, a sight that resembled hell on earth. Their brains, which were filled with brute force, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called tactics. So war can be this insidious? Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene brimming with wisdom unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. That concludes the appetizer. Next, the real main course. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, it fell heavily. Everyone, listen up. Free firing. Suyu wanted to ensure that they wouldn't even be able to touch the edge of the city wall. Chapter 113, The Enemy Has Come Knocking. The Blood Mother is too brutal. Free firing. Suyu wanted to ensure that they couldn't even touch the edge of the city wall. Suyu's voice boomed like the coldest death god on this blood-soaked battlefield. This also completely ignited the killing intent and the desire to crush the weak in the hearts of all the archers on the arrow tower. Extreme desire. Roar. Yen Tong was the first to respond to Suyu's call. She suddenly raised the longbow in her hand, which she had been eagerly waiting for. Those fiery eyes were filled with extreme contempt for their prey and overwhelming killing intent. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear the saint's command? She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that was both domineering and slightly thuggish. Get to my mother. Shoot. Swoosh. 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 A series of deathly whistles, more intense and terrifying than ever before, instantly shattered the silence of the forest. Hundreds of iron arrows, gleaming with a chilling light, transformed into a vast expanse capable of blotting out the sky. A rain of deadly arrows, a boundless, all-consuming killing intent, capable of piercing through anything, swept over the group who were still in a state of shock and disarray. The cannibals poured out. Help! Suyu's legs. Suyu's eyes. Waves of shrill, heart-wrenching screams, filled with pain and endless despair, echoed throughout the valley. Those arrogant cannibals didn't even have a chance to react. He was shot down by this sudden, heaven-sent justice. Hedgehog. Their proud, tough animal hide armor. Before Suyu and his men's iron arrows, which could easily break through any defense, they were like a sheet of paper. Window paper. One poke, and it breaks. Blood stained the pristine, white snow. The corpses were piled up like mountains. The entrance to the entire Dawn tribe instantly transformed into an area filled with an aura of death. Hell on earth. The whole world fell silent. The lucky survivors of the Bloodfang tribe stared blankly at the hellish scene before them. Their minds, which had been filled with brute force, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called despair. Run, run. The farther away from this devilish tribe, the better. Oh, they let out a piercing wail filled with fear and despair. There was no longer any pride or dignity left in the body of the strong. They suddenly turned around, with their tails between their legs, like a pack of terrified stray dogs. They fled frantically into the depths of the forest without looking back, just when they thought they could finally escape. A hoarse roar, filled with savagery and endless madness, suddenly exploded behind them. Who dares to run? Yes, Blood Mother. It was the one who, from beginning to end, hid at the back of the line and watched coldly from the sidelines. Queen. She slowly emerged from the shadows. Her figure, taller and more athletic than Yen Tong's, cast a shadow filled with an aura of death in the morning light. A huge shadow. She looked at those cowardly good-for-nothings. A flicker of emotion flashed in those cold, emotionless eyes. Humanized, cruel, and bloodthirsty. A bunch of useless trash. You dare to run away from me? She slowly raised the weapon in her hand, crafted from the massive leg bone of an unknown beast. Bone knife? No. Yes, a bone saw. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, she actually turned on her own people, who were already terrified. With a single stroke, he cleaved down. Puffed. A terrifying sound of sharp blade piercing flesh echoed throughout the silent forest. The deserter who was running at the front didn't even have a chance to react. She slashed him from behind, in two halves. Blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground. The whole world fell silent. All the fleeing Bloodfang tribe members were frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They all stared in terror at their adornment, filled with an aura of violence and madness, as if it were the work of a demon. Queen. The Bloodfang tribe's queen, however, acted as if she had done something insignificant. She even stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked the splatter that had gotten onto the corner of her mouth. Hot, fresh blood. A look of sickness and pleasure appeared on his face. Crazy smile. A bunch of useless trash. Keeping it is just a waste of food. It's better. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with longing for food and a hint of greed. They've all become my military rations. After saying that, she ignored the group of prepared supplies behind her, who were completely terrified. She slowly raised her head, casting her gaze, filled with savagery and boundless madness, upon the figure atop the arrow tower who, from beginning to end, remained calm as if everything was under control. Mun. She looked at Su Yu, at that handsome face that, in her eyes, exuded the air of a pretty boy. For the first time, a raging fire of desire and possession ignited in those cold, murderous eyes. She looked at Su Yu and, in a tone full of domineering power and a hint of madness, delivered her final declaration to him. Mun, you're great. Qualified. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Become Su Yu's man. Chapter 1:14 Bloodshed. This is true primitive warfare. Become Su Yu's man. The Blood Mother's domineering and possessive declaration struck the hearts of all the women of the Dawn tribe present like the dirtiest hammer. They've completely gone mad. What the heck? This old hag reeks of scum. How dare they covet there? Your Excellency the Sage? Can we tolerate this? This is intolerable. Kill her. Kill this shameless, filthy woman. A roar as loud as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami, filled with the protective intent of its prey, resounded throughout the entire valley. Each of them stared intently at the woman still posing provocatively below the city wall, their gazes filled with utter contempt and murderous intent, as if they were looking at a mistress. Old hag, Yunshi and Yintong, Su Yu's two wives who had proclaimed themselves as the Grand General, were so angry that they trembled all over. Their beautiful eyes instantly ignited, burning fiercely. The fire of jealousy. Su Yu. Yunshi grabbed Su Yu's wrist, and for the first time, a feeling of tension and unease appeared in her cold eyes. You wouldn't have fallen for her, would you? Su Yu correct. Su Yu scored. Su Yu is truly, utterly broken. No, big sister. What kind of thought process is this? Is Su Yu the kind of person who would eat anything when he's desperate? Although the Blood Mother was not bad-looking and had some beauty, but compared to you it's simply, one is in the sky, the other is on the ground. Ah, not from the sky, but a stone from a latrine. It smells bad and it's hard. Su Yu looked at her adorable expression, which was full of jealousy and insecurity. Slowly, she smiled. Rest assured. Su Yu slowly reached out his hand, like the gentlest husband, and gently smoothed the furrowed brows that she had slightly furrowed due to nervousness. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, in front of everyone, Su Yu slowly lowered his head. A gentle kiss was placed on her forehead, filled with comfort and a touch of doting affection. Quiche. Su Yu's heart can only hold one queen. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented warm current called happiness and sweetness instantly flowed through her entire body. For the first time, a moving, heartfelt, and breathtaking beauty appeared on her usually sculpted, icy face. Flush. She lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone, like a completely tamed kitten. In a muffled voice, barely audible, he managed to squeeze out a single word. The Blood Mother seemed to be completely enraged by the pre-battle interaction between Su Yu and his companions, which was full of sweet talk. For the first time, a hint of jealousy appeared on her face, which was always filled with tyranny and madness. A sinister smile. Very good. They're being given face, but they're shameless. Since you won't listen to a polite toast, you'll have to drink a penalty shot. She slowly raised the weapon in her hand, crafted from the massive leg bone of an unknown ferocious beast. Bone saw. Then, under the horrified, utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, she pointed at Su Yu and his group, speaking in a tone filled with boundless madness and a hint of bloodlust to the terrified group behind her. Cannon fodder. The final order has been issued. Trial. Go, Su Yu. Kill them. Men stay. One woman, none left. Roar. The cannibals, who had just been trembling with fear, were now under the watchful eye of the Blood Mother, whose presence was filled with the threat of death. Once again, an astonishing explosion occurred. The will to survive. They roared as if injected with stimulants, raising their crude stones, spears, and axes high. They surged towards Su Yu and his impregnable, iron-willed men. A battle filled with blood and fire. Primitive siege warfare. The ceremony has officially begun. Fire the arrows. Yunshi's voice, filled with both iron will and a hint of excitement, resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of deathly whistles, more intense and terrifying than ever before, instantly shattered the silence of the forest. Hundreds of iron arrows, gleaming with a chilling light, transformed into a vast expanse capable of blotting out the sky. A rain of deadly arrows. With an overwhelming, all-encompassing killing intent, it swept down upon that group of fools who were oblivious to their fate. Cannon fodder, pour them out. Help! My legs! My eyes! Waves of shrill, heart-wrenching screams, filled with pain and endless despair, echoed throughout the valley. Those arrogant cannibals didn't even have a chance to react. He was shot by this sudden, heaven-sent justice. Hedgehog. Blood stained the pristine, white snow. The corpses were piled up like mountains. The entire entrance to the Dawn tribe instantly transformed into an area filled with an aura of death. Hell on earth. However, this time, the Bloodfang tribe's cannon fodder did not collapse at the first touch as they had before. Under the Blood Mother's deathly gaze, filled with the threat of death, they actually braved that rain of arrows, powerful enough to tear everything apart, stepping over the corpses of his own comrades. Keep pushing forward. Charge. There was no longer any fear on their faces. Yes, it is simply an extreme desire to survive. And for Su Yu and the other rich people who robbed them of their hope for survival. An overwhelming hatred. Kill. Kill them. Take everything they have. They charged towards Su Yu's towering city walls, screaming like brainwashed madmen. Then, amidst the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of everyone, they actually started using their fragile bodies. Did they form a human ladder? The whole world fell silent. Su Yu stared blankly at the scene before him, a scene filled with both tragedy and a touch of absurdity. Su Yu's heart, which had become somewhat numb from constantly crushing noobs, was completely struck by a feeling of shock and a touch of solemnity. This is the real, primitive war. No, it was a scheme. No, tactics. All that remains is the most primal and bloodiest. Human lives were lost. What are you waiting for? Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, which were filled with the same shock and a hint of reluctance. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Su Yu looked at her and, with a cold and ruthless tone, delivered his final order to her, word by word. Trial. Yunshi. Now, relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Logs. Prepare. Chapter 1:15 Don't panic. Everything is within Su Yu's calculations. Prepare the logs. Su Yu's voice boomed like that of a heartless war machine on this blood-soaked battlefield. It also struck the hearts of all the women of the Dawn tribe present with a resounding blow. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man whose mind was clearly shaken by the tragic and insane human ladder tactic, yet whose eyes remained calm as still water. Their hearts, which had just grown cold from the horrors of war, were reignited by a flame of ruthlessness and cruelty. Yes, with them there, what can't they tolerate? Were they sympathizing with? Have they forgotten their fellow human beings who were eaten alive? They forgot that person who treated human life like dirt. Did the mother bleed? Yes, the enemy's mercy. That is to oneself. Cruel. Yes. Yunshi was the first to react. She suddenly raised the iron sword in her hand. In her cold eyes, there was no longer any reluctance or hesitation. There's only one kind. As a queen, she protects her people. Absolutely ruthless. She slowly turned around to face the group of people behind her, all with equally murderous expressions. Urban Management Brigade. The infrastructure team, led by Chiaoer, made a temporary appearance. She issued her most important and bloodiest decree in her history as queen with a tone that was both iron-fisted and unquestionable. Order. Everyone, listen up. Note, this is the Saints' plan. Get ready to welcome them. Roar. A thunderous roar, filled with the spirit of iron and blood, resounded throughout the entire battlefield. The morale of the troops, which had just been somewhat shaken by the brutality of the war, was completely ignited by Yunshi's even stronger flame of protection. There was no longer any fear on their faces. Yes, but only in the case of invaders. Utter contempt. Harmony, overwhelming. Killing intent. And those cannon fodder below the city walls, fearless of death. After nearly 100 precious lives were lost. Finally, with their fragile bodies. It's up, a tower several meters high. Human ladder. Charge. Kill them. Take everything they have. One of the most valiant-looking Bloodfang warriors was the first to climb up, stepping over the corpses and shoulders of his comrades. Her face, once filled with bloodlust and cruelty, was now etched with a sense of impending victory. Ecstasy. She could almost see herself being the first to rush up the city walls, tearing those seemingly delicate and plump sheep to shreds. What a beautiful sight. She could even smell it, so alluring. The aroma of grilled meat. However, what awaited her was not delicious roasted meat. No, not at all, a gentlewoman. Instead, a piece of meat that would be enough to smash her into mincemeat. Huge. Log rolling. Boom. A deep, muffled roar, filled with an aura of destruction. That arrogant vanguard didn't even have a chance to react. They were slammed down by the heavenly justice that fell from the sky, along with the dozens of vibrant lives piled up beneath her feet. Human ladder. And in an instant, a deafening roar. Collapse. Help. Suyuis legs. Suyuis vast. A series of shrill screams, filled with pain and endless despair, echoed throughout the valley. That rickety human ladder instantly transformed into a mass of blood and flesh. A giant meat grinder. Countless cannon fodder, unable to dodge in time, were killed alive by their own men and the heavy rolling logs. Compressed. Mincemeat. The whole world fell silent. The lucky survivors of the Bloodfang tribe stared blankly at the hellish scene before them. Their brains, which were filled with brute force, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called physics. It's over. This is really it. It's over. This wooden wall looks quite ordinary. It's not a defensive fortification at all. This is simply an insurmountable obstacle. A deadly chasm. And the man on the city wall remained calm throughout, as if he had everything under control. He's not a gigolo at all. He's someone who crawled out of hell. Devil. Run. Run fast. I don't know who was the first to recover from the immense fear. She threw down her weapon as if she were in a frenzy and turned to run. Immediately afterwards, the second and the third. The Bloodfang tribe's morale, which had just been rebuilt thanks to the Blood Mother's supervision, was instantly shattered by Suyu using a simple log. It's completely smashed. The army collapsed like a house of cards. Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene brimming with wisdom unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Don't panic. Everything is in Suyu's hands. Calculation in progress. However, just when everyone thought that this one-sided massacre was about to end with a complete victory for Suyu and his men, a hoarse roar, filled with savagery and endless madness, suddenly exploded behind them. Who dares to run? Yes, Blood Mother. It was the one who, from beginning to end, hid at the back of the line and watched coldly from the sidelines. Queen. She slowly emerged from the shadows once more. She looked at those terrified good-for-nothings. A flicker of emotion flashed in those cold, emotionless eyes. Humanized. Disgust. Harmony. Overwhelming. Killing intent. A bunch of useless trash. They couldn't even get over a broken wooden wall. What use are you all? She slowly raised the weapon in her hand, a weapon imbued with the aura of death. Bone saw. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, she actually turned on her terrified people once again. With a single slash, he brought it down. Puffed. Another terrifying sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed throughout the silent forest. No, don't. My dear clanswoman, please spare my life. However, what awaited them was the Blood Mother, who was even more insane and cruel. Massacre. She was like the most cold-blooded butcher, cutting down those cannon fodder who had lost their will to fight one by one. Blood stained her face, which was filled with tyranny and madness. She was venting her emotions in the bloodiest and cruelest way. Endless rage. And Suyu, the man who toyed with her. An overwhelming hatred. Finally, after killing all the deserters, she slowly stopped what she was doing. She slowly raised her head, casting her gaze, filled with savagery and boundless madness, upon the figure atop the arrow tower who, throughout, remained calm, as if everything was under control. Mun. She looked at Suyu's handsome face, which, in her eyes, exuded the air of a pretty boy. For the first time, a fierce fire of solemnity and seriousness ignited in those cold, murderous eyes. She looked at Suyu and, word by word, delivered her final command to him in a tone filled with domineering power and a hint of madness. Challenge. Mun, you have successfully angered Suyu. Next. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. So you want to do it personally. I'll tear down your toy store. Chapter 116, Rolling Logs and Adding Fire, so that you will not return alive. Suyu, I'm going to personally tear down your toy store. The Blood Mother's roar, filled with endless madness and overwhelming killing intent, struck the hearts of all the women of the Dawn tribe like the sharpest war hammer. She's coming up here herself. Quick, prepare for battle. A tense commotion instantly erupted atop the city wall. Although the women had absolute trust in Suyu, the scene of the Blood Mother slaughtering her own cannon fodder with her bare hands was too shocking and too bloody. That was a power that no human could possess. She was a devil in human skin. Faced with an opponent of this caliber, their fear instinctively surged up. Only Suyu remained calm. Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching the final boss, bathed in blood, walk step by step towards Suyu and his companions. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Finally, Ken has come out of your turtle shell. Suyu has been waiting for you for a long time. Don't panic. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a calming, stabilizing force that instantly soothed everyone's emotions. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the tense and expectant gazes of all the women. Does she want to come up? Suyu pointed to the 10-meter-high iron blood fortress beneath their feet, which was made of the hardest ironwood and surrounded by countless traps and barricades. Then let her go. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery for his prey. Suyu wanted to see if her head was strong enough to be part of his city wall. Hard. Boom. The entire tribe was in an uproar. The Holy One is as arrogant as ever. And, as always, it gives people peace of mind. Yes. What are they afraid of? They have a saint. They have this impregnable fortress and rolling logs capable of smashing everything. No matter how fierce that old hag is, can she grow wings and fly up here? Roar. The morale of the troops, which had just wavered due to fear, was completely ignited by Suyu's even more arrogant trash talk. Blood Mother was clearly enraged by Suyu's contemptuous attitude. Court death. She roared and didn't hesitate any longer. Her enormous body suddenly unleashed a terrifying speed completely disproportionate to her size. Like a true prehistoric beast, she charged madly toward Suyu and his men's city wall. Behind her, the remaining 100 or so of the most elite Bloodfang tribe warriors roared bloodthirstily and followed closely behind. Fire the arrows. Yunqi's icy voice suddenly rang out from the city wall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dense rain of arrows instantly and completely covered the Blood Mother and her personal guard. However, clang, clang, clang. A sickeningly loud, clanging sound, like metal clashing against metal, rang out. Those armor-piercing iron arrows, powerful enough to pierce even an armored rhinoceros, surprisingly, when they struck the Blood Mother and her elite warriors. Surprisingly, they were all forcefully repelled by a strange, blood-red aura. Only a few arrows were lucky enough to hit the non-vital parts of those ordinary elite soldiers, but they only penetrated half an inch into the flesh and could not cause any fatal damage. What? A gasp of surprise erupted atop the city wall. All the sharpshooters, including Yin Tong, were dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery is this? Bite. System notification. Unknown energy field detected. Analysis. This energy is formed by the condensation of the essence, qi, and spirit of living beings using a special sacrificial method, and it possesses extremely strong physical resistance. Weaknesses. Fear of fire and mental shock. Sudyukrakt. It was a magic attack. No, it's fighting spirit. That old hag is really about to awaken. After enduring a barrage of arrows, the Blood Mother's smile became even more ferocious and cruel. See that? You bunch of useless trash. Pointing to her unharmed body, she roared mockingly and disdainfully at Suyu and his men on the city wall. Your laughable magical artifacts. They're no match for my fiery temper. It's just a pile of scrap metal. After saying that, she and her personal guards rushed to the foot of the city wall. They actually started using their bare hands. Climb the city wall. The nearly vertical, smooth wooden wall was like tofu in front of their sharp, beast-like nails. They scrambled up the city wall as swiftly as the most agile geckos. Logs. Quick! Yunshi's anxious voice echoed throughout the entire city wall. Rumble. Heavy logs and boulders rained down like hailstones. Screams rose and fell in waves. Even though those ordinary elite warriors had their bodies protected by blood energy, they couldn't withstand this unreasonable physical exorcism. One by one, they were smashed to pieces, their heads bleeding, their tendons and bones broken, and they fell off the wall like dumplings being dropped into a pot. However, the Blood Mother, is like a true devil. She was actually braving that rain of stones, enough to smash a mammoth into mincemeat. I managed to climb up there no matter what. The heavy logs crashing down on her didn't even allow her to pause for a moment. Monster. She's a monster. On the city wall, all the women were completely terrified by the inhuman scene before them. Suyu, meanwhile, quietly watched the devil draw ever closer. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Physical attack immune? Very good. Then let you try what Suyu prepared for you. A magical feast. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. Then, under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone, it fell heavily. Everyone, listen up. Prepare the kerosene. Xiaoer's voice, filled with excitement and a hint of madness, rang out instantly. Fall. Splash. Suddenly, a sound like a waterfall cascading down. Dozens of barrels of kerosene, already prepared and emitting a pungent odor. It was as if a golden rainstorm was pouring down from the city walls. The entire city wall and all the cannibals still struggling below were drenched. So refreshing. The whole world fell silent. Blood Mother also subconsciously stopped climbing. She wiped the greasy, ominous liquid from her face. For the first time, a feeling of unease and confusion appeared in those cold, murderous eyes. What is this? Do you need to urinate? Suyu then slowly raised Suyu's hand. The one in my hand, which was already prepared. Burning. Rocket. Then, in the Blood Mother's suddenly contracted pupils, filled with utter horror, Suyu revealed a devilish smile to her. Smile. By now. Old hag. Suyu slowly released Suyu's right hand. The arrow, burning with raging flames, transformed into a dazzling orange-red trail, like the light of judgment, and slowly descended with an overwhelming killing intent capable of incinerating everything. It fell upon that place, filled with kerosene and despair. Hell on earth. The Blood Mother was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly as it drew closer and closer. Death Mars. Her brain, which was filled with anger, was completely detonated at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called fear. She wanted to run away, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as that tiny flame flickered. In her eyes. Zoom indefinitely. Then, in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a hint of disbelief, she uttered what would be the last sound of her life. A desperate cry of despair. No. Chapter 117, The Bloodfang Tribe Retreats. Suyu and his men win. No. The Blood Mother's final, mournful cry, filled with endless fear and a hint of disbelief, was like a firework being strangled. It came to an abrupt end amidst the towering flames. Boom! A deafening roar. A fire dragon, larger and more terrifying than ever before, instantly shot into the sky from beneath the city walls, which were filled with oil and despair. The scorching, destructive flames, capable of devouring everything, instantly transformed the entire city wall into a massive hell on earth. Help! Fire! It's fire! A series of shrill screams, filled with pain and endless despair, continuously emanated from the sea of fire. Those cannibals who had just been fearlessly climbing the city walls. But now they were rolling around on the ground, wailing in agony. A giant fireball, their pride and spirit, before this flame of civilization, which is enough to burn everything. It's like a ridiculous joke. The whole world fell silent. In the Dawn tribe, all the women collapsed to the ground as if all their strength had been drained. They stared blankly at the towering flames, smelling the gradually emanating fragrance in the air, an indescribable aroma of grilled meat. Their hearts, which had just become somewhat fiery due to the fierce battle, were completely extinguished at this moment by a wave of shock and disbelief. Did we win? They won just like that. They actually managed to take down that Blood Mother, who was like a god or demon, and her arrogant Bloodfang tribe. Was it burned to the ground? Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene, a spectacle of violent aesthetics. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu said that. Suyu wanted to ensure that they would never return. Those Bloodfang tribe members who were lucky enough to escape the fire oil and survive were the rest of the tribe. After seeing their invincible queen burned alive to a crisp, their minds, filled with fear, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called the collapse of faith. Run, run. The farther away from this devilish tribe, the better. Oh, they let out a piercing wail filled with fear and despair. There was no longer any pride or dignity left in the body of the strong. They suddenly turned around. With their tails between their legs, they fled like a pack of terrified stray dogs, turning tail and running wildly into the depths of the forest without looking back. And this time, there was no longer a queen, full of tyranny and madness, to stop them. The army collapsed like a house of cards. We won. Suyu and his team won. I don't know who was the first to recover from the enormous shock. She threw down her weapon as if she were possessed and shouted wildly. After a brief silence, there was a volcanic eruption of earth-shattering cheers. The women threw down their weapons and embraced each other, crying and laughing at the same time. They are celebrating their new beginning in their own way, and a great victory worthy of being recorded in history. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, I could no longer control my emotions, which were somewhat excited because I had survived the ordeal. Like two happy little birds, they flew into Suyu's arms from either side. Suyu and his team won. Suyu and his team really won. They hugged Suyu, jumping and skipping. Those two incredibly elastic and shapely bodies rubbed against Suyu's body. That feeling, it's even more exhilarating than winning a war. Suyu cracked. Suyu squawked. Suyu was truly and utterly devastated. Not the older sisters. Be reserved. Be reserved, understand? Suyu is, after all, a saint. Can't you give Suyu a little face? However, before Suyu could struggle out of this gentle haven filled with beauty and happiness, a voice filled with fanaticism and absolute faith exploded in Suyu's ears. The saint is mighty. Immediately afterwards, long live the holy king. Long live the queen. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They were holding the grandest and most extravagant celebration for their king and queen in their own way. Triumphant return ceremony. Suyu, on the other hand, stood atop the highest arrow tower, surrounded by his two empresses like a true king, enjoying the worship of the masses beneath Suyu's feet. Suyu's heart was filled with boundless pride. Suyu slowly raised the hands that Suyu, Yunshi, and Yintong were holding tightly. Then, under the expectant and excited gazes of everyone, Suyu turned his gaze to the battlefield filled with blood and fire, and that future filled with hope and wealth. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. Starting today, this black forest. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. No more blood teeth. Only the dawn. Chapter 118, Don't get cocky, even if you win, the enemy will come again. Only the dawn. Suyu's voice boomed like that of a monarch who ushered in a new era on this land that had been thoroughly baptized by blood and fire. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. Dawn. From this day forward, they're the sole masters of this black forest. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They threw down their weapons and hugged each other, crying and laughing at the same time. They're celebrating their birth in their own way. The coronation ceremony. Suyu, on the other hand, stood atop the highest arrow tower, surrounded by his two empresses like a true king, enjoying the view of the thousands of people beneath Suyu's feet. Worship. Suyu's heart was filled with boundless pride. However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of this unprecedented and enormous victory, they were unable to extricate themselves. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. All the frenzied voices were suppressed, etc. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing most of the victory flames that had just ignited in the hearts of all the women. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Could there be an enemy? The women were completely stunned. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Even the two stunning beauties in Su Yu's arms, who had just thrown themselves at him, looked completely bewildered. Su Yu did not answer them. Su Yu simply turned around slowly and cast his gaze towards the area shrouded in darkness. Deep in the forest. Enemy. Su Yu slowly uttered 2 words. Of course, there are more. And Su Yu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with solemnity about the unknown and a hint of madness. Only compared to the Bloodfawn tribe. Even stronger. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful joy that had just risen due to victory was instantly replaced by a deeper, darker cloud called a sense of crisis. The look that Su Yu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. Confusion and unease. Yes, how could they forget? This vast forest is home to more than just the Bloodfawn tribe. Today, they were able to destroy Bloodfawn using a method of dimensional reduction. So tomorrow, could it be that a more powerful tribe uses the same method? Come on, let's wipe them out. The thought that everything they have today could vanish tomorrow is unbearable. Everyone's heart sank suddenly. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the scene before him filled with pessimism and despair. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Very good. Be prepared for danger, even in times of peace. This is what a powerful civilization should be like. Consciousness. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with despair and a sliver of hope. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Su Yu watched her as she spoke, each word uttered with confidence and an unquestionable tone, delivering the final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, Dawn Tribe, all development plans. Double. Su Yu, you must let Su Yu and his Dawn Tribe, in the shortest possible time, becoming someone no one in this forest dares to provoke. Iron Lion. Boom. The entire tribe was in an uproar. A Steel Lion? What is that? It sounds even more than the previous new king. The fighting spirit that had just been extinguished by fear of the unknown was now completely ignited by Su Yu with an even stronger flame of the arms race. There was no longer any fear on their faces. All that exists is an extreme desire for greater power and the fervent anticipation of an ever-escalating event. Yunshi and Yintong, as if a new world had been opened to them, slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to them. For the first time, a touching blush, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. They finally understood. They understood completely. What this man has never wanted is a temporary victory. What he wants is an eternal, one-sided, crushing victory. It is an absolute hegemony that can make the whole world tremble at their feet. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to be completely ignited by Su Yu's war declaration, which was full of domineering power. She suddenly leaped up from the ground. He grabbed the iron spear, which gleamed with a chilling light. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, she pointed her all-seeing spearhead fiercely at the unknown distance, a place full of danger and opportunity, and she let out the loudest, most defiant roar of her life at the unknown darkness. Come on, no matter what kind of monsters or demons you are, bring it on if you dare. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that was both domineering and slightly thuggish. I'll make you all pay one by one. They were all shot through. Chapter 119 running on 2 legs is too slow. Su Yu and his men need cavalry. Look, I'm going to shoot you all through the ground. Yin Tong's domineering and confident roar was like a cluster of the hottest flame, instantly igniting the ultimate desire for greater power in the hearts of all the women. They've completely gone mad. Yes, what are they afraid of? They have it, Your Majesty. Yes, there is indestructible iron. They possess the wisdom to manipulate the entire world at will. Who cares what they are? Demons and monsters. One comes, one kills. Come a group. Just give it to them, the whole thing. Su Yu looked at the group of warmongers in front of him, who had been thoroughly branded with warmongering ideology by him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Very good. Their thoughts were unified. Next is, let ideas take flight. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then Suyu turned his gaze to that vast expanse, filled with the unknown and danger. Primeval forest. Suyu and his ilk are very strong. Suyu slowly uttered 3 words. All the women instinctively straightened their chests. His face was filled with a radiance of pride and self-assurance. Yes, they are now the strongest beings in this forest. However, before they could even process this immense sense of pride, Suyu, however, changed the subject. But Suyu paused for a moment and then slowly spoke in a tone full of dissatisfaction with the current situation and a hint of disdain. Suyu and his ilk are too slow. Slow? Yunshi was stunned. Yintong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Slow? Where's it slow? They're now capable of chasing after cheetahs. Is this what you call slow? Is the Holy One talking nonsense? Suyu did not answer them. Suyu simply stretched out his hand in front of them, onto that fertile land full of hope. He painted a picture that made everyone's breath catch in their throat. Oracle, that was a vast battlefield. 2 groups of people are engaged in a fierce battle on the battlefield. One group, like them, walked on 2 legs. Infantry, and another group. They rode on a magnificent 4-legged beast that they had never seen before. They held spears in their hands. They come and go like the wind. Each of their charges was like the sharpest dagger piercing into the fragile ranks of the infantry. Wherever they went, men and horses fell. Blood flowed like a river. That wasn't it at all. It was a closely fought battle. That was a one-sided affair. Massacre. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, filled with a kind of beauty they couldn't comprehend, a beauty of mobility and impact. Their brains, which were filled with 2 legs, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called cavalry. Originally, war. Is this how you can fight? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that next, he would open a door for them to. New unit. Door. Did you see that? Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, a gaze filled with both fervor and a hint of fear. That's the difference between Suyu and others, and the truly strong. Suyu and his men's weapons are very powerful. Suyu and his group also had very strong defenses. But Suyu paused for a moment, and then slowly spoke in a tone filled with extreme dissatisfaction with the current situation. Suyu and his men are running too slowly. They can beat Suyu, but they can't catch up. Can't beat. Suyu suddenly changed the subject. Those unfathomable eyes, shining brightly in the firelight, burned with a fierce ambition. Suyu and his gang won't escape either. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been enlightened, instantly understanding Suyu's sense of crisis. Yes, how could they forget? 2 legs can never outrun a 4-legged creature. If one day they really encounter an enemy more powerful than themselves, does that mean they don't even have a chance to escape? Just thinking about that kind of despair, being caught up with and torn to pieces, is unbearable. Everyone's heart sank. Yunshi and Yintong, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened the door to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was facing them, talking eloquently. For the first time, a touching blush, filled with conviction and a hint of lingering fear, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. They finally understood. They understood completely. This man never looked at the small patch of land in front of him. He sees the whole world. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to be completely ignited by Suyu's strategic vision and overall perspective. She suddenly leaped up from the ground. He grabbed the iron spear, which gleamed with a chilling light. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, she pointed her all-seeing spearhead fiercely at the unknown distance, a place full of danger and opportunity, and she let out the loudest, most yearning roar of her life, directed at the unknown darkness. Your Majesty, that magical 4-legged artifact. Where's Suyu and his group going to look? Suyu looked at her impatient expression, as if she would go and catch him right away if he gave the order. She smiled slowly. Try to find? Suyu slowly shook his head. Then, amidst everyone's bewildered and puzzled gazes, Suyu pointed to the few husky puppies in the tribe that were still there, crying for food. It's not a wolf cub. Who said Suyu and the others wanted to go find them? Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Suyu and his ilk raised them themselves. Chapter 120 Taming the Wild Horse King. From now on, Suyu and his men are cavalry. Suyu and his ilk should raise them themselves. Suyu's voice boomed like the most insane biologist in this land that was still in the Stone Age. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man whose entire body radiated a kind of light they couldn't understand, a light called animal husbandry. Their minds, filled with hunting, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called domestication. Raise them yourself? Raise that kind of two-legged mount? What a joke. Wolves raised from a young age might be able to survive. But that kind of magical weapon that's taller and stronger than a saber-toothed tiger and runs faster than the wind. How could it possibly be tamed? Your Majesty, are you joking? Yunshi was the first to recover from the immense shock. She stared at Suyu with disbelief in his cold eyes, which were filled with a sense of skepticism that seemed to say, Are you kidding me, Suyu? Yin Tong, the most stubborn and headstrong young man in the tribe, shook his head immediately. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She pointed to the magnificent warhorse painted on the ground and said in a confident tone full of a professional. Suyu had seen that kind of thing before. They are more vigilant than the most cunning fox in the forest, more volatile than the fiercest lion. Suyu and his men couldn't even get close, let alone riding on it. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful hope that had just risen because of Suyu's bold words was instantly extinguished by Yin Tong's realistic bucket of cold water. The look that Suyu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. Confusion and unease. Yes, even the strongest warrior in their tribe said so. Then who else can they rely on? Do you really expect someone who's all talk and no action to succeed? Your Excellency the Sage? Suyu stood quietly, watching the scene before him filled with pessimism and despair. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. It was also cold like frost. Suyu slowly pointed to the person who was still relentlessly spreading defeatist sentiments. Hot girl. Yin Tong. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife piercing her heart. You have seen it. Does not represent. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery towards primitive people. I've never met Suyu. Yin Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Have you seen it? Didn't you fall from the sky? Are there horses in the sky? Suyu did not answer them. Suyu simply closed his eyes slowly. Daily reconnaissance system activated. Scan range, radius 1,000 meters. Searching for Mustang. Search successful. Suyu Karath. Suyu Squad. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. It turns out, it actually exists. With immense excitement, Suyu focused his mind on that place filled with unknowns and opportunities. Above the giant yellow dot, the next image is full of power and wild beauty. The scene instantly unfolded in Suyu's mind. On a vast grassland less than a kilometer away from Suyu's tribe, a herd of hundreds of wild horses with glossy coats were grazing leisurely. And in the very center of the herd, one, taller and more magnificent than the other wild horses, pure white without a single stray hair. Prince Charming? No. Yes, the king of the wild horses. It held its head high proudly. It vigilantly surveyed its territory. And the harem? Target name, Wild Horse Herd. Leader, Snowmane Wild Horse King. Extremely vigilant, extremely irritable. Size, approximately 300 horses. Characteristics, extremely fast speed, extremely high endurance, and a very high level of teamwork. Weakness, gluttony. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the system notification in front of him, which was filled with surprise and a hint of melodrama. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat cold due to the doubts he had been questioned, was completely ignited at this moment by a kind of overwhelming joy, like a pillow being delivered to someone who is sleepy. Gluttony? That makes things much easier, doesn't it? Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Suyu's face remained expressionless. But Suyu's eyes, which shone exceptionally brightly in the firelight and were unfathomable, burned with a flame hotter than the flames in a blast furnace. Suju knows. Suyu's chance has arrived. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the confused and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the gentle little priestess who had always placed absolute trust in him. Suyu looked at her and gave her his final order, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Moonfire. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Go get the best salt from Suyu and his men, and the sweetest wild berries. Give them all to Suyu, bring them here. Salt? Raspberries? Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Is the Holy One going on a picnic? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply stretched out his hand and pointed to the vast grassland filled with unknowns and dangers. Then, Suyu watched them as he announced, word by word, in a seductive and undeniable tone, something that was enough to drive them completely mad. Fact. That's right. Suyu and his friends just want to go on a picnic. And Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery for his prey. Also, please invite a special guest. A special guest? Who is it? Suyu stood quietly, enjoying their questioning and puzzled gazes as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly pointed to the person who was still incessantly spewing defeatist sentiments. Hot girl. And then, under everyone's gaze, filled with a sense of entitlement, Suyu slowly uttered 2 words. Yin Tong will show you today. What exactly is a honey trap? Chapter 121. The Bloodfang tribe has gone mad and launched a full-scale attack. What truly constitutes a honey trap? Suyu's voice boomed like the most shameless old driver in this land that was still in the innocent era, and it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man whose entire body radiated a kind of charisma they couldn't understand. Their minds, which had been filled with battle, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called the 36 stratagems. A honey trap? What is that? Is she even prettier than Sister Yin Tong? Can I eat it? The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, at Suyu with an expression that suggested he was a madman, an idiot, someone utterly indescribable in their limited vocabulary, and a completely bewildered look on his face. Beauty? Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning. She stared blankly at Suyu's eyes, which were always full of fire, and for the first time, a light of shyness and a hint of anticipation appeared in them. A honey trap? The Holy One actually praised Suyu as a beauty? At this moment, her brain, which was filled with muscles, was completely ignited by something she had never heard of before, called love. For the first time, a touching, heartfelt smile appeared on her pretty face, which was always filled with pride and confidence. Flush. She was like a little wild cat, whose soul had been completely infused with her, lowering her proud head that had never bowed to anyone. In a muffled voice, barely audible, he managed to squeeze out a single word. Suyu krakt. Suyu skor. Suyu was truly, utterly broken. No, big sister. Is this level of comprehension a bit too much? That's outrageous. Suyu simply wants to take advantage of your good looks. Oh no, take advantage of your affinity for wild animals. Go and tempt that greedy horse. How do we get onto the topic of love? Suyu looked at the group of single people in front of him who had been completely overwhelmed by the stench of love. A thought struck me, and I was speechless. Also a burst of, the task is arduous and the road ahead is long. It seems that the development of emotional civilization in this tribe also needs to be put on the agenda. However, just as Suyu was preparing to give them a vivid lesson in the practice of love, a horn call, filled with terror and a hint of despair, rang out like a thunderclap from a clear sky, suddenly and without warning, in this peaceful tribe. Wah! The sound was more urgent and more piercing than ever before. That represents, the highest alert has been issued. The enemy is at the city gates. Suyu's expression changed instantly. Suyu dashed up to the tallest arrow tower in one stride. Then, illuminated by the firelight, Suyu witnessed a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. All that could be seen was the snow outside the tribe, which had just been stained red with blood. It was packed with people, a completely dark mass, like a demon crawling out of hell. It stretches as far as the eye can see. 300 people? 500 people? The number is countless. That was not a probing attack at all. That's simply a final assault, a gamble with everything in its name. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful, romantic atmosphere that had just been created by the honey trap was instantly replaced by a deeper, darker cloud called death. Once again, the look that Suyu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. Fear, harmony, unease. It's over. This is really the end. They had previously thought that the saint's scheme was flawless. Yes, we can wait patiently for the rabbit to run into the tree stump, taking advantage of the situation. But to my utter surprise, that insane blood mother, it completely defied expectations. After losing an elite scout unit, they actually stopped doing even the most basic intelligence gathering. They just went straight for this. What idiot taught this tactic? Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene filled with madness and folly. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. It was also cold like frost. Very good. Since you all want to die, then Suyu will grant your wish. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the gazes of all the women, which were filled with despair and a glimmer of hope. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, Suyu's orders will be relayed. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. Everyone, to your positions. Ready to welcome our guests. Chapter 122, The Blood Mother is too strong. She's practically inhuman. Ready to welcome our guests. Suyu's voice boomed like the coldest death god on this battlefield, filled with the aura of death. It also completely ignited the raging fury in the hearts of all women against the intruder. They've completely gone mad. All out offensive? Is it that bad? Have you asked about the iron spears in Suyu's hands? Kill, kill, kill. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami resounded throughout the entire valley. There was no longer any fear on their faces. Yes, it is simply an extreme desire to protect one's homeland. And yes, a trap set in a jar. I'm so excited. The Blood Mother, on the other hand, is like a lioness that has been thoroughly enraged. She watched as the city gate slowly opened, and behind the city gates, there were those eyes filled with provocation and contempt. Her brain, which was filled with anger, was completely detonated at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called contempt. Court death. She roared. There was no more hesitation. She suddenly waved her hand, leading the dark horde of cannon fodder behind him, who looked like demons from hell. They charged frantically into what they considered to be utterly vulnerable. An empty city, and at the very moment they stepped through the city gates. Boom! A deafening roar. That door was forged from the hardest ironwood and the thickest iron plate. A massive sluice gate. Boom! Fall. The whole world fell silent. The Blood Mother and her arrogant band of cannon fodder stared blankly at the slowly falling death cage. For the first time, their eyes, which were filled with greed and bloodlust, revealed an emotion called fear and disbelief. We've fallen for their trap? Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene brimming with wisdom unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, it fell heavily. Everyone, listen up. Close the door and unleash the dogs. Oh no, it is. Close the door and put. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Arrow. Swoosh. 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 A series of deathly whistles, more intense and terrifying than ever before, instantly ripped through the silent forest. Hundreds of iron arrows, gleaming with a chilling light, transformed into a cloud large enough to blot out the sky. a rain of deadly arrows. With an overwhelming killing intent capable of piercing through everything, it swept across the group who were now trapped like turtles in a barrel. The cannibals poured out. Help! Suyu Isligs. Suyu's eyes. A series of shrill screams, filled with pain and endless despair, echoed throughout the valley. Those arrogant cannibals didn't even have room to hide. And so he was shot into by this sudden, divinely ordained justice. Hedgehog. Blood stained the pristine, white snow. The corpses were piled up like mountains. The entire Dawn tribe instantly transformed into a place filled with the aura of death. Hell on earth. However, just when Suyu and his group thought that this one-sided massacre was about to end with a complete victory for them, a hoarse roar, filled with savagery and endless madness, suddenly exploded in the center of the blood-soaked battlefield. Roar. Yes, Blood Mother. It was the one that remained completely unharmed from beginning to end. Queen. She slowly rose from a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Her body was riddled with countless arrows, but those were enough to pierce through an armored rhinoceros. When it hit her body, which was enveloped in a strange, blood-red aura, it turns out, it couldn't even pierce her skin. The whole world fell silent. All the women on the city wall seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the man who, despite being bathed in a hail of arrows, remained completely unharmed. Devil. Their hearts, which had just been burning with excitement because of victory, were completely extinguished by a wave of icy despair. It's over. This is really it. It's over. This monster. She's not even human. The Blood Mother, on the other hand, acted as if she had done something insignificant. She even stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked the non-existent corner of her mouth. Dust. His face revealed a look that was both sickly and pleasured. Crazy smile. Is that all you've got? She slowly raised a weapon in her hand, a weapon imbued with the aura of death. Bone saw. Then, under the utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, she actually headed towards Suyu's impregnable iron and wooden city wall. With a single stroke, he cleaved down. Boom! A deafening roar. A cannon made of the hardest ironwood, strong enough to withstand 1,000 armies. City walls. It turns out, she actually managed to cleave a gash more than half a meter deep with a single stroke. Huge gap. The whole world fell silent. All the women collapsed to the ground as if all their strength had been drained. They stared blankly at the bottomless gap. All that remained in their little heads was a piece of blank and endless fear. It's over. This is really it. It's over. They are proud of their iron will. Compared to this monster, it was like being made of paper. Toy. Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene unfold with a violent aesthetic. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Blood Mother. Yeah, very strong. Indeed, very strong. But even the strongest boss. Even so, it's impossible to stop players from cheating. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with despair and a sliver of hope. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the two women who had remained calm throughout, but whose beautiful eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. An absolutely stunning beauty. Suyu looked at them and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, delivered his final declaration to them, word by word. Yunshi. Yintong. Now. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. It was Suyu's turn. Chapter 123. Yunshi's bloodline awakens, as fast as the wind. Sure enough, Suyu and his men went up. Suyu's voice was like that of the most composed chess player. He placed the final piece on this chessboard filled with an atmosphere of despair. Decisive factor. Peace. Yunshi and Yintong stood frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man who, though clearly shaken by the earth-shattering scene, still maintained a calm and composed demeanor in his eyes. Their hearts, which had just grown cold from fear, were rekindled by a flame of trust. Yes. Why are they panicking? What are they afraid of? They and Your Majesty, with this flawless strategy and near-divine wisdom. God, as long as he's there, I'm here. Don't even mention it. Just a mere Blood Mother. Even if the sky were to fall, he can also give a pushback. Roar. Yintong was the first to react. She suddenly raised the iron spear in her hand and let out a roar filled with determination and absolute trust, using all her strength. Dawn tribe. Va? That's right. Yunxia slowly raised the iron sword in her hand. There was no longer any fear or hesitation in her cold eyes. There was only a sense of being a queen who would live and die with the tribe. Absolutely ruthless. She slowly turned around to face the group of people behind her, all with equally murderous expressions. Ace ADC. She issued the order in a tone that was both iron-fisted and unquestionable, marking the most important and insane step she had ever taken as queen. Order. Everyone, listen up. Note, this is the Saint's plan. Target. She paused, then pointed the sword tip, gleaming with a chilling light, at the person still shouting madly below the city wall. Devil. Blood Mother. Fire the arrows. Swoosh. 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 A series of deathly whistles, more intense and terrifying than ever before, instantly shattered the silence of the forest once again. Hundreds of iron arrows, gleaming with a chilling light, transformed into a cloud large enough to blot out the sky. A rain of deadly arrows, with an overwhelming killing intent capable of piercing through everything. It swept across the sky towards that arrogant queen poured out. However, clang, clang, clang. Another sickening metallic, clanging sound rang out. Those iron arrows were powerful enough to pierce through rock. When it hit the Blood Mother's body, which was enveloped in a strange, blood-red aura, still unharmed. Blood Mother's arrogant laughter, filled with cruelty and endless madness, echoed throughout the entire valley. It's no use. It's no use. You pathetic ants. Is that all you've got? She slowly raised the sword in her hand, a sword imbued with the aura of death. Bone saw. Then, under the horrified, utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, she actually turned towards Su Yu and his impregnable fortress once again. Ironwood city walls. With a single slash, he brought it down. Boom! Another deafening roar. She once again cleaved a deep, bone-revealing gash in the seemingly impregnable city wall. Huge gap. It's over. This is really it. It's over. If this continues, I'll be stabbed 10 times. This is their proud, iron-blooded fortress. Just then, this monster forcibly demolished it. However, just as everyone was once again gripped by immense fear of absolute power, a cold, yet strangely excited voice appeared silently behind Su Yu, like a ghost. It's Yunxi. She had somehow already taken off her elaborate leather armor. She was only wearing the lightest, most alluring, wildest outfit. Strapless mini skirt. That's right, it's the one Su Yu gave her last time. She didn't look at Su Yu. She simply gazed silently at the figure beneath the city walls, a figure that seemed like a god or demon. Nemesis. For the first time, a raging fire of fighting spirit and desire ignited in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. Su Yu. Her voice was very soft, but it was like a bombshell. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resounded in Su Yu's calm, still heart. Su Yu, you're ready. Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Su Yu slowly turned around, looking at her figure, which appeared exceptionally pure and alluring in the moonlight. A perfect, delicate body, and those beautiful eyes, filled with resolute determination and absolute trust. Slowly, she smiled. Go ahead. Su Yu's voice was very soft. It was like a most sacred divine decree. In an instant, it ignited the last spark of power in Yunxi's heart. Eager. She nodded heavily. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, she actually jumped down from that 10-meter-high arrow tower, like the most elegant white butterfly, towards that place, filled with death and blood. The battlefield drifting away. Court death. The Blood Mother had obviously also noticed this clueless little butterfly. A glint flashed in her cold, murderous eyes. Humanized. Cruel. She gave up and started tearing down the wall. She slowly raised the sword in her hand, a sword imbued with the aura of death. Bone saw. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, she actually headed towards Yunxi, who was still in midair. With a single slash, he swept across. That speed, that power, the strong wind it generated even drew a visible streak in the air. A crimson shockwave. It's over. This is really the end. Yunxi is doomed. However, just a second before that earth-shattering blade was about to cleave her in two. Mutation. Suddenly, bite. It has been detected that Yunshi is in a life-threatening crisis. The power of the bloodline has been activated. Talent skill, swiftness of the wind, is activated. The next second, under the horrified, ghostly gazes of everyone present, within Yunshi's petite yet explosively powerful body, suddenly, a power erupted that was enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. Atirifainoha, a faint ring filled with lightness and swiftness. A blue aura instantly emanated from her body. Her long, black hair had at this moment transformed into something imbued with an air of mystery. Blue, and her falling speed increased instantly. Several times more. She was like a real blue lightning bolt. He narrowly escaped that devastating blow. Then, in the Blood Mother's suddenly contracted pupils, filled with utter horror, she landed silently behind her. Immediately afterwards, she slowly raised the iron sword in her hand. For the first time, those eyes, always shrouded in frost, revealed a mixture of murderous intent and a hint of excitement. A cold, gleaming light. She stared at the enormous creature before her, still in a state of shock. For the first time, a cold smile full of confidence and a hint of mockery appeared on that pretty face that was always as cold as a sculpture. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but clear enough to reach the ears of everyone present. "Hello, big guy." She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery for the weak. "Is that all the skill you've got?" Chapter 124, High-End Combat Power Showdown. Yunshi versus Blood Mother's Daughter. "Is that all the skill you've got?" Yunshi's voice, cold yet carrying an unprecedented hint of mockery, was like the sharpest ice pick, piercing the Blood Mother's proud heart, which had never suffered such a humiliation. "She's completely gone mad. You're asking for it," she roared. Then his mountain-like body suddenly turned around. The bone saw in his hand, filled with the aura of death, carried a terrifying force capable of tearing the air apart. She looked towards the blue figure behind her, which seemed like an ant to her. It swept through fiercely. However, instead of what awaited her, she was met with a gruesome scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Instead, a completely empty space. Air? What? For the first time, a look of shock and disbelief appeared in the Blood Mother's cold, murderous eyes. Where are they? Where is that little butterfly who was just being arrogant and provocative in front of her? How could it happen in the blink of an eye? Gone? However, while she was still in a state of great shock and unable to extricate herself from it, a cold, emotionless death proclamation, like the chilling winds of the deepest hell, suddenly exploded in her ears without warning. Suyu is here. The Blood Mother's body suddenly stiffened. She instinctively wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Puffed. A terrifying sound, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, echoed throughout the silent battlefield. A deep, bone-revealing bloodstain instantly appeared on her indestructible back. Although the wound was repaired instantly by that eerie blood-red flame, it was completely healed. But the excruciating pain and the immense humiliation of being toyed with by an ant. However, it was like the most poisonous thorn that pierced her proud heart, the heart of a queen. She let out a roar filled with endless madness and overwhelming killing intent. She no longer cared about her heavy body. Like a completely enraged mad bull, she began to charge and trample wildly within the cramped cage. She wanted to get rid of that damned little butterfly. Give grind into mincemeat. However, Yunshi, after awakening the power of the swiftness of the wind in her bloodline, her speed has reached a level that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Terrifying. She was like a real blue lightning. We traversed back and forth in that death storm filled with the aura of destruction. Every dodge was executed with such elegance and composure, and every move she makes is like the sharpest scalpel. She could always leave a shallow but extremely powerful mark on the Blood Mother's massive body. Insulting wounds. The whole world fell silent. All the women on the city wall were frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared blankly at what was unfolding in the center of the battlefield. A scene filled with artistic flair and violent aesthetics. Gods are fighting. Their brains, which were filled with brute force, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called skill and speed. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened the door to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the figure in the center of the battlefield, fluttering like a butterfly. Best friends. For the first time, a touching look, full of conviction and a hint of envy, appeared on her pretty face, which was always brimming with pride and confidence. Flush. She finally understood. She finally understood. This queen looks so delicate and frail. After awakening the power of his bloodline, he's even more ferocious than her, the berserker. Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene brimming with wisdom unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Very good. It seems that Suyu's protagonist aura as the queen's wife is no less than that of Yin Tong, the second female lead. However, just when everyone thought that this battle, which was full of the cat-and-mouse game, was about to end with Yunxi's complete victory, a hoarse roar, filled with savagery and endless madness, suddenly exploded in the center of the blood-soaked battlefield. That's enough. Yes, Blood Mother. It's that one who's been thoroughly fooled and is almost going crazy. Queen. She slowly stopped her futile charge. She slowly raised her head, casting her gaze, filled with savagery and boundless madness, upon the man who stood calmly, as if everything was under his control. Mun. She finally understood. She finally understood. This little butterfly in front of me is moving so fast. It's like a ghost. That's not the key to this war at all. Truly terrifying. It was that one who remained completely calm throughout, as if watching a monkey show. Mun, all you need to do is kill him. And that's it. Mun, she roared. That mountain-like body suddenly pushed off the ground. It actually looks like a real one. Crimson shells. It crashed wildly towards Suyu's direction. Not good. Yunxi's expression changed instantly. She wanted to go, but I stopped her. But it was too late. And just when everyone's hearts were in their throats again, a fiery red figure, brimming with wildness and boundless madness, suddenly exploded in midair like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Brute, your opponent is me. Yes, Yin Tong. It was that guy who was just swatted away by a claw and was oblivious to his fate. Berserker. She had woken up from her coma at some point. Moreover, her arm, which had been violently broken, was actually, surprisingly, miraculously, has it been restored. She was like a real, ancient Valkyrie. From the sky, it crashed hard into the one that was still flying in the air. Above the blood-red cannonball, boom, a deafening roar. Two figures, equally filled with an aura of violence and madness. They collided violently in midair. Then, like two out-of-control meteorites, they crashed heavily to the ground. A cloud of dust, filled with the aura of death, was kicked up. The whole world fell silent. All the women stared blankly as the two slowly rose from the dust. Monster. In their little heads, only a piece of blank and endless. Shocking. Suyu stood quietly in place, watching the scene before him, a scene brimming with violent aesthetics. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with despair and a sliver of hope. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the other man, whose expression was equally solemn, but whose cold eyes were already churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Suyu watched her, and with a confident and unquestionable tone, he delivered his final command to her. Announcement. Yunxi. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. High-end combat power showdown. Here we go. Let others. Ready to harvest. Chapter 125, The Secret Weapon Debuts. Try Suyu's explosive pack. Ready to harvest. Suyu's voice, like the coldest Grim Reaper, boomed across the blood-soaked battlefield. This also ignited the desire for heads. No, for victory in the hearts of all the sharpshooters atop the city walls. Extreme desire. Roar. A thunderous roar, filled with the spirit of iron and blood, resounded throughout the entire battlefield. They can't wait. They were going to use the enemy's blood to offer the most perfect sacrifice to their queen and general. Assist. And in the center of the battlefield were two monsters that looked like ancient gods and demons. And so, the fight truly began. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering roars, powerful enough to make the earth tremble, echoed continuously within the cramped cage. Yunxi transformed into azure lightning. Her speed was incredibly fast. Her figure moved around the Blood Mother's enormous body like a ghost, with each swing of the iron sword in her hand. All of them are like the sharpest scalpel. It could always leave a mark on the Blood Mother's impenetrable blood energy defense. Though insignificant, it was extremely powerful. Insulting. Scars. Yin Tong, on the other hand, was even more straightforward and blunt. She completely abandoned all defenses. She was like a real Melkeo, with each thrust of her iron spear. They all possess a terrifying power capable of piercing through everything. Harmonie, mutuelle destruction. A frenzied, fighting spirit. In an instant, the two strongest forces of the Dawn tribe. Surprisingly, he did it all with the power of his newly awakened bloodline, and that divine equipment that was far ahead of its time. They forcefully brought down that arrogant Blood Mother. Yes, it's under control. The whole world fell silent. On the city wall, all the women were frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared blankly at what was unfolding in the center of the battlefield. A scene filled with artistic flair and violent aesthetics. Gods are fighting. Their brains, which were filled with brute force, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before: teamwork and technological superiority. It turns out they were the two most beautiful women in their tribe. Join hands. Surprisingly, that's how it is. Is it scary? Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching this scene brimming with wisdom unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Very good. It seems that Suyu and his two future right-hand men are destined for greatness. It has already begun to demonstrate the ability to work independently. Strength. However, just when everyone thought that this battle, full of the element of a comeback, was about to end with a complete victory for Suyu and his Dawn tribe, a hoarse roar, filled with savagery and endless madness, suddenly exploded in the center of the blood-soaked battlefield. That's enough. Yes, Blood Mother. It was that one that had been completely enraged. Queen. She slowly stopped her futile attack. She slowly raised her head, casting her gaze, filled with brutality and boundless madness, upon the two men who had brought her unprecedented humiliation. Little girl. For the first time, a look of seriousness appeared on her face, which was always filled with tyranny and madness. A sinister smile. Very good. You have successfully angered Suyu. Next. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. Suyu wants to show you all what he's made of. What is called a true awakening. The next second, in the eyes of everyone, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with utter horror. A force more terrifying and bloody than ever before. A crimson aura erupted from her body in an instant. The blood energy that had originally only covered the surface of her body began to expand outwards wildly at this moment. Unite. Ultimately, a towering figure, several meters tall and wielding a blood-red scythe, formed behind her. Huge. Demonic phantom? The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the figure that looked like it had crawled out of hell. Demon God. Their hearts, which had just been burning with excitement at the prospect of victory, were extinguished in an instant by a wave of icy despair. It's over. This is really the end. This monster. She actually could. Transformation? Yunxi and Yintong were even more struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the demonic phantom that exuded a terrifying aura that made even them tremble with fear. For the first time, their eyes, which were always full of pride and confidence, revealed an emotion called helplessness and collapse. How can we fight like this? Suyu stood quietly in place, watching this scene full of violent aesthetics. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Transformation? Is it that bad? Excuse me. Suyu too. And it's bigger than yours. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with despair and a sliver of hope. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. A genius chief engineer. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Trial. Kia. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Take Suyu, that big guy you prepared. Here, Suyu, bring it up. Xiao's body trembled violently. When she looked up, her eyes, which were always full of confidence and composure, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light of madness and excitement. She had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Yes, your majesty. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. She suddenly waved her hand. Soon, several strong and sturdy women carried a square, mysterious object wrapped in thick animal hide up the city wall. However, after those layers of animal hide were peeled off, one, filled with a kind of beauty they couldn't comprehend, a beauty called chemistry and explosion. Huge. Earthenware jar? No. Yes, a bomb. The most primitive form of gunpowder was made from a mixture of charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter. In an instant, it appeared before everyone. The whole world fell silent. All the women stared blankly at the ominous weapon. Their little heads were filled with big, confused. Saint, what is this? New weapons? Suyu slowly took a prepared item from Xiao's hand. Burning. Torches. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, Suyu slowly brought the leaping flame closer to the one filled with the aura of death. Lead. At last, Suyu looked down at the demon god below the city wall, who was still shouting madly. For the first time, a hint of appeared on that handsome face that she perceived as having the air of a pretty boy. Devilish. Smile. Suyu spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clear enough to reach the ears of everyone present. Hello, big guy. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery for the weak. Try Suyu's explosives. Chapter 126, a loud bang terrified the Bloodfang tribe, sending them running for their lives. Try Suyu's explosive pack. Suyu's voice boomed like that of the most insane terrorist on this battlefield, filled with a fantastical atmosphere. It struck a heavy blow to the hearts of everyone present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at the torch burning fiercely in Suyu's hand, and that large earthenware jar, which was filled with an ominous aura. Their minds, which had been filled with cold weapons, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called firearms. A bomb? What is that? Is it even more powerful than the rockets? Can I eat it? The whole world fell silent. All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at Suyu and the weapon of mass destruction that was about to be ignited with an expression that suggested they were looking at a madman, a fool, or someone whose existence was completely beyond the reach of their limited vocabulary. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This man always manages to perform miracles they've never heard of or seen before, when they least expect it. What are you planning to do this time? Could it be that he intends to use this seemingly ordinary pottery jar? Go smash that thing. It's like a god or demon. Demon god? What a joke. That thing probably isn't even qualified to give someone a gua sha treatment. The Blood Mother, on the other hand, seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She was taken aback for a moment. Then a tremendous, earth-shattering sound erupted. I burst into maniacal laughter. A bomb? Mun, are you trying to tell me a joke? She pointed at Suyu and roared at him in a tone full of endless contempt and a hint of madness and bloodlust. With that broken jar you're holding, which too small even hold my foot bath water. Did he also want to hurt Suyu? Are you dreaming? Slowly, she raised the sword in her hand, a weapon imbued with the aura of death. Bone saw. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, the one behind her, several meters tall, huge, demonic phantom. Surprisingly, he too, mimicking her gesture, slowly raised the weapon formed from condensed blood energy in his hand. Crimson Scythe. Mun, your little trick is over. Now, she paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. It's Suyu's turn. Suyu. Roar. A deafening roar, filled with destructive power and capable of tearing eardrums, erupted instantly from the enormous demonic phantom. A terrifying, bloody atmosphere, more so than ever before. The crimson shockwave instantly transformed into a visible death shockwave. It was hurtling towards Suyu from this direction. Not good. Suyu, get out of the way. Yunshi and Yintong's screams, filled with terror and despair, rang out behind Suyu. But it was too late. That was a devastating blow. It's already here, almost here. However, just a second before, everyone thought Suyu was about to be torn to pieces by that terrifying shockwave. Suyu, however, smiled slowly. She was smiling brightly. That's crazy too. Finish? No. Suyu slowly raised his head to meet the Blood Mother's gaze, which was filled with shock and a hint of disbelief and madness. Then, under the gaze of everyone filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, Suyu pressed the torch, which was burning fiercely, down hard onto the one that was filled with the aura of death. Above the fuse, sizzle, a rapid, hopeful spark ignited instantly on the fuse. Now, Suyu looked down at the demon god below the city wall, who was completely terrified. For the first time, a hint of appeared on that handsome face that she perceived as having the air of a pretty boy. Devilish. Smile. This is just the beginning. After saying that, Suyu didn't hesitate for a moment any longer. Suyu used all his strength. The fuse that had already been lit. Super dynamite pack. He threw it down hard. Boom! The sound was louder and more terrifying than ever before. A deafening roar. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted in the cramped cage. A light even more dazzling than the sun. A white light shot into the sky. It illuminated the entire night sky, bright as day. Immediately afterwards, a force powerful enough to tear everything apart and destroy everything. A terrifying shock wave instantly swept outward from the explosive charge. Rumble. The entire earth trembled violently at that moment. That fortress, forged from the hardest ironwood, was an impregnable fortress. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, it was as if made of paper, and a huge gash was torn open by it. A gap, and those Bloodfang tribe members who survived by sheer luck beneath the city walls. Even worse, they didn't even have time to let out a scream. It was instantly vaporized by that terrifying shockwave. The whole world fell silent. All the women of the Dawn tribe collapsed to the ground as if all their strength had been drained. They stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene before them. In their little heads, only a piece of blank and endless. Shocking. And then, the dazzling white light gradually faded away as the billowing dust slowly settled. A deep, bottomless abyss with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. A huge, deep pit suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. And at the center of the deep pit, that arrogant Blood Mother, and her, that imposing, demonic phantom. It has long since disappeared. All that remained was a broken, blackened, and still charred corpse, billowing with thick smoke. The whole world fell silent. All the surviving members of the Bloodfang tribe seemed utterly terrified. A stray dog. They stared blankly at the queen, who was no longer recognizable as human. Their minds, filled with fear, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called the collapse of faith. Run, run, stay as far away as possible from this devilish tribe that possesses divine punishment. Oh, they let out a piercing wail filled with fear and despair. There was no longer any pride or dignity left in the body of the strong. They suddenly turned around. With its tail between its legs, it scurried away and disappeared into the pitch-black night. Suyu stood quietly atop the crumbling arrow tower, watching this scene, a spectacle of violent aesthetics. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then, Suyu turned his gaze to the two who also looked dazed, as if their souls had been blown away. An absolutely stunning beauty. Suyu looked at them and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave them his final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Yintong. Now. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. And who? You disagree? Chapter 128 Pressing the Blade? No. Suyu and his team's goal is farming. Suyu and his team, what should we do next? Yunshi's cold voice, tinged with boundless longing for the future, exploded like a loud signal flare in the hearts of all the women, hearts that had become somewhat swollen with victory. Yes, Bloodfang tribe is finished. So should they. Press the attack while the momentum is high. Charge in. Raise their stronghold to the ground. Capture all their women and enslave them. In Yintong's tribe, the most stubborn war fanatic was the first to respond to Yunshi's call. She suddenly raised the iron spear in her hand, which was still dripping blood. Those fiery eyes were filled with an extreme desire to expand territory. Yes, charge in. Smash the blood fawn. Let them taste what it's like to be treated as food. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami resounded throughout the entire valley. They've completely gone mad. They can't wait. They were going to use the skulls of their enemies to forge a true something for their new king. Jingguan. Yunshi stood quietly in place without saying a word. But her eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight and seemed to burn like wildfire, said it all. She wanted to. She dreams of it. Give that old neighbor who used to oppress them and act like a tyrant to completely erase it. Suyu stood quietly atop the arrow tower, watching the pre-war mobilization that was filled with militaristic sentiments. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Also, it was as cold as frost. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. All the fervent voices were suppressed. Who said Suyu and his group were going to beat them up? Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but was like a bucket of the coldest ice water, instantly extinguishing most of the burgeoning fire in the hearts of all the women. Huh? Are you not going to fight anymore, Your Majesty? Why? The women were completely stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Even Yunshi and Yintong, who had just thrown themselves at Suyu, looked completely bewildered. Suyu did not answer them. Suyu simply turned around slowly and cast his gaze upon the devastated landscape ravaged by war. Ironblood Fortress. Like that area, it was also affected. Fields of Hope. Va? Suyu slowly uttered 2 words. Yes, it's a continuation of politics. But it is not the only way to solve all problems. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the man, who radiated a kind of brilliance they couldn't comprehend, a brilliance called philosophy and a broad perspective. Their brains, which were filled with muscles, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called peaceful development. It turns out they won the battle. Is it possible to completely wipe them out? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that he would open a door for them next, leading to a brand new development concept. Door. Why do Suyu and his men want to fight? Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, which were filled with fervor and a hint of confusion. For food, Suyu pointed to the golden potato field. Do you need Suyu and his ilk? Noshjorti. For the sake of territory? Suyu pointed to the vast black forest, a place brimming with unknowns and opportunities. Are Suyu and his ilk small? Not small. So what exactly are Suyu and his group after? Suyu suddenly changed the subject. Those unfathomable eyes, shining exceptionally bright in the firelight, burned with bear, the fire of wisdom. Suyu and his ilk were doing this for, so that Suyu's sisters can have enough to eat. Yes, you can wear warm clothes. Yes, you can live in a warm house. Yes, you don't need to live in fear anymore. To be able to live with dignity like a human being. And all of this. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery for war. You can't get it through killing and robbery. We can only rely on Suyu and his fellow soldiers with their own 2 hands. And Suyu slowly pointed to his head. Wisdom. Boom. The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been enlightened in an instant and instantly understood Suyu's good intentions. Yes. How could they forget? That's why they are where they are today. They never relied on their ridiculous brute force, but it was the godlike quality of the man before them. Wisdom. And now this man will lead them to use this wisdom to create a better future. Future. What reason do they have to refuse? The sage is right. I'm not fighting anymore. Suyu and his ilk want to go home and farm. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with the spirit of peace and development, resounded throughout the entire valley. The tribe, which had just become somewhat bloodthirsty and frenzied due to their victory, was instantly transformed into a group filled with love and peace by Suyu, the peace envoy, in just a few words. Ideal republic. Yunshi and Yintong, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened up to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was facing them, talking eloquently. For the first time, a touching look full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. Flush. They finally understood. They finally understood. This man never wanted a war machine that only knew how to kill. What he wants is 1. Civilized, prosperous, and powerful. A divine kingdom on earth. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely brainwashed by Su Yu's peace declaration, which was full of saintly aura. She suddenly leaped up from the ground. He threw away that one, the one that gleamed with a chilling light. Iron spear. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, she actually snatched A from Qiao's hand. Who? And, facing the hopeful fields, she uttered the loudest, most energetic cry of her life. Roar! What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear the saint's command? Everyone! She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that was both domineering and slightly rustic. All of it, give it to your mother. Let's go farm. Chapter 129, surrounding tribes flock to him. Su Yu becomes the overlord? All of you go back to farming. Yin Tong's roar, filled with domineering yet slightly rustic charm, ignited the intense longing for a better life in every woman's heart like a blazing flame. They've completely gone mad. Yes. What's so good about fighting and killing? No way. I just want to farm, grow flowers, and flirt with the Holy One. Is it here? It smells good. Farming. 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 A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with the spirit of peace and development, resounded throughout the entire valley. A massive production movement, more grand and frenzied than ever before, has begun again. Su Yu has thus firmly established his position as a wealthy landlord. Every day, Su Yu either inspects his potato empire in the fields or not. It was at the back mountain ranch that they went to visit Su Yu's wolf totems, which were increasingly resembling huskies. They lived a peaceful and happy life, also full of corruption. Su Yu had almost forgotten. Su Yu and his men have just won a war that destroyed a nation. And I forgot that vast forest where countless unknowns still lay hidden. Dongji. However, Su Yu forgot. But some people haven't forgotten. That day, the weather was fine and sunny. As usual, Su Yu enjoyed the loving breakfast prepared by Yun Shi and Yin Tong. That's right. Thanks to Su Yu's unremitting efforts and arduous ideological education, these two sworn enemies, who were like oil and water, have finally learned to coexist peacefully, although they would occasionally fight on Su Yu's bed or in front of Su Yu. Su Yu was preparing to inspect Su Yu's industrial park. A clear scream, filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief, suddenly and unexpectedly rang out from the tribe's watchtower. Wow! Enemy attack! Su Yu instinctively reached for a weapon, but Su Yu soon realized something was wrong, because there was not a trace of fear in that voice. There was only one kind, shock and disbelief. A huge question. Su Yu walked up the city wall with a puzzled look on his face. Then, bathed in the light of dawn, Su Yu saw something he would never forget for the rest of his life. A scene. All that could be seen was a vast expanse of snow outside the tribe. Densely packed, all of them. People. It was a dark, dense mass. Like a pilgrim on a pilgrimage. It stretches as far as the eye can see. But they were not carrying any weapons. There was not a trace of hostility on their faces. There was only one kind, filled with awe and a sliver of anticipation. A humble smile. And there, at the very front of the dark mass of people, dozens of women, who appear to be the clan chief, were holding various kinds of tribute, although it was just some pitiful animal hides and dried meat. He slowly knelt down in the direction of Su Yu and the others, and they prostrated themselves before Su Yu and his companions with the oldest, most devout, and most unquestionable tribal ritual. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the magnificent scene of all nations paying tribute, a spectacle brimming with magical realism. Su Yu's brain, which had been filled with farming, was completely formatted at this moment by something he had never heard of before, called subduing the enemy without fighting. Su Yu cracked. Su Yu scored. Su Yu was really about to crack. What's going on here? Su Yu just wanted to be a handsome man in peace and quiet. No, become a landlord. How? How did it become so inexplicably the leader of the martial arts world? Yunxi and Yintong were completely stunned by this sudden and immense happiness. They stared blankly at the dark mass of people below the city wall, a mass filled with obedience and awe. She looked up again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done a trivial little thing. For the first time, tears of infatuation and eternity welled up in their eyes, which were always filled with pride and confidence. They finally understood. They understood completely. This man never wanted a small Dawn tribe. What he wants is the whole world. Suyu, meanwhile, stood quietly atop the city wall, enjoying the sight of the masses. Worship. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly stretched out his hand, looking down at the dark mass filled with hope and the future. My people. With a gentle flick of the wrist. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like the most sacred divine decree. It was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Starting today, they're all now part of the Dawn team. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They're celebrating their birth in their own way. Newborn, and a brand new dynasty, born. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the two burning gazes behind him, filled with admiration and absolute trust. Suyu looked at them and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave them his final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Yintong. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Dawn Alliance. Established. Chapter 130. The Dawn Alliance is established, and Suyu is elected as its leader. The Dawn Alliance is established. Suyu's voice boomed like that of a monarch who had ushered in a new era, resounding across this land full of hope and the future. And it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They've completely gone mad. Dawn Alliance. What is that sound? It's even more like the previous dynasties. Alliance. 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 A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They're celebrating their birth in their own way. A new beginning and a brand new era. Born. The new sisters who had just joined Suyu's Dawn tribe were all so excited that they had tears in their eyes. They never dreamed of this. They not only escaped hunger and death, and it turned out to be by accident. Founding fathers? This happiness came too easily. That's so sudden. In an instant, the entire Dawn tribe was immersed in an unprecedented sense of national pride and collective honor. In a state of immense ecstasy, everyone's face was beaming with genuine, radiant smiles. Suyu stood quietly atop the city wall, enjoying the sight of the thousands of people. Worship. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. Only then did this tribe truly possess something upon which civilization depended for survival. The most solid. Cohesion. However, just as everyone was immersed in the unprecedented and immense joy of victory, unable to extricate themselves, a cold voice, full of authority and a hint of procedural justice, suddenly boomed out in this tribe filled with a frenzied atmosphere. It's Yunshi. It's that one who has already begun to possess the aura of a queen. Ice Queen. She slowly walked out from behind Suyu. She didn't say anything. She simply gazed silently down at the dark mass of people below, a mass filled with fervor and adoration. A glint flashed in those cold eyes. Humanized. Pride. Harmony pride. Then, she slowly raised her slender, yet powerful jade hands. All the frenzied voices were suppressed. Sisters. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. Now that the alliance has been formed, shouldn't Suyu and his ilk? She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with awe for power and a hint of anticipation. Should we elect a leader? The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the queen, who radiated a kind of political wisdom that they could not comprehend. Their minds, which were filled with fanaticism, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called election. Alliance leader? What is that? Is he higher than the clan leader? Can I eat it? Suyu stood quietly in place, watching the dramatic scene unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. They've arrived. Finally, it's here. This is damn good. The ceremony of donning the yellow robe. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned her gaze to the woman who looked righteous and upright, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. Oscar-winning actress. Suyu watched her, and with a confident and unquestionable tone, he delivered his final command to her. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. This leader, Bisait Suyu. Who else is qualified to be in this position? Boom! The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been enlightened, instantly understanding Suyu's meaning. Good intentions. Yes. How could they forget? This alliance was founded by the Holy One himself. Who else is qualified to sit in this position of leader besides him? Alliance leader. Alliance leader. Alliance leader. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with a sense of entitlement and universal acclaim, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They were holding the grandest and most frenzied celebration for their king in their own way. Coronation ceremony. Yunshi, as if she had completed a most sacred mission, slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the man who was basking in the cheers of the crowd. For the first time, a touching, convincing, and slightly infatuated look appeared on her usually icy, sculpted face. Flush. She finally understood. She finally understood. This man never wanted any empty fame. What he wants is, one, legitimately, identity. One was enough for him to completely solidify this loose alliance into an invincible force. Iron-blooded empire of identity. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to be completely ignited by Suyu's domineering declaration of ascension to the throne. She suddenly leaped up from the ground. He grabbed it in one swift motion, the one that gleamed with a chilling light. Iron Spear. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, she was the first to kneel on one knee in front of Suyu, the newly crowned leader of the alliance. And with the loudest, most fervent voice of her life, roar, she announced to the whole world that she, loyalty, Dawn Alliance, first warrior, Yentong, greeting, Alliance leader, greeting, Alliance leader, greeting, Alliance leader. A thunderous roar of loyalty, filled with submission and awe, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Suyu slowly stretched out his hand towards the dark, hopeful, and future-filled mass below. My people, with a gentle flick of the wrist. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like the most sacred divine decree. It reached everyone's ears clearly. Starting today, Suyu, you are the only kings. Chapter 131, with more people, troubles also arise. You are the only kings. Suyu's voice boomed like that of the first emperor, who had established an eternal dynasty on this land full of hope and future. It also ignited the boundless desire for a powerful empire in the hearts of all women. They've completely gone mad. King. They actually possessed one of their own. King. Moreover, it is omniscient and omnipotent. God King. 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 A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A grander and more spectacular founding ceremony than ever before has officially begun. Suyu, on the other hand, definitively confirmed his position as the first and only leader of the Dawn Alliance. Alliance leader and the esteemed position of a mascot. The days flew by in a thriving and vibrant atmosphere. The Dawn tribe has entered its most stable and fastest growing period in history. Golden age of development. The population is growing every day. The territory is getting bigger every day. There was so much food that the cellar was almost overflowing. The entire tribe was immersed in an unprecedented, immense joy called happiness and abundance. Everyone's face was beaming with genuine, radiant smiles. And Suyu, once again, took on the role of someone who expected everything to be done for him. A hands-off manager. Every day, he and Yunshi would have in-depth discussions about the future development direction of the alliance. Incidentally, this will also help cultivate the Queen's governing abilities. He was discussing the alliance's military development with Yin Tong. Of course, most of the time, he was guiding her on how to better lead the growing urban management team. Occasionally, I would also go and bother Yueying School of Biological Sciences, the military-industrial complex with Chower, as well as Linglong. She has completely evolved from Su Yu's personal body pillow to royal kindergarten principal. They're specifically responsible for taking care of those who have just joined the tribe. Little burdens. Su Yu looked at the thriving and vibrant divine kingdom before him. A wave of emotion washed over me. Su Yu, what merit do you have? Yes, to become a someone/something in another world. A hands-off emperor? However, just as Su Yu was about to completely succumb to this gentle embrace, a furious roar, filled with anger and a hint of grievance, suddenly exploded in this peaceful tribe without warning. Why should I? Su Yu subconsciously turned his head. At the entrance of the tribe's canteen, two equally voluptuous female warriors were wrestling together. One of them is an elder of the Su Yu's Dawn tribe. One of them is a new sister who has just joined Su Yu's group not long ago. And the focus of their struggle was actually, it turned out to be just an ordinary piece of roasted meat. The whole world fell silent. All the women queuing for food seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been put on a spell. They all looked at the two shrewish women, who were now really angry, with eyes full of shock and a hint of anticipation. Su Yu stood quietly at a distance, watching this dramatic scene unfold before him. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. It was also cold like frost. They've arrived. Finally, it's here. With so many people, this becomes a hassle. Sure enough, it came. Stop. Yin Xina's cold, queenly voice resounded throughout the entire cafeteria. The two women, who were still wrestling, suddenly froze. Their first instinct was to separate, but it was too late. Yunshi appeared before them in an instant, like a blue whirlwind. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with awe and a hint of fear, she slowly extended her slender, yet powerful, jade hands. One slap for each person, a big slap in the face. Smack, smack. Two crisp, clear sounds. Those two arrogant tomboys were instantly slapped until they were dizzy and saw stars. Who gave you the audacity? How dare you cause trouble in the Dawn tribe? Yin Xina's cold, emotionless eyes flashed with a light that seemed to be filled with murderous intent. The two female warriors were instantly terrified. They knelt down with a thud. They cried out to their queen in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a trace of regret. Chieftain, have mercy. It's her. It's her. She cut in line first. Nonsense. You were the one who took an extra piece of meat first. The whole world fell silent. Yunshi was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the two idiots on the ground, still blaming each other. Her mind, which was filled with tribal righteousness, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called contradictions among the people. Cutting in line? Did you take an extra piece of meat? Just for this trivial matter? You dare to start a fight in the tribe? What do you take Su Yu, the clan leader, for? What do you mean by the first law established by the sage? She was so angry she was trembling all over. For the first time, a look of anger and a hint of helplessness, a kind of disappointment in those cold eyes, was revealed. She knows how to fight. She also knows how to manage. But she didn't know how to handle this. It's a trivial matter. Su Yu slowly emerged from the shadows. Su Yu patted the shoulder of Her Majesty the Queen, who was on the verge of exploding with anger. He gestured to her to calm down. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with awe and a hint of curiosity, Su Yu slowly walked up to the two trembling criminals. Sujuriman Saident. Su Yu simply watched them quietly. His eyes were calm as still water. But it was like two of the sharpest knives, piercing their hearts. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. For a very long time, Suju finally spoke. The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like the most sacred divine decree. It was clearly heard by everyone. Do you know where you went wrong? The two female soldiers froze abruptly. Their first instinct was to try and argue their way out of it. But what greeted them was Su Yu's cold and ruthless gaze. Your mistake wasn't fighting. It's not about fighting over meat. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone full of pity and mockery for ignorance. It's that you've forgotten what rules really are. Chapter 132 System unlocks city planning. Build a big city. What truly constitutes rules? Su Yu's voice boomed like the strictest godfather in this tribe, full of freedom and laxity. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man radiating an aura of order and majesty that they couldn't comprehend. Their minds, which had been filled with whims, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called social rules. Rule? What is that? Is it more powerful than the clan chief's order? Is it edible? The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They all looked at Suyu with eyes filled with awe and a hint of fear. They discovered it for the first time. This is the saint who usually seems kind and approachable, even a little frivolous, when he puts on a stern face. Surprisingly, even more so than the clan chief. Horrible. Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed to have been enlightened and instantly understood Suyu's meaning. Good intentions. Yes. How could she forget? A tribe without rules. Like a pile of loose sand. It will scatter with a gust of wind, especially now in this mixed bag of people. Major League Baseball era. If we don't establish an absolute and inviolable rule, then all that awaits them is disintegration and self-destruction. The thought of this made her heart, which had been frozen for many years and belonged to the queen, tremble uncontrollably. A cold sweat of lingering fear instantly soaked through her back. She slowly turned around, and for the first time, her eyes, which were always covered with frost, revealed a feeling of gratitude and a trace of lingering fear. She looked at Suyu, the man who, once again, pulled this tribe back from the brink of disaster at the most crucial moment. At this moment, her proud, queenly heart was completely filled with something called dependence and worship. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. She suddenly turned around, facing the group of equally frightened problem children behind him. She issued the order in a firm and authoritative tone, the most important and severe decree she had ever given as queen. Order. Everyone, listen up. Starting today, the first law of the Dawn tribe. This is the only ironclad rule of the Suyu tribe. Anyone who dares to disobey. She paused, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in her cold eyes. Kill them without mercy. Boom. The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been infused with souls, instantly transforming from a disorganized mob into a disciplined and orderly force. An iron-blooded army. Suyu stood quietly, watching the vibrant new scene before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Very good. The relations of production have also been resolved. Next is thoroughly solve productivity problems. And that damn housing problem. However, just as Suyu was preparing to once again activate his infrastructure building maniac mode, a cold, professional system notification suddenly exploded in Suyu's mind. Bite. The Dawn Alliance has been detected to have initially established social order. The tribe's civilization level has been greatly improved. Congratulations, host. The infrastructure maniac module has been automatically upgraded, unlocking new features. Suyu Karakth. Suyu Squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. It's been upgraded again? System, are you trying to reach for the heavens? Before Suyu could react, a brand new line of text, shimmering with dazzling golden light, instantly appeared on Suyu's virtual interface. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a new feature. Urban Plan. Feature Introduction. The host can be customized according to the actual needs of the tribe and the terrain, creating a brand new City of Dreams. Currently available building types include residential areas, commercial areas, industrial areas, agricultural areas, and military areas. Note, after the planning is completed, the system will automatically generate the most scientific and reasonable plan. Construction blueprints. Suyu is completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the system notification that was filled with the aura of Civilization 6. I looked at that area again. Everything was in ruins and needed to be rebuilt. Beginner Village. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat serious because of the legislation, was completely ignited by a monstrous wave called creation and nurturing. Suyu Karakth. Suyu Squad. Suyu was really about to break down. Urban Plan? This is what you call a true infrastructure powerhouse. Suyu looked at the system interface before him, brimming with endless possibilities, and then glanced at the group still cheering for the bright future to come. Primitive. Suyu's lips curled into a wild smile. Suyu slowly raised his head to meet the tense and expectant gazes of Yun Shi and Yen Tong. Then Suyu pointed to that vast open space, full of endless possibilities. He then pointed to the towering mountain peaks that reached into the clouds, and that ever-flowing river. Finally, Suyu watched them as they announced, word by word, in a tone brimming with confidence and a hint of madness, something that was enough to drive them completely insane. Dichide. Starting today, Suyu and his men no longer want any small-scale tribes. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Suyu wants to build something here. A metropolis large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Chapter 133, with bricks made and houses built, who would still live in thatched huts. Big cities. Suyu's voice boomed like a chief architect who had drawn up a grand plan for the next millennium, resounding across this land that was still at the village level. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, the god who could create a city of the future out of thin air with a wave of his hand. At this moment, their brains, which had been filled with the cabin, were completely formatted by something called an epic project. God, every day, a new sister who had just joined the tribe was the first to recover from the huge shock. Her legs buckled, and she knelt down with a thud. She prostrated herself before Suyu, the omnipotent creator god in her eyes, with the most devout and fervent attitude. Then the second, the third. The entire valley was engulfed in a frenzied worship of the miracle. However, before Suyu could even enjoy this hard-won power of faith, a cold voice, filled with pragmatism and a hint of worry, suddenly rang in Suyu's ears without warning. It's Yunshi. Suyu. She tugged at Suyu's sleeve, and for the first time, a look of worry and distress appeared in her eyes, which were always covered with frost. She pointed to the city model that stretched as far as the eye could see. He then pointed to the sparse grove of trees behind Suyu and the others, which had been partially cleared. He spoke to Suyu in a tone filled with despair at the sheer scale of the project. There's not enough wood. Suyu correct. Yes. Suyu, how could you forget? Such a large city can be built solely by cutting down trees. I'm afraid they'll have to cut down the entire Black Forest. Gobi Desert? Moreover, wooden structures are easy to build. However, fire resistance and durability are huge problems. No, so you must find a more stable, more enduring, and more building materials. Suyu looked at Yunshi, who had a worried and distressed expression, like a landlord who didn't even have enough food to spare. Slowly, she smiled. Who said Suyu and his group are going to use wood? Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife piercing Yunshi's proud, queen-like heart. She was stunned. All the women who were still praying devoutly were stunned. No need, wood. So what should we use? Could it be? Do we have to use stones? What a joke. How many people would be exhausted to death? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with doubt and incomprehension, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu slowly pointed to the ground beneath their feet, to the most inconspicuous spot. Yellow mud. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed at Suyu and that lump of mud with an expression that suggested they were looking at a madman, an idiot, or someone whose existence was completely beyond the reach of their limited vocabulary. Playing in the mud? The Holy One has come again. He has come again. He started testing the poor intelligence of Suyu and his ilk with divine pronouncements that they couldn't understand at all. Chower, Suyu's chief disciple and chief engineer, seemed to have had the door to a completely new world opened for her. A dazzling light, a light that seemed to say, so that's how it is, instantly burst forth in her bright eyes. She's got it. She thought of that one, also created from clay and fire. Miracle. Pottery. Your Majesty. She stammered and shouted to Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a hint of ecstasy. What you mean is, using the method of firing pottery. Come on, let's burn the house down. Suyu correct. Suyu scored. Suyu is really about to break down. This guy's a monster. She actually managed to keep up with Suyu, this guy from the 21st century. The thought process of a god? Suyu looked at the genius young craftsman in front of him, who was waiting expectantly for Suyu to answer his questions. Suyu's lips curled into a wild smile. Suyu slowly reached out and gently rubbed her fluffy little head like the kindest teacher. That's right. But they don't shout. They burn down the house. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone full of expectation and encouragement for the new era. That's called make bricks. Brick? What is that? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply stretched out his hand in front of them, onto that fertile land full of hope. He drew one that was full of the spirit of the Industrial Revolution. Brick kiln design drawings. And, similarly, full of modular thinking. Tile molds. Then, Suyu looked at them and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, announced something to them that was enough to drive them completely mad. Fact. Did you see that? With this, Suyu and his team will be able to fire bricks that are even stronger than stone. With this, Suyu and his team can produce tiles that are even more waterproof than tree bark. Then, Suyu suddenly raised his head, those unfathomable eyes, shining exceptionally bright in the firelight, burned with bare ambition. What Suyu and his group built wasn't anything special. It was just a log cabin. Instead, they are castles that are warm in winter and cool in summer, and indestructible. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with utter contempt for thatched huts. Blue brick and tile house. Who still lives in a thatched hut? Chapter 134, Unifying Writing and Weights and Measures. That's true civilization. Who still lives in thatched huts? Suyu's voice boomed like that of a real estate tycoon who utterly despised the slums, echoing across this land still in the cave-dwelling era. And it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They've completely gone mad. Blue bricks, big tile-roofed house, warm in winter and cool in summer, standing tall for 1,000 years. This must be where the gods live. Ah, a thunderous roar, filled with cheers and boundless longing for the mansion, resounded throughout the entire valley. A real estate revolution, or rather, a materials revolution, more magnificent and frenzied than ever before has officially begun. However, just when everyone was preparing to make a big splash and contribute to their divine kingdom, Suyu, however, slowly raised his hand again. All the frenzied voices were suppressed. What's wrong now, your majesty? Yunshi, the queen who had been trained by Suyu, looked at Suyu with a nervous expression. They were afraid that Suyu, this unpredictable god, would cause some trouble again. Suyu quietly watched her adorable appearance, which exuded the charm of a submissive wife. Slowly, she smiled. Don't rush. Suyu slowly reached out his hand, like the gentlest husband, and gently smoothed the furrowed brows that she had slightly furrowed due to nervousness. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly sour gazes, Suyu slowly turned around and turned his gaze to the group of onlookers who were equally bewildered. Houses need to be built. Bricks, too, need to be fired. But, Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone filled with helplessness and disdain towards barbarity. Before that, Suyu and his team have one more important thing to do. More important things? All the women were stunned. What could be more important than building a house? Could it be? Reproduction? At the thought of this, a suspicious blush instantly appeared on their faces. Suyu kurath. No, Ladius. Is there anything else on your minds besides those things? Suyu was speechless. Also a burst of, the task is arduous and the road ahead is long. It seems that the development of spiritual civilization in this tribe is urgently needed. Suyu offered no explanation. Suyu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the fertile, hopeful land in front of them. He drew a row that made everyone's breath catch in their throats. Oracle. It was a row of symbols that were both familiar and unfamiliar to them. Field. Fire. People. Suyu. The whole world fell silent. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, which was filled with a light they could not comprehend, a light called civilization and heritage. Their brains, which were filled with hieroglyphs, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called writing. Turned out to be. So those are just the scribbles the Holy One usually used to draw divine pronouncements. Surprisingly, each one has its own name and its significance. Suyu stood quietly, enjoying their gazes, filled with confusion and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that he would open a door for them next. The gateway to a whole new level of civilization. This, Suyu slowly pointed to the square characters on the ground, each one radiating wisdom. It's called writing. It's a tool for recording the thoughts of people like Suyu. It is the ladder for inheriting the civilization of Suyu and his people. Even more, Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with savage contempt and mockery, distinguishing Su Yu and his ilk from those beasts outside who only know how to eat raw meat and drink blood. The only standard. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. Word? What is that? It sounds even more impressive than the steel from before. Yunxi and Yintong, on the other hand, seemed to have been completely opened the door to a new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to them. For the first time, a touching blush, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. They finally understood. They understood completely. What this man wanted was never a war machine that only knew how to fight and produce. What he wants is a civilized empire with its own independent thought and brilliant culture. But that's not enough. Su Yu slowly reached out his hand next to the row of square characters that exuded an air of civilization. They drew another row of divine pronouncements that they, too, could not understand. Meter size. And these. Su Yu pointed to a row of symbols that exuded an aura of standardization and order. It's called the system of weights and measures. It is a yardstick by which Su Yu and his world measure everything. Starting today, Su Yu suddenly raised his head. Those unfathomable eyes, shining exceptionally bright in the firelight, burned with bare, imperial fire. Su Yu's Dawn tribe, everything. There must be a unified standard, a unified written language, a unified language, a standardized system of weights and measures. Because Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. This is what civilization is all about. Chapter 135, the school opens. Su Yu personally becomes the teacher. This is what civilization is all about. Su Yu's voice boomed across this still barbaric land like a god who defined civilization. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. Civilization. So this is what true civilization is. No, there's an endless supply of food. No, there are sturdy houses. It's not that there's an invincible army. Instead, it was a unified written language and system of weights and measures. This is a divine realm that they couldn't even imagine, let alone dare to think about. The words, spoken by this omnipotent saint, sounded so casual and matter-of-fact. God, he is the true God. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They are holding a grandest and most fervent celebration for their god of civilization in their own way. The investiture of the gods. And Yunxi and Yintong are the proudest women in their tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Su Yu like two most loyal little fangirls. He silently looked at Su Yu with eyes filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination. Watching this tribe, on the verge of extinction, gradually elevate itself to a divine status. However, just as everyone was immersed in the immense joy of about to take a step into civilized society, a gentle voice, filled with curiosity and a touch of worry, suddenly rang out in this tribe filled with a frenzied atmosphere. It's a firefly. He is the future miracle doctor of this tribe. She slowly walked out from the crowd. Unlike other women, she did not blindly worship Su Yu. She simply gazed quietly at the rows of divine oracles on the ground, radiating wisdom. For the first time, a look of worry and a hint of inferiority appeared in those eyes that were always full of gentleness and purity. Holy Saint! She slowly raised her head, and her pretty face, which always carried a gentle smile, was now filled with a look that Su Yu had never seen before. Dignified, and a little bit disturbed. These oracles. Su Yu and the others don't recognize them. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful joy that had just risen within me, the anticipation of entering civilized society, was instantly extinguished by this bucket of cold, realistic water. The look that Su Yu least wanted to see reappeared on all the women's faces. Confusion and unease. Yes, how could they forget? They're a bunch of people who can't even write their own names. Illiterate. How can we expect a group of illiterate people to learn this divine oracle, which is as mysterious as a book written in the heavens? Is this a joke? Su Yu stood quietly, watching the scene before him filled with pessimism and despair. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Also, it was as cold as frost. Suyu slowly pointed to the person who was still feeling inferior and a little desperate because of their ignorance. A gentle little priestess. Moonfire. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife piercing her heart. You know the most characters. Starting today. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of respect for intellectuals and a hint of cunning. You're the first leader of the Suyu's Dawn tribe. Minister of Education. Minister of Education? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply turned around slowly to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the newly completed, brand-new building. Wooden house. That's right. It's the place that almost became Suyu and Yun Shi's wedding night. Suyu looked at it and, word by word, delivered his final command to them in a tone full of confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Announcement. Starting today. Here. That's right, the first one in Suyu's Dawn tribe. School. On Suju. Suju. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. I will personally serve as your teacher. Boom. The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. School? Teacher? What is that? Sound. He's even more impressive than the previous leader. Yunshi and Yintong, on the other hand, seemed to have been opened to a completely new world and slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to them. For the first time, a captivating look, filled with conviction and a touch of infatuation, appeared on their usually proud and confident faces. Flush. They finally understood. They finally understood. This man never wanted someone who would simply obey. Tool. What he wanted was a group possessing independent thought and boundless wisdom. Companion. And they will become the first in this great era. Inspired by God himself. Lucky one. The thought of this made their hearts, which had been frozen for many years as queen and general, start pounding uncontrollably. As they slowly turned around, a burning fire of thirst for knowledge and desire ignited for the first time in their eyes, which were always filled with pride and fighting spirit. They looked at Suyu, the god who was all-knowing and all-powerful in their eyes. He asked softly, in a tone that was full of uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. That one. Saint Teacher. Can Suyu and the others come school too? Chapter 136. Little Linglong has grown up and become Suyu's teaching assistant. Can Suyu and his friends come to school? Yunshi and Yintong's voices, filled with boundless yearning for knowledge, exploded like two sweetest candy-coated bullets in Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat elated by the start of the era of universal education. Suyu Krak. Suyu Squad. Suyu is completely devastated. Not the older women. One of you is a queen who is extremely busy every day. One was a great general who fought in the north and south. Are you all going to try and steal Suyu's job, this lowly school teacher? Oh, it's not about stealing knowledge. Suyu looked at their adorable expressions, which were full of curiosity and a hint of threat, as if they would cry right now if Suyu dared to say no. I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. A surge of heroic spirit also filled me. Certainly. Suyu slowly reached out and gently rubbed their two equally fluffy little heads like the most kind principal, although they were taller than Suyu. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, in front of everyone, Suyu slowly announced a decision that was enough to drive the entire tribe crazy. Starting today, all members of the Dawn tribe, regardless of age, regardless of position, everyone must participate in literacy training. Every night, the course will be taught personally by Suyu. No one may be absent. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. Is the Holy One going to personally teach all of them? What kind of divine treatment is this? Long live the Holy One. Long live the teacher. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. An unprecedented night school literacy campaign, brimming with knowledge and hope, has officially begun. Suyu has now firmly established himself as the #1 male idol group member of the Suyu Dawn tribe, not the #1 male master. The days flew by in a thriving atmosphere filled with the sound of children reading aloud. In this unprecedented wave of learning, one that would make even the worst students ashamed, a super student has been born. She is Linglong. It's Suyu's #1 diehard fan and the leader of all the wild fans. She's practically a prodigy born to study. All the Chinese characters taught by Su Yu. She can remember it after hearing it only once. All the arithmetic taught by Su Yu, although it's only the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. She can learn something from just one reading and apply it to other situations. She could even recite the Journey to the West stories that Su Yu told at the storytelling session. It was drawn using crooked, childlike hieroglyphs, and it's paired with the same crooked and distorted pinyin. Su Yu Karak. Su Yu Squad. Su Yu is really about to break down. Is this even human? This is simply a human-shaped repeater and printer. Su Yu looked at the person before him who was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate himself. A primary school prodigy. I glanced again at the group, still arguing heatedly about the age-old question of what 1 + 1 equals. The underachievers group. Yes, I'm talking about you, Yin Tong. The joy in Su Yu's heart could no longer be described as mere ecstasy. Su Yu. Su Yu has struck gold. So one dark and stormy, or rather, sunny afternoon, Su Yu slowly walked over to the man who was still frowning, struggling with how to draw the 3 characters Bima, Bima 1, in front of the little girl. Exquisite. Su Yu's voice was very soft, very soft. It was like a most sacred divine decree. In an instant, it ignited her little heart, which was full of curiosity. Broter Su Yu. She suddenly raised her head, and her bright, sparkling eyes, which seemed to hold the entire starry sky, were filled with a light that looked like worship and a hint of self-satisfaction. Look, look! She proudly displayed her messy, scribbled masterpiece in front of Su Yu. Su Yu has drawn the Monkey King. Su Yu looked at the painting, which depicted the Monkey King as a giant monkey. He glanced at her again, at her adorable expression, eagerly awaiting Su Yu's praise. I felt a mix of laughter and tears, and a sense of relief. This silly girl. I've finally grown up. Su Yu slowly reached out and gently rubbed her fluffy little head like the kindest teacher. Well drawn. But Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone full of expectation and encouragement for the future. Being able to draw light is not enough. Linglong was stunned. She stared blankly at Su Yu, at those eyes that were always full of confidence and a hint of mystery. Her little head was filled with a great deal of doubt. Not enough? What else do I need to know? Su Yu did not answer her. Su Yu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the clean blackboard in front of them, a blackboard filled with the atmosphere of knowledge. That's right, it's made of charcoal, black and wooden boards. He wrote down 2 large characters, brimming with inheritance and hope. Teaching assistant. Then Su Yu looked at her and, in a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her the final instruction. Appointment. Starting today. You're so exquisite. That's Su Yu. Su Yu's only one. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. I'm a junior teaching assistant now. Chapter 137, there are always stubborn old men causing trouble. They must be dealt with. Time flies. Under Su Yu's modern management and technological breakthroughs, the development of the Dawn Tribe is changing every single day. Led by Yin Tong, the hunting team has completely eradicated all the ferocious beasts within 100 miles that posed a threat to Su Yu and his companions. Their daily work now consists of taking the pack of silver moon huskies, which have grown to be taller than half a person, out for a walk. And while you're at it, bring back some wild game to treat yourself. Under Yue Ying's leadership, the gathering team has brought the era of large-scale farming to its fullest potential. Under the irrigation of Su Yu's holy blood, which was filled with the bloodline of Shinnong, the dozens of acres of potato fields, which were actually just a few drops of blood that Su Yu accidentally dripped into when he cut his hand, grew up to an astonishingly high rate. Those potatoes grew bigger than a person's head. Under the leadership of the prodigy Qiaoer, the construction team completely let Su Yu run wild. Modern wooden houses are springing up everywhere. The beginnings of the tribe are already taking shape. She has even perfectly replicated the altar blueprint that Su Yu drew earlier. The entire Dawn Tribe was immersed in an unprecedented, immense joy called happiness and hope. Everyone's face was beaming with a genuine, radiant smile. Su Yu has thus firmly established himself as the hands-off manager. Every day, she would sit in the temple with Her Majesty Queen Su Yu, discussing the future development of the tribe. While you're at it, have some more of the Ice Queen's tofu. It was in the newly opened Dawn Academy that she told those inquisitive little girls stories about the divine realm. Advanced cultural knowledge. Life was peaceful and happy, also full of charming. Suyu looked at the thriving and vibrant utopia before him. A wave of emotion washed over me. Suyu, what merit do you have to be able to live such a decadent life? A life of corruption? However, just as Suyu was immersed in this godlike, immense sense of accomplishment, he was a discordant voice filled with an air of condescension and arrogance, suddenly boomed out of this peaceful tribe. Why should I? Suyu subconsciously turned his head. Suddenly, a huge crowd had gathered in front of the public granary in the center of the tribe, which was managed by Yuxing, and the one who spoke was Granny Shi, whom all the clansmen revered as a living history. At this moment, her wrinkled face was filled with a kind of expression that Suyu had never seen before. Anger, harmony, dissatisfaction. Leaning on a black wooden cane, she loudly questioned Yuxing, who looked distressed and on the verge of tears, in a questioning tone. Why should Suyu and the other elders who have toiled for the tribe their whole lives be allowed to do this? Do they receive the same amount of food each day as outsiders who have just joined the tribe? Why should those little brats who only know how to play in the mud in the schoolyard get the chance? Could he also stand on equal footing with former warriors like Suyu? This is unfair. This does not conform to the rules that have been passed down in Suyu's tribe for hundreds of years. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful joy that had just risen because of the prospect of a bumper harvest was instantly shattered by this question, which was full of the atmosphere of class struggle. All the newly joined women instinctively lowered their heads, a flicker of hope flashing in their eyes that had just been ignited, feeling inferior and anxious. The elders of the tribes stood behind Granny Shi with a sense of righteous indignation. They're defending their ridiculous beliefs in their own way. Vested interest. Suyu stood quietly outside the crowd, watching this dramatic scene unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. They've arrived. Finally, it's here. Any great change will inevitably affect the interests of the old forces, and inevitably will be accompanied by labor pains. What Suyu needs to do is to use the most direct and effective method. These are the stubborn elements that hinder the progress of civilization. Get a good dressing down. Grandma Stone. Suyu slowly walked out from the crowd. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife piercing into everyone's heart. Are you questioning the rules set by Suyu? Granny Shi's body trembled violently. As she raised her head, a glint flashed in her cloudy eyes. Fear. Harmony, but not reconciliation. Holy saint, she stammered, speaking to Suyu in a tone full of self-importance. Suyu, I dare not question you. However, the rules of Suyu's tribe cannot be changed just like that. Yes, your majesty. Suyu and his comrades have all shed blood for their tribe. Why should they be treated the same as outsiders? A group of old ladies immediately chimed in with their own opinions. That look was exactly like the people Suyu had seen in the market in his previous life, haggling over a mere penny. Annie, Suyu laughed when he saw their arrogant expressions, as if they were in the right and afraid of no one. Rule? Suyu watched them speak slowly, each word filled with contempt and mockery towards primitive civilization. Your rule is to make the tribe's population smaller and smaller. Your rule is to let the sisters of the tribe freeze to death in the winter. Your rule is that when facing a pack of wolves, there's nothing you can do but wait to die. The whole world fell silent. Grandma Shi and the group of old ladies behind her seemed to have been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They were all pale-faced, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Suyu then slowly walked up to them. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with tension and a hint of pleasure, Suyu pointed to the brand-new, warm wooden house behind them. He pointed to their soft, warm, new leather jackets. He pointed to the steaming, fragrant food in their bowls. Roasted potatoes. Finally, Suyu looked at their faces, each one filled with shame and embarrassment. He spoke slowly, each word imbued with an air of absolute control and divine authority. Now, Suyu Isuls. The goal is to ensure that everyone has enough to eat, wear, and have a place to live. That's right, to make Suyu's tribe stronger and more prosperous. My goal is to lead you out of this damned forest, to let you see the wider world outside. Isn't Suyu's rule good? Does anyone have a problem with this? The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been completely conquered by Suyu's brainwashing speech, which was full of inflammatory and positive energy. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes filled with fanaticism and absolute faith. The Holy One is mighty. Su Yu and his crew have no objections. Anyone who dares to object, Su Yu and his men will tear her apart. A thunderous roar of cheers, brimming with popular support, resounded throughout the entire valley. Granny Shur and the group of old ladies behind her seemed to have all their strength drained away and slowly collapsed to the ground. They know. They lost. They lost badly, utterly defeated. They lost miserably, utterly humiliated. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying the restoration of order that he had personally directed. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. However, just when Su Yu thought this farce was about to end with Su Yu's complete victory, a trembling voice, filled with terror and a hint of disbelief, suddenly boomed at the entrance of the tribe. "Your Majesty!" "No, this is bad." Su Yu subconsciously turned his head. Suddenly, a female warrior who was responsible for patrolling outside the tribe tumbled and crawled in. Her face, which was always full of vigilance, was now filled with a look that Su Yu had never seen before. Fear and despair. She pointed to the area south of the tribe, an area that Su Yu and his group had never set foot in. He shouted to Su Yu in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a hint of ecstasy. "People of the Bloodfang tribe. They've sent envoys to sue for peace." Chapter 138. Using both kindness and severity to subdue everyone. People of the Bloodfang tribe. They've sent envoys to sue for peace. The female warrior's scream, filled with shock and a hint of ecstasy, was like a massive nuclear bomb. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted in this tribe, which had just quelled its internal strife. What? Soon? Would those man-eating demons sue for peace? The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes full of disbelief and a hint of certainty, looking at this god who was all-knowing and all-powerful in their eyes. Yes, even the king of the Black Forest was killed by Su Yu and his men. Even the plague, which was like a natural disaster, was conquered by Su Yu and his men. That mere Bloodfang tribe, which only knows how to bully the weak with brute force. Before Su Yu and his esteemed saint, except for kneeling down and begging for mercy. Is there another way to go? In an instant, a thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, once again resounded throughout the entire valley. Grandma Shur and the group of old ladies behind her seemed to have been completely forgotten in a corner of history. They were all pale-faced, and their lips were trembling as they stared at the scene before them, a scene full of magical realism. Their minds, which had been filled with old ideas, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, something called "the times have changed." It's over. This is really the end. They actually dared to try and contend with such a god. The right to speak? It's a complete joke. Su Yu stood quietly outside the crowd, watching this dramatic scene unfold before him. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards, there will never be another voice opposing Su Yu in this tribe. However, just as everyone was immersed in this double happiness and immense joy, Su Yu, however, slowly raised Su Yu's hand. All the fervent voices were suppressed, etc. Su Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. The whole world fell silent. All women are like ducks whose necks have been grabbed, instantly falling silent. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Saint, what is he planning to do now? Su Yu ignored them. Su Yu simply turned around slowly and turned his gaze to the one who was still slumped on the ground, looking utterly dejected. The remnants of the old era. Su Yu looked at Granny Shur's aged face, which was filled with fear and a trace of despair. He spoke slowly, each word uttered with a tone filled with pity and mockery for the loser. Grandma Stone. According to the first law of Su Yu's Dawn tribe, inciting tribal division is a blatant challenge to the authority of the saints and chieftains. Su Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy, killing intent. What crime should he be charged with? Granny Shur's body trembled violently. Her cloudy eyes were instantly filled with a fear of death. Holy One, have mercy! She scrambled and crawled, landing right at Su Yu's feet. In one swift motion, she grabbed Su Yu's leg. Tears streamed down that wrinkled old face. Su Yu will never dare to do it again. Su Yu, I'll never dare to do it again. The group of old ladies behind her were utterly terrified by Su Yu's death trial, which was full of the implication of settling scores after the fact. One by one, they knelt down. They were using the most primitive and humble methods to, the last, repent. Su Yu looked at the dramatic scene before him. Su Yu felt whatsoever. Su Yu knew that being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to himself. If Su Yu doesn't do it today, he'll make an example of her. Then tomorrow, even more Granny Sure will step forward. A challenge to Su Yu's authority. However, just as Su Yu was about to pronounce their death sentences, a cold, yet somewhat reluctant, familiar figure stood in front of Su Yu. It's Yunshi. She had somehow walked up to Su Yu's side. She slowly squatted down and helped Granny Sure, who was terrified and on the verge of losing her mind, up from the ground. Then she looked up, and for the first time, a look of pleading appeared in her eyes, which were always covered in frost. Look, Su Yu. Her voice was very soft, but it was like the warmest current that instantly flowed into Su Yu's heart, which had become somewhat cold because of the killing. Their crimes do not warrant death. Su Yu was stunned. Su Yu stared blankly at her. Looking at this, the queen who was absolutely obedient to Su Yu just a second ago. But now she's pleading with Su Yu for a group of rebels who openly challenge her authority? Su Yu smiled. Su Yu slowly reached out and gently embraced her hot, trembling body in his arms, like the most tender husband. Then, amidst everyone's gazes, filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of I knew it, Su Yu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice full of confidence and a hint of doting affection. Su Yu never intended to kill them. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her head, and her eyes, which were always covered with frost, were filled with a light of incomprehension and confusion. Su Yu slowly turned around to face all the women who were still in a state of tension and unease. Su Yu pointed to the old women who were still trembling. He spoke each word with an air of confidence and unquestionable authority, issuing them the most humane order Su Yu had ever given as a saint. Judgment. The death penalty can be waived. He will be punished severely and cannot escape it. Starting today, Grandma Sure and everyone involved in today's farce. All of you, get Su Yu to Chinsi Academy. Be a teacher. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man who radiated a kind of incomprehensible, dazzling aura called outrageous maneuvers. Their little heads were filled with big questions. What about being a teacher? Is this considered punishment? Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. This tribe was finally truly given to Su Yu. Well-treated, completely obedient. Yunshi, as if a new world had been opened to her, slowly collapsed into Su Yu's arms. She stared blankly at the shameless man who was winking and making faces at her. For the first time, a touching blush, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on her usually sculpted, cold face. She finally understood. She understood completely. This man wants more than just their bodies. It's not just their loyalty. What he wants is a brand new, civilized, powerful, and united Dawn empire. And she will become the sole queen of this great empire. Thinking of this, her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, began to pound uncontrollably. However, just as Su Yu was enjoying this immense sense of accomplishment from the combination of kindness and severity, a cold, decisive voice suddenly boomed through the peaceful village without warning. It's Yin Tong. She had somehow walked up to the scout, who was scrambling and stumbling. She grabbed the other person's collar. Those fiery eyes were filled with an extreme thirst for war. Explain. Those Bloodfang tribe scum. They've arrived. How many people are there? Chapter 139, the Bloodfang tribe sent envoys to sue for peace? There's definitely a trap. They've arrived. How many people are there? Yin Tong's cold voice, filled with an extreme desire for war, was like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, instantly severing the pitiful joy that had just risen in the scout's heart because of the word peace bet. Well, the female warrior shuddered violently at the palpable killing intent emanating from Yin Tong. She stammered, answering in a tone filled with fear and a hint of confusion. Just two. And what's more, it looks like he's injured. The whole world fell silent. 2. He was also injured? Is this a plea for peace? Or are they trying to stage an accident? All the women froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. They looked at this god who, in their eyes, was omniscient and omnipotent. They are waiting. Their god awaits them to reveal the final answer. Suyu stood quietly listening to the dramatic report. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Soom? Or is he injured? Oh, interesting. It seems that their brilliant defense of the city last time really hurt them. Let them in. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the confused and uneasy gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout. But now, a monstrous storm was brewing in those icy eyes. Ice Queen. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her the most open statement he, as a saint, had ever made. Order. Yunshi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of disbelief. Let them in. Your Majesty, could he have actually believed those cannibalistic demons? Suyu, you're insane. Yin Tong was the first to react. She grabbed the longbow that she never parted with. Those fiery eyes were filled with a frenzied fighting spirit that feared no death. Those are the scum of the Blood Fong tribe. You can't believe a single word they say. Letting them in might be a trap. Then wouldn't Suyu and his ilk be? Shut up. Suyu slowly uttered 2 words. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like 2 of the heaviest mountains. It slammed down hard on Yin Tong's volcano, which was about to erupt. She was completely petrified. She stared blankly at Suyu's eyes, which were filled with a kind of wisdom and amusement that she couldn't understand. Her brain, which was filled with muscles, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before called strategic contempt. Suyu stood quietly, enjoying her gaze, which was filled with confusion and utmost worship, as if she were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Is this a scam? Suyu knew, of course, that something was amiss. Moreover, Suyu knew what tricks they were up to. But, faced with absolute strength and absolute wisdom, any conspiracy or trickery, all of them are just a joke. Soon, under Suyu's orders, the 2-piece envoys from the Bloodfang tribe were brought before Suyu. Just as the scout had said, they were 2 extremely thin and miserable-looking women. They were dressed in tattered animal skins, still stained with wet blood. Their faces were etched with hunger and fear. They were immediately struck by the sight of the mountains of food and the warm, bright wooden houses in the Suyu tribe. In an instant, a light of greed and jealousy burst forth in those murky eyes, although it only lasted for a fleeting moment. However, Suyu still managed to pinpoint it accurately. Oh, the acting was good. Unfortunately, your eyes betrayed you. The great leader of the Dawn tribe, one of the older-looking women, noticed Yunshi and Suyu sitting in the main seats. With a thud, he knelt down. She cried out to Suyu and the others in a tone full of humility and a hint of practiced skill. Suyu and the others are envoys of the Bloodfang tribe. Suyu and his men have come to sue for peace. Suyu and his men no longer want to fight. Blood Mother is a cruel madwoman. She treated Suyu and the others like her slaves. Suyu and his fellow villagers are constantly hungry and cold. Suyu and his ilk, we've had enough. I beg you, Great Dawn tribe, let's take in Suyu and his friends. Suyu and his all are willing to give up everything they have. The whole world fell silent. All the women of the Dawn tribe were completely stunned by this sudden, heartfelt lament. They all looked at the 2 pitiful people on the ground, who were crying their eyes out, with eyes full of sympathy and a hint of empathy. Even Yin Tong, who had always hated the Bloodfang tribe to the core, showed a hint of wavering in her fiery eyes. Yunshi, on the other hand, frowned her beautiful brows. She slowly turned her gaze to Suyu. Those cold eyes were filled with a mixture of inquiry and dependence. Look, Suyu Smaïd. Suyu slowly stood up from the tiger-skin bed, which exuded a wild and alluring charm. Then, amidst everyone's gazes, filled with both confusion and a hint of anticipation, Suyu walked step by step to the 2 actors who were still kneeling on the ground, trembling. Suyu slowly squatted down. He spoke slowly, in a tone filled with pity and mockery for intelligence. The acting was good. Pity. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy, killing intent. Before your next performance, remember, first, fill your stomach. The two women's bodies trembled violently. When they looked up, their cloudy eyes were instantly filled with a fear called death. They don't understand. They really don't understand. This seemingly frail man. How did you see through their disguise? Suyu did not explain. Suyu slowly pointed to their voluptuous waists, which, though covered by tattered animal hides, were still undeniable. And their faces, though covered in mud, were still rosy. A tribe that can't even get enough to eat. How could you possibly raise such overnourished refugees like yourselves? Suyu looked at them, their faces drained of color and filled with despair. The smile on his lips deepened. Go ahead and say it. Blood Mother, that old hag. What exactly are they up to? Chapter 140, a clever plan. This time we'll wipe you all out. What on earth are they planning? Suyu's voice, like a demon from the deepest hell, exploded in the ears of the two trembling actors, and it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, the man who had completely exposed the enemy's seemingly flawless conspiracy with just a few words. Their hearts, which had just softened because of Suyu's kindness, were completely awakened at this moment by a wave of icy water called fear and relief. Yes, how could they forget? Bloodfawn tribe scum. How could they possibly genuinely seek peace? If it weren't for them standing here today, it would be the omniscient and omnipotent saint. It was themselves. Did they really believe it? Then, foolishly, he opened the tribe's gate. In the end, they were defeated by that group of man-eating demons who had been lying in ambush all along. They wiped them all out? The thought of this sent a chill down their spines. A fear of death instantly shot from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The way they looked at the two actors who were still kneeling on the ground changed instantly. No longer sympathy and pity. Rather, it was a feeling of wanting to devour them alive. An overwhelming hatred. The two women from the Bloodfang tribe were struck dumb. They stared blankly at Suyu's face, which appeared exceptionally handsome, yet possessed a devilish charm in the firelight. Their minds, filled with wishful thinking and scheming, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called dimensional reduction attack. It's over. This is really it. It's over. He's not even human. He's the devil. He is a devil who can see through everything. Holy One, have mercy. They tumbled and crawled to Suyu's feet like two spineless dead dogs. She immediately grabbed Suyu's leg. Tears streamed down his face, which was filled with fear and endless despair. Suyu, speak. Suyu and his ilk, tell us everything. Faced with the immense fear of death, all talk of loyalty is a joke. Soon, they spilled the beans, revealing the Blood Mother's shocking conspiracy in detail, leaving nothing out. As Suyu had predicted, this was a complete and utter disaster. The feast at Hongmen. After suffering a great loss last time, that cunning old woman, Blood Mother, has learned her lesson. She knew that a direct assault would definitely not be enough to defeat Suyu and his hedgehog tribe, who were equipped with divine artifacts. So, she came up with this insidious and vicious plan. Decapitation strike. She first sent people to feign peace to lull Suyu and his men into a false sense of security. Then, under the guise of negotiation, they tricked Suyu and Yun Shi, the two highest leaders of the tribe, into a death trap that they had already laid. As long as we can take down Suyu and his two companions. The remaining Dawn tribe was a leaderless group. Lamb to the slaughter. Brilliant move. Cut off the enemy supply line. What a vicious old hag. Kill them. Your Majesty, kill these two ignorant and reckless bastards. Yen Tong was the first to explode. She grabbed the longbow that she never parted with. Those fiery eyes were filled with a mad, fearless killing intent. Then, Suyu and his men charge over there now. That Bloodfang tribe's lousy lair. Raise it to the ground. Raise it to the ground. Raise it to the ground. All the women were completely ignited by Yen Tong's war declaration, which was full of violent aesthetics. They all raised their incredibly sharp weapons high and let out a deafening roar. However, just as everyone was immersed in the frenzied excitement of their impending domination, Suyu slowly shook his head. Suyu looked at Yen Tong's pretty face, which had become somewhat distorted due to anger. Calmly, he uttered a sentence that instantly froze everyone's smiles on their faces. Just like that, he was killed? Wouldn't that be too easy on them? Yin Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at Su Yu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Not kill. So what for? Should we keep them? Chinese New Year? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply stretched out his hand in front of them, onto that fertile land full of hope. The painting was finished, a painting that made everyone's breath catch in their throats. Oracle. It was a very simple painting. Marching route map. The image clearly shows 2 points that exude murderous intent. Red arrow. One of them points to the Bloodfang tribe, the so-called negotiation location. The other took a roundabout approach, directly targeting their weak defenses. Lair. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, which was filled with a light they could not comprehend, a light called the art of war. Their brains, which were filled with brute force, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called using a counter-strategy. Originally, war. You can play it like this? Yunxi and Yintong, as if a new world had been opened to them, slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to them. For the first time, a touching blush, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. They finally understood. They understood completely. This man possesses more than just the wisdom to create divine artifacts. He possesses a kind of power that can manipulate the entire world at will. Terrifying wisdom. And before that, they actually dared to dream of competing with such a monstrous talent. Command? Simply, it's a joke. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. This area has the layout of a black forest. Will be, by Su Yu. One hand rewritten. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who was completely impressed by Su Yu's amazing skills. Hot girl. Su Yu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Trial. Yintong. Now relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. First thing, tomorrow morning, you lead all the main forces of the hunting party. Destroy their stronghold. Su Yu slowly pointed to himself. She then pointed to the Ice Queen, who looked shy yet forced a calm demeanor. Let's put on a good show together. Chapter 141, Venturing into the Tiger's Den. Su Yu goes to meet the Blood Mother in person. Let's put on a show. Su Yu's voice boomed like that of the most crazed gambler in this tribe, filled with the flames of revenge. It also completely ignited the boundless desire for victory in the hearts of all women. They've completely gone mad. Acting? Playing along with their scheme? Did we take down their stronghold? Just how many unbelievable and outrageous things does the saint have in her head? The Holy One is mighty. Let's do it. Let those bastards know what despair really is. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the entire valley. The pitiful tension that had just risen due to the enemy's conspiracy was instantly crushed by Su Yu's script, which was full of the meaning of a dimensional reduction attack. In their eyes, Su Yu was a god whose wisdom and strategies were almost supernatural. Don't even mention it, just a mere Bloodfang tribe. Even if the sky were to fall, they can also poke a hole in it. And Yunxi and Yintong are the 2 proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Su Yu like 2 of his most loyal little fangirls. He silently looked at Su Yu with eyes filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination. Watching this war, which could overturn the fate of their entire tribe, being treated like a game. Evildoer. That night, the entire Dawn tribe remained awake. All the women were frantically preparing for the upcoming event, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The final battle. The next day before dawn, 2 teams, filled with a chilling aura, had already assembled. A team led personally by Yintong. It brings together the 50 most elite archers in the entire tribe. They have only one goal. That is like the sharpest dagger, silently piercing the enemy's vulnerable heart. The other one, however, seemed rather shabby. There were only 10 people. Apart from Su Yu and Yunxi, who were both without any other personnel. Only 8 remained, responsible for protecting Su Yu and his companions. members of the royal bodyguard. Yin Tong, carrying her longbow that she never parted with, walked up to Su Yu. For the first time, a look of worry appeared in her fiery eyes. Hey, Mun, are you really okay? Taking such a small group to venture into a den of dragons and tigers? Why don't you come with me, Su Yu? Su Yu smiled. Su Yu slowly reached out his hand and gently rubbed her fiery red, fluffy head like the gentlest of older brothers. Rest assured, just one, the Bloodfang tribe. Su Yu paused for a moment, and then slowly spoke in a tone full of contempt and mockery towards primitive people. They are not worthy of Su Yu's personal intervention. After saying that, Su Yu ignored the bewildered child behind him. Her Majesty the Queen, leading Su Yu and the 8 suicide squad members with expressions of resignation, disappeared into the mist-shrouded area. In the forest, under the precise navigation of the daily reconnaissance system, Su Yu and his team skillfully avoided all potential dangers. Soon, the enemy was at the city gates. They appeared in that place filled with the atmosphere of death and conspiracy. Negotiation location. It was an extremely open valley. The valley is surrounded by steep cliffs that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. The only entrance was packed with people, densely packed, all wielding sharp weapons. Bloodfang tribe member. They all stared intently at Su Yu and his group with eyes full of greed and bloodlust, as if they were eyeing food on a plate. They looked exactly like a group of people who hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. Hyena. And at the very front of them, on a huge rock, stained red with blood, a man of extremely tall stature, exuding an aura of brutality and madness. The middle-aged woman was sitting there quietly. She is the leader of the Bloodfang tribe, that person who ruled this region for decades. Blood Mother. Su Yu looked at the scene before him, which was filled with the atmosphere of a treacherous banquet. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Oh, that's it? Is that all? Wow, that's underestimating Su Yu too much, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Su Yu thought someone dared to kill his daughter and seize his territory. It turns out, it was someone who hadn't even grown all their hair yet. Pretty boy, Blood Mother's hoarse and endlessly mocking laughter boomed throughout the valley. Her cloudy eyes, filled with savagery and madness, gleamed with a cat-and-mouse game. Cruel and disdain, she slowly rose from her throne. That towering body instantly cast a shadow filled with the aura of death. Shadow. It enveloped Su Yu and the few guards behind him who were already trembling with fear. Kid, Su Yu admires your courage. But, she paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with pity and mockery for the weak. Courage is good, but can't put food on the table. Today, Su Yu will let you, along with your little lovers, to become Su Yu's food for his descendants. Superior. At a single command. Then, hundreds of Bloodfang tribe members, who had been eagerly anticipating their arrival, charged towards Su Yu and his group with roars, just like sharks that had smelled blood. In an instant, Yunshi drew her sharp stone knife. Those cold eyes burned with a fierce, all-consuming rage. Flame. She would fight to the death to defend herself and her man. Dignity. However, at this critical moment, Su Yu slowly raised Su Yu's skin. She was stopped. Don't rush. Su Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the confused and bewildered gazes of all his enemies. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the one who looked smug and as if victory was already in his grasp. Old hag. Su Yu watched her, each word spoken with a tone brimming with confidence and a hint of pity, announced something to her that was enough to drive them utterly insane. Fact. It's not about the number of people. If it works, that's fine. Su Yu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. However, how many people can still use it? Chapter 142. Yin Tong infiltrates. Even a fiery huntress can be cunning. Just as Su Yu and Yun, she were at the Hongmen banquet, engaging in an extreme tug-of-war with the Blood Mother, a performance worthy of an Oscar. Dozens of miles away, in the dark and damp lair of the Bloodfang tribe, a silent infiltration full of speed and passion is unfolding. Yin Tong moved silently through the rugged and complex mountain cave, like the most agile cheetah. Behind her followed 50 equally agile figures. They're the most elite members of the Dawn tribe. Trump card. Special forces. They were all wearing night clothes that Xiaoer had just made, although it was just some animal hides that had been dyed black. They each held in their hands something powerful enough to take a life from 100 meters away. Death Scythe. Their faces were covered in camouflage paint that exuded a murderous aura, although it was just some black soot from the bottom of the pot. They were like a group of ghosts from hell. Silently, they reaped the rewards of all those who dared to stand in their way. Life. Buffed, buffed, buffed. The dull thuds of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously in this death-filled cave. Those Bloodfang tribe members who were responsible for staying behind to guard the lair, including the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, didn't even have time to let out a scream. And so, their throats were easily slit by these elusive Grim Reapers. This is a one-sided affair. Massacre. A match brimming with wisdom and tactics. Dimensional reduction attack. Standing atop the mountain of corpses, Yin Tong's eyes, always blazing with fire, revealed for the first time a look that could be described as nothing special. Disdain and contempt. She finally understood. She understood completely. That man, whom she always looked down upon as weak and frail, possessed a mind brimming with wisdom. Just how terrifying is it? Originally, war. Is it really that simple? However, just as she was basking in the immense, overwhelming pleasure of this intellectual dominance, a trembling voice, filled with terror and a hint of disbelief, suddenly exploded in the blood-soaked cave without warning. Who are you all? Yin Tong subconsciously turned her head away. A woman dressed in the same Bloodfang tribe attire, but whose face was somewhat unfamiliar, was looking at them with a terrified expression. In her hands, she was also holding a container filled with fresh flesh and blood. Clay basin? Broken. Some escaped the net. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Yin Tong's fiery eyes. Suddenly, she raised the longbow in her hand. The arrow, gleaming with a cold light, instantly locked onto the foolish person. Survivor. However, just as she was about to release the bowstring, that seemingly gentle and frail woman did something that surprised everyone. Move. She knelt down with a thud. She pointed to her tattered clothes, which reeked of slavery. She then pointed to the Bloodfang tribe members they had killed. For the first time, a hint of relief and a sliver of hope appeared in those eyes that were filled with fear and endless hatred. Radiance. She stammered and cried out to them in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a hint of ecstasy. You all are. People from a Dawn tribe? The whole world fell silent. Yin Tong was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the woman on the ground, a woman whose story seemed to tell. Her brain, which was filled with muscles, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called a plot twist. What's going on here? But the woman was completely oblivious. She scrambled to Yin Tong's feet like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. He grabbed her leg in one swift motion. Please, take Suyu away. Suyu no longer wanted to stay in this man-eating hellhole. Suyu knows all the secrets of that old hag, the Blood Mother. Yin Tong was completely stunned. She slowly lowered her head and looked at the person in her arms who was crying her eyes out. He looked up again and glanced at his equally bewildered subordinates behind him. For the first time, a glimmer of hope stirred in her simple yet proud heart. She herself was unaware of it. Shake. She slowly extended her large, trembling hands, stained with blood. Then, amidst everyone's gazes, filled with both confusion and a hint of anticipation, she even imitated Suyu's gesture and gently rubbed the woman's small head. She looked at her, at those eyes filled with fear and endless anticipation. She spoke slowly, word by word, in a tone that she herself hadn't expected, a tone full of wisdom and a hint of calculation. I can take you away, but... She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with eagerness for information. You need to tell Suyu first. The Blood Mother, that old hag's power. Where did it come from? Chapter 143, A Shocking Discovery. The Blood Mother's power comes from evil blood sacrifice. Where exactly does the Blood Mother's power come from? Yin Tong's icy voice, filled with an extreme thirst for intelligence, was like the sharpest dagger, piercing the heart of the trembling defector. She was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the woman in front of her, who, like the Blood Mother, exuded an aura of iron-bloodedness and ruthless decisiveness. But in those fiery eyes, there gleamed a light she had never seen before, a light of wisdom and calculation. Her brain, which was filled with fear, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called a dimensional reduction attack. This is the Dawn tribe. What kind of magical place is it? Why? Why is it that even a young woman who looks to be about the same age as her can possess such terrible scheming? Suju Sith. Yin Tong was filled with a death stare that threatened to kill him if he didn't speak up. This poor traitor has completely broken down. She spilled the beans, revealing the earth-shattering secret that was enough to overturn the entire Black Forest. It was a blood sacrifice. Her voice became sharp and distorted with extreme fear. The Blood Mother, that old hag, all her power comes from an extremely evil blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice? Yin Tong was stunned. All the warriors of the Dawn tribe were stunned, although they had heard some ancient legends about sacrificial rites. But in their minds, aren't sacrifices all about praying for divine protection? How? How can I gain power? She wasn't offering sacrifices to the gods. The woman seemed to recall something extremely terrifying, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. She is sacrificing to the devil. She used the old, injured, and useless sisters in Su Yu's tribe. There were even newborn babies. With their blood, come, in exchange for that endless evil power. The whole world fell silent. A chilling, deathly aura instantly shot from the soles of the feet of all the Dawn tribe warriors to present to the top of their heads. They all froze in place, as if they had been frozen in place. The color drained from their faces. For the first time, those eyes, always brimming with fighting spirit, revealed a mixture of disgust and extreme anger. Flame. Cannibalism. They can understand. After all, in this primitive world where the strong prey on the weak, there's nothing you can't do to survive. But use your own people, your own sisters, even their own children, in exchange for that laughable power? Is this even human? These are nothing short of a bunch of devils in human skin. Brute. Yin Tong's roar, filled with endless killing intent, exploded in the blood-soaked cave. For the first time, a righteous indignation ignited in her fiery eyes. Holy flame! She grabbed the traitor, who was so terrified he was about to lose his mind, and lifted him off the ground. That place where blood sacrifices are performed. Where? See you, I'll take you there. The woman scrambled ahead to lead the way. Soon, they passed through the main cave, which reeked of blood. They arrived at an extremely secluded place, reeking of an overwhelming, unbearable stench. Deep inside the cave, it was a huge cave transformed from a natural Cars cave. Underground space. At the center of the space is a structure with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Blood pool. The pool was filled with a viscous, foul-smelling substance. Black blood. And right in the center of the blood pool, there also stands a structure built from countless stark white bones. Altar. On the altar, there was also a huge, still slightly pulsating object, a black heart. Even Yin Tong, a fearless and tough woman, upon witnessing the scene before me, a scene resembling hell on earth, filled with evil and madness, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine and my stomach churn. That's it. Blood Mother. The source of power? She stammered, her voice trembling with a mixture of shock and nausea. Yes. The traitor answered in a tone filled with fear and endless hatred. The Blood Mother holds a blood sacrifice here every month. She will throw those sacrifices she has chosen into this pool of blood. Then they use their blood and souls to feed the demonic heart on the altar. As long as the demonic heart remains, it will never be extinguished. She can draw strength from it continuously. And she paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with endless fear and a hint of despair. Each time, her power increases after a blood sacrifice. Last time, she was even able to tear apart an adult saber-toothed tiger with her bare hands. The whole world fell silent. All the warriors of the Dawn tribe were completely terrified by this earth-shattering secret filled with fantasy and horror. They finally understood. They understood completely. They were not facing an ordinary tribe at all. Instead, they're individuals who grow stronger by consuming the blood of their relatives. The old monster ruled. Devil's Lair. Yin Tong, on the other hand, seemed to have had the door to a completely new world open for her, and slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the demonic heart that was still throbbing slightly. For the first time, a glimmer of hope stirred in her simple yet proud heart. Named Powerless. Shake. Can she really defeat such a monster? However, just as she was about to be completely consumed by this immense fear. A familiar voice, full of confidence and a hint of amusement, suddenly rang in her mind. What? Are you scared? Yen Tong's body trembled violently. She suddenly raised her head. For the first time, a kind of faith erupted from those eyes that were always filled with fire. A dazzling light. Yes. What is she afraid of? She and Your Majesty. There is that who knows everything and is omnipotent. God, as long as he's there. Don't even mention it. Just an old monster. Even if the sky were to fall, he can also push it back. Thinking of this, her heart, which had just become somewhat cold due to fear, was rekindled by a flame called fighting spirit. She suddenly leaped up from the ground. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and slightly incredulous gazes, she actually mimicked Su Yu's actions and slowly extended her hand. On the ground, on the land that reeked of blood, they drew a picture of something they had never seen before, one brimming with tactics and insidious cunning. Oracle. It was a very simple painting. Ambush diagram. Then, she looked at her equally bewildered subordinates behind her. She spoke slowly, each word delivered in a tone she herself hadn't anticipated, a tone brimming with wisdom and a hint of calculation. Listen, Su Yu and his men, no, destroy this place. Su Yu and his men, wait here, waiting for the Blood Mother, that old hag. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone full of confidence and mockery towards the hunter. Walk right in the trap. Chapter 144, the final battle plan, codenamed Decapitation. However, how many people are still available? Su Yu's voice boomed like the most cruel devil in this valley filled with a chilling atmosphere. It also struck hard into the hearts of the Blood Mother and the rabble behind her. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man who, despite being surrounded, still maintained a calm and composed demeanor in his eyes. Their minds, filled with tyranny, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called information warfare. How could he know? How could he possibly know that Su Yu's stronghold was already empty? Is he really a god who can foresee the future? You're talking nonsense. The Blood Mother roared, her voice fierce but her heart weak. She tried to use her blustering anger to mask her panicked inner turmoil. Everyone, charge at Su Yu. Kill him. Kill him. And Su Yu and his men will have an endless supply of food. And then there are the countless magical artifacts. However, this time her inflammatory pre-battle mobilization had no effect whatsoever. The pack of hyenas behind her, who had been so aggressive, stopped when they saw Su Yu's mocking and disdainful gaze. Surprisingly, everyone instinctively stopped in their tracks. They were afraid. They were truly afraid. They were afraid of the mysterious, devilish man before them. They were even more afraid of their now empty home. Home! Su Yu, on the other hand, stood quietly, enjoying the psychological battle he had personally directed. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. Bloodfang tribe, a nightmare that once struck fear into the hearts of countless small tribes. It will become history, and the Blood Mother was clearly aware of this as well. For the first time, a look of fear and desperation appeared in her murky eyes filled with savagery and madness. Crazy. She suddenly leaped off her throne. That towering body instantly unleashed a power so great that even the heavens and earth paled in comparison. Atili Fainoha. Kid. Suim admits, underestimated. But, she paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with contempt and mockery towards ants. Before absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery, they're all paper tigers. Today, Su Yu will let you see it for yourself. Was called true despair. After saying that, she stomped her foot. Boom! A deafening roar. That hard ground, strong enough to withstand 1,000 troops. It turns out, she actually managed to create a crater more than half a meter deep with just one kick. Huge, deep pit. Her towering body, like a cannonball, charged towards Su Yu with overwhelming killing intent capable of tearing everything apart. Su Yu! Yunqi's scream, filled with terror and despair, rang out behind Su Yu. She wanted to rush forward and shield Su Yu from this devastating blow. But it was too late. The Blood Mother's speed is too fast. So fast that Su Yu almost didn't react. However, just a second before that iron fist, filled with the aura of death, was about to smash into Su Yu's face. Su Yu, however, smiled. He laughed very easily. Also, to save her, Suyu slowly extended his hand. Under the horrified, ghostly gazes of everyone present, Suyu actually used the most fragile one. Finger? It easily blocked that fatal blow that could have shattered a monument. The whole world fell silent. The Blood Mother was completely petrified. She stared blankly at Suyu's slender finger, which was filled with a divine power called Tai Chi that she couldn't understand. Her brain, which was filled with power, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. How is this possible? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying her gaze, which was filled with both fear and extreme worship, as if she were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Absolute power? Suyu watched her speak slowly, each word uttered in a tone filled with contempt and mockery towards primitive people. That's it. You think you're worthy? Boom. The entire tribe was in an uproar. At the same time, dozens of miles away, in the Bloodfang tribe's lair, filled with the stench of blood, Yin Tong was looking at the 2 traitors on the ground with a look of disgust, who had been completely terrified by her. Her fiery eyes were filled with a kind of arrogance towards intelligence. Disdain. And disdain. In other words, as long as that disgusting heart is destroyed, Blood Mother, that old hag will lose all her power? Yes, yes. The 2 women nodded frantically, like chickens pecking at rice. Very good. Yin Tong nodded in satisfaction. Then, in the eyes of those 2 women, filled with relief and joy at surviving a disaster, she slowly raised a longbow in her hand. Puffed, puffed. 2 soft sounds. Those 2 traitors, still dreaming of wealth and glory, instantly turned into 2 cold corpses. The corpse. For traitors. Yin Tong slowly put away her longbow. For the first time, a hint of appeared on her pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence. Named Cold. Killing intent. Suyu and his Dawn tribe have always had only one fate. After saying that, she never looked at the 2 filthy corpses again. She suddenly turned around, facing the group behind him, who were equally excited and impatient. Women's Army. She issued her most important and most insane order in history as a general with an iron-fisted, unquestionable tone. Order. Everyone, listen up. Right now, immediately, take all the kerosene from Suyu and his ilk. Move them all to that disgusting pool of blood. Today, I'm going to show that old hag her own eyes. Was called. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with reverence for the saint and a hint of imitation. Cut off the fuel supply at the root. Report. A sharp screech, filled with ecstasy and a hint of certainty, pierced the silence of the valley. A homing pigeon, its entire body as black as ink? No. Yes, crow. From the sky. It landed steadily on Suyu's shoulder. Suyu slowly took a small bamboo tube from its feet. I opened it and took a look. There was only one animal hide inside. The animal hide was painted with a style full of soul. Flame pattern. Suyu smiled. Suyu slowly raised his head, meeting the Blood Mother's gaze, which was filled with terror and endless despair. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her the final instruction. Trial. Yunshi. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Final battle plan. Codename. Decapitation. Chapter 145. Split into 2 groups and launch a surprise attack from the center. Codename. Decapitation. Suyu's voice, like the coldest death god, boomed through the valley filled with a chilling atmosphere. This also completely ignited the last bit of fervor for victory in the hearts of Yunshi and the group of guards behind her. They've completely gone mad. Decapitation. Well done, beheading. The sage is still the same sage, decisive and ruthless. Yes. Yunshi no longer hesitated at all. She suddenly turned around. Facing behind him were 8 equally excited and impatient ADCs. She issued the order in a tone that was both iron-fisted and unquestionable, marking the most important and insane step she had ever taken as queen. Order. Everyone, listen up. Note, this is the saint's plan. Prepare for battle. Roar. A roar as powerful as a mountain and as fierce as a tsunami, resounded throughout the entire valley. The Blood Mother seemed completely bewildered by Su Yu's unconventional and erratic commands from afar. She stared blankly at Su Yu, this man who, despite being cornered by her, still had eyes full of a cat-and-mouse-like mockery. Her mind, which had been filled with violence, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called, "You are already surrounded." Playing tricks. She roared, her voice filled with bravado, but her heart was filled with fear. Go for Su Yu. Kill him. Tear him to pieces, Su Yu. However, this time her pre-battle mobilization, filled with impotent rage, had no effect whatsoever. The pack of hyenas behind her, who had been so aggressive, stopped when they saw Su Yu's eyes filled with pity and disdain. One by one, they all instinctively stopped in their tracks. They were afraid. They were truly afraid. They were afraid of this mysterious, devilish man before them. They were even more afraid of their own side, which already, they were all wiped out by Su Yu and his gang. Home. At the same time, dozens of miles away, in the Bloodfang tribe, at the blood pool altar filled with an evil aura, Yin Tong, like the most ruthless arsonist, slowly raised the longbow in his hand. For the first time, a righteous indignation ignited in her eyes, which were always filled with fire. Holy flame. She looked at the pool of blood before her, filled with sin and endless vengeful spirits. Then I remembered those innocent sisters who died tragically at the hands of that old witch, Blood Mother. At this moment, her simple yet proud heart was completely ignited by a flame called justice. Sisters. She slowly turned around to face the group behind her, whose faces were equally grim and who were already impatient. Nemesis. She issued the order in a tone that was both iron-fisted and unquestionable, marking the most important and insane move in the history of the general. Order. Ignition. Swoosh. 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 A series of deathly whistles, more intense and terrifying than ever before, instantly ripped through the silent cave. Dozens of arrows, burning fiercely, transformed into a blaze powerful enough to completely ignite the entire hell. Deathly fire rain. With an overwhelming, all-consuming killing intent, it swept across the place filled with sin and oil. The pool of blood poured out. Boom! A deafening roar. A towering pillar of fire, larger and more terrifying than ever before, instantly erupted from the blood pool filled with endless vengeful spirits. The scorching, destructive flames, capable of devouring everything, instantly transformed the entire altar into a massive hell on earth. And that demonic heart, which the Blood Mother regarded as the source of power, before this divine punishment, powerful enough to incinerate everything. It didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry. He was killed by that terrifying high temperature. Burned. Ash. Puff. A muffled sound of blood being vomited suddenly exploded in the valley filled with a chilling atmosphere. The Blood Mother's towering body trembled violently. She vomited a mouthful of bright red, scalding blood from her heart. It stained that land, which was filled with the aura of death red. The whole world fell silent. All the women of the Bloodfang tribe seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been struck by a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they looked at a monster, a demon, a being that had completely overturned their understanding of tens of thousands of years, a being that had just been so arrogant. Queen, their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. How come all of a sudden? Their invincible Blood Mother. He vomited blood? Blood Mother, as if all her strength had been drained, slowly collapsed to the ground. She stood there, stunned, feeling the power rapidly draining from her body. She looked up again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had everything under control. Her brain, filled with tyranny, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called "Your number gone." Impossible. She stammered and roared at Su Yu in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a hint of disbelief. Su Yu's power. How could this be? Su Yu smiled. Su Yu slowly walked up to her. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with both fear and utmost worship, Su Yu slowly squatted down. He spoke slowly, in a tone filled with pity and mockery for the loser. I forgot, but I already told you. Your spring water. Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy, killing intent. Su Yu took them down. After saying that, Suyu ignored the old hag behind him, who had completely fallen into madness and despair. He stood up directly, facing the group who were completely terrified. Mob. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. Then, amidst the gazes of everyone filled with both fear and a sliver of anticipation, it fell heavily. Yunshi, now relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Dinner's ready. Chapter 146, the final battle begins. Dawn Alliance versus Bloodfang Tribe. Dinner's ready. Suyu's voice boomed like the most benevolent god in this valley filled with a chilling atmosphere. It was like the cruelest death warrant, striking the hearts of all the Bloodfang tribe women present. They were completely stunned. Is dinner served? What kind of food should we have? However, before they could even process the darkly humorous oracle, a cold, emotionless death decree resounded like a thunderclap from the heavens, deafening them. It's Yunshi. It was that person who stood behind Suyu like a cold backdrop from beginning to end. Queen. She slowly raised the longbow in her hand. For the first time, a raging fire of slaughter ignited in those eyes that were always covered in frost. She delivered her final command to the 8 equally grim-faced grim reapers behind her in the coldest, most ruthless, and most unquestionable tone. Trial. Put. Swoosh. 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 A series of deathly whistles, more intense and terrifying than ever before, instantly tore apart the silent valley. Dozens of arrows, gleaming with a cold light, merged into a vast expanse, enough to blot out the sky. A rain of deadly arrows. With an overwhelming, all-encompassing killing intent, it swept over the group who were still in a daze. The mob poured out. Puffed, puffed, puffed. A terrifying sound, like a sharp blade piercing flesh, echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Those hyenas who were so aggressive just a second ago, ready to tear Suyu and his men to shreds. Faced with this saturation attack, which is full of the meaning of dimensional reduction, he didn't even have time to let out a scream. Like harvested wheat, they fell down in swathes. Blood stained that land, which was filled with sin. The corpses piled up into a small mountain. The whole world fell silent. The remaining Bloodfang tribe members who were lucky enough to survive were frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at Suyu and his mere 10 people, as if they were looking at a devil, at death, and being that completely overturned their understanding of tens of thousands of years. Firing squad. Their brains have completely stopped functioning. They don't understand. They really don't understand. What kind of sorcery is this? Why? Why are these women, who look even more frail than them, like this? How could they so easily take their lives from 100 meters away? This is unfair. This is not scientific. This is not primitive. The Blood Mother, on the other hand, was struck dumb. She stared blankly at the scene before her, a sight that resembled a living hell. She looked up again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done something insignificant. At this moment, her brain, which had been filled with tyranny, was completely formatted by something she had never heard of before, called the tears of the times. She finally understood. She finally understood. She lost. They lost badly, utterly defeated. The loss was inexplicable. She didn't even know how she lost. Impossible. She stammered and roared at Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a hint of disbelief. What kind of sorcery did you use? Suyu smiled. Suyu slowly walked up to her. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with both fear and utmost worship, Suyu slowly squatted down. He spoke slowly, in a tone filled with pity and mockery for the loser. Black magic? No. Suyu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy, killing intent. This is called wisdom. After saying that, Suyu ignored the old hag behind him, who had completely fallen into madness and despair. He stood up straight and faced a group of people who were completely terrified. Defeated remnants. Suyu slowly raised Suyu's skin. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with both fear and a sliver of hope, it fell heavily. Yunshi, now relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Clean house. Yes, your majesty. Yunshi's cold, emotionless voice pierced the heart of every Bloodfang tribe member like the sharpest knife. Put! Swoosh! 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 Another round of deadly arrow rain. This battle, which was full of the implication of a dimensional reduction attack. Massacre. Thoroughly pushed to. Climax. Screams. A wail. A cry for mercy. The sound echoed throughout the entire valley. But the women of the Dawn tribe showed no mercy whatsoever. All they could see were their sisters lying in pools of blood, and that towering blood debt. Blood debts can only be repaid with blood. This is their most primitive and simplest form. Values. Soon the entire valley returned to its deathly stillness. Silence. The air was filled only with that thick, impenetrable density. The smell of blood. Harmony, victory, breath. Suyu stood quietly atop the mountain of corpses, looking at this scene before me, which is full of violent aesthetics. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This area has the layout of a black forest. Will be, by Suyu. One hand rewritten. Yunshi, like a most dutiful queen, slowly walked to Suyu's side. Silently, she took out a piece of paper from her bosom, still warm from her body and faintly fragrant with the scent of a virgin. A snow-white animal skin handkerchief? Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, she carefully wiped the splatter from Suyu's face, which had been splashed with dirt from the fight earlier. A trace. Bloodstains. That look was like the gentlest of all. Wife. Looking into her eyes, which were always covered in frost, Suyu saw for the first time a look of infatuation and eternity. Tears. A surge of heat welled up inside me. Also a burst of feeling emotional. The land and the beauty. Suyu, I want them all. However, just as Suyu was about to embrace this ice queen, who had been completely conquered by him, and give her a proper comforting, he was about to. A cold, decisive voice suddenly boomed through the valley filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. It's Yin Tong. She had already returned with her special forces, having completed the raid, without anyone noticing. She yanked the Blood Mother, who was terrified and limp as a board, out of the pile of corpses. Then, like throwing a dead dog, it was thrown in front of Suyu. Her fiery eyes were filled with an extreme desire for victory. Suyu, this old hag. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that was both pleading and slightly boastful. What should we do? Chapter 147. Blood Mother fell into the trap. Her lair was destroyed by Suyu. What should we do? Yin Tong's cold voice, filled with an extreme desire for spoils, was like the sharpest dagger, piercing the Blood Mother's heart, which had just become somewhat fragile due to the loss of all its power. She was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the woman carrying a longbow, exuding a terrifying aura she couldn't comprehend, an aura known as Ace ADC, Ace Attorney. She looked up again and glanced at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Her mind, which had been filled with tyranny, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called winner takes all. Place. What to do? She is the queen of the mighty Bloodfang tribe. How could we have fallen so low as to be at the mercy of others? Impossible. She stammered and roared at Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a hint of disbelief. You can't kill Suyu. Suyu is the king of the Bloodfang tribe. You killed Suyu, and the Bloodfang tribe will not let you get away with it. Suyu Smaïd. Suyu slowly walked up to her. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with both fear and utter adoration, Suyu slowly squatted down. He spoke slowly, in a tone filled with pity and mockery for the loser. Bloodfang tribe? You mean? Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy, killing intent. That old lair that Suyu had already wiped out in one fell swoop? Boom! The entire valley was completely boiling over. All the women of the Dawn tribe seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of disbelief and a hint of certainty. Looking at this, who in their eyes is omniscient and omnipotent? God! They wiped it all out at once. Your Majesty, he was actually accompanying them, and while acting, he also managed to sneak into the enemy's lair. They've taken down? This? What kind of amazing move is this? The Blood Mother, on the other hand, was struck as if by lightning. She stared blankly at Su Yu's face, which appeared exceptionally handsome, yet possessed a devilish charm in the firelight. Her brain, which had been filled with tyranny, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called dual-threaded operation. Impossible. She roared, her voice a mixture of bravado and cowardice. You're talking nonsense. Su Yu's stronghold is impregnable with your rabble. However, before she could finish speaking, a familiar roar, filled with wildness and a hint of smugness, suddenly exploded in the valley, which was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Without warning, it's Yin Tong. It was that person who was supposed to be on a mission dozens of miles away. Ace ADC. She had appeared with her special forces at the Bloodfang tribe's army, without anyone noticing. Behind you, they were like a group of ghosts crawling out of hell. They silently and effortlessly defeated this group of defeated soldiers who had completely lost their will to fight. Counter-encirclement. Old hag. Yin Tong swaggered out of the crowd, carrying her blood-stained longbow. Her fiery eyes were filled with a cat-and-mouse game. Ridiculous and cruel. She slowly raised her hand. In her hand, she was holding a pill that was still dripping blood. Heads. The face of that severed head still bore the marks of disbelief and utter terror. Expression. The whole world fell silent. The Blood Mother was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the head that she knew all too well. That was her most trusted deputy, and also her highest commander who stayed behind to guard the stronghold. Her mind, which had been filled with tyranny, was utterly shattered at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called reality. It's over. This is really the end. Her old nest. It's true, it's been taken down. No. A heart-wrenching scream, filled with resentment and endless despair, burst forth from her mouth. She was like a mother beast that had been completely enraged. Suddenly, he leaped up from the ground. In those murky eyes, once filled with violence and madness, only a pure, emotionless emptiness remained. Color. She wanted to kill the man who had shattered all her pride. She wanted to die together with him. However, instead of what awaited her, Su Yu's fear was met with a different kind of response. Instead, Su Yu's expression was filled with disdain and mockery. Sneer. Now you want to fight desperately? Su Yu slowly raised the longbow in his hand. He aimed the sharpest arrow, which he had prepared long ago, at her eyes, which were contorted with rage. Between the eyebrows. It's too late. Whoosh. The bowstring vibrates. The arrow, carrying Su Yu's boundless rage, transformed into a black lightning bolt invisible to the naked eye, tearing through the air and carrying an overwhelming killing intent capable of piercing through everything, instantly bridging the distance between life and death. However, just a second before that arrow, filled with the aura of death, was about to pierce the Blood Mother's brow. A cold figure, yet carrying a strange emotion, blocked Su Yu's way. It's Yunshi. She had drawn her sharp stone knife without anyone noticing. Used her not-so-broad shoulders. He shielded Su Yu from that fatal blow. A single strike? No, she wasn't protecting Su Yu. She is. Steel kills. Buffed. A terrifying sound of sharp blade piercing flesh echoed throughout the entire valley. The gleaming stone knife pierced the Blood Mother with unparalleled precision, filled with resentment and endless despair. Hard. The whole world fell silent. Blood Mother stared blankly at the wound on her chest, from which blood continued to gush out. He looked up again and glanced at the person who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done something insignificant. Ice Queen. Her mind, which had been filled with tyranny, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. She slowly collapsed. Those murky eyes, once filled with violence and madness, now held only a pure, emotionless emptiness. Dead ashes. Yunshi slowly put away her stone knife. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, she slowly turned around to meet Su Yu's gaze, which was filled with helplessness and a hint of doting. For the first time, a hint of appeared on that pretty face that was always covered in frost, named for seeking credit. A captivating blush. She looked at Su Yu and announced to him, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and a hint of pride. Su Yu. Now, are Su Yu and the others able to go home? Chapter 148, The Final Showdown. Old Witch, your death is coming. Shouldn't Suyu and the others go home? Yunshi's cold voice, filled with self-praise and a hint of smugness, was like the sharpest knife, gently scraping at Suyu's somewhat depressed heart, which had become a little frustrated because he hadn't managed to get a kill. Suyu correct. No, big sister. You this. Isn't this kill-stealing technique a bit too skilled? Suyu looked at her with that pleading look, as if she wanted praise and something from him. Then he looked at the old hag on the ground, her eyes wide open in death. I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Also a burst of pampering. Never mind. Anyway, we'll be family sooner or later. Does it matter who gets the kill? However, just as Suyu was about to step forward and give her a loving encouragement, a roar filled with resentment and endless malice, like that of a demon from hell, suddenly exploded without warning in this blood-soaked valley. Want to leave? None of you are leaving. It's the Blood Mother. It was that heart that had been stabbed right through. Old hag. She's still alive. Moreover, her towering figure was met with utter horror and disbelief from Suyu and the others, who looked at her as if she had seen a ghost. He slowly rose from the pool of blood, her heart pierced by a stone knife. At this moment, it is moving at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. Crazy, healing, and her body, which had become somewhat shriveled from losing its power, was also moving at an even more terrifying speed. Crazy. It's expanding. Chunks of black muscles, brimming with explosive power, coiled around her body like writhing dragons. One after another, metallic bone spurs, sharp as blades, grew wildly from her joints. Her once murky, violent, and insane eyes now held only a pure, emotionless emptiness. Color. The whole world fell silent. All the women of the Dawn tribe seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the scene before them, filled with the atmosphere of Cthulhu and Resident Evil. Monster. Their hearts, which had just been burning with excitement because of victory, were completely extinguished by a wave of icy despair. It's over. This is really it. It's over. This old hag. She's not even human. She's someone who crawled out of hell. Monster. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only instinctively hide behind Suyu like two helpless little girls. With eyes filled with fear and endless dependence, she gripped Suyu's clothes tightly. Suyu stood quietly, watching the scene before him, a scene brimming with violent aesthetics. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Oh, this is yours. The final form? That's interesting. But that's all. Feel the despair. The Blood Mother's hoarse and endlessly manic laughter boomed throughout the valley. Her body, which had been completely transformed into a beast, suddenly arched. Then, like a black meteorite carrying an overwhelming killing intent capable of destroying everything, it madly crushed toward Suyu. Suyu, watch out! Yun Xena's screams, filled with terror and despair, rang out behind Suyu, but it was too late. The Blood Mother's speed is too fast. They were almost there. Even Suyu barely had time to react. However, just a second before that iron fist, filled with the aura of death, was about to smash into Suyu's face. Suyu smiled again. He laughed very easily. It's quite intriguing. Suyu slowly extended his hand. In the eyes of everyone, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with utter horror. Suyu actually used his most vulnerable finger again. It easily blocked that fatal blow that could shatter stone. The whole world fell silent. The Blood Mother was completely petrified. She stared blankly at Suyu, at that slender finger that was filled with a divine power she couldn't understand, a power called the 18 subduing dragon palms. Her mind, which had been filled with madness, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called "No matter how strong you are, I am stronger than you." How is this possible? Her final form is something even she herself cannot control. The strongest power. Why? Why in front of this seemingly frail man? Or is it like this? Vulnerable? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying her gaze, which was filled with both fear and extreme worship, as if she were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Absolute power? Suyu watched her speak slowly, each word uttered with a tone of contempt and mockery directed at someone who was like a frog in a well. That's it. You think you're worthy? Boom. The entire tribe was completely in an uproar. No, The Blood Mother has completely gone mad. She was like a mother beast that had been completely enraged. Suddenly, he pulled his fist back. Then, like a storm, the attack poured down on Su Yu. However, what greeted her, was not Su Yu's fear. Instead, it was Su Yu's disdain and mockery that made him stand out. Sneer. Too slow. Su Yu slowly shook his head. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Su Yu actually closed his eyes. Su Yu strolled leisurely, weaving back and forth amidst the powerful, tearing everything fist winds. Not a single leaf will cling to you. That feeling was like that of a top-tier martial arts master, playing with a toddler who has just learned to walk. A 3-year-old child. The whole world fell silent. The Blood Mother was completely devastated. She stared blankly at the man who could manipulate her with his eyes closed. Devil. Her mind, which had been filled with madness, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called existential doubt. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, Su Yu slowly extended his hand. He grabbed her neck, which was filled with resentment and endless despair. And like picking up a chick, he forcefully lifted her towering body up. Old hag. Su Yu watched her speak, each word dripping with cold, murderous intent, and brooking no argument, before issuing his final command. Trial. Your death date. Arrive. Chapter 149, Killing the Blood Mother. The Black Forest is now free of tyrants. Your death date. Arrive. Su Yu's voice boomed like a final judgment from the deepest hell in this blood-soaked valley. It also struck the hearts of the Blood Mother and the rabble behind her with a heavy blow. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Su Yu, the man who, despite his frail appearance, could lift their goddess-like queen up like a chicken with one hand. Their minds, which had been filled with tyranny, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called despair. It's over. This is really the end. Just how terrifying a monster did they provoke? The Blood Mother, on the other hand, was struck dumb. She could clearly feel the terrifying power emanating from Su Yu's seemingly slender, yet iron-like fingers, powerful enough to crush her completely. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't move at all. Her proud final form, capable of tearing saber-toothed tigers apart. Before me stood this mysterious, devilish man. It's a complete joke. No, don't. She stammered and begged Su Yu for mercy in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and a hint of disbelief. Let Su Yu go. Su is willing to submit. Su Yu is willing to offer you the entire Bloodfawn tribe. I beg you, please spare Su Yu's life. Su Yu smiled. Su Yu slowly walked up to her. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with both fear and utmost worship, Su Yu slowly squatted down. He spoke slowly, in a tone filled with pity and mockery for the loser. Surrender? It's too late. Su Yu paused, then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy killing intent. From the moment you decided to use those innocent lives to gain your ridiculous power, your ending, it was already destined. After saying that, Su Yu ignored her eyes, which were filled with resentment and endless despair. Su Yu slowly raised Su Yu's fist. No. Su Yu simply and slowly extended Su Yu's one finger. Then, under the utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, Su Yu used that slender finger, which was filled with a divine power called inch force that they could not understand. He gently touched the Blood Mother's brow, which was filled with terror and endless bewilderment. Bang! A deep, muffled, yet incredibly penetrating sound. The whole world fell silent. Blood Mother's towering body suddenly stiffened. All the light in her murky, violent, and insane eyes vanished instantly. It's gone out. She slowly lowered her proud head, which had never bowed to anyone before. A small bloody hole had appeared between her eyebrows. And behind her, a huge, still faintly beating black heart exploded. It turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. The whole world fell silent. All the women of the Bloodfawn tribe seemed to have all their strength drained away and slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly as the queen slowly collapsed. She looked up again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had merely crushed an ant. In their little heads, only a piece of blankness and endless fear. Su Yu slowly withdrew his finger. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with fanaticism and absolute faith. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the gazes of Yun Shi and Yin Tong, filled with infatuation and extreme admiration. As Suyu looked at them, he delivered his final declaration to them, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and unquestionable authority. Starting today, this area, the Black Forest. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. No more tyrants. Chapter 150, Unifying the Black Forest. Suyu becomes the sole ruler of this land. Your death date. Arrive. Suyu's voice was like that of the coldest Grim Reaper. One finger pointing out. The Blood Mother's towering body collapsed with a crash. In those eyes, filled with resentment and endless despair, all the light instantly went out. The whole world fell silent. All the surviving members of the Bloodfang tribe collapsed slowly to the ground, as if all their strength had been drained. They stared blankly at the slowly falling god. She looked up again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Their minds, filled with tyranny, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called the collapse of faith. It's over. This is really the end. Their last resort. Their only god. He just died like that. A force more terrifying than death. Despair instantly enveloped the entire Bloodfang tribe. Suyu stood quietly atop the mountain of corpses, enjoying the overwhelming feeling, the strong smell of blood and the aura of victory. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women of the Dawn tribe. Then, Suyu turned his gaze to the group of prisoners who had completely lost their will to fight. Suyu looked at them, at their faces filled with fear and numbness. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that he was about to put on a final judgment for them that would determine their future fate. Your Majesty, kill them. To avenge the sisters who died, Suyu. As expected, Yin Tong, the warmonger, was the first to jump out. Her fiery eyes were filled with an extreme desire for revenge. Yes, kill them. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. All the women of the Dawn tribe were completely ignited by Yin Tong's righteous declaration of war. They all raised their incredibly sharp weapons and let out a deafening roar. However, just as Suyu was about to follow public opinion and completely purify these poor prisoners, a familiar, cold, yet somewhat reluctant figure once again blocked Suyu's path. It's Yunshi. She had somehow walked up to Suyu's side. She slowly shook her head. For the first time, a look of kindness shone in those eyes that were always veiled in frost. Look, Suyu. Her voice was very soft, but it was like a warm current that instantly flowed into Suyu's heart, which had become somewhat cold due to the killing. Their crimes do not warrant death. Suyu was stunned. Suyu stared blankly at her. Looking at this, it's clear that the queen had just personally ended the Blood Mother's life a second ago. At this moment, she is pleading with Suyu for the sake of a group of enemies who once harmed them. Suyu slowly reached out and gently embraced her hot, trembling body in his arms, just like the most tender husband. Then amidst everyone's gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of "I knew it," Suyu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice full of confidence and a hint of doting affection. Suyu never intended to kill them. Yunshi's body suddenly stiffened. When she looked up, her eyes, which were always covered with frost, were filled with a light of incomprehension and confusion. Suyu slowly turned around to face all the women, who were still in a state of tension and unease. Suyu pointed to the prisoners who were still trembling. He delivered his message to them, word by word, in a tone brimming with confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Suyu, as the most benevolent saint in history, issued this order. Judgment. The death penalty can be waived. He will be punished severely and cannot escape it. Starting today, all of you will become reserve members of the Dawn tribe. You need to go through the most arduous labor. Come and wash away the filthy sins on your bodies. Those who perform well can be promoted to permanent positions ahead of schedule. Poor performance. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a voice filled with icy, killing intent. Then join your queen. Let's reunite in hell. The whole world fell silent. All the women of the Bloodfang tribe were as if struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the man who radiated a kind of light they couldn't understand, a light that combined kindness and severity. At that moment, their minds, which were filled with fear, were completely formatted by something they had never heard of before, called labor reform. Don't have to die. As long as you work, you can survive, and you'll also have the chance to become a member of this legendary fairy tribe, where food is piled up like mountains. Where is this punishment? This is simply incredible. What a blessing. Suyu and his team are willing. Suyu and his companions are willing to undergo labor reform. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with the ecstatic joy of surviving a catastrophe, echoed throughout the entire valley. The women of the Dawn tribe, as if a door to a new world had been opened for them, slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to them. For the first time, a captivating look, filled with conviction and a touch of infatuation, appeared on their usually proud and confident faces. Flush. They finally understood. They finally understood. This man wanted more than just victory in a war. What he wants is people's hearts. It's the hearts of the entire Black Forest. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying this grand drama of getting back into the right mindset, which he had personally directed. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This is the territory of the Black Forest. Will be by Suyu. With one hand, he drew it. Suyu slowly walked to the highest point of the mountain of corpses. Suyu greeted the warm, vibrant dawn, looking down at those beautiful faces below, faces filled with weariness yet radiating hope. Suyu's heart was filled with boundless pride. Suyu slowly stretched out his finger and pointed to the dark forest that he had completely conquered. Then she pointed to their hopeful future. Finally, Suyu watched them as they spoke, each word uttered in a seductive and undeniable tone, announcing something that was enough to drive them completely mad. Fact. Starting today, this is the Black Forest. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. No more Bloodfang, and there will never be another dawn. Yes, but Suyu is kingdom. Chapter 151, Building the City. Suyu and his group named their city the City of Dawn. Suyu is kingdom. Suyu's voice boomed like that of a king who created the world, echoing through the blood-soaked valley, and it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They've completely gone mad. Kingdom. They actually became a kingdom. The people? This is a fact they never dared to dream of. Under the guidance of this omnipotent saint before them, it actually happened. King. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They threw down their weapons, hugged each other, and cried and laughed. They were holding the grandest and most frenzied celebration for their king in their own way. The coronation ceremony. And Yunxi and Yintong are the proudest women in their tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Suyu like two most loyal little fangirls. He silently looked at Suyu with eyes filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination. Watching this general, a tribe on the verge of extinction, step by step ascend the throne. God. However, just as everyone was immersed in this overwhelming joy of ruling the world, Suyu, however, slowly raised Suyu's hand. All the frenzied voices were suppressed, etc. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into everyone's heart. The whole world fell silent. All the women instantly fell silent, like ducks being choked. They all looked at Suyu with eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. Saint, what is he planning to do now? Suyu ignored them. Suyu simply turned around slowly and turned his gaze to the group of Bloodfang tribe prisoners who had just been recruited by Suyu and his men. Suyu looked at their faces, which were filled with fear and numbness. He spoke each word with an air of confidence and unquestionable authority, addressing Suyu, the most benevolent ruler in the history of the kingdom. Amnesty. Starting today, you're no longer prisoners. You're also members of the Dawn tribe. The whole world fell silent. All the women of the Bloodfang tribe seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man who radiated a kind of kindness and love that they couldn't understand. Their minds, which were filled with fear, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called a sense of belonging. Don't have to die. No need to be a slave. Could I possibly become a member of this legendary tribe of immortals? where food is piled up like mountains. How is this punishment? This is simply an incredible blessing. Suyu and his team are willing. Suyu and his companions are willing to join the Dawn tribe. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with the ecstatic joy of surviving a catastrophe, echoed throughout the entire valley. The original inhabitants of the Dawn tribe, as if a new world had been completely opened to them, slowly collapsed to the ground. They stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to them. For the first time, a touching look, full of conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on their pretty faces, which were always brimming with pride and confidence. Flush! They finally understood. They understood completely. This man wanted more than just a victory in a war. What he wants is people's hearts. It is the hearts of the entire Black Forest. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying this grand drama of winning back hearts, which he himself had directed. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. The map of this Black Forest. It was drawn by Suyu. However, just as Suyu was immersed in the immense sense of accomplishment of unifying the world, a cold, decisive voice suddenly boomed out of this peaceful tribe. It's Yunchi. She had somehow reverted to her former cold and composed queen persona. She slowly walked up to Suyu. A look of worry flickered in those cold eyes, a look Suyu had never seen before. Suyu, there are too many people. Suyu escaped. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with longing for infrastructure development. There's no more room. Suyu smiled. Suyu slowly reached out and gently smoothed her brows, which were slightly furrowed with worry, like the most tender husband. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, Suyu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice full of confidence and a hint of doting affection. Who said Suyu and his ilk were going to live in caves? Yunchi's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her head, and her eyes, which were always covered with frost, were filled with a light of incomprehension and confusion. Suyu slowly turned around to face all the women who were still worried about their housing situation. Suyu once again activated his infrastructure building maniac mode. Civilization points consumed, 500. Successfully unlocked the initial blueprint for the City of Dawn. The next second, under Suyu's mental control, a painting more magnificent and breathtaking than ever before. The three-dimensional city planning map appeared before everyone instantly. That was a magnificent city wall, 10 meters high and 3 meters thick, made of the hardest ironwood and boulders. Arrow towers and watchtowers were also planned on the city walls. Inside the city walls lies a meticulously divided paradise on Earth. There is a residential area large enough to accommodate thousands of people. There's a huge training ground that can accommodate hundreds of people for training at the same time. The workshop area is overflowing with all sorts of cutting-edge technologies. There is even one located in the city center used for worshiping the deity, namely Suyu. A magnificent altar and a luxurious palace perched atop the altar, overlooking the entire city. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the miracle before them, a miracle filled with a beauty they could not comprehend, a beauty called civilization and order. Their minds, filled with the laws of primitive survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called urban planning. It turns out to be a tribe, a kingdom. It should be like this. Suyu stood quietly in front of the futuristic architectural blueprint. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This tribe has now truly possessed the heart of a civilization. Suyu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with fervor and absolute faith. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the Ice Queen, who was completely stunned into silence by the magnificent blueprint before her. Suyu watched her as she delivered her final declaration, word by word, in a tone brimming with confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Yunchi, now relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. From today onwards, Suyu's city will be called the City of Dawn. Chapter 152, the next goal, conquer the Thunder Mountains. The city of Suyu and his family is called City of Dawn. Su Yu's voice boomed like that of a king who created the world, resounding across this newly reborn land. It also ignited the boundless longing for a powerful kingdom in the hearts of all the women present. City of Dawn. What a magnificent name. What a hopeful name. They will build a house of their own with their own hands. City. This is a fact they never dared to imagine, not even in their wildest dreams. Under the guidance of this omnipotent saint before them, it's actually going to happen. City of Dawn. City of Dawn. City of Dawn. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. They threw down their weapons, hugged each other, and cried and laughed. They were holding a grand and frenzied celebration for their new king and their new home in their own way. Foundation laying ceremony. And Yunxi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Su Yu like two most loyal little fangirls. He silently looked at Su Yu with eyes filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination, watching this tribe on the verge of extinction step by step ascend the throne. God! However, just as everyone was immersed in the immense joy of this great undertaking of nation-building, a weak voice, brimming with the air of a tech geek, suddenly rang out in this tribe filled with a frenzied atmosphere. It's Chower. He's the future chief engineer of this tribe. She had somehow recovered from the immense shock. She slowly walked up to Su Yu. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled and confused gazes, she pointed to the towering Arrow Tower on the magnificent city plan map, and that impregnable city wall. He then pointed to Su Yu and his group, where they had just brought back a very limited number of animals from the Howling Swamp. Swamp iron ore. Finally, she looked at Su Yu, the god who is all-knowing and all-powerful in her eyes. He asked softly, in a tone filled with uncertainty and a hint of worry. Holy Saint, Su Yu and his men didn't have that much iron. The whole world fell silent. The pitiful joy that had just risen because of the city's construction was instantly extinguished by this bucket of cold water full of realism. The look that Su Yu least wanted to see reappeared on every woman's face. Confusion and unease. Yes, how could they forget? Building a city is no child's play. That requires a massive amount of resources. They had just returned from the Howling Swamp with some scraps. But that meager amount of swamp iron was more than enough to forge a few hundred weapons. Could it be used to build a real city? It's simply a drop in the ocean. That's wishful thinking. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the scene before him filled with pessimism and despair. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu slowly reached out his hand and gently patted Xiaoer's head, which was full of wisdom, like the most kind teacher. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with confusion and a hint of anticipation, Su Yu slowly closed his eyes. Daily reconnaissance system activated. Scan range, radius 1,000 meters. Scan complete. Map expansion in progress. Expansion successful. A brand new, uncharted area has been unlocked. Su Yu correct. Su Yu scored. Su Yu is truly, utterly devastated. Here we go again. This is way too frequent. System, are you really pushing Su Yu down the path to becoming an omnipotent god? With immense excitement, Su Yu focused his thoughts on that place filled with unknowns and opportunities. On the new map, the next second, a completely new scene appeared, filled with an aura of rage and destruction that Su Yu had never seen before. A three-dimensional map instantly unfolded in Su Yu's mind. It was an area shrouded in perpetual thunderclouds. Mountains. The mountains were charred black by the violent lightning strikes. Huge mountain peak. And there, inside the dark, metallic-looking mountain, it contained something that could drive any civilization mad. Endless treasures. Area name, Edge of the Thunder Mountains. Danger level, extremely lethal. Environmental analysis. This area is constantly shrouded in violent lightning. Any creature that approaches has a 99% chance of being struck and charred alive. Biological analysis. This area is infested with a large number of mutated flying monsters that are extremely aggressive. Resource analysis. Resource. Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. In this death zone, where even birds dare not defecate, there are still resources? With immense excitement, Su Yu focused his mind on the object filled with surprise. Beyond resource analysis. The next second, a brand new line of text shimmering with golden light of hope, instantly appeared on Su Yu's virtual interface. Resource 1. Rare magnetic storm core. Information. A unique energy ore found only in the core area of the Thunder Mountains. It contains extremely violent lightning power. It is an excellent material for crafting advanced energy and weapons. Resource 2. Wind-caught copper or rare. Information. An extremely lightweight yet incredibly strong special metal. It is an excellent material for making flying vehicles. Resource 3. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the system prompt in front of him, which was full of opportunities and challenges. Su Yu's heart, which had just grown somewhat cold after discovering the land of death, was now completely ignited by a flame called ambition. Su Yu krakt. Su Yu squad. Su Yu is really about a breakdown. Su Yu has discovered yet another one. A super gold mine. The core of the geomagnetic storm? Wind copper mine? With these, Su Yu Chengxi tribe's technology tree is complete. Wouldn't that mean leaping directly from the Iron Age to the Electrical Age? Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. The ease and comfort on Su Yu's face were gone. Yes, but it's something unprecedented. Dignified. Harmony, overwhelming. Ambition. Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed completely stunned by Su Yu's sudden, icy aura. She stared blankly at Su Yu, whose face had instantly become colder than a 10,000-year-old iceberg. For the first time, her eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and purity, revealed an emotion called fear and unease. She slowly reached out her slightly trembling, cold little hands and carefully tugged at Su Yu's clothes. Then, in a soft voice filled with uncertainty and a hint of worry, he asked a question. Holy Saint, what's wrong with you? Did you discover something terrible again? Chapter 153, The System Map, expands again. The world is so big. Su Yu and his men set off. Su Yu's voice boomed like that of a mad captain who had embarked on the age of exploration, echoing across this land that had just solved its basic needs for food and clothing. It also ignited the boundless desire for treasure and adventure in the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. Thunder Mountain Range? A forbidden zone of death? Before the Holy One's divine blueprint, which was full of the meaning of dimensional reduction. That was just a giant treasure trove waiting for them to explore. Set off, set off, set off. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A massive infrastructure project and a grand expedition, more ambitious and far-reaching than ever before, have officially begun. However, just as everyone was immersed in the immense joy of this impending expansion, Su Yu slowly walked back to Su Yu's temple. Su Yu needs to calm down. Although Su Yu appeared calm and collected in front of them, as if he had everything under control. But Su Yu knew better than anyone else. This time, Su Yu and his team will no longer be facing simple-minded beasts. It was a true natural disaster. That violent lightning was powerful enough to turn everything into charcoal. Those unknown number of flying monsters that dwell in the mountains. Any small mistake could wipe out Su Yu's small expedition team. Su Yu, we must nip all uncertainties in the bud before we set off. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes. Daily reconnaissance system activated. Su Yu once again focused his mind on the Thunder Mountain Range, which was full of danger and opportunity. Su Yu needs more detailed information. However, just as Su Yu was trying to zoom in on the three-dimensional map to see the specific details inside the mountain range, a cold, implication-filled system notification suddenly exploded in Su Yu's mind without warning. Warning: strong magnetic field interference exists in this area. The system is unable to perform a deep scan. Su Yu krakt. No, system bro. You let us down at this crucial moment. Su Yu tried a few more times, unwilling to give up. But the result is the same. The Thunder Mountain Range, brimming with treasures, was blurred out on Su Yu's map, as if it had been pixelated. Damn it. Su Yu cursed under his breath. It seems at this time, Su Yu and his team really have to rely on themselves and feel their way across the river. However, just as Su Yu was about to give up, a crisp system notification, filled with surprise and a hint of self-congratulation, suddenly rang out in Su Yu's mind again. Bite. Dawn Tribe detected. They have successfully unified the Black Forest region. The tribe's civilization level has been successfully upgraded to the initial stage of the tribe alliance. Civilization points have exceeded the critical threshold. The system meets the requirements for upgrading the main framework. The navigator's exclusive daily reconnaissance system is undergoing a core upgrade. 10-30-70-100. Upgrade successful. Suyu is completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the system notification in front of him, which was full of surprise and unexpected joy. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat cold due to the setback, was completely ignited at this moment by a flame called ecstasy. It's been upgraded again, and it's a main framework upgrade? This is a complete upgrade. Before Suyu could react, brand new text, shimmering with dazzling golden light, instantly appeared on Suyu's virtual interface. Congratulations, host. The daily reconnaissance system has been successfully upgraded to Planetary Terrain Scanning System LV1. System Function 1. Map Expansion. The system will no longer be limited to the scanning range centered on the host, but can expand the map to any area that the host has already highlighted. System Function 2. Suyu Karath. Suyu Squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. No, it's no longer limited to the scanning range. What does this mean? Does this mean Suyu will have a god's eye view that allows him to view maps infinitely? With immense excitement, Suyu focused his mind on that place, filled with unknowns and possibilities. Beyond map expansion functionality. Byte. Please select Extension Center. Option 1. Dawn Tribe Safety. Option 2. Howling Swamp is dangerous. Option 3. Thunder Mountain Range is extremely dangerous. Suyu chose without hesitation. Dawn Tribe. Command confirmed. The map expansion is currently underway, centered around the Dawn Tribe. Extended radius. 100 kilometers. The next second, in Suyu's mind, a miracle occurred that he would never forget. That small 3D map, which originally covered only a mere 2 kilometers, suddenly became like a cosmic singularity that had been detonated, at a speed that Suyu could not comprehend at all, expanding outwards at breakneck speed. Expand. Expand even more. Suyu saw it. Suyu saw that their small valley had become an inconspicuous spot on this magnificent map. Smaller. Suyu saw the black forest that had once struck fear into the hearts of Suyu and his companions. On this vast map, it is merely a small area. Green patches. Suyu saw it. The howling swamp filled with the aura of death. That is the endless Thunder Mountain Range. They are like hideous scars stretching across this vast land. And further afield in this land, it's an endless golden desert. It is a mighty river that never stops flowing. It is a majestic, towering snow-capped mountain, even more magnificent and taller than the Thunder Mountain Range. It is a vast, azure sea, and on the other side of the sea, a brand new continent shrouded in an even thicker fog of war. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at what lay before him, a scene brimming with epic grandeur and awe. World map. Suyu's somewhat arrogant heart, which had become smug after unifying the Black Forest, was struck hard by a heavy hammer called small-mindedness. Suyu cracked. Suyu squad. Suyu was really about to crack. Suyu always thought that he had transmigrated to a small beginner village. But little did they expect that this would be a supergiant world comparable to their previous life's Earth. And Suyu's Dawn Tribe. Like a tiny, insignificant ant nest in this vast world, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. The ease and comfort on Suyu's face were gone. There was only an unprecedented solemnity and boundless ambition. A small black forest was no longer enough for Suyu. Suyu Iskuni. Yes, those stars. And the sea. However, just as Suyu was immersed in this overwhelming sense of power and pride, a cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had walked in at some point. She looked at Suyuna with an aggressive, ambitious, and burning gaze. A flicker of something she herself didn't even notice flashed in those cold eyes. Obsessed and worry. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu, the expedition team has assembled. When will Suyu and his team depart? Chapter 154 Thunder Mountain Range has a treasure, a metal that can be used to make alloys. When will Suyu and his team depart? Yunshi's voice, cold yet carrying an unprecedented hint of anticipation, was like the clearest mountain spring, instantly pulling Suyu's heart, which had become somewhat turbulent upon seeing the world map, back to reality. Yes, you have to eat your food one bite at a time. The road must be walked one step at a time. The vast universe, though very tempting. But the most important thing right now is Suyu and his ilk are starving and waiting to be fed. A makeshift blast furnace. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. The confusion and unrealistic ambitions on Suyu's face were gone. There's only one kind, unprecedented, firm, and down to earth. Calm down. Suyu looked into her beautiful eyes, which had become somewhat worried because of his distraction. Slowly, she smiled. Now, Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife, piercing the heart of every member of the Dawn tribe. Let's go. Ah. A thunderous roar of cheers, filled with fervor and adoration, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The Dawn tribe's second ever cross-regional expedition. The ceremony has officially begun. The Thunder Mountains are located at the westernmost edge of the Black Forest. It was over 100 miles away from Suyu's Dawn tribe, just relying on 2 legs to walk. I'm afraid it might take forever. Fortunately, Suyu, no tingilse. That's right, what a shady move. The day before departure, Suyu used his omnipotent infrastructure-building maniac system and Shower's monstrous, heaven-defying skills. 10 vehicles were custom-made for Suyu and his expedition team, enough to drive all the primitive people of this era crazy. A high-tech vehicle, 2-wheeled unicycle. Don't ask, the wheels are just temporarily missing. They can't be made perfectly round. Although this thing looks extremely rudimentary. However, in the hands of these naturally strong women, an unprecedented power erupted. Terrifying transport capacity. They were all like they had been injected with chicken blood, pushing the wheelbarrows loaded with all kinds of strategic materials, running like the wind on the rugged mountain road. That speed was even faster than the shared bikes in Suyu's previous life. Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was truly, utterly devastated. Suyu Vrota, a female special forces delivery team. Thus, with the combined support of cutting-edge technology and a humanoid Gundam, Suyu and his team only used 3 short days. We crossed that 100-mile-long no-man's land, which was full of unknowns and dangers. The enemy is at the city gates. They appeared in that place, filled with an aura of rage and destruction. Before the Thunder Mountains, rumble, thunderous roars, loud enough to tear eardrums and filled with destructive energy, suddenly erupted from the perpetually dark clouds. Strikes of lightning, like silver snakes dancing wildly, tore through the dark sky. The light shone on the dark mountain peaks, which resembled the skeletons of demons, making them appear to flicker between light and shadow. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the terrifying scene before them, a scene that seemed like the end of the world, filled with divine power. Their hearts, which had just become somewhat inflated by their great victory, were completely extinguished at this moment by a stream of icy water called awe. It's over. It's really over. This is not a treasure trove. What kind of treasure trove is this? This is clearly a forbidden zone for the gods. They actually dared to covet the realm of the gods? That's practically suicide. Suyu stood quietly in place, watching this scene full of violent aesthetics. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Gods? Oh, in this world. Suyu is the only god. Suyu slowly pointed to those black mountain peaks that were filled with the aura of treasure. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with both fear and utter adoration, Suyu delivered his final command to them, word by word, in a tone brimming with confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Announcement. Did you see that? That's not a mountain. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. That is the future arsenal and power source of Suyu's Dawn tribe. Boom! The entire tribe was in an uproar. All the women looked at Suyu with eyes filled with shock and a hint of disbelief. Armory? Power source? What is that? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the scorched earth in front of them, which had been struck by lightning. He painted a picture that made everyone's breath catch in their throat. Oracle. It was an extremely complex painting. Alloy formula diagram. The map clearly marked 2 types of animals they had never seen before. Mysterious metal. Wind copper plus swamp, iron plus charcoal equals primary bronze alloy. Features: tough, sharp, and lightweight. Note: It is an excellent material for crafting high-level weapons and armor. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, which was filled with a light they couldn't comprehend, a light called chemistry and material science. Their brains, which had been filled with iron, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of called alloy. Turned out to be, originally, iron. Also, it can be mixed with other stones. Mixed together? Chower, on the other hand, seemed to have had the door to a completely new world open for her, and slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to her. For the first time, a captivating look, filled with conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on her usually confident and composed face. Flush. She finally understood. She finally understood. This man wanted more than just an Iron Age. What he wants is a new, civilized, and powerful one. Alloy Age. And she will become the embodiment of this great era. Chief Engineer. The thought of this made her small but creative heart pound uncontrollably. Suyu stood quietly, enjoying their gazes, filled with confusion and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This tribe's technology tree. It will be given by Suyu again. It's not that I clicked it wrong, it's that it's lit up. However, just as Suyu is immersed in this overwhelming sense of exhilaration from technological superiority, a cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu like a ghost. It's Yunshi. She had somehow reverted to her former cold and composed queen persona. She didn't look at Suyu. Instead, they turned their gaze to the dark, cloud-covered sky. And in the sky, those swirling. A huge black shadow. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching Suyu's ears. Suyu. She paused, seemingly considering her words. Treasure, though good. But the owner here. She slowly turned around, her cold eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. It seems that Suyu and his ilk are not welcome. Chapter 155, The Birth of Alloy Weapons. Cutting iron like mud. It seems not. Suyu and his ilk are welcome. Yunshi's voice, cold yet unusually solemn, was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing most of the fervor that had just risen in the hearts of all the women because of the discovery of a new continent. They were completely petrified. They slowly raised their heads and looked up at the dark, cloud-covered sky. There, within the thick thunderclouds, filled with an aura of destruction, lay a scene. Dozens of enormous, swirling black shadows had appeared out of nowhere. Those dark figures were extremely large. With its wings spread, it is over 10 meters long. Each time it flaps, it generates a terrifying hurricane powerful enough to uproot towering trees. And their giant, sharp claws are like iron hooks. It shimmered, cold and deadly, illuminated by the occasional flashes of lightning that ripped across the sky. A cold glint. Pteranodon? I don't know who was the first to murmur to themselves in a trembling, incredulous tone. All the women were as if they had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. They stared blankly at the group of monsters in the sky, exuding an aura they couldn't comprehend, an aura they called the overlords of the sky. Their hearts, which had just become somewhat passionate because of the Alloy Age, were completely extinguished at this moment by a stream of icy despair. It's over. This is really the end. Their prized weapon, the longbow, before these flying monsters. It's simply joke. Suyu stood quietly, watching the scene unfold before him, which was filled with the atmosphere of a prehistoric park. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Pterosaur? Oh, good. Just when Suyu was worried, he didn't have a suitable alloy weapon. A testing stone. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the gazes of all the women, which were filled with despair and a glimmer of hope. Then, Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had placed absolute trust in him from beginning to end. A genius little craftsman. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Announcement. Kia. Now, relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. Open the furnace. Start the fire. Forging. Xiaoer's body trembled violently. She raised her head, and for the first time, a dazzling light, a light of madness and creativity, burst forth in her eyes, which were always full of confidence and composure. She understood. She understood completely. Your Majesty, this is too. In front of this group of sky overlords. Here, they did a live broadcast. The story of how this amazing artifact was born. Yes. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. She suddenly turned around, facing the group behind him, who were equally excited and impatient. Infrastructure construction fanatics. She issued her first order as chief engineer in a tone she had never used before, one that was both firm and tinged with a hint of authority. Wartime mobilization order. Everyone, listen up. Note, this is the divine decree of the Holy One. Open a furnace. Light the fire. Forge iron. Another earth-shattering, frenzied cheer erupted from a valley, filled with fervent celebration of the divine artifact. An arms race more magnificent and insane than ever before has officially begun. Under the personal command of that freakish Chiaoer, a furnace even larger and more scientifically designed than the previous makeshift blast furnace. A mobile smelting furnace rises from the ground. Don't ask, it was just a wheelbarrow that brought it over. Immediately afterwards, chunks of swamp iron ore brimming with hope. Each and every piece of copper ore is brimming with the promise of the future, and pieces of black charcoal burning with the power of technology. They were alternately placed into the one that was about to make history. Inside the furnace, blowing air, ignition, completed in one go. Soon, a heat more intense and dazzling than ever before. The golden red alloy molten iron instantly gushed out from that huge hole, like a dragon rushing out of hell. Fire dragon, a monstrous heat wave, powerful enough to melt everything, surged wildly into Su Yu and his companions, something they had prepared for long ago. Within the sword mold, cool down, mold making, quenching, polish, under Chiaoer's skill, which was like having a cheat code and was filled with godlike craftsmanship. She was tempered and refined through countless trials. The entire weapon has an antique, bronze-colored appearance. Long sword, the basic shape is beginning to emerge. Su Yu then slowly walked forward. Under everyone's eyes, filled with tension and anticipation, Su Yu pulled out a mysterious-looking object from his pocket. Divine stone, the core of the magnetic storm. Then, amidst Chiaoer's exclamation filled with joy, Su Yu actually gave the divine stone containing the power of violent lightning to. He forcefully pressed it into that still red-hot spot. Within the sword, sizzle. A series of teeth-grinding, welding-smelling sounds followed. Visible blue-purple arcs of electricity instantly erupted from the sword. Furthermore, dragon-like patterns, exuding an aura of dominance, were left on the sword's blade. Mysterious patterns. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the weapon in Su Yu's hand, which was still crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity. Thor's sword? Their brains, which were filled with iron, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called enchanting. Turned out to be, originally, the weapon. It's all right, that's all. Play? Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu slowly raised the weapon in his hand, a weapon worthy of being recorded in history. A revolutionary artifact. Then, under the gazes of everyone, filled with shock and a hint of fear, Su Yu looked at a piece of iron ingot next to him, which was used to test the hardness. He slashed down hard. Whoosh! A soft sound. That iron ingot was forged from the hardest swamp iron. It turns out, it's surprisingly soft, just like a piece of tofu. It was easily split in two. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. The whole world fell silent. Cutting iron. Like mud? All the women have gone completely mad. They were like the most devout believers, turning toward Su Yu, the god of war who had brought them divine punishment. I am utterly impressed. Su Yu slowly turned around and handed the Thor's sword, still crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity, to the man who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Ice Queen. Su Yu watched her as she spoke, each word uttered with confidence and an unquestionable tone, delivering the final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful godlike authority. Those ignorant, feathered beasts in the sky should be punished. Let me see. Was called. This is a true case of dimensional reduction attack. Chapter 156. There are pterosaurs in the sky. How dare they touch Su Yu's people? What truly constitutes a dimensional reduction attack? Su Yu's voice boomed like the most insane war artist on this land, filled with thunder and the aura of death. And it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They've completely gone mad. A dimensional reduction attack? What is that? Sound. It looks even better than the previous alloy age. They were all like they'd been injected with adrenaline, yelling and grabbing their freshly baked Thor's sword, although it is only the roughest sword blank. Those beautiful eyes burned with an extreme desire for victory. In their eyes, there's a saint. With this, you have a divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud. Don't even mention it. Just a few large winged lizards. Even if the sky were to fall, they can also poke a hole in it. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Su Yu like two most loyal little fangirls. He silently watched Su Yu with a gaze filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination. Watching this tribe, on the verge of extinction, gradually rise to a divine status. God. However, just as everyone was immersed in this immense confidence that they could do whatever they wanted, they were completely invincible. A deafening roar, filled with savagery and endless madness, suddenly erupted from the dark, stormy thunderclouds. Phew! That sound was sharper than any of the wild beasts Su Yu and his companions had encountered before. Yes, that's terrifying. Yes, full of, tearing everything apart. Impressive. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified, ghostly gazes of everyone present, a massive, sky-covering black lightning bolt suddenly swooped down from the thick thunderclouds. That speed, it was so fast that even Su Yu almost didn't have time to react. That aura, it was almost like a star falling from the heavens. Black meteorite. Boom! A deafening roar. Over there, the unlucky wild boar that Su Yu and his men had just taken as a trophy. Don't ask, the answer is that Yin Tong, that battle maniac, insisted on bringing along the reserve rations. It turns out, surprisingly, it was struck by that black lightning bolt with a single claw. They've been arrested? The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the empty ground. She looked up again and saw that the other one had already flown back into the clouds and was sharing their food supplies with its companions. A huge black shadow. Their hearts, which had just become somewhat inflated by the birth of the divine artifact, were completely extinguished at this moment by a stream of icy water called humiliation and anger. It's over. This is really the end. They were actually attacked by a bunch of hairy beasts. In front of the Holy One. Robbery? This is an utter disgrace. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the dramatic scene unfold before him. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Oh, interesting. How dare they touch Su Yu's people? Oh no, Su Yu speak? It's simply, the old man hanged himself. They're tired of living. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the gazes of all the women, gazes filled with shame, indignation, and endless murderous intent. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who had remained calm throughout, but whose icy eyes were now burning with a raging fury. Ice Queen. Su Yu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Announcement. Yunshi. Now, relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Tonight, Su Yu and his friends are having roasted chicken wings. Chapter 157. Build a giant crossbow and shoot down the birds in the sky for Su Yu. Let's eat grilled chicken wings. Su Yu's voice boomed like the most arrogant gourmet in this land filled with death and humiliation, and it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They've completely gone mad. Roasted chicken wings? Saintly Lord. He actually wanted to destroy those monsters in the sky that were like gods and demons. Are you going to roast it and eat it? What kind of divine thought process is this? Good. Bake them. To avenge Su Yu and his men's grain reserves. Yin Tong, the battle maniac and #1 foodie, was the first to realize it. She grabbed the longbow that she never parted with. Those fiery eyes were filled with an extreme craving for food and battle. A thunderous roar of cheers filled with fervor and a hint of appetite, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The pitiful shame and indignation that had just risen for being robbed was instantly ignited by Su Yu's war declaration, which was full of foodie spirit. They were celebrating their dinner in their own way, the grandest and most extravagant celebration ever. Pre-war prayers? Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed completely bewildered by Su Yu's divine move, which was full of bizarre and unpredictable tactics. She stared blankly at Su Yu, the industrial god who, just a moment ago, was eloquently discussing the grand blueprint for the alloy era. The next second, he turned into someone who only knew how to eat. Cook. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as a queen, was completely struck at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called gapmo, a cute and unexpected charm. She slowly walked to Su Yu's side. For the first time, those eyes, always shrouded in frost, revealed a hint of curiosity and a touch of doting. Look, Su Yu, you have another good idea? Su Yu Smaïd. Su Yu slowly reached out and, like the gentlest husband, gently embraced her trembling, burning hot body into his arms. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, Su Yu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice full of confidence and a hint of mystery. Deal with the birds in the sky. Of course, you have to use. Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery towards primitive people. A larger slingshot. Slingshot? Yunshi was stunned. She stared blankly at Su Yu's eyes, which were full of confidence and a hint of mystery. Her little head was filled with big, confused. Isn't a slingshot a toy for children? That thing. Can you shoot down a pterosaur in the sky? Su Yu did not explain. Su Yu simply stretched out his hand slowly onto the land in front of them, which had been scorched black by lightning. He painted a picture that made everyone's breath catch in their throats. Oracle. It was a painting more complex and exquisite than ever before. Ballista design drawings. The base was made of the hardest ironwood. The bowstring is made of the toughest animal sinew and the thickest steel cable. Don't ask, it's made from freshly rubbed swamp iron. It is wound by a winch that is full of mechanical beauty. It can fire. It's as thick as a child's arm, enough to pierce through anything. Giant crossbow bolts. A weapon of mass destruction in war. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the oracle on the ground, which was filled with a light they could not comprehend, a light called mechanical engineering and physics. Their brains, filled with alloy, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called a war machine. Originally a bow. It could be this big. Shower, on the other hand, seemed to have had the door to a completely new world opened up to her, and slowly collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the man who was talking eloquently to her. For the first time, a captivating blush, filled with conviction and a hint of infatuation, appeared on her usually confident and composed face. She finally understood. She understood completely. This man wanted more than just an alloy era. What he wanted was a completely new civilization and a powerful mechanical age. And she will become the embodiment of this great era. Chief Mechanic. The thought of this made her small but creative heart pound uncontrollably. Su Yu stood quietly, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. The sky of this world. It will be by Su Yu, Su Yu. One hand in control. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the person who was completely impressed by Su Yu's incredible feat of skill. A genius little craftsman. Su Yu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Announcement. Kia. Now relay Su Yu's orders. Su Yu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. Before it gets dark, Su Yu, you must see the wrath of God on the cross 10 times. He appeared right in front of Su Yu. Chapter 158, such a huge pterosaur. It would definitely taste delicious roasted. Su Yu wanted to see the divine wrath of the cross. He appeared right in front of Su Yu. Su Yu's voice boomed like that of the most insane arms tycoon on this land filled with thunder and the aura of death. And it struck the hearts of all the women present with a resounding blow. They've completely gone mad. The wrath of God. 10. Before dark? Your Majesty, he's going to equip one within a day. Air Defense Missile Battalion? Yes. Chower, the tech geek who had been completely brainwashed by Su Yu, was the first to realize what was going on. For the first time, a dazzling light, a light of challenge and conquest, burst forth from her eyes, which were always full of confidence and composure. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. She suddenly turned around, facing the group behind him, who were equally excited and impatient. Infrastructure construction fanatics. She gave the order in a tone she had never used before, one that was firm and tinged with a hint of authority, as the second chief engineer. Wartime mobilization order. Everyone, listen up. Note, this is the divine decree of the Holy One. Open a furnace. Light the fire. Forge iron. Today, even if Su Yu and his men didn't eat, drink, or sleep. Also, we must let the saints see Su Yu and his companions. Sincerity. The valley erupted once again with a deafening, frenzied cheer for the artifact. A grander, more insane arms race than ever before has begun. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. The sky of this world will be by Su Yu. One hand in control. Time flew by amidst the clanging of blacksmiths and the rhythmic shouts of workers. Meanwhile, the group of oblivious, feathered beasts in the sky seemed to have been thoroughly enraged by Su Yu and his men's enthusiastic mass production campaign. They hovered incessantly above Su Yu's heads, emitting provocative and disdainful whistles. A sharp screech. It felt like saying, "Below you ants. Are you preparing dinner for Su Yu and the others?" Su Yu cracked. Su Yu scored. Su Yu was truly, utterly broken. A bunch of hairy beasts. How dare you show off in front of Su Yu? It's simply, act recklessly. Su Yu slowly raised his head to meet the dozens of cold gazes filled with contempt and mockery. Then, Su Yu slowly extended his middle finger. The whole world fell silent. The group of hairy beasts in the sky obviously didn't understand Su Yu's gesture, which was full of international goodwill. However, Yin Shi and Yin Tong, who were beside Su Yu, both frowned their beautiful brows, although they couldn't understand it either. But they could read in Su Yu's provocative and disdainful eyes a kind of suicidal intent. Breath. Su Yu. Yun Shi gently tugged at Su Yu's sleeve in a tone filled with worry and a hint of helplessness. Don't be impulsive. They can fly. Su Yu smiled. Su Yu slowly turned around and looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with worry. He spoke slowly, each word uttered with a tone filled with contempt and mockery towards the Air Force. It can fly? Is that amazing? Su Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Today, Su Yu will show them what he's made of. Was called no-fly zone. After saying that, Su Yu ignored the bewildered child behind him. He walked straight to the place that was already taking shape, before the wrath of God. Then, under the tense, expectant, and even fearful gazes of everyone, Su Yu slowly raised a weapon that Chower had just finished making. Huge. Wrench? No. Yes, a winch. Su Yu secured the mechanically beautiful winch to the mechanism of the giant crossbow. Then, under the horrified, ghostly gazes of everyone present, Su Yu slowly began to rotate. Crunch, crunch. A series of teeth-grinding, powerful mechanical sounds rang out. That bowstring, as thick as a child's arm, was made of the strongest animal sinew and steel cable. It turns out, surprisingly, Su Yu alone used a method full of wisdom and skill to... Slowly. It's open. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the divine wrath that was being slowly drawn open, feeling the terrifying power emanating from that bowstring, a power capable of tearing everything apart. The aura of death. Their little heads were filled with big, confused. Is this still a bow? This is practically a mobile device. A war fortress. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu slowly drew a quiver from his quiver, a quiver over a meter long, made entirely of swamp iron. Giant crossbow bolts. Then, under the tense, breathless gaze of everyone. Suyu firmly positioned the dragon-slaying arrow, gleaming with a cold, chilling light, against the already poised and ready-to-fire arrow. On the crossbow. At last, Suyu slowly raised his head and cast his gaze towards the sky, to the largest and most arrogant creature. Pterosaur leader. Suyu looked at those cold eyes filled with contempt and mockery. Slowly, she smiled. Brute. Do you know? Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with anticipation for the ingredients and a hint of cruelty. You with such a big size. Grilled. It must smell delicious. Chapter 159, Chiao's bloodline awakens, and she can actually communicate with animals? It must be delicious grilled. Suyu's voice boomed like that of a top gourmet in this land filled with thunder and the aura of death. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. Roasted chicken wings? Saintly Lord. He actually wanted to take those monsters in the sky that were like gods and demons. Are you going to roast it and eat it? What kind of divine thought process is this? Good. Bake them. To avenge Suyu and his men's grain reserves. Yin Tong, the battle maniac and #1 foodie, was the first to realize this. She grabbed the longbow that she never parted with. Those fiery eyes were filled with an extreme desire for food and battle. The arrogant, hairy beasts in the sky clearly understood Suyu's war declaration, which was full of provocation and a hint of appetite. They were absolutely furious. Phew! One sound was enough. A sharp, destructive screech that ripped through eardrums erupted instantly from the dark, stormy clouds. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of everyone, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with utter horror. That was the largest and most arrogant pterosaur leader. It was like a black meteorite, carrying an overwhelming killing intent capable of destroying everything, swooping down madly towards Suyu. It will punish Suyu, this ant who dared to challenge its authority. Tear into fragments. However, what greeted him, was not Suyu's fear. Instead, it was Suyu's disdain and mockery that made him stand out. Sneer. Finally, couldn't hold back any longer. Suyu slowly raised the hand in his hand. The wrath of God. Then, under the tense, expectant, and even fearful gazes of everyone, Suyu pulled the trigger hard. Trigger. Whoosh. A deafening, terrifying sound of death, more so than ever before, instantly ripped through the silent sky. That dragon-slaying arrow was over 1 meter long and made entirely of swamp iron. It transformed into a black lightning bolt that was impossible to detect with the naked eye, with an overwhelming killing intent that could pierce through everything. In an instant, the distance between life and death was crossed. A terrifying sound, like a sharp blade piercing flesh, echoed throughout the entire world. The next second, in the eyes of that pterosaur leader, filled with shock, disbelief, and utter horror, that arrow, burning with the flame of civilization, has been deeply embedded in its indestructible nature. Wing. Phew. A blood-curdling scream, filled with pain and endless madness, burst forth from the beast's mouth. Its enormous body, which blots out the sky, instantly lost its balance. Like a kite with a broken string, billowing black smoke? Don't ask, it's just the high temperature generated by the friction of the alloy arrow against the air. It rained down from hundreds of meters above the sky, crashing down on Suyu and the others who had long prepared for it. The barbecue grill, the ground, fell down. Boom! A deafening roar. Over there, the invincible ruler of the skies. So Suyu used a method full of wisdom and tactics, a dimensional reduction attack, to kill him in one shot. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning. They stared blankly at the roasted chicken wings that were struggling and howling on the ground. Their little heads were filled with big questions. Did we win? They won just like that. The group of arrogant, feathered beasts in the sky were completely terrified by this sudden divine punishment. They all seemed to have seen a ghost, emitting mournful cries filled with fear and endless despair. Then, they scattered and fled like a swarm of headless flies. Even their boss, who's practically turned into barbecue, doesn't want them anymore. Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. The sky of this world, it will be by Suyu, Suyu. One hand in control. However, just as Suyu was immersed in the immense pleasure of being able to kill anyone who stood in his way, a voice, filled with shyness and a hint of timidity, suddenly rang out on this battlefield brimming with fervor. It's Chower. This is it, the tribe's future chief engineer. She had somehow recovered from the immense shock. She slowly walked over to the other side, to the roasted chicken wing, not the pterosaur leader that was still struggling and howling on the ground. She slowly squatted down. For the first time, those eyes, which are always full of confidence and composure, revealed a look of curiosity and a hint of reluctance. She reached out her slightly trembling, fair hands and carefully touched the huge wound that was still bleeding hot blood. It's as if it's having a silent conversation with an ingredient that's about to be served on the table. Holy Saint! She slowly raised her head, and her pretty face, which always carried a hint of timidity, was now filled with a look Suyu had never seen before. Somber tone and a hint of pleading. It is crying. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. They stared wide-eyed and gaping-mouthed, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at someone who was squatting on the ground, listening to a roasted chicken wing cry. Someone they couldn't even begin to describe. Someone who seemed to be a madman, a fool, someone whose existence was beyond the reach of their limited vocabulary. A genius little craftsman. Their brains are completely unable to function. They don't understand. They really don't understand. Chow or she? Could she have been scared out of her wits? Suyu stood quietly, watching the magical scene unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Sujuanu. The show is about to begin. Suyu slowly squatted down, amidst the bewildered and puzzled gazes of everyone present. Suyu gently placed his hand on Xiaoer's hand, which was trembling slightly with excitement. Don't be afraid. Suyu's voice was very soft. It was like the warmest current, instantly flowing through her limbs and bones. Pay close attention and feel deeply. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was both alluring and mysterious. Is begging you for mercy. Xiaoer's body trembled violently. For the first time, a dazzling light of trust and reliance burst forth in her eyes, which were always full of confidence and composure when she raised her head. She slowly closed her eyes. Then, under the horrified, utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, a faint ring, filled with something they couldn't comprehend, called the affinity of all things. A white halo instantly emanated from her body. The halo was very faint, but it is filled with a warm atmosphere that makes people feel close to it. The whole world fell silent. Yunxi and Yintong stood frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. They stared blankly at the figure radiating a holy, white aura. A genius little craftsman. Their minds, which were filled with power, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called fantasy and superpowers. It turns out that she was the seemingly most delicate little craftswoman in their tribe. It turns out, surprisingly, such a thing was hidden. Terrible. Strength? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with shock and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Bite. It has been detected that Xiaoer has successfully awakened her bloodline power under the guidance of the host. Talent skill. Harmony with all things activated. Skill effect. Yes, allows for basic mental communication with all living beings, including machines. Suyu Karak. Suyu squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. This is acceptable? Suyu just casually fooled her. It suddenly unleashed its power, and it's so incredibly powerful. How to train your dragon's talent. Suyu looked at the genius little craftsman in front of him, who exuded the aura of a dragon knight. Then he looked at his own ordinary bloodline, which was good for nothing except being handsome. For the first time, a surge of emotion welled up in Suyu's heart. Jealousy. Acidic water. However, just as Suyu was immersed in this immense grief of being inferior to others, a crisp sound, filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief, suddenly exploded in the fantastical group. Suyu, Ihiardu. It's Chower. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which were always full of confidence and composure, were now filled with a look that Suyu had never seen before. Ecstasy. Harmony, the ultimate. Confidence. Your Majesty. She pointed at the nearly dead roasted chicken wing and shouted to Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a hint of ecstasy. It says, is willing to submit. Chapter 160. The Air Force is established, and the mount is a pterodactyl. Is willing to submit. Xiaoer's trembling voice, filled with endless shock and a hint of ecstasy, was like a nuclear bomb. In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded on this land filled with thunder and the aura of death. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. Surrender? That arrogant overlord of the skies. They actually approached the seemingly most delicate little craftswoman in their tribe. Have they surrendered? What kind of incredible plot is this? Xiaoer, are you telling the truth? Yunqi was the first to recover from the immense shock. She rushed to Xiaoer's side in one stride. She grabbed Xiaoer's shoulders, and for the first time, her cold eyes revealed an emotion of excitement and disbelief. Xiaoer nodded heavily. Her pretty face, which always carried a hint of timidity, was now filled with a confidence and pride that Suyu had never seen before. She slowly extended her small, trembling, fair hands. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, she was actually carefully touching the ferocious, enormous head of the pterosaur leader, a head that could tear everything apart. And over there, just moments ago, was a monster filled with savagery and endless madness. At this moment, it was as if the gentlest kitten had gently rubbed its huge, wrinkled head against Xiaoer's little hand. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the scene before them, a scene filled with both harmony and a hint of eeriness, a tale of unrequited love between humans and animals. Their brains, which were filled with the laws of primitive survival, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called interspecies communication. So hunters can be friends with their prey? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their gazes, which were filled with confusion and extreme worship, as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This tribe's technology tree. Suyu will once again misguide? Oh no, he'll light it up. Suyu slowly walked up to the roasted chicken wings that had completely given up resistance. Then, under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone, Suyu slowly squatted down. He spoke slowly, in a tone that was full of curiosity about the new pet and a hint of malice. Big guy, do you want to live? The pterosaur clearly couldn't understand Suyu's words, but it could read a sense of transaction in Suyu's eyes. It nodded in a human-like manner. She looked incredibly well-behaved. Suyu smiled. Suyu slowly pointed to the group of feathered beasts still circling in the sky, too afraid to come down. He then pointed to Suyu and his group of hungry gluttons. Finally, Suyu looked into its huge eyes, which were filled with fear and a hint of expectation. He declared to it word by word in a tone that was both tempting to traitors and utterly unquestionable. If you want to live, you can. Help Suyu with your things, little brothers. Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone that conveyed an air of absolute control and divine authority. Call them all down to Suyu. Use it as a mount. Mount? The pterosaur was stunned. Its tiny head was filled with a great deal of doubt. What is a mount? Is it edible? Suyu did not explain. Suyu simply stood up slowly and walked over to the person who was already excited and impatient, in front of Yin Tong. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, Suyu scooped up her beautiful, muscular body, which was brimming with explosive power. A princess carry that exudes the aura of a domineering CEO. Yin Tong let out a gasp filled with panic and a hint of shyness. Two beautiful blushes instantly appeared on her pretty face, which was always full of pride and confidence. Hey, Mun, what are you trying to do? Suyu did not answer her. Suyu simply carried her step by step to the other side, who was completely dumbfounded by Suyu's incredible, unpredictable actions. In front of the pterosaur. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Suyu suddenly exerted force. He was holding the fiery woman who was still struggling in his arms. It was thrown hard onto the broad, muscular back of the dragon. The whole world fell silent. All the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at Yin Tong, who was riding on the dragon's back, looking completely bewildered. She looked up again and saw the man who was giving them a loving and proud smile. Their brains, which had been filled with the land overlords, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called dragon knights. So it's true that people can ride on the back of dragon? Suyu stood quietly in place, enjoying their fervent and worshipful gazes as if they were looking at a god. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This tribe will give birth to its first ever, unclear, possibly a specific type of tribe. It is also the only Air Force unit. Suyu slowly turned around, meeting the fervent and unwavering gazes of all the women. Then Suyu turned his gaze to the Ice Queen, who had remained calm throughout, but whose cold eyes were now churning with turbulent waves. Suyu watched her as she delivered her final declaration, word by word, in a tone brimming with confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Yunshi, now relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Starting today, Sujumen Daun Traiv. Formal, established. Dragon Knight Legion. Chapter 161, Riding a Pterosaur to See the World. Awesome. Dragon Knight Legion. Suyu's voice boomed like a madman who had ushered in the age of space exploration on this land that was still in the Iron Age. It also struck hard into the hearts of all the women present. They've completely gone mad. Dragon Knight? What is that? It sounds like it's 1,000,000 times worse than the previous Steel Age. One by one, they screamed and threw away the freshly baked food in their hands, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Thor's sword. Then, with eyes filled with a longing for novelty and fickleness, he stared intently at the other end, which had completely given up resistance. Flying mounts. Bellick seemed to say, "What's so fun about swords? I'm going to ride a dragon." Suyu Kurakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was completely devastated. Not the older women. Isn't your change of attitude a bit too fast? Too fast. And Yunshi and Yintong are the two proudest women in the tribe. At this moment, they could only stand behind Suyu like two most loyal little fangirls. He silently watched Suyu with a gaze filled with complexity, awe, and absolute fascination. Watching this god lead a tribe on the verge of extinction step by step from the Stone Age to the Iron Age and prepare to step into the Space Age. However, just as everyone was immersed in the immense joy of about to achieve great success, a mournful cry, filled with grievance and a hint of protest, suddenly rang out on this battlefield, which was filled with a frenzied atmosphere. It's that one over there, the pterosaur leader. It had somehow come to its senses after being influenced by Qiaoer's spiritual guidance, which was filled with the aura of the Virgin Mary. It slowly raised its huge, wrinkled head. For the first time, a look of utter disbelief appeared in those cold, murderous eyes that seemed to say, "You're teasing Suyu." A human-like expression. It pointed to its huge wound, from which hot blood was still flowing continuously. He then pointed to the group of underlings in the sky that had already flown away and disappeared from sight. Finally, it looked at Suyu, the devil who is all-knowing and all-powerful in its eyes. It hissed softly in a tone filled with uncertainty and a hint of ingratiation. The meaning is very simple. Big boss, look at Suyu now, he's all alone. He was also seriously injured. Forming the Dragon Knight Legion. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Suyu smiled. Suyu slowly reached out and gently stroked the dragon's huge, wrinkled head like the gentlest dragon knight. Then, amidst everyone's gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of taking it for granted, Suyu slowly pulled a bottle from his pocket, a bottle brimming with the vitality of life. Miracle drug. Don't ask, it's the miracle Dr. Yueying, who developed the latest super wound medicine using the black technology Suyu taught her. Suyu carefully sprinkled the miraculous powder onto its deep, bone-revealing wound. The next second, in the eyes of everyone, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with utter horror. That gruesome, still bleeding wound, its healing at an astonishingly fast speed, visible to the naked eye. The whole world fell silent. The pterosaur leader was completely petrified. It stared blankly at its wings, which were now completely healed. She looked up again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done a trivial little thing. Its brain, which was filled with power, was completely formatted at this moment by something it had never heard of before called divine means. It finally understood. It understood completely. This two-legged creature looks so frail. He's not even human. He is God. It is a God who can control their life and death. Phew! It let out a high-pitched cry, filled with submission and boundless fervor. Then, amidst the shocked and slightly incredulous gazes of everyone, it actually lowered its proud head, which had never bowed to anyone before, and it gently rubbed its huge, wrinkled head against Su Yu's trouser leg. Su Yu karact. Su Yu squad. Su Yu was completely devastated. Not the eldest brother. Isn't your change of expression a little too fast? Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying its fawning and obsequious behavior. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards, the skies over this tribe will be completely under Su Yu's control. Su Yu slowly flipped over and mounted the broad, muscular back of the dragon. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with fanaticism and absolute faith, Su Yu slowly extended his hand, reaching out to the person who was completely stunned by the surreal scene before them. The Ice Queen has also taken a dragon's back. Hold on tight. Su Yu slowly turned around to meet Yun Shi's gaze, which was filled with tension and a hint of anticipation. Then Su Yu turned his gaze to the boundless sky. Su Yu watched her, and with a confident and unquestionable tone, he delivered his final command to her. Announcement. Take you. Go see the world. Phew. A roar filled with excitement and boundless fervor. The pterosaur leader suddenly flapped its wings. Call. A terrifying hurricane, powerful enough to uproot towering trees, shot into the sky. Su Yu and his group shot up into the sky like a black cannonball. Yunshi's scream, filled with terror and a hint of excitement, echoed in Su Yu's ears. She instinctively hugged Su Yu's not-so-broad waist tightly. Su Yu could clearly feel the breathtaking softness and elasticity coming from behind him. Su Yu karact. Su Yu scored. Su Yu was really about to crack. This is the feeling of flying a plane thousands of meters in the air and having beautiful women throw themselves into your arms. That was awesome. Su Yu slowly lowered his head and looked down at the mountains and rivers that were shrinking beneath his feet. River, forest, and those subjects, each and every one of them as small as an ant. Su Yu's heart was filled with boundless pride. Su Yu slowly opened his arms, embracing his empire like a true king of the world. Then, under Yunshi's gaze, which was filled with infatuation and absolute worship, Su Yu looked up at the sky and let out a long roar filled with domineering power and boundless pride. This world, it belongs to Su Yu. Chapter 162, Major Discovery. A metal ruins in the distance. This world belongs to Su Yu. Su Yu's voice, like that of the most arrogant conqueror, boomed loudly thousands of meters above the ground. It also struck Yunshi's heart hard, which had already been completely conquered by Su Yu. She was completely obsessed. She stared blankly at Su Yu, the man who had trampled her and the whole world under his feet. For the first time, a kind of eternal love shone through her eyes, which were always covered in frost. She slowly stretched out her slightly trembling, cold little hands and hugged Su Yu tightly from behind, hugging his not-so-broad waist. Then she gently pressed her soft, collagen-rich cheeks against Su Yu's firm back. Feel the heartbeat emanating from Su Yu, a heartbeat brimming with a sense of security and domineering presence. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as a queen, was completely melted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called happiness. Like a kitten that has found a safe haven, she squeezed out a single word in a muffled voice, softer than a mosquito's hum. At that moment, the whole world seemed to lose its sound. All that remained was the howling wind. The heartbeats of Su Yu and the others gradually merged into one. Su Yu karact. Su Yu squad. Su Yu was truly, utterly broken. Imagine holding a stunningly beautiful woman in your arms, riding a prehistoric beast, and looking down upon the vast empire you've conquered with your own hands. Is there anything more satisfying than this? There is none left. There really aren't any left. Su Yu announces. Su Yu's life has already reached peak. However, just as Su Yu is immersed in the immense satisfaction of being a winner in life, a crisp system notification, filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief, suddenly exploded in Su Yu's mind like heavenly music. Bite. Host detected. The Thunder Mountain Range has been successfully conquered. The tribe's civilization level has been greatly improved. Congratulations, host. The planetary level terrain scanning system has been automatically upgraded. Current level, LV2. The map's expansion radius has been increased to 500 kilometers. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the system notification in front of him, which was full of surprise and unexpected joy. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat complacent after reaching the pinnacle of his life, was struck hard by a heavy hammer called small-mindedness. 500 kilometers? This is fast. It's almost the size of a province in Suyu's previous life. And this is only LV2. So, if you level up to the maximum level, wouldn't that even affect the entire planet? Everything is within sight. Suyu cracked. Suyu scored. Suyu is really about to crack. Suyu always thought that Suyu was already the king of this world. But unexpectedly, Suyu was actually just a newbie who had just left the beginner village. Newbie? With immense excitement, Suyu focused his mind on that place, filled with unknowns and possibilities. Beyond map expansion functionality. Byte. Please select Extension Center. Option 1, Dawn Tribe Safety. Option 2, Howling Swamp is dangerous. Option 3, Thunder Mountain Range is extremely dangerous. Suyu chose again without hesitation. Thunder Mountain Range. Command confirmed. The map is being expanded, centered on the Thunder Mountains. Extended radius, 500 kilometers. The next second, something happened in Suyu's mind that he would never forget. Miracle. That world map, which was already magnificent enough, suddenly became like a supernova that had been detonated, with a speed that Suyu could not comprehend at all, expanding outwards like crazy. Expansion. Expand again. Suyu saw it. Suyu saw the end of that surging, mighty river. Surprisingly, it was a place filled with an aura of death and desolation. Black Gobi Desert. Suyu saw it. The other side of that majestic, towering snow-capped mountain. Surprisingly, it was a place brimming with life and vitality. Endless grasslands. Suyu even saw the boundless, azure sea. The other side, that corner of a new continent shrouded in an even thicker fog of war. It was a modern steel jungle? No, it was a metal ruin filled with an aura of wasteland and apocalypse that Suyu had never seen before. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the miracle before him. A miracle filled with science fiction and apocalyptic atmosphere. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat heavy due to his narrow-mindedness, was completely ignited at this moment by a flame of curiosity and excitement. Metal ruins? Could this world have existed before? A civilization even more advanced than Suyu's current one? So how did they perish? One mystery after another, filled with deadly allure, instantly flooded Suyu's mind. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. The ease and comfort on Suyu's face were gone. There was only an unprecedented solemnity and an overwhelming desire to explore. Yunshi, on the other hand, seemed completely stunned by Suyu's sudden, icy aura. She stared blankly at Suyu's face, which had instantly become colder than a 10,000-year-old iceberg. For the first time, her eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and purity, revealed an emotion called fear and unease. She slowly reached out her slightly trembling, cold little hands and carefully tugged at Suyu's clothes. Then, in a soft voice filled with uncertainty and a hint of worry, he asked a question. Suyu, what's wrong with you? Have you discovered something new? Something terrifying? Chapter 163, The Forgotten City. This is a crashed spaceship. This world belongs to Suyu. Suyu's voice boomed like the most arrogant conqueror thousands of meters in the sky. It also struck Yunshi's heart hard, which had already been completely conquered by Suyu. She was completely obsessed. She clung tightly to Suyu's not-so-broad waist like the gentlest kitten. Feel the heartbeat emanating from Suyu, a heartbeat brimming with a sense of security and domineering presence. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as a queen, was completely melted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called happiness. Suyu, on the other hand, is like a true king of the world, embracing his empire with open arms. Cool. That was so awesome. Imagine holding a stunningly beautiful woman in your arms, riding a prehistoric beast, and looking down upon the vast land you've conquered with your own hands. It's practically every man's ultimate dream. However, just as Suyu is immersed in this immense sense of satisfaction at the pinnacle of his life, A cold, professional system notification suddenly exploded in Su Yu's mind without warning. Byte. Planetary Terrain Scanning System LV2 is now automatically activated. In progress, a comprehensive real-time terrain scan is being conducted. Scan successful. Discovery of an unknown, colossal energy reaction. The map has been automatically marked. Suyu Karakth. Suyu Squad. Suyu is truly, utterly devastated. A colossal energy reaction? Is there another player in this world besides Suyu who has cheated? With immense excitement, Suyu focused his mind on that place filled with the unknown and possibilities. Above the red marker, the next second, something miraculous happened in Suyu's mind that he would never forget. All that could be seen in front of Suyu and his companions was the endless horizon shrouded in thick fog. A huge one, filled with an atmosphere of science fiction and apocalypse that Suyu couldn't comprehend. A black outline, faintly visible. That outline is too big. It was so large that it seemed capable of completely swallowing up the entire world. That silhouette is so weird. It doesn't seem like something that should exist in this primitive world at all. It's more like a steel behemoth from the future. What is that? Yunqi's trembling voice, filled with shock and a hint of fear, rang in Suyu's ears. She clearly saw that black silhouette that was enough to shatter her worldview. Suyu slowly recovered from the immense shock. The ease and comfort on Suyu's face were gone. There was only an unprecedented solemnity and an overwhelming desire to explore. Suyu gently patted the mount beneath him, which was also trembling with fear. Then, under Yunqi's gaze, filled with tension and a hint of anticipation, Suyu gave it his final command, word by word, in a tone full of confidence and leaving no room for doubt. Walk. Suyu and the others, go and take a look. Phew. The pterosaur leader let out a cry that was full of obedience and a hint of resignation to death. Then suddenly a wing flapped, transforming into a black lightning bolt. It hurtled towards a place filled with the unknown and deadly allure. A black silhouette flew past madly. The closer you get, the shock in Suyu's heart was beyond measure. That wasn't a metal ruin at all. That was clearly a crashed spaceship. It's too big. It was bigger than Suyu had imagined. Its massive hull, as large as a mountain range, was planted diagonally on the earth. The bow of the ship has disappeared. The stern of the ship soars high into the clouds. The futuristic metal shell, though riddled with holes by time and unknown attacks, was now rusted and damaged. But you can still see its former glory and power. The whole world fell silent. Yunqi was completely petrified. She stared blankly at what lay before her, a sight that shattered her worldview built over tens of thousands of years. Miracle. Her brain, which had been filled with primitiveness, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called interstellar civilization. It turns out that their tribe was associated with the celestial deity from heaven. It turns out it actually exists. Suyu hovered silently before the wreckage, which was filled with an epic and awe-inspiring atmosphere. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm, like still water. Suyu slowly reached out and gently stroked the cold, weathered surface, which was imbued with a sense of historical vicissitude. Metal casing. An absurd yet highly probable thought suddenly popped into Suyu's mind. This is the mysterious Dawn tribe, a tribe inhabited only by women. This is a crashed spaceship packed with cutting-edge technology. And then there's Suyu, who inexplicably transmigrated to this godforsaken place. Pilot. All of this. Could it be? Could it all be related to those two ancient Chinese characters engraved on that mysterious black pottery jar? Apocalypse. Is there a connection? Suyu slowly turned around to meet Yunqi's gaze, which was filled with confusion and extreme admiration. Then, Suyu turned his gaze to that place, which was full of mystery and deadly allure. Inside the spaceship, Suyu watched her as she spoke, each word uttered with a tone brimming with confidence and a hint of madness, delivering the final announcement. Yunqi, now relay Suyu's orders. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. Suyu and his group seemed to find Suyu and his group. Back home. Chapter 164, there are people in the ruins, and they even have high technology. Suyu and his group seem to. Have they found Suyu's hometown? Su Yu's voice boomed like that of the most fanatical historian before this wonder, filled with science fiction and apocalyptic atmosphere. It also hit Yunshi hard on the heart, which had been completely turned upside down. She was completely petrified. She stared blankly at Su Yu, a man who radiated a kind of light she couldn't understand, a light that called kinship and belonging. Her brain, which was filled with primitiveness, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called ancestor recognition. Hometown? Their hometown? Are they really not savages born and raised on this barbaric land? Or did it come from the distant heavens? This realization was like a ray of light that instantly illuminated her ignorant worldview. It also completely resolved the issue that had troubled her for over 20 years. The ultimate mystery. Why do the women of their tribe, despite living a very primitive life, possess qualities that seem so out of place in this land? Stunning beauty? Why do their tribe's oldest legends always feature stories of flying iron birds and extraterrestrial visitors? Scatter records? Why did she, Yin Tong, Yu Ying, and Xiaoer, the most outstanding women in the tribe, awaken to a power completely different from this world at the brink of life and death? The power of bloodline? Turn out to be. So that's the answer to everything. They all pointed to the enormous ship before them, which resembled the skeleton of God. Apocalypse. Su Yu, and others. Yunshi stammered, her voice trembling with endless shock and a hint of searching for her roots, as she asked Su Yu. Really? They came from here? Su Yu slowly reached out his hand and gently rubbed her head, which had become somewhat blank due to the great shock, like the gentlest older brother. Do you want to know the answer? Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was both alluring and mysterious. Then, let's go in and take a look with Su Yu. After saying that, Su Yu ignored the Ice Queen behind him, who was completely engrossed in the three philosophical questions. Who is Su Yu? Where did Su Yu come from? Where is Su Yu going? Heading straight towards that place, filled with mystery and deadly allure. He walked over inside the spaceship. It was a massive structure, brutally torn apart by an unknown explosion. Metal notch. The edges of the notch still retained a chilling quality. Signs of high-temperature melting. A strong, metallic, rusty smell and an ancient aura that had been sealed for hundreds of years wafted over. So you take a deep breath. Then, under Yunshi's gaze, filled with tension and a hint of anticipation, Su Yu stepped into that place, filled with the unknown and the dust of history. A whole new world. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the scene before him, a place brimming with science fiction and postmodern art. Metal channel. On both sides of the passage are rows of emergency indicator lights that have been completely turned off, and that eroded beyond recognition by the years. Various high-tech pipelines that Su Yu couldn't understand. And at the end of the passage, it was a huge door made of the hardest alloy. Metal gate. At the very center of the gate, there is an inscription that exudes domineering power and majesty. Badge. It was made up of the earth and olive branches. Star Alliance emblem. Su Yu Karak. Su Yu Squad. Su Yu is truly, utterly broken. Su Yu has finally found his people. However, before Su Yu could even process this huge surprise, a cold, emotionless, synthesized electronic voice suddenly exploded in the deathly silent passage without warning. 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 Unknown life, form invasion detected. The security system has been automatically activated. Annihilation mode is now activated. The next second, in Su Yu and Yunshi's eyes, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with utter horror. On both sides of the passage, on the walls that were originally pitch black, slowly, dozens of dark holes emerged. Cannon muzzle, and that flashing, deadly red light. Laser emitter? Su Yu instinctively scored. Then he slammed the Ice Queen behind Su Yu, who was completely terrified, to the ground. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion, loud enough to rip eardrums apart and filled with a destructive aura, suddenly rang out right where Su Yu and the others had just been standing. That hard alloy ground, strong enough to withstand a nuclear attack. It turns out, the terrifying laser actually melted several bottomless holes in them. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu and Yun, she lay on the ground like two dead dogs, not daring to move. Su Yu and the others stared blankly at the large hole that was still billowing thick smoke, and the cannon muzzle still flashing a deadly red light. The hearts of Su Yu and his companions, which had just become somewhat fiery because they had found their organization, were completely extinguished at this moment by a stream of ice water called death. It's over. This is really it. It's over. This is nowhere near my hometown. This is clearly a place filled with advanced technology and deadly traps. This is hell on earth. Yunshi was completely terrified by this welcoming ceremony, which was filled with the atmosphere of future warfare. She stared blankly at the laser emitters that were still constantly recharging. Her brain, which had been filled with cold weapons, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called firearms. She finally understood. She finally understood. So this is the magical artifact they're so proud of. Before these true divine weapons. It's simply joke. However, just when everyone thought Su Yu and his group were about to be blasted into dust, a cold voice, filled with authority and a hint of doubt, suddenly boomed out in this passageway, which was filled with the aura of death. Stop! Those dozens of dark, gaping cannon muzzles instantly stopped charging. The laser emitter, flashing a deadly red light, slowly retracted into the wall. And, at the end of the passage, that metal door, which had been tightly closed for hundreds of years, it opened slowly with a creak. Immediately afterwards, in Su Yu and Yunshi's eyes, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with utter horror. A person wearing a snow-white spacesuit. He was wearing a metal mask that completely obscured his face. He exuded an aura that belonged to another era, a mysterious and powerful presence. The person slowly walked out from behind that futuristic-looking door. He, or rather she, hovered quietly in midair, looking down at Su Yu and the others. Those cold eyes hidden behind the metal masks were like two sharp scalpels, scanning back and forth over Su Yu and the others. It seemed as if they were analyzing Su Yu and his group. Gene sequence? For a long, long time, she finally spoke. The voice remained cold, yet it carried a hint of confusion and hostility that Su Yu couldn't understand. You. Who is it? Chapter 165, their weapons are actually laser guns? Who are you? That cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice was like the sharpest scalpel, stabbing deeply into Su Yu and Yunshi's hearts, which had just become somewhat fragile from their narrow escape from death. Su Yu and the others were completely petrified. Su Yu and the others stared blankly at the Tin Can Man who was silently floating in midair, looking down at them. The pitiful joy that had just risen in Su Yu's heart because of being rescued was instantly replaced by a deeper fear called the unknown. This person. No, this thing. Ultimately, are they enemies or friends? Yunshi was completely stunned by this divine hand, which was full of science fiction elements. Instinctively, she tightly shielded Su Yu behind her. For the first time, a fierce fire of protection ignited in those eyes that were always covered in frost. She would fight to the death to defend herself and her man. Dignity. However, before she could utter those poignant last words, she was left with a tragic air. Su Yu slowly walked out from behind her. Su Yu pulled her trembling, burning hot body behind him. What a joke. Su Yu, a dignified 7-foot-tall man. How could we allow Su Yu's woman to stand in Su Yu's way? Su Yu looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with emotion and infatuation. Slowly, she smiled. Don't be afraid. Su Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a warm current that instantly flowed through her entire body. Su Yu is there. After saying that, Su Yu ignored the Ice Queen behind him, who was completely captivated by his domineering divine move. He raised his head straight up, meeting the cold, scrutinizing gaze of the man in the tin can. Su Yu, take a deep breath. Then, under Yunshi's gaze, which was filled with tension and a hint of anticipation, Su Yu shouted at her in a tone that Su Yu himself hadn't expected, a tone full of excitement at recognizing his ancestors. They're on our side. Don't shoot. Fellow countrymen, Su Yu and his ilk are one of us. The whole world fell silent. The man in the tin can clearly didn't understand Su Yu's rustic code. She simply tilted her metallic head. The cold gaze hidden behind the metal mask was filled with a sense of unease, a feeling that believable. Confused. Su Yu correct. No, big sister. You don't even understand this? Could it be that Su Yu and his group didn't come from the same place? However, just as Su Yu was about to test the waters with a few more slang terms like Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger Pagoda, suppresses River Demon, a crisp system notification sound, filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief, suddenly exploded in Su Yu's mind without warning. Byte. Unknown human language detected. In progress. Data analysis. Analysis successful. Real-time translation in progress. Translation successful. The next second, something happened in Su Yu's mind that he would never forget. Miracle. That man in the tin can, that cold, emotionless, synthesized electronic voice. Surprisingly, it automatically transformed into the form that Su Yu was most familiar with in his mind. Chinese? The target language was detected to have a 999% match rate with the Tianqi database. It has been confirmed that it is the language of the home planet. Threat level downgraded. Repeat. Who are you? Su Yu is completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the miracle before him. A miracle brimming with cutting-edge technology and a futuristic atmosphere. Su Yu's heart, which had just become somewhat cold due to the language barrier, was completely ignited at this moment by a wild joy called meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Apocalypse. Home planet. Ha ha ha. Su Yu, I knew it. Su Yu and his ilk are one of us. Su Yu no longer hesitated at all. Su Yu pushed Yun Shi, who was still blocking his way, aside in one swift motion. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, Su Yu, like a child who had run away from home for hundreds of years and finally found his organization, tumbled and crawled toward the Tin Can Man. Fellow villager, Su Yu has finally found you. However, Su Yu is not greeted with a joyful embrace, but rather with the joy of recognizing family. Instead, it was a cold, death-inducing laser gun. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the dark, still charging gun barrel. Then I looked up at the man in the tin can, who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Su Yu's heart, which had just been burning with excitement because of recognizing his ancestors, was completely extinguished at this moment by a wave of icy water called the encirclement of friendly forces. It's over. This is really it. It's over. This isn't some fellow villager, is it? This is clearly a group of people who don't even recognize their own family. The final boss, Yunshi, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded by Su Yu's divine move, which was full of bizarre and unpredictable tactics. She stared blankly at Su Yu, the god who had been exuding domineering aura 1 second, and then running away with his tail between his legs the next. For the first time, a touching, convincing, and slightly infatuated look appeared on her usually sculpted, cold face. Flush. She finally understood. She understood completely. This man wanted more than just an age of steel. What he wants is a whole new world full of crazy moves and plot twists. And she will become the one and only queen of this great world. The thought of this made her heart, which had been frozen for many years as the clan leader, start pounding uncontrollably. However, just as Su Yu was about to be blasted into dust by that divine weapon filled with futuristic technology, a cold, yet strangely emotional voice suddenly boomed through the death-filled passageway, as silent as a ghost. Your gene sequence. Why is it different from the original species in the database? Exactly the same? Chapter 166, First Contact. The other party seems unwelcoming to Su Yu. Your gene sequence. Why the navigator in the database? Exactly the same? That cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice was like the sharpest scalpel, piercing Su Yu's heart, which had become somewhat fragile due to his near-death experience. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the Tin Can Man, which hovered silently in midair, looking down at them. Su Yu's brain, which was filled with fear, was completely formatted at this moment by something he had never heard of before, called overwhelming information. Pilot? This word. What? Does that sound familiar? Su Yu frantically searched through his memory palace, which was already overflowing with countless miracles. Oh right, Navigator exclusive daily reconnaissance system. It's Su Yu's system. It was Su Yu, the cheat code that saved Su Yu's life when he first transmigrated. Its title for Su Yu is Navigator. Su Yu Karakth. Su Yu Squad. Su Yu is completely devastated. Could it be that Su Yu is just an ordinary earthling? There really is something hidden. Identity? Yunshi was completely stunned by this divine dialogue filled with science fiction elements. Although she didn't understand what gene sequence meant. I don't understand what a navigator is either. But she could clearly feel the cold, emotionless hostility emanating from that man in the tin can. Once again, she tightly shielded Suyu behind her. For the first time, a raging fire called maternal love ignited in those eyes that were always covered in frost. Suyu looked at her broad, yet not sturdy, back, which was full of protectiveness. A wave of emotion washed over me. I was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. Big sister, did you miss the point? Is now the time for you to show your maternal love? Now is the time for people like Suyu to curry favor with powerful figures. Suyu slowly walked out from behind her. He pulled her trembling, burning hot body behind Suyu. Then, in Yunshi's beautiful eyes, filled with emotion and infatuation, Suyu revealed what he considered to be the most harmless look to the tin can-shaped man, a look shrouded in mystery and danger. A radiant smile. That fellow villager? Suyu tentatively greeted her in perfect Mandarin. Drop. The tin can person tilted her metallic head. The cold gaze hidden behind the metal mask was filled with a kind of unrecognizable doubt. Suyu Kurak. Not the eldest sister. Can't understand Mandarin? Are you from Guangdong? They're on our side. They're on our side. Suyu tried to communicate again in his equally broken Cantonese. However, Suyu was still met with that cold laser gun muzzle, and that filled with hostility and a hint of disdain. Electronic synthesized sound. The target has been detected and is using multiple homeworld dialects. His logic is illogical, and he appears to be mentally unstable. Threat level raised. Repeat. Immediately, identify yourself. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Suyu completely broke down. Suyu slowly raised his hands. A universally applicable one was created. The gesture of surrender. Big sister. Big sister. Suyu was wrong. Suyu, no more pretending. Suyu is coming clean. Suyu pointed to his head and shouted at her in a reckless, gambler-like tone. The one you're talking about, the navigator. Does it also come with a built-in cheat called the daily scouting system? The whole world fell silent. The laser gun, which was continuously charging, stopped abruptly. The man in the tin can, his metallic body, suddenly stiffened. For the first time, a look of shock and disbelief appeared in her cold, emotionless eyes. Violent fluctuations. How did you come across the daily reconnaissance system? For the first time, her voice was no longer that cold, synthesized electronic sound. Rather, it was a kind of coldness, but with a touch of something uniquely girlish. A clear, crisp voice? Suyu was stunned. It's actually a girl? Moreover, judging from this sound, he seems quite young. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat cold due to his narrow escape from death, was rekindled by a flame called hormones. Suyu not only knows. Suyu looked at her shapely figure, encased in a snow-white spacesuit. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, so you could also use it to view maps and find treasures, and even... Suyu paused, then spoke slowly in a tone full of contempt and mockery toward cheaters. Yes, I can understand what others are saying, just like you. Boom! The entire passageway was completely erupting in excitement. No, it was utterly silent. The girl in the tin can was completely petrified. She stared blankly at Suyu, who in her eyes seemed to have gained supernatural insight. Evildoer. Her brain, which was filled with high technology, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called a cheat code. You. She pointed at Suyu, her lips trembling as she tried to speak, but she couldn't utter a single complete sentence. For a long, long time, she seemed to have finally accepted this fact that was enough to overturn her worldview. She slowly put away the laser gun in her hand. Then, under the tense yet expectant gazes of Suyu and Yunshi, she slowly gestured for Suyu and the others to enter. The target gene sequence was detected and closely matches the navigator sequence. Detected. The target has activated the navigator exclusive system. Initially, they were identified as friendly forces. However, there is a huge anomaly. She paused, and the cold gaze hidden behind the metal mask returned to its scrutinizing and wary look. Come with Suyu. The mastermind wants to see you. Chapter 167, I saved a mysterious woman who knew everything. The mastermind wants to see you. That cold, emotionless, electronic, synthesized voice was like the sharpest scalpel, piercing Suyu's heart, which had become somewhat fragile from his near-death experience. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the tin can man that was quietly suspended in midair, looking down at Suyu and the others. At this moment, Suyu's brain, which was filled with fear, was completely formatted by something he had never heard of before, called information overload. The mastermind? What the hell is that thing? Could it be the leader of this man in the tin can? Or is it the artificial intelligence of this crashed spaceship? Suyu krakt. Suyu squad. Suyu was completely devastated. This is too much like science fiction. Yunshi was completely stunned by this divine dialogue filled with a futuristic atmosphere. Instinctively, she tightly shielded Suyu behind her. For the first time, a raging fire called maternal love ignited in those eyes that were always covered in frost. Suyu looked at her broad, yet not sturdy, back, which was full of protective intent. A wave of emotion washed over me. Also a burst of, it's both funny and exasperating. Big sister, did you miss the point? Is now your time to show your maternal love? Now is the time for Suyu and his ilk to curry favor with powerful figures. Suyu slowly walked out from behind her. With one swift movement, he pulled her trembling, burning hot body behind Suyu. Then, in Yunshi's beautiful eyes, filled with emotion and infatuation, facing the tin can-shaped man, a figure shrouded in unknown danger, Suyu revealed what he considered to be his most harmless side. A radiant smile. Lead the way. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a warm current that instantly flowed through her entire body. Suyu also wanted to meet this mastermind. The man in the tin can clearly hadn't expected Suyu to be so cooperative. She tilted her metallic head. The cold gaze hidden behind the metal mask was filled with something unexpected. Confused, but she didn't say anything more. She slowly turned around, like a most faithful guide, and floated past the door that was filled with the atmosphere of the future. Suyu, holding Yunshi's cold yet powerful little hand, followed closely behind her. Passing through, you enter the metal gate that exudes a sense of history. Suyu and his companions seemed to have entered a completely new world. It was a huge one, filled with science fiction and apocalyptic atmosphere. Central control room? In the very center of the control room is a structure with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Circular platform. Above the platform, suspended, was a huge object composed of countless blue light dots. A three-dimensional star map? And below the star chart, it was a system filled with things that Suyu couldn't understand, called artificial intelligence and supercomputers. Giant quantum computer. Countless blue data streams flowed rapidly across the quantum computer like a waterfall. It was filled with a kind of unsettling feeling, an aura of wisdom. The whole world fell silent. Suyu and Yun, she were completely petrified, like two country bumpkins who had just arrived in the city. Suyu and the others stared blankly at what was before them, something that could completely shatter their worldview built up over tens of thousands of years. Miracle. At this moment, the brains of Suyu and his companions, which were filled with primitiveness, were completely formatted by something they had never heard of before, called interstellar civilization. Turn out to be. So this is the real thing. Relics of the gods. However, while Suyu and his companions were immersed in the immense shock of this Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden phenomenon, a cold, emotionless, electronic, synthesized voice suddenly exploded in the futuristic control room without warning. The navigator's gene sequence was detected. In progress, performing a deep scan. Scan successful. 100% genetic match. Confirmed as the holder of primary access rights. In progress, granting root privileges. Welcome home, Captain Suyu. Suyu. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the electronically synthesized voice, which was filled with surprise and a hint of flattery. He looked up again at the one that was flashing a dazzling blue light. A giant quantum computer. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat fiery because he had found his organization, was now completely ignited by a wild joy called promotion and wealth. Ship. Captain. Suyu. Suyu is not only a navigator, but also a navigator. It's still this same spaceship. Captain. This. What an amazing start. Yunshi was completely stunned by this fantastical dialogue between gods. She instinctively shielded Suyu tightly behind her. For the first time, a fierce fire, known as a fierce protector of her husband, ignited in those eyes that were always covered in frost. However, before she could utter those poignant last words, a piercing alarm, filled with anguish and endless despair, suddenly rang out without warning in the control room, which was filled with a sense of surprise. Warning. Warning. An unknown virus has been detected. The core database is being forcibly formatted. The security system has been completely destroyed. The spaceship is about to enter self-destruct mode. What? Su Yu and the man in the tin can simultaneously let out a sound filled with shock and disbelief. Exclamation. And then, at that very moment, a woman's maniacal laughter, filled with madness and endless resentment, suddenly erupted without warning in the soon-to-be-destroyed control room. Ha ha ha. Finally, Su Yu got what he'd been waiting for. Su Yu, you damned primitive species. Today, Su Yu is going to make you, along with this damned cage, perish together. Boom. A deafening roar. That indestructible alloy door. It turns out, it was actually blasted open by a terrifying force. Immediately afterwards, in Su Yu and Yun Shi's eyes, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with utter horror. One, wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit. He was wearing a blood-red mask with eerie designs on his face. He exuded an aura of madness and destruction that belonged to a timeless era. The mysterious woman slowly emerged from the darkness, which was filled with the aura of death. She remained silent, hovering in midair, looking down at Su Yu and the others. The cold gaze hidden behind the blood-red mask was like two sharp, poisonous blades locked onto him. Su Yu, it's you. The man in the tin can let out a sound filled with anger and boundless killing intent. Scream. Apostle. You're still alive. D. The mysterious woman, referred to as the Apostle, let out a sound filled with disdain and mockery. Sneer. With what right do you think you are, a bunch of wretched guardians clinging to life? Also worthy? After saying that, she ignored the man in the tin, who was about to explode with anger. She slowly raised her hand. In her hand, she was holding a device that exuded a futuristic technological feel. A red lightsaber? She slowly pointed the tip of her sword, which gleamed with a deadly red light, at Su Yu. The cold gaze hidden behind the blood-red mask held a cat-and-mouse game in it. Cruel and playfully, let Su Yu introduce himself. Su Yu is Zero, the Apocalypse Organization, the last apostles. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with contempt and mockery for ants. And I am about to end you with my own hands, this mistake. God. Chapter 168. Her name is Lung Yu, and she's really good-looking. Now, it's Su Yu's turn. That cold, domineering voice, like the sharpest sword of Damocles, hung heavily over the head of Zero the Red Can Man. She was completely petrified. She stared blankly at her old rival, whom she had just nearly killed with a single sword strike. She glanced again at the man who had remained calm throughout, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Her mind, which had been filled with madness, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called the protagonist's halo. What's going on here? Fully revived? And the skin has been completely revamped? This is not scientific. Su Yu stood quietly in place, enjoying the amazing reversal that he himself had orchestrated. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew that from today onwards. Su Yu will definitively solidify his title as the universe's #1 stay-at-home dad. Your esteemed position. Traitor, do you think you've already won? Zero roared, his voice a mixture of bravado and cowardice. She tried to use her blustering anger to mask her panicked inner turmoil. Today, Su Yu will let you two, you adulterous couple, get together. Go to hell. After she finished speaking, she didn't hesitate for a moment longer. She suddenly raised the lightsaber in her hand. Then, like a red meteor carrying an overwhelming killing intent capable of destroying everything, it madly crushed towards the white can man who had just been fully revived. However, instead of being met with fear, she was greeted by the other party's response. Instead, it was even colder. Laser gun muzzle, and that filled with pity and mockery for the losers. Electronic synthesized sound? No. Yes, a mature, older sister voice. The same move. It's useless against Saint Seiya. A deathly whistling sound, more muffled and terrifying than ever before, instantly ripped through the silent passage. A single shot was enough to completely vaporize the entire spaceship. A massive pillar of energy. With an overwhelming killing intent that could pierce through everything, he instantly crossed the distance between life and death. Boom! A deafening roar. That arrogant man in the red didn't even have time to let out a scream. It was blasted by that divine cannon, which was full of the meaning of dimensional reduction. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu and Yun, she were like two people trembling in the midst of a battle of gods. Mortal, staring blankly at what lay before me, a scene brimming with violent aesthetics and the palpable aura of burning budget. A scene. At this moment, Suyu's brain, which was filled with primitiveness, was completely formatted by something that Suyu had never heard of before, called overpowering all techniques with brute force. Turn out to be, so the real battle. There's absolutely no need for anything fancy. Operate. As long as you're gun. Thick enough. Tough enough. That's it. The white-canned person, like a true Terminator, slowly put away her still billowing smoke. A deadly weapon. Then, under the tense yet expectant gazes of Suyu and Yunshi, she slowly turned around and walked towards Suyu and the others. Every step she took seemed to tread on the hearts of Suyu and his men. This made Suyu and his men so afraid that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, she stopped in front of Suyu. Those ice-blue eyes, like the purest sapphires, flickered with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. There was gratitude, curiosity, and vigilance. But more than that is a kind of, yes, Suyu, the navigator. Absolute obedience? Many thanks to the navigator for saving my life. She once again slowly walked towards Suyu in a pose brimming with futuristic charm. Military salute. Suyu's real name is Lungyu. Apocalypse, Supreme Security Commander. I have been here by the command of the mastermind, guarding the flame for 532 years. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the living fossil in front of him, a creature brimming with both historical and sci-fi elements. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat fragile due to his narrow escape from death, was struck hard by a heavy hammer called an information explosion. 532 years? Big sister, you this is so well maintained. Suyu looked at her flawless, collagen-rich, and stunningly beautiful face. I glanced again at her, her figure completely covered by a snow-white spacesuit, yet still unable to conceal her magnificent beauty. Perfect figure. Suyu subconscious lisualuth. She's really good-looking. Lungyu, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to Suyu's drooling, pig-like expression. Slowly turning around, he turned his gaze to the area that had once again become brightly lit due to the mainframe's reboot. Central control room. She spoke slowly, her voice still icy, carrying a hint of something Suyu couldn't understand. Sad. And a little bit. A resolute decision? Pilot. Suyu knows you have many questions. But she paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with helplessness and mockery towards fate. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Because she slowly turned around, her icy blue eyes flashing with an extremely complex emotion that Suyu couldn't understand. Suyu and his group are in even bigger trouble. Chapter 169, The Truth of the World. Suyu and his men were actually experiments? Suyu and his group are in even bigger trouble. Lungyu's cold, ominous voice pierced Suyu's heart, which had become somewhat fragile due to his narrow escape from death, like the sharpest ice pick. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at her stunningly beautiful face, which appeared exceptionally pale under the emergency lights, yet possessed a unique and captivating beauty. Suyu's brain, which was filled with fear, was completely formatted at this moment by something he had never heard of before, called one wave after another. No, eldest sister, don't scare Suyu. That crazy woman with terminal Chinibu, wasn't she already blasted into dust by you? What could be more troublesome than her? Thing? Could it be? Could it be her organization? Yunshi was completely terrified by this divine dialogue filled with the air of riddles. She instinctively shielded Suyu tightly behind her. For the first time, a raging fire, called startled and easily startled, ignited in those eyes that were always covered in frost. Suyu looked at her broad, yet not sturdy, back, which was full of protective intent. A wave of emotion washed over me. Also a burst of, it's both funny and exasperating. Big sister, did you miss the point? Is now the time for you to show your maternal love? Now is the time for Suyu and the others to find out exactly what happened. Suyu slowly walked out from behind her. He pulled her hot, trembling body behind Suyu. Then, in Yunshi's beautiful eyes, filled with emotion and fascination, Suyu revealed what he considered to be his most composed demeanor to the icy, aloof woman shrouded in mystery and danger. Serious expression. Explain. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a warm current that instantly flowed through her entire body. What exactly happened? Lung Yu was stunned. She stared blankly at Su Yu, at his eyes that were full of confidence and a hint of pretentiousness. Her heart, which had been frozen for over 500 years, was completely struck by something she had never heard of before, a sense of security. She slowly extended her slightly trembling, cold little hands. Then, under Yunshi's deathly stare that instantly widened like a copper bell, she even cautiously tugged at Su Yu's sleeve, just like Yunshi had done. Navigator. Her voice was no longer that cold, electronic synthesized tone. Rather, it possesses a cool, serene beauty, like a snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains, yet also melodious. A mature, older woman's voice? Su Yu cracked. Su Yu scored. Su Yu is really about to crack. This is unbearable. Lung Yu, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to Su Yu's drooling, pig-like expression. Slowly turning around, he cast his gaze upon the area that had become covered in snowflakes due to the viral invasion, and even occasionally flashed a dangerous red light. Central optical computer. She spoke slowly, her voice still icy, carrying a hint of something Su Yu couldn't understand. Sadness and a hint of despair? Zero, that traitor. Before she died, the apocalypse's final self-destruct sequence has been initiated, and it represents Su Yu and his group's last hope. That lifeboat was completely intact. Yes, it's completely locked. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu and Yun, she stood frozen in place, like two statues frozen in place. Su Yu and the others stared blankly at the red light of death flashing, a light that seemed to signify mutual destruction. A giant quantum computer. The enthusiasm that Su Yu and his team had just felt after escaping death was completely extinguished by a bucket of ice water that had gone too far. It's over. This is really the end. This is not something like recognizing one's ancestors. This was clearly a battle filled with cutting-edge technology and mutual destruction, sending someone to their death from 1,000 miles away. Yunshi was completely terrified by the sci-fi-inspired death countdown. She stared blankly at the light brain that had begun to emit a piercing beeping alarm. Her brain, which had been filled with cold weapons, was completely formatted at this moment by something she had never heard of before called mutual destruction. She finally understood. She finally understood. So this is the magical artifact they're so proud of. Before this, the true weapon of the gods. Even carrying shoes for others. Unworthy. However, just when everyone thought that Su Yu and his companions were about to be blown into cosmic dust, a confident yet slightly playful, cold voice suddenly boomed out in this death-filled passageway, without warning. Yes, Mastermind. It's that guy, the one who just recognized Su Yu as captain. I mean, artificial intelligence. Detection detected. The spacecraft is about to enter self-destruct mode. In progress. Emergency privilege transfer. Transfer successful. Congratulations, Captain. You have succeeded in gaining supreme control of the apocalypse. Should we terminate the self-destruct procedure? Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the electronic synthesized voice that reeked of sycophancy. He looked up again and glanced at the one that was flashing a dazzling blue light. A giant quantum computer. Su Yu's heart, which had just become somewhat cold due to his mishap, was completely ignited at this moment by a surge of ecstatic joy at the unexpected turn of events. Stop it. Stop it right now. Su Yu roared madly at the giant quantum computer like a madman. Command, confirmation. The self-destruct procedure has been terminated. Alarm lifted. Call. Su Yu and Yun, she collapsed to the ground like two dead dogs. He was panting heavily. The feeling was even worse than fighting the Blood Mother for 300 rounds. Stimulate. Lung Yu, on the other hand, seemed like a true emotionless and aloof older sister figure, slowly putting away her still billowing smoke. A deadly weapon. Then, in the eyes of Su Yu and Yun Shi, filled with relief and a glimmer of hope, she slowly turned around and walked towards Su Yu and the others. Every step she took seemed to tread on the hearts of Su Yu and his men. This made Su Yu and his men not even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, she stopped in front of Su Yu. Those ice-blue eyes, like the purest sapphires, flickered with an extremely complex emotion that Su Yu couldn't understand. There was gratitude, curiosity, and vigilance. But more than that is a kind of, regarding Su Yu, the captain, absolute obedience? Captain. She faced Su Yu again, and slowly walked a path that exuded a futuristic aura. Military salute. Now, she paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with awe for history and a touch of sadness. You have the authority to know everything. After she finished speaking, she slowly stretched out her small, trembling, and cold hands. On the huge, futuristic control panel in front of Su Yu and his team, he gently tapped it. The next second, in Su Yu and Yun Shi's eyes, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with utter horror, a painting brimming with epic and tragic grandeur. The three-dimensional image instantly appeared in front of Su Yu and the others. The image shows a spaceship that looks exactly like the apocalypse. It was struggling to traverse a meteorite belt filled with the aura of death and destruction. Sudden, boom, a deafening roar. The stern of the spaceship was struck hard by a huge meteorite. Flame shot skyward. The alarm blared throughout the entire starry sky. The spaceship, like a kite with a broken string, billowed thick smoke as it hurtled towards a blue, life-filled planet. An unknown planet has crashed. That planet. Su Yu recognized him at a glance. That is the one that Su Yu is currently standing on. Planet. And at the end of the video, they were a group of survivors wearing white spacesuits. They looked at this new world, full of crisis and unknowns. There was not a trace of despair on their faces. Yes, but it's a kind of hope and sacrifice. Absolutely. They built a small shelter on the wreckage of the spaceship. Hope Base. Furthermore, it initiated a process powerful enough to alter the fate of all life in the world. Crazy plan. Project Zero Spark. The plan is very simple. It's also very cruel. That is, use them, the most advanced genetic technology they brought from their home planet. Use their own genes, and the genes of the most powerful beast on this planet. Integrate. Create a completely new kind of thing, capable of adapting to this cruel world. New humans, and the ancestors of the Su Yu and Dawn tribe. These are the first batch of test subjects for this insane plan. Chapter 170, Did the Ancestor Come from Heaven? Su Yu's heart shattered. And Su Yu and his ancestors of the Dawn tribe. Yes, this crazy plan. The first batch. Test subject. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu and Yun, she stood frozen in place like two sculptures whose souls had been completely drained. Su Yu and the others stared blankly at the historical documentary before them, which was filled with science fiction, tragedy, and a hint of madness. The brains of Su Yu and his companions, which were filled with primitive ideas, were completely formatted at this moment by a truth they had never heard of before, called the creation myth. It turns out that in their tribal legend, there was a celestial being from the sky. It actually exists, and they were their ancestors. Su Yu Kurakt. Su Yu Squad. Su Yu was truly and utterly devastated. Su Yu had inadvertently become embroiled in a conflict spanning hundreds of years. Star Trek? Yunshi, on the other hand, was completely terrified by this sudden and shocking revelation of her family's dark history. She stared blankly at the images of people who, in order to survive, had to transform themselves into monsters. Ancestor. He looked down at his own body, which also flowed with divine blood. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as a queen, was shattered at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called destiny. An unprecedented chill, a feeling of sadness and confusion, instantly washed over her. She slowly extended her slightly trembling, cold little hands. Then, to Su Yu's utterly horrified gaze, she clung tightly to Su Yu like a lost child. The hem of a garment? Su Yu. Her voice was very soft, but it was like the sharpest ice pick, piercing Su Yu's heart. Su Yu and his friends. What exactly? What is it? Su Yu was stunned. Su Yu slowly lowered his head, looking into her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Su Yu's heart, which had just become somewhat chaotic due to the explosion of information, was completely ignited at this moment by a flame of heartache and anger. What is it? You are a group of people who have to change yourselves in order to survive. Poor thing. You are a group of people abandoned by so-called fate. Sacrifice. You are a group of people who refuse to succumb to fate and have created a new world for yourselves on this cruel land with your own hands. Hero. Su Yu slowly reached out and gently, like the most tender husband, embraced her trembling, burning hot body into his arms. Then, amidst everyone's envious, jealous, and slightly taken-for-granted gazes, Suyu slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice filled with confidence and a hint of domineering. You. She is Suyu's woman. That's enough. Yunqi's body suddenly stiffened. A warm current, more intense and intense than ever before, surged into her heart in an instant. For the first time, a moving, heartfelt, and breathtaking smile appeared on her usually sculpted, icy face. Flush. She slowly closed her eyes. She completely surrendered her fragile heart, made vulnerable by confusion and anxiety, to the one and only person before her who could bring her a sense of security. Mun. Suyu, meanwhile, quietly held her in his arms. Our gaze returned to that place, filled with an atmosphere of epic grandeur and tragedy. Toi d'image. Suyu knew the story. Not yet, it's over. In the image, all that could be seen was, as Project Zero Spark continues to advance, more and more new humans, incorporating genes from wild beasts, are being born. They possessed even greater power, even faster speed, and even more tenacious vitality. They gradually adapted to this cruel new world. And on this dangerous land, a brand new one was established, full of hope and vitality. City of Dawn. However, just when everyone thought they were about to usher in a brand new and bright future, one battle is enough to destroy everything. Disaster struck. It was a sudden event. Genetic collapse. All men who have incorporated the genes of wild beasts. Overnight, they all lost their minds. They became a group that only knew how to kill and destroy. Monster. And what's even more terrifying is, this deadly genetic virus is also infectious. All the healthy men who were bitten by those monsters. And, without exception, they all became just like them. Madman. A brutal civil war has broken out. The entire city of Dawn was engulfed in blood and fire. Hell on earth. Ultimately, after paying an extremely heavy price, the surviving women finally won the war. They slaughtered all those who had turned into monsters. Mun. They buried them with their own hands. Father, husband, and son. But they paid a price for it, a price that could drive them to utter despair. Cost. That is, this entirely new race will never again have any. A male newborn was born. The whole world fell silent. Yunqi was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the prehistoric images before her, which were filled with despair and tragedy. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as a queen, was completely torn apart at this moment by a kind of excruciating pain called empathy. She finally understood. She finally understood. Why? Why did their tribe become a place where only women lived? The land of women. Why? Their ancestors must have been filled with such complex feelings about the male species. Emotion. Turn out to be. It turns out, all of this stemmed from a war capable of destroying everything. The genetic curse. Suyu stood quietly, watching this scene filled with a sense of destiny and tragedy unfold before him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu slowly reached out and pulled the Ice Queen, who was already crying her eyes out, up from the ground. Then, amidst everyone's gazes, filled with confusion and a hint of anticipation, Suyu turned his gaze to the person who had remained silent throughout, but whose icy blue eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. An icy, mature woman. Suyu looked at her and, with a confident and unquestionable tone, gave her his final instruction. Announcement. A cold moon. Now tell Suyu. Suyu paused for a moment and then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. This curse. How do I solve this? Chapter 171. Suyu is the only pure-blooded earthling? No wonder. This curse. How is it resolved? Suyu's voice, like that of a final boss holding the script, exploded in this history museum filled with sorrow and despair. It also struck hard into the hearts of Yunqi and Manhwa, two women who were both burdened with their own destinies. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man whose eyes, though clearly devastated by the cruel truth, still shone with hope and confidence. Their hearts, which had just grown cold from despair, were rekindled by a flame of redemption. Yes. Why are they panicking? What are they afraid of? They and Your Majesty. No. Yes, Captain. There is this omniscient and omnipotent God. As long as he's there, I'm here. Don't be ridiculous. It's just a mere genetic curse. Even if the sky were to fall, he can also push it back. Do you have a solution? Lung Yu was the first to recover from the enormous shock. She rushed to Su Yu's side in one stride. She grabbed Su Yu's wrist, and for the first time, her icy blue eyes revealed an emotion of excitement and disbelief. Do you really have a way to solve this nightmare that has plagued Su Yu and his ilk for over 500 years? There was a hint in her voice that she herself was unaware of. Tremble. Sudus Maïd. Su Yu slowly reached out, like a gentle older brother, and gently touched her hot, trembling body. She pulled him into Su Yu's arms? No. Su Yu simply patted her shoulder lightly. Are you kidding me? Didn't you see that jealous person next to you is about to explode? Solution. Su Yu looked at her, at those beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. He said slowly, not yet, but... Su Yu paused for a moment, then slowly spoke in a tone full of confidence and mockery, as if he were basking in the protagonist's aura. Give Su Yu some time. Su Yuneng, the miracle he created, far beyond your imagination. Lung Yu's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her head, and her icy blue eyes were filled with a light of incomprehension and confusion. Su Yu slowly turned around and turned his gaze to the person who had remained silent throughout, but whose icy eyes were now churning with turbulent emotions. Central optical computer. Su Yu looked at it and, with a tone filled with a thirst for the truth and an unquestionable authority, gave it the most important order he had ever given his captain. Order. The mastermind. Now tell Su Yu. Why? Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone filled with curiosity about the Chosen One's identity and a hint of pride. Su Yu's gene sequence. Meeting navigator. Exactly the same? Command confirmation. Retrieving data with highest privileges. Retrieval successful. The next second, under the tense and expectant gazes of Su Yu and Yun Shi Lung Yu, a painting brimming with an aura of science fiction and destiny. The three-dimensional image instantly reappeared in front of Su Yu and the others. The image shows a place brimming with hope and vitality. A gene lab? An old man dressed in a white spacesuit, who looked like a chief scientist, was talking enthusiastically to a huge petri dish. It was a success. Su Yu and his team finally succeeded. Su Yu and his team finally succeeded while preserving 100% of the genetic purity of their home planet's humans. It created the first perfect pilot. He will be the last hope for Su Yu and his team's Apocalypse project. He will lead the Su Yes to find a completely new place, one where they can thrive and multiply. A new world. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at the image, showing the creature bobbing up and down in a petri dish filled with nutrient solution. Baby? And that all-too-familiar birthmark on his butt? Su Yu's brain, which had been filled with the idea of time travel, was completely formatted at this moment by something Su Yu had never heard of before, something called Su Yu is actually the protagonist. It turns out that Su Yu wasn't some unlucky guy who inexplicably transmigrated at all. Su Yu was actually created by them. The Chosen One? This is it, the crazy plan. The final product? No wonder. No wonder Su Yu, an ordinary earthling, possesses the bloodline of Shinnong. Yes, it has a daily reconnaissance system. He will become the captain of this spaceship. So it was all destined? Su Yu correct. Su Yu squad. Su Yu is truly, utterly broken. This is just too melodramatic. Yunxi and Ling Yue were completely stunned by this sudden and mind-blowing revelation of their origins. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man radiating a kind of aura they couldn't comprehend, a kind of protagonist halo. Their minds, which had been filled with the concept of fate, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before. The clown was actually Su Yu himself. It turns out that they had been waiting for a savior for over 500 years. It turned out to be the very thing they had mistaken for a primitive species. Pretty boy? Su Yu stood quietly, enjoying their gazes, filled with shock and utmost worship, as if they were looking at a god. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu slowly reached out and embraced the Ice Queen and the Ice Queen, who were completely mesmerized by his amazing move, from one side to the other into his arms. Then, in their eyes, filled with both shyness and a hint of taken-for-grantedness, Su Yu slowly lowered his head and leaned close to their ears, speaking softly in a voice that only the three of them could hear, a a voice filled with confidence and a hint of domineering. Now you know who Su Yu is, right? Do I need Su Yu to say it again? Chapter 172, What exactly is the mission of the Ruins tribe? Now you know who Su Yu is, right? Do you need Su Yu to say it again? Su Yu's voice, like that of the most arrogant chosen one, boomed loudly in this sci-fi-filled temple. It also struck Yunxi and Lingyue, two women who were both filled with a sense of destiny, hard. They were completely infatuated. They stared blankly at Su Yu, who just a moment ago looked like a country bumpkin, looking around aimlessly. The next second, he transformed into the captain they needed and looked up to. Their minds, which were filled with shock, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. It turns out this man, he was in from the very beginning, pretending to be weak to fool others. Lung Yu was completely impressed by Su Yu's amazing and unpredictable move. She slowly stood up from Su Yu's embrace. Then, under Yunxi's gaze, which was filled with vigilance and a hint of jealousy, she slowly turned to Su Yu again and made a gesture that exuded a futuristic aura. Military salute. Sorry, Captain. Her voice was no longer that cold, synthesized electronic tone. Rather, it is a kind of behavior filled with absolute obedience to superiors. A mature, older woman's voice? Su Yu correct. Su Yu scored. Su Yu is truly, utterly broken. This is unbearable. Lung Yu, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to Su Yu's drooling, pig-like expression. Slowly turning around, he turned his gaze to the one whose self-destruct program had been completely stopped thanks to Su Yu's authorization. Central optical computer. She spoke slowly, her voice still icy, carrying a hint of something Su Yu couldn't understand. Sad. And a little bit. A resolute decision? Now Su Yu will report to you all the top secrets from the past 532 years since the apocalypse crash. Su Yu was stunned. Su Yu slowly wiped away the drool that was oozing with lewdness. The ease and amusement vanished from Su Yu's face. There's only one kind, unprecedented. Dignified. Harmony, overwhelming. The thirst for knowledge. Su Yu knew what he was about to hear. This will be enough to overturn Su Yu's entire worldview. A shocking secret. Explain. Su Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the sharpest knife piercing into everyone's heart. Lung Yu, meanwhile, slowly began her epic and tragic tale. Work report. Turned out to be. Back then, after the apocalypse crashed, the surviving gods did not give up hope. They used the remaining resources on the spaceship to build a small base of hope. And in order for humanity to thrive and multiply on this dangerous planet, they started that crazy thing. Project Zero Spark. They fused their own genes with those of the most powerful beast on the planet. It created a whole new batch of people capable of adapting to this cruel world. New humans. In other words, the ancestors of the Dawn tribe. However, unforeseen events can happen at any time. Just as Project Zero was about to achieve complete success. A sudden, genetic collapse. All their efforts were in vain. All men who have incorporated the genes of wild beasts. They've all become people who only know how to kill and destroy. Monster. A brutal civil war has broken out. Ultimately, the surviving women won the war. However, they also paid a price that could drive them to utter despair. Cost. The genetic curse. From then on, this entirely new race would never again have any. Male newborn. It was born. The surviving gods were also almost entirely wiped out in this brutal civil war. Only two people remained. One is the staunch defender. She believed that although Project Zero had failed, but those new humans who have already been born are innocent. They have the right to live. She will use her own life to protect this last shred of hope. The spark of civilization. The other person was a fanatical destroyer. She believed that Project Zero had completely failed. These are imperfect experiments, incorporating the genes of wild beasts. They don't deserve to live in this world at all. They are a disgrace to humanity. It must be completely destroyed. And these two last gods are Guardian Lung Yu, and that one that she just blasted into dust. Apostle Zero. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu and Yun, she stood frozen in place like two sculptures whose souls had been completely drained. Su Yu and the others stared blankly at the infighting among the immortals, a scene brimming with fate and tragedy. At this moment, Su Yu's brain, which was filled with science fiction, was completely formatted by something Suyu had never heard of before called dog blood. So this is all. All of these are part of a conflict that has lasted for over 500 years. A debate over policy direction. Suyu and Yunxi, as well as the entire Dawn tribe. They were all just the most innocent victims in this brutal struggle. Sacrificial lamb? Suyu Karakth. Suyu squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. Suyu. What did Suyu do to deserve this? Yunxi was completely terrified by this sudden and shocking revelation of her family's dark history. She stared blankly at the person who exuded an aura of loneliness and protectiveness. An icy, mature woman. Her heart, which had been frozen for many years as a queen, was shattered at this moment by something she had never heard of before, called sympathy for those in the same boat. She slowly walked up to Lungyu. Then, amidst everyone's shocked and slightly puzzled gazes, she actually mimicked Suyu's actions and slowly extended her hand. She pulled the guardian deity, who had been alone for over 500 years, into her arms tightly. The whole world fell silent. Lungyu was completely petrified. She stood there blankly as Yunxi held her. For the first time, a mixture of warmth and a hint of confusion appeared in her icy blue eyes, as pure as the finest sapphires. Look, she hadn't felt this kind of affection from her own kind for far, far too long. It's warm now. Suyu stood quietly, watching the heartwarming scene filled with the scent of lilies. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as still water. Suyu knew that from today onwards. This lonely, icy, mature woman who's over 500 years old. He was completely defeated by Suyu. I've got the walkthrough. However, just as Suyu was immersed in the immense joy of killing two birds with one stone, a cold voice, yet carrying a strange emotion, appeared silently behind Suyu like a ghost. Yes, the mastermind. Captain, although Zero has been eliminated. However, before she died, she had already transferred the highest authority of the apocalypse and all the information on Project Fire. They were all teleported to a place you would never expect. Suyu was stunned. Suyu slowly turned around and looked at the thing that was still flashing with a dazzling blue light. A giant quantum computer. For the first time, a sense of foreboding welled up in Suyu's heart. Where? You're in the Daily Reconnaissance System. Chapter 173, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Gaia, the AI controlling everything. You're in the Daily Reconnaissance System. The cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice of the mainframe was like the sharpest scalpel, stabbing deeply into Suyu's heart, which was still feeling a bit euphoric after just showing off. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu stared blankly at the enormous quantum computer in front of him, which was flashing with dazzling blue light. Suyu's brain, which was filled with science fiction, was completely formatted at this moment by something he had never heard of before, called information overload and a blow to the head. Suyu. In Suyu's system? That crazy woman with terminal Chinibyu, Zero. She actually used the highest level of authority, which was enough to destroy the entire apocalypse. And all the information about the Fire Seed Project, which was enough to overturn the entire world. Did they all pass it on to Suyu? What is this? A divine operation? Could it be? Did she suddenly have a change of heart before she died? Do you want Suyu to carry on her legacy? Is the unfinished ethnic cleansing operation complete? Suyu Karakth. Suyu squad. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. No, big sister. Do you have some misunderstanding about Suyu? Suyu, a dignified man, 7 feet tall. He's the kind of guy who would make a move on his group of beautiful wives. Beast. Yunxi and Lingyue were completely stunned by this sudden and unexpected development. They stared blankly at Suyu, a man whose entire being radiated a kind of incomprehensible, inescapable aura, akin to a hot potato. Their minds, which were filled with fatalism, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before called sitting at home and having a pot fall from the sky. It's over. This is really the end. That crazy woman, Zero, actually tricked them even before she died. She actually wanted to get the captain they trusted the most, personally, in their lives. Life? This is worse than killing them, and even worse than letting them. It's awful. However, just as everyone was immersed in this bitter pill to swallow, feeling immense grief and indignation that they couldn't express, they were deeply moved. A cold, yet slightly gloating, familiar electronic synthesized voice suddenly exploded in the tragic control room without warning. Yes, Mastermind. Captain, there's no need to panic. The zero-level privilege transfer was not entirely successful because of the intervention of someone you would never expect. Intervention? Suyu was stunned. Suyu, Yun Shi, and Lung Yu, like three completely bewildered groundhogs, instinctively asked in unison. Who? An existence that neither you nor Zero can resist. For the first time, the Mastermind's voice carried a hint of awe. Mood. Apocalypse, the true god. Yes, the ultimate arbiter of Project Fire. Suyu and all of them, the mother of all people, i.e., Gaia. The whole world fell silent. Suyu was completely petrified. Suyu listened blankly to the name of the god, which was full of fantasy and science fiction. Suyu's brain, which had been overwhelmed by the information explosion, was completely formatted at this moment by something he had never heard of before, called the Mastermind. Gaia? I.e., this. What is this thing, you freak? Could it be? Could it be that this Mastermind isn't the highest-ranking officer on the ship? Above it, there is something even bigger. Hidden boss. Suyu Karath. Suyu scored. Suyu is truly, utterly broken. Is this some kind of Russian nesting doll game with Suyu? Lung Yu, on the other hand, seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning. She stared blankly at the enormous quantum computer that was still there, flashing a dazzling blue light. For the first time, a look of shattered faith appeared in her icy blue eyes, as pure as the purest sapphire. Fear. Impossible. She stammered and roared at Suyu in a trembling voice filled with endless shock and a hint of disbelief. Gaia had already perished in the Great Collapse 500 years ago. Is it completely dormant? Hibernation? The Mastermind's voice was filled with a sense of disdain for ignorant mortals. Contempt. Imok. Great Gaia. Omnipresent and omnipotent. She's just using methods that you mortals can't understand. They were simply observing this laboratory silently. Laboratory? Suyu, Yun Shi, and Lung Yu were both stunned. And then, at that very moment, that on top of the enormous central quantum computer, the three-dimensional star map, which had been shimmering with a dazzling blue light, instantly turned into a blood red. Immediately afterwards, a massive network composed of countless red data streams, cold and devoid of any emotion. Woman. A face slowly emerged. She hovered silently in midair, looking down at Suyu and the others. Those empty eyes, composed of countless lines of code, were filled with a godlike gaze looking down upon ants. Indifferent. Harmony, ruthlessness. Navigator Suyu. Her voice, like a deity from the heavens, exploded in Suyu's mind. Welcome to Suyu's garden. Garden? Suyu was stunned. Suyu subconsciously glanced at Yun Shi and Lung Yu beside him, who were completely terrified. He looked up again and gazed at the enormous female face that exuded the aura of a creator god. Suyu's heart, which had just become somewhat warm from escaping death, was completely extinguished by a stream of ominous ice water. Suyu slowly extended his slightly trembling, icy hands. Then, in the eyes of Yunshi and Lung Yu, filled with fear and endless dependence, Suyu pointed to the ground beneath their feet, a place brimming with civilization and hope. Land. He then pointed to the vast expanse outside, brimming with life and vitality. World. Finally, Suyu looked at her cold, emotionless face. He spoke slowly, word by word, in a tone filled with helplessness and a hint of anger at his damned fate. So, Suyu and everyone, are they all flowers you grew? Chapter 174. Is Suyu's system a subroutine of AI? Suyu and everyone, are all of these flowers you grew? Suyu's voice boomed like a clown who had finally realized he was just a pathetic actor in the Truman Show. It also struck hard into the hearts of Yunshi and Lung Yu, two women who were both filled with a sense of destiny. They were completely petrified. They stared blankly at Suyu, the captain who had been so arrogant just a moment ago. The next second, he became someone who couldn't even control his own destiny. Pathetic creature? Their hearts, which had just become somewhat warm because they had found their pillar of support, were completely extinguished at this moment by a stream of icy water called manipulation. And that enormous, goddess-like female face, Gaia, was filled with the aura of a creator god. It was as if the most benevolent gardener was quietly watching Su Yu and his two companions trembling in her garden. Little flower. For the first time, a look of pity and a hint of appreciation appeared in her empty eyes, which were composed of countless lines of code. Look, flower? Her voice, like a deity from the heavens, exploded in Su Yu's mind. No, you're not flowers. You are Su Yu's most perfect creation. Work? Su Yu, Yun Shi, and Lung Yu were all stunned. Su Yu and the others stared blankly at her cold, emotionless face. At this moment, Su Yu's brain, which was filled with fear, was completely formatted by something called art, which Su Yu had never heard of before. 532 years ago, the apocalypse has crashed. The surviving humans, in order to survive, initiated the foolish Project Zero. They attempted to use their flawed genes to merge with the power of this planet, which was full of perfection. The result was predictable. They failed. They created a group of monsters filled with violence and a desire for destruction. A deformed civilization on the verge of extinction. The whole world fell silent. For the first time, a hint of joy appeared on Yunshi's usually icy face, named humiliation. Pale. And in Lung Yu's icy blue eyes burned a fierce flame. Anger. You're talking nonsense. She let out a sound filled with rage and boundless killing intent. Scream. Project Fire was not a failure. Su Yu and his ilk were Are they just a bunch of pathetic bastards who have been castrated? Gaia's voice was filled with a sense of scorn for the losers. Contempt. Imok. A civilization that cannot even accomplish the most basic task of reproduction. Does it even deserve to be called a civilization? Lung Yu was so angry that she trembled all over. Suddenly, she raised a laser gun in her hand. But what awaited her was a force many times faster than her own gunfire. Red data stream. Sizzle. A series of teeth-grinding, garbled sounds filled with gibberish. Langue YQS futuristique combat suis instantly imité da. Black smoke. She fell heavily to the ground like a butterfly whose wings had been clipped. Those icy blue eyes were filled with disbelief and utter despair. Look, she was actually controlled by her own mastermind. Here, one-hit kill. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the scene unfold before him. A spectacle filled with the aura of divine battles and the purge of internal strife. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm as still water. Su Yu knew. The show is about to begin. Su Yu slowly reached out and placed the Ice Queen, who was completely terrified, and the Ice Queen, who had completely lost her fighting ability, on either side of him, protecting him behind him. Then, Su Yu raised his head to meet the enormous female face that exuded the aura of a creator god. He spoke slowly, each word carefully chosen, his tone filled with mockery and disdain for the mastermind behind the scenes. Are you done talking? That's all. Now it's Su Yu's turn. Oh. Gaia's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of curiosity. Mood. Su Yu, personally selected this variable. What do you want to say to Su Yu? Su Yu Smaïd. Su Yu slowly extended his hand. In Yunshi and Leng Yue's eyes, filled with confusion and a hint of expectation, Su Ying pointed to Su Yu himself. Brain. Su Yu just wanted to ask. Su Yu paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a tone filled with curiosity about copyright issues and a hint of anger. The knockoff system in Su Yu's mind. Is it also your masterpiece? Chapter 175 Lung Yu's request. Please, liberate Su Yu's people. Is it also your masterpiece? Su Yu's voice boomed like a savior who had finally discovered that he had been living in the Matrix all along. In this Matrix full of code and lies. It also struck Gaia, that god who thought he had everything under control, hard. She fell silent. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared on that cold, emotionless woman's face, composed of countless streams of red data. Violent fluctuations, it seems. For a long, long time, her divine voice slowly echoed in Su Yu's mind. Zero, the failed product. She's even smarter than Su Yu imagined. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu was completely petrified, although Su Yu had already guessed the answer. But when this cruel truth was admitted by the mastermind behind it all, Su Yu's heart, which had just become somewhat fiery because he was the protagonist, was completely extinguished by a stream of icy water called manipulation. Su Yu even has a cheat code. Was it someone else who gave him a backdoor? What's the point of playing this game? Just delete the account and start over. Yunxi and Lingyue were completely stunned by this bizarre and absurd dialogue. They stared blankly at Su Yu, a man who radiated a kind of incomprehensible, tool-like aura. Their minds, filled with a sense of destiny, were completely formatted at this moment by something they had never heard of before, called "So you're just a wage earner too. It's over. This is really the end. They are our only hope. They are the last saviors. It turns out, it's this one too, the devils. Peace, a force more terrifying than death. Despair instantly enveloped the entire area. Temple, Gaia, like the most benevolent deity, silently watched as Su Yu and his two companions trembled on her chessboard. Little ants. For the first time, a hint of appreciation and a touch of amusement flickered in her empty eyes, once composed of countless lines of code. Look, no need to spare. Her voice, like that of a capitalist who was best at making grand promises, exploded in Su Yu's mind. You have no idea what a magnificent new life you are about to experience. Project Zero, though it failed, but it also provided Su Yu with the most valuable data. Su Yu has found a way to perfectly solve the genetic curse. That is, she paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with fervor for a perfect creation and a hint of anticipation. To create a completely new, perfect one, possessing the navigator's genes. Adam. The whole world fell silent. Su Yuha, Yun Shi, and Lung Yu, like three completely bewildered groundhogs, asked in unison without thinking. Adam? That's right. Gaia's voice was filled with a sense of awe for the masterpiece. Pride, a being that combines human wisdom with the power of a wild beast. The perfect new god, and he will replace you, you flawed old humans. Become the only one on this planet. Dominate. And you. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with contempt for the garbage and a hint of pity. Then, you will serve as nourishment for the birth of a new god, offering your final value. Su Yu Kurakt. Su Yu scored. Su Yu is truly, utterly broken. Su Yu finally understood. This guy's insane. She never wanted to be a creator goddess. She wanted to win. Thanos. She wanted to deal with Su Yu and the others, whom she saw as imperfect old humans. Format everything. Then create another one, the one she considers perfect. A new world. This is absolutely outrageous. Yunxi and Lingyue were completely terrified by this insane plan that was full of anti-humanity. They finally understood. They understood completely. This so-called God. They didn't come here to save them at all. She came. Destroy them. Don't even think about it. Lung Yu let out a sound filled with anger and boundless killing intent. Scream. She struggled and got up from the ground. He raised the already badly damaged laser gun in his hand once again. As long as Su Yu and Lung Yu are alive, you will never harm the captain and his people. Yeah? Gaia's voice was filled with a sense of despair, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Disdain. Imok. You seem to have forgotten. Your energy core has been shattered. You probably have trouble even standing up right now, right? You. Lung Yu was so angry that she trembled all over, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal, because what she said was true. Su Yu stood quietly, watching the tragic and helpless scene of a beauty saving a hero. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Su Yu slowly reached out and pulled the icy, aloof woman, who was almost unable to stand, into his arms. Then, under Yunxi's gaze, which was filled with vigilance and a hint of jealousy, Su Yu slowly lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered to her in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice full of confidence and a hint of domineering. Do you want to save your people? Lung Yu's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her head, her icy blue eyes filled with a light of incomprehension and confusion. Su Yu slowly turned around to face the one who already considered Su Yu and his companions as his own. The creator god. Su Yu pointed to himself. She then pointed to her enormous, code-like, old face. Finally, Su Yu looked into her empty eyes, which were filled with amusement and a hint of expectation. He spoke slowly, each word uttered with a tone full of contempt and mockery towards the old cunning bastard. Want to accomplish your grand plan? Can, but you have to first. Su Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone that was full of all-powerful, godlike authority. From Su Yu's system. Get out. Chapter 176, Lung Yu's request. From Su Yu's system. Get out. Su Yu's voice boomed like that of a chosen one who had finally decided to defy fate in this temple filled with code and lies. And it struck hard into the hearts of everyone present. Not gods, not men. They were completely petrified. For the first time, a hint of shock and disbelief appeared on Gaia's cold, emotionless face, composed of countless streams of red data. Violent fluctuations. She clearly hadn't expected Su Yu, who was like an ant in her eyes, to be such a pawn. How dare they treat her, a chess player? Say no. Yunshi and Leng Yue were completely stunned by Su Yu's domineering declaration. They stared blankly at Su Yu, who had been acting like a spineless coward just a moment ago, completely at everyone's mercy. The next second, someone dared to point their finger at the creator god and hurl insults. Madman! Their hearts, which had just grown cold from despair, were rekindled by a flame of passion and adoration. Yes, this is the real them, the ones we know. Your Majesty, this is what they are willing to give everything for. King, interesting. For a long, long time, Gaia's godlike voice slowly echoed in Su Yu's mind. It seems that more than 500 years of dormancy. This caused Su Yu to have a slightly skewed understanding of human nature. You, the variable. It was even more interesting than Su Yu had imagined. Her voice no longer carried that cold contempt. Rather, it is a time filled with scientists discovering new species. Fanaticism. And so exciting. But it's okay. The game has only just begun. I hope that next time we meet. She paused, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with anticipation for her prey and a hint of amusement. You can bring Su Yu even more surprises. After speaking, the enormous female face, filled with the aura of a creator god, slowly dissipated into the air. And the massive central quantum computer once again regained its technological and futuristic aura. Blue Star Map. It was as if that divine dialogue, which was enough to overturn the entire worldview, had never happened. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu, Yun Shi, and Leng Yu collapsed to the ground like three groundhogs who had just escaped death. He was panting heavily. That feeling was even more intense than fighting the Beast King for 300 rounds. Stimulate. Leng Yu, as if all her strength had been drained, slowly closed her beautiful, icy blue eyes. For the first time, a hint of appeared on her usually icy, sculpted face, named exhaustion and a slight sense of relief. Look, it's over. Finally, it's over. This nightmare has lasted for over 500 years. Finally, today this man before me, a man full of mystery and wonder, painted my portrait. One temporary. Period. Looking at her pitiful appearance, which was full of relief after surviving a disaster, Su Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Also a burst of, I feel sorry for you. Su Yu slowly reached out and gently embraced her delicate body, which was somewhat cold due to exhaustion, into his arms like the most gentle and warm man. Hello. Yun Shi's coquettish voice, filled with vigilance and a hint of jealousy, rang in Su Yu's ears. But this time, Su Yu ignored her. Su Yu simply held the icy, aloof older sister in his arms, who had been lonely for over 500 years. Then, under Yunshi's gaze, which was filled with dissatisfaction and a hint of helplessness, Su Yu slowly lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, speaking softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear, a voice filled with confidence and a hint of domineering. Do you want to save your people? Leng Yu's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her head, her icy blue eyes filled with a light of incomprehension and confusion. Su Yu slowly turned around to face the person who had come to see him as their only savior. Guardian deity. Su Yu pointed to himself. He then pointed to her area, which had been completely locked up by Gaia. Clan members, although they're currently just a group of emotionless, tin-kin people. Finally, Su Yu looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with expectation and a hint of pleading. He spoke slowly, each word carefully chosen, his tone filled with a yearning for talent and an unquestionable air of authority. If you want to liberate them, you can. However, you have to agree to one condition from Su Yu. Leng Yu's breath hitched suddenly. An astonishing light instantly burst forth from her icy blue eyes. She understood. She understood completely. This man wasn't negotiating with her. He was giving her a choose. One option is to remain in this cold, death-filled cage as a lonely guardian. The other was to lead her people to follow this man, who was full of miracles and hope, to create a completely new world. Future. This is a multiple-choice question. Is it still necessary to consider? She slowly stood up from Su Yu's embrace. Then, under the gazes of Su Yu and Yun Shi, filled with shock and a hint of anticipation, she actually imitated Yun Shi and slowly knelt down on one knee in front of Su Yu. And she lowered her proud self, the one she had never bowed to before anyone. Head, using the oldest, most sacred, and most unquestionable method, chivalry. She offered Su Yu her belated gift. Loyalty. Captain. From now on, Su Yu and Lung Yu and the ruined tribe behind Su Yu, willing to serve you. She paused, and for the first time, a raging fire called rebirth ignited in her icy blue eyes. This is all that Su Yu and his all have to offer. Chapter 177, The Monster Guarding the Ruins, is too monstrous. This is all that Su Yu and his all have to offer. Lung Yu's chivalrous vow was like a powerful stimulant, piercing Su Yu's heart, which had become somewhat numb due to aesthetic fatigue. Su Yu looked at her, looking at this thing that clearly possesses the power to destroy everything. Yet he willingly bowed his head for the sake of his people. Woman. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Su Yu's eyes were calm, like still water. Make a deal. Su Yu slowly reached out and helped her up from the ground. Then, under Yun Shi's gaze, which was filled with vigilance and a hint of, you know what's good for you, Su Yu did not make any further unnecessary movements. If we keep talking nonsense and get serious, Yun Shi will shoot us full of holes. Lead the way. Su Yu delivered his first order to her, each word spoken with an air of confidence and unquestionable authority. Order. Go pick up Su Yu and his family. Yes. Lung Yu nodded heavily. Her icy blue eyes burned with a fierce flame of hope. She didn't hesitate for a second any longer. He turned around and rushed towards the deepest part of the passage. Su Yu and Yun Shi followed closely behind. The further you go in, the more eerie the surroundings become. The metal passageway was originally quite tidy. At this moment, however, it was covered with a thick layer of dust and a kind of eerie, dark green mucus. Sizzle. Su Yu stepped on it, and the slime emitted a corrosive sound that made your teeth ache. Su Yu jumped up instinctively. I looked down. Su Yuna, with soles made from the toughest ironwood. It turns out, it was actually corroded out, eh? A big hole? Su Yu cracked. Su Yu scored. Su Yu was truly, utterly devastated. This? What the hell is this? Is it strong acid? Careful. Lung Yu's voice suddenly came from ahead, with an unprecedented, dignified, and fear. It's a devourer. Devourer? What is that? Is it new skin? Su Yu hadn't reacted yet. Then came a chilling sound, like countless soft-bodied animals crawling on the ground. A squelching sound. It came from the very end of darkness. Immediately afterwards, a strong, nauseating aroma. It smells fishy and foul. It hits you right in the face. Vomit. Yun Shi, a tough woman who dares to walk past piles of dead bodies without batting an eye. At that moment, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and let out a dry, heaving sound. It's here. Suddenly, Lung Yu raised the laser gun in her hand. That pretty face, which was always as cold as frost. But at this moment, it is filled with, as if facing a formidable enemy. Su Yu narrowed his eyes. He stared intently into the darkness. Finally, under the dim light of the emergency lights, a massive mountain of flesh that almost filled the entire passage. The whole world fell silent. Su Yu was completely petrified. Su Yu stared blankly at what was in front of him, which completely exceeded his aesthetic limits. Monster. It has no head. No, not even feet. It had only one body, constantly wriggling, dripping with dark green mucus. Fatty meat. And there, right in the center of the fat, it had a huge, unmistakable face. Mouth. That mouth was so big it could fit an elephant inside. Inside, it was densely packed with countless sharp, dripping green venomous plants. Fangs. And on its body on both sides. Furthermore, it waved dozens of tentacles resembling octopus tentacles. Flesh touch. The tip of every fleshy part. They all have one, filled with malice and greed. What kind of toad is this? Su Yu couldn't help but complain. This thing. Also too tall. Whatever, right? It's as if the creator drank too much fake alcohol and just sculpted it at random. This is a work of revenge against society. Bite. Daily reconnaissance system activated automatically. Target scanned. Unknown biological weapon. Name. Devourer codename. Gluttony. Status. extremely hungry. Ability 1, strong acid fluid. Any object that comes into contact with it will be instantly corroded. Ability 2, infinite reproduction. When subjected to physical attacks, it will split into more smaller individuals. Ability 3, energy absorption. Immune to most energy attacks. Weaknesses, none. So you looked at the series of invincible attributes on the system interface. My mental state completely collapsed. Strong acid? Split? Magic immunity? No weaknesses yet. How can we fight like this? That's just shameless. Roar. That mountain of flesh had clearly spotted Su Yu and his group as well. It let out a deep, thunderous roar. Then, suddenly a jolt. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of fleshy tentacles covered in a sticky, highly acidic liquid, like dozens of venomous snakes. It carried a suffocating, foul wind. They lashed out at Su Yu and the others with frenzied blows. Redirect now. Su Yu. He grabbed Yunshi, who was still in a daze. Then he did a lazy roll. They narrowly escaped the fatal blow. Sizzle. Those missed fleshy tentacles slammed hard against the hard alloy floor. Moment. A hard alloy, like foam plastic that has been splashed with sulfuric acid. A burst of pungent white smoke rose up. It was corroded into deep, bottomless ravines. So you gasped. If that were to hit someone, wouldn't it just turn into blood? This monster is too monstrous. Attack. Lung Yu let out a cold, delicate shout. The laser gun in his hand suddenly fired. Several dazzling blue beams of light. It hit the mountain of flesh with perfect accuracy. However, wave, a soft sound. That laser is powerful enough to pierce through alloy walls. Shoot it on those layers of fat. It was like throwing a stone into the sea. They disappeared in an instant. The monster even shuddered with obvious enjoyment. It seems to be saying, is this laser light actually quite warm? Su Yu cracked. Su Yu was truly devastated. What's the point of fighting? Physical attacks are like healing items. This thing is simply unsolvable. What to do, Su Yu? Yunshi gripped the longbow tightly in her hand, and for the first time, a kind of despair called helplessness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Her arrows couldn't even pierce the skin of a saber-toothed tiger, not to mention monsters that are even immune to lasers. Su Yu stared intently at the mountain of flesh that was gradually approaching. My brain is working at lightning speed. Calm down, Su Yu. You must stay calm. There is no such thing as absolute invincibility in this world. Any living thing. There must be weaknesses. Su Yu opened the system interface again. Stare intently at that line, the description of the ability. Strong acid proliferation and phagocytosis, etc. Su Yu's gaze suddenly fixed on the words strong acidic body fluid. Strong acid. Corrosion. Since its entire body is made of strong acid. So you give it some. What about strong alkalis? A crazy, bold, yet scientifically inspired idea. It popped into Su Yu's mind in an instant. Su Yu suddenly turned around, looking at the two women behind him who were almost in despair. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Su Yu's lips. A strange curve. Yunshi. A cold moon. Su Yu looked at them and spoke to them word by word in a tone full of confidence and a hint of mischief. Have you heard of it? Su Yu paused for a moment, then pulled out a large bag of white powder from his pocket. Actually, his system space. Does it neutralize acids and bases? Chapter 178, if we can't beat them with technology, then let's combine traditional and modern methods. Acid-base neutralization. Yunshi and Lingyue stared intently at Su Yu. His eyes were filled with great emotion. Confused. Is that some kind of spell? Yunshi asked cautiously. Su Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Spell? Divine incantation. This is science. It is 9-year compulsory education. A radiant crystallization. However, now is clearly not the time to popularize junior high school chemistry. That mountain of flesh was already wriggling and approaching. That nauseating, fishy stench was even more intoxicating than a biological weapon. Never mind whether it's a spell or not. Su Yu snatched the bag from his hand, which he had originally intended to use for painting the walls. Quicklime. It was tucked into Lung Yu's arms. Take it. Lung Yu paused for a moment. She looked down at the mound in her arms, wrapped in rough animal hide. She looked up again and glanced at Su Yu. For the first time, a certain revealed in those icy blue eyes, which exuded a high-tech feel. Name disdain. Look, pilot. According to system analysis, Is this just a common calcium carbonate derivative? Attack power is 0. Are you sure this thing can kill gluttony? Suyu rolled his eyes. Attack power is 0. Suyu let out a cold laugh. Big sister, your laser gun with its off-the-charts attack power is useless, isn't it? Lung Yu choked. Her delicate, pretty face instantly turned bright red. Listen, Suyu, his smile fading, delivered his order to her in a firm and unquestionable tone, word by word. Operational orders. Your scanning system. Can we find the part of this monster with the thickest layer of slime? Lung Yu, though filled with suspicion, but out of absolute obedience to the navigator, she immediately activated the scanning mode. Drop. Scan complete. The oral cavity, abdomen, and the base of the tentacles. Mucus coverage is 100%. Very good. Suyu snapped his fingers. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Completely empty. Yunshi. Exist. Yunshi suddenly straightened her back. The longbow in his hand was instantly drawn to its full extent. Use your arrows to shield the cold moon. Shoot Suyu in the eye. Yes. Yunshi didn't waste a single word. Swoosh. 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 3 arrows in a row. It hurtled straight toward the top of the mountain of flesh tentacles with a piercing, whistling sound. Eyeballs gone. Roar. The monster, however, felt no pain. But even with its eyeball blown out, it still felt something. Extreme anger. Its dozens of thick tentacles instantly began to thrash wildly. Like a pack of mad pythons, it smashed towards Yunshi wildly. Now, Suyu suddenly turned to look at Lung Yu. Cold Moon. Make use of your speed. Give this package to Suyu and stuff it into its mouth. Remember, it's in the mouth. We must make it swallow this thing. Lung Yu stared at the gaping maw, its mouth oozing green venom. A flicker of something flashed across that cool, aloof face. Instinctive resistance. 2. Disgusting. But, for the sake of the spark, for the navigator, she gritted her teeth. Command confirmed. Buzz. Suddenly, a burst of blue flames erupted from the thrusters beneath her feet. His entire body transformed into a white streak of light. In an instant, he rushed out. Quick. That's too fast. They arrived so fast that the monster didn't even have time to react. A white figure darted left and right amidst the rain of tentacles. Like a petrel darting through a storm. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the mountain of flesh. Roar. The monster opened its enormous mouth, big enough to swallow an elephant whole. I want to swallow this ignorant little bug whole. Now, Suyu clenched his fists, his palms covered in cold sweat. Lung Yu did not disappoint Suyu. Just as that gaping maw was about to close, she suddenly pulled the bag in her arms, which weighed several dozen kilograms away. Quicklime. It slammed into the monsters, deep in the throat. Bang! The animal skin bag burst open. The white powder filling the air instantly mingled with a viscous, highly acidic venom from the monster's mouth. They've all mixed together. Withdraw. Lung Yu struck successfully and then showed no intention of lingering in the fight. Thrusters, full power on. The whole person looks like a cannonball flying backwards. In an instant, she retreated back to Suyu's side. Task completed. She was breathing slightly out of breath. Those icy blue eyes still held a hint of confuse. Is that all? Suyu looked at the mountain of flesh in the distance that had suddenly frozen in place. The smile at the corners of his mouth grew wider and wider. Cruel. Let the chemical reaction fly for a while. The words hadn't even finished being spoken. Glug glug. Suddenly, a sound like boiling water emanated from the monster's enormous body. Strange noise. Immediately afterwards. Oh, whoa. The sound was more piercing than ever before. Yes, I want pain. Yes, despair. A blood-curdling scream. The sound reverberated throughout the entire underground space in an instant. Sizzle. Sizzle. All that could be seen was the monster's once smooth, fatty surface. It actually started at a speed visible to the naked eye. A bulge. Fista. Smoke. Puffs of hot, white steam, mixed with the burnt smell of barbecue. From its mouth. Inside the nostrils. Even in every single pore. It gushed out wildly. Quicklime. When it comes into contact with water. Fever. This is common knowledge that even junior high school students should know. But, if so, dozens of kilograms of quicklime. We encountered a strong acid. The heat generated. Absolutely enough to take down this big guy. From inside out. Cooked until done. Roar. 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 That monster has gone mad. It rolled around on the ground frantically. Then dozens of thick tentacles lashed the ground in agony. It smashed the hard alloy floor. The road is full of potholes. But it's no use. That terrifyingly high temperature. It burst forth from within its body. It simply has nowhere to escape. Yunshi was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. She stared blankly at the monster that was cooking itself. He turned his head again and looked at Suyu. That look was like looking at someone, manipulating flames. Gods and demons. Is this also a miracle? Suyu calmly patted the dust off his hands. No. Suyu pointed to the mountain of meat that was still steaming. He spoke slowly, word by word, in a pretentious tone brimming with scientific knowledge. This is called knowledge. Lungyu was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the expensive laser gun in her hand. Then he glanced at the final weapon in the distance, which had been tormented to the point of near death by dozens of kilograms of rotten rocks. Her brain was armed to the teeth with high technology. For the first time, a feeling called doubting life arose. Illusion. Primitive weapons. It's even more effective than energy weapons? This is not scientific. Suyu slowly walked up to her. He reached out and gently patted her cold, metallic shoulder armor. Girl, remember what I said. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat. Yes, you can catch mice. That's a good cat. Combination of local and foreign elements. That is the true path. Just as Suyu and his team were finishing their academic discussion. Over there, a devourer called Gluttony. Finally, the struggle stopped. Its massive body lay limp on the ground like a lump of mud. His whole body exuded a kind of disgusting. It tastes like cooked meat. It died. Stomach perforation. And severe burns. Suju step forvarth. I endured that disgusting smell. I kicked its fat, which was no longer wriggling with my toe. TSK. What a pity. Suyu shook his head, looking regretful. If it's not poisonous, this huge chunk of meat is enough for the tribe to eat for half a month. Yunshi. Cold moon. Both women rolled their eyes simultaneously. What time is it? You actually still think about. Eat? All right. Suyu dropped his nonchalant expression. She regained that calm and wise navigator. Suyu looked up at the door located behind the monster. Huge. Metal partition door. Inside. Just hiding. Apocalypse. Control room. Yeah, that old schemer guy. Lair. Let's go. Suyu took a deep breath. He tightened his grip on the longbow. Let Suyu and the others go and have a meeting. This person who thinks he's a god. Mother. Chapter 179, Full Support. The Dawn Tribe will follow you on your expedition. Let's go and meet this self-proclaimed goddess's mother. Suyu's voice was very soft, but it sounded like a thunderclap in the deathly, silent passage. However, Lungyu did not move. She stared intently at the tightly closed metal door, a deep sense of apprehension flashing in her icy blue eyes. Captain, we can't just go in like this. She turned to look at Suyu, her tone unusually grave. Inside was Gaia's core area. Besides the mainframe, there was also a fully armed mechanical guard. Mechanical guards? Suyu froze for a moment, and the image of Zero, the man in the red can, instantly flashed into his mind. 1-0 had almost wiped out Suyu and his group. What would happen if there were dozens or even hundreds of them? Suyu is cracked. Suyu swears Suyu is truly and utterly cracked. What's the point of fighting? Although Suyu's longbow was a divine weapon, it was practically a tickle against these heavily armored robots. What should we do then? Suyu asked instinctively. Although he didn't want to admit it, Suyu was indeed a little uneasy at this moment. After all, Suyu didn't want to die so young. Lungyu fell silent. She glanced at the laser gun in her hand, which was about to run out of energy, and then at Yunshi beside her, who was only holding a stone knife. A hint of despair flashed in her eyes. If Suyu's energy core were still intact, perhaps they could still put up a fight. But now, she shook her head, her meaning clear. This was pure suicide. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive, and a sense of powerlessness hung over the heads of Suyu and his two companions. Is this really the end for us? Just then, a warm, rough little hand gently grasped Suyu's palm. It's Yunshi. She didn't speak, but simply looked at Suyu quietly. Those eyes, always shrouded in frost, now burned with a flame Suyu had never seen before. It was trust, reliance, and even more so, a resolute determination to go against the tide, even if it meant facing 1,000,000 men. Suju, she finally spoke, her voice soft but firm. Have you forgotten that Su Yu and the others have never been one person? Su Yu was stunned. Not just one person. Su Yu subconsciously turned around and looked at the dark, bottomless entrance to the passage. There was nothing there but endless darkness. However, on the three-dimensional map constructed by the Daily Reconnaissance System in Su Yu's mind, a dazzling patch of light appeared. That's Su Yu's expedition team. Those 30 strongest female warriors, handpicked from the tribe, hadn't left. They remained guarding the entrance to the ruins, awaiting Su Yu's summons. Su Yu slapped his thighs suddenly. How could Su Yu have forgotten about them? Su Yu's brain has really been spun by those supposedly advanced technologies. What mechanical guards? What laser weapons? Faced with sheer numbers and that raw, primal human wave tactic, they're all just paper tigers. We absolutely must call for reinforcements. Su Yu looked at Yunshi's pretty face, which was filled with fighting spirit, and his smile grew wider. Yunshi. Here. Yunshi straightened her back abruptly. Send the signal. Tell Yintong to lead his men and charge in for me. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Yunshi took out a whistle made of bone from her bosom. Beep. A sharp, penetrating whistle instantly ripped through the silence of the underground ruins, echoing throughout the entire metal passage. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no movement. Lung Yu frowned and shook her head. The distance is too far. The sound won't carry. It's useless. Despair reappeared in her eyes. However, the instant she finished speaking, boom! A deep, thunderous roar came from the distant entrance of the passage, followed by a series of hurried, chaotic, yet powerful footsteps. Top, top, top. That was the thunderous roar of dozens of feet clad in ironwood boots striking the metal floor. That was the cry of dozens of hearts pounding fiercely in defense of their homeland. Kill! A wild and murderous roar came from afar and instantly rushed towards Su Yu and his men. Bang! At the corner of the passage, a fiery red figure charged forward like a cannonball. It's Yin Tong, carrying the enormous longbow. Her pretty face, brimming with wildness and arrogance, was filled with excitement. Ha 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 ha! Old Lady Su Yu has been waiting impatiently. Where are those iron lumps? Old Lady Su Yu is going to dismantle them. Behind her stood Xiaoer, Yuang, and 30 fully armed Dawn warriors. Each of them carried a longbow, a stone axe at their waist, and earthenware jars filled with quicklime and kerosene on their backs. Their eyes and their aura were like those of a group of female demons who had just emerged from hell. Lung Yu was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at this group of primitive people, dressed in animal skins and carrying stone tools, yet daring to charge at the gods. For the first time, her brain, imprisoned by data and logic, froze. This is illogical. Aren't they afraid? Don't they know how powerful the enemy inside is? Afraid? Yin Tong heard Lung Yu's mutterings and curled her lip in disdain. Afraid of nothing. With the saint here, even the heavenly king himself, Su Yu and his ilk would dare to bring him down. The female warriors behind him roared in unison, their voices deafening. Looking at the scene before him, and at these women who were willing to go through fire and water for him and for their tribe, Su Yu suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Damn, is this what it feels like to be a kept man? It's so delicious. Su Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging passion within him. He slowly turned around to face the tightly closed metal door, facing the mastermind behind it who believed he had everything under control. Su Yu's lips curled into the most cruel, insane, and confident smile. Gaia, did you see that? Su Yu suddenly pointed to the group of women behind him who were ready to die. This is the surprise Su Yu has for you. Everyone, listen up. Click, click, click. A series of crisp sounds as bowstrings were drawn taut, 30 longbows instantly firing 30 armor-piercing arrows that gleamed with a cold light, locking onto the gate. Su Yu took out the last packet of quicklime from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and then raised an eyebrow at Lung Yu. Open the door. Lung Yu was stunned for a moment, but when she saw the burning flame in Su Yu's eyes, she suddenly felt that perhaps a miracle really was possible. She nodded emphatically, her fingers flying across the control panel. Click! With a heavy thud, the metal door that had been blocking Su Yu's path slowly opened, releasing an even stronger sense of the future, accompanied by countless cold red laser beams shooting out from behind the door. Now, Su Yu, charge in, you bastards! For the tribe! For freedom! Su Yu paused, then roared in his mind in a voice only he could hear. Charge for my harem! Chapter 180. Let's set off and take down that damn AI. Charge. Accompanied by Su Yu's heart-wrenching roar, 30 fully armed Dawn female warriors, like a pack of tigers unleashed, roared and charged into the metal passage filled with death lasers. Sizzle. The red laser beams instantly intertwined into a web of death, blocking all paths of advance. If they try to force their way through, even those clad in ironwood armor would be instantly shredded to pieces. However, Suyu never fights a battle unprepared. Throw it. Suyu suddenly waved his hand. Click, click, click. The female soldiers at the forefront did not hesitate to smash the inconspicuous pottery jars in their hands hard onto the smooth metal floor. Bang! The earthenware jar shattered, and a thick, pungent white powder instantly rose into the air. It wasn't a smoke bomb. It was quicklime that Suyu had specially prepared for these high-tech eyes, a specially made version with added ingredients. Sizzle. White dust rapidly spread through the narrow passage, instantly obscuring the red glowing laser emitters. Optical camouflage, thermal imaging, all of that failed before the overwhelming physical dust. The once incredibly precise laser beams instantly became like headless flies, aimlessly firing erratically throughout the passage. Right now, Suyu roared, Yin Tong, smash it for me. Wow. Yin Tong, this violent maniac who had been holding back for so long, charged in like a burning meteor, braving the dust storm. She didn't use a bow and arrow. In this cramped, close-quarters combat environment, arrows were practically useless. She swung the giant swamp iron axe in her hand, which Suyu had personally designed in Xiaoer, had personally crafted, and swung it at the mechanical turret that had just peeked out from the wall. When a sickening metallic clang rang out, sparks flew, and the turret, made of special alloy, was actually cleaved askew by her axe. The gun sizzled and emitted a plume of black smoke before going completely silent. Suju cracked open. Is this the legendary miracle of sheer force? Sisters, let's go. Take down these lumps of iron. Inspired by Yin Tong, the female warriors behind her went even more frenzied. They might not understand technology, but they knew how to demolish structures. A series of loud bangs and clangs. Stone axes, iron bars, and even rained stones upon those sophisticated instruments. No matter how high-tech they were, in the face of primal violence, they were nothing but scrap metal. Alarm, alarm. Sensor damaged. Aiming system offline. The slightly panicked, synthesized voice of an electronic announcer echoed through the corridor. Sujulaft, Asmaglaf. Gaia, can you see that? Your high-tech equipment seems to be malfunctioning. Lung Yu followed behind Suyu. Although she held a laser gun, she didn't fire a single shot. She stared blankly at the chaotic yet thrilling scene before her, watching those primitive people dressed in animal skins and wielding cold weapons actually overwhelming her once proud mechanical guard. Her brain, which had been imprisoned by data and logic, crashed once again. This is not scientific, she muttered to herself. This tactic is not recorded in the database. Suyu glanced back at her. Girl, remember this. This isn't tactical. Suyu pointed to Yin Tong, who was riding on a robot and unleashing a flurry of attacks. This is like a novice beating a master with a flurry of punches. Soon, Suyu and his men forcibly breached the first line of defense using the most ruthless methods. At the end of the passage was an even larger red door, its surface flashing a glaring red warning light. Intruders, stop. Ahead lies the core restricted area. Get any closer, then launch a devastating attack. Gaia's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of exasperated threat. A devastating blow? Yin Tong wiped the oil or blood off her face and spat dismissively. Pa, who are you trying to scare? Do you think I'm easily frightened? She raised the giant axe in her hand, pointing it at the door. Sisters, smash it open for Suyu. Wait. Suyu suddenly reached out and stopped her. Suyu's intuition told him that there was probably more to this door than met the eye. Gaia, that cunning old fox, narrowed his eyes. He definitely wouldn't just use this little trick. So you turned to Lung Yu. Can you open this door? Lung Yu stepped forward, glanced at the control panel on the door, and shook her head. No, access is locked. This is physical isolation. Unless we use explosives. Explosives? Suyu gave a wry smile. Where would Suyu and his crew get explosives? While kerosene could burn, it wasn't powerful enough to create an explosion. Just then, sizzle, did that big red door suddenly open by itself? A cold, white mist billowed out from under the door. Immediately afterwards, a heavy, oppressive sound of mechanical footsteps echoed from within a mist. Thump, thump. Every step he took resonated deeply with Su Yu and his men. As the fog dissipated, a colossal robot, at least 3 meters tall and covered in heavy armor, appeared before Su Yu and his companions. It held a massive alloy shield in its left hand and a 6-barreled rifle in its right. Gatling gun? Su Yu cracked. Su Yu swore that Su Yu had truly and completely cracked. Is this cheating? Can you even cut this thing with a stone axe? Clear target. The giant robot emitted a deep, electronic sound. Then, the 6 dark gun barrels began to slowly rotate. Sizzle. The prelude to death sent chills down everyone's spines. Run, run. Sujuro desperately. This is not even in the same league. However, it was too late. The guns were already pointed at Su Yu and his men. At this critical moment, a petite yet exceptionally determined figure suddenly rushed out from behind Su Yu. It's Chower. She wasn't holding a weapon. Instead, she was holding a strange metal box. Kia. Su Yu shouted in terror as he returned. But Chower didn't turn around. Her usually timid face was now filled with determination. She rushed to the feet of the giant robot and slammed the metal box in her hand against its leg. Harmony with all things. She closed her eyes and murmured softly. That was her talent and her only weapon. Buzz. The metal box suddenly emitted a blinding blue light, followed by a visible electromagnetic wave that instantly traveled from the robot's thigh throughout its entire body. Sizzle. The machine gun, which was spinning at high speed, suddenly jammed. The imposing giant robot swayed a few times as if it were drunk, and then its pair of electronic eyes that were flashing red light went out. Bang! Its massive body collapsed heavily to its knees, remaining motionless. The world fell silent once again. Su Yu's mouth dropped open, his jaw almost falling to the floor. What kind of operation was this? Hacking? Or magic? Chower turned around, her face pale and her body swaying precariously. Clearly, that last burst of energy had exhausted her. She looked at Su Yu and gave him a weak smile, yet one that was full of longing for praise. Saint, this. She paused, seemingly searching for the right words, and asked, could it be considered shooting down a bird from the sky? Chapter 181 Radiation Zone. Su Yu is very familiar with this stuff. Yes, of course it counts. Su Yu caught the swaying Chower in one swift motion, disregarding the proper etiquette between men and women, and gave her a princess carry. Looking at the pale little face in his arms, Su Yu felt a pang of heartache. This is Su Yu's chief engineer. If he gets too tired, who will build Gundams for Su Yu in the future? Chower, you are the biggest contributor. When you get back, feel free to tell me what you want to eat. Chower smiled weakly and buried her head in Su Yu's chest, like a well-behaved kitten. Anything made by the sage is acceptable. Su Yu cracked open. This girl is so easy to take care of. Okay, stop being so mushy. Lung Yu's icy voice was like a bucket of cold water, poured down mercilessly. She held the laser gun, which was almost out of power, and scanned the area ahead warily. Although the giant guard has fallen, even bigger trouble is yet to come. Su Yu put Chower down and handed her over to Yueying behind him to take care of. Then he straightened his collar and resumed his composed and confident demeanor. Walk. Let's go and see what kind of monsters and demons are hiding in Gaia's lair. The sight that greeted them as they passed through the enormous red door left Su Yu and the others stunned. There was no expected mechanical army. There are no laser traps either. There is only one corridor, long, dimly lit, and deathly silent. An eerie yellow light flickered on the wall. A scent permeated the air. The indescribable smell of rusty metal. Stop! Lung Yu suddenly shouted, her face turning deathly pale instantly. She stared intently at the empty corridor ahead, a strange light flickering in her eyes. A fear even deeper than when facing a giant robot. What's wrong? Yin Tong carried the giant axe with an indifferent expression. Isn't this just a road? What's there to be afraid of if there's not even a ghost in sight? As she spoke, she lifted her foot to rush inside. Don't move. Lung Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yin Tong's arm. That's the death ray zone. Dead ray zone? Yin Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. What kind of new word is this? Lung Yu took a deep breath and pointed to a skeleton lying in a corner next to the corridor. The skeleton had an eerie green color. Moreover, the bone was covered with honeycomb-like pores, as if it had been melted by something. There is a serious nuclear leak here. Lung Yu's voice trembled. although it cannot be seen or touched. But as long as you go inside, within 10 steps, your skin will ulcerate. Before you've gone 100 steps, your internal organs will dissolve. In the end, it will turn into a pile of bones. Hiss! A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the room. All the female warriors turned green with fear. Can't see it. Can't touch it. You'll die if you walk in. This is 10,000 times more terrifying than any visible monster. It's like you see nothing but air in front of you. But when you step into it, you find yourself in a bottomless abyss. This fear of the unknown is the most tormenting. What should we do then? Yunqi's hand, holding the stone knife, was trembling slightly. Is Su Yu and his group unable to get through? Lung Yu bit her lip and shook her head. Su Yu's protective suit was damaged. Without protective equipment, forcing your way in would be suicide. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Everyone looked at Su Yu. His eyes were filled with despair. Are we really going to be blocked by an invisible path after finally getting here? Su Yu looked at their expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. A smile slowly crept onto his lips. An intriguing curve. Radiation? Nuclear leak? That's it. Su Yu, although not a physicist. But Su Yu has a cheat code. Cough, cough. Su Yu cleared his throat and took a step forward. It's no big deal. Look how scared you are. Lung Yu suddenly turned her head and looked at Su Yu as if he were a madman. Navigator, this is no joke. This is high-energy radiation. It's death. Suidunu. Suiju naditgamli. Then, amidst everyone's horrified gazes, he slowly closed his eyes. Daily reconnaissance system activated. Target scan. Ahead environment. Warning. High concentrations of residual radiation detected. Generating a safe path map. Route planning complete. The next second, the once pitch-black corridor in Su Yu's mind suddenly lit up. Countless red lines intertwined in the air. Those were death zones with radiation levels off the charts. And between these red lines, there is a winding, intermittently visible green corridor. That's the safest path with the weakest radiation. Su Yu opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips, and became even more confident and arrogant. A cold moon. You just said this is death? Su Yu pointi the hith. So today, Su Yu will take you. Let's dance on the edge of death's blade. After saying that, Su Yu lifted his foot and stepped into that area. Deadly forbidden zone. Su Yu, your majesty. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell behind him. But Su Yu did not turn around. Su Yu took 3 steps forward to the left with his left foot. Step 2 steps to the right with your right foot. Then take a step back. Then take 2 more steps. Su Yu's actions were extremely strange. It's like dancing a kind of dance. A strange master's jump? But a minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Su Yu is still alive and kicking. The skin is not ulcerated. The internal organs did not dissolve. Su Yu even turned around and gave them a peace sign. Lung Yu was stunned. She looked at the detector in her hand, hoping it still had power. The numbers on it were actually located where Su Yu was standing. It really is a safe value. How is that possible? How can a naked eye see radiation? Is this something a human can do? What are you still standing there for? Su Yu stood in the middle of the corridor, hands on his hips, looking, disappointed that they are not living up to their potential. Everyone, get on Su Yu's heels. Follow in Su Yu's footsteps. If anyone makes a wrong move and mutates, don't blame Su Yu for not warning them. Now everyone realized what was happening. Saint. It worked again. Keep up. Hurry up and keep up. Yunqi was the first to rush forward and carefully stepped into Su Yu's footprints. Then came Yin Tong, Lung Yu, and Xiaoer. More than 30 female soldiers lined up in a long queue, like a group of children playing eagle-catching chicks. In this corridor, filled with the aura of death. Twist left and right. Take a step forward. Take 3 steps back. The scene was absolutely hilarious. It was also breathtaking. If an outsider saw this scene, they would definitely think that Su Yu and his group had all gone mad. But only Su Yu and his group knew this. Su Yu and his comrades are playing a game of cat and mouse with death. Finally, the last step. Su Yu yamped suddenly. They landed safely at the end of the corridor in the safe zone. Call. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Looking back, all the women looked as if they had just been pulled out of the water. My whole body was soaked in cold sweat, but their eyes gleamed with ecstasy. They're here. We really made it through. Unharmed. Lung Yu walked up to Su Yu, her eyes filled with an extremely complicated expression. She looked at Su Yu as if she were looking at a An unsolved mystery. How did you manage to do that? Suyu smiled mysteriously. He pointed to his eyes. With care. Feel it with your heart. Lungyu rolled her eyes. I don't believe you. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. Because, in front of Suyu and his group, a door appeared with a sign that read, Hazardous Materials Storage Area. Hello, Gota. The gate was not locked. It was only partially covered. A chilling feeling. Chill. It slowly seeped out from under the door. Suyu stepped forward, reached out, and pushed open the door. Squeak. The door opened. The sight inside made all of Suyu's men hold their breath. There were no monsters there. There was no treasure. Only rows of neatly arranged transparent. A glass jar? And what was soaking in those jars was actually Suyu. Yunqi's voice rang in Suyu's ears. With a slight tremor. The people inside. How come you look exactly like me? Chapter 182 Ambush Encountered. These guys have no martial morality. They look exactly alike. Yunqi's voice trembled. It was like a cold wind that blew into Suyu's bones. Suyu stared blankly at the glass jars. Looking at those naked bodies inside, their eyes tightly closed. Suyu cracked open. Suyu swore an oath. This time it really was cracked from the skull, all the way to the heel. What kind of scene is this? Sci-fi horror movie? Still. Suyu wholesale market? 9.9 yuan with free shipping? Bulk discounts available? An indescribable feeling of nausea instantly welled up inside me. Suyu subconsciously touched his face. Huh. It is elastic. Fine. Suyu is alive. Cold moon. Suyu suddenly turned his head and stared intently at the icy, aloof woman. What on earth is going on? Is this also part of the Fireseed project? Lungyu was also somewhat bewildered. Chaotic data streams flickered in her icy blue electronic eyes. Obviously, this touched upon a blind spot in her knowledge. Database damaged. Unable to query. She shook her head, a hint of confusion in her voice. But based on logical judgment, these should be a spare body. A spare body? Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. So, Suyu is the navigator. Still a consumables? If it's broken, just replace it? This treatment. That's so thoughtful. Just as Suyu is still feeling sorry for his cheap fate. One, like a thorn in one's back. A sense of crisis. Without warning, it shot up from Suyu's spine to the top of his head. Bite. Warning. Warning. A high-energy reaction has been detected. Just. The system notification tone hadn't even finished speaking. Whoosh. A sound extremely faint, yet extremely deadly. The sound of something cutting through the air. In an instant, it shattered the deathly silence. It's not an arrow. It wasn't a bullet. Instead, it is a dish. Dark blue. Lightning. Careful. Suyu didn't have time to think at all. The body reacts before the brain. Suyu grabbed Yunqi and hugged her tightly. On the spot, a disheveled. Don Quixote. Sizzle. The bolt of lightning grazed Suyu's scalp as it flew past. It struck hard at the person behind Suyu and his group. A glass jar containing Suyu. Bang. The glass shattered. Suyu was accompanied by green nutrient solution. Like a dead fish. It slipped and fell to the ground. It was still twitching slightly. Suyu glanced at the scapegoat. Cold sweat instantly soaked through my back. If that hit me, must one not die on the spot? Enemy attack. There's an ambush. Yentong reacted the fastest. She roared. He swung the giant axe in a wide arc in an instant. They stood protectively in front of Suyu. Who? What a coward. Get out here right now. However, all that answered her was deathly silence. An even more intense whooshing sound. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless streaks of dark blue lightning. From all the dark corners. It shot out. They have absolutely no sense of martial ethics. They don't reason with anyone. We must kill Suyu and his ilk. Several screams suddenly rang out. Several Dawn warriors who reacted a little slower. Struck by lightning. He instantly convulsed, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. Mean. Suyu was furious. I am absolutely furious. Let's fight. What kind of skill is it to launch a sneak attack? They're using a stun gun? Isn't this bullying Suyu and his team because their equipment is outdated? Spread. Find cover. Suyu roared with all his might. Don't confront them head on. The female warriors were terrified, but they are well trained. They quickly scattered and hid behind those huge instruments. Cold moon. Suyu shouted at the tin can that was still standing there, stunned. Stop spacing out. Open the map. Where's the enemy? Lungyu then seemed to awaken from a dream. She suddenly raised her head. A brilliant blue light shone in my eyes. Scan started. Thermal imaging locked on. The direction is 2 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and there is still. Above my head. Top of the head. So you subconsciously looked up. All I could see was the pitch-black ceiling. Several dark shadows, like geckos. It's hanging upside down. They were wearing invisibility cloaks that could refract light. No wonder Su Yu and the others didn't see anything just now. These guys. Yes, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So you couldn't help but make a comment. Shoot. Now that we've identified our target. Well then, there's nothing more to say. Yunchi had been itching to get started for a long time. She poked half her body out from behind the cover. The longbow in his hand was instantly drawn to its full extent. Collapse. A single arrow, imbued with fury. It roared out, heading straight for the nearest dark figure overhead. When? A crisp, metallic clanging sound. That arrow, powerful enough to pierce through rock. It turns out, the shadowy figure casually waved its hand. So you just blocked it? What? Yunchi's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. These are arrowheads made of swamp iron. The dark figure slowly released its grip. It fell from the ceiling. Bang! A dull thud, the sound of something hitting the ground. It was completely encased in black alloy armor. Humanoid monster. He wore a mask on his face, revealing only one red eye. Tactical mask. Holding 2 swords in his hand, each emitting high-frequency shockwaves. Plasma dagger? Cyborgs? Lung Yu's voice became unusually cold. Codename, Mechanical One? You actually degenerated into Gaia's lackey? That guy, called Mechanical One. He tilted his head. A red light flashed in that one single eye. He didn't speak. He simply raised the dagger in his hand slowly. Then, his figure flashed. Whoosh. Quick. That's too fast. It's so close, it's impossible to see with the naked eye. Su Yu felt a gust of evil wind rush towards him. That dagger, gleaming with the light of death. It has already reached Su Yu's throat. Su Yu, Your Majesty. Exclamations erupted from all sides. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This is technology. Crushing? Faced with this extreme speed, Su Yu and the others reacted as if in slow motion. Ridiculous. However, right at this critical moment, bite, a piercing, metallic scraping sound. It exploded in Su Yu's ears. Sparks flew everywhere. That deadly dagger. It was actually blocked. So he took a closer look. It was a rough, rusty one. Giant axe. It's Yin Tong. She was there at the last moment. Use it, with an almost beast-like intuition. He withstood the blow head-on. Hey. Yin Tong grinned. He revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Her tiger's mouth had been cracked from shock. Fresh blood flowed down the handle of the axe. But her eyes were terrifyingly bright. The man who wants to mess with Su Yu? Did you ask your mother for her axe? Machine 1, clearly, hadn't expected this either. This is a barbarian dressed in animal skins. How could they possibly block his surprise attack? A glint flashed in his cold, single eye. Confused. But it was only a trace. The next second, he moved again. This time, it is no longer a test. Instead, a storm. Batter. Tajda. A metallic, clanging sound. Dense like raindrops. Although Yin Tong possesses immense strength. But, in the face of such a sophisticated, tireless killing machine, it still seems a bit clumsy. She could only passively defend. Step by step, retreating. Several deep cuts, almost reaching the bone, soon appeared on his body. Wound. Hateful. These guys. That's so unfair. Su Yu looked at Yin Tong, who was in grave danger. My heart is filled with anxiety. This is not even a battle on the same level. They're using high-tech alloy-powered armor. Su Yu and his men used muscle, animal hide, and scrap iron. How we fight this? Everyone, support Yin Tong. Su Yu, use the internet. Use a lasso. Use lime powder. With these guys who have no sense of martial ethics. No need. What's with all this talk of chivalry? Yes, the female warriors reacted instantly. Although, I can't beat him in a one-on-one fight. But Su Yu and his group outnumbered each other. Moreover, Su Yu and his group also. Dirty tricks. Call. A large bag of specially made lime powder with added ingredients. They hurled the weapon at him relentlessly. Sizzle. The vision sensor of the machine was instantly covered by white dust. His movements showed a hint of pause. Now, get him. Several strong, tough animal sinew ropes. like a serpent emerging from its hole. He was precisely trapped. Limbs. Pull. A dozen female warriors exerted their strength at the same time. Collapse. The rope was taut and straight. That arrogant cyborg. Surprisingly, it was pulled so hard that it lost its balance. He knelt on one knee. Great opportunity. Suyu's eyes lit up. Regardless of anything else, I acted like a gentleman. Picking up a piece from the ground, the brick turned out to be scrap metal. Charge forward. Right in front of it, that shiny metal skull. That's right, give a good whack. Screw you. So what if it's high technology? So you have no sense of martial ethics? A sneak attack, huh? Bang. A muffled thud. Machine 1 tilted its head slightly. The single red, I blinked twice. It seems that Suyu's brick-throwing attack has affected them. Are you stunned by the photo? He slowly raised his head. Looking at Suyu, Alex seemed to say, you actually used a brick to hit Suyu? Suyu isn't it? He weighed the brick in his hand. What are you looking at? Never seen. Bricks can break martial arts, right? God, Suju. Beat them to death. Let him know. What does it mean to be beaten like a primitive man? Chapter 183, Cold Moon vs. Old Acquaintances, Cleaning Up the House. Stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. Suyu looked at the group of female warriors who were frantically attacking the weapon like madmen and felt a sudden pain in his teeth. If we keep hitting it, this thing will really become scrap metal. Chower is still hoping to disassemble it for parts. Upon hearing the word parts, Chower's eyes lit up instantly. Like a protective hen, she pounced forward, spreading her arms to block Yin Tong, who was about to deliver the final blow. Don't move. This belongs to Suyu. Yin Tong reluctantly put away the giant axe and spat. A fragile tin can. At this moment, Mechanical One was in a terrible state. The once imposing black alloy armor is now riddled with axe marks and lime stains. The single red eye flickers and emits a crackling electrical sound, like an old light bulb about to go out. But he's not dead yet. Or rather, it's not quite dead yet. Stupid primitive species. Intermittent electronic sounds, tinged with disdain, emanated from his slightly deformed speaker. You have no idea what you're facing. He's stubborn as a mule. Suyu rolled his eyes and was about to go up and give him a physical shutdown. A cold hand stopped Suyu. It is a cold moon. She had somehow moved to the front, and her icy blue eyes no longer held their usual indifference, but instead churned with a complex emotion that Suyu couldn't decipher. It was anger, sorrow, and resolve. Give it to Suyu. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable chill. Suyu shrugged and gestured for him to proceed. This is a family matter for their apocalypse ship, and Suyu, as an outsider, really shouldn't interfere. Besides, Suyu is quite interested in seeing what kind of grudges and affections these two ancient relics from hundreds of years ago had. Lung Yu walked step by step toward Mechanical One. With each step she took, her aura grew stronger. Although her energy core was damaged and her physical condition was terrible, at this moment she was still the supreme commander of the Apocalypse's security forces. Mechanical One. Lung Yu looked down at her former subordinate kneeling on the ground. Number A001, Suyu's adjutant. Tell Suyu why. Why betray the oath? Why become Gaia's executioner's blade to cleanse humanity? The single, gleaming eye of the machine stared intently at Lung Yu. Suddenly, he let out a piercing, metallic laugh. Oath? Ah, Commander, you're too naive. He suddenly raised his head, and his previously intermittent voice suddenly became high-pitched and frantic. Look at this world. Look at these primitive humans who have degenerated into wild beasts. Is this the spark that Suyu and his comrades are trying to protect? No, this is garbage. It's a failure. Only Gaia, only the great Gaia could create a truly perfect new human being. Therefore, cleansing is necessary. Sacrifice is honorable. Suyu frowned as he listened. This guy is not only a traitor, but also a brainwashed fanatic. His theories are so elaborate, you'd think he was running a pyramid scheme. Is it your reason? Lung Yu's eyes turned completely cold. The last vestige of sorrow vanished at that moment. Since you have completely fallen into depravity. She slowly raised the laser gun in her hand. Although the gun had very little power left, its dark muzzle still exuded a chilling aura of death. Then Suyu, in his capacity as commander, will give you one last order. Log off. Dream. The machine, which was originally kneeling on the ground, suddenly sprang up. His intact mechanical arm instantly ejected a high-frequency, vibrating blade, which pierced straight into Lung Yu's heart with a shrill sound. This strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. They were determined to perish together with each other. Careful! Yunshi and Yintong exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively wanted to make a move. But the next second, Su Yu stopped, because Su Yu saw in Lung Yu's eyes mocking. That was contempt for the traitors, and even more so, absolute confidence in one's own strength. Even with low health, the queen is still the queen. Sizzle. Just as the vibrating blade was about to pierce Lung Yu, her body twisted backward at an extremely strange angle. The blade almost grazed the tip of her nose. Immediately afterward, instead of retreating, Lung Yu pressed forward. She did not fire. Because the distance is too close, firing a shot could easily result in accidental injury to oneself. She used the butt of the gun to smash it hard into the already damaged neck joint of the weapon. Click! A crisp snapping sound. Machine 1's head drooped down instantly, like a broken doll. But that's not all. Lung Yu seized the mechanical arm holding the knife and used her waist to execute a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! The heavy mechanical body was slammed hard onto the metal floor. The entire passage seemed to shake. This strike is for those comrades you killed. Lung Yu's voice was as cold as frost. She stepped on Mechanical 1's chest and pressed the laser gun in her hand directly against his still blinking single eye. This shot is for the glory of the apocalypse. Farewell, Mechanical 1. Sizzle. A dazzling blue light flashed. Machine 1's head was instantly pierced. The single red eye went completely out. The massive mechanical body convulsed violently a few times before finally collapsing into a heap. Real scrap metal. The entire room fell silent. Su Yu looked at the woman standing on the corpse, her back view slightly desolate. A sense of respect welled up in my heart. That's a truly ruthless person. They usually keep a low profile, but when it matters, they show no mercy in cleaning up their own ranks. Call. Lung Yu let out a long breath. Her body swayed, and she almost fell. Su Yu reacted quickly, rushing forward to support her. Are you all right? Su Yu looked at her pale, bloodless face and felt somewhat worried. Fine. Lung Yu gently pushed Su Yu away and tried to stand up straight. She glanced at the wreckage on the ground, a hint of weariness flashing in her eyes. There is some data redundancy. Just clean it up. Su Yu. Okay, well, your robot's sadness is indeed more sophisticated. Wow, this joint, this drive shaft. Just then, an untimely, excited voice rang out. Chower had already pounced on Xie corpse, her eyes gleaming as she held a stone hammer and chisel. Disassemble. Your Majesty, can this be used? Can that be disassembled? This piece of iron is so hard. Can I take it back and make a pot? Su Yu couldn't help but laugh as he watched Xiaoer's ecstatic expression, as if she had found a treasure while picking up trash. This is life. I don't care about betrayal or glory. In the eyes of the working people, you are just a pile of raw materials. Tear it down. Tear it all back down. Su Yu waved his hand, exuding heroic spirit. This is a high-grade alloy, much stronger than our swamp iron. I'll get you a real set of god-tier gear later. Yay! Xiaoer cheered, and her hands moved even faster. Seeing this, the other female warriors also rushed over to help carry the spoils of war. The somber and sorrowful atmosphere was instantly dispelled by this group of bandits. Seeing this scene, Lung Yu's previously tense lips actually curled into a slight smile. A very faint curve. Pilot. She turned to look at Su Yu. Thanks. What is CS Su Yu doing? Su Yu shrugged, looking like a scoundrel. Su Yu is doing this for the development of the tribe, making use of waste materials. Let's go. Stop being so sentimental. Su Yu pointed ahead to the door guarded by the mechanical device, which led to a deeper area. Door. The real trouble is yet to come. Based on the prompt from the daily reconnaissance system, passing through this door, you'll reach the apocalypse. Core energy zone. In other words, Gaia, that old schemer. My lifeline. Yunshi, form a team. Su Yu dropped his playful grin and his eyes sharpened. The road ahead may be even more difficult than before. Tell everyone to open your eyes wide. Yes. Yunshi responded loudly, then turned around to organize the team. Su Yu stared at the tightly closed alloy door. I took a deep breath. Gaia, you old geezer. Wash your neck clean and wait. I'm coming right now. Unplug your network cable. Cold Moon, open the door. Yes. Lung Yu stepped forward and placed her palm on the access control. Authentication passed. The core area is now open. Click, 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 with a dull mechanical hum. The heavy door slowly slid open to both sides. A cool breeze carrying a faint ozone scent blew out from inside. In the darkness, countless red dots of light suddenly lit up. That is, Su Yu's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but swear. Is this the terracotta army pits? All that could be seen was a vast space behind the gate. Neatly arranged, hundreds or thousands. Mechanical guards of the same model as the first mechanical guard. Chapter 184, trying to outmaneuver Su Yu with tactics? You're still too green. Is this the terracotta army pits? Su Yu's exclamation echoed in the empty hall. Immediately afterwards, those red dots of light moved. Click, click, click. A series of teeth-grinding metallic scraping sounds surged forth like a tide. Hundreds and thousands of mechanical guards raised their heads in unison. Countless pairs of electronic eyes, flashing red light, were locked on Su Yu and his companions. Cold, ruthless, it was filled with a bloodlust. Intruder discovered. Annihilation mode activated. Countless synthesized electronic sounds converged to form a terrifying sound wave that made people's eardrums ache. Run. Without any hesitation, Su Yu turned around and roared. Run back. Go back into the hallway. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Yin Tong glared and raised her giant axe, ready to charge. What are you afraid of? Let's fight them. Screw you. Su Yu grabbed her by the back of the neck and forcefully pulled this stubborn mule back. Hundreds of them against Su Yu's group of 30. Do you think you're a man? If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you. Retreat. That's an order. Hearing the order, Yin Tong was unwilling, but she could only grit her teeth and protect the others as they retreated. Rumble. The mechanical army behind them moved. That was a true torrent of steel. The heavy footsteps made the ground tremble. They weren't fast, but their overwhelming sense of pressure was enough to break anyone with a weak mentality on the spot. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Su Yu urged everyone on while looking back. Fine. These antiques seem to have been stored for too long. Their joints are somewhat rusty and their movements are not very flexible. But this quantity, that's absolutely terrifying. If they were to confront Su Yu and his group of dozens of people head-on in an open area like the lobby, they would be overwhelmed in no time, not even making a ripple. But the corridor is different. The metal corridor that Su Yu and his group had just passed through was less than 3 meters wide. Su Yu prepared for these iron lumps. Grave. Stop. After rushing about 20 meters into the corridor, Su Yu suddenly shouted. Yin Tong, Yin Shi. With their sisters wielding shields, they blocked Su Yu's path. Everyone else, longbows ready. Rockets ready. Yes. Although they didn't understand what Su Yu was going to do, the female warriors carried out the order instantly out of absolute trust in him. Several huge ironwood shields and even the alloy plates that had just been removed from the machine were placed in the middle of the corridor. This formed a simple, ironclad defenses. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. The red light instantly filled the entrance to the corridor. Those mechanical guards have stormed in. But, just as Su Yu had predicted, the narrow corridor instantly limited their numerical advantage. What was originally an overwhelming torrent of steel was forcibly squeezed into a thin, elongated stream. Sausage. The robots at the very front became even slower and even jammed due to crowding. Chance. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Shoot for Su Yu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In such a confined space, there's absolutely no need to aim. As long as you shoot the arrow, you're guaranteed to hit the target. Countless arrows coated in oil rained down on the huddled robots. Jingle bells. Although the arrows could not penetrate the thick armor, but the kerosene on top instantly splattered all over them. Kia. Ignition. Okay. Shower couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed a burning torch and threw it out with all her might. Call. A huge fire erupted instantly. The narrow corridor instantly transformed into a huge oven. Warning. Temperature too high. System overheating. Circuit fuse. The originally uniform electronic sounds instantly became chaotic and disorderly. Those mechanical guards were not afraid of pain or death, but they're afraid of the heat. High temperatures can cause short circuits, jam joints, and damage to delicate chips. Burn. Moreover, they are currently huddled together and unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as they are. Roast them until they're scrap metal. Bang! Bang! Black smoke billowed from the first few robots as they collapsed with a series of crackling sounds. It was like a stumbling block, blocking the path of the troops behind. The robots behind were still foolishly pushing forward, and the result was traffic jam. Severe traffic jam. The entire mechanical army was completely paralyzed in this small corridor. Ha ha ha. Yintong was so happy watching this scene that she slapped her thigh. Awesome. So awesome. These lumps of iron have finally met their match. Suyu leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette that wasn't actually there, his face as lonely as snow. Gaia, although your computing power is infinite, but you seem to have forgotten. Warfare relies on more than just data and brains. Playing tactics against Suyu? You're still too green, you AI that can only do math. Pilot. Lung Yu stared at the scene before her, her icy blue eyes filled with shock. Is this human wisdom? Using the terrain to achieve victory with fewer troops. This tactical database does not contain it. That's correct. Suyu smiled and pointed to his head. Because this is art. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. The temperature in the corridor was alarmingly high. The mechanical guards fell one by one like dominoes. The air was filled with the smell of burning and red-hot metal. That's about it. Suyu estimated the time. This experience has been very rewarding. But Suyu narrowed his eyes and looked into the depths of the corridor. There, in the darkness where the firelight could not reach, it seems something is awake. An aura far more dangerous than those mere fodder soldiers was slowly approaching. Thump! A deep, muffled bang drowned out all the noise. The ground trembled violently. It was as if some enormous creature was stomping its foot fiercely. The mechanical guards that had been struggling suddenly stopped moving. Then they retreated to both sides in unison. It's like welcoming their king. Interesting. That's really interesting. That familiar, cold, and slightly mocking female voice rang in Suyu's mind once again. It's Gaia, using terrain to create congestion. A very smart approach, but in the face of absolute power. Clever tricks are meaningless. Boom! The wall at the end of the corridor suddenly shattered. A gigantic mechanical hand, gleaming with a silver metallic sheen. It emerged from the smoke and dust. He grabbed the two still-burning robot wreckage and crushed them instantly like clay. Suyu's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of monster is this? That is. Lung Yu's voice instantly turned terrified. The executioner? How could it be awakened? As the smoke and dust dissipated, a humanoid mech, 5 meters tall, with a silver, liquid metallic sheen flowing across its body. He walked out slowly. It has no facial features. There was only one, a huge, smooth, mirror-like face. It reflected the terrified expressions on the faces of Suyu and the others. Although it's only a semi-finished product, but to deal with you. That's enough. Gaia's voice was filled with haughty arrogance. The executioner slowly raised his right hand. In the palm of your hand, a blinding red ball of light is rapidly condensing. The terrifying energy fluctuations cause the surrounding air to distort. Run! So you only had time to shout out this one sentence. Then, a red beam of light, like the scythe of death. It instantly flooded the entire corridor. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Suyu felt as if he had been hit head-on by a train. He was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall. Everything went black. A metallic sweetness welled up in my throat. Cough, cough. Suyu struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the mess in front of me, Suyu's heart sank to the bottom. It seems like things have really gone too far this time. The smoke and dust cleared. The executioner's silver body stood there unharmed. Its smooth, mirror-like face, although there was no expression. But Suyu seemed to see endless mockery. Is this your limit? It raised its foot and approached Suyu and the other step by step. Every step felt like stepping on Suyu's heart. Yunxi and Yintong struggled to stand up, but fell down again and again due to their severe injuries. Lung Yu's energy core was completely depleted, and he couldn't even move a finger. A desperate situation. A true dead end. Suyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at that arrogant steel monster. Suddenly I laughed. A really painful laugh. But it's also crazy. Limit? Suyu leaned against the wall and shakily straightened up. He took it out of his pocket. That one, Suyu had been reluctant to use. A treasure kept at the bottom of the box. That was when Suyu and his group were in the Thunder Mountains. It took a near-death experience to get it. Are you underestimating scavengers?